I just brought my 5-year-old cute baby to attend the concert of the Diva. Unexpectedly I was selected as a lucky audience and invited to come on stage to sing together. However, I deeply understand that the entertainment industry in this world lags far behind the previous life. As a former entertainment king, I do not want to belittle this diva, especially since I have already become accustomed to the peaceful life now. The applause thundered at the scene. Cheers were heard one after another. The atmosphere was heated up, but I had no intention of going on stage. But at this moment, Ran tilted her head, her eyes full of confusion. Uncle, why aren't you going up yet? I lowered my head. Ran, do you want Uncle to go up? Ran nodded. Yes, Uncle. I want to see you sing with Sister Zichi. Her words revealed a hint of sadness. Ran hasn't heard her uncle sing for a long time. By the end, her voice became somewhat low. Since her mother left, her uncle seemed to have changed. I was silent. In my previous life, I quickly rose to the throne of the Heavenly King with my outstanding voice. But unfortunately, I was jealous by villains. I drank a bottle of drink handed to me by a good friend, which ruined my voice. Before the lawsuit was filed, my girlfriend of many years ran off with my good friend. And then she tried to take over my family property, saying that my previous singing was all lip-syncing. I was then frozen by the company, with a sky-high penalty for breach of contract. This series of blows made me unable to bear it, and I started to drink heavily every day, eventually dying suddenly. Since crossing over to this world, I really haven't sung a song. Fortunately, God still has eyes and gave me a chance to turn things around, and also gave me a warm little coat. Thinking of this, I couldn't help but reach out and gently touch Ran's cute bun head. Ran turned her head, slightly struggling, and complained in a childish voice, Uncle, why are you touching my head again? It will be messy later. I smiled and replied, no, I just think you are especially cute. After saying that, I looked around and thought to myself, does this little girl probably still think she is immersed in past pain? It's just a song after all. Since the little girl wants to listen, I will sing a song for her. As long as we don't get involved in the entertainment industry, it shouldn't have too much impact on our lives. If Ran wants to listen, then Uncle will sing for you. Ran clapped and cheered. Uncle, go for it. I'll be waiting here. Uncle will give you an autograph later and put her doll in his pocket. Under the admiring gaze of the crowd, I walked steadily towards the stage, exuding a handsome and starry charm between my brows, with a straight and upright posture, and a calm and unhurried pace that made it difficult for people to look away. At that moment, Ziki had a kind of illusion, as if I myself were a shining star. Perhaps it was because of the busy days recently, making her feel a little tired. Ziki adjusted her breathing secretly, her mouth curved upwards, and she began to use her unique way to liven up the atmosphere on the scene. Handsome guy, what is your name? I took the microphone from the staff and calmly started introducing myself. Hello everyone, my name is Guang. My voice was calm and elegant, without any nervousness or stage fright. After a few simple greetings, Ziki directly got into the topic. What song should we sing together today? Is it my representative work Under the Sea, or my hit song 1000 Years? These two songs are relatively simple in Ziki's songs, and they are relatively easy to sing along with. As long as you are a fan of Ziki, you will basically be able to sing. I fell into an awkward silence. Ziki's original song is naturally sung, but I have never sung it, although I can demonstrate it according to the memory in my mind. I have not sung it in these past few months. I felt a little lacking in confidence. Seeing me looking embarrassed, Ziki couldn't help but laugh. She comforted me. If you don't know these two songs, you can choose another song. As long as it's my song, you can choose it. I can lead you to sing together. Let me think about it. As my gaze casually swept over the audience below the stage, I saw a familiar face. Lu Ruyan, the woman who not only stole the original owner's work but also claimed it as her own. How could she be here? Then I noticed that standing next to her was Chen Wenchuan. Suddenly, it dawned on me that Chen Wenchuan was the agent of Huan E Company. I never expected Lu Ruyan to have signed with a big company like Huan E using the original owner's work and even brought here to observe the concert. Fate is truly ridiculous. The devoted ones end up heartbroken, while the betrayers thrive. Looking at Lu Ruyan, I had originally planned to casually choose a song to sing, but at this moment, I unexpectedly asked, "Can I not sing your song?" This unexpected question made Zichi narrow her eyes, feeling somewhat displeased. Could this person be here to cause trouble? She looked Guchang up and down and half-jokingly reminded, "Handsome, this is my concert. You order someone else's song. There is no copyright, not to mention that you are not afraid to go out and get beaten up." Guchang knew that in this world, the country was at peace. The entertainment industry was booming compared to the previous world, and the awareness of copyright was more valued. You can't adapt and sing without copyright permission, and singing more than 3 lines is considered an infringement. I don't sing other people's songs. I want to sing original songs. Original songs? running in front of her and singing originality. This handsome guy is so funny. The corner of Suchi's mouth lightly hooked. Your original work? Gu Chang nodded his head, his eyes sweeping down the infield. Qinwen was gazing at Gu Chang, her beautiful eyes filled with panic. Gu Chang sneered in his heart. When she plagiarized, I'm afraid Qinwen never thought this day would come, right? The two were both students at the Jiangchang Art Academy and had been together for a year, and the original owner never avoided her when creating. Unbeknownst to Qinwen, that song was customized for her by the original owner and was intended to be given to her upon graduation. It's just a shame. Qinwen took that song in the most ruthless way possible. Crawl, climb higher. I'm waiting to see you fall from the top of the clouds and fall to pieces. Retracting his eyes, Gu Chang promised Suchi, don't worry, I won't screw up your concert. Gu Chang's big words directly caused a succession of hoots from the stage. It's really a grandma under the covers, and it's a real laugh for the master. Since this man had an iron head, it wasn't like Suchi couldn't afford to play. Even if he ghosted later, she could turn it around. The corners of Suchi's mouth lightly hooked, and began the whole job. Did you guys hear that? This handsome Gu Chang just now said that he intends to sing his own original songs at my concert. So what do you all say, should we give him a chance? The stage was abuzz with excitement. Yes, let him sing. Bull X, the flowing diva, the ironic Su Dick. The reason why Su Dick has been in the music industry for so long is because she is a talented songwriter. I can't believe I have the audacity to show off in front of the original diva. Although the fans were angry that their idol was provoked, they were watching the fun and they all wanted to see Gu Chang flip his car live. Only Guanran nervously looked at the stage with worry in her eyes. Uncle, come on, you can do it. Suchi looked at Gu Chang with a smirk. What instrument do you want? Gu Chang looked around and his eyes fell on the guitar. A guitar, please. Suchi nodded and signaled the accompanist to move the guitar to the center of the stage. Strumming the guitar twice, Gu Chang began to tune the tone. Looking at Gu Chang's skillful stance, Suchi could not help but raise an eyebrow. Bastard, you're pretending. We'll know if it's a donkey or a horse when we take it out for a walk. At this moment, Suchi could not have imagined at all how big a surprise Gu Chang would give her. I wonder what song you're planning to sing. Gu Chang pondered for half a second and slowly said, The Ordinary Path. Come on, good luck. Suchi patted his shoulder and took 2 steps back to make way for the stage. The lights converged, and Gu Chang's entire aura suddenly changed. In an instant, the stage becomes his home turf. In the limelight, Gu Chang took a deep breath and raised his hand to strum the first syllable. Slow lyrical guitar melodies pouring out through millions of acoustics. Hearing a melody that wasn't familiar, Qinwen's long-hanging heart abruptly dropped. No one knew how tormented Qinwen had just been. Next month she will be a group debut. Chen Wenchuan this time especially brought them to observe and learn. For debut public performance preparation. That song, I'm in Love, the company decided to use as the theme song for their debut, and they've even recorded the song. It's just missing the music video. If Gu Chang sang it live, although she could explain it to the executives, that song wouldn't work and her debut would definitely suffer. Looking at Gu Chang, Qinwen remembered how good things used to be. Qinwen, if you don't want to disclose it we won't, as long as you're happy. Don't worry, I won't touch you. I respect your decision. Qinwen, my cell phone recorded your fingerprints, and all the account passwords are your birthday, so you can check in at any time in the future. Good girl. Don't drink cold during physiology. I'll cook brown sugar water for you. Dating for a year, Gu Chang is gentle and considerate, hardworking and self-disciplined, and he does everything a boyfriend can do, only except to raise her. Does he still love her if he didn't fish out of water? Gu Chang only wanted to say that Qinwen was really too good at putting gold on her face. He doesn't sing the song, for one thing, because he's not sure of the copyright ownership. There was also the fact that when Suchi asked him what he was singing, the first thing that came to Gu Chang's mind was Park Shu's godly song The Ordinary Road, which had been absent for 10 years. In 2 lifetimes, Gu Chang has had a great deal of ups and downs in his previous life, to the point where he is now a new man. No matter how magnificent life is, what Gu Chang is most obsessed with is always the ordinary and trivial warmth and touches wrapped up in the world of fireworks. Gu Chang sings not only songs, but also his own life. Wandering on the road of the, Are you leaving? Via. Brittle. Proudly. For this pop-up, Suchi was not expecting anything at all. She was even ready to save the day at any time. So when the first beat rang out, Su Dick was still not impressed. It wasn't until Gu Chang's voice, which was a little magnetic in its clarity, rang out that Suchi realized how wrong she was. The warm and sorrowful melody and low magnetic chanting not only stunned Suchi, but also touched the hearts of countless audience members on the stage. Hiss. A fairy kicker? Ear scratching. Surely the masters are in the people. Thought it was scrap metal. Didn't realize it was a king. Kind of interesting. The whole room was amazed and in awe. The humanity and feelings contained in the songs have made countless audiences find their own shadows in them, evoking their smoky past and continuing to ignite their passion. Off stage, Chen Wenxuan looked at Gu Chang eagerly, as if he were a hungry wolf. See, that's singing, that's taking control of the stage. All of you learn from me, and don't drop the ball for me at the debut public performance next month. Xin-1, especially you, as the lead singer of the team, your vocals still need to be strengthened. Chen Ji, I know. I'll go back and close the door to practice my singing properly. Xin-1 did not expect Chen Wenxuan to speak so highly of Gu Chang. In the past, Gu Chang's vocals were not this steady, and it's a very different style of song than what he's done in the past. Is it possible that his own breakup has spurred him on to enlightenment? Next to her teammate Lu Jia chimed in for Xin-1. Is Chen Ji that exaggerated? I don't think Sister Xin-1 is any worse than the people on stage. Don't be displeased. This man's singing is one with the song. If you guys are half as good as him when you debut, then the debut is assured. As a senior agent, Chen Wenxuan had seen thousands of newcomers, but he had never seen that any newcomer could have such stage tension, completely unrivaled by any professional singer. If it wasn't for the fact that his sanity was still intact, he simply wanted to rush onto the stage and sign Gu Chang on the spot. The song isn't over yet. Gu Chang was in full swing playing and singing, and was in better shape than ever. I have crossed mountains and seas, and through the crowds, too. Everything I've ever had. It's all gone away like smoke. I've been lost and disappointed and lost all direction. Until you see that mediocrity is the only answer. Youthful, flamboyant, confused and helpless. The song has a righteous determination and carries the promise of the unknown road ahead. The sound is in the ears and the words are in the heart. Countless viewers were in tears just to remember and honor those lost youth and dreams. There was no clamor, only moving. The audience silently waved their glow sticks and listened intently. At this moment, Gu Chang was the center of attention. No one was more surprised than Su Qi. As an original singer and professional music producer, there was no one in the room who could relate to the mood better than her. Each person is born into a different role and tries to break free from the chains of fate. They are unknown but not satisfied with the status quo. They are in a difficult situation, but still look forward to the future. Su Qi's eyes were moist and his mood was surging. She had a feeling that this would be a divine song that would lead the way. Gu Chang slightly tilted his head sideways and looked ahead intently. The wind-blown road is still far away. Where are you in your story? The song ended and the audience remained engrossed in the song. Until the first applause, like a chain reaction. The applause was unending like waves. Gu Chang took a deep breath and detached himself from the emotions of the song. Returning his guitar to his accompanist, he turned toward the stage and bowed deeply in thanks. Thank you all. Su Qi woke up like a dream. Some people are just made for the stage and stand there in all their glory. Gu Chang, that's the kind of person. Su Qi's heart was firm. She took a step towards Gu Chang, marveling as she went. Whoa, whoa, whoa. The 3 consecutive exclamations showed how satisfied Su Qi was with Gu Chang's performance just now. What do you all say? Did Gu Chang sing well just now? Good to hear. Moving, scalp numbing. One more song. The stage responded enthusiastically. The fans clearly couldn't get enough. Su Qi gazed deeply at Gu Chang and did not mince words in her compliments. Gu Chang, you're great. Not only are the lyrics and music of this song very good, but your vocals are online the entire time. If I had to describe your performance tonight in one word, it would be just perfect. Impeccably perfect. I'm flattered. I also have to thank Master Dick for giving me the chance to perform. When nothing happened in his previous life, Gu Chang's voice was clear, but it was not as magnetic and low as it is now. So even he didn't expect to play so well tonight. Su Qi looked at the modest Gu Chang. An intense curiosity arose in her heart. He doesn't look too old, and I wonder what kind of experiences have led him to create such warm and sad songs? It was rare for her to extend another invitation. Speaking of which, this is the first time ever in my concert history that I've been shouted a crazy encore from the stage during a chorus session with a fan. The fans are so enthusiastic. Do you want another song? Gu Chang smiled faintly and shook his head. No, thanks for the love. Being a human being is about understanding the human condition. It's not your own concert in the end, and singing an original on someone else's home turf is a bit of an offense, so it would be unseemly to clamor for more. Su Qi sniffed in regret. What a shame. Thank you for the concert and the great surprise. Gu Chang, do you have any other requests? Gu Chang took the smiley bunny out of his pocket. My niece is a big fan of yours, and this is her favorite doll. Would you mind signing the dress? Sure. Su Qi graciously took the doll and dropped his signature on the back of the rabbit. The autograph photo session ended and Gu Chang calmly stepped down from the stage. There was a lot of encouragement from the audience. Dude, bull, dude, you sing so well. Go handsome. Go little brother. The girls boldly sent flowers to Gu Chang, with small notes with contact information tucked into the flowers. Thanks. Thanks. Watching Gu Chang welcome the light all the way off the stage, Gu Anran was so happy that she wanted to fly in place. Watch. This was her Gu Anran's uncle. The little girl knew how to hand over the mineral water and looked at Gu Chang with eyes full of admiration. Uncle, you sang so beautifully just now. So many people were moved to tears by you. Gu Chang took the water in her hand and handed her both the flower and the smiling rabbit in passing. If you like it, Uncle will go back and sing it for you later. Uncle is a man of his word, and a liar is a puppy. Gu Anran hugged her arms full of flowers and nodded busily, her eyes as bright as stars. What they don't know is this. Su Chi, this concert is the whole network live broadcast. The images of Gu Chang playing and singing just now have been filmed and edited by fans and posted to major platforms, spreading wildly on the internet. The concert still goes on. Su Dick held up the microphone and yelled petulantly, Dick fans, the chorus session was just stunning, and I know you can't get enough of it now. Everyone knows that I, Su Chi, dote on my fans. I love every single one of my fans, and it's never my style to favor one over the other. While I can't invite each and every one of you on stage tonight, I can come down and sing with you. Su Dick walked off the stage as he spoke, not forgetting to open his left hand. He traced his way through the enthusiastic hands held out by his fans. Su Dick! Su Dick! The fans were shouting at the top of their lungs and the atmosphere was straight up high. Taking advantage of the warm atmosphere, Su Chi directly cheered. Come on, let's have a 10,000 person chorus. Music, let's go. The music started and Su Dick and the fans started a loud chorus. The concert was unprecedented and the enthusiasm of the fans broke through the sky. The original 2-hour concert was extended by half an hour by Su Chi after the fans' constant encores. The concert was capped off with the song Good Night. Off stage, Su Dick was greeted with flowers and applause from the entire staff. Congratulations Master Dick. Master Dick. That's great. Hard work. The 10-year engagement came to a successful conclusion. All this hard work has not been in vain. She didn't disappoint her staff and fans. Su Chi received the flowers with red eyes and hugged them one by one. Thank you guys. Great job everyone. Without you guys, the concert couldn't have been so successful. I've booked a celebratory meal for everyone at the hotel to thank you all for your hard work over the past few days, so you can go celebrate after you're done. Thank you Master Dick. It was hard to return to the lounge. Su Chi directly jumped onto the sofa, paralyzed like mud. Assistant Li Meng pushed the door open. Su Chi leapt up and looked behind her. Why are you the only one? Where's Gu Chang? Li Meng helplessly waved her hand. Don't look. It didn't come. Su Chi frowned. You didn't tell him it was me who wanted him? Said so. But he said it wasn't safe to go back too late. He left you his card. Though. Su Chi took the business card. Before he could take a closer look, a bald head came over and snatched the business card. Gu Chang, 22 years old. Department of Music, Jiangcheng Art College? The bald head is Lu Hongguang, Su Chi's economist. From the day Su Chi entered China Entertainment, it was Lu Hongguang who personally brought her in. And so far the two of them have long been more than just a partnership. In the past 10 years, they have been supporting each other all the way to each other's achievements. Both of them are also fathers and daughters, as well as teachers and friends. Su Chi early regarded him as his own relatives. Su Chi raised her eyebrows and hummed lightly. 22 years old? The age is quite compatible with me. What? Springing into action? Lu Hongguang returned the business card to her, sat down next to her and started stretching his legs. When I first pissed 10 feet against the wind, now I piss my shoes wet with the wind. It's true that when you get older, you can't just ignore old age, and your legs are sore after only half a day's standing. Su Chi smiled playfully. His looks match my aesthetic. He can sing and compose songs with a common language. It's not unusual for me to like him, right? Lu Hongguang blanked her. Little ancestor, aren't you afraid of losing your fans? I'm a powerhouse, not an idol singer. Su Chi took the business card and played it up and down. Besides, I've been maternally single for 25 years. It's not too much to ask for a relationship, right? Yes. You're the little princess of China Entertainment. Who can stop you from falling in love if you want to? At Su Chi's level, she has more autonomy than other artists, and the company does not prohibit her from falling in love, provided that she can balance her music and work. Old Lu. Seriously, what do you think of him? Su Chi said with a straight face. Lu Hongguang mused for a moment. Young and talented. The Heavenly King has a successor. Su Dick puffed. Ha ha, didn't you say a while ago that the entertainment industry was in a mess? That traffic was king, and that the newcomers were all demons and devils? Lu Hongguang is known as a venomous loner in the industry, and over the years there have been very few singers who have been recognized by him. I didn't expect to actually give Gu Chang such a high rating. Lu Hongguang grunted lightly. I still think so now, but Gu Chang is different from those people. In this exhaustive and fickle age, there are too many brainwashing divas that are either heavy on the treble and not the emotion, or heavy on the production and not the melody. Songs like Ordinary Road, which are full of human qualities, are precious against the backdrop of the rivals. In short, besides Su Qi, Gu Chang was the second potential seedling Lu Hongguang had seen. Su Dick, what do you say I sign him into the company? Gu Chang itself has the strength, and there is no lack of opportunity in her, and then there is capital to support and support. Red is only a matter of time. Signing is naturally good. Lu Hongguang squinted at her. However, I see that he doesn't seem to be interested in the entertainment industry. Are you sure you can take him? Looking at people by their songs, it's not hard to see this. He's pretty happy with his life so far. Any talent that doesn't make it out of the gate is for nothing. Su Qi gave him a blank look, her eyes filled with a challenging light. Don't you look down on people. Even if I can't sign a contract, I'm still going to work with him. Just wait and see. Those who are born for the stage should shine on the stage and should not be buried in the city streamers. As long as he was given enough respect and autonomy, Su Qi believed that he could definitely get someone to move. By the way, where were you just now? I haven't seen you around since late in the concert. Busy with this one. Lu Hongguang handed her a craft paper bag. Even though he said it was original, I was still unsure. So I asked a friend to check it out to avoid getting involved in a copyright dispute. The song wasn't registered for copyright. I had a friend stop by and register his copyright application. Thank you, old Lu. Su Qi picked up the papers and got up. Old Lu, I'm tired after a long day today. I'll go back to the hotel to rest first, and I'll leave the rest to you. Lu Hongguang nodded his head, not forgetting to remind, the matter of signing. It's better to be early rather than late. Be careful of being shortchanged. The concert came up with a number of industry insiders. They are not the only ones who are wise to the world. Su Qi slightly lifted her chin and smiled playfully and confidently. You don't trust me to do my job? After the concert, the two arrived home in the wee hours of the morning. Having gotten a signature, Gu Anran's mood was incredibly excited. One minute you say how beautiful Su Qi is. The next minute you say how well Gu Chang sings. The little mouth chattered and didn't stop the whole way. In the end, it was really too late before Gu Chang urged him to go wash up. After telling her a bedtime story and soothing her to sleep, Gu Chang gingerly exited the living room, pulling a cold beer out of the fridge. He opened his cell phone to check his messages as he drank. The page just unlocked and dozens of missed calls popped up, along with 99 plus WeChat messages. All greetings from classmates and friends. What saw him sing at a concert? Said he sings really well from deep within and asked when he composed the song. It's all about the concert. One of the most mentioned things was that it said Gu Chang was on the hot search and told him to hurry up and check it out. A hot topic? It's just a heat of the moment. After reading all the messages, Gu Chang symbolically replied to a few familiar classmates. I was just about to turn it off when I saw a friend ad prompt. A pink piggyback avatar. Friend tip, Su7. I can't believe they actually contacted me. Gu Chang raised his eyebrows and pressed agree. There was no response there, so I guess they were busy. Gu Chang didn't wait any longer and turned his head to start studying the business card on the coffee table. These are the ones that get stiffed at concerts. Inside, apart from missies, there were quite a few from agents and producers, including Huan Yi's Chun Wenchuan. Gu Chang was not surprised. Although this world's entertainment industry is booming, it is caught in a strange circle where data is king and traffic is supreme. Because of the low barrier to entry, the mud is muddy and mixed, so the work is uneven. Gu Chang had clicked on the music platform here to try out the hot song charts. Number 1 on the list is Little Mouthfuls of Tootsie. You said Little Mouth Toot. Toot toot toot. The big red lips almost didn't flash Gu Chang's dog eyes. Unbelieving. He ordered a few more songs. Nice guy. Sending Gu Chang straight away in situ. I'm the big mountain next door. Catching love on the vine. Wild is an attitude. Wild in the ups and downs. Forgive Gu Chang for not really being able to appreciate it. What the hell is this singing? The top is really top. But he had absolutely no idea what a song like this was supposed to say. There is no content, lack of depth, no substance, and some of them are not even catchy. To be honest, Gu Chang somewhat sympathized with them, because there were countless good singers in China in the previous life. Far away are Alan Tam and Leslie Chung, Anita Mui and Teresa Tang, then the Four Heavenly Kings, followed by Zhou Tao Wang Lin, and closer to home are Xue Jiqian, Su Song, and so on, and the world is all idols and no singers. Compared to these brainwashing spiels, Ordinary Road simply crushes on all fronts. After all, this song was a godly song that amazed the times in the previous life and took many music awards. Anyone who knows what they're doing can see the value of the songs. Gu Chang has mixed feelings about the entertainment industry. Music, and the stage, occupied the first half of his life. Guang couldn't fool himself. The moment he stepped on stage, he felt at home. For the stage, Guang remains fascinated and enjoys it. However, he has long been tired of chasing fame and fortune in the show business, and enjoys his present peaceful life more. Graduation is a week away. Time to figure out where to go next. The trees want to be quiet, but the wind won't stop. What Guang doesn't know is that the road to ordinary is splashed all over the internet. Initially, the video of Guang playing and singing was released by Suu Kyi's fans on a short video platform, only circulating among fans, and then swiftly reproduced by major music bloggers. The video was uploaded at around 10 o'clock, right at the peak of evening traffic. People who have a busy day start swiping short videos to relax. Hashtag the famous scene where popular diva Suu Dick was smashed. Hashtag King Kickoff. Suu Dick was mercilessly crushed by a vegetarian. Hashtag Divine Live. Diva in concert opening the show. Hashtag powerful headlines drive clicks. The video opens with a veiled handsome man, wearing a simple t-shirt and no ear returns playing guitar at a diva concert. It looks ordinary, but when it opens its mouth, it amazes the audience. Who else, may I ask? Turning a diva special into your own solo show? The pop-up exploded straight away. Damn it, he's loaded to the gills. Singing is awesome. Protest. Prohibit professional singers from trashing the stage. There's one thing to be said for this song. It really hits the soul and brought tears to my eyes. In 5 minutes, I want all the information on this handsome man. If not, I'll ask again in 5 minutes. Dog head. Like, comment, retweet. The video heat is going up like crazy at rocket speed. It rushed to the top in 10 minutes, and in less than an hour, the number of plays reached a horrifying 10 million views. It's not just in short videos out of the ring. The road to ordinary also swept across all major platforms with a soaring wind. Suu Kyi is originally the top stream of the entertainment circle. With its own hot search body, every move can cause the attention of the whole network. With such a powerful topic as being smashed by fans at a concert, the media naturally did not let it go and edited various publicity releases overnight to upload them. Twitter exploded straight away. Countless netizens have been eating melon online. Handsome looks, a calm demeanor, and a steady stage presence, as well as a voice that was kissed by an angel at birth. Is it possible to get rid of all the fresh meat? Fresh meat can do nothing but ghost and eat peaches and peaches. What doesn't give you enough goosebumps has to be the song Ordinary Road. I've crossed mountains and seas and people, and everything I've ever had has drifted away like smoke in the twinkling of an eye. Such a lyric. Listening to it once will lift your canopy and cleanse your ears from the tea poisoning of slobbering songs. Netizens who have been touched have been spreading the word on social software and leaving all kinds of great copy. When I first heard it, I thought I was in my senior year of high school, but when I heard it again, I was in a trance of being in my third year of high school, and I'm destined to lose sleep tonight. How many times in the dark years, because of the ordinary we cry in pain and despair. Listen to all have been the song, tribute to the ordinary, listening to the numbing. For as long as I can remember, everyone has been leading us to success, but no one has taught us how to accept our mediocrity, fueled by the media and netizens. Suu Kyi, Guang, concerts and other related topics. Clicks broke the billion, rushed to the microblogging hot search top 10. After the explosion, the skepticism followed. Who the hell is Guang? Is it a joint hype by the organizers? Netizens shouted Guang out of the sky at the same time, began to dig deeper into Guang's background. The next day, the sky would be fish belly white when Guang's biological clock woke him up. Wash up briefly. He began panning rice for porridge, grinding mixed grain soy milk, and steaming shrimp and eggs. The movements were skillful. In between watching the fire, Guang habitually took his cell phone to pass the time. Suu Dick sent him a voicemail. Guang, hello, this is Suu Kyi. Please call me back when you have time. Waiting online. Guang raised his eyebrows. So urgent? Thumbing a bit, he dialed the number. Vienna International Hotel. Suu Kyi had just come out of the shower. A single jade foot stepped on the bed, leaning over and repeatedly nudging her ankles with the revitalizing essential oil. Hiss, that hurts. Behind every minute of glamour on the stage, there is hard work. After hours of singing and dancing in high heels, the pink and white jade feet were already red and swollen. In order for the essential oils to penetrate better, she could only endure the soreness and push as hard as she could. I don't know if Guang is up yet. Before the words left his mouth, his cell phone rang. Suu Kyi immediately fished out and pressed answer. Hello, Guang. Finally waiting for your call. Ms. Suu Kyi, what is it that you are looking for me in such a hurry? Is it convenient on your end right now? Suu Kyi stared. She seemed to hear the sound of gurgling and bubbling. Guang carefully stirred the casserole with a wooden spoon to avoid a mushy bottom. If there's anything you want to do you can just say so. Suu Dick cut straight to the chase. It's like this. The song Ordinary Road that you talked and sang at the concert yesterday was very stunning. And if I'm on my side, there are some musical collaborations that I want to talk to you about. A musical collaboration? Gu Chang pondered for a moment. You want the rights to use the copyright of The Road to Ordinary? Su Chi smiled. I naturally want the copyright, but there is something else I want to talk to you about. Tell you what, it's hard to tell over the phone. How about we talk it over in person? Gu Chang thought for a moment. I'm making breakfast right now. It's not very convenient for me to go over and look for you. Can I do it in the afternoon? Afternoon? Late to the party. Su Chi didn't want to wait a second. No, I can talk in person. Where are you now? Old Town neighborhood. Then we're close. So send me a location and I'll come over to you now. Okay, then I'll wait for you at home. Exiting the call, Gu Chang sent a locator over. When the porridge was almost cooked, Gu Chang turned down the heat and started to add ingredients to the porridge. The aroma of corn and soy milk filled the air. Gu Anrun appeared in the kitchen as if she was smelling it, rubbing her sleepy eyes. Good morning, Uncle. Anrun is awake. Breakfast is almost ready. Go ahead and wash up. Breakfast is ready to be served. Filling the room with aromas that will make your taste buds go wild. Gu Anrun shrugged her little nose. Uncle, it smells so good. Gu Chang cooled the porridge and stuffed her with a piece of corn. You eat first, and Uncle will brush your hair. Anrun moved a small stool and sat down obediently. Gu Chang began to help her braid her hair. The movements were familiar and dexterous, and obviously done regularly on a regular basis. Nibbling on the corn, Gu Anrun suddenly spoke out. Uncle, can I not go to school next week? Gu Chang gathered her hair tightly and secured it with a leather band in a loop. Why? Did some of your classmates bully you in kindergarten? Gu Anrun hurriedly denied. No, is that I don't want to go to school by myself? The kindergarten teachers and classmates are actually fine. But there is a new student who is always bullying people because he is a relative of the director of the kindergarten. When the teacher found out, he told her to bear with him and not to provoke him, but she clearly didn't provoke him. Yet he always came to bully her, making fun of her for being a child without a father or a mother, and making her classmates isolate her. Gu Anrun really hated him. Gu Chang squatted down and looked her flatly in the eyes. It's okay if you don't want to talk about it. When I drop you off at kindergarten next week, Uncle will talk to the director. Uncle, Gu Anrun was just about to speak, but was interrupted by the doorbell. Gu Chang touched her head. Anrun, you eat first. Uncle will go open the door. Aha! Thinking it was Su Chi, Gu Chang opened the door without much thought. How did you get here so fast? It was you? Standing outside the door was Chinwon. Long straight black hair, white dress, delicate and sweet makeup. Slender legs are white and translucent in the sun. It was obviously specially dressed up according to the original owner's preferences. It's just a shame that underneath the innocent skin is a heart of love and vanity. These white legs, it will rise and fall and swing across different people because of their interests. Thinking of this, Gu Chang's face suddenly turned cold. What are you doing here? Facing Gu Chang's cold face, Chinwen chose to ignore it. She tilted her head at a 45-degree angle. Her hair flicked behind her ear, revealing a perfect swan neck. Gu Chang, it's so hot. Won't you invite me in for a seat? The tone was sweet and familiar, as if the previous tearing up of his face didn't even exist. Not bothering to talk nonsense to her, Gu Chang directly opened the door. Chinwen, if you have anything to say it here. Chinwen looked at Gu Chang, her moist eyes slightly red, looking deep and beautiful. Gu Chang, I miss you. Chinwen, if I remember correctly, we broke up 3 months ago? You've slept with another man. Don't you think it's ridiculous to pretend to be affectionate now? Chinwen's beautiful eyes trembled, and she couldn't stop the tears from rolling down. Gu Chang, I regret it. After we broke up, I realized how important you are to me. I'm clean with all those guys, and if you mind, I can get it patched up and promise to only have you in mind and body from now on. Chinwen looked at Gu Chang with genuine and sincere eyes. Gu Chang, can we get back together? Those guys? Still mending? This has been played out and you're still begging to get back together? Why don't you have a face patch while you're at it? Gu Chang was really disgusted by this woman at the moment. Wolves travel 1,000 miles to eat meat, dogs string up 100 to eat shit, and a dog that's eaten shit is just trash on the side of the road that no one wants. Gu Chang shot her a contemptuous glance with a meaningful meaning. Chinwen, do I look like I recycle garbage? Chinwen had never had anyone humiliate her like this in her entire life. Actually, it wasn't that she wanted to come today. After the concert, Shen Wenchuan gave them a summary mini-meeting, during which he blew up The Road to Ordinary and mentioned that he wanted to sign Gu Chang. Chinwen's brain fainted for a moment and revealed herself on the spot, saying that Gu Chang was in the same class as her and could help maneuver from there. So today, when she came to find Gu Chang, She was instructed by Chen Wenxuan. Before she came here, Qinwen was sure that Gu Chang still loved her, and as long as she dropped a few tears, he would soften his heart and agree to all her requests. Who knew that he was like a different person? His old thoughtfulness and gentleness disappeared into thin air. Qinwen took a deep breath and suppressed the anger that filled her. She stepped forward and tried to grab Gu Chang's hand. Gu Chang! Gu Chang immediately backed away. Don't touch me. Dirty. What he didn't expect was that Qinwen actually plopped down on her knees. Qinwen, what do you mean by that? Gu Chang frowned. That's a big deal. It's a big deal. Gu Chang, I know you're still angry with me, but believe me, I really just had a momentary ghost. As you know, the economic company has come to the academy a few times to select trainees, and it's clear that I'm prettier and more talented than the others, but I keep falling short. Just because I don't have a background, I don't have a chance. Gu Chang, when selling her misery, Qinwen would tilt her head to observe Gu Chang's reaction and adjust her tone and demeanor at any time. But after talking for half a day, Gu Chang was all in the mindset of watching the play, without half a heartache, and she was a bit unable to act. Gu Chang was watching with interest. Don't stop. Keep playing. It's a natural acting ability, and the singing is condescending. Straight to the movies. Maybe a movie queen. Qinwen choked and looked at him grudgingly. Gu Chang, you've changed. Changed? More than changed. The original owner is straight up gone. Gu Chang sneered. Since you're not going to say anything, it's my turn to say something. Qinwen, people move up. Water flows down. I can completely understand if you feel that you have no future with me and want to break up, but you split your legs to climb up the ladder, love vanity and still pretend to have no choice, and now you actually want me to be tolerant and accepting. Isn't that typical of being and standing up and deceiving people too much? Gu Changbo disliked it with nonchalant fury. Perhaps being poked in the sore spot, Qinwen dabbed to her feet. She removed all pretenses from her face and looked at Gu Chang with a sneer on her face. Adore vanity? Oh, Gu Chang, tell me, is there any woman in the world who is not vain? What's wrong with being vain? Who wouldn't want glory and riches? I didn't steal. I didn't rob. And I've gotten this far by my own efforts. I want to live a good life. Is it against the law to marry a rich man? Qinwen was not convinced. Why should other people wear high fashion and carry designer labels and travel all over the world, while she can only work from 9 to 5 as a social animal and save up her money for buying a house? There are 3.5 billion men in the world, so please don't catch a goat to weed. Since you think you're right, you go ho someone else. Don't come and disgust me. Gu Chang really did not dare to agree with Qinwen's deluded three views. The subterfuge is so justified that it is simply morally bankrupt. No wonder the world says that Mr. Chen is probably the cleanest in the entertainment industry. Qinwen laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, Gu Chang. The reason why you are noble is only that you lack the ability to do evil. And the fact that you are forced to discipline yourself because you are poor does not mean that you are of high moral character. If a man gives you money on the premise of letting you sleep on it, and you can righteously face it in the face of 50, 000 or 100, 000, what if he gives you millions and millions? What breaks the principle is the rule. And I don't believe there are many people who can hold fast to their principles in the face of great temptation. What woman wants to survive in the cracks and make a living under the stick? Qinwen had also been so disgusted that she wanted to vomit when she was being played with in various ways. But in this world, the opportunity is a clear price. You and I willing to trade. You cannot adapt to open up, the opportunity will not be exchanged. Qinwen had seen through human nature a long time ago. Living on this earth is nothing more than bouncing around in different mud puddles and then pointing at the mud spots on others and laughing and spitting. And who is cleaner than who? It's just that they don't have a mirror in front of them. If that's what you came here to talk to me about today, you can go. There's absolutely no way I'm getting back together with you. Gu Chang was already too lazy to talk nonsense with Qinwen. People whose three views are rotten to the bone are a waste of words to say anything. Besides, she was the original owner's ex-girlfriend. It wasn't Gu Chang himself who talked about her. He half wanted to get involved with her. Looking at the cold expression on Gu Chang's face, Qinwen knew it was hopeless to get back together. She took a deep breath and simply broke. Gu Chang, I won't beat around the bush. This time, it's Chen Wenxuan who asked me to come to you. Cheerful Arts wants to sign with you. Gu Chang said how Qinwen would suddenly run to get back together. So it was because she saw the value in him. Sure enough, it's a woman whose interests are paramount. I'm not interested in showbiz, especially with your company. I'd feel sick. Gu Chang didn't want to see her again for a second. He hadn't eaten breakfast yet and was afraid of losing his appetite. Turning to leave, he was stopped by Qinwen's quick eyes. Slow down. Qinwen retreated. If the signing doesn't work, I want the rights to the song Ordinary Road. Gu Chang really couldn't hold back his laughter now. Qinwen, how did you manage to ask me for the copyright with a straight face? Is your face made of city walls? Ignoring his sarcasm, Qinwen took out the prepared contract from her bag. Gu Chang, you hate me more than you hate money, right? Whether it's a share or a buyout, Huan Yi is giving you the best price. Gu Chang coldly refused. Go away. I'm not for sale. Qinwen laughed and shook the contract. You're saying no without even looking at it? What Huan Yi gave you is a 37 split. At this price, you're not losing out at all. In the entertainment industry, the general split between singers and songwriters is a 30-70 split, with the singer taking 7 and the songwriter taking 3. But that doesn't include new songwriters. Because of the lack of popularity, the music rights of newcomers' lyrics and songs are basically a one-time buyout, even if the share can get 2 achievement stops. And Huan Yi directly gave Gu Cheng 30%, so he really gave enough in terms of sincerity. But Gu Cheng impatiently pushed away the contract. I said I'm not for sale. Qinwen looked at him like he was an idiot. Why don't you sell it? You're just a vegetarian. Ordinary road would only be smashed in your hands. Huan Yi has the resources and connections to both maximize the value of the song and bring you fame and fortune. Gu Cheng didn't look shaken at all. So what if it's a 30-70th split? If I say it's not for sale, it's not for sale. Qinwen laughed. The depression of being refused to get back together was suddenly swept away. She had struggled internally when she first accepted the subterfuge, because Gu Chang was extremely kind to her and had a talent for creative writing, especially I'm in Love. When it was well appreciated by Huan Yi and chosen as her debut hit, she regretted that she might have missed out on the potential. Immediately following Gu Chang's stunning performance in concert, remorse was pushed to its peak. That's why Qinwen didn't hesitate to kneel down and beg to get back together today. But now she knows. He had made the right choice in the first place. Gu Chang does have a small amount of talent, but he doesn't know how to grasp such a good opportunity as Huan Yi, and he won't be able to make it in the entertainment industry after all. Such a man could never give himself what he wanted. Qinwen shook the contract in her hand. Gu Chang, I'll ask one last time. Are you sure you don't want to sell the copyright? A voice suddenly inserted itself. He won't sell. Gu Chang turned his head to look. The woman was tall, with a simple denim t-shirt that outlined her delicate figure, and her face was so heavily armed that she couldn't see her real face. She carried 2 bags of gifts and walked straight to the 2 men. Being rubbed horizontally, Qinwen looked unkind. Who are you? The woman removes her hat and pulls down her mask to reveal a divinely veiled face. Gu Chang's eyes flashed with amazement. Su Dick is one of the few idols in the singing world whose face value is directly proportional to his strength. A pair of almond eyes glittering, perfect and delicate contour, coupled with pink and tender skin that can pinch out water. Compared to the noble and cold at the concert, the plain face of Su Qi has a few more points of innocence and spirituality, but she's not supposed to be hiding and watching the show all the time. Is she? Gu Chang narrowed his eyes. How long have you been here? Su Qi lied without changing her face. Not long. In fact, she came just in time to see Qinwen kneel down. With such an awkward scene, it was naturally not good for Su Qi to show up. If it wasn't for this woman lobbying Gu Chang to sign the contract, she had no intention of coming out so soon. Su Dick? How could it be you? Qinwen couldn't believe it, her eyes glancing back and forth between the two. Why is Su Dick here? When did they hook up? She bit her lip and turned her head to look at Gu Chang. I told you how you've changed. Dare I say it's on the list of thighs. Thanks to which I thought how noble you are, but it turns out it's nothing more than that. Gu Chang's face sank, the disgust in his eyes undisguised. Qinwen, I've really put up with you for a long time. It's fine if you talk about me. Don't insult Su Qi. It's obvious that you're the one who's lowly, but you see others as just as depraved as you are. Qinwen was pierced hard by Gu Chang's gaze. It was as if the secrets of the heart had been put out in the sun and the filth had nothing to hide. Then look at the bright and clean Su Qi beside him. The seeds of jealousy grew wildly in Qinwen's heart. If you're not related, then why is she here? Su Qi frowned. Is it strange for me to appear here? There are thousands of good songs competing, and with a good work like The Road to Ordinary, I naturally don't want to miss it. Qinwen was stunned. You're here to buy the rights too? Is this song really that good? So good that the diva herself? And so on. If the copyright is bought by 7 Su, how can she explain to the company? Emotions are not negotiable now. Then benefits must not fall. I wonder, what price does Heavenly Empress Su intend to offer? Su Qi looked at Qinwen with a look of contempt. How dare you say you're sincere even with a 30-70th split? Do you think this song is an assembly line song that can be found everywhere on the market? Such a fine work. A 30-70th split is an insult to it. Chen Wenchuan is at least the gold medal producer of Huan Yi. When did his vision get so bad? Recruiting a woman with such a poor track record into the company, and even sending her out to talk about cooperation. Aren't you afraid of thinking about flipping your car in the future? Qinwen giggled, her heart plummeting. Looking at Su's winning attitude, It is obvious that there is more than just a 30/70th split. Before coming here, the ideal split given by Chen Wenchuan was 37, and in the event that it really didn't work, it could be lowered to 46. She smiled, pretending to be calm and tentative. Su Tianho looks down on Huan Yi's price so much. It's hard to believe that you can still drive up to 50/50? She deliberately spoke higher. Sure enough, Su Chi shook her head as she wished. Xin Wen sighed in relief. Since everyone is splitting at 40/60ths, she still has a chance. The next second, Xin Wen knew she was too happy too soon. If we're simply talking about a split, I can give a 37 split, but it's Gu Cheng 7 and me 3. How can it be? Xin Wen blurted out. She looked at Su Chi with an expression of "You're crazy. 70-30%. There's no way that price is available on the market, no matter what time of year it is. When did music producers become so valuable? Not to mention that Gu Cheng is nothing more than a newcomer. Since I've said it's a fine piece of work, at least 70-30% to justify the price of the song. Su Chi looked at Gu Cheng with full sincerity. Of course, if Gu Cheng is still not satisfied, we can talk again. After all, this time I came here to make friends. The implication is that 70/30ths is not the highest price. Xin Wen really couldn't understand this now. She muttered, "You're lying to me, right? Just one song. Even if it's at the master level, the entertainment industry doesn't have such an offer." Not only did Xin Wen not dare to believe it, this time even Gu Cheng was a bit stunned. Although he knew that the road to ordinary was really worth it, if he worked with the brokerage company, the other party could offer a 50/50th split, which was already sincere. Although Gu Cheng hadn't thought about selling the copyrights, he had to say that this Su de Tianho did have a great vision. "Is that what you came here to talk to me about this time?" Su Chi didn't hide anything and directly stated the purpose of today. "Gu Cheng, this time when I come to your door, copyright cooperation is still secondary. I mainly want to talk to you about signing." "Signing? I can't believe I'm signing again. What's so great about Gu Cheng? Did he really miss a huge prospect?" At this moment, Xin Wen was a bit disengaged. By the way, Gu Cheng had just said that he didn't want to enter the entertainment industry. Having known Gu Cheng for so long, he never lies. So Shinho will surely be rejected just like her. Thinking of this, a smile returned to Xin Wen's face. "So Diva Su, turns out you want to sign Gu Cheng too? What a pity. Gu Cheng just said he doesn't want to enter the entertainment industry." Gu Cheng cast a sidelong glance at her. It was a bit sickening to her face, so he turned his head and invited Su Chi into the house. "Su Chi, you go inside first. We'll talk about the cooperation later." "Good." Su Chi nodded, carrying her things generously into the house. Watching Su Chi's figure disappear behind the door, the smile on Xin Wen's face instantly cracked. "Gu Cheng, what do you mean? Why can she go in and I can't? I want to go in too." After saying that, Xin Wen wanted to follow her in. Gu Cheng sidestepped his body and directly blocked her. "Xin Wen, have you made enough of a scene?" "Not enough," Xin Wen shouted with force. "Why should I have to fight so hard? Even to the point of giving up my dignity, to get something that you don't have to do anything to have someone hold it up to you?" The resentment that had been pent up for a long time now erupted like a flash flood. Xin Wen lost her mind and began to speak out of turn. "Gu Cheng, if you don't let me in, I'll tell everyone about today." Gu Cheng sank his face and warned, "Xin Wen, do you know what you're saying?" Xin Wen looked provocatively at Gu Cheng. "I guess the media must be very interested in the revelation that the diva, Su Chi, is in and out of single men's apartments, right? The media is the best at catching things that are not there. After they edit and fabricate, the facts are distorted. After the rumor spreads, no one will care about the truth. With Su Chi around, maybe there won't be much of a storm, but Gu Cheng's peaceful life may be shattered." Gu Cheng pointed to the top of his head. His speech was not fast but his words were cold. "Xin Wen, see clearly? There's a camera here, and everything that happened just now was all completely recorded by the camera. If I find out that you're spreading rumors, even if it's just a tiny bit, I'll release this video and make you lose your name and be reviled by 10,000 people." Xin Wen was stunned. "Gu Cheng, you threatened me? Is this still Gu Cheng? That gentle and considerate Gu Cheng, who was at her beck and call? Why would you be so determined to treat her?" Gu Cheng looked at Xin Wen coldly. "Weren't you the one who threatened me first? One last word of advice. Dancing at the top of the pyramid is not as easy as you think. After all, what can be gained by sleeping on it may be lost by falling on it." After saying that, he didn't care how she reacted and turned directly back to the door. Xin Wen stared blankly at the closed door. After entering the house, Su Chi curiously looked around. The house was small and the furniture was a bit old, but it was clean and tidy and looked quite cozy. The table was set with breakfasts of all colors: eggs, corn, soy milk, pancakes, steamed fish and a casserole congee that looked simple and delicious. Guanren plopped down behind the sofa and peeked. She thought the pretty sister in front of her looked familiar, but couldn't remember who she was. Pretty sister, who are you? It was only then that Suchi realized Guanren, who was blocked by the sofa. The little girl had twisted pigtails, a cute fox nightgown, a rosy little face, and big fluttering eyes. Cute as hell. Suchi was instantly adorable. Hello cutie, my name is Su Dick. Guanren blinked before recognizing Suchi. She stared wide-eyed and covered her mouth and exclaimed, "You are the big star Suchi? Tell your sister. Little cutie, what's your name?" "My name is Guanren." Suchi half squatted down, his sightline flush with her. "So are you the sister Gu Chang was talking about? The owner of the bunny?" Guanren shook her head and explained in a milky voice, "The bunny is indeed mine, but that's not brother, it's uncle." "Uncle? So it's not a sister." Su Dick pulled a pink gift box out of the gift bag. "First time meeting, Sister Dicky is giving you a small gift, just as a meeting gift, okay? For me?" Looking at the beautifully wrapped gifts in front of her, Guanren was somewhat flattered. Suchi nodded. "This is a hair card and other small jewelry sent by the sponsor. Open it and see if you like it." Guanren returned the gift box to her. "Sister 7, I can't have it. Uncle said you can't just take something from someone without merit. Such a well-behaved and understanding child." Suchi's eyes became softer. She stroked Anren's head. "That's someone else. But we're friends." Guanren's eyes widened. "Friends?" Looking at the little girl's black and white confused eyes, Suchi really had the urge to put on a sack and pack her back. "Yeah, it's normal for friends to give things to each other. Come on. Sister Dick, open it up and show you." When Gu Chang came in, he saw the image of the two muttering next to each other's heads. Excited to see him, Enron held the box high. "Uncle, the hair card that Sister 7 gave me is so pretty and shiny." Gu Chang's eyes were extremely good, and at a glance, he saw that the box was full of little girly things, and Buring looked like it was worth a lot of money. He frowned slightly and looked at Suchi disapprovingly. "Anren is still young. Why did you send her something so expensive?" Suchi's eyes flashed. "These are small gifts from the sponsors. Not expensive." Seeing him still staring at the hair accessories, she sidestepped to block them, changing the subject in the process. Your ex-girlfriend, is she gone?" "It should be gone." Gu Chang walked over and saw that the breakfast on the table had not moved a bit. "Anren, didn't you have breakfast earlier?" "No." Anren wanted to wait for his uncle to join him. With so much commotion outside, the little girl naturally heard it. Gu Chang didn't come back, and she didn't have the heart to eat. Guanren looked at Su Chi. "Sister Chi, have you had breakfast yet?" Su Chi froze, and subconsciously replied, "No, I've been on a diet recently and don't eat breakfast." Gu Chang looked Su Chi up and down, especially her small waist that was so thin that he could grasp it with one hand. "It's so thin, it breaks when you pinch it hard." In his previous life, because of his work, Gu Chang's work and diet were extremely irregular, and after he became addicted to alcohol, he even suffered from serious stomach problems. When the stomach aches, it's like a hand in your stomach is grabbing your flesh and churning it so hard that he can't stand up straight from the pain. Everything he ate hurt, and even after taking medicine, Gu Chang had to absent himself for a long time before he could slow down. So after this life, he paid a lot of attention to his diet. For a moment, he couldn't help but speak. "Skipping breakfast is bad for your stomach. It can easily turn into gastritis. If you don't mind, why don't you eat some with us?" Gu Chang had handsome features, and the look of concern on his face was gentle and natural. Suchi could not afford to refuse at all. On second thought, the concerts are over and there's no need to diet. "I'll have some then, please." The table was breakfast for 2, and 3 would be a bit less than enough. "Have a seat while I steam another order of dumplings." Gu Chang walked towards the refrigerator to get the dumplings, not forgetting to remind Anren, "Don't flinch, hurry and get water for the guests." The little girl farted to open the refrigerator. "Sister 7, we don't have any drinks at home. Is mineral water okay?" "Mineral water will do." Gu Chang is fast. The dumplings were on the table in minutes. The 3 were like a family, sitting around eating breakfast. Gu Chang carefully helped Anren pick the fish spines. Su Chi quietly drank kanji. Anren looked at Gu Chang and then Su Chi. Feeling that the two were indescribably well matched, her eyes dribbled around. Anren suddenly opened her mouth crisply. "Sister Su Chi, do you have a boyfriend?" Su Chi swallowed the dumplings before saying, "No, sister hasn't been in love yet." Gu Chang looked over in surprise. "You haven't been in love?" Su Chi glared at him with dissatisfaction. "What kind of eyes are you looking at?" Gu Chang hurriedly explained. "No, I just think that with your condition, there must be no lack of excellent suitors around you." Su Chi didn't hide it. "It's true that there are many suitors, but I haven't met any suitable ones at the moment, At first it was a matter of being young and having one eye only on music. Later, after enlightenment, found that the entertainment industry is a big dike, mixed fish and dragons. Male and female relations are chaotic. After seeing a lot of them, the idea of falling in love naturally fades. It is rumored in the circle that she is cold and hard to chase, but it is really not true. Understand Suchi's no. She treats feelings quite conservative. Would rather lack than abundance. Play the kind of thank you not sensitive. Amrun interjected, uncle is single. Sister Dick is also single. Why don't you guys get together? Kids eat more and talk less. Gucheng directly interrupted her by stuffing a mouthful of fish and gave her a warning look. Forced by the lewdness, Guanren could only choke back the words that came to her mouth and looked at Gucheng with a beeping mouth. Suchi looked at her with a grimace and laughed. And Ran is good. Ignore your uncle. Sister will chat with you. Anrun grinned, revealing 2 cute tiger teeth. Aha! Seeing the two of them talking and laughing as they ate, Gucheng simply cried and laughed. He didn't expect Suchi to be so approachable. In fact, the original owner had brought Qin to the house once before, and when she entered the door, her butt didn't even sit hot. Qin made an excuse to leave, and she hadn't come back after that. The original owner was full of Qin at that time. Although she saw the hidden dislike under her eyes, she still selectively ignored it. In contrast, Suchi is generous and not as lofty as the diva imagined. Quite grounded. The winds of June bring the scent of jasmine. The sun poured in, falling on Gucheng, who was making tea with his head down. The picture was serene and peaceful. The tea was 7 points full, and he politely handed it to Suchi. Have some fruit tea after your meal to take the edge off. Thanks. Suchi received the tea with both hands and went straight to the point. Gucheng, my intention to come was made clear at the door. I won't say anything polite. Let's get straight to the point. She pushed a file over. As the party that comes to the door seeking cooperation, I will first demonstrate my sincerity of cooperation. This is the information of our company, Hua Entertainment. Before you talk about cooperation, you can first understand the strength of our company. Gucheng didn't answer. He cleared his throat. Ms. Suchi. Suchi interrupted with a smile. Just call me Suchi. Good. Suchi. Gucheng readily accepted good advice. You said before that this time you came not only to want the rights to the road to ordinary, but also to sign a contract with me, right? Not bad. My company and I, we are very optimistic about your potential. So we want the song, and we want the person even more. Suchi once again took out a document. This one is the company to your signing contract. The contract period is temporarily formulated for 5 years. The split ratio is 50-50. If your business ability is outstanding enough, the company can also adjust the benefits later. During the signing period, the company will be responsible for your resources and planning, and have your exclusive agency rights. The detailed division of specific responsibilities and obligations are all in the contract. You can put forward any comments. We can take our time to negotiate. Gucheng looked at Suchi with some surprise. This contract, your company can agree? Entertainment companies open their doors for business, not charity. Star agent contracts, which range from a minimum of 3 to 5 years to as long as 15 to 20 years. However, for newcomers, the company needs a lot of input and takes a lot of risk up front, and most newcomers sign extra long contracts. Gucheng's previous life contract term was as long as 15 years. As for the split, he only had 30% in the first place, and that 30% was still what Gucheng had signed a betting agreement for, with great difficulty. In addition to this, there are a number of overbearing clauses in the contract, such as the fact that if Gucheng breaks the contract, he needs to pay a huge amount of compensation for breach of contract. In comparison, the conditions offered by Suchi were extremely tempting. Suchi didn't hide it. It's true that the company's other artists don't have such a high treatment, but I believe in your value, so I tried my best to fight for it from the higher-ups before finally facilitating this contract. Suchi trusted her judgment. There are many singers who can sing Ordinary Road well, but the only one who can write the song is Gucheng. What's even more rare is that Gucheng is not only a high-level songwriter and a superior singer, but also has a very outstanding look. How big Gucheng's feet are. How big Suchi's shoes are. Anyway, she must take Gucheng today. 3 years. Suchi stared at Gucheng's eyes tightly, confidently promising. Gucheng, it only takes 3 years. As long as you sign with me, I guarantee that within 3 years, the company will mobilize all the good resources to bring you up to the position of a heavenly king. Suchi on the negotiation table, smiling confidently and openly. The diva has a strong aura and is full of imperiousness. Gucheng gazed deeply at her. Suchi, technically this is only the second time we've met, and you've only heard one of my songs, and you trust me that much? Suchi nodded, his eyes burning. I think that with your strength, as long as you have the right team, You can definitely become a powerful heavenly king of the music industry in the limelight in the holiday season. The popular diva herself comes to your door to ask for a sign, extremely recognizing your ability and certain that you will definitely succeed. No man can be indifferent. Guang was naturally touched inwardly. He took a sip of tea and calmed down before saying, Su-chi, thank you very much for recognizing me, but I'm very sorry, there's no way I can sign with you. Su-chi's smile gradually converged. To be honest, at this moment, she felt that Guang was a bit insensitive. Why? Guang, I bet there's not even a second entertainment company on the market that would offer such a deal. That, I admit, Guang couldn't refute that this contract was absolutely shocking to the industry when he took it out. Su-chi was puzzled. Guang, I really appreciate you very much, and this time I came to the door to cooperate in good faith. If there are any problems, we can discuss it again. Guang sighed. Your company is indeed sincere. I'm not signing up not because I'm dissatisfied with the treatment, but I'm really not interested in the entertainment industry at the moment. Su-chi's eyebrows were slightly frowned, staring closely at Guang, trying to find traces of lying, but there was nothing to see. There was no doubt that Guang must have loved music, otherwise he wouldn't have written songs or entered an art academy. If you choose music, then you should have an idea about showbiz. How come you are so repulsed instead? Guang, can you tell me why you don't want to enter the entertainment industry? Guang didn't hide anything from her inside. Su-chi, you've been in the entertainment industry for 10 years, so I'm sure you have a deep understanding of the chaos in the entertainment industry. Su-dick, celebrities, as public figures in the limelight, are supposed to be disciplined, but today's music scene is full of weirdness, drug use, promiscuity, subterfuge, tax evasion. Entertainers are frequently exposed for misconduct and illegal behavior, and the public has become more and more disgusted with the entertainment industry. Guang, I know that the environment of the entertainment industry is indeed chaotic. However, our company, as one of the three giants of inner entertainment, has powerful resources as well as connections. With the company backing you up, as long as you sign with me, I'll never let that mess get to you. Or are you not worried about Anran? Our company will arrange an assistant to take special care of it, so you can focus on your music and wait for your success. Su-dick's scene stealing was beautiful. Unfortunately, Guang's mind still hasn't changed. I don't deny that getting into showbiz can lead to fame and fortune and a quick change in class across the spectrum, but if you want to wear the crown, you must bear the weight. How much fame and fortune you have, how much you must have and pay. I'm enjoying my life right now. Signing up I lose my freedom. My every move is exposed to the camera and I'm mobbed wherever I go. I don't really want to break the peace at the moment. Showbiz is indeed glamorous, but in the shadows where the spotlight doesn't shine, no one sees what it takes to succeed. Celebrities' schedules are no secret, and it's common to be followed and exposed, and private dinners can even tell the elevator at Guang's house and when the door to the house opens. There's also the ever-present internet exposure. The days when Guang was framed for the accident were desperate, suffocating, and depressed. The days were muddled as if they were hell. Su-chi looked deeply at Guang. After a conversation, she realized that Guang knew quite a lot about the entertainment industry. When she arrived, she hadn't expected signing to be so difficult. After all, she was a popular diva who personally came to the door to seek talent and offered such favorable conditions, only to be rejected with a punch in the face. But it happened to be Guang. Gifted Guang. If it wasn't for Su-chi's eagerness to cherish her talent, she would have already shrugged off her face and walked away. Su-chi stretched her waist, her jade hand crossed the cell phone on the coffee table, and her index finger tapped twice on the top. Guang, you haven't looked at Weibo today, have you? Guang's line of sight fell on that greenish-white jade finger. What do you mean by that? The video of you playing and singing at my concert yesterday has gone viral on the internet after it was edited and uploaded by a fan. Guang's face sank and he immediately pulled out his cell phone to check. Su-chi sips a mouthful of tea to moisten his throat before adding without any hesitation. Before I came here you had already rushed to the top 10 of the hot searches, and with the current rising heat, I guess you've rushed to the top 5 by now. Guang quickly swiped his cell phone and glanced at it. The more he looked, the tighter his brows knit. Hashtag KingFan kickoff Su-dick concert. Explosion. Hashtag name scene. Su-dick was smashed on the field. Explosion. Hashtag best supporting fans ever. Explosion. Hashtag. The hottest topic has surged to the third of the hot searches. In addition to the comments praising Guang, many conspiracy theories also appeared. Some speculating that he and the organizers jointly speculated, and some suspecting that he had a powerful background. What made Guang most speechless was that some good netizens had pulled him to sell him in a bundle with the Little Fresh Meat Group, and intentionally or unintentionally pulled the stump. Boom! This breaks the sky. The brothers' fingers broke the skin and saw red. And the fans hated the idea of sending them to the hospital to save their lives. How can they stand it? When their beloved brothers are being touched, being dragged and stepped on? Guang was pulled out of the flogging crusade and hacked to pieces. Netizens couldn't stand to watch and went down to dislike them. Comments section sets off heated scolding. Guang's face was as black as a pot. Brainwashed fans and keyboard warriors are simply the only ones in the world. I didn't expect the video to heat up so much, and initially thought the company had bought marketing, but my agent said all this heat was real. Your personal information was also exposed on the internet before, and I had the PR department spread false news to confuse the public later. How many celebrities have been out for half their lives and can't get to a hotspot? Guang, however, with an original pop song, detonated the whole network overnight airborne hot search. Don't you think it's infuriating? There's no way around it. Some people are born with a certain aspect of chi. Guang looked up and said sincerely, "Thank you." It was his ill-considered assumption that he couldn't make any waves with his playing and singing. I didn't realize that Ordinary Road was so popular. The identity address was exposed. Guang could still handle it himself, but he was worried about scaring Anren. Suchi took out a craft paper bag and handed it to him. "This is the copyright application. You can register it as required and it will take effect." Guang took it and opened it. Inside was the copyright application for the Road to Ordinary. Suchi did come prepared this time. "Suchi, count me as owing you guys a favor today, and invite you guys to eat together some other day." Suchi grunted lightly in dissatisfaction and gave him a haughty sidelong glance. "After all I've done for you, you want to get rid of me with one meal?" Guang laughed and took the file back and put it away. "So what else do you want?" Suchi's slender waist stood up and put on a professional negotiation stance. "Guang, you're getting ready to graduate, right? After graduation you'll have to live and take care of Anren, so you'll have to find a job to survive, right? Since you don't want to break the peace, I have the best of both worlds here. Would you like to consider it?" Guang narrowed his eyes. "You mean shifting from the front of the stage to behind the scenes? Smart." Suchi hooked her lips in a bright smile. "With your strength, you can be a music producer, so that you are professionally correct, but you don't have to throw your head in the sand, and you can maintain your current peaceful life." Guang was silent, rubbing his teacup in thought. Music producers, also called music editors, are engaged in composing and lyrics writing, arranging, recording and other aspects of music creation and production, which requires a solid musical background as well as a keen insight into the market. Guang, don't look at the Chinese music scene as prosperous and glamorous now, but it's actually long gone by the wayside. Suchi let out a light breath, his tone sighing. Nowadays, the internal entertainment only focuses on reaping, regardless of sowing, and the original power gap in turn leads to a break in talent and a queering of works. Especially after the rise of capitalization operations, the entertainment industry opened up the traffic era, the rise of short video platforms, and the idol industry began to surge forward. Music began to degenerate into entertainment, confusing the public aesthetic and creating a streamlined fast food market. Dick So has been trying to make a difference, but she was too weak individually. This industry needs an injection of tough, fresh blood. Suchi looked at him deeply. Guang, this is the reason why I think highly of you and desperately want to work with you. Guang didn't expect that Suchi had considered it so deeply. More than that, I didn't realize that she had high hopes for herself. Suchi, just one song and you're judging my future? Aren't you afraid you'll lose your eyes? Suchi gazed at Guang, her beautiful eyes brimming with light. Seeing you radiate on stage the other day, I had a feeling that you were going to set the trend and revitalize the music scene. The corners of Guchang's mouth twitched, and was not flattered by her bragging. Are there no serious musicians in the music scene right now? There's no shortage of people quietly making music in the music scene, but originality needs to be exploratory, Suchi said somewhat helplessly. Most of them are either stagnant or warily lacking in novelty, while others choose to pander to the market halfway through Chamil in order to make a living. Traffic times are brutal. Sue Dick once knew an old-timer in the music industry. 17 years of honest songwriting, and it's been lukewarm. As a result, he fell down during a concert sometime and got more heat than he did in his 17 years combined. Extremely ironic. Seeing that Guchang's attitude had softened, Suchi continued to lobby. Guchang, is the reason you're still hesitant because you're rejecting large entertainment companies? Guchang was silent. At a glance at his attitude, Suchi's heart was clear. Although the resources and treatment of large companies are good, but the career needs to be dominated by the brokerage company. To listen to the planning and arrangement of the brokerage company, the position is relatively weak. Guchang doesn't like bondage at first glance, and with so many artists in big companies, hooking up and all this mess must have annoyed him to no end. If you don't want to sign with a big company, would you like to consider signing with me personally? Guchang's sword brows stared up. suspecting that he had heard wrong. What did you mean when you said, signed with you? Suchi lightly laughed and lightly threw out a heavy bomb. At the end of last year, I had talked to the company about breaking my contract and going independent, but the company wouldn't release me. After negotiations, the company decided to give me a certain amount of shares and set up a solo studio for me after the tour. Guang had to say that this was a smart move by China Entertainment. Many artists, after becoming famous, set up their own personal studios. There are 3 types of studios. One is an artist studio that relies on a company. The second is an independent studio centered on an artist. And the last is an independent studio centered on a financier. Suchi's belongs to the first type. The studio will be under the name of the original company. The company will still provide her with appropriate resources, but she has the right to choose to decide. In addition, Su Dick was able to be more flexible in attending commercial shows and acting engagements that she had earned. Guang slightly turned his head sideways and surveyed Suchi. You're going to let me sign on to your studio? Suchi nodded and opened his mouth to explain. Originally, I let you sign with China Entertainment because the company has many resources and channels, but on second thought, big companies have many rules and fewer porridge, which may limit your development. China Entertainment is one of the 3 giants of mainland entertainment, with a large number of artists under its banner. The artists are in competition with each other even though they are in the same family. On the surface, they are at peace with each other, but behind the scenes, they may be playing the 36 stratagems in order to compete for resources. Thinking of this, Guang opened his mouth to speculate. This paper contract you've given me, is there someone in Hua Entertainment who was eyeballing it against it? Suchi didn't hide it from him either. As much as I favor you myself, the company thinks I'm taking a big gamble. It was only later, when I saw that I had been persistent, and with the strength of Ordinary Road out of the ring, that the executives were willing to budge on the contract. She looked at Guang with a sincere face. Guang, signing up to a studio under my name will not be as good as Hua Entertainment in terms of resources, but you can have more autonomy. All in all, there are pros and cons to everything. My sincerity is laid out here. You can consider the rest for yourself. Guang was deep in thought. Regarding Suchi's proposal, he admitted that he did have a heartbeat. Guang has had a superb memory since he was a child and can be said to be unforgettable. Therefore, in addition to the classic Chinese songs in his mind, there were also countless overseas sacred songs. Not only is it a large library of tunes, but Gucci also has scripts for all sorts of great movies and classic TV shows. With so many resources on your body, wouldn't it be a waste if you don't use them? And then there's the most important thing of all. Guang is short of money. The little girl will go to elementary school in a year, and after that, she will have to attend tutorial classes and interest classes, and go to high school and college, all of which are inseparable from money. Guang wanted to give her a better life. Showbiz is indeed the fastest way for him to make money at the moment, but the bad experience of being poisoned and dumbed down by his peers and being exposed to the internet in his previous life has repulsed and disgusted him. If you do it behind the scenes, you don't have to show your face, and you don't delay making money, so it's a very good choice indeed. But being behind the scenes, signing is a mandatory process. Guang had read a lot of entertainment literature in his previous life, but whenever a protagonist signs on, readers go wild. He felt a little funny every time he saw it. As a member of the circle, Guang knows it very well. It's not easy to make money in the entertainment industry when you don't have the resources, channels or connections. In Gujo's experience, Suchi has been in the entertainment industry for 10 years and has accumulated a lot of resources and connections, and the treatment she offered herself was very generous indeed, one of the few in the industry. While Guang was thinking down, Suchi was quietly drinking tea. Half a dozen times, Guang looked up to break the silence. Suchi, I can work with you. Once these words came out, Suchi's stone landed on the ground, and her body and mind instantly relaxed. That's really great. Guang showed some of his cards first. I'll be honest with you. I've got work in hand, and more than one. Suchi stared intently at Guang, his eyes showing anticipation. Can I see it first? Guang tapped his index finger on his brain. It's all here. I can only assure you that the lyrical quality of each song is no less than that of Ordinary Road. Bang! Suchi was so excited that he knocked over the teacup by mistake. Guang was quick to pick up and move the papers away to avoid the tea spreading. Suchi had no time to worry about how the documents were. Her mind was full of Guang's words. The Ordinary Road stunned half the music world and swept the internet overnight. Now Guang actually said that there were still good works in his hands that rivaled the road to Ordinary. And there was more than one. Treasure singer. A proper treasure singer. She gazed deeply at Guang, her eyes flowing. Guang, I knew I wasn't wrong about you. Don't get too happy yet. Guang poured cold water on her. I have a couple of rather harsh requirements, and I'll only sign you if you fulfill them all. Suchi was not surprised. Since Gu Chang had such strength, some special requirements were reasonable. She took a deep breath. Just mention it and I'll do my best to fulfill it. Gu Chang nodded. The first point. I do not intend to go to the front of the stage at the moment. I only work behind the scenes. So after signing the contract I have to hide my identity, and you have to protect my privacy. That's no problem. You can use a stage name when the time comes, and I will never disclose your information to the public. Suchi didn't hesitate to agree. The big deal is to sign and then slowly lobby for it. After thinking about it, she took the initiative to add, after I go back, I'll have old Lu contact the media and take down the hot search. Gucci went on to talk about it. So Dick, before we talk about the second condition, tell me where the studio is open? The imperial capital, not far from China Entertainment's headquarters. Gu Chang thought for a moment before speaking slowly. I'm not familiar with the imperial capital, so my second condition is that you provide me with accommodation in the imperial capital. I have no requirements for the house lot, but it can't be too far from the company. But it must be above 2-bedroom, preferably with a more secluded environment, which is convenient for me to create. It doesn't matter if you're alone. But Gu Chang had to take care of Anran, so the house could accommodate at least 2 people. Suchi waved her hand. I have considered these before. As long as you are willing to sign up. As long as you are willing to sign up. Food and accommodation as well as Anran's enrollment. I will make the arrangements. Gu Chang nodded in satisfaction. As expected of a diva, she handles things in a clean and thorough manner. Such a woman is soothing both at work and in life. Gu Chang continued to speak and added, the third point is that all my music copyrights have to be in my name. The studio owns my copyright agency, but cannot enjoy my copyright. If both parties terminate the contract, the copyrights under my name are to be returned in full, and I also have the right to decide on representation during the contract. Agencies discover and sign singers primarily for royalties and the commercial benefits that come with a singer's fame. The interests of the company will inevitably conflict with those of the singers. In his previous life, Gu Chang had seen too many singers who had lost their cases when defending their rights with their agencies because of unclear copyright ownership, resulting in their years of accumulation being ruined. So regarding copyright ownership, Gu Chang must keep it firmly in his own hands. Su Chi frowned. Up to this point in the negotiations, Gu Chang was well organized and unhurried throughout. The maturity and steadiness displayed was not at all like it should be at this age. I also wonder where this negotiation technique was learned. She took a deep breath, casting off these confusing thoughts. What you're implying is that you want all the copyrights to your own creations to be vested in you, as well as the right to decide on agency. Let's say, whoever you want to sing your songs, right? Gu Chang nodded. That's what it means. Same original singer. Su Chi completely understood Gu Chang's request for copyright. But then the studio would be at a disadvantage, and it would not be easy to explain on the side of China Entertainment. Su Chi gave Gu Chang a difficult look. After considering for half a second, she gave a compromise. Gu Chang, I can completely understand and agree with your idea of protecting originality and upholding copyrights. But the studio is under Wa Entertainment after all. Let's make a discussion. If there are suitable songs, can we try to give them to Wa Entertainment's artists? Gu Chang nodded. I will naturally prioritize China Entertainment, but the final decision is in my own hands. The company cannot interfere. It's not just the people picking the songs are picking the people too. Gu Chang has countless classic songs in his hands, but not every one of them is suitable for him to sing due to the limitation of his voice. A song is only as good as the right singer, so that the song can be infused with soul and burst into life. Su Chi breathed a sigh of relief. I can accept the second point as well. What do you want next? Gu Chang curled his right hand and tapped it on the desktop. And one last thing, I'll sign if you fulfill it. Su Chi took a deep breath. Go ahead. The contract we first signed for 3 years. During the contract both parties work well together before considering renewal, otherwise I have the right to terminate the contract without paying liquidated damages. As for the business split, I'm going to raise it to 40/60ths. 6 for me and 4 for you. Su Chi's almond eyes narrowed slightly. Between the newcomer and the company, it would be a mercy for the company to take a 50/50th split. In the entire acting world, there aren't many artists who can split the profits with the company 46%. Is Gu Chang certain that he can't live without him? Su Chi stared at him closely. Gu Chang, you have to know, with my current status in the music industry, but whenever I put out the word that I want a newcomer, those who are rushing to find me for signing can go halfway around Jiangchang. Do you believe it? I believe it. Gu Chang stated unhurriedly. But none of them can satisfy you. I can assure you that you'll never lose out by signing me. Su Chi was silent. No amount of new people is what you want. Gu Chang was clearly eating himself up. It was a very bad feeling, but Su Chi could do nothing about it. She always had an indescribable premonition that if she missed Gu Chang, she would definitely regret it. It's only 3 years, she'll take the gamble. Suchi thought through gritted teeth. Good. I promise you all these conditions. Gu Chang, I hope you won't let me down. Gu Chang smiled with certainty and confidence. Don't worry, I'll make it worth your while. Suchi laughed bitterly. Old Lu will definitely yell at me for being crazy when he finds out later. Not crazy. So many harsh demands were actually agreed to. She could already foresee old Lu lifting a knife to cut her. However, it was always a smooth takedown of Gu Chang. Gu Chang looked at her like this and thought for a moment. How about this? You go back and draw up a contract first, and I'll send you an original song later. This piece was customized for you and will definitely gag him. Tailor-made for her? Suchi raised her eyebrows, successfully having her curiosity piqued by him. Well, I'll see what happens then. How are the studio preparations going now? Seeing how little tea Suchi had left, Gu Chang politely refilled it. It's been in preparation since the beginning of the year, and because of the national tour in the last 2 months, it was put on hold for a while. Suchi's long legs leaned forward slightly, changing to a comfortable position. The trip ended successfully. Although land was ceded and reparations were made during the negotiations, the more she looked at Gu Chang, the better she felt. River City is such a great place, good mountains and good people. Now that the tour is well underway, I'll speed up the preparations, and in about half a month or so, it should be almost ready. Half a month? He's graduating next Wednesday, and there's still 10 days left if he's on the little girl side. The timing just happens to be seamless. Gu Chang thought for a moment. I've always heard you talk about old Lu. He's your agent, right? His name is Lu Hongguang. He's been my manager since I joined China Entertainment and we've worked together until now. Gu Chang raised his eyebrows unexpectedly. The relationship between agent and artist is one of interest and nasty from time to time. He hadn't seen many agents fall out with artists and then take them to court. Su Dick has been on the scene for 10 years and hasn't even changed agents. Looks like this agent has a couple of tricks up his sleeve. Will he be along when the studio is set up? Su Chi nodded affirmatively. Wherever I am, Lao Lu will be there. Not only he is there, but all the assistants and stuff around me will follow me to the studio. Su Chi was very grateful to Lu Hongguang. She was young into the circle. Lu Hongguang over the years not only in the career support, but also in the spirit of companionship, busy in front of the back of her living arrangements. Without him, Su Chi would not have been able to concentrate on her music, and naturally, she would not have achieved what she did today. So after deciding to set up a studio, Lao Lu was the first one she asked to take with the company. By the way, when the time comes, old Lu will also be your scribe, so on the day we sign the contract, I'll bring him over to meet you. Gu Chang had no opinion. Okay. Su Chi looked at the time. It's getting late. I should get back. Gu Chang nodded. I'll WeChat you when the work is organized. Okay, no problem. I'll send you a copy of the contract once it's drawn up, so keep an eye out for it. Su Chi gathered and organized the documents, then stretched out her right hand, her eyes flowing with a smile. Gu Chang, happy cooperation. Gu Chang reached out and returned the grip. Have fun working together. Gu Anrun quietly poked his little head out of the bedroom. Sister 7, are you leaving? Anrun, get over here. Su Chi beckoned her over. Sister has finished her work talk, so she's going back. Gu Anrun tilted her head, unwillingness written in her large eyes. Can't we have lunch before we go? Gu Chang relieved Su Chi. Anrun, your sister Chi was tired from the concert yesterday and had to go back to the hotel to rest. Okay then. Gu Anrun muttered and took out a handmade painting from behind her. Sister 7, my uncle taught me before that we should be courteous to each other as friends, and this is the gift I just drew. Su Chi took it and opened it. The painting was a scene of 3 people eating together. Although it was a sketch, Su Chi still saw who the people on the painting were at a glance, because the features were drawn out. For me? Gu Anrun nodded her head coyly and scratched her head shyly. Sister Chi, Anrun's drawing is not very good. Don't mind. The painting is beautiful. Thank you Anrun. Sister loves it. Su Chi bent down and barred a kiss on her face. Anrun blushed prettily and took the opportunity to make a request. Sister Dick, can you take a picture with me? She got an autograph yesterday, but no picture, and she's a little nostalgic. Su Chi bent down. Yes. The little girl's face was soft, and the two of them pressed their faces together. Then Gu Chang acted as a photographer and took a few shots of them. After the photo shoot, Gu Chang sent Su Chi out the door. So Dick, did you take a cab or drive here? By car. The two of them, standing in the doorway, looked as if they were newlyweds going to work to say goodbye to each other. Shin-won, who was hiding in the corner, couldn't hold back any longer and jumped out. Gu Chang, Shin-won, why haven't you left yet? Gu Chang frowned deeply. Is this Shin-won a dog's skin? The spirit is still alive. Shin-won gazed at him grudgingly. I've been waiting for you. How could Chinwon leave without seeing Suchi with her own eyes? Her mind kept guessing what kind of deal Hwa Entertainment had offered. Did Gu Cheng sign up? What are the two doing in it? It's more of a flashback to how good it used to be. If she hadn't been in love in the first place, wouldn't she and Gu Cheng still be together? Will they become a diva together and become a model couple envied by everyone in the entertainment industry? The more she thought about it, the more Chinwon's heart was in turmoil, remorse spreading wildly in the bottom of her heart, gnawing at her nerves. For as long as Suchi went in, she stared at the old house that she once disliked immensely for how long she suffered. Gu Cheng didn't bother to pay attention to Chinwon and looked straight at Suchi. Suchi, I won't see you off. We'll call again if anything happens. Well, I'm off. So take your time. Suchi clutched the painting in her hands tightly. Her eyes turned around Chinwon's body and turned away with a smile. Chinwon locked her eyes on Gu Cheng, her gaze full of temptation. Gu Cheng, did you guys just sign? Gu Cheng hummed lightly. Chinwon, does it have anything to do with you if I sign or not? Chinwon's pretty face was furious. Gu Cheng, you, coming through. I need to close the door. Gu Cheng didn't give her a chance to have a seizure and simply turned around and closed the door. What needs to be said he said earlier. To Gu Cheng, Chinwon was worse than a stranger, and he didn't even bother to give her half a look of advice. Looking at the closed door of the room, and then looking at Suchi's far away back, Chinwon clenched her delicate fists, took a few deep breaths in place, and quickly chased towards Suchi. After returning to the room, Gu Cheng opened his computer and clicked on the daily music platform. It's no longer idol singers butchering the Hot 100 charts, driven by the heat of the concert. A number of Su Dick's songs have rushed up the charts. Gu Cheng looked carefully and realized that the hot songs on the charts were roughly divided into three categories. One is an underage version of a web song, with a chorus that is basically a simple brainwash, with underage and childish lyrics, and shoddy production, but can be a hit with short videos. There is also a newcomer cover of an old classic song, but the quality of the cover is a cliff drop compared to the original, which can be described as a spelling eve lower. Lastly, there are new songs like Su Dick, released by record labels and decent singers, which barely maintain the last vestiges of dignity for mainstream songs in the music scene. Gu Cheng is somewhat pessimistic. Low intelligence music and chart traffic. That's the bleak state of affairs in this world of music. Gu Cheng actually does not reject traffic songs. Music should also be elegant and popular. But while there is no nobility in music, there is a difference between high and low songs. Gu Cheng sighed deeply. Better listen to Su Dick's song first. Since the word was put out that it was tailor-made, the song couldn't just be given to fit Suchi. Although Gu Cheng had heard Suchi live, there was noise interference at the concert. That's why he's going to listen to the acoustic songs of Su Dick. It's a shock when you don't open it. I didn't realize that Suchi was so prolific that she released so many songs. Suchi sends out at least one album every year, and in the 10 years since her debut, she has released as many as 100 songs. Gu Cheng organized the albums Suchi released every year and found the masterpieces to listen to. After listening for half an hour, Gu Cheng soon discovered that Suchi's style of music changed a lot. Basically every album will make a new attempt in music. Gu Cheng couldn't help but lament. The voice is quite good, and has a wide, high-pitched vocal range that is not only penetrating, but recognizable. Suchi's voice was hard to imitate, and besides her warm and high-pitched voice, her real and fake voice transitions were perfected. Whether it's a fast song with an upbeat tempo, a deep lyrical song, a passionate inspirational song, or an inspirational song that has floated through the ages, Suchi is able to perform them all perfectly. Such a unique voice. It made Gu Cheng think of Zhang Xiaohan, the queen of iron lung songs. She is equally gifted with a naturally good voice, good tone and excellent vocal condition. The diva's voice is so ethereal that it flies up into the clouds, and at times so lovely that it's intoxicating. Aurora, Invisible Wings, Chasing Dreams, Dear That's Not Love, Addy Ao. Each piece is a monumental piece of work that this diva has dedicated to her fans. With so many great songs, Gu Cheng was a little confused all of a sudden. He's going to have to think about which song he's going to give to Su Dick. How's it going? Did you take Gu Cheng yet? Suchi had just returned to the hotel on the front foot, and Lu Hongwan followed him on the back foot. What, take it or leave it? Suchi glanced at him with dissatisfaction and walked towards the sofa. He has agreed to sign with me. Lu Hongwan frowned and followed. Why don't you make it clear? Is it Hwa Entertainment that you signed? Or is it the rights to the road to ordinary? Neither. Suchi sat on her butt on the sofa and calmly dropped the bomb. He signed up for my studio. Lu Hongwan subconsciously frowned. Studio? Aha! Suchi nodded, pulling the soft pillow and burying it in her arms. Lu Hongwan really didn't understand. Little ancestor, what on earth were you thinking? You actually signed Gu Cheng to the studio? How can you explain this to China Entertainment? Suchi's vermilion lips skimmed. coldly humming. Isn't the company's top management not optimistic about him? I'm signing up to my own studio now, so Su Ziqing and Zhao Mengmeng won't have to jump on the bandwagon there. Apart from Su Qi, Hua Entertainment also had two pseudo-divas, Su Ziqing, who took the sexy route, and Zhao Mengmeng, the godmother of sweet songs. These two people don't see eye to eye with each other, but they also covet Su Qi's position as the first sister of China Entertainment. When they learned that Su Qi was going to split the signing of newcomers 50-50ths, they didn't run to the senior management to blow their ears off. I'll pay for Gu Cheng's resource treatment, and I won't be short of the share I should give if Hua Entertainment's side provides channels and cooperation, and if neither of them do, then I'll be responsible for it myself. With Su Dic's popularity in the music industry, the commercial value is more tied to itself, and China Entertainment acts as more of a supporting role. Therefore her share of proceeds is not fixed but negotiated based on resources. Looking at Su Qi's attitude, Lu Hongguang felt bad. How did you finalize your contract with Gu Chang? What's the split? Su Qi spoke softly. 46%. You're actually offering a 40-60th split. Hua Entertainment is only giving 50-50. Lu Hongguang didn't hesitate to give her a pop. Ah, it hurts. Su Qi rubbed her head and cried out in petulant pain. Old Lu, what are you doing? Lu Hongguang ignored her and counted with an ugly face. Is your head kicked by a donkey? Gu Chang is just a newcomer, and you're actually giving him 73? Su Qi stalled. He said that the prerequisite for signing the contract was to fulfill the points he raised. In order to sign the contract I could only bite my tongue and agree. Lu Hongguang was so angry that his eyebrows trembled. What other points are there to request? Su Qi, give me a clear explanation. What exactly are the conditions he put forward? Su Qi had no choice but to say all the requests Gu Chang had made. Lu Hongguang was silent for half a second and suddenly reached out to probe Su Qi's forehead. Su Qi frowned and ducked back. What are you doing, old Lu? Let me see if you have a fever. Su Qi breathlessly slapped his hand away and said in a bad mood. What fever? I know what I'm doing. How could you do this without a fever? 46%. No copyright ownership or domination. Lu Hongguang was so infuriated that he couldn't speak. Is he Gu Chang encrusted with gold or with diamonds? Or did he put you under a spell? How can you offer such a contract? Is this a signing? It's signing an ancestor. When does the entertainment industry give newcomers a contract like that? It's outrageous to open the door to outrageous moms. It's outrageous to the core. Afraid that Lu Hongguang would be angry for good or bad, Su Qi opened his mouth to explain. Gu Chang says he has works in his hands that are not inferior in quality to the road to ordinary. And there's more than one. Lu Hongguang looked deeply at Su Qi and spat out a sentence. So where's his work? Where is it? Su Dic choked. Little ancestor. You've only met him for the second time, and you believe whatever he says? Do you think originality is a big cabbage? Lu Hongguang simply regretted it. In the end, he was too well protected. This girl looked shrewd. Who knew it was so easy to be fooled? In the beginning, he should have left all the affairs in his hands and followed Su Qi to the door. Being counted with a headache, Su Qi pressed and rubbed her temples in annoyance. Old Lu, since the music world entered the streaming media era and the rise of short videos, traffic is in the way. Data is king, and singers no longer speak on the basis of their works. Under the influence of the big time, singers who want to be popular can only try to make the songs brainwashing and memorable, and the artistry and cultural depth are gradually ignored and abandoned. Su Dic has been in the business for 10 years. She has watched the Chinese music scene evolve step by step into a monstrous ecosystem held hostage by the culture of fan circles and the aesthetics of Netflix. It's just a shame she can't do anything about it, because she alone can't change an era. Su Qi's tone was ghostly. Old Lu, Gu Chang might really be able to walk out. Su Qi, I admit that the road to ordinary is really good, but it doesn't mean that all of his subsequent works can maintain this standard. Lu Hongguang breaks down the facts and speaks to the point. Su Qi, Gu Chang is just a newcomer. Do you think he can hold up the Chinese music scene with him? Su Qi buried her chin into the pillow and pursed her vermilion lips without saying a word. Gu Chang was the most talented of the newcomers she had seen. If Gu Chang can't do it, others can't do it even more. The cell phone rang suddenly, breaking the silence. Lu Hongguang sighed. Who's calling? Su Qi raised her eyes to look at him with an odd expression on her face. Gu Chang's. What a way to speak of the devil. Answer it and put it on speakerphone. Lu Hongguang narrowed his eyes around his chest. He would like to see what kind of 3 heads and 6 arms this Gu Chang had at such a young age that he could lead Su Qi by the nose. Su Qi took a deep breath and pressed answer. Gu Chang's low, magnetic voice rang out. Hello, 7 Su? Su Qi softly hummed. It's me. Are you back at the hotel yet? Arrived. Su Qi nodded. Gu Chang, what are you looking for me for? Didn't I say I'd give you a piece to go over before signing? Gu Chang tapped on the keyboard as he spoke, organizing the music manuscript into a document. Suchi was stunned. Have you finished organizing your work? Aha! Gu Chang nodded. After you left, I specifically went to listen to your album. Then based on your voice, I chose a song that was more suitable for your current song style. Suchi's beautiful eyes were surprised. You even specifically went to analyze my song style? Gu Chang's low laughter came through the cell phone. Since I said I wanted to customize it, naturally I couldn't just take any song and perfume you. It's an inspirational song that distinguishes itself from your previous style. A warm ballad tune that suits your vocals perfectly. When this came out, Lu Hongguang couldn't sit still. Does this kid know that Dixo is the original diva? It's not even enough to sing the original Hustle at the concert. But now they're playing this. Is he trying to crush Suchi because he's so talented? Gu Chang, you also wrote a song for our Suchi? The sudden male voice made Gu Chang raise his eyebrows curiously. Excuse me, and you are? Lu Hongguang cleared his throat and said graciously, I'm Lu Hongguang, Suchi's agent. Gu Chang greeted politely. Lu Ji, hello. Suchi's beautiful eyes glared at Lu Hongguang for a moment before she softly explained. Sorry Gu Chang, just now Lu Ji and I were discussing the details of the contract. Su Dick, why are you telling this kid this? Lu Hongguang didn't have the patience for pleasantries at all. He only wanted to rub Gu Chang's sharpness now. Gu Chang, did you just say that you wrote a song or customized it for Suchi? Are you so confident that we'll use it? That yin and yang tone. What did he do to offend him? Gu Chang frowned slightly. Is there a problem? It's a big problem. Lu Hongguang grunted lightly. Gu Chang, do you know that Suchi has been in the business for 10 years? Her songs are basically all original. Do you think she's out of her league? Or do you think you can write better than her? Half the time, it turns out to be protecting the calf. Gu Chang laughed lightly and explained without any panic. Lu Ji, you've misunderstood. I know that Suchi is a senior in the music industry, and I respect her very much. Giving her the work is to prove to her that she has the right vision. There's also the fact that if I sign with her, we'll be family to each other. And there's a saying that fertilizer doesn't flow to outsiders, so naturally good songs go to our own people first. Lu Hongguang sked twice. No wonder Suchi can't play you. You kid. Old Lu, what are you babbling about? Suchi interrupted him in dissatisfaction. Gu Chang, ignore him. Are you sending me audio now? It's a bit rushed and I don't have the equipment on hand, so there are no audio files at the moment. Just the song files. Should I email you or WeChat you? Mailbox it. I'll send the email to your Weibo and you send it directly to me. Suchi narrowed down the call interface and sent the email to Gu Chang. Got it. I'm sending it to you now. Check it out. Suchi got up and held the laptop open. The email had just logged in when Gu Chang's email arrived. Gu Chang, wait, let me see. Lu Hongguang's eyes eagerly came over, itching to see through a hole in the screen. I'd like to see what song it is. The sheet music Gu Chang sent over was labeled with lyrics in addition to the pentatonic score. The song is called Invisible Wings and can be accompanied by piano, guitar, bass and violin, and is an inspirational and positive song. Invisible Wings? That's a good title for a song. Lu Hongguang is not a professional music producer, but at least he has been in the entertainment industry for decades, and his aesthetics are still online. Melodic beats aside, the warm and inspirational lyrics are enough to make Lu Hongguang break his defenses. This kid is a real piece of work. The smack in the face came too soon. Lu Hongguang didn't want Gu Chang to be pleased, but he really couldn't spit against his will, so he could only throw the ball to Suchi. Suchi, you're the professional in music. What do you think of this song? Suchi's vermilion lips pursed slightly, her eyes locked onto the screen, her beautiful eyes overflowing with amazement. She was like a treasure. Trembling, Gu Chang, are you sure you want to give me this song? Aha! Gu Chang added, this song suits your vocal range. If you don't like it, I can change it. I love it. Suchi interrupted him decisively. Gu Chang, you wrote this song so well. Su 7 began studying music at the age of 3 and has been involved with music for 22 years. She had seen not 10,000 but over 1,000 scores, and could count on one hand the ones that could amaze her. Invisible Wings firmly grabbed all of Suchi's heart and mind with just one look. The song has a beautiful and tender melody. The lyrics are not flashy. No extra decorations are added. Simple and easy to remember but warm and inspirational, revealing hope, warmth and stabilizing power between the lines. Looking at the sheet music, the notes automatically jumped and rotated in Suchi's mind, composing a beautiful tune. Suchi's vermilion lips lightly opened, unable to resist humming. We're all strong in our loneliness. Every time, even if you're hurting, you don't cry. I know. I've always had invisible wings. When she sang, Suchi subconsciously put away the unique sharpness in her voice and added a bit of warmth, with a different kind of warm power in her freshness. In her unique clean singing rendition, Lu Hongguang was infected by the song and pulled into memories. That year, Lu Hongguang just graduated from college, with a dream of drifting north, but the reality is quickly shattered him. He does not succumb to setbacks, is full of hope, carries his dreams, and is courageous in his pursuit. Gucheng half squinted his eyes and listened carefully. He knew that 7 Su suited the song, but didn't realize she fit the song so well. Invisible Wings is an unrepeatable classic in the Chinese entertainment industry, winning numerous music awards and having an unrivaled influence. Not only is it used as a college entrance examination essay, but it has also been written into the 9-year compulsory textbook, and it is also a must-play song for public welfare activities and earthquake relief, giving hope and strength to countless people. Gucheng chose Invisible Wings among Zheng Xiaohan's countless masterpieces because, in addition to the fact that it is the most widely sung, it is because the song is inspirational and warm enough. When analyzing the style of Su Qi's songs, Gucheng found that there were too few inspirational songs out of the loop in the Chinese music scene, except for a heavenly king named Zhang Feng. The top of the charts are almost all old songs, so this song if released, Gucheng is confident enough to dominate the relevant music market. Not only can it bring a positive impact to Su Dick, for every time a listener downloads a song, Gucheng collects royalties, a sort of constant stream of revenue. Invisible Wings make dreams constant longer than sky. Leave a wish to your imagination. Singing the whole song in one breath, Su Qi's eyes had become moist and red. Gucheng sincerely applauded and affirmed, "Su Qi, you sang great, out of my expectation." Originally, he was worried that Su Qi, who was young and famous, might not be able to sing the kind of complex feelings in the first half of the song. "I didn't expect that after she got the song, she didn't use a little time to familiarize herself with the lyrics before she tried to sing it, and she was in control of her emotions and sang the ups and downs of the song perfectly. Not bad for a popular diva. Professional ability to hang on to countless fresh meat flowers." The other side, Lu Hongguang, who came back to his senses, grabbed Su Qi and could not hide his excitement. "Su Qi, it's too good. This song suits you so well." 10 minutes ago, Lu Hongguang was still skeptical about Gucheng's strength. After hearing Su Qi sing, he was really impressed with Gucheng. How old is Gucheng? 22 years old. To be able to write at such a young age what other music producers, in their entire lives, can't write. And there's more than one song. Maybe it's true what 7 Su said. Gucheng can really break into the Chinese music scene. Su Qi closed her eyes and detached herself from the emotion of the song. When she sang earlier, she was completely affected by the emotions contained in the song, and her heart rose and fell as she sang. This song expresses the infinite love of life and the pursuit of dreams, as well as the courage that does not retreat or bow down in the face of difficulties and setbacks. Su Qi exhaled softly, his face full of sincerity. "Thank you, Gucheng." Gucheng was unimpressed. "What's there to be thankful for? We're all in the same company. The more you're red hot, the better the resources I can rub off on you." Su Qi nodded, still unable to resist reconfirming. "Gucheng, did you really decide to let me sing this song?" "Su Qi, remember what I said this morning? I said that signing up with me would definitely not be a loss. Gucheng, am true to my word." Gucheng laughed. The clear laugh was filled with an overwhelming sense of confidence. "You think Invisible Wings is a good piece of work, but to me it's just a song, and I have plenty of songs like that in my hands. What Gucheng has now is the musical heritage of the entire Blue Star. The bottom line is not usually enough." Su Qi raised her eyes and met Lu Hongguang's 4 eyes. Both men had the same shock in their eyes. What kind of treasure has she unearthed? Su Qi took a deep breath and carefully tried. "Gucheng, can you tell us the bottom line? Just how many of these works do you have in your hands?" Gucheng tapped his fingers rhythmically on the desktop. "How much do you want? Is the implication that there are as many as you want?" Su Qi sucked in her breath. The heart could not help but be deeply grateful. "Luckily it's collected into the studio. If as a competitor, I really don't dare to think deeper." Shaking his head, Su Qi calmed his mind. "Gucheng, can Invisible Wings be used as the title track of my new album?" Gucheng narrowed his eyes. "Su Qi, you're releasing an album?" Anyway, she would be in the same company from now on, so Su Qi didn't plan to hide it from him. "It's planned, and as you know, I put out an album every year, and this year I've been so busy touring the country that I've put off a new album." Gucheng pursued. "When are you planning to release your new album?" "I originally planned to start preparing for the new album after I was busy with the studio, but now that I have you, I plan to prepare in advance." Su Qi was honest. Gucheng pondered for a moment. For an album to gain sales, you have to make sure that there is at least one big hit on the album and the other songs can't pull across. "Do you have an alternate song in hand?" "I had a couple of summary songs ready to go before, but I just never had the right hit." Gucheng nodded. "Since the song is for you, you can release it whenever you want." Su Qi sighed in relief. "Having you say this is enough. Later I'll go to the studio first to audition and record a small sample. Feel free to call me if you have any questions. The two of them are talking to each other, and Lu Hongguang is anxious at the side. Seeing as the two have even talked about a new song MV, the signing has yet to be mentioned. He couldn't resist interrupting. Su Chi, MV is still early. Do you two want to talk about signing first? Gu Cheng didn't have a problem with it. I'll do it any time. Then choose a day. Today. The night is long and dreamy. Lu Hongguang is afraid that the cooked duck will fly. In short, the contract was not signed for a moment and he could not rest in peace. The contract isn't ready yet. Let's sign it tomorrow. Su Chi trusted Gu Cheng's character. Her heart had flown to the studio and she didn't want to wait a moment. Gu Cheng added, I have to attend classes during the day, so you guys can come back in the evening. Then the date is finalized. Lao Lu, you get the contract. I now go to the studio to try the sound. Golden Sun Kindergarten. Cars were coming and going out the door. All parents dropping their kids off at school. Gu Cheng parked the car and gently carried Anrun off the electric donkey. Handsome eyebrows, a straight posture, and a quiet, introverted demeanor made Gu Cheng stand out among the crowd of mothers-in-law. The young teacher, Mr. Li, warmly came forward to say hello. Good morning, Uncle Anrun. Good morning, Mr. Li. Anrun greeted politely. Good morning, Mr. Li. Mr. Li touched her pilled head. Anrun is so good. Gu Cheng handed Anrun over to the assistant teacher and bent down to admonish him. Anrun, listen to your teacher in kindergarten. Get along with your classmates. And uncle will come to pick you up after school. Got it. Gu Anrun hugged the smiling rabbit tightly in her hands and waved goodbye in a milky voice. Bye, uncle. After watching her being brought into the garden by the assistant teacher, Gu Cheng looked at Teacher Li, who was stealing glances at him. Mr. Li, how has Anrun been doing in school lately? The voice was like a magnet, low and pleasant. Mr. Li's face burned. Mr. Gu, Anrun is very well behaved at school. Her teachers and classmates love her. Like this? Then why did Anrun suddenly tell me yesterday that he didn't want to study anymore? Anrun was good-natured and never gave Gu Cheng any trouble. A while ago, studying well, this time voluntarily said that they do not want to go to school. Do not rule out that they encountered some unpleasant people or things at school, resulting in anorexia. Is that so? Ms. Li's eyes flickered. The children in the garden all get along harmoniously, and we teachers always keep an eye on the children. I think there's some kind of misunderstanding here, right? Gu Cheng narrowed his eyes. He didn't miss the panic in Ms. Li's eyes, because there's still a rush to get to school. He decided to give the kindergarten a chance first. I asked Anrun the reason, didn't say. Please Mr. Li, when you are free, help to understand the situation, can you? Okay. Ms. Li smiled and nodded. I'll get the daycare teacher to find out what's going on later, and then I'll give you feedback when you pick up at night. What do you think? Gu Cheng nodded. Thank you, Mr. Li. You're welcome. It's all proper. Then I'll leave first, and Ran will trouble teacher to take good care of her. Looking at Gu Cheng's back as he left, Mr. Li's brows furrowed slightly. River City Art Academy. Students come and go in groups of 3. Gu Cheng had just locked the car when an arm landed heavily on his shoulder. Bro, what took you so long? I've been waiting for you for half a day. Gu Cheng twisted his head to look, and a face that had stayed up all night and was haggard imprinted into his eyes. After attending the Jiangcheng Art Academy for a few years, the original owner naturally had good classmate space. The Zhaochong in front of him was one of them. His father opened a real estate in Jiangcheng, and several large superstores. Exactly how many assets Gu Cheng did not know, but Zhao Chong when he first entered the academy, no less thanks to his father's blessings. The 2 VIP tickets at the concert were the scalper channels that the original owner had asked Zhao Chong to find. Zhao Chong was also in the know about the original owner's shit with Qin Wan. Gu Cheng's eyes instantly narrowed slightly, and his line of sight landed on Zhao Cheng's dark circles under his eyes, as well as the several reddish marks on the side of his neck. This kid is so young and handsome that he doesn't know how to control himself when he's fooling around all day long. I'm not afraid that my back will fail in the future and I'll take advantage of the old man next door. A frown. At that moment, he raised his foot to aim for the lower plate and kicked it over without mercy. Fuck off. It stinks. Zhao Chong protects his lower body and dodges sharply. Crap. You're going to make me lose my children and grandchildren. You're so cruel. His Zhao family has been single for 3 generations. If this kick is solid, the incense will be broken in your own hands. Zhao Chong, from which internet cafe or KTV did you fool around again? Your body smells so bad, you don't even wash it. Flavor punch? Zhao Chong raised his hand and sniffed left and right, smelling nothing. Hey, you boys aren't jealous, are you? Gucci, told you to find a woman but didn't listen, had to spend it on that Qin bitch. Gu Cheng looked at him coldly, and Zhao Chong swallowed back his words. Don't get me involved with her. I have nothing to do with her. Dude, you're long overdue. For a woman like Qin Wan, Zhao Chong could tell at a glance that she was not a peaceful master. It was just a pity that every time he mentioned it in the past, Gu Chang would get sharp with him. Now it's a waste of a year of youth. But it's better than marrying and bringing home a cuckold. Gu Chang, to celebrate you being out of your misery. Zhao Chong squeezed his eyebrows. Why don't you, buddy, take you to the blue court tonight to open your eyes? Gu Chang frowned. Where is the blue court? Jiangchang newly opened club. I'm telling you, the girls there are so hot, and their mouths are so soft and talkative. TSK TSK TSK. Zhao Chang's eyebrows flew, and the more he talked, the more energized he became. Gu Chang didn't bother to watch him perform anymore and lifted his feet towards the school building. Zhao Chong chased after him, his mouth rambling. I forgot what I was going to ask you before when you interrupted me like that. Quickly, if you're a brother, tell me the truth. Gu Chang's footsteps didn't stop. What? Just the concert. Just went up and sang a song. Nothing to mention? Gu Chang was unimpressed. Zhao Chong was dumbfounded. TSK TSK. You kid drifted. Are singing on the hot search. Still with me pretend. Ignoring his objections, Zhao Chong forced his way forward to grab Gu Chang by the arm. If you are rich and famous, don't forget each other. I got someone to buy your ticket. Gu Chang, if you become famous, don't forget me. Gu Chang gave him a blank look and teased. Aren't you going to go back to inherit the family fortune after graduation and pass on the family name for the old Zhao family? How boring is it to chew on your old man? Zhao Chong glared at him. The entertainment industry is flooded with beautiful women. I'm definitely going to enter the entertainment industry as a flower protector. Gu Chang hummed lightly, not even bothering to poke him. Escort? It's clearly a hot mess. Along the way, he did not know which girl recognized Gu Chang and let out a flamboyant scream. Look, it's Gu Chang. Gu Chang? Where is it? That one in the white body shirt is Gu Chang. Wow, so handsome. The two were instantly the center of attention on campus. The crowd was pointing and whispering at them. So handsome. Is he really Gu Chang? How can I possibly be mistaken when this dude is on the hot seat? What are you guys talking about? What hot search? And who is Gu Chang? Classmate, your home is off the grid? That's Gu Chang. He sang an original at Su Chi's concert, called something like Ordinary Road, Directly Airborne Hot Search. Crap. So awesome? Gu Chang completely ignored the gossip and walked forward calmly and freely. Zhao Chong patted him on the shoulder in displeasure. Gu Chang, the schoolgirls are calling you, so you should at least give a reaction. If it was him, he'd be up there signing autographs and asking for contact information. Gu Chang rippled. I'm not familiar with them. Zhao Chong choked and hated it. You really have a clean, handsome face for nothing. Not half. At that moment, the crowd suddenly erupted in cheers, interrupting Zhao Chang's words. The crowd was in an entire uproar. Ji Lingchen. It's the musical talent Ji Lingchen who's here. Where? Wow. Senior Ji is so handsome. Love my brother. Ji Lingchen? Isn't he in a movie? What's he doing back at school? Who's Jilinchan? A curious question was asked by a schoolmate who was not sure of the situation. You've seen The New Voice of China, right? Ji Lingchen is the winner of the program. His new song, My Youth, even won the Golden Song Chart Newcomer Award, and his new movie is ready to be released. Is he the one who sang My Youth? That's awesome. Jilingson? The two men looked at each other. Zhao Chong bristled. Why did he come back? Gu Chang narrowed his eyes. Not sure. The original owner had a bit of a beef with Ji Lingchen. Freshman year, the program group of The New Voice of China came to the school to select participants, and both the original owner and Ji Lingchen were given the recommended qualifications. The two were neck and neck, but there was only one entry. On the day of the final interview, the original owner lost because she didn't have the background, and that spot fell into Ji Lingchen's hands. At this point, the crowd that had gathered automatically split into two lanes. The warm sun shed bits of golden light through the gaps in the dappled foliage. In a warm glow, a trendy man wearing an international designer label and sunglasses was flanked by a group of people walking straight towards Gu Chang and the others. He is 1 meter 8.5 tall, well-proportioned and powerful. A pair of long legs landed on the field of full open. Star style. The dog-legged Lin Yui greeted him attentively. Ling Chen, you finally came to class. The academy is tasteless without you. Ji Lingchen smiled politely. Yeah, long time no see. The two walked and caught up. Zhao Chong really couldn't stand looking at him. TSK, this Ji Lingchen is obviously detached. This Lin Yui is still coming up to him. What a lick. Gu Chang didn't say anything. After all, how does he look different without a few racks when he's out on the road? When he was still a few meters away from Gu Chang, Ji Lingchen stopped in his tracks. Lin Yu spoke in a conspiratorial manner. Yo, isn't this our Gu Chang who was happy to be on the hot seat before he made his debut? What? Are you here to greet our Ling Chen too? Zhao Chang's violent temper rubbed off on him. Lin Yui, Are you from Dunhuan? So many murals in one day? No one is stopping you from kneeling to Ji Lingchen however you like. But please don't drag us Gu Chang down. Lin Yui narrowed his eyes. Zhao Chong, what did you say? Just say what's wrong with you. Zhao Chong smiled disdainfully. Sticking chicken feathers on a bat. What kind of bird are you? Just looking at you makes me sick to my stomach. Zhao Chong is not used to Lin Yui this kind of step on the high and praise the low goods. Gu Chang is his brother. If you look down on Gu Chang, you're messing with him. Zhao Chong. Sparks fly when you meet on a narrow path. The crowd immediately stirred. Some of the good boys even whistled up a storm. Dude, go! Fight up! Fight! The students gathered more and more in a circle centered around 4 people. A number of students grabbed their cell phones to capture the scene and post it to the school forum. Hashtag the music talent Ji Lingchen, who returned to school after his debut, and the internet celebrity Gu Chang, who has landed on the hot search engines. What will happen when the two greats collide? Hashtag, posting directly to the top. The forum blew up instantly. Lin Yui looked around, deciding to skip the mouth-breathing Zhao Chong. He redirected his firepower to focus on Gu Chang. Gu Chang, what's wrong with you hiding there and not saying anything? Don't think you're so great. It's only thanks to Su Chi's blessing that you've been on the hot search once. Ji Lingchen has always been on the hot searches based on his strength. And you were on the hot search list for only one day before the heat dropped and fell out of the list. Ji Lingchen was on it 3 times in a row, adding up to a whole week. Gu Chang's hot search did hang around for only one day. It's not that the topic of microblogging has dropped in popularity, but that Lu Hongguang has found a relationship to withdraw it according to his wishes. However, he naturally would not take the bends and turns in this, and he would not go around talking about it in public. Although Gu Chang kept a low profile and stayed out of trouble, it didn't mean he was a soft target for anyone to pin down. He naturally dislikes others when they disparage him by name. Lin Yui, why do you care so much if I'm on the hot search or not? Gu Chang didn't speak fast, but his sentences were darkly sarcastic. If you have this time to care about me, why don't you use your rusty brain more while you're young and write an original hit song out of it? Or get yourself on the hot seat once in your lifetime. Zhao Chong patted Gu Chang's shoulder and scoffed madly. Gu Chang, how detrimental you are. If Lin Yu really had the talent for originality, why would he still be here? Originality isn't a cabbage that everyone can create with their hands. Speaking of this, Zhao Chong even looked at Ji Lingchen with intent. Some people, even when they debut as singers, can only cover old songs or sing songs written by others. They are incapable of originating their own. Ji Lingchen's gaze chilled as his heart flared with anger. Anyone with a discerning eye knew that Zhao Chong was insinuating that it was him. When he first participated in the Chinese Good Song program, he took the title by relying on old song covers. And My Youth was also a song bought by the company, not written by Ji Lingchen himself. So far, he is without original work. But Zhao Chong didn't name names in public. If Ji Lingchen jumped out to refute it, it was tantamount to indirectly admitting that he didn't have the ability to be original, instead appearing to have a small pattern. So even though he was upset, he could only grit his teeth and be silent. It's a good thing Lin Yu is more composed than he is. So what if it's original? Got an award? Lin Yu smiled disdainfully. Ling Chen's song My Youth. But it took the Golden Melody Award Newcomer Award, a song that has been officially certified as the representative of strength. Don't you think so? As soon as the words fell, a schoolmate immediately chimed in. It is. That's it. Senior G is the best. Ki Senpai YYDS. What's so great about being able to write songs? It's the person who can set a song on fire that's the greatest. Who doesn't know how to sing? And maybe it's the tuner who relies on it, composing his own music and lyrics and singing it himself that counts. Am I the only one who thinks Ordinary Road sounds better? Ji Lingchen is too much of a drag. I'm an ordinary person. I support Gu Chang. I support Gu Chang too. I'm neutral. The crowd of onlookers split into 3 camps. Those who supported Gu Chang, those who supported Ji Lingchen, and those who fanned the flames to see what was going on. The crowd was in a state of disagreement and quarreling. Seeing that things were getting worse, Ji Lingchen finally found a chance to open his golden mouth. Everyone stop. We're all classmates. Don't hurt our feelings. Zhao Chong snorted coldly. Hypocrisy. When Lin Yu insulted Gu Chang, he didn't see him say anything in the first place, and this would pop up as a peacemaker. Instead, they will maintain a friendly persona. Ji Lingchen removed his sunglasses. His eyes swept over Zhao Chong and finally landed on the calm Gu Chang. Haven't seen you in a couple years. That face hasn't changed a bit. It's still as obnoxious as ever. He smiled politely. Gu Chang, it's been a long time. First of all, congratulations on being on the hot seat. It's all just luck. Gu Chang waved his hand unconcernedly. Besides, it's no big deal to be on the hot search. Spend some money and you can be on it. It's not worth mentioning, don't need to congratulate. Gu Chang is actually telling the truth. But it was an invisible provocation in Ji Lingchen's eyes, because when he was able to get on the hot seat, the company was behind it and spent a lot of money on it. Gu Chang's disdain for hot searches made it seem like the hot searches Ji Lingchen paid for were especially cheap. Although his heart was extremely upset, he still had to maintain his persona in front of the crowd. Ji Lingchen laughed, the smile not quite reaching the bottom of his eyes. Luck is also part of strength. Su Qi is a popular diva in China. You're not only lucky to be on the same stage as the goddess, you're also fortunate enough to be on the hot search with her. Your luck isn't normal. The words were all saying that Gu Chang had gained all this by rubbing Su Qi the wrong way. Zhao Chong couldn't stand to look at his eccentricity and said bluntly, Ji Lingchen, aren't you filming a movie? Why did you suddenly go back to school? I've wrapped my scene and am back for graduation. Zhao Chong was surprised. Have you taken enough credits outside? Students at River City School of the Arts are allowed to take outside credits. Prerequisite is a major match, plus consent of instructor and principal. Of course, points aren't that easy to fix. You have to have something to accomplish outside. Ji Lingchen smiled modestly. It's enough after winning the newcomer award. Lingchen, what are you being modest about? The dog-legged Zhang Yi jumped out again loyally. I've heard that it was the head of the department who specifically called to invite you back to sing My Youth at the graduation party. Lin Yui looked at Gu Chang triumphantly. Gu Chang, even though you're on the hot search, it doesn't mean that you're the most popular person in this class of trainees. Ling Chen is the one and only person who will make a grand finale appearance at the graduation party. When these words came out, the whole room gasped. So, Ji Lingchen came back to graduate. By the way, for the finale? Senior key is great. Is there any special significance to the graduation finale? Do you think everyone is qualified to make a grand finale appearance at a graduation party? Do you know who has made the finale appearance before? I don't know. Queen of Film Fong Chung, King of Dance Weekend Ran, popular young flower Lin Huiru and so on. Those who can perform at the graduation finale will be the ones who can hang their pictures on the honor roll of the academy in the future, and will be important figures in the entertainment industry. So Ji Lingchen is too awesome. It's been 35 years since the founding of the River City Art Academy, and there's an unwritten rule. The grand finale of each graduation ceremony features the best students of the class, who eventually shine in their respective fields. So being able to make a grand finale appearance at the academy was tantamount to obtaining the academy's affirmation of an unlimited future. The compliments as well as envious gazes around him greatly satisfied Ji Lingchen's vanity. The corners of his mouth turned up in a modest smile. Don't believe the rumors. Don't spread the rumors. I did get invited back to sing for the gala this time. I was back on campus and am really looking forward to making a grand finale appearance. But it all depends on the decision of the institution's leadership. If the finale slot really falls on me, Lingchen will definitely perform well and won't fail to live up to the expectations of the crowd. Thank you for your support. Zhao Chong rolled his eyes as he listened. Obviously, they have a good idea about the finale spot. Maybe it's even a direct internal decision. But their mouths are still talking about hypocritical and polite words. It's no fun. And if the school does choose Jillian, I don't want to go to the graduation party. This was something that Gu Chang did not care about. A party finale is just that. It doesn't mean anything. Gu Chang wasn't interested either. He just wants to graduate in peace. Gu Chang's unperturbed behavior made Lin Yui, who was secretly observing him, unable to resist starting to be sarcastic. Lingchen, your finale appearance is what everyone deserves. Other than you, who else has this qualification? Lin Yui looked at Gu Chang provocatively. Or Gu Chang, do you think you're more suitable than Lingchen? Gu Chang lacked interest. I'm not interested in the party finale. Lin Yui had a smug look on his face. It seems that you're quite self-aware and know that you're not qualified to compete with Lingchen. Ji Lingchen interrupted him at the right time. Yeah, the finale spots haven't been officially announced yet. And everyone is so good that everyone has a chance. Ji Lingchen smiled affectionately at Gu Chang, but his eyes concealed disdain. Gu Chang, I've heard your song Ordinary Road. It's really good. If you want to go into the entertainment industry after graduation, you can come to me. And for the sake of alumni, I can try to introduce you to the company's executives. It had to be said that Ji Lingchen had said this very beautifully. It both elevated himself and inadvertently demeaned Gu Chang. This kind of scene stealing. In his previous life, Gu Chang had long seen a lot in the entertainment industry. With Ji Lingchen's curiosity, whether or not he could introduce newcomers to the higher-ups was not to be mentioned first. Gu Chang bet that if he really went to the door one day to look for someone, it was unknown whether he would be able to see Ji Lingchen or not. He refused without mercy. I don't know you well. You'd better let Lin Yui have this kind of opportunity. I don't need it. The whole room was in an uproar. Crazy. Gu Chang actually refused Ji Lingchen? Although Gu Chang was on the hot search, he only hung around for a day before being squeezed out, and to the casual observer, It was nothing more than a fleeting bubble of popularity. But Ji Lingchen has already made a successful debut, with professional awards and real popularity, a rising star in the entertainment industry with an unlimited future. Ji Lingchen kindly gave him a chance, and Gu Chang actually refused with a cold face? The crowd was incredulous. Everyone held their breath, their eyes locked onto Ji Lingchen and Gu Chang for fear of missing the duel between the two. The moment he was rejected, Ji Lingchen's smile directly turned stiff, and his face gradually sank. He didn't even realize that instead of gratitude for his good intentions, what he got was the other party's abandonment. Lin Yui was even more directly furious and jumped to his feet. Gu Chang, Ji Lingchen gave you a chance. That's because he thinks highly of you. And you're actually so ungrateful. Do you think that just because you're on a hot search, you'll have countless agencies coming to your door looking for you to sign? How do you know there isn't? Before Gu Chang could speak, Zhao Chong couldn't help but help. With Gu Chang's strength, we can enter the entertainment industry if we want to. Do we still need Ji Lingchen's charity? Lin Yui, since you love kneeling to Ji Lingchen so much, wouldn't this bone be just right for you? Lin Yui was extremely angry and gritted his teeth at Zhao Chong. Zhao Chong, say that again if you have the guts. Just at this tense moment, a stern petulant cry cut through the high sky. What are you all gathering here to argue about if you're not going to class? The familiar voice instantly sidelined the room. A beautiful teacher with silver-framed glasses, wearing a black professional suit and a delicate face, stood on the periphery with her chest around her neck looking at the crowd. Feng Jiao, the most beautiful teaching director and the most popular voice teacher. The crowd consciously cut a path. Feng Jiao ruffled her hair to the back of her neck and lifted her foot to step on a 10-centimeter high heel to pass through the passageway, leaving a fragrant aroma along the way. Good morning, Director Feng. Hello Director Feng. Feng Jiao's almond eyes were half mesmerized. Her sight circled around and finally landed on Gu Chang and the others. What are you four doing here? Ji Lingchen had long since hung up his mask of hypocrisy when Feng Jiao appeared. He took it upon himself to step forward and gently explain. It's nothing, Director Feng. I just returned to school and happened to bump into Gu Chang on the way, so I chatted a bit more. Feng Jiao looked at Gu Chang fixedly. Gu Chang, is that so? Gu Chang simply nodded. Aha! Feng Jiao nodded her head and looked at Ji Lingchen. Ji Lingchen, I just passed by the Literature and Arts Department. Director Li has something to find you. If there's nothing else you should go first. Thank you Director Feng. I'll treat you to dinner some other day. I'll leave first. Ji Lingchen gave Gu Chang a meaningful look before staggering away. Lingchen, wait for me. Lin Yui lifted his leg to follow him, not forgetting to glare hard at Gu Chang and the others as he left, and gave a middle finger. Unfortunately, Gu Chang was completely indifferent. Lin Yui was nothing more than a clown in his eyes. Wouldn't it be a loss of style to bother with him? This way. Feng Jiao looked at the crowd that still couldn't disperse and snapped in a petulant voice. What are you people waiting for? Do you all want to go to the teaching office for tea? Dismiss all of you and go about your business. As beautiful as Feng Jiao looks, she is also the head teacher, and her majesty is still there. The crowd instantly scattered. Gu Chang and Zhao Chong were also planning to leave after the crowd, but they were suddenly shouted at by Feng Jiao. Gu Chang, wait! Gu Chang and Chen Chong exchanged glances. Director Feng, what did you call me for? Feng Jiao looked Gu Chang up and down. Her eyes were skeptical. Could the young student in front of me really write a stunning track like that? Gu Chang, yesterday Feng Jing forwarded me your video. Did you really compose that song Ordinary Road? Feng Jing was Gu Chang's mentor and had always taken care of the original owner. Gu Chang deliberated for a moment. I already registered the copyright yesterday. What happened to Director Feng? It's really him. Feng Jiao used to only know that Gu Chang had a good voice and clean looks, but because he was quiet and didn't like to venture out, she didn't pay much attention to him. I didn't realize that he was not only a gifted songwriter, but also a very solid singer. It simply amazed Feng Jiao. The Road to Ordinary is very good. Both the score and lyrics are superb. Feng Jing and I are very optimistic about you. Gu Chang nodded his head politely. Thank you Director Feng for your compliments. Thanks to your teachings, students are where they are today. Compared to the smooth-talking Ji Lingchen, Feng Jiao still looked at the humble Gu Chang more favorably. Such genius should be seen by more people. She patted him on the shoulder encouragingly, leaving him with a specious remark. Gu Chang, do your best. Other than that, Feng Jing and I will do our best. Looking at Feng Jiao's beautiful back as she left, Zhao Chong lightly bumped Gu Chang's shoulder. Gu Chang, what did Director Feng mean by that just now? Gu Chang cast a sidelong glance at him. We heard it together. How would I know if you don't? As the words fell, he continued to walk in the direction of the school building. Zhao Chong reswept Gu Chang's arm. How about after school tonight? My brother invites you to the Blue Court to celebrate you being on the hot search? He still can't get enough of Blue Court's sister. Gu Chang directly slapped his hand away. No go. and I have something to do tonight. What can you be up to? Going back to taking care of Anrun again. Literary department. Jillian knocked on the door. Director Lee, you wanted to see me? Lingchen ah, come in. Lee Wide, the head of the literary department, is also Ji Lingchen's aunt. There are no outsiders here. Just feel free. Ji Lingchen walked over and sat down on the leather couch, crossing his legs directly. Leviticus turned a blind eye and simply greeted with concern. What took you so long? I ran into a dog in the way, so I'm a little late. Levit wondered. Where did the school get a dog? Ji Lingchen didn't explain and directly said, Auntie, what are you looking for me for? Lee Wide looked at him lovingly. It's been a long time since I've seen you. How's your work these days? Are you busy? The play just finished filming and there's a talent show coming up at the end of the month. Ji Lingchen thought of something and sat up straight at once. Auntie, the day after tomorrow is the graduation ceremony, and my agent will be here then, so don't make any mistakes on your side. Leviathan smiled. Don't worry, with Auntie here, you can't run away from the finale. That's good. With Leviathan's assurance, Ji Lingchen's expression relaxed again. So what if it's on the hot seat? It's just a flash in the pan of heat. There is only one king on the graduation stage. It's him, Ji Lingchen. 10 points. Kindergarten free time. Gu Anren was quietly building blocks in the corner, building a castle for the smiley bunny. Jiang Yi, who was at the same table, curiously came over. Anren, this smiley bunny of yours is so cute. I haven't seen it outside. Can you show me? Gu Anren showed his teeth and handed her the rabbit. Yi show you, but be careful. Well, don't worry. I won't break it. Jiang Yi curiously flipped the rabbit. Muppets are only the size of an adult's palm, shrugging with 2 long ears, holding a carrot, wearing a pink strappy dress with a big smiley face embroidered on it. Bunny flipped over and there was an autograph on the back of the Muppet dress. Anren, what is this? This is Seven's signature. Who is Sister Dick? Gu Anren explained to her in a low voice. It's Sister Suchi who had a concert in Jiangcheng the day before yesterday. A concert? Jiang Yi looked at her enviously. Isn't that a big star? Aha! Gu Anren nodded her head proudly. Sister Seven, she's very pretty. As pretty as a fairy sister. A rolled halibut suddenly squeezed in and forcefully snatched the rabbit from Jiang Yi's hands. Show me what the signature is. Gu Anren instantly became anxious and got up to try to snatch it back. Chen Tao, give me back my rabbit. Come and get it if you can. Chen Tao stepped on a stool and jumped onto the table. Everyone come over here and see. Gu Anren lied and bragged. The teacher went to get toys from the equipment room and happened to be away. Jiang Yi saw this and sneaked off to find someone. The children steered clear and no one dared to go near the little bully. Gu Anren clenched her fists and argued hard. I didn't lie. Chen Tao, give me back my rabbit. Chen Tao raised the rabbit high. If you're not lying, then where did you say the signature came from? Gu Anren explained loudly. Sister Seven had a concert the day before yesterday. My uncle took it on stage and sang, and she signed it for the rabbit afterward. Chen Tao laughed, lifting the rabbit's long ears and fluttering them. Ha ha ha, your uncle? How can you have money to watch a concert when you're so poor that you might not even be able to afford to eat squash? And singing on stage? What a laugh. Gu Anren glared at him hard, red-eyed and chastised. Shut up, don't you dare insult my uncle. I'm inclined to say, Gu Anren's uncle is a poor batch beggar. Gu Anren is a poor, lying bastard whose father didn't want him and whose mother died early. Grinning, Chen Tao rushed at Gu Anren and showed his teeth, while tugging on the ears of the smiling-eared rabbit and pulling hard. Boom! The strings in Gu Anren's head snapped. She subconsciously rushed straight toward Chen Tao. River City Art Academy. The second class of the music department. Zhao Chong and his classmates gathered around and swiped the campus forum. The image of Gu Chang and Ji Lingchen meeting narrowly on the road was put on the front page of the forum. At the bottom of the post there are also links to a video of Gu Chang playing and singing Ordinary Road and a music video of Ji Lingchen's My Youth. The comments were so heated that the servers were down at one point. Old Gu, you and Ji Lingchen's posting is so hot. This comment was just posted and it was directly flooded. Zhao Chong quickly swiped his phone to browse the comments. Most of the melon-eating passers-by are still sensible, and those who denigrate old Gu are mostly Ji Lingchen's brain-damaged nepotistic fans. Zhou Yi, who was next to him, questioned, Brother Chong, is Ji Lingchen buying water armies? Why do I feel like there are more and more spammers? Let's see, is really getting there. Zhao Chang's brows knitted tighter and tighter. WC, how dare you say Ordinary Road is trash? And said Lao Gu sang badly? Even if you doubt Master's gender, you can't doubt old Gu's strength. This cannot be tolerated. Quickly, brothers quickly surround him. Compared to Zhao Chong and Zhou Yi in their fervor, Gu Chang looked disinterested. He was thinking about Su Dick's new album. The Invisible Wings hit alone was not quite enough for him. I don't know how Su Chi's demo is doing. What entertainment didn't have a branch in Zhengcheng? She went to a friend's studio to record. Listened to Lu Hongguang. Stayed all day yesterday. At that moment, the desktop cell phone suddenly rang. Gu Chang returned to his senses and brought it over to take a look. The caller is a kindergarten. Gu Chang's heart thumped. If there was nothing wrong, Mr. Li wouldn't have called him at this hour. Hello? Ms. Li. Mr. Gu. Anren is fighting with the kids in the garden. So hurry over and take care of it. What? Gu Chang rubbed himself up. Zhao Chong was so startled that he could barely hold his cell phone. Gu Chang composed himself. Is Anren alright? She's fine. Hearing that Anren was fine, Gu Chang's lifted heart was slightly lowered. It's good that she's fine. Teacher Li, you take care of Anren for me first. I'll immediately take leave on my side to go over. Gu Chang hung up the phone and turned around to leave. Zhao Chong pulled him back. Gu Chang, where are you going? It's almost time for class. Gu Chang darkened his face. I need to take a vacation. Anren got into a fight with someone at kindergarten. How can that be? Zhao Chong blurted out. Anren fight? That good little girl? She's afraid she'll drop golden beans if she steps on an ant. How can she fight? Wait. I'll go with you. He was afraid that if there was any compensation or something like that, Gu Chang wouldn't be able to handle it alone. No. Class is almost over. I can handle myself. As the words fell, Gu Chang directly grabbed the door and walked out. It wasn't far down the stairs. He then bumped into his mentor, Fong Jing, who was clutching his textbook. Gu Chang? Where are you going without class? Gu Chang was anxious. Ms. Fong, you're just in time. I'm going to take a leave of absence. I won't be attending the afternoon class. Leave of absence? Fong Jing couldn't help but frown. What happened? My niece is in kindergarten and got into a fight with a child. I have to rush to deal with it now. Gu Chang hurried toward the parking lot. Fong Jing shouted after him. Gu Chang, I signed you up for the graduation party. How could Gu Chang care about this, and directly waved his hand to interrupt. Make yourself at home, teacher. I'll go first. Looking at Gu Chang in a hurry, Fong Jing sighed. As a freshman, the new voice of China came to the institution to select contestants. Fong Jing reports Gu Chang's spot up, but ultimately loses to Ji Lingchen because he has no background. This is something that Fong Jing has always held a grudge against. Gu Chang, that time, teacher wasn't able to help you get a spot in the competition. This time, teacher will definitely try his best to help you get a spot in the finale appearance. Where's Enron? Gu Chang rushed to the kindergarten as fast as he could. Mr. Li was already waiting at the door. In the office, Gu Chang went straight to the office. Pushing open the door, he saw Gu Anren, nursery teacher Lu Meng, and a little fat man who kept dry howling at once. The little girl's hair was disheveled, holding the smiley bunny aggressively shrinking in the corner. Her small mouth pursed without saying a word. Seeing that she had no obvious wounds, Gu Chang's heart that had been hanging all the way down then dropped. Anren, uncle is here. Seeing Gu Chang, the little girl quickly got up and flew over to hug his legs. Uncle! Anren choked out a sob after hugging Gu Chang. Crystalline tears welled up in her eyes, but they never fell. She sniffled her little nose and loosened her tightly hugged rabbit to show Gu Chang. Uncle! The rabbit is ripped. Seeing her blaming herself and being sad, Gu Chang's heart ached. This smiley bunny was sewn by Gu Yun, also known as Anran's mom, who dragged her sick body through the stitches before she passed away. The rabbit is the sign of peace, and the smiley face is a mother's deepest blessing to her child. Gu Yun hopes that Anran will be strong and happy after she leaves, and that she will smile every day and face life. He crouched down to hold his little girl close. It's okay, uncle will sew it up for you when we get back. Aha! Gu Anren nodded gently. Gu Chang got up and looked at Mr. Li, questioning with a sullen face. Ms. Li, I sent Anren to you because I believe that your kindergarten can take good care of her. Now that this has happened, I expect you to give me a reasonable explanation. Mr. Li really wanted to cry. In the morning, Gu Chang had specially explained. Who knew that it was only 2 hours of work before something happened? She was about to open her mouth to explain. A middle-aged couple, on fire, pushed their way in. The man is in a suit, the woman is in gold, and the couple are both greasy-faced and toned. Seeing them, Chen Tao directly went from dry howling to bawling. The middle-aged woman was heartbroken and jumped over to hug him. Baby, don't cry. Mommy's heart is breaking. Who bullied you? Tell mommy. Mommy will help you teach him a lesson. Chen Dad looked at Mr. Li and questioned him with a face full of anger. Which son of a bitch bullied my son? Let him come out and see if I don't slap him to death. Gu Chang's thick eyebrows were half-round, and he didn't move to protect Anren behind him. He can understand being emotional for the sake of the child, but indiscriminate, direct insults to others, Gu Chang's heart cannot help but resent. Mr. Li smiled a pleasing smile. Chen Tao's father. Chen Tao isn't hurt. You guys take it easy. Teacher Lu Meng hurriedly went up to explain. Father Chen Tao, it's like this. Just now in the activity class, I went to get toys for the children, and Jiang Yi ran over to me, saying that the two children had a conflict. I saw when I came back. Gu Anren pounced on Chen Tao, twisting and fighting together for the rabbit. Good thing we stopped it in time, so it didn't cause any big mistake. Only Chen Tao was not a little shocked, and has been crying all the time. What? Chen's mother was furious. Mother Chen looked around angrily, saw Gu Chang as well as Gu Anren behind him, and immediately realized that it was the little girl who was the culprit. Instantly, he came over to her, pointing at her menacingly in a tirade of abuse. You're Gu Anren, right? Did you hit my Tao Tao? I usually don't even want to touch my Tao Tao, so you can hit him too? You little wave hoof. Chen Tao's mom, please show some respect. Gu Chang interrupted her, his eyes extremely cold. The little girl shrank back and hugged Gu Chang's leg tightly, her eyes full of fear. Gu Chang protected her head and continued. Isn't it lacking in quality for you to speak to a child like that before the cause and effect of the incident is fully clarified? I said, what's wrong with her? Chen mother was full of shrewish energy, pointing at and ran to continue her tirade. She beat my baby boy. I scolded her for deserving it. At a young age. So vicious. Seeing that things are getting worse, Mr. Li rushed out to mediate. The two children are currently unharmed. The two parents should not be overly aggressive. Let's settle this peacefully. Peacefully? Peaceful settlement? My child is crying like this, and you still want me to solve it peacefully. Dare not be your family's child. Don't you feel distressed? Chen's mother was grim-faced and spiteful. Where's Mrs. Lin? Tao Tao is also her cousin's nephew. Is this how she takes care of my son? Anyway, if you don't let them apologize and admit their faults, I'll tell you this isn't over. Mr. Li was startled. This couple obviously came from a bad place and were relatives of the head gardener. So Ms. Li really didn't want to offend them. She was all smiles. That Anren uncle. This matter is after all Anren hands in the first. Do you think you should not let Anren and Tao Tao apologize to admit a fault? This matter is even over. Do you think so? No. Gu Chang directly rejected it with a cold face. Anren is so understanding and well-behaved. She would never fight with someone for no reason. There must be a reason behind this matter. How much would it hurt Anren's heart to apologize without knowing the cause and effect? Gu Chang crouched down and softened his voice. Anren, tell uncle what happened and why did you hit him? Gu Anren deflated her small mouth and looked up at the couple. Burying his head into Gu Chang's arms, he crouched down and whispered in his ear. Uncle, I want to go home. I don't want to be here anymore. She's afraid to say. There is only one Gu Chang. The other party, however, had two of them. Not only were they physically fat but they were also relatives of the head of the forest garden, and she was afraid that Gu Chang would be bullied. It was hard enough for her uncle to take care of himself alone after her mom left, and she didn't want to cause him any trouble. This was the reason why she was often bullied by Chen Tao and all chose to endure it. Chen's mother sneered. You guys see, where's the reason? It's just to see Tao Tao's new transfer. Simply bullying us. Gu Chang ignored it. He patted Anren's spine, gently calming her. Anren, don't be afraid. Trust uncle. If there's anything, just say it. Uncle can fix it. Looking at Gu Chang who had firm eyes, Gu Anren suddenly couldn't hold herself together, and the long-stored tears came out. She whimpered out the ins and outs. Chen Tao he often bullies me, either grabbing my things or pulling my hair, and he doesn't let kids play with me. Speaking of which, she huffed, bringing out the bad smiley bunny. When I brought the smiley bunny to school today and lent it to Jiang Yi to look at, Chen Tao snatched it away. He said Seven Sisters' signature was fake, called me a liar, and ripped my bunny. I was too angry to hit him. The childish voice was like a thunderbolt falling into Gu Chang's ears. Ear-shattering. Gu Chang's heart twitched as he helped the little girl wipe her tears. He regretted that he hadn't cared more about his little girl and let her suffer for so long until today. At the same time, Gu Chang became even angrier in his heart. He stood up and questioned in a stern voice. Mr. Li, is this your way of saying that Anren was in the wrong? Mr. Li smiled awkwardly. Uncle Anren, Chen Tao only transferred here last month. This thing I only learned about it today. Just today? Gu Chang's voice was low, his words sneering. As a teacher, kindergartners are being verbally abused on a daily basis. And you're telling me you don't know? Kids mouth off. All playful, no offense. Teacher Li still wanted to defend himself, but when he met Gu Chang's stern eyes, he swallowed his words. Uncle Anren, I'm sorry. Gu Chang's eyes swept towards the three members of the Chen family. What about you guys? Chen's mother still wants to talk tough. Mouth says nothing. How do I know if what she says is true or not? In case she is talking nonsense. Gu Chang directly interrupted her. Then look at the surveillance. The surveillance can't be fake, right? Hearing the need to check the surveillance, Chen Tao suddenly shouted. I don't apologize. Gu Anren is the poor, lying bastard without a mom or dad. She lied about rabbits having autographs from big stars. Shut up. Gu Cheng stared at Chen Tao with a stern gaze. Chen Tao's pupils shrank and he hid behind Chen's mother in fear. What do you want? Chen's mother was still screaming as she tightly protected Chen Tao. A broken rag doll. How much can it be worth? Big deal. We'll pay you back tenfold and 100-fold. Don't you scare my son. Lying bastard? Rag doll? Gu Cheng grunted coldly. He pulled out his cell phone and found the autograph video from the concert. See? This doll is indeed signed by Su Qi. And it's unique. Anren didn't lie at all. Gu Cheng put his cell phone in front of the three of them, and the picture of Su Qi signing to the smiley bunny was very clear. The three Chen mothers were instantly absent. Also, the most important thing is that the rabbit is not a rag doll, but a relic of Enron's mom. Gu Cheng smiled coldly, his gaze blazing. You said pay out. Tell me how much are you going to pay out? The couple looked at each other. The facts are in front of us. Father Chen spoke with deliberation. Then what do you want? Gu Cheng squatted down and looked at Gu Anren with a firm gaze. Anren, tell uncle, do you want to beat this brat? No matter what you say, today uncle is stabbing the sky to help you out. Gu Anren raised her eyes to look at a few people and saw Chen Tao, who had always bullied herself, shrinking behind her parents with frightened eyes. And then he saw his uncle, who was steadfastly defending himself. The little girl was suddenly relieved. Uncle, I'm not angry anymore. Just have them apologize to me. The little girl is still too nice. Gu Cheng touched her head heartily, then stood up. It's just that we are kind and peaceful. Otherwise today I'll have to teach your son a lesson high and low, so that he won't become a social tumor in the future. Gu Cheng glared fiercely at a few people. The powerful aura directly scared Chen Tao so much that his legs trembled. Gu Cheng snapped. Still not apologizing? Do you want to wait for my invitation? The three of them shrank, and there was no longer any semblance of brutality in their bodies. One can only apologize stiffly. I'm sorry to. Gu Cheng was not satisfied. Who are you apologizing to? Gu Anren. I'm sorry. The trio could only look at Gu Anren and apologize loudly once again. Only when a few of him left in a hurry did Mr. Li come forward with an apologetic face. Uncle Anren. I'm sorry. We misunderstood Anren today. Drop out. What? Mr. Li was stunned, suspecting that he had heard wrong. Gu Cheng repeated again. I'm going to help and ran with her withdrawal. I am so disappointed with your kindergarten. After the accident, you directly convicted without investigating the causes and consequences, and when the matter came out, you either shirked your responsibility or chose to put the matter to rest. How can I feel confident in continuing to place Anren in your hands when you are being such good teachers? Cold sweat was coming down on Mr. Li's forehead. It was thought that when the two children reconciled, that meant it was over. Who knew that Gu Cheng was actually going to drop out of school? She could only apologize again and try to calm Gu Cheng's anger. Uncle Anren, this matter is indeed our kindergarten's fault. Please give us a chance. I promise that something like this will never happen again. Gu Cheng doesn't need an apology from the kindergarten. He knew it was all the default law of society. Without a background, people will ignore you. What happened today? But were Gu Cheng rich and powerful a little? Kindergarten handling absolutely also dare not be so one-sided favoritism. Just the thought of the little girl suffering so much aggravation made his heart clog up like a stone was pressed against it. There's only half a month left in the semester anyway. Gu Cheng doesn't want Anren to continue reading here. Of course, it all depends on the little girl's own wishes. Anren, tell uncle, do you still want to come to school tomorrow? Gu Anren. The silence represented her attitude. Today's event still hurt the little girl quite a bit. An apology doesn't quite get her off the hook. Gu Cheng touched her head heartily. Teacher Li, you've seen it too. With something like this happening, Anren won't be happy if she continues to stay here for class. Look at Gu Cheng's resolute attitude. Mr. Li knew there was no turning things around. Uncle Enron, I'm very sorry we failed you. How about this? I'll refund you the rest of the tuition and compensate you for 2 more months of tuition, which is a bit of sincerity from our kindergarten. Mr. Li's attitude was always positive for once. Gu Cheng's face barely eased. Thank you, Mr. Li. Then, it should. Why don't you guys have a seat and I'll go check out of school. When Mr. Li leaves, Gu Cheng brought the little girl to the sofa and sat down. Anren is sorry. Uncle made you suffer. Uncle was right. I did the wrong thing. The little girl hung her head down and sulked. Whether Chen Tao did the right thing or not, I shouldn't have hit anyone. Mom said that girls shouldn't fight. That wouldn't be ladylike. Gu Cheng nodded. Anren, you are indeed wrong. But it wasn't the hitting that was your fault. It was the fact that you didn't tell your uncle first when it happened. Anren blinked, puzzled. Uncle, do you mean that Anren didn't do anything wrong by hitting people? And no, violence can't solve all problems. And uncle doesn't want you to fight violence with violence. The little girl let out a soft "oh" and her little head dropped back down. Gucheng shook his head and lost his smile, adding another sentence. But if people don't offend me, I don't offend them. In a situation like today, although you hit first, you were defending yourself. Uncle thinks you are very brave. Gucheng used to think that little girls should be gentle and soft, and anyone who sees them will want to protect them, and won't try to be brave. But not so much now. Little girls can be gentle and sweet, but they must have the ability to defend themselves. It's wrong to bully others, but you can't be bullied at will. When someone else's fist swings, never follow it with your face. Gucheng stroked her head and admonished in a serious tone. Anrun, remember, as much as Uncle wants to protect you for the rest of your life, he can't be by your side all the time. So when in danger or when your own vital interests are jeopardized, you must do everything you can to protect yourself. You don't have to be afraid of taking responsibility afterwards. If you really break the sky, you'll have Uncle to take the blame for you. In short, no matter what you do, Uncle will unconditionally support and defend you. Gucheng couldn't be Anran's protector at all times, so he's going to teach his little girl that self-defense fights back to protect herself. Uncle, I remember. Guanran nodded vigorously and tilted her head again to ask after him. Uncle, can I go say goodbye to the kids? Gucheng stroked her head. Go on. Uncle is here waiting for you. River City Art Academy. Multimedia Conference Room. Institutional leaders are sitting upright. The theme of today's meeting is graduation. Principal Lin Zhengyang steadied his gold-framed glasses and cleared his throat. Director Li, there are only a few days left before graduation. How are your preparations for the graduation party going? Levitated smiled and stood up. After deliberation, we in the Arts and Culture Department have reduced the number of programs from the original 25 to 20. The congregation is in serious session. Instead, there was a man at the end of the conference table, playing with his cell phone in 100 different ways, looking a little out of place. Wang Xingyan, a well-known music producer in the entertainment industry, has written songs for many kings and queens of the entertainment industry, and also produced theme songs for many movies and TV dramas, creating countless popular songs. Lin Zhengyang appreciated his talent and hired him at a high salary to be a visiting professor of music. He was also dragged to this meeting by Lin Zhengyang. Wang Snyan was feeling bored when his circle colleague, Knife Light, sent him a WeChat. Sneen, I see an extremely talented young man whose lyrics are nothing short of amazing. Trust me, click on it and you won't be absolutely amazed. Wang Snyan raised his eyebrows slightly, revealing a playful expression. Knife Light is also an ace music producer and the two get together from time to time to discuss their work. Naturally, it's not going to be some rough, abusive track that comes highly recommended by him. Wang Snyan instantly came to his senses. Looking around, he saw that no one was paying attention to him. Wang Snyan turned down the volume and directly clicked on the video. Wandering on the road of the. Are you leaving? Via. The windblown road is still far away. Where are you in your story? The video is less than 5 minutes total, but every second of it made Wang Xian's heart pound. From the slow flow of the intro, then the loud singing in the climactic stages, to the calmness of the ending, moderate style of arranging. Instead, Wang Snyan heard a surge of pride, a surge of defiance, a surge of persistence and strength bursting forth. Insiders look in, outsiders look out. Music, in the beginning, was made for human empathy, once dreams and proud stubbornness, confusion about the reality and persistence about the future. These are the symptoms of the current people. The concentrated sentiment of the tune is like a medicine that soothes the listener's heart. Such top-notch lyricism that hits home. It is exactly what Wang Snyan has been pursuing for a long time. He couldn't help but be immersed in it, playing it on a loop over and over again. The other side. The meeting is still in progress. Levitt was spitting on the stage. The cadets in this class are quite a bit better than the previous class, especially Ji Lingchen. Not only did he win the title of New Song of China in his freshman year, but his new song My Youth even won the Newcomer Award at the Golden Melody Awards. In order for this party to end perfectly, I've invited Ji Lingchen back to sing for the party, and if everyone is okay with it, I've decided to have him perform in the finale. Feng Jiao frowned slightly. Before the meeting, she promised Feng Jing that she would try her best to get Gucheng a spot in the finale. In the past, the finale spots for the graduation party were voted on by all the leaders 3 days before the party. But look at the current situation. Levitt is planning to just finalize the candidate. No way. Feng Jiao was wondering how to present a strong rebuttal. Lin Zhengyang, however, suddenly coughed twice. Professor Wang, you're also in show business. Have you heard of My Youth? Feng Jiao looked to the end of the conference table as the crowd looked on. Lin Zhengyang saw that Wang Snyan didn't respond and had increased his volume. Professor Wang? Professor Wang? Wang Snyan woke up like a dream. Only then did I realize that the meeting had been suspended at some point. Everyone's eyes were focused on him. Lin Zhengyang had long since noticed Wang Snian's abnormality. Professor Wang, what are you just looking at that you're so enthralled with? Wang Snian took a deep breath and his eyes were wide open. Just now the circle of peers recommended to me a concert playing and singing video. It is so amazing. I listened directly into the fascination. A concert? Feng Jiao's eyes lit up. That, Professor Wang. I wonder what song you just listened to. Wang Xian, The Ordinary Road. Sure enough, it's a real sleeper. Feng Jiao winked and smiled. Professor Wang, what do you think of this song? Good. It's so well written. Wang Snian couldn't help but be excited about the compliment. I've been dealing with lyrics for more than a decade, and I've made a name for myself in the songwriting community, but at my current level, I don't think I could write something like this in another 10, or even 20 years. This statement was made. The whole room was silent. Lin Zhengyang was most surprised. Who is Wang Xinyan? His musical attainments are among the top in the entire industry. He creates lyrics with no shortage of substance or depth, and when he does, it's a masterpiece. Not at all comparable to the traffic songs on the market. What is the magic of this song? Ordinary Road? It actually made Wang Xinyan feel so ashamed of himself. The scene in front of him was exactly what Feng Jiao wanted to see. She hooked her lips in a smile, her eyebrows playfully smug. Professor Wang, truth be told, this boy who plays and sings is actually a student of our academy. Wang Snian was shocked. You mean, this young man is a student of the Jiangcheng Art Academy? Yes. His name is Gucheng. Wang Snian's mind instantly came alive. Talented juniors are available. He naturally had a bit of an idea in mind. That song, did he really write it? Feng Jiao nodded. I just asked him this morning, and he said that he's already registered the song copyrights. Watching the two of them chatting back and forth, Levitt is starting to get antsy. It was clear that by this point in the meeting, Jilingchen's place in the finale should have been finalized. I can't believe that there was such a change of heart at the very beginning. He hurriedly coughed twice to pull back the crowd's attention. Principal Lin, aren't we discussing the graduation ceremony now? Let's pick up where we left off and continue the discussion. How could Feng Jiao not know what he was selling? She stood up straight away, laying the real purpose of the day out in the open. Director Li, what we're discussing now doesn't conflict with the graduation ceremony. I propose that this year's graduation finale slot be given to Gucheng to sing Ordinary Road. Wang Snian quickly chimed in, his eyes dripping with anticipation. I think it's totally doable, and I'd love to hear Ordinary Road live once. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. It was not at all expected that such a reversed picture would emerge from today's meeting. Levitt retorted directly and sternly. Ridiculous. I disagree. I admit that Gucheng's Ordinary Road is indeed considered a good song, but Jilingchen's My Youth is better than it. Jilingchen has the title of champion, the works on the list, the hot popularity, and the awards to go along with it. What does Gucheng have? Just an ordinary original song? Plain original? This is not something Wang Snian likes to hear. He scoffed disdainfully. Golden Melody Awards? China's official list has always lacked objectivity and fairness, and the Golden Melody Awards is the most important of them all. What's so great about a newcomer award to show off? Wang Snian's works have won numerous domestic and international awards. Therefore, he is perfectly qualified to say such things. Leviticus was momentarily speechless, unable to retort. Feng Jiao lifted her chin slightly at the sight, adding another fierce fire. Popularity? Director Li, do you know how many plays the video of Gucheng playing and singing had? Levitt was unimpressed. It's only been 2 days since the concert. How much airplay can there be? At most, it's only 10 million. Feng Jiao laughed softly and stretched out 3 fingers and waved them lightly in front of the crowd. Director Li, it's this number. Levitt was dismissive. It's only $30 million. Feng Jiao corrected without changing her face. Wrong. It's 300 million. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Levitt blurted out. Lin Zhengyan's face also looked a little suspicious. Feng Jiao, are you sure this is the right figure? Feng Jiao nodded her head and added without skipping a beat. Individual sites don't have this much, but the whole network combined. Gucheng's playing and singing video. The number of plays exceeded 300 million, and the numbers are still rising like crazy. Lin Zhengyang was silent. The college also has its own official account. Frequent clips of institutional events, or performances by cadets to promote them. Normal video plays are pretty much in the hundreds of thousands, and the better ones only get 2 or 3 million views. What's 300 million? The entire official website. All the works combined may not have this amount of airplay. Seeing that the form was wrong, Levitt couldn't help but speak out to discredit it. It's just momentary traffic. It'll sink in a couple days. Principal Lin, the graduation finale is of great significance. The candidate can't be sloppy. I still think Jilingchen is more suitable. Feng Jiao was not willing to show weakness. I recommend Gucheng. He is more talented than Ji Lingchen. Lin Zhangyang had a bit of a headache. Let's adjourn for now. I'll think about the finale. Lin Zhangyang hammered away. Delicious private dining. Located in a century-old townhouse in the old town. It comes with a vintage filter and a very private and elegant environment. It was the first time Gu Chang knew that in the old city, there was such a beautiful place. Under the guidance of the waiter, Gu Chang led Gu Anran to the box where Su Qi was. Su Qi and Lu Hongguang had been waiting for a long time. Gu Chang, you guys are here? Gu Chang's gaze could not hide his amazement. Today's Su Qi, wearing a modified version of the beige cheongsam. Her hair was pulled up as much as possible, revealing a perfect swan neck, lightly made up and sketched, elegant in a dainty way. The whole thing is charming and charming. Seeing Su Qi, Gu Anran's eyes glowed with excitement. Sister 7. Su Qi greeted her and came over to sit. Anran, come over and sit with sister. Gu Chang let go of the little girl and walked towards Lu Hongguang. Oily big bald head, eyebrows and eyes slightly vicissitudes of life, but through the 5 features can still be glimpsed in the old days. Gu Chang took the initiative to extend his hand. You're the famous Lu Ji in the industry, right? My name is Gu Chang. Lu Hongguang. I'll be your agent from now on. Just call me Old Lu. Lu Hongguang graciously returned the handshake. His eyes were appreciative. He had only seen Gu Chang from afar at concerts before. Eyeing it up close, I realized that Gu Chang's features were very handsome. Not the creamy, effeminate type, but the well-defined, self-effacing type that both men and women find pleasing. Gu Chang smiled politely. I've kept you waiting. No, we just got here a little while ago too. Are we signing up or ordering first? Lu Hongguang didn't hesitate to speak. That must be signing first. Gu Chang also had no opinion. Read the contract first. Su Qi nodded and took out the prepared contract and handed it over. Gu Chang, the contract has been drawn up according to your requirements. So take a look through it and see if there are any missing issues. Gu Chang took the contract. I'll take a look at it first. Regarding artist contracts, he can be considered already very familiar with them. There are a lot of pitfalls in agency contracts, and a little inattention and the artist is contractually taken out of the picture. The agency that Gu Chang signed with at the beginning was very harsh, and since he was a newcomer and didn't understand the twists and turns inside, Gu Chang signed quite a few overbearing clauses, so much so that after the accident, Gu Chang received a thick stack of default letters. All the savings earned over the years were lost to the company and its partners. One night back to liberation. So this time, Gu Chang read the contract very carefully and did not miss a single thing. Su Dick is a smart man. She knew the true value of Gu Chang, so it wasn't in the contract, sneaking around doing anything. All of Gu Chang's previous requests were listed on the contract by Su Qi. Not only were the responsibilities and obligations delineated in great detail, but benefits such as social security and travel allowances were also arranged for Gu Chang. Gu Chang looked at it twice and didn't find anything wrong with it. I've read the contract carefully and I don't see anything wrong with it. Su Qi smiled and handed him a pen. Since there are no problems, we'll sign according to this contract. The signing process was quick, in duplicate and signed by each. Once the official seal was stamped, Gu Chang officially became an artist under Su Qi Studio. The signing was successfully completed, and Lu Hongguang was overjoyed. A glass of champagne was poured for each of them. Gu Chang, welcome to join us. For an occasion like this, we must have a toast. Gu Chang took the wine glass and exchanged a glance with Su Qi. The glasses clinked lightly in silence. Have fun working together. Su Qi half squinted, thinking that Gu Chang after signing the contract, how to look at it. Gu Chang, are you guys hungry? Is there anything to avoid? After Gu Chang burst onto the scene in his previous life, he also often ate in private kitchens. The special feature of this kind of restaurant is that there is no menu, guests do not have to order. And after a brief inquiry about their taste preferences and contraindications, they will be arranged according to the ingredients of the day. There's nothing to avoid. It's all good. Su Qi nodded and beckoned the waiter. You may serve the food. We have kids here, so don't make the dishes too exciting. Yes, please wait. Waiting for a break in the food. Su Qi propped up her chin and looked at Gu Chang. Gu Chang, since you've decided to hide your identity, do you need a stage name? Gu Chang pondered for half a second. Let's call it Forgotten River. Su Qi stalled and looked at him oddly. Forget the river? You're opening your mouth without even thinking about it? A good or bad stage name not only affects your star luck, but also your life. A good stage name can be a head start and get the audience's attention. Gu Chang is too casual for a stage name, isn't it? Let's just call it Oblivion. There's nothing wrong with that. Forgetting the water on the river of forgetfulness. Drink the water of forgetfulness in order to forget your past lives. Gu Chang could not say that he did not enter the reincarnation to take the name of forgetfulness, so he changed the topic. So Dick, how did you record the demo yesterday? Su Qi hooked her lips and smiled lightly. the corners of her eyes bright and confident. The studio at my friend's place isn't that well equipped, so I just simply recorded it, and it turned out pretty good. She flipped out a flash drive and handed it to him. This is the best version of the demo I recorded yesterday. Guang put the USB flash drive away. I'll go back and listen to it. Then I'll give you my opinion. Lu Hongguang patted his shoulder and said excitedly, Guang, this song really suits Suchi too well. It's almost as if it was customized for her. Previously, Suchi only sang cleanly, and the effect was stunning. The addition of the accompaniment immediately brings the whole piece to life. Lu Hongguang had a premonition. The new album is an absolute smash. Lu Hongguang hemmed and hawed. I heard that Zhang Feng's new album is also ready to come out, and it's already warming up on Weibo. This kid is bumping gears with Suchi. I don't know how the sales will be by then. Guang, which one is Zhang Feng? Zhang Feng is Huan Yi's idol king. Although he takes the idol route, his strength is considered good in the new generation. Suchi explained. Cheerful art Zhang Feng? Guang remembered. When he was sweeping the charts on the music platform 2 days ago, he had seen Zhang Feng's name on the charts. Is that the Zhang Feng who sang Believe in Yourself? That's him. Lu Hongguang came close to Guang, his face full of gossip. 3 years ago, Zhang Feng had cooperated with Suchi for public welfare, and during the media interview, he said in public that Suchi was his ideal type, and spent a lot of money to buy a draft to speculate on the CP afterward. Lu Hongguang said this in a slightly elevated voice, somewhat gloating. It's just a pity that the boulder went into the sea and a tiny bit of water sucked. Lu Hongguang sucked in his breath and covered his feet in pain. Suchi, why are you kicking me? You kicked me so hard. Why are you talking about this for nothing? Suchi glared at him and ghostly explained to Guang. Guang, don't listen to old Lu. I have nothing to do with Zhang Feng. He's not my type. What could Guang say? One can only smile in silence. Su Dick has changed her position. Guang, are you graduating soon? Guang graduates the day after tomorrow. Gu Anren, who had been quiet, suddenly raised his hand to interject. Uncle, can I stay with Sister Dick in these 2 days? I promise I'll be good and not disturb Sister Dick at work. Suchi touched her head. It's no problem to take you, but don't you need to go to kindergarten? Enron dropped out of school today. Guang took over the conversation and briefly explained what happened today. This kindergarten teacher is too irresponsible. Lu Hongguang was furious at what he heard. Guang sighed. I'm not familiar with the imperial capital side, so when the time comes for Enran to enroll in school, I'll trouble Lu Ji to take more care of it. Don't worry, this matter is on me. I will never let such a thing happen. Lu Hongguang graciously promised. Suchi suddenly remembered something. By the way, Guang, have you registered for Weibo yet? Not yet. Why? You go back and register one under your stage name. We're going to tweak the official announcement of the establishment of the studio later. And by the way, we'll create a momentum for you and a promotion for the new album. This was decided after Suchi and Lu Hongguang conferred. 3 official announcements in quick succession will show a stacking effect. The preview of the new album will be even more bombastic. Guang nodded. Then I'll go back and register and send it to you. As we chatted, the dishes were served one after another. The dishes are delicately plated and skewed towards Cantonese flavors. First up was a cup of old-fashioned soup and a cage of crystal shrimp dumplings. Right on top of that was braised squab, fruit and vegetable salad. Lastly, there was seasonal seafood, with a Dragon King's night dinner, steamed sea bass and baked scallops with cheese, and a summer dessert of Yang Ji Gon. The scallops were large, golden in color and looked appetizing. Gu Anren stared straight at the scallops, his eyes glazed over. Sister Dick, I want to eat scallops. Suchi picked the biggest one for her and carefully urged. Be careful of the heat. Thank you, Sister 7. The little girl dug in with a spoon and whizzed it into her mouth twice. The entrance was stunning. Sister 7, try it. This scallop is super delicious. Yeah, I'll try. Suchi picked up one and took a light bite. The scallop meat is cute and fresh and sweet. The cheese is rich. The taste is really good. Guang, old Lu, don't just look at it. Eat it while it's hot. After saying that, he didn't care about them and buried his head in dry rice with Anren. There's nothing idolatrous about Su Dick's food. It wasn't so much the rude demeanor as it was the fact that she ate it with great fascination. Eating your favorite will make your eyes squint in contentment like a cat. Watching her eat would be pleasing to the eye. Guang's appetite was unconsciously aroused by her, and he picked up his chopsticks to join the dry rice action. 9 o'clock. After washing up, Guang opened his computer and registered his microblogging, taking the name Forgetting River, and followed Su Dick's account. Suchi immediately closed Guang's account back. Then Guang saw that Suchi's official account was directly renamed Suchi Studio, and the official posted the first tweet. Suchi Studio is in the midst of intensive preparations. Thanks to Adhua Entertainment Media's care over the past 10 years, we will continue to walk hand in hand in the future. We're in the same boat through thick and thin. More than 10 years, happy cooperation. The post ended by once again tweeting the official blog of Hua Entertainment with a handshake emoji of a happy collaboration. The official blog of Hua Entertainment retweeted the tweet at the first time. At Suchi Studio, through thick and thin, more than 10 years, happy cooperation. As soon as the tweet was sent out, the fans who had set up the special alert immediately noticed. The major marketing numbers were the first to reprint it. 7 fans have been liking, commenting and retweeting the trifecta. Straight up airborne hot search. What does it mean? It means that it's still working with China Entertainment? Master Dick is really nostalgic. He hasn't changed his agency in 10 years. Anyway, finally a studio has been set up. Congratulations! Congratulations! Go Master Dick! 3 minutes later, Su Dick's studio updated again with another tweet. Welcome at Forgotten River to join Su Chi Studio. Together we will build our dreams and create a future together. Gu Cheng directly retweeted the tweet, simply with a nice collaboration and an added picture of a handshake. The stamp sits on the official blog. Twitter is once again abuzz. So Dick Studio actually signed a newcomer without a word? 7 fans followed the tweets and clicked into Oblivion's account. It turned out that the account was newly registered, and there was only Su Chi Studio in the follow list. There's no photo of the front face, just a photo of the back with a bare profile. Who is this Oblivion? Never heard of it? What's with the sudden signing of new people? There's no information whatsoever, just a picture of his back. Are you being so mysterious? The only artists under the studio's banner are Su Chi himself and the newcomer Forgotten River. You pin. You savor. Before the fans could get back to it, Su Chi edited another tweet again 3 minutes later. Time doesn't age. We don't break up. Thanks to Forgotten Water's dedication. The new album July and New Life will be available soon. And the title track Invisible Wings has been pre-ordered. So stay tuned. The tweet ended with a special aid to Oblivion again. 3 tweets in 10 minutes. Each tweet is a different official announcement. The first microblog, announcing the establishment of a personal studio, with Hua Entertainment is still a partnership. In the second tweet, the studio has added newcomer Oblivion, unidentified. The third microblog, Su Chi is going to release a new album. The main song is the work of its newcomer Forgotten River. Almost spaceless tawdry maneuvers like late-night torpedoes. It blew the collective minds of the netizens who ate it. The whole Twitterverse went straight down. The concert just ended and you're releasing a new album? Not bad for a labor of love in the music industry. Master Dick YYDS. The new album is too much of a child's play, isn't it? What's the point of promoting a newcomer? There's one thing to be said for the title of the song Invisible Wings. As long as it's Master Dick's song, I'll support it if I have to smash the pot. Trust Master Dick. Looking forward to the new album. Less than 10 minutes. The topics of Su Chi's studio and the mysterious newcomer Forgotten River, as well as Su Chi's new album, directly dominated the top 3 hot searches. The heat is blowing up. There is only one tweet from Gu Cheng's account. The back-end servers are like fried. Fans went wild and comments kept refreshing and popping up. Gu Cheng clicked in and casually browsed. For the love of Su 7. Here's a little attention for you. This publicity is so mysterious. Not even a proper face. Bet 10 packs of chorizo. The blogger must be too ugly to meet people. Leave a paw. Please kick me when the real one shows up. Netizens are speculating about the identity of Oblivion. There are based on the concert to follow the melon suspected Gu Cheng. There are concluded that the capital is hard to plug Su Chi's return trainee. There are also speculation that he is a big man in the industry cloaked in a new vest. The various versions are varied. It directly made Gu Cheng look happy. The imagination of netizens is really too rich. Even speculations like eating soft rice have come out. Ha ha, to be sure. Su Dick's new album's promotion is in place with this flurry of action. And it works like a charm. As for whether the identity will be revealed as a result, Gu Cheng wasn't worried at all. With Lu Hongguang, his identity is not that easy to expose. As soon as the mood slackened, the champagne aftermath began to attack Gu Cheng. Gu Cheng squinted and yawned. Exit Twitter sharply and turn off your computer to sleep. Joyful Art. Recording Studio. Zhang Feng was wearing millions of headphones and was deeply involved in recording for his new album. If Gu Cheng were here he would be amazed. Though the lyrics and the setting are different. And the speed at which the song proceeds as well as the harmonies are different. But if you listen carefully, you can still hear that the song that Zhang Feng is recording right now is the 0.25 version of The Road to Ordinary. Chen Wenxuan and Su Hanshan, a well-known music producer, stood outside the soundproof room with their chests encircled, listening. Over the years, Huan Yi has produced countless idol singers, but most of them are short-lived, and after a brief burst of popularity, they are brutally eliminated by the market. Only Zhang Feng, still holding the throne as the first brother of Huan Yi. After 5 years of releasing 7 solo albums, he won the Golden Melody Award for Best New Artist in his first year of debut, and then went on to win Album of the Year twice and Best Male Vocalist 3 times. Su Banshan nodded in satisfaction, recognizing Jiang Feng's rendition. Not bad, the vocals aren't as low and magnetic, but the bite is clean and gives the song a different soul. Chen Wenxuan nodded his head in agreement. This version is really good. It has more feeling than the previous versions. Teacher Su, it's still you who's great. This song fine can't be heard as plagiarized after you've rearranged it like this. Su Banshan cast a sidelong glance at him and said in dissatisfaction, how can this be considered plagiarism? It's merely the same style and sounds similar. As a plagiarism professional, Su Banshan's plagiarism technique had long been practiced to perfection. He would never admit to plagiarizing. It was a slip of the tongue. Chen Wenxuan half smiled to make amends. Recently the company has recruited a few new young trainees, so when Jiang Feng finishes recording, I'll call them to come over, so that Mr. Su can help give them more pointers. Su Banshan patted him on the shoulder and smiled a deep smile. Chen Ji, to say that it's still you who understands me the most. Click. The door to the soundproof room was suddenly pushed open. Assistant Shaoli barged in a panic, interrupting Su Hanshan. Chen Ji. Chen Wenxuan chided with a sullen face. What's going on with the impudence? Don't you know that when Jiang Feng is recording, you can't be disturbed no matter what? Recording requires emotional commitment. Once interrupted in the middle, this feeling is hard to get back. The assistant hurriedly half-bowed and apologized. Chen Ji, I'm sorry, I was really in a hurry here. Chen Wenxuan looked at Jiang Feng who was fully engaged and moved to the corner. Say, what happened? Chen Ji, Su Qi has set up a personal studio and signed a newcomer, Forgettable, and has officially announced the release of a new album. What? Chen Wenxuan jumped up violently and snatched Chen Wenxuan's cell phone. Open up the Twitter hotspot. The further Chen Wenxuan looked down, the darker his face became. Su Hanshan came over. Didn't Su Qi just finish her concert? Why is she releasing a new album so soon? I don't know what she's up to. Chen Wenxuan returned with a sullen face. When is it bad for Su Dick to release an album? Favored this juncture. The company is letting Jiang Feng release a new album at this time because it's a window period for power singers. He had planned to let Qin Wen and the girls ride the wind once Jiang Feng's new album was released. Let Jiang Feng take them to run circulars, record programs or something to rub off on the traffic. Su Qi came this way, directly disrupting Huan Yi's plans. Chen Wenxuan felt that there was something strange going on and took his cell phone and dialed out. Old Zhao, who is this forgetfulness? Can you find out? Not knowing what was returned over there, Chen Wenxuan's face became more and more ugly. After half a dozen rings, he hung up helplessly. Su Hanshan hurriedly pursued. Chen Ji, how is it? Chen Wenxuan let out a long sigh. This news of Su Qi is too sudden. There's no trace of it at all. And Hua Entertainment's side of the mouth is also very tight, not revealing a single word. As for those messy news on the internet, they have no credibility at all. This Oblivion River is just like it appeared out of thin air. What are you guys talking about? Who's Oblivion? Jiang Feng cupped his throat and walked out. Seeing this, Chen Wenxuan hurriedly unscrewed a bottle of mineral water and handed it over. Jiang Feng, drink some water first to moisturize your voice. Thank you Chen Ji. Jiang Feng tilted his head and filled a few mouthfuls before saying, what happened? Why do I see that you two have such a grave expression? Chen Wenxuan handed him his cell phone. Just see for yourself. The smile on Jiang Feng's face instantly tightened as he scrolled down the message. When is Su Dick's new album coming out? The day the studio is set up is the day the new album is released. About half a month like that. Wouldn't that just clash with your own schedule? With the strength of Su Dick, if this schedule collides, Jiang Feng's new album sales will definitely be affected. Jiang Feng pondered for a moment. Chen Ji, is it possible for that forgetfulness to be Gu Cheng? Chen Wenxuan frowned. Earlier, Qinwen said that she saw Su Qi at Gu Cheng's place, but didn't ask for any useful information. But now we can't rule out this possibility. Jiang Feng's brows stared up in some concern. If Forgotten River is really Gu Cheng, are we still releasing this song? It's been magically altered, but it still doesn't hide the fact that the song was copied from Ordinary Road, when Gu Cheng was a vegetarian. Jiang Feng had no worries at all. But if Gu Cheng is Forgotten River and signed up with Su Qi Studio backed by China Entertainment, the risk of plagiarism can be increased. Chen Wenxuan pointed out the key to the problem sharply. So what if it's him? Are you willing to give up the song? Jiang Feng. After Su Banshan's remix, the song really suited Jiang Feng perfectly, and it has every potential to burst into flames. Jiang Feng really didn't want to give up. Su Banshan hummed lightly. Don't worry. Music plagiarism is not clearly defined in the country in the first place. If there's really a copyright dispute, you have a huge fan base to wash the ground for you. so what's there to worry about? Zhang Feng has nearly 100 million fans altogether on the entire network. And there are a lot of die-hard fans. They are strong in battle. From top singers to popular idols or no-name newcomers. They can all kinds of connotations name stomping in dark mockery, and even slaughtered their square. Mr. Su is right. Plagiarism is not defined. Even if you hear it, you can just bite your tongue and deny it. Chen Wenxuan patted Jiang Feng's shoulder. Don't worry about these things. Concentrate on preparing your new album. The company will take care of the rest. Graduation represents a departure, always with a touch of sadness. Walking down the street, you can see classmates hooking up all over the place. And the guy who only got up the courage to run downstairs to the girls' dormitory to confess his love after graduation. Once the day is over, we'll all go our separate ways, and it'll be hard to get together again. Even Zhao Chong, who had a spontaneous and uninhibited personality, was a bit sad. To keep the last of the goodness, Zhao Chong brought his camera from home and dragged Gu Chang and Zhou Yi around to take pictures. Because of the campus forum, Gu Chang's popularity skyrocketed at the Zhengcheng Art Academy. Everywhere you go, students gather around to take pictures. That's senior Gu Chang, right? So handsome, looks clean and not as bad as the forums make it out to be. What to do? I want to go up there and ask for a tweet so bad. Watch as Gu Chang once again politely refused his schoolmate's request for a photo. Zhao Chong couldn't help but say sourly, in the past, when I walked with you, the object of the girl's attention was me. But now it's all stolen by you. Gu Chang cried and laughed. Zhao Chang's nature is unconventional. Righteousness, something is also true on, is a worthy of deep friendship. It's just a lot of drama. Directing your own sitcom every day. Gu Chang didn't bother to pay attention to him and turned his head to Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi, what are your plans after graduation? Me? Zhou Yi's smile was a bit bitter. I've booked a ticket, and I'll be going back to my hometown for development from now on. No way, Zhou Yi? Didn't you agree to break into the entertainment industry with me? Zhao Chong uttered in surprise. I originally planned to stay in Jiangcheng, but a few days ago my dad called me and said that my mom wasn't feeling well, so I'm planning to go back to my hometown and open a B&B so I can spend more time with her. Gu Chang patted him on the shoulder. It's not bad to open a B&B, and when the time comes to marry a good girl, it's quite happy to have a peaceful life. Zhou Yi sighed helplessly. I still envy you guys. You can pursue your dreams. Remember to look for me when you're traveling to Nanzhou. I'll treat you guys to a big meal. It's a deal. We won't get drunk then. Zhao Chong looked sideways at Gu Chang. Gu Chang, what about you? What are your plans after graduation? Gu Chang looked at the sky and said softly, I'm going to the imperial capital, so you can call me later if anything happens. Zhao Chong and Zhou Yi looked at each other in surprise. Old Gu, you're not familiar with the imperial capital. Why do you suddenly want to develop there? Gu Chang let out a light laugh. I signed up with a company in the imperial capital, but because I signed a non-disclosure agreement, it's not convenient to tell you guys at the moment. In addition to the sadness of graduation, there is also confusion about the future. Zhao Chong tilted his head inside. You all have your targets. I'm the only one left. Gu Chang laughed and teased. Aren't you going home to follow in your father's footsteps? Zhao Chong stood up with great vigor and fighting spirit. I'm rushing master is never going to nibble on the old man. I'm going to enter the entertainment industry and kill him. At this point, Zhou Yi suddenly pulled on Zhao Chang's pants in excitement. Crap. Chong, look at Weibo. Lin Huiru is going back to school for the graduation ceremony. Lin Huiru was from the music department of the Zhengcheng Arts Academy, 2 terms earlier than Gu Chang and the others. Without graduating, she was spotted by a talent scout because of her good looks and made a hit with her direct solo debut. Now in the second tier of the entertainment industry, she has released a number of popular singles. It was one of Zhao Chang's dream goddesses. What? Let's see. When Zhao Chong heard this, he immediately pulled out his cell phone and swiped his microblog. Huiru Lin just posted a tweet 10 minutes ago. The general idea is that it was a great pleasure to return to my alma mater for the graduation ceremony and to congratulate my younger siblings on their graduation, and put up a picture of the college's graduation stage. Ji Lingchen retweeted Lin Huiru's tweet in the first place. At Huiru Lin's sister, we are graduating soon. Looking forward to a fantastic link-up with her on the graduation stage. Lin Huiru briefly replied with a line about schoolmates cheering up. Zhao Chong cursed with a cold snort, MMP. Ji Lingchen, this dog is so shameless, actually rubbing off on my goddess traffic. Zhou Yi thought for a moment. I remember they seem to have worked together in a variety show before. Maybe goddess Lin, this time, is here to support Ji Lingchen. Zhao Chong glared at him and denied it without hesitation. No way. There's no way my goddess is so blind. Zhou Yi looked at Gu Chang. Gu Chang, you also have a program tonight, right? Gu Chang nodded. Mr. Fong signed me up. So when are you coming out? The order of performance hasn't been announced yet. There's a meeting later. so I guess that's when the announcement will be made. The students who are able to perform on stage are professionally competent, so there is no rehearsal for the party, and the program is as free as it can be. To create surprise as well as a sense of anticipation, the party listings are announced in the last few hours. Zhao Cheng patted Gu Chang's shoulder and spoke at length. Gu Chang, don't forget how Ji Lingchen's fans hacked you on the forums. Tonight, you must crush that kid and ruthlessly punch those brain-dead fans in the face. Ji Lingchen was a debut artist after all, and had a bigger fan base than Gu Chang. Yesterday his waterboys flooded the school forums like crazy, so much so that Gu Chang's ordinary road was hacked to pieces. The forum servers have even crashed outright several times, so angry that Zhao Chang's cell phone almost fell. Gu Chang shrugged. Tell me more. Ji Lingchen was nothing more than an insignificant person to Gu Chang. Gu Chang didn't take him seriously. Injustice. Gu Chang bumped into a long-haired woman head-on in the corridor to the conference room. Right, no. Qin Wen is you? Gu Chang froze slightly. Then on second thought, it was justified. As the school flower of the dance department, Qin Wen's appearance here was not unusual. Qin Wen looked at Gu Chang with an odd expression. Gu Chang, are you here for the meeting too? Aha! Gu Chang nodded simply. I'll go in first. Looking at Gu Chang directly crossing over himself, that dryback, Qin Wen couldn't help but feel a hint of bitterness in the bottom of her heart. Missed it in the end. Shake your head and shake off those stray thoughts. She took a deep breath in place and lifted her foot to follow. The moment Gu Chang appeared in the conference room, everyone looked at him. There were only a few empty chairs left in the conference room. Gu Chang ignored all the attention and walked straight to Ji Lingchen's opposite side and sat down. Qin Wen, who was right behind her, looked around and sat down next to Ji Lingchen. Good afternoon everyone. I'm late. Qin Wen smiled gently, but her heart was a little tearful. It was a party she took very seriously and had started preparing for it months ago. Now look at the formation in front of you. Obviously either the opener or the finale. One is out of luck. Singing is expected to steal the limelight. Qin Wen was considering whether she should simply switch to dancing. A sweet voice broke the silence. You're Gu Chang? Gu Chang raised his eyes to look over. It was only then that he realized that Lin Huiru was sitting next to Ji Lingchen. Exquisite small features, a head of brown curly hair, smile when the dimples light, looks like a sweet but between the brows and eyes with a hidden charm. The body is very absorbing, especially the yukiko that can't be held in one hand. It's a visual benefit for all men, pure with lust. No wonder she was worshipped as a goddess by Zhao Chong. Gu Chang did not look away. Hello, Sister Lin. Lin Huiru looked at Gu Chang from top to bottom once, and there was some playfulness in her charming eyes. The looks were handsome, and the eyes looked clean. However, she still couldn't figure out why Wang Snian held him in such high esteem. She ruffled her hair lightly and gazed at Gu Chang intently. Gu student brother performed well tonight. Oh, sing well. School sister give you flowers. Speaking later, she even winked playfully at Gu Chang. Gu Chang smiled politely. Thank you senior sister Lin. Ji Lingchen half narrowed his eyes, the corners of his mouth faintly sneering. Gu Chang, didn't you say you weren't interested in the graduation ceremony? How come you're here too? Gu Chang responded nonchalantly. Teacher Fong enrolled me. Ji Lingchen looked provocatively at Gu Chang. Then what do you think your approximate order of appearance is? Is it the first 10 or the last 10? Not a word about the opening and finale, the significance of which is self-evident. Gu Chang played with the pen in his hand. It doesn't matter when I'm coming out. But, it looks like you're bound and determined for the finale? Ji Lingchen straightened his chest and acquiesced with conviction. What do you say? Gu Chang laughed lightly. Then I wish you what you want. Crisp heels rang out. Next, Feng Zhao's enchanting figure appeared in the conference room in style. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. Feng Zhao is the head of instruction, not the head of arts and culture. Ji Lingchen frowned slightly. Director Feng, why are you presiding over the meeting? Where is Director Li? Feng Zhao placed the information in her arms on the table and looked at Ji Lingchen with a smile on her face. No wonder Levitt was so open for him. It's just a shame. An hour ago, the crowd is still split on the spots for the party finale. Li White insists on giving the spot to Ji Lingchen, while Feng Zhao as well as Wang Snian strongly recommend Gu Chang. Lin Zhengyang patted down the decision to vote anonymously. In the end, Gu Chang won by a landslide of 10 votes to 7, and Levitt was so angry that he brushed it off. The presiding of the meeting fell to Feng Zhao. Director Li is not coming, so I'll be in charge of the next meeting and the arrangements for the party. Feng Zhao explained gently. Ji Lingchen narrowed his eyes, suddenly flashing a bad feeling. There shouldn't be a change in the finale. Should there? No. No way. He himself was the only one in the room. Besides Lin Huiru, who had started out in the entertainment industry. Who else is qualified for the finale but yourself? Feng Zhao sat down in the main seat, her eyes crossing all the way from left to right. You've all been chosen by the thousands to sit here today, and I know there's a lot of hesitation regarding this graduation performance. Without further ado, let's get right down to business. Feng Jiao picked up a document and flicked it in midair. This document in my hand is the order of appearance for tonight's show. The crowd held their breath, staring at the paper with eager eyes. Director Feng, don't sell yourself short. That's right, Director Feng, hurry up and announce it. What's the rush? Feng Jiao lightly reprimanded and affectionately looked at Lin Huiru. Before the list is announced, on behalf of the college, I would like to thank Lin Huiru for taking time out of her busy schedule to come back to campus for the event. Director Feng is too polite, and Huiru is deeply honored to be able to return to perform on the stage of Jiangcheng Academy once again. Lin Huiru straightened her back and smiled daintily and brightly. When Gu Chang looked over, he only felt that it was so white that it shook his eyes. It's not just him. The men in the entire conference room were unconsciously attracted. Sure enough, cute is worthless in the face of sensualness. Feng Jiao coughed lightly twice. We, the school authorities, have unanimously decided to hand over the opening to your beautiful and lovely sister Lin Huiru. Everyone applaud and encourage. Gu Chang clapped along with the crowd. With Lin Huiru's popularity in the circle, the atmosphere would definitely be extremely hot with her warming up the scene. The show was halfway there straight away. Lin Huiru winked playfully. Schoolmates, please teach me more tonight. Ji Lingchen flattered attentively. It's our honor that school sister Lin is warming up the stage for us. Go for it, school sister Lin. Lin Huiru covered her mouth and giggled sweetly. Aha! Everyone cheer together. Feng Jiao curled her fingers and tapped on the tabletop, pulling back the crowd's attention. With the opening decided, it's time for the finale appearance. I now announce that the finale appearance is. At this point, Feng Jiao paused for a few seconds, successfully whetting everyone's appetite. Feng Jiao's eyes circled around and finally landed on Gu Chang, wanting to see the expression on his face. Gu Chang looked back at her calmly. Feng Jiao was speechless. Gu Chang had no desire in his eyes. There was no micro-expression of half-expectation. Feng Jiao cleared her throat. Gu Chang! The whole room was silent. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. Especially those trainees who had acquiesced to Ji Lingchen felt their hearts shake and their scalps tingle. Gu Chang was surprised and looked at Feng Jiao. The order of appearance for graduation shows is carefully considered. In addition to the opening heat candidates, the further back in the list of appearances you go, the bigger the curiosity at the institution you prove to be. According to the curiosity as well as the seniority, the finale is Ji Lingchen's in all sense of the word. Gu Chang didn't even anticipate that the finale would fall on himself. A trainee immediately blurted out, Director Feng, why isn't Ji Lingchen the finale? Director Feng, you can't be joking, right? How can it be Gu Chang for the finale? Ji Lingchen was equally incredulous. The smile on his face cracked by inches. He narrowed his eyes and questioned verbatim, Director Feng, did you guys get the list wrong? Feng Jiao looked around the room, taking in everyone's reactions. Feng Jiao was not surprised that one of them reacted so violently. She parted down the list in her hand. There's nothing wrong with the list. The order of appearance for the show is all here, so you can confirm it for yourselves. Ji Lingchen fished out the list, his eyes so stern that he wanted to burn through the paper. The first one is undoubtedly Lin Huiru. He skimmed right through the middle and looked to the end. The third from the bottom is Qin Wen. The penultimate is himself. The last one was clearly Gu Chang. Ji Lingchen squeezed the list in his hand tightly, feeling that those two words were incomparably harsh. He took a deep breath and inquired again, Director Feng, are you sure this list is not mistaken? Feng Jiao nodded. That's right, that's how it's arranged. Ji Lingchen could no longer keep his cool. He stood up boldly and questioned, Director Feng, there shouldn't be anything fishy about this quota, right? In terms of works, popularity and awards, in what way am I inferior to Gu Chang? What strength does Gu Chang have other than a mediocre song called Ordinary Road? What makes him the finale? There is only one lead in the graduation show, and Feng Jiao actually made him a star who has already made his debut and has a title, popularity and awards in the entertainment industry, to match Gu Chang a vegetarian. If this were to get out, how would he, Ji Lingchen, still be able to gain a foothold in the entertainment industry? He can even imagine those media passes. How will Pol step on his own? The circle of curiosity directly a drop. In the face of Ji Lingchen's continuous questioning, Feng Jiao nodded with understanding. Ji Lingchen, I know you're very good, and it's normal to have resistance, but this result was voted on by the entire school leadership, and it wasn't my decision alone. Everyone agrees that Ordinary Road is a rare masterpiece, so Gu Chang's finale is well deserved. Deservedly so? Vetoing his 4 years of hard work just because Ordinary Road came out halfway through the movie? Jillian wanted to roar. However, he knew that getting angry at Feng Jiao would not help. He could only turn his head, his sight dead on Gu Chang, his eyes crimson. Gu Chang, are you sure, with your strength, you can win the finale of this party? Everyone looked at Gu Chang with unblinking eyes. Facing Ji Lingchen's stern eyes, Gu Chang was completely unfazed. He knew that anyone who could sit in this conference hall had the capital of pride in them. They were more or less unconvinced about their finale. But does Gu Chang care about their feelings? Gu Chang raised his eyes to Ji Lingchen and spoke calmly. I have no problem. Ji Lingchen laughed back in anger and gave Gu Chang a deep look. Gu Chang, you're good. Very good. Feng Jiao looked at Gu Chang with satisfaction. Since everyone is okay with it, Gu Chang, you perform well tonight and don't let everyone down. Thank you, Director Feng. Gu Chang nodded his head. He knew that for the finale to fall to him, Feng Jiao was behind it to push for the effort. It's 5 p.m. and there are only 3 hours left until the party. Feng Jiao stood up. I want you to put your best foot forward and blossom on the graduation stage. That's all for today's meeting. You each go back and prepare. The meeting ended and one by one the people dispersed. Gu Chang had just stepped out of the doorway with his right foot when a dark shadow pounced on him and strangled him. How's the old Gu? You're first out? Gu Chang frowned and pushed the hairy hand away. As you wish. What do you mean? As you wish? Zhao Chong froze, then was ecstatic. The finale. Lao Gu, you're the grand finale, right? He looked to Ji Lingchen, who was sulking behind him, and gloatingly scoffed. Ha ha, Ji Lingchen, aren't you holding yourself to be excellent and winning the finale? How come the finale fell to Gu Chang? Ji Lingchen ignored Zhao Chang's sneer. He walked straight towards Gu Chang. His eyes were unyielding and lonely. Gu Chang, just because you get the finale doesn't mean you're better than me. It's just because they like the road to ordinary better. He looked at Gu Chang provocatively. Since you narrowly beat me for originality, if you have the guts, you can do a graduation-related song at the graduation show tonight. Zhao Chong really wanted to punch Ji Lingchen in the face, knock the loneliness out of his face hard. Ji Lingchen, as the saying goes, the king becomes the loser. No matter how Gu Chang took the finale, you lost is lost, just your measure. Yes, Gu Chang interrupted Zhao Chong with a single word. Zhao Chong turned back sharply and looked at Gu Chang in surprise. Gu, are you out of your mind? Gu Chang just looked fixedly back at Ji Lingchen. It's just a graduation song. Simple. Watching Gu Chang calmly accept his challenge, Ji Lingchen felt like he had thrown a heavy punch, but it had hit above the cotton. The heart is infinitely stifled. With a cold snort, Ji Lingchen left with a big stride. Gu Chang. Qinwen frowned at Gu Chang. When did you become so sullen? Zhao Chong felt phobic when he saw Qinwen. His eyes showed contempt. Qinwen, just mind your own business. Lao Gu doesn't need you to bother. You. Qinwen's beautiful eyes glared. After looking at the indifferent Gu Chang, he finally gritted his teeth and turned away. Lin Huiru, who had witnessed everything, gave an amused smile. She twisted her waist forward and patted Gu Chang's shoulder. Senior Gu, senior sister is very optimistic about you. Do your best. The rich aroma leaps into the nose. Gu Chang did not move and took 2 steps back. Thank you, Sister Lin. I'll try my best. Seeing the goddess, Zhao Chong excitedly squeezed into the middle of the two. Sister Lin, I'm a fan of yours. Can I sign an autograph? Lin Huiru puffed. Of course. Squeezed into a corner. Gu Chang. After watching Lin Huiru leave in a delicate manner, Zhao Chong suddenly turned around and slapped Gu Chang on the back. Gu Chang, who had no defense, was slapped and stumbled forward a few steps. Zhao Chong, are you crazy? You're the one who's crazy. Zhao Chong was furious. It's only 3 hours before the show. Where are you going to get a whole graduation song out of it? Gu Chang shrugged. You'll find out later. When it's graduation season, there are certain songs that will always be played on a loop. Goodbye. Cheers. You at the same table. Days of East Beijing Road. Junction of Phoenix Blossoms. The Wind Rises. Each one is close to Gu Chang's heart. These are classic songs that crush Gilligan's My Youth in minutes. So Gu Chang is not worried about not having a graduation song. He's having trouble deciding which graduation song to sing. After the order of graduation performances fell official, the college exploded at once. Ji Lingchen's fans flocked to the academy's official account, screaming and trolling like crazy, demanding that the school give Ji Lingchen a statement and ordering Gu Chang to return the finale slot to Ji Lingchen. Jillian added fuel to the fire by posting an insinuating tweet on the social media platform. I'm sorry I wasn't strong enough to let the fans down. I respect the school's decision. I will still bring out my best and take the stage I love seriously. Tonight at the Jiangcheng Art Academy, Ji Lingchen will not see you. The fanbase is making waves. Brother, you'll always be the best in our hearts. Brother's finale was robbed. Heartbreaking. Brother is being bullied. Can't stand it. Not going to work. I'm going to support my brother. Looking at the comments defending himself underneath the microblog, The lack of depression in Ji Lingchen's heart finally dissipated a bit. Agent Zhao Qing walked in cupping her cell phone. His face was full of anger. For the sake of this graduation party, I even pushed a variety show announcement for you. I didn't expect them to treat you like this. Had I known this, I would have never let you come back. From the beginning of his career, Zhao Qing had watched Ji Lingchen travel all the way to the present without ever thinking that he would fall on his face at his alma mater. Thanks to her advance greetings with media friends, just waiting for the finale of the quota once out, we'll send out circulars hype publicity wave. I didn't expect something as ridiculous as this to happen. No panic, Ji Lingchen snorted coldly. Since I'm not the grand finale, let the grand finale become a joke. Zhao Qing narrowed her eyes in warning. What do you want? In full view of everyone. Don't overdo it. Ji Lingchen hooked his lips in a cold smile. Don't worry, Sister Zhao. I have my measure. It's natural to pay a small price for robbing him. The red phoenix flowers in full bloom, large and colorful in the setting sun, are like a sea of fire. Gu Cheng maneuvered the drone around for a shot. The leaves are like the feathers of a flying phoenix. The flowers are like the crown of a phoenix. It's really so beautiful. Gu Cheng didn't understand before. Why is it that such a passionate flower is associated with the sad season of graduation? Later stroll through the phoenix blossom trees, he realized that the fiery red phoenix flower represents parting, longing, and fiery youth. Uncle, a familiar little milky voice sounded behind him. A pair of tender white small hands violently hugged Gu Cheng's thighs. Cute pill head, black backpack pants? Who is it if not Gu Anren? Gu Cheng was surprised. Anren, why are you here? The little girl smiled cheekily and turned to point behind her. Sister Seven brought me along. Gu Cheng looked up. Floppy brown wig, baseball cap, big sunglasses, half-face mask. Gu Cheng, the heavily armed woman, was none other than Su Qi. Gu Cheng frowned slightly. How did you guys know I was here? Su Qi smiled coquettishly. Ask around on the road and you'll be found. Lifting her foot a few steps forward, she presented him with the flowers in her hand. Gu Cheng, good luck with your graduation. Thanks. Gu Cheng took the bouquet and looked her up and down. Aren't you afraid of being recognized when you come here? Su Qi playfully winked and raised her hand to lightly spin it around. No one should recognize me if I'm disguised like this, right? Besides, it'll be dark later, and no one will notice me. The people are here. What else can Gu Cheng do? The evening was crowded. With Su Qi's popularity, once he was recognized, he would definitely cause a stir. You guys wait for me. Gu Cheng put away the drone and took them directly to Zhao Chong. Although Su Qi was wrapped tightly, the sharp-eyed Zhao Chong still recognized her through her familiar eyebrows. You're Su. Gu Cheng covered his mouth with one hand. Shoo, don't yell. Zhao Chong nodded his head, his eyes full of excitement. The popular diva, Su Qi, was actually standing in front of him alive and smiling at him. Zhao Chong felt himself so happy that he was on the verge of vertigo. Su Qi graciously extended her hand. Hello. As soon as Zhao Chong pushed Gu Cheng away, his big hand did not forget to wipe two handfuls on him in a smooth manner before carefully holding Su Qi's hand back. Hey, Su, goddess, hello. My name is Zhao Chong. I'm Gu Cheng's good buddy. Gu Cheng, this kid is so lucky, isn't he? First there was the school beauty Qinwen, then the goddess Lin Huiru, and now there's the diva Su Qi. One is more beautiful and talented than the other. Zhao Chong jealously bumped Gu Cheng's shoulder. Old Gu, you're too much of an underachiever. I take you as my buddy, but you're hiding too deep. Zhao Chong, I can't explain it clearly for a while. I'll explain it to you later when I have the chance. Gu Cheng patted his shoulder and carefully explained. Zhou Yi and I have things to do, so take care of them for me. No problem. Zhao Chong hemmed and hawed and patted his chest to assure. I'll definitely take good care of them. Up close and personal with the diva. This was his Zhao Chang's high point. He's sure to cherish it. As night falls, the countdown to the graduation party begins. Before 7 o'clock, the stadium was packed under the stage. In addition to the various media invited by the university, there were also fans who got the message and came to show their support, especially Ji Lingchen's fans. In order to support him, they wore uniforms and brought their own support lightboards as well as banners. 7:30. Loud music plays. Feng Jiao, in a black bustier gown, stepped on the hated heights and took to the stage to host herself. Good evening everyone. I'm Feng Jiao. Time is too short. The fingers are too wide. The days go round and round like a merry-go-round. And in the blink of an eye it's the month of June when we part again. Today we are gathered here to hold the 35th graduation ceremony for the students of the Zhengqing College of Arts. After a long, ponderous opening, the evening finally got down to business. I declare the graduation farewell party officially open. Applause for Lin Huiru. Welcome to the ancient style song Spring Dream Song. The room boiled and cheered when they heard Lin Huiru's name. They stood up and crossed their fingers. The lighting and sound engineers are very good at regulating the atmosphere. The moment the lights went down, the sound effects of a heart beating like a drum rang throughout the room. Bang! 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 Before the lights come on, a spotlight is thrown on the stage. Pale smoke. A huge paper screen, erected in the center of the stage. Behind the screen, an extremely enchanting back figure, holding a group fan stood still. All eyes were locked on the screen. Beautiful classical music, mixed with the sound of running water, began to flow slowly. Enchanting figure sleeves flick. Lin Huiru as if the 9 heavenly fairies. Behind the screen, with the music holding the fan light dance. Fluttering and graceful as a swimming dragon. The visuals are instantly drawn out and the atmosphere is straight up combustible. Huiru Lin, it's so beautiful. Stage Jedi Sun. A stunningly beautiful painted fairy. I could play with this mannequin for a year. Off stage. Audience. Guang did not enter the backstage, but was watching with Su Qi and the others. Su Qi raised his eyebrows and said appreciatively, I didn't expect Lin Huiru's stage this time to be adapted and designed so beautifully. Very good indeed. Guang nodded in agreement. With just one glance, Lin Huiru gives a superb sense of immersion and picture of the national style, showing the national style mood to the fullest. Stage. The mellifluous music took a steep turn, and a high koto sound suddenly inserted itself. Lin Huiru broke out of the painting in a red dress. The whole crowd was in awe, clapping and cheering wildly. Huiru Lin. Lin Huiru already has delicate features, and her red dress is even more limp and elegant, with her eyebrows and eyes full of flavor. In the sound of lightly flowing water, the petals fell from mid-air in a flurry. Lin Huiru holding a group fan half cover her face, red lips gently open, spring dream with the clouds scattered, flying flowers by the water flow, send a message to all the children. Why do you need to find idle sorrow? Guang originally just found the spring dream song familiar, but could not recall the source for a while, until Lin Huiru's voice with a theater accent came out. Immediately, Guang was instantly reminded that the spring dream song was from Chao Shuichen's Dream of the Red Chamber. It is the song that Baoyu heard the police fantasy immortal nun behind the mountain singing when he first entered the realm of Taishu. I didn't realize that Lin Huiru was so talented that she not only adapted it into a song and dance, but also boldly incorporated opera singing. The use of masterpieces and illusions in such an innovative form of adaptation is not only refreshing, but also perfectly demonstrates what the national stage should look like. This stage made Guang impressed with Lin Huiru and raised the idea of working together sometime. Huiru Lin's opening was so stunning that it set the stage for the middling afterward, all the way to Qin Wen's appearance. As the school flower of the academy's dance department, Qin Wen's popularity was still not low. Hearing that she was about to appear, the boys on stage were enthusiastic. The stage lights snapped off. In the darkness, the only sounds were the crisp footsteps of heels and the shuffling of chairs. Ta-da! 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 Every step of the way, it stepped on the tip of the boys' hearts. Guang raised his eyebrows, already guessed what Qin Wen was going to perform. Despite taking the wrong path, there's no denying that Qin Wen is a smart one. Bang! The moment the chair hit the floor, the spotlight snapped on. Qin Wen changed her innocent style and chose a short black halter dress, sitting casually on a chair with her back to the audience. It was as if the image was frozen. Qin Wen stood still. Woohoo! Beautiful! Wanna be a chair? Whoa! Goddess long legs kill me. 666. Whistles were heard off stage. Zhao Chong was surprised. Lao Gu. Qin Wen doesn't maintain her innocent persona anymore? She actually wants to do a chair dance? Guang said lightly. She has always been an ambitious woman. Ambitious women naturally seize every opportunity. With him and Ji Lingchen around, dance was the best choice for Qin Wen if she wanted to shine on the graduation stage. However, with Lin Huiru's stunning classical dance hotspot in front of her, Qin Wen can only go off the beaten track and work on her sexiness if she wants to gain eyeballs quickly. Powerful dance music plays. Qin Wen inserted her hands into her hair and ruffled it upwards, half twisting it sideways to the music and bending it violently. One jade hand moving slowly upwards all the way from her toes, sliding over the thighs as well as the slim little waist. Pause for a few seconds on the proud snow child. 5 fingers open enchanting spinning a circle, hair thrown back, revealing a seductive expression. Zhao Chong narrowed his eyes. There's one thing to be said for Qin Wen's character aside. This chair dance is still a good one. Guang nodded neutrally. Qin Wen, after all, came from the dance department, and after joining Huan Yi it is estimated that she has also gone through enhanced training by the female troupe, and her dancing skills are definitely more solid than the average dancer. Powerful music, professional dancing skills, plus enchanting expressions. Unusual chairs were danced by Qin Wen and became her weapon to hold the audience on stage. Zhao Chong turned his head and looked at him strangely. Old Gu, don't tell me you regret it? Guang blacked out and rolled his eyes at him. You think I'm a dog-licking masochist? As beautiful and powerful as Qinwen is, she can't hide the fact that she's restless. It wasn't like he was a cuckold addict. Guchang was crazy to want to cross paths with Qinwen again. As soon as he turned his head, he saw Su Qi with her ears perked up and eavesdropping. Caught in the act, Su Qi blinked her almond eyes at him and calmly turned her head away. Gucci. After Qinwen, it was Jilingshan's turn to go on stage. Lastly, there's the Gucci finale. Before the dance was finished, Fong Jing made a point of looking for it. Gu Chang, it's ready for you to go on. You should go backstage and get ready. Gu Chang nodded. Thank you, Mr. Fong. I'll go now. Touching Gu Anren's head, Gu Chang warmly admonished. You sit here with your sister and wait for me. Gu Anren let out a soft hum and raised her pink dainty fists high. Go for it, Uncle. Zhao Chong, Lao Gu. You can do it. Su Qi looked at Gu Chang with a gleaming gaze and silent encouragement. Gu Chang nodded gently and got up to follow Fong Jing towards the backstage. Feng Jiao is anxiously awaiting the head backstage. After seeing Gu Chang, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Gu Chang, you're finally here. Besides the piano, what else do you have to prepare for on stage? Gu Chang shook his head. It's just a big screen. I've asked Zhou Yi to help prepare it. The original debut, with lyrics, will be a much different viewing experience than without. Previously, at Su Qi's concert, Gu Chang was on stage temporarily and was too hastily prepared. This time, he used the only time he had to purposely go and shoot music videos that fit the theme. Had Zhou Yi, who was good with computers, edit them, and labeled the lyrics. Feng Jiao patted Gu Chang's shoulder and spoke at length. Gu Chang, you know it's not easy to come by this finale. Mr. Fong and I have high hopes for you. You must perform well. Gu Chang nodded solemnly. I know. Thank you, Director Fong and Teacher Fong. The other side. The music began to pick up the tempo as Qinwen's dance came to a close. Fireworks bloom along the stage. Qinwen's long legs were spread in an M shape, collapsing into a chair and bobbing her head and tossing her hair, then getting up and twisting sensuously in a circle around the chair. Finally the chair turned sharply. Qinwen turned sharply and sat back on the chair, leaving behind an evocative back. Wow! Sexy! Good looking! To die! A billion more times! A wolf howled and whistled from the stage. Qinwen threw a final seductive look before bowing off the stage. Feng Jiao smiled and went on stage. Applause for Qinwen's enthusiastic chair dance. We have pointed to the rivers and mountains, and the wind flows through the ages together. We have written about our youth, and we have shared 1,000 miles together. Let time paint the temples like frost. Only you and I are left with the youth of the world. Next we have Ji Lingchen, singing My Youth. Let our youth blossom tonight. Before Feng Jiao's words fell, the stage went crazy with shouts. Ji Lingchen's support light boards, as well as exclusive banners, covered half of the stadium. Ji Lingchen! Ji Lingchen! Fireworks all the way from the stage. Colorful spotlights illuminate the entire stage. Ji Lingchen, dressed in trendy clothes, shone on stage like a prince. Man, brother is so handsome. Can't. I'm going to pass out. Jillian, I love you. Fans screamed and screamed. The atmosphere was as if it had been exploded on fire. Shocking beyond measure. Youthful and dynamic music played. Ji Lingchen sang and danced to the rhythm of the music. Gu Chang watched Ji Lingchen singing and dancing through the backstage. After all, having won the championship, Ji Lingchen's voice is still very good and his vocals are online throughout. The dance is nothing technically difficult. It's kind of middle of the road. In the case of the songs, the melodies are very catchy and the lyrics are so catchy that the average person can hum along with them even if they've only heard them once. Typical flow song, but still mesmerized the girls on stage who couldn't help themselves and screamed, "Brother is the best. Jillian, I love you. Ji Lingchen, we'll always support you." Amidst the unwelcome cheers, Ji Lingchen bowed and stepped down from the stage. The lights dimmed. The crew was organized the stage. Feng Jiao once again walked to the front of the stage, her gaze distant. Thank you, Qi Lincoln, for your wonderful singing and dancing. Youth is a hasty book, and in the twinkling of an eye we will go our separate ways. Not all dreams come true in time. Not all words are told in time. Fold a phoenix flower and pin it on your lapel. Take my thoughts away and accompany you for 1,000 miles. Next, please enjoy the music department. Gu Chang's original grand finale, The Intersection of Phoenix Blossoms. Backstage, Gu Chang did not look at him, and staggered past Ji Lingchen, who had gotten off the stage. Gu Chang didn't stay on his feet. Ji Lingchen, however, paused in place and narrowed his eyes at his back. Broker Zhao Qing came over with mineral water. Between handing out water, Zhao Chang whispered, "It's all arranged." Ji Lingchen hummed softly, squeezing the mineral water bottle tightly, smiling meaningfully. Lights converge. A black piano appears in the center of the stage. In the limelight, a long, upright figure slowly walked toward the stage. Unlike everyone else before them, he didn't have fancy stage clothes. wearing a simple white shirt as well as jeans. His body reveals a clean, elegant demeanor. Guchang came out and polarized the stage. The audience that supported Ji Lingchen was either silent or booed. Audiences who loved The Road to Ordinary are again shouting for Guchang with all their might. Shady, shady, step down, go Guchang, go Guchang. Whether in favor or singing the praises. The moment. All eyes converged on Guchang. Guchang's face was calm and unperturbed as he walked calmly to the piano. The cacophony of voices. The big screen suddenly lit up. Familiar institutional landscapes. Phoenix flowers full of streaming fire. Faculty students of all shapes and sizes. Immediately someone screamed out. Sky! It's our college. Guchang has brought the phoenix flower to the stage. Nope. This is from the beginning of school 4 years ago. Sharp-eyed students recognized it as the scene of the entrance 4 years ago in September. The whole stadium stirred. At this time of parting, it is so intimate and sentimental to see the beautiful college on the big screen, and to see the original encounter. Phoenix flower, the school flower of the Jiangchang Art Academy. It bloomed in September to welcome them, accompanied them for 4 years in Jiangchang, and now blooms again to send them off. The big screen is constantly changing. A scene, a Xinjiang. The video shows pedestrians coming and going, overflowing with youthful smiles. There are no protagonists, yet they are all protagonists. Some of the girls already had moist eyes and were moved to tears. The phoenix flowers are so beautiful, in the blink of an eye. 4 years have gone by, so nostalgic for the good old days. Oh, can't leave. If the stage was all passion before, the stage is now a tearjerker. Guchang had already moved the audience on stage before he even started singing. Those fans who opposed him became silent at some point. Guchang's low, clear voice murmured out, July flows with fire. September grants close. The phoenix blooms for 2 seasons. 1 season the new students come. 1 season the old ones go. A song of the intersection of phoenix blossoms to say goodbye to all of you. This goes to wish you all the best of luck in your future. And to become Zhuo Wei's talent. Guchang walked over to the piano and sat down. Bony, slender hands, falling on the black and white keys. The moving melody pours out. On the big screen. The phoenix flowers bloomed all over the ground, bright red like fire, spreading all the way. Guchang's playing is flowing and the images are pleasing to the eye. There was a lot of chatter from the audience on stage. Crap! Guchang is so handsome. This piano has to be a 10th grade, right? Debut in place. Even if you can't sing, you're good enough to be a top streamer with that face. Guchang half closed his eyes. The floodgates of memory run like a torrent. This song, The Intersection of the Phoenix Blossom, is specially written for the university parting students. The original singer is Lin Jishen, and then was brought to fire by Hu Xia, becoming one of the classic God song of the graduation ceremony. He actually had a lot of graduation songs in his head, more widely sung and more red-hot than he could count. The reason why I chose The Junction of the Phoenix Blossom was favoritism, in addition to being appropriate. The college's phoenix flowers are too similar to what I remember from high school. Guchang also had his youthful years. There is a group of classmates who are crazy together and hack together, skip class together and punish together. Those dark days of drunkenness. He also wanted to fantasize about going back to the day when he was young, wearing his washed out and faded school uniform, meeting 3 or 5 of his friends and strolling under the Phoenix woods. Some views and memories become complete when put together. Guchang took a deep breath and sang the first line with nostalgia. It's time for the Phoenix flowers to open again. Thinking of an old friend I haven't seen in a while. Memories follow the senses and slowly come alive. Moving melodies, apt and appropriate lyrics, plus Guchang's clear voice and warm, calm vocals, instant wow factor. Inexplicably touched. It's so good. Is this live or on CD? Zhao Chong looked at Guchang adoringly. Crap. Lao Gu is deep in hiding. The singing is so good. Su Qi nodded. Not bad indeed. She's heard a lot of singers live. Guchang's live is very capable and not at all inferior to professional singers. It's the kind of guy who can shine on stage if you give him a microphone. Signing Gucci was a smart move. The reddish-colored hillside is a crossroads to say goodbye. What youth takes away and what it leaves behind. A piece of touching left in the heart. Su Qi supported her chin and gazed at Guchang. Focused men are always especially easy to fascinate. Spotlight. Guchang's fingertips danced flexibly on the piano. The profile of that side face concentrating on singing looked so charmingly handsome. Su Qi's instantaneous light flashed, and her heartbeat accelerated unconsciously. The singing continues. After the first verse of the main song ended, Guchang was just about to sing the chorus. The piano, however, was suddenly silenced. What's going on? What's the situation? Why the sudden silence? The audience on stage looked skeptical and stared at each other. Feng Zhao's face plummeted and she immediately ran backstage to check on the situation. Zhao Chong was so angry that he cursed directly. Fuck. What the fuck? Is there something wrong with the stereo? The stereo has been fine up front. How come there are problems when it comes to Goose City? The accident couldn't have come at a better time. Suchi frowned and looked at Gu Chang with worry. As far as she knew, Gu Chang didn't have much stage experience. A sudden stage mishap, a poorly handled one, and the show simply collapses in its entirety. The moment the piano mutes, Gu Chang then realized that the stereo was malfunctioning. If he's a stage whiz, he might be overwhelmed. But Gu Chang is a professional singer, and the lack of accompaniment doesn't affect his performance. He stood up unperturbed and headed downstage while continuing to sing. The river of time flows into the sea. Finally, we split up. No port. It's staying forever. Clear singing. The crowd on stage first froze. Reacting instantly, his scalp went numb. It only felt like Gu Chang's voice was like heavenly music, scratching his ears. An audience member let out a scream. Crap. Clean singing. That save was awesome. This singing is steady as an old dog. The outsiders look good. The insiders look good. Most of the audience on stage were art students and were more than familiar with stage performances. Even if you have the skills, live clean singing is very easy to expose their shortcomings, and is the easiest behavior to turn over. However, Gu Chang's voice is clear with a slight magnetism, and when he sings, he can hardly hear the sound of air change, and his singing skills are as steady as a CD, perfectly holding the audience on stage. With just the most ordinary microphones and a humble graduation stage, it was hard-hitting and sang with the momentum of a concert. It was, without a doubt, a feast for the eyes and ears. In the midst of the crowd's amazement, Gu Chang walked straight off the stage and got up close and personal with the audience and waved his hand up to drive the atmosphere. There's a phoenix blooming at the crossroads in my mind. I have my most cherished friends. Maybe there's not much to remember. At least it's a memory that lasts. Do you feel the same way from afar? Suchi gazed at Gu Chang, her eyes full of surprise. As a singer, it is inevitable that you will encounter unexpected situations on stage. It's useless to dwell on the reasons. It's how to save the day that counts. This is the time when the singer's resilience is most tested. Gu Chang did a great job, not only saving the day by calmly clearing his vocals, but also walking right off the stage to interact with the audience. Perfectly articulated and perfectly performed. In terms of this ability to save the day alone, Gu Chang has already beaten countless fresh meat singers. The river of time flows into the sea. Finally, we split up. No port. The audience was moved. Blooming phoenix flowers, passionate youthful years. Flowers bloom. People disperse. The city remains the same. Then the time, the moment, the scene. The song Phoenix Bloom Junction is really so fitting. Many girls were moved to tears. No glowsticks were prepared, but the audience had hands. They raised their hands and waved after Gu Chang, silently cheering him on. From 1 or 2 at the beginning to 1 or 2 later, Ji Lingchen's banner had been quietly removed at some point. In its place, waves of manpower converge into a sheet. At this moment, Gu Chang was shining brightly, as if he was the chosen son, firmly attracting everyone's attention. Ji Lingchen was in the background, so angry that his silver teeth were clenched. I didn't expect such a stage mishap to be easily diffused by Gu Chang. Instead of ruining the show, it made his stage. No matter how furious Ji Lingchen jumped to his feet, the singing still continued. A few blossoms and flowers, sometimes happy sometimes lonely. Wang Snyan clasped his hands together, his eyes locked onto Gu Chang. He had originally thought Gu Chang would sing Ordinary Road, but he didn't expect another original. When the song first starts, Gu Chang's voice is clean and clear with a youthful teenage feel. The middle section is a bit more mellow, like a realization after years of settling down. The first line of the soliloquy is emotionally processed in a natural way, with the sadness of parting and longing at the end of the life. Live pitch and tune. Gu Chang has a superb grasp of the situation. The sadness of the original parting is more than a little healed by Gu Chang's rendition. Some may find the lyrics of the song bland, just a narrative without events, but Wang Zinian doesn't see it that way. The elephant in the room has no voice. Songs serve the emotions, and a good one goes straight to the heart. The song conveys a mood, an imagery. The song Phoenix Bloom Junction couldn't have been more appropriate for the graduation stage at the River City Art Academy. Gu Chang walked through the crowd, looking at a familiar or unfamiliar face, double instantaneous like a deep sea. The river of time flows into the sea. Finally, we split up. No port. It's a permanent stay. There's a phoenix blooming at the crossroads in my mind. I have my most cherished friends. For my most cherished friend, a song. Gu Chang is back on stage. The big screen stopped pulsing at the moment, leaving only a screen full of blessings. Gu Chang bent down and bowed in thanks. Thank you all. The crowd woke up as if from a dream. Seconds later, thunderous applause erupted from the stage and the crowd went wild with encores. The phoenix blooms for 2 seasons, one for the first meeting and one for the parting. Thanks to Gu Chang for bringing the blessing of graduation. Feng Jiao gets on stage with a microphone in hand and apologizes to the audience. I'm terribly sorry. There was some malfunctioning with the sound just now, which led to some minor flaws in the performance. Just now, everything is the best arrangement, as in our youth, always leaving regrets, but not losing the beauty. Feng Jiao turned her head to look at Gu Chang and issued a genuine and sincere invitation. Gu Chang, the sound has been repaired just now. The audience still can't get enough. How about another song? Let's make our youth less regretful. Director Feng said it well. A billion more songs. Encore, encore. The stage immediately and enthusiastically concurred, and the atmosphere was high. Look around. The entire stadium raised their arms and shouted in unison, their movements neatly synchronized, all in anticipation of Gu Chang's performance. The wind is picking up. The summer breeze broke through the thick clouds in the sky, but could not disperse the enthusiasm of the audience. Gu Chang moved, and an inexplicable emotion surged up in his heart. He remembered his previous life. Think of that summer of 18 years. Think of all those fans, lighting up that sea of red lights for him. Can't see it, can you? Those fans who quietly support them. Can't go back, can you? Those good old days of youthful splendor. The years go by in circles. Gu Chang ended up in the other world, taking the stage again with another identity. Since everyone is so enthusiastic, I'm going to sing another song. The wind rises. Feng Jiao's eyes lit up and she smiled and clapped. Applause and welcome. Gu Chang sings The Wind Rises for us. The stage was instantly abuzz with thunderous applause. Woohoo! Beautiful. Original again? Dude has some stuff. This brother can get along. There are songs that are real. Gu Chang retraced his steps back to the piano. The moment he sat down, the applause stopped. There was a silence on stage. The original version of the song was the Japanese song Jealousy sung by Yu Takahashi, and the Mandarin adaptation was The Wind is Rising, sung by Gu Chang. The original version of By Chili Peppers also sung in rolls with lyrics by Miguel. Gu Chang took a deep breath and began to play the intro, as if a breeze had risen. The clear, clean voice resounded once again on the stage. It's been a long walk. Follow the traces of a young man's drift, the moment before you step out of the station. Ethereal. Gu Chang's voice was like heavenly music, hitting the soul. Countless audience members shuddered and goosebumps rose as he sang. Crap. The singing is so good. Gu Chang is so handsome. Love him to death. This singing is like rubbing fresh meat on the ground. Can't help it. I'm going black to pink. Having traveled for half a lifetime, Gu Chang returns as a teenager. His singing voice is like a spring breeze. Let those sealed in the bottom of the heart of all kinds of gradual emergence. The memory of the blurred face slowly began to clear. Memories belonging to youth are awakened in the songs of Guoba. This song is really so good. A shock baptism for an audience used to listening to mouthfuls of songs. Even the fans who came specifically to support Ji Lingchen have been convinced by Gu Chang's singing. Looking at the sky as if it were in front of me. I'd be willing to go through fire and water to do it again. Now walk through this world. Have a great deal of time on one's hands. Turning over the years on different sides. Unexpectedly breaking into your smile. The uplifted smile easily transports the audience into the mood of the song. Zhao Chang's eyes glistened with a hint of tears as he said excitedly. This guy, Lao Gu, was born to be a singer. Singing is really too damn good. The more he listened to this song, the more he liked it and the more he was moved by it. Before he even left, Zhao Chong was already missing campus life. How I wish I could turn back time. Gu Chang slightly raised his chin, venting the various emotions brewing in his chest through the song. I had a hard time getting my head around the size of the world, and also indulge in the dreaming of it. No truth, no falsehood, no struggle, no fear of jokes. I once turned my youth into her, also fingerpicked in full bloom. Boom! Scratch your ears. Gu Chang's voice is so recognizable, and live is really, really steady, with a thick, long breath that doesn't half break. The lyrics are not only beautiful, but also far-reaching, hitting the audience deep in their hearts and causing resonance on stage. Countless viewers had their scalps tingling and were in tears. It's so good. Tighten up and break the defense. Moving, tearful, eyes in the bricks. The crowd waves again, cheering on Gu Chang as he swings. The whole stadium was in support of Gu Chang's handwave, and the movement was neatly organized. Suchi looked at Gu Chang, her eyes glowing. Technically, she and Gu Chang had known each other for less than a week. From the initial amazement at the concert, to the shock of the collaboration, to the commonplace of today. That's right, take it for granted. There's no way around it. Gu Chang is too professional. Regardless of Gu Chang's songwriting ability, Gu Chang is good enough to take pride of place in the music industry with his superb vocals alone. Although Gu Chang's singing appeared to be easy, Suchi was very clear that it was not difficult to sing this song. Like this chorus just now. If you don't have a strong breath, it's easy to come up for air when singing. It's a song that's difficult and tiring for ordinary singers just to sing, and Guang sings it while playing the piano, which escalates the difficulty by more than one level. The fact that he could still be fourfold with one mind was enough to verify how strong he was. Suchi sighed darkly. It would really be a loss to the music industry if Kuchan only worked behind the scenes. The show goes on, coming to the high-energy name scene. The evening breeze blew the gray hairs from your temples, smoothing out the scars of memories. Your eyes are a mixture of dark and light, and your smile is a blossom. Twilight covers your hobbling steps, into the paintings hidden above the bed. Painting of you talking with your head down, switching between true and false tones at will. Guang singing was smooth and easy to follow. Crap, that's great singing. The singing is unbelievable. Neil, I've decided that I'll only pink Guang from now on. Wang Snayan's eyes reddened, truly shocked by Guang. If the crossroads of the phoenix blossom is the sentiment, then the wind rises is the story. Every lyric, full of images. It was like listening to a man, telling his story on the wind, about the past, about dreams, about that unforgettable summer. By the end of the song, you'll realize that you seem to have become a member of the song. Wang Snayan clenched his fists, his heart pounding. Treasure singer, proper treasure singer. Wang Snayan has been in the entertainment industry for more than 10 years, and has seen countless heavenly kings and queens, and Guang is the first young singer that he admires from the bottom of his heart. In addition to Wang Snayan, there was another person who was equally shocked. That would be Guillotine in the background. Zhao Qing was surprised and exclaimed, I didn't expect this Guang to be so powerful. Ji Lingchen looked complicated. Although he didn't want to admit it, Guang was indeed better than him. Paths of the Ordinary is off the table. The song The Wind Rises is very well balanced in every way. Whether it's the tune, the vocals, the bite, or the arrangement, the tone and the lyrics are excellent. If it was a regular release, it would definitely be a godly existence that dominates the entire internet. It's just a shame that such wonderful people are not his friends, but his rivals. Guess, don't count on cooperation or anything. Ji Lingchen smiled bitterly, favoring everything is self-made. The song fades to a close. I finally returned my youth to her. With the summer popping out of your fingertips, the heart goes where the wind takes it. In the name of love, will you still do it? The song ended and the stage remained engrossed in the song. There was a long silence, until after the first applause, like a chain reaction, the applause rang out like a wave and continued. It's so good. A billion more times. Oh, not a good idea. The audience on stage still can't get enough. They were too moved. Guang got up and bent down to bow toward the stage. Thank you all for your great love. There's no such thing as a banquet under the sky. Guang would like to wish you all the best of luck in your future and your dreams come true. The graduation show is over, but the people on the stage were reluctant to leave for a long time. They took the video they had just shot in their hands, uploaded it to social media platforms, and left their youthful messages. My youth is over. Having worn the school uniform with her, it counts as having worn a couple's uniform, doesn't it? I used to hate school uniforms for being old-fashioned, but now I want to wear them again. No one is ever 17, but someone is always 17. It takes 3 years to grow your hair long, but only 3 seconds to shorten it. I didn't cry when I graduated and received my license, but my eyes are red with memories. The song The Wind Is Gone really carries the goodness and joy of many people. A nostalgic look back to the old days. The passage of years can't wave away the persistent dream, and the speed of time can't take away the eternal heart. If I see you again someday, in the cool morning light, I hope you still smile sweetly. As soon as Guang stepped backstage, Zhou Yi excitedly greeted him and hugged him warmly. Dude, you were so dope just now. I didn't expect you to sing so well. You're like a professional singer. Guang smiled modestly and lightly. It's alright. Fong Jing patted Guang's shoulder, his gaze full of relief. Guang, teacher wasn't wrong about you. You did great. This finale stage was not easy to come by. From the moment Guang came on stage, Fong Jing was holding his breath. The moment the accompaniment came to an abrupt end, Fong Jing's heartbeat stopped. Luckily, Guang sang the intersection of phoenix blossoms in a straight clean, not only smoothly reversing the embarrassing situation, but even sang The Wind Is Rising, showing a god-grade graduation stage. Guang smiled. Thank you, Mr. Fong. Qinwen quietly watched the scene from the corner. The feet hesitated several times, not having the courage to approach. The song The Wind Rises has a different feel to Qinwen's ears. Others hear it as nostalgia for youth. Qinwen is more. Thinking back to the time when she and Guang walked, it's clearly the same face, but the warm boy in his memory had long been a far cry from the radiant Guang on the stage just now. Qinwen lost it herself, the boy who had her eyes all over her. Regret? Naturally there is, but it doesn't help. The path you choose, you must finish it on your knees. The nanny van was already waiting outside. Taking one last look at Gu Chang, Qinwen quietly leaves the backstage. Gu Chang didn't even notice her presence. Zhou Yi, I also have to thank you for editing the video for me. Harm, all brothers, but a trifle. Zhou Yi scratched his head, then hemmed and hawed. But Gu Chang, you're a fucking musical genius. Those two songs, how on earth did you create them? It's simply amazing. One divine song after another. Gu Chang really refreshed Zhou Yi's perception. Gu Chang was dumbfounded, which is not as exaggerated as you say anymore. How come no? I was listening backstage and my skull almost didn't come out from you. Speaking of this, Zhou Yi smiled smugly. Ha 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 ha, when you were first allowed to make your finale, there were still people who said that you were not qualified. Now that it has been proven that your finale is well deserved, some people are afraid that their faces have been swollen, right? As his words fell, he didn't forget to give Ji Lingchen in the corner a provocative look. Ji Lingchen's back tensed and he opened his mouth to say something, binging to see Gu Chang forcing himself to hold back again. Zhao Cheng didn't have such good tolerance. Even if Ji Lingchen was inferior to others, it wasn't something that just any passerby could make fun of. She stood up prancing and angrily rebuked. How do you talk? Lingchen at least won the Golden Melody Award. Is it not for you to mock? Yo! Still in a hurry? Zhou Yi wasn't afraid of his voice. I behave honestly anymore. Unlike some people who are narrow-minded and make small moves behind my back after losing. Zhao Cheng, as if being poked in the sore foot, angrily rebuked. Before you speak, please go through your head. Don't just open your mouth and bark at people. Zhou Yi coldly grunted back. Isn't she a Ji Lingchen fan? You dare to say that in this matter? You guys don't have any relationship at all? Gu Chang listened for half a day and finally grasped the point. Zhou Yi, what do you mean by what you just said? Wasn't the sound malfunction a coincidence? Where in heaven's name are all the coincidences? Zhou Yi turned around and signaled Gu Chang to look at the corner. It was a deliberate attempt to create a malfunction. And the man has been captured. Right there. Gu Chang raised his eyes. A girl pursed her lips and sat in the corner. The girl had small features and white skin. She was still very pretty. When she saw Gu Chang casting his eyes over, she half hung her head. Gu Chang was sure he didn't recognize her. What's your name? Lin Yin. Did you really do the audio? I did it. Why are you doing this? Lin Yin looked up at Gu Chang and did not hide it. Because you stole Ji Lingchen's finale. I was angry and wanted to take it out on him. Fong Jing sighed. Lin Yin, do you know the consequences of doing this? Lin Yin's eyes flashed with a hint of panic, but she still said with a stiff upper lip. Anyway, I did do it. I'll take the consequences if there are any. Seeing that she was still unrepentant, Fong Jing couldn't help but scold her. Undertake? Do you know what the consequences of this are? A light case is to be notified and criticized with a demerit, and a heavy case is to be withdrawn from school. Upon hearing that she had to drop out of school, Lin Yin couldn't hold it together any longer and tears came to her eyes. She grabbed Fong Jing's clothes. I'm sorry, Teacher Fong. I was wrong. It was so hard for me to get into the academy. Please don't make me drop out. Fong Jing hated the iron. You're telling me now that you know it's wrong? Why didn't you think more when you did it? Lin Yin's face turned white, and with red eyes, she pleaded. Gu Chang is sorry. Oh, I just got carried away for a moment. I didn't really want to ruin the graduation ceremony. As a singer, Gu Chang still understood the culture of the rice circle. Most of the fans are very sensible to follow the stars. The normal thing is to hit the list and buy specialties, buy endorsement peripherals and so on. But some fans are more crazy than others when it comes to stargazing. Quarreling and tearing are common. Even crazy criticism to hunger strike and jump. However, Lin Yin looked svelte and didn't look like a brainwashed fan by any stretch of the imagination. Lin Yin, tell me the truth. Did someone order you around? Lin Yin stuttered at his words and subconsciously looked at Zhao Cheng. Zhao Cheng looked back at Lin Yin calmly, his eyes emboldened. Lin Yin's face turned even whiter and her eyes became even more helpless. Naturally, the crowd didn't miss the scene. Zhou Yi couldn't help but ask, Lin Yin, don't be sold and count for others. Who actually ordered you to do this? Ji Lingchen or his manager? Don't you talk nonsense without evidence. Be careful, I'll sue you for slander. Zhao Cheng looked at Lin Yin and said in a dark warning, Lin Yin, think clearly. Did we instruct you or not? No matter what the crowd said, one man stayed out of it, as if it was none of his business. Gu Chang couldn't look away. Ji Lingchen, no matter if someone instructed Lin Yin or not, in the final analysis she made a mistake because of you, so you don't have anything to say? Ji Lingchen looked at Lin Yin and wanted to say something but was interrupted by Zhao Qing's quick eyes. To do wrong is to do wrong. It's not like Ling Chen instigated it. Deal with it however you want. It has nothing to do with us. After saying that, he urged Ji Lingchen to leave. Lingchen, don't you have announcements to catch? Let's go. Ji Lingchen glanced at Lin Yin and was finally dragged away by Zhao Cheng. Not a word was said the whole time. The moment Ji Lingchen turned his head to leave, the strength in Lin Yin's body was drained at once, and she directly fell softly to the ground. This is the idol she's been fanning for 3 years. From the time she was captured until now, not a word was said in her defense to plead for mercy. Fong Jing sighed. Lin Yin, tell me, what's going on? Lin Yin let out a bitter laugh. Mr. Fong, it's true that they didn't instruct me. Lin Yin had been a fan of Ji Lingchen since he participated in the new voice of Huaxia, and had even taken the Jiangcheng Art Academy for him. Because of her active participation in the Rice Circle, she quickly became a small leader of Ji Lingchen's official support group. In order to facilitate management as well as support, Zhao Qing had a small WeChat group that was filled with fans like Lin Yin. In the afternoon, Zhao Qing spoke in the group saying that it was Gu Cheng who stole Ji Lingchen's finale, that there were shady practices at the party, and that Ji Lingchen had pushed the variety show back to offer his song, only to be tricked by the academy or something. As a student of the academy, Lin Yin was initially only indignant, and did not entertain the idea of disrupting the graduation ceremony. It was Zhao Chang and Ji Lingchen who sang in unison, compelling her to say that if Gu Cheng made a public fool of himself, he could help Ji Lingchen out. Ghosting is what made her do what she did. Previously, Zhao Qing had sent messages that were quickly withdrawn, and Lin Yin had now been kicked out of the group. The evidence is not there at all. Lin Yin took a deep breath and sincerely apologized. Gu Cheng, I'm sorry, I almost ruined your performance. Gu Cheng naturally wouldn't bother with her. He patted her shoulder. Lin Yin, it's fine to follow stars, but keep your eyes peeled. Not all stars are worth following. Your parents raised you so well and it was hard for you to get into college. If you really ruin it for someone like that, it's not worth it at all. Lin Yin nodded bitterly, unable to utter a single word. Since Lin Yin did not cause much damage, Gu Cheng did not intend to hold Lin Yin responsible. In the end, Lin Yin was dealt with demerits and demerits, preserving her education as well as her face. With his stunning performance at the graduation show, Gu Cheng has become the light of the Jiangcheng Art Academy. Gu Cheng is greeted everywhere he goes. Go Senior Gu. Senior Gu is so handsome. See you later, god of song. Songwriter, and I don't know who started it, to the point where passing students called him the god of song. Gu Cheng corrected them a few times and let them be after it had no effect. Anyway, after tonight, we'll all go our separate ways. It doesn't even matter what it's called. Seeing Gu Cheng walking all the way to the light, Zhao Chong began to have another drama attack. Next, a grand welcome. The singing god of Jiangcheng Art Academy shines. Not only did he juggle by himself, he also brought Gu Anrun along. Gu Cheng swept a foot over. Zhao Chong, it's okay for you to be blindly hilarious. Don't bring in Ran down. Zhao Chong hemmed and hawed and licked his face again. Old Gu, your operation just now was so flirty. It was almost like Xior's mom opening the door for Xior. The show went home. I was off stage, and I was moved to tears by you. Gu Cheng frowned and pushed him away. Get lost. You smell of sweat. Smoked to death. Gu Anrun giggled, her eyes full of adoring little stars. Uncle, you were so handsome just now. So handsome that you blowed. She beckoned Gu Cheng to lower his head. Then with a bark, she kissed Gu Cheng on the cheek. It's an exclusive reward. Gu Cheng stroked her head, his gaze gentle. Thanks Enron. You're all hungry, aren't you? Suchi finally found a chance to interject. In order to celebrate your graduation, Old Lu has ordered a private room. Why don't we all go and have a meal together? Zhao Chong and Zhou Yi looked at each other and couldn't stop leaping. We can go too? Suchi smiled and nodded. All friends, naturally together. Dining with a beautiful diva is an opportunity that can't be bought with money. Zhao Chong couldn't wait. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and go. Elementary school. A jade hand rested on Gu Cheng's shoulder, and a bright smiling face peeked out from behind. Suchi raised her eyes to look at Gu Cheng's shoulder and felt that the bright red painted nails on it were inexplicably harsh. Gu Cheng slightly took 2 steps back. Senior sister Lin? Lin Huiro laughed lightly, her fox eyes smiling. Junior brother, you sang so well just now. It's been a long time since schoolmate has heard such a nice and beautiful song. Gu Cheng smiled modestly. You're not bad either, Sister Lin. I didn't expect you to think of adapting the Spring Dream song and boldly incorporating it into the opera. It's very original and bright. Having obtained Gu Cheng's affirmation, Lin Huiru's fox eyes narrowed in satisfaction. The one who helped me with the adaptation is Professor Wang Xinyan of the Academy. He said I'm better suited to the Chinese style, and this is the first time I've ever tried to make the transition. Thanks for the compliment. The music world is flooded with traffic and capitalized on. In order to survive, Lin Huiru inevitably uses her sexiness to gain eyeballs as a way to get traffic. She has been looking for a transition, but it has not been very fruitful because she does not have the right kind of work. Now that she saw Gu Cheng, she felt that her chance was coming. Lin Huiru's eyes flicked around a few people. When he saw the tightly wrapped Suchi, his eyes lurched, feeling her eyebrows, inexplicably familiar. Elementary school brother. Are these your friends? Gu Chang nodded his head and changed the topic without a trace. Sister Lin, we have something to do later. What did you want to see me about? Lin Huiru withdrew her gaze. Elementary school brother. Are both of those songs your originals? Gu Chang said indifferently. Do you believe me when I say my friend wrote it? Lin Huiru covered her mouth and laughed. A friend born out of nothing? Don't tease your sister if you're a junior. The implication is that it is not believed. It was late and she went straight to the point. Elementary brother. I'm looking for you because I want to work with together. Since you guys have something to be busy with, how about we add a WeChat and talk some other time? Gu Chang nodded his head and took out his cell phone to exchange contact information with Lin Huiru. Then you guys get busy. I'll go first. See you later, Sister Lin. Lin Huiru suddenly came close to Gu Chang and exhaled her breath like orchids. Elementary school brother. Remember to call your sister when you are free. Waiting for you. Oh. Gu Chang froze, not yet reacting. Lin Huiru had already left with a petulant smile. After walking out a few meters, she even turned around and winked playfully at Gu Chang. Suchi raised her eyes to look at Gu Chang, skimming her lips and humming lightly. What? You also like Lin Huiru's type? Hearing that Suchi's tone was not right, Gu Chang had the sense to change the topic. Come on, let's go eat. Just about to leave, a reporter with a camera arrived in a hurry. Gu Chang, wait. The moment she saw the reporter, Suchi subconsciously looked down. Gu Chang did not move and stood in front of her, blocking the machine. Excuse me, you guys are? Gu Chang. Hello, I'm Li Zhe, a reporter from Jiancheng TV station. Gu Chang politely said. Hello. Li Zhe looked at Gu Chang with excitement and admiration. Gu Chang, your singing just now was really wonderful. Can I take up some of your time for an interview? Gu Chang glanced at the camera and politely declined. I'm sorry, the timing of your arrival is a bit unfortunate, and I have an urgent matter with a friend. So it's not convenient for me to be interviewed for the time being. Sorry. Lizzie froze in place, a smile stuck on his face. He did not expect to be rejected at all, and could only watch the backs of several people walk away. Li Zhe, are we still chasing after them? What's the point of chasing after someone when they've rejected it? Don't you know that geniuses have some little personality? Lisa glared at him and turned to leave. Go back to the car first. Send all the footage of tonight's performance back to the company. Tell them to step up the production and organize and post the video to the official website as fast as possible. Lisa had a hunch. This graduation concert will be the sealing of the graduation ceremony. And Gu Chang, too, will surely become a household name. 10 o'clock at night. The short video platform has once again blown up. It started with students from the college, posting videos of Gu Chang's performances to major social media platforms. A young man in a white t-shirt and jeans, holding a microphone, wandered into a video of graduates singing. The river of time flows into the sea. At last we go our separate ways. There is no harbor, a permanent stop. The warmth of the voice, the ear-catching clean singing, and the hand-waving of the graduates' 10,000 hands were instantly captivating. Crap, that's solid singing. And heck yeah, it's a cleanser. Kneel down. It's like a knife pulling an ass and opening eyes. This live is too absolute. Brush down further. It's still the same boy. This time it's a video of him singing while playing the piano. I was overwhelmed by the size of the world, and also indulged in dreaming. Must not be true or false without struggle. The clear and magnetic voice and the ethereal singing made all the netizens shocked. Keep listening for the flexible transitions between real and fake sounds, and the beautiful lyrics that hit the soul. Which star is this? The singing is too unbelievable, isn't it? Those who know say this is a graduation ceremony. Those who don't know think this is recording an admissions brochure. This operation is too good. Little brother is so handsome. It turns out that singing can really make your ears pregnant. Isn't this Gu Chang? The lucky audience member who sang The Road to Ordinary at Suchi's concert. Diva Suchi? Crap. Did I disconnect from the internet? How come I didn't know about this? Ordinary Road is still on a recurring loop, and a new one is out? Come out in place. There's one thing to be said for it. It's not sung very well, and I've only seen it a billion times. Dog head. It's graduation season. Phoenix Blossom Junction and The Wind Rises are all very appropriate songs. Gu Chang's outstanding tone and superb vocals, coupled with heartfelt melodies and tear-jerking lyrics, instantly evoked everyone's youthful memories. Netflix couldn't tense up enough to break straight through the defense. While liking and retweeting, they don't forget to leave a message at the bottom of the video to reminisce about their youth. The Phoenix blooms for 2 seasons. One season the freshmen come and one season the veterans go. I miss the youthfulness of that year. The river of time flows into the sea. Finally we go our separate ways. Hearing this really tearful, Used to always say that graduation is far away. Turn your eyes and go your separate ways. Friends of Shaman University, are you okay? Love rises with the wind. And the wind stops. I want to take you back to that summer. With a childish smile to freeze time. If we can't see each other again with red eyes, can we still have red faces? Li Shaoling, you've been away for 7 years. I'm still in the same place waiting for you, no? The wind is picking up. Listening to this song heart empty. Cannot hold back the tears. 403 dormitory brothers. I miss you. I finally returned my youth to her. Along with the blooming summer that popped out of my fingertips. And the heart's heart went with the wind. In the name of love. Are you still willing? Major platforms have gone on a youthful rampage. Short videos are still boiling. And Twitter is making huge waves. First, the official blog of the Zhengcheng Art Academy intercepted the high-definition video of Gu Cheng's finale performance and posted it to Weibo to publicize it. Impermanence rises like the wind. Life cannot be abandoned. I wish all graduates a safe journey and a bright future. The tweet was retweeted by celebrities such as Wang Snian and Lin Huiru once it was released. Immediately after that, River City TV struck while the iron was hot. The HD video of the graduation ceremony of Zhengcheng College of Arts was quickly posted on the official website under the title of Graduation Sealing. The number of hits went wild and broke records straight away, with the video widely circulated, and with Twitter heavily promoting it. The topic of Gu Cheng has once again exploded wildly. Directly airborne hot search. The day before, Su Chi Studio was established. Newcomer Forgettable joined, and the news of collaborating on a new album would have been still hanging in the hot search. The heat of Gujo together. The previous video of him singing at Su Dix's concert was again dug up by netizens and spread wildly. Gu Cheng, Su Chi, Zhengcheng Art Institute. Topics related to Gu Cheng all rushed to the hot search, frantically fermenting on the internet. One time, the whole internet is full of Gucci. Lu Hongguang said Zhengcheng Little Sheep Hot Pot Restaurant specially booked the large private room. Not only is there a lot of space and good service, but there is also a lot of privacy. When Gu Cheng and the others arrived, the bottom of the pot was already boiling, and all kinds of fresh ingredients were set out. I've ordered all the food and I'm just waiting for you guys. Thank you, Lu Ji. Gu Cheng introduced them to each other for them. Lu Ji, these two are my classmates, Zhao Chong and Zhou Yi. With Lu Hongguang's understanding of Gu Cheng, those who could be brought to the meal by him must have a good relationship, so he was humble and offered his hand in greeting. Hello guys, I'm Lu Hongguang, Su Chi's manager. Zhou Yi and Zhao Chong were somewhat flattered and were busy bending down to reach back to shake hands. Hello Lu Ji. Gu Cheng tied Gu Anren's little apron and greeted them as they sat down. Make yourselves comfortable. Lu Ji is very nice. You don't have to be polite. Lu Hongguang smiled and nodded. Gu Cheng is right. His classmates are my friends. You guys don't need to be formal. Feel free to order whatever you want to eat. Lu Ji. Then we'll be polite. Zhao Chong and Zhou Yi exchanged glances and sat down together next to Gu Cheng. Gu Anren had been starving for a long time and looked blearily at the tumbling mandarin duck pot. Su Chi looked amused. Anren, tell sister what you want to eat. Sister will iron it for you. Gu Anren's eyes lit up as she pointed at the meatballs and said crisply, Sister Chi, I want to eat meatballs and shrimp sliders. Su Chi pushed the dessert in front of Gu Anren. I'll scald it for you while you eat some dessert to pad your stomach. It's been a long day and everyone is hungry. Gu Cheng thoughtfully helped Su Chi prepare the material bowl. Su 7 for you. No cilantro in this bowl. Thanks. Su Chi showed her teeth and smiled, then helped Gu Cheng to clip a portion of lasagna belly. The lasagna tripe here is good, crunchy and very fresh. Yeah, I'll try it. The two moved familiarly and naturally, as if they were lovers. Zhao Cheng's eyes were odd as his vision switched back and forth before them. If he remembered correctly, Gu Cheng and Su Chi met for the first time at the concert, right? How many days have we known each other? It's that familiar? Zhao Chong coughed twice and couldn't help gossiping. Old Gu, what exactly is your relationship with Su Chi? At this point, Gu Cheng did not intend to hide it anymore. He drew a piece of paper and wiped the tomato red oil off the corner of Enron's mouth before turning his head to explain. Didn't I tell you guys earlier that I've signed up with a company to prepare for development in the imperial capital? I just signed up with Su Chi's studio. Zhao Chong sucked in his breath. Old Gu, so that forgetfulness is you? Gu Cheng nodded lightly. It's me. Zhao Chong and Zhou Yi looked at each other with the same shock in their eyes. I didn't realize that Gu Cheng was such a stuffy person. Surprisingly, without moving a muscle, he signed on with Diva Studios. On second thought, though, it seemed to make sense, because Gu Cheng is so talented, handsome, creative, and a good singer. He can blow up the stage with any song he sings. Born to be a singer-songwriter. Speaking of creation, Zhao Chong narrowed his eyes and remembered something. Lao Gu, Su Chi's new album's hit song, Invisible Wings, was also written by you? The Ordinary Road, Invisible Wings, plus the songs you just sang, The Intersection of Phoenix Blossoms and The Wind Rises. When did you compose so many songs? Before Gu Chang could answer, Lu Hongwan heard that something was wrong. Wait. Lu Hongwan put down his glass. Gu Chang, didn't you sing The Road to Ordinary at the graduation ceremony today? Gu Chang gave a beat. Lu Ji, I'm sorry, next time I'll tell you in advance. He didn't have the heart to say that he'd pressed on and forgotten that there was such a thing as an agent. Lu Hongwan, singing 2 songs? Both your originals? Gu Chang nodded gently. Aha. No matter who asked the source of the work, Gu Chang did not intend to make excuses, and always said that it was his own original. After all, the real authors of these works were not in this world, and there was no way for him to change these people out of thin air. Gu Chang has been thinking about this for a long time. He intends to take out a portion of the royalties and donate them to the National Pharmaceutical Research, or Scientific Research Organization, in the name of the original creator. When all his endeavors are on track, another portion of the royalties will be given to set up a charitable foundation that will be used to help those in need, sort of giving back to the community. Lu Hongwan, Su Qi, did you guys record a video? Su Qi regretfully shook her head. Gu Chang sang so well, I was just enjoying it. We didn't record it, but a lot of my classmates did. I went through my friends. Zhao Chong took out his cell phone, intending to scroll through his friends' circles. As a result, the video didn't even turn up yet. But first the screenshot of the hot search. Zhao Chong stood up and said excitedly, crap, Gu Chang, you're on the fucking hot search again. You're looking at it wrong, aren't you? Hot searches need a process. 2. How long has it been since this graduation ceremony? Gu Chang wasn't convinced and leisurely placed an M12 Wagyu beef. Zhou Zhao Chong, what's the hot search? Zhao Chong was still in shock. There are too many. Just see for yourselves. Lu Hongwan could not sit still once he heard, and hurriedly took out his cell phone to check the internet. Hashtag graduation season song God Gu Chang hashtag. Hashtag the secret between Gu Chang and Su Qi hashtag. Hashtag graduation song The Wind Rises hashtag. Hashtag River City Art Academy graduation ceremony hashtag. The top 10 hot searches are all topics related to Gu Chang. Directly dominate the hot search. Lu Hongwan clicked into the official blog of the Jiangcheng Art Academy, and the top microblog was Gu Chang's singing video, a 10-minute long video. It's the intersection where the phoenix blossoms bloom again. Remembering a certain good friend I haven't seen in a long time. As soon as Gu Chang opened his mouth, Lu Hongwan was directly stunned. Especially the clean singing after the chorus starts. That superb singing and steady stage style directly made Lu Hongwan's tiger tremble. In the entertainment industry for so long, the level of clear singing to reach this level of Gu Chang singers, Lu Hongwan recognized no more than 10. Apparently he's not the only one who thinks so. The song finished with thunderous applause. The audience couldn't get enough and went wild for an encore. Gu Chang was so gracious that he sang another song, and then another stunning start. I had a hard time getting my head around the size of the world, and also indulged in dreaming. No truth, no falsehood, no struggle, no fear of jokes. I once turned my youth into her. I've played summer with my fingertips. Let your heart go where it will. Extremely penetrating singing, true and false sound flexible switching, silky smooth, as well as rich meaning of the moving lyrics, straight to the soul of Lu Hongwan. Music is like that, with endless charm, a melody and a few lyrics that resonate with the heart and soul. Lu Hongwan remembered that spirited youthful years. He once fell in love with a laughing wild horse, but sadly, there were no meadows in his home. He was still immersed in the song until it ended. Half a dozen times, Lu Hongwan looked at Gu Chang. His eyes reddened and his voice choked. Gu Chang, is this the song you sang on the graduation stage? Gu Chang nodded. Aha! Lu Hongwan looked at him seriously, his eyes sincere and genuine. Gu Chang, come out. Gu Chang paused. Lu Ji, didn't I sign with you guys? Lu Hongwan shook his head. No, I'm not referring to behind the scenes. Gu Chang, you were born for the stage. It will be a loss to the music industry if you just work behind the scenes. Although Lu Hongwan had not known Gu Chang for long, Gu Chang was the most powerful soul singer he had ever seen. It's not disease-free. It's not rough and crappy production. Instead, it's actual music. Each of his compositions speaks to the heart and conveys a different idea. Nowadays, the European and American music markets are in full swing. The Japanese and Korean streams are attacking like crazy, and the Chinese music scene is declining under the double-sided attack. The music scene needs a true leader. Gu Chang's looks, singing, temperament, and talent are all superb. Su Dick is right. Gu Chang is the most likely candidate to lead the Hwayu. If he is only behind the scenes cannot hold up the music scene is unknown, let alone in Japanese and Korean flow, and even European and American music against. I'm on the same page as old Lu. The first time I saw you sing, I knew you were the king of the stage. Gu Chang, you were a different person when you picked up the microphone than you are now. I'm sure you enjoy the stage as much as I do, right? Su Chi's voice was gentle, but every word struck Gu Chang's heart. Gu Chang couldn't refute it. He does enjoy the stage. There is no substitute for the feeling of a heart beating vigorously on stage. Seeing Gu Chang's silence, Su Chi gently added another sentence. Gu Chang, in fact, there's no difference between you being in front of and behind the stage now. The netizens are linking you to Forgetting River. Gu Chang froze and frowned. Aren't rumors flying around on the internet? How are they connected again? Su Chi's almond eyes blinked lightly. Smiling. You're airborne this time. It only took less than an hour to dominate the hot searches. The heat soared so fast that the fans, bearing in mind the past, connected you with forgetfulness. Gu Chang was speechless. Are all these netizens from a detective background? Obviously yesterday it was all kinds of versions flying all over the place. And today one by one, Holmes is on the line. Zhao Chong patted Gu Chang's shoulder. Old Gu, you have to realize that strength doesn't allow you to keep a low profile. Zhao Chong is right. Zhou Yi nodded in agreement. Gu Chang, with your talent, wouldn't it be a waste if you were only behind the scenes? Gu Chang was filled with black lines. Don't flatter yourselves. I didn't just sing 2 songs. How can I be as outrageous as you guys make me out to be? This is something that Lu Hongwan does not agree with. Gu Chang, do you see any singer who can slaughter the Hot 100 in less than an hour with just a short video and no marketing? Gu Chang, how could he have known that the net was so powerful? Gu Anren looked up from her mango smoothie and bit the spoon to look at Gu Chang. Uncle, why don't you want to debut? Gu Chang sighed. If Uncle makes a debut, there will be a lot of paparazzi following us. Are you afraid? Surprisingly, Gu Anren shook her head without hesitation. Enron is not afraid. Gu Chang thought she didn't understand and analyzed the seriousness of the matter for her. Everywhere you go there could be cameras following you. No matter what you do there are people watching you. And the paparazzi will take pictures and write about it, affecting your life. So you're not afraid of that? Just shoot it. It's not like there's a piece of meat missing. Gu Anren smiled cheekily and replied as a matter of course. Besides, you've got Uncle here. You'll definitely protect me, right? She's young but smart. After her mom left, Gu Chang had been doing his best to take care of her. In Gu Anren's eyes, Gu Chang existed like a knight, and it was impossible for her to get hurt. Gu Chang touched her head. Anren is right. Uncle will always protect you. Gu Anren lifted her chin slightly. So Uncle, go ahead and do whatever you want. Anren doesn't care. Good kids talk more when they can. Lu Hongwan took the opportunity to compel. Anren baby, do you think your uncle is handsome on stage? Gu Anren nodded heavily. Uncle on stage. He glows and shines like a star in the sky. Handsome. Lu Hongwang spoke after a moment of deliberation. Gu Chang, I know you don't like trouble. If you're willing to debut normally, I won't give you random notices as well as activities. If you don't want to participate in activities, the company won't force you to do so, so you can still do music without worrying about it. We can add these clauses into the contract. As for Anren, don't worry. I'll do my best to protect her like I did Su Chi. Su Chi nodded in agreement. Gu Chang, although I started out young, I was rarely harassed by the media, so you can rest assured that you can leave Anren in his care. And if you just can't get used to being in front of the stage, it won't be too late for us to take a step back when the time comes. Although Su Dick spoke beautifully, but from Gu Chang's experience in his previous life, things were not as easy as Su Chi said. The saying that you have to go through hell to get into showbiz is not an empty one, so he still refused. Lu Ji, Su Chi, I'm very grateful for your appreciation of me, but I still don't intend to step out onto the stage at the moment. Let's talk about this matter later. Su Chi didn't expect to make Gu Chang change his mind with a few words, so although she was sorry, she didn't say any more. In that case, we respect your decision, and the promise is valid at any time anyway, so if you change your mind, we'll just negotiate then. Gu Chang, thank you, it's really greasy. Lu Hongwan sighed. Anyway, there was a long time to come, and he had to soften the bones of Gu Chang even if he ground them. Lu Hongwan stood up and raised the wineglass in his hand. Today is the day of your graduation, an end and a new beginning. Come on, let's drink a toast together. I wish you all the best in your future. The people smiled at each other and their cups clinked lightly. Cheers. A cup of boredom. Gu Chang poured a new cup. He looked at Su Chi. Under the halo of thin wine, Su Chi's face was scarlet, and her eyes glittered under the projection of the crystal lamp. Su Chi, I can't get where I am today without your help. I toast to you. Su Chi spread a smile, revealing shallow pear swirls. It's all about mutual help and win-win. I hope we can create a music scene together in the future and lead the Hallyu. Cheers. Cheers. The rest of the day was spent toasting each other. the wine is over. And they became familiar with each other. Zhao Chong and Zhou Yi, who were originally a bit formal, also let go after a few glasses of wine. Zhao Chong treasures his 4 years of college, thinking that if we parted today, it would be difficult to meet again afterward. We couldn't help but feel a little sad. Lao Gu is going to the imperial capital. Zhou Yi is going back to his hometown to open a B&B, and I'm the only one left. Gu Chang patted his shoulder. Aren't you planning to enter the entertainment industry? By the time things are arranged at home, you can go to the imperial capital to find me. I don't dare to guarantee a big hit, but I'll try my best to introduce you to resources and connections. Lu Hongguang's drinking movement lurched as he looked Zhao Chong up and down. Zhao Chang's appearance is actually quite advantageous in the entertainment industry, with decent features and heroic eyebrows. If you go into the entertainment industry and move towards the positive side of drama, with a bit of luck, you might explode in 2 or 3 years. He coughed twice. Zhao Chong, are you planning to enter the entertainment industry? Zhao Chong sighed and told the truth. There is this intention. I just don't know if I have the life. It's not like you've given any thought to what direction you're going to go in show business. Zhao Chong scratched his head. I prefer acting, so I might go to Hengdian to run the show first to try it out. Lu Hongguang and Su Qi looked at each other. Having worked together for many years, the two have long had an understanding. With just a single glance, Su Qi knew what Lu Hongguang was playing in his head. Once the studio was established, the resources were certainly flowing. Since Gu Chang prefers to be behind the scenes, that resource is cheaper for someone else, and might as well be used to support another newcomer. Su Qi smiled. Zhao Chong, if you don't mind, you can join my studio when you go to the imperial capital. Zhao Chong froze. Don't you guys just focus on music? Don't look at Zhao Chong, who is also from the music department, but he was just a mixer at the academy, and he was not on the same level as Gu Chang at all. If you don't have a diamond drill, how can you be good at porcelain work? Who says we only do music? Su Qi laughed lightly, her eyebrows raised. I've discussed it with old Lu. The studio will expand in the future, and will also enter film and television, self-media and so on. Zhao Chong knew that this was a great opportunity, but he was self-aware and didn't have the stomach to dip into Gu Chang's favor. So though his heart was moved, he was heartbroken to refuse. Let's forget about it. I'm not from a science class. I don't have a foundation in acting. It's better to run the show first to sharpen my acting skills. Gu Chang saw through his thoughts with a glance. Zhao Chong, you don't think Su Qi signed you because of me, do you? Isn't it? Zhao Chong asked rhetorically. Naturally not. Lu Hongguang shook his head. We are thinking that you are decent looking, suitable for acting in a proper drama, and worthy of recruitment and training. Zhao Chong was still skeptical. Really? Su Qi nodded her head affirmatively. As the saying goes, 1,000 horns and 1,000 daughters. The entertainment circle is clear of small puppies nowadays, so the quotations of the positive little students in these 2 years are very tight. Zhao Chong slapped his thigh. Good. Just because you guys are discerning, I, Zhao Chong, have decided to join you. Having unearthed another diamond in the rough, Su Qi was in a refreshing mood. Then it's finalized, and the specific contract ones will be discussed in detail afterward. Zhao Chong smiled brightly. No problem. The next day, Gu Chang, who was sleeping, was awakened by a sharp ringing of the phone. He fumbled with his cell phone in a daze and pressed answer, his voice a little muffled. Hello? Hello? Is this Gu Chang? Gu Chang rubbed his foggy head. Director phone? A crisp laugh came from the other end of the line. It's me. It's already 9 o'clock. Why aren't you up yet? Gu Chang? Got back too late from the potluck last night. After eating hot pot, Zhou Yi felt that the breakup dinner without KTV is not enjoyable. Proposed to change the scene. Su Qi was more interested because she had never been to a KTV, and that's fine with everyone. Eventually it clicked and moved on to a nearby karaoke bar. It's been crazy until 2 o'clock. The show didn't break up until Zhou Yi, who had whored out a Diva concert for nothing, was drunk with excitement. Gu Chang yawned and rolled over to get up. Director Feng, what do you want to see me about? It's like this. Your performance at the graduation party last night, which the Academy sent to the official blog, triggered an unprecedented response, and was even praised by CCTV on point, and the Academy leaders greatly appreciated it. Feng Jiao's tone was excited. In particular, The Crossroads of the Phoenix Blossom is a song that Principal Lin felt was so relevant to the college that he wanted it to be included as the school's anthem. Gu Chang's original consciousness, which was still dazed, immediately woke up after hearing this turn of phrase. He took a deep breath and opened his mouth to confirm. Director Feng, did you just say that? Wants Phoenix Blossom Junction as the school song? Yes. It was a unanimous decision by the entire school leadership. Gu Chang narrowed his eyes. So, the Academy wants the rights to use the song? Yes. But don't worry, the The song will only be used by the Academy for promotional purposes and will not be used commercially. Drinking water from the source. This truth Gucheng still understands, so he readily obliged. The copyright is fine. The college can use it for free. Feng Jiao sighed in relief. One more thing. If it's possible, Principal Lin's side would also like to have me sing with you and then shoot a promotional theme music video at the Academy. Shooting a music video? Gucheng thought carefully in for a moment. It's just a promotional music video, so it shouldn't be too much of a problem, right? This is no problem either. It's Gucheng's honor for the Academy to give me a song and to sing with Director Feng. Just your sweet mouth. Feng Jiao laughed merrily. Then Gucheng, are you coming over tomorrow or when? Gucheng thought for a moment. Director Feng, I'm leaving Jiangcheng tomorrow. How about lunch? Suchi had been delayed for a few days in Jiangcheng. The Taito side had to prepare for the new album and catch up with the studio at the same time. So a flight had been booked for the evening. So he doesn't have much time. Feng Jiao was surprised. You're leaving Jiangcheng? Yes, an evening flight. Gucheng added. While there are still students at the Academy who haven't left school yet, you can find them to cooperate with the shooting so that the progress is also faster. Okay, then it's a deal. I'll wait for you at the Academy. Okay, I'll call you when I get there. Hang up. Gucheng googled it, and then realized that the whole internet was reminiscing about youth. Click on a random social media platform and you can see Gucheng playing and singing in it. Various topics related to him have flooded the entire internet. So after a night of fermentation, Gucheng's hotness rose instead of falling, especially when Papa Central himself came down, liked and retweeted the official blog of the Jiangcheng Art Academy. It pushed the heat up to its peak. It's hard to say goodbye when you see each other. The classroom is only left with desks and chairs. Youth has tears. Do not play lightly, remembering the classmates between the clouds and the water. The labor swallows fly separately from each other. The classmates and friends together in the north and the south. Don't forget that when you were young and ambitious, you once promised to be the first on earth. Wishing all the graduates the best of luck in their future endeavors. Officials came down in support. The internet was immediately in an uproar. Likes, comments, and retweets exploded like crazy. Crap. Daddy Central actually retweeted a vegetarian graduation video. Daddy Central himself liked and retweeted it. Rowdy. Worthy of being a central father. Don't forget that when you were young and ambitious, you once promised to be the first on earth. Well said. Even if the stormy winds rise, life is not for the faint of heart. These two graduation songs, though, are really good. Gucheng continued to scroll down. It was found that there were also a number of music vloggers involved. The most hotly contested is the blogger North and South Head. He is an officially verified music review blogger on Twitter. 16 million plus fans. Over the years, he has reviewed songs that have long dominated the charts. Today, not only did he personally like and retweet the tweet from the River City Art Academy, also tweeted a long introspective post. I'm a music critic and I've been making internet music for 15 years. What I'm about to say today may be offensive to my peers, but I was tormented all last night and couldn't sleep at night. Finally decided to publish this. China has actually always lacked objective and fair official charts, as well as serious music reviews. Most music critics are basically careful and paid to do their job. And when they meet their gold masters they give them a big pat on the back. And it's all hydrology and no music criticism. Jerkers included. Also receive some capital appointments from time to time. And sometimes have to recommend some flow songs against their will in order to survive in Sha Rice. I'm recommending this music video to you today without charging any fees. It's something I genuinely want to recommend to you myself, so you can feel free to consume it with confidence and boldness. I'm sure everyone has witnessed Gucheng's singing ability. He really is a treasure singer, with both appearance and substance. Each of these 3 songs he composed is a fine piece of music. I'll review 3 separate songs below. What follows is a lengthy essay in which North and South Head analyze and critique 3 of Gucheng's songs, using a variety of musical perspectives. It spilled out to over 3,000 words. Gucheng took a cursory look at it, and the review was still relatively objective and professional. Not only were the strengths and weaknesses mentioned, but the latter focused on the flaws and the fact that all 3 songs were divine in his mind. Gucheng clicked on the comments section. Crap, is this North and South Head's number stolen? Is jerking off rubbing it in? Beware of being attacked by keyboard warriors. Am I the only one concerned about the blogger line about getting paid to do things? So, all the bloggers used to feed us was crappy music? From the jerks post to now, not only did it not flip, but it went up 100,000 fans. Bull. Regardless of the blogger, the song does sound good. As a student of the Jiangcheng Art Academy, for the sake of the god of song, Gucheng, I'm following the blogger. Gucheng was never expected. Before he even debuted himself, he had already exploded on the internet in this way. It's not even an exaggeration. Gucci has been swiped all over the internet. Gu Cheng thought about it and went to give Su Chi a call. I guess Su Dick didn't get up either. The phone was about to hang up automatically before she picked it up sleepily. Hello, Gu Cheng? The voice was confused and soft, completely different from the usual. Gu Cheng laughed lightly. Did I wake you up? Su Chi rolled over and yawned. His pajamas slid down his shoulders, springing to life. It's okay, you can tell me what's going on. Gu Cheng ran through his thoughts in his head. The college side called me just now. They're planning to use the intersection of Phoenix Blossoms as their graduation anthem, and approached me for the rights to use the copyright, which I've already agreed to. What did you say? Su Chi sat up and said in surprise, Jiangcheng Art College actually wants to use your song as the school song? As for being so surprised, Gu Cheng pulled open the closet and took out a change of clothes. He was not surprised by the result, because in a previous life, XU had adapted the junction of the Phoenix Blossom. Every Xiamen University student is extraordinarily familiar with the phoenix flower. Su Chi gave a beat. You called me just to tell me about this? Gu Cheng shook his head. I am asking you to come over and help me take care of Anren. I have to go over to the academy later, to help record the music video, and there's a bit of a time crunch with packing and stuff. Su Chi lifted the covers as soon as she could and gathered her pajamas up. I'm coming over then. Soon. The phone was hung up hastily. Gu Cheng shook his head and lost his smile, picking up his clothes and going into the bathroom to wash up. 10 minutes later, Gu Cheng walked out all fresh and began to unpack. He'll be back later, so he plans to travel light. Didn't bring much in the way of clothes and all that. It's more about bringing something memorable, like a family photo or something like that. By the time you finish loading your stuff, one suitcase won't fit. It's 10:30. Time to wake up Enron. Unscrewing the door to the room, Gu Cheng smiled. The timed air conditioner that was turned on for Enron last night had automatically shut off by this point. The little girl was probably too hot. The covers were kicked to the side, exposing her white belly. With the addition of flushed cheeks from sleep, he looked as cute as a groundhog. Gu Cheng picked up the quilt and shouted softly, Anren, get up. Sleepy. Gu Anren grunted and rolled over to sleep again. Gu Cheng patted her shoulder. It's after 10. And your sister Dick is coming later. Sister Dick? Gu Anren opened her eyes in a daze. Uncle. Is Sister Seven coming over later? Gu Cheng carried her up and skillfully brushed her hair. Uncle's going out later, so he asked her to take care of you. The little girl yawned sleepily, half squinting her eyes and letting Gu Cheng toss her around. Just as she tied her hair, the doorbell was rung. Gu Anren's consciousness steeply cleared. It's Sister Seven who's here. It should be her. Gu Cheng got up. Get yourself changed and go wash up. I'll get the door. The door opens. A large bag of steaming breakfast was handed to Gu Cheng. Hi. Good morning. Gu Cheng raised his eyes and met a bright smiling face. Su Chi is not powdered. Pink one-piece A-line dress, tied in a high ponytail, like a girl next door. You guys haven't had breakfast yet, have you? I don't know what you guys like to eat, so I just bought some random stuff in the neighborhood. You call this a little bit? That big bag was as big as 4 or 5 grown men's portions. Gu Cheng staggered. Come in first. Su Chi carried the breakfast to the table and looked around. Where's Anren? In the wash. Gu Cheng closed the door and followed him in, pushing the suitcase into the corner. I was just packing, so the house is a bit of a mess. So have a seat. Su Chi reminded. No need to bring anything. My house has everything. If you lack anything, you can buy it then. Gu Cheng moved and was surprised. You're home? I was in a hurry to get there, so I hadn't found a house yet. So he assumed that during this time, he would be staying at a hotel. Su Chi took out the breakfast categories and set them up. I have a big house in Daidu. The house is empty anyway. I've discussed it with old Lu. Before the house is found, why don't you live with me first, so that it's convenient to record the new album? Gu Cheng looked odd. You're not afraid of the paparazzi? As the saying goes, fear not. Fear not. The media is the best at catching things and making things up. If this was caught on camera or something, Gu Cheng himself didn't mind. Su Chi's reputation will be ruined. Su Chi shrugged, not caring. I live in a place where security is tight and the paparazzi can't get in. And I purposely bought 2 floors when I first bought the house, broke it up and installed it as a duplex. So there are 2 entry doors, and you'll only be staying for a few days. It won't be a problem. Gu Cheng still felt bad, but, Su Chi directly interrupted him. Oops, okay, I don't mind. What do you mind? Or is it? With a slight sideways glance, she narrowed her eyes and teased. You're afraid you won't be able to hold it together and will plot against me? Gu Cheng, am I such a person? That's hard to say. Su Chi hummed lightly, her chin flicking up. After all, a beauty like a flower, dangling in front of you every day. All men will be moved. Okay. Su Chi's line of sight shifted downward. Or you. Gu Chang blacked out and shoved her to the dining table to sit down. Eat your breakfast. 11:30. When Gu Chang arrived at the academy, Feng Jiao was directing the photographer to shoot the student's music video. Director Feng. Feng Jiao raised her hand to signal him to wait, then turned around and said, "You guys shoot first according to the plan. We'll go record first." Gu Chang, Director Feng, you've been waiting for a long time, haven't you? No. To speed things up, we're shooting the student part first. Feng Jiao laughed lightly. Gu Chang, when are you going to the imperial capital? Plane tickets for 7 p.m. 7 points? Add in the time to catch the plane. And that doesn't leave them much time. Feng Jiao was anxious when she heard this and hurriedly dragged Gu Chang to the recording studio. Time is running out. So let's get a jump on recording. The school's recording studio was sponsored by the graduating seniors and was not only full of instruments but also well equipped. The recording process went much smoother than expected. It goes without saying that Gu Chang's vocals are steady as a rock live. And with no one in the studio to interrupt them, playing is even more of a no-brainer. And Feng Jiao sings well as a voice teacher. The two are working together for the first time, but they work very well together. The finished product came out great without even having to fix the sound. Before 2 o'clock, they had recorded a satisfactory version of the piece. Then it was back on the hoof to shoot the music video, because he knew Gu Chang was in a hurry. Everyone was very attentive during the shoot and there were only a handful of NG shots during the shoot. Just before 3:30, the shoot ended without incident. The crowd clustered around Gu Chang clapping and cheering. Senior Gu, hard work. The god of song has worked hard. Gu Chang removed the guitar and returned it to the logistics students. Smiling modestly, everyone has worked hard. Senior Gu, why don't we take a picture together? Right. Group photo. No problem. The recording was successfully completed, and Feng Jiao was finally relieved. Gu Chang, thank you. Director Feng is polite. I'll email it to you when the finished cut comes out. Okay. Gu Chang nodded and looked at the time. It's getting late. If Director Feng doesn't have anything, I'll go back first. Feng Jiao patted him on the shoulder and suggested, why don't you have a meal before going back? I'll treat you. No. Gu Chang hurriedly refused with a smile. I have to go back and pack later. Time is too tight. Wait for next time. Next time, the student himself will be the host and invite the director and Ms. Feng to eat together. Then it's a deal. When Gu Chang rushed home, Zhao Chong and Lu Hongguang were huddled on his family's old sofa, watching Su Qi teach Gu Anren to sing. When Su Qi sang a line, Anren followed it. Teach a children's song twice, and she can sing it word for word by herself, and do it well. Lu Hongguang nodded secretly as he watched. The little girl has a lot of musical talent. If he was properly cultivated, his future achievements would not be lower than Su Qi's. There was a sudden movement in the door lock. A few people turned around to see that Gu Chang had already come in with the key. Uncle, you're back. Gu Anren's smiling face lifted and she ran over to hand him his slippers with understanding. Gu Chang stroked her head. Did you have fun at home? The little girl nodded her head busily. Sister Dick just taught me to sing. Yeah, so how are you learning? Gu Anren hemmed and hawed, shy with a little smugness. Sister Seven says I sing beautifully. I agree, Zhao Chong testified. Anren sings so much better than me. Seeing Zhao Chong, Gu Chang froze for a moment. Zhao Chong, didn't you go to see Zhou Yi off? Why did you come over? Zhao Chong hemmed and hawed. I sent Zhou Yi to the high-speed train and came over. I wanted to see if there was anything you needed help with here. But when I got here, Seven and the others were all packed up. Gu Chang hugged Anren and sat on the sofa. Lu Ji, you're here too. The hotel is checked out and I'm catching a flight back to the Empire with you guys. Lu Hongguan looked at Gu Chang with a concerned face. I heard you went to the academy to record a song. How did it go? Gu Chang nodded. It went very smoothly. It was completed in 3 hours. Director Feng said to send it to me once it's edited. And if there are no surprises, the song will be released to the official website tomorrow. Tomorrow? I'll set up a Twitter alert. Zhao Chong tapped into Twitter and prepared to set up a special follow, only to find that the hot search rankings have suddenly changed. Crap! How did old Gu's list 1 get robbed? Lu Hongguang sniffed and immediately sat up straight. Let me see. Microblogging clicked on, and the hot search that was originally dominated by Gu Chang was pressed to the bottom by Zhang Feng at an unknown time. The top 3 hot searches have all changed to Zhang Feng's topic. Hashtag music heavy bombshell. River Maple Live blasts new album early release. Hashtag Zhang Feng's new album, premiering tomorrow at 12 o'clock on Beansprout Live. Hashtag Zhang Feng Domolive connects with fans to talk about how he's been living lately. Hashtag Gu Chang turned his head sideways, a little puzzled. If I remember correctly, Zhang Feng was scheduled to release his album at the end of the month, right? Why is it suddenly ahead of schedule? Lu Hongguang snorted lightly with disdain. 80% knows that Su Chi releases her album at the end of the month and is afraid of clashing with the schedule, so she releases it in advance to seize the first opportunity. This is really not Lu Hongguang bragging. In the music industry, not many singers dared to release their albums at the same time as Su Chi, although Zhang Feng has been touted by fans and Capital as a heavenly king. But how much water is mixed in? People in the circle are unspoken. According to Lu Hongguang's understanding, Zhang Feng was at best a pseudo-heavenly king. When they met a strength diva like Su Chi, they naturally avoided it if they could. Su Chi objectively said, Zhang Feng's voice is actually not bad. It is the fire of the singing almost. If you train well, the achievements of the holiday season will not be low. That's only if he has time to train. Lu Hongguang is undeniable. Huani's side was picking up announcements and activities endlessly throughout the year in order to keep the heat on for Zhang Feng. Popularity went up, but the vocals are still in place. He looked at Su Chi. Anyway, it's good for Zhang Feng to release it in advance, so as to save the time when it's crashed, and those scrubs of his run to touch you for nothing. Zhang Feng's fans are really who dip who knows. Not only is the bottom line low but it's hostile. Zhang Feng had openly shown affection for Su Chi in the early days, but Su Chi didn't respond, leading to a year of being blackened by Zhang's fans. Now and then you can still see Zhang Feng's water army jumping and stepping under Su Chi's microblogging. That's why Lu Hongguang didn't have much goodwill towards Zhang Feng. Zhao Chong was a bit perplexed by Zhang Feng's maneuver. Lu Ji, didn't Zhang Feng used to make media announcements? Why did you choose to broadcast it live this time? Lu Hongguang stretched his legs and changed to a more comfortable position. That's what broke it down for him. The traditional way for artists to promote their music used to be media interviews, radio interviews, song charting and offline book signings. But now is the era of streaming media. Live broadcasting as an emerging social tool, not only interactive, but also real-time as well as the topic is not low, is the new favorite of young people's entertainment. In order to absorb and fix the powder, the stars began to pile up live broadcasts in the past 2 years. Zhang Feng's audience is young, and choosing a live broadcasting platform to debut his new song should be the result of weighing many things. Gu Chang was a bit curious. How are the data of Zhang Feng's live broadcast? Zhao Chong clicked into the homepage. Number 1 in real-time heat, with a cumulative total of 8 million plus online and 100,000 plus likes. Then this data is not bad. Gu Chang was surprised. With this kind of live popularity, the likelihood of a new album release explosion is extremely high. Zhao Chong hemmed and hawed. Lu Ji, when the time comes, are we going to be in the live broadcast as well? Lu Hongguang glanced at Gu Chang and Su Chi, and both of them treated it as if they had not seen it. Look. Do you think it's possible for them to go on the air with that kind of nature? Su Dick is Buddhist enough as it is. I didn't realize that Gu Chang was even more Buddhist than she was. Let Gu Chang go live marketing to please the fans. Lu Hongguang did not dare to hope. Gu Chang is willing to move from behind the scenes to the front of the stage. Lu Hongguang are burning incense. Zhao Chong looked at the tacitly silent two and lowered his head to continue scrolling down the microblog. I heard that Zhang Feng has changed his previous style this time around, and his main song is in the ballad style. And he even sent a 30-second clip of the song on his cell phone during the live broadcast. Folksy? Gu Chang raised his eyebrows in interest. Zhao Chong, see if there's a link to that 30 seconds. Let's see. Found it. Zhao Chong clicked on the link and turned the volume up to the max. The first bars of the music come out. This melody. Gu Chang frowned, feeling that something was wrong. Press on and listen after 30 seconds. He finally realized what the problem was. Do any of you find this melody inexplicably familiar? Su Chi nodded with a sullen face. Like the ordinary road. Zhao Chong blurted out. Crap. So Zhang Feng is plagiarizing Gu Chang with his new song? Lu Hongguang black-faced. Whether it's plagiarized or not has yet to be determined. After all, this is just a clip. He had previously thought that Zhang Feng was only nearly as strong, but now he was afraid that even his character was in question. Old Lu is right. This is just a small section. And although there are shades of the road to ordinary in it, it's obviously magically altered. Su Chi was more than familiar with copyright issues like plagiarism. In the case of this subsection, it is at best borrowing, not plagiarizing. Gu Chang narrowed his eyes. We'll know when the work comes out tomorrow. Zhao Chong, don't you have a plane to catch? What time do you plan to leave? I'll give you a ride later. Gu Chang looked at the time. It's 4:30 now, so pack up and go have a meal later. Then rush straight to the airport. A few people looked at each other and were fine with it. Finish packing everything. Zhao Chong carried the garbage outside. I'll take the garbage down first, as soon as you guys can. Gu Anren hugged the smiling rabbit. Her eyes slightly reddened. Uncle, is this leaving? She hadn't traveled far from home since she was a little girl, and had been in the family since birth. Suddenly it was time to leave, and it was extremely hard to leave inside. Su Chi touched her head and comforted her. Anren, We can still come back later when we are free. Gu Anren looked at Gu Chang. Is that okay? Gu Chang nodded. In the future, Uncle will accompany you back when he is free. Okay, it's a deal. Gu Anren sniffled and ran to the deer sticker out in the living room and gestured. 115 now. Hopefully we'll get to 125 the next time we come back. Anren, you go down with Sister Dick first, and Uncle will check again for any omissions. Suchi pushed the luggage. Anren go. Aha! Gu Anren nodded her head and readily left. Close the doors and windows and check everything. Gu Chang took one last look at the home. Though he was here, briefly, for only 3 months, but Gu Chang really made this place his home. He knew which corner the sun would shine on at 7 in the morning. And he also knew what time the setting sun in the evening would spread over the whole living room. Standing in front of Gu Yun's effigy, Gu Chang made a solemn promise. Sister, I will take good care of Anren in the future. Bless us in heaven. We will come back to see you when we are free. Sighing lightly, Gu Chang turned and pushed his luggage away. Jiangcheng is about a 4-hour flight from the imperial capital. It was close to midnight when the plane landed. Back in the imperial capital at last. Although the air in the imperial capital was not as good as in Jiangcheng, Lu Hongguang still missed it. Gu Chang looked around. The airports in the imperial capital were different from his previous life, but they were all equally luxurious. Out of the VIP channel, there was already a nanny car waiting. A young lad stepped forward quickly and attentively took their suitcases. Master Dick. Lu Ji. Lu Ji patted him on the shoulder. Rat. Hard work. Suchi took the initiative to introduce. Gu Chang. This is Li Hao. Rat. This is Gu Chang and Anren. Li Hao's age doesn't look much different from Gu Chang. Tall and thin, with a somewhat tanned complexion and a mouthful of white teeth when he smiles. Brother Chang, just call me Rat. From now on, if there's anything you want me to do, I'll answer your call. Gu Chang let go of his luggage and reached out to say hello. Hello, you're welcome Brother Chang. I'm still a fan of yours. I've heard all those songs of yours. The words fell, smoothly pulling over from Gu Chang's luggage. Gu Chang hurriedly said, I'll do it. Li Hao misplaced Gu Chang's hand and put his luggage into the trunk in a sharp manner. Brother Xing, I'm your assistant. These are my part of the job, so don't argue with me. Lu Hongguang patted his shoulder. Get in the car. Gu Anren leaned out of the window to look at the night scene without blinking. Suchi laughed lightly. Does it look good? Gu Anren nodded her head vigorously. It looks good. Colorful like stars. If it looks good, when sister is free, I'll take you to see it slowly. Suchi's house is located in the center of the imperial capital. Being able to own a duplex mansion in the center of the imperial capital, where every inch of land is precious, one can imagine how trenchant Suchi's family is. Lu Hongguang and Suchi are not in the same neighborhood. After Li Hao sent the 3 of them to the neighborhood, he had to send Lu Hongguang home. Take care old Lu, we'll go back first. Seeing the 2 leave, Suchi turned around and said, let's go. The security in the neighborhood is really tight and you have to swipe your card to enter and exit. The security guard was very excited to see Suchi. Ms. Su, why are you back so late? Suchi lightly laughed. Uncle Zhong, why are you on night shift again? It's day shift in a couple days. Uncle Zhong smiled cheerfully and looked at Gu Chang and Anren inquisitively. Ms. Su, who are these 2? Suchi briefly introduced. They are all my relatives, staying with me temporarily for some days. Gu Anren had a sweet mouth and greeted her crisply. Good evening, Grandpa Zhong. Uncle Zhong hemmed and hawed and smiled a red smile. The chick is so cute, almost like my little girl. Suchi, then we'll go back first. Goodbye Uncle Zhong. Looking at their backs, Uncle Zhong narrowed his eyes and hummed lightly. Relatives? So coupled up. 80% boyfriend. Su Dick's house is on the top floor. Here it is. This is my home. Su Dick turned on the light. Su's home is modernly decorated in an elegant yet unobtrusive style. Gu Anren was like a curious baby, looking left and right. Sister Dick, your house is so beautiful. I'll show you. Because of the time constraints, Suchi simply showed them around. The house is a duplex 2-story. The second floor is the living area with the kitchen, parlor, bedrooms, and guest room up there and a large deck. Looking out from the terrace, the night view of the imperial capital was breathtaking. The first floor is a work area with a recording studio, instrument room, and an open workroom. One of the walls was punched with a whole row of solid wood glass cabinets filled with various trophies. Suchi has all the music awards in China. Suchi lightly laughed. That's all for today's introduction. It's late, Anren. Sister will take you to your room to rest. Aha! Gu Anren nodded her head obediently, then looked at Gu Chang. Uncle, good night. Good night Anren. Suchi took Anren's luggage from Gu Chang. Gu Chang, take your time to look. I'll take Anren to her room first. Gu Chang didn't walk around. After sitting down on the couch, He turned on his cell phone. Zhou Chong sent him a voicemail. Lao Gu, give a message when you arrive. Waiting for you. Gu Cheng simply replied back. Thank you, have arrived safely. Zhao Chong pressed on with no sleep at all, and directly returned a string of horny emoticons in seconds. Hey, old Gu, how is Sister Dick's fragrant boudoir? Gu Cheng, want to know? Come and see for yourself. Zhao Chong choked. You wait, I'll buy a plane ticket now and kill them overnight. Gu Cheng was speechless. It's late. Hurry up and go to sleep. Lao Gu wait. Zhao Chong dumped a couple super long screenshots of his super talk. Old Gu, you've got a lot of cowhide. The fans are actually going to crowdfund a song for you. Gu Cheng clicked in and looked at it. He has amassed a lot of road fans after his singing videos took the internet by storm. But because the videos are all live versions with miscellaneous noise distractions, fans don't find them enjoyable enough. So a fan on Supertalk started a poll saying that they want Gu Cheng to come out with a lossless sound quality version. It even kicked off a crowdfunding campaign. The amount of money given was minimal because it was a roadie. But for a dime from you and $1 from me, it actually crowdfunded over $100,000. Although this amount of money, a fraction of what it took to play the song, Gu Cheng's heart was still a little touched. It reminded him of his fans in his previous life. When Gu Cheng was at his peak, his fan base was also huge. On his birthday or debut anniversary, fans crowdfund and then use his name for charity. There were also private messages from fans cheering him on when he was deep in the muck of public opinion. So much so that Gu Cheng felt warm when he thought about it. Su Chi walked over and handed Gu Cheng a soda. It's all we have at home, so make do with what you've got. Gu Cheng pulled the pull tab. Thank you. Su Chi tucked herself into the noble seat, pulled over the plush pillow, and stretched her feet across with abandon. Gu Cheng gave a start, his eyes involuntarily attracted. These jade feet are quite small and pink. Su Chi poured a mouthful of soda. Who are you talking to at this late hour? Gu Cheng's eyelids lowered and he retracted his eyes without a trace. It's Zhou Chong. He said some fans on Supertalk crowdfunded for me to play a song. Su Chi paused, her beautiful eyes surprised. Fan crowdfunding? Gu Cheng nodded. It started yesterday morning, and now it's crowdfunded over $100,000. So many? It's quite popular. Su Chi glanced at the alarm clock on the wall. It's after 1 o'clock. Su Chi yawned and got up. You come with me. I'll take you to your room. Gu Cheng nodded. Trouble you. Su Chi brought him to the guest room. Tonight you'll stay in this room. Everything is new. You can use whatever you want. Gu Cheng looked around. This room was obviously a second bedroom. Not only was the decoration very elegant, the space was not small, and there was also an independent bathroom. So Dick, thank you. Thanks for what? Su Chi flicked her chin and joked. Don't forget that I brought you guys here to live in order to conveniently squeeze you and make you work hard for me to prepare a new album. Su Dick probably doesn't know. How many men would beg to be squeezed by her? Gu Cheng smiled lightly and changed the subject. It's late. We have a busy day tomorrow, so get an early night. Su Dick turned around and went back to the opposite bedroom. Gu Cheng, good night. Good night. 9 o'clock in the morning. In the translucent bathroom of the master bedroom, the fog rises. The sound of water surrounds. A sexy and enchanting silhouette is vaguely visible. 10 minutes later. Jabla. The bathroom door was pulled open from the inside, and Su Chi rubbed her hair and walked out barefoot. Droplets of water made their way down the delicate collarbone and disappeared into the white bath towel. Taking off the bath towel and throwing it casually, Su Chi entered the check room. Jade hands glided over the rows of delicate and beautiful clothes, eventually landing in the lounge area in the corner. Picking out a white shirt and jean shorts to change into, she opened the door to her room, wiggling her two long slender legs. Subtle movement came faintly from the kitchen. The corner of Su Chi's mouth lightly hooked. Turning around the large living room, a large semi-open kitchen comes into view. The long wooden square table had a couple of fine breakfast dishes in addition to a bouquet of flowers with morning dew, Chinese xiaolong bao, pork ribs and seafood congee, as well as Western salads and sandwiches, freshly brewed coffee and a glass of warm milk. There was also a man with an apron tied busy. Su Chi folded her long legs and leaned on the doorframe to gaze at the tall figure. The sunlight poured in gently from the windowsill, and Gu Cheng, who was bathed in the morning light, looked extraordinarily gentle. The moment Su Chi felt that it was really an incredibly wise decision to have her assistant fill up the refrigerator, because the scene in front of me was really damn pleasing to the eye. The movement behind him naturally could not be hidden from Gu Cheng. He turned the fire down and turned around. The two men looked at each other in all directions. The woman's features are exquisite, almond eyes dense, and long and arched eyelashes flicker between, as if filled with water mist. Seeing her topped with wet hair, Gu Cheng's brows frowned a few imperceptible times. Su Chi stepped over and was the first to break the silence. Gu Cheng, why are you up so early? Getting used to it. I saw you had ingredients in the fridge. so I stopped by to make some breakfast. Gu Chang's line of sight, falling on her long white glowing legs, paused. There's just one more fatted calf casserole to go. Why don't you go dry your hair first? Suchi reached for a xiaolongbao. I'll try one first. The moment the xiaolongbao enters your mouth, the warm juice bursts in your mouth, followed by the freshness of the meat filling lingering on your lips. Suchi's almond eyes narrowed in satisfaction. These xiaolongbao are thin-skinned and stuffed. So delicious. Gu Chang still looked at that wet hair. Suchi, breakfast won't run. You go dry your hair first. It's easy to catch a cold draped like this. Suchi looked at him skeptically with a sideways glance and muttered with a small mouth. Why do I feel like you're a bit of a nag just like old Lu Hongguang, even if, after all, when Suchi was with him, he was still a half-grown child. He's a father and a mother, so naturally he worries a bit more. But how old is Gu Chang? 3 years younger than myself. At 22 years of age, there is already potential for an older mom with a worrisome future. Gu Chang's head was filled with black lines as she looked at him. You have an album coming out at the end of the month. If you catch a cold, won't that delay your progress? Okay, I'm going to blow dry it now. Suchi compromised and turned around, muttering in a low voice as she walked away. And I don't know if your future girlfriend will be lucky or unlucky. Gu Chang was dumbfounded. Seeing that the casserole of fatty beef and golden needle mushrooms was already simmering, he put out the fire and went to wake up Enron. When Gu Chang brought Anren back to the restaurant, Suchi was already waiting for them blearily at the table. Anren, you guys are finally out. Come have breakfast. I'm starving. Today Gu Anren wore 2 loose braids and a delicate strawberry hairpin, and a bubble sleeve princess dress. As cute as ever. She greeted nicely. Good morning, Sister 7. Gu Chang brought the casserole to the table. You don't have to wait for us, especially if you're hungry, you can eat first. That won't do. Suchi firmly shook her head. How can I not wait for you when you cook so hard? She served a bowl of porridge to Anren. Besides, as host, I have already entertained my guests by letting them make breakfast. How rude would it be if I didn't wait for you to dine with me? Gu Chang laughed lightly. It's good that you don't mind me messing with your things. The reason why I got up to make breakfast wasn't that Gu Chang was dogged. Rather, it's because he feels as if it's not good to be here for nothing and do nothing. Cooking wasn't difficult for him these days anyway, so consider it paying the rent. Didn't I say that yesterday? There's no need to be polite when staying here. Just treat it like your own home. Suchi said while eating. Gu Chang watched her eat cheerfully. Is it good? Very tasty. Suchi didn't mince words in her praise. With your skill, even if you don't become a singer in the future, you won't starve as a chef. Gu Chang was soothed physically and mentally by the smoothness. Eat more if you like. A few people stopped talking and began to bury their heads in their food. Around 10:30, Lu Hongguang brought Li Meng to the door. Gu Chang, this is Li Meng, Suchi's life assistant. Li Meng looked to be in her early 20s, with natural baby fat and an infectious smile. Hello Shingo, just call me Mo. Li Meng looked at Gu Chang in a daze, her eyes full of stars. With Suchi wandering around the entertainment circle for years, Li Meng had actually gotten used to seeing handsome men and women over the years. But Gu Chang, this kind of face clean but not effeminate, and then the temperament of calm and steady Li Meng has not really seen a few. For a moment staring at Gu Chang's demeanor became a bit out of place. Suchi coldly spoke. Meng, drool wipe. Li Meng subconsciously raised his hand, but there was nothing. After reacting, she looked at Suchi mournfully. Master Dick, you lied to me. Suchi ignored her and looked at Gu Chang. The studio is recruiting assistants. It takes time to find trustworthy ones. Before recruiting people, I plan to let Li Meng take care of Anren first. What do you think? Suchi's people. Gu Chang naturally had nothing to be uneasy about. Just watch it, he whispered down to Anren. Anren, call your sister. Gu Anren grinned a wide smile. Hello Mo-san. Wow, so kawaii. Li Meng's heart melted. Don't worry brother Chang. I will take good care of her. Trouble. Gu Chang glanced at the time and stroked Anren's head. Anren, you go play with sister Meng. Uncle and sister 7 have work to talk about. Yes. Gu Anren nodded her head obediently. Suchi instructed Li Meng. Meng, it's Anren's first time in the Imperial City, so take her outside for a stroll. Wait for the two to leave. Lu Hongguang opens Love Pie. Zhang Feng is getting ready to start live broadcasting, and I heard that his new album is called Different Me, and the main song is called Free Winds, arranged and filled with lyrics by Su Hanshan. Su Hanshan? Hearing this name, Suchi's eyebrows subconsciously wrinkled. Her heart already had a bad premonition. Gu Chang couldn't remember for a moment. Who is Su Banshan? Suchi's eyebrows were disdainful. Su Banshan is a music producer who started out by plagiarizing in his early years and is now under the banner of Huani. As an original musician, Suchi hates plagiarism, and Su Hanshan is just like a super sewing monster. Not only did Huani take him under his wing, but he also pushed him hard. That's why she's never had a good feeling about Hwani. Lu Hongguang, it's 11 o'clock. The live broadcast has begun. The three of them sat on the sofa and watched Zhang Feng live together. What amazed Gu Chang was that Zhang Feng opened the game and actually played a food broadcast in Doja, kicking off the prelude to the promotion by eating hot pot live. In the process of eating and playing songs, interviews, interactive song ordering, raffle to give away albums, play games and other aspects of Zhang Feng won. Stars and musicians under the banner of Hwani also descended on the live broadcast. Live less than an hour. Zhang Feng's live room online clicks accumulated up to more than 11 million, occupying the Beansprout live hourly list top 1. Real-time online number of peak more than 300,000 people. The continuously climbing heat also caused Zhang Feng's related topics to rush to the real-time hot search on Weibo. Hashtag Zhang Feng's new album a different me hashtag. Hashtag Zhang Feng's new song free wins hashtag. Hashtag Zhang Feng eating hot pot live hashtag. Hashtag Zhang Feng raffles off an album hashtag. The topics of Gu Chang and Suchi both fell out of the top 10 of the list. Eat broadcast and hair song seems unrelated, but in the live broadcast, preview, hot search, Zhang Feng strung together. Gu Chang raised his eyebrows and sighed with emotion. This Zhang Feng is quite good at organizing a job. Zhang Feng is very comfortable with all kinds of impromptu questions and answers on popular topics such as humble literature and inner volume. It's simply fun improvised stand-up comedy. The whole atmosphere in the live room was very active. The screen was full of huge bounties as well as fancy pop-ups. Ended up having to turn off the pop-up window to consume it. Su7 is not surprising. Zhang Feng is a variety regular, often active in major TV stations, and has gained countless fans with his reality shows, so he is also jokingly called the Variety King. Lu Hongguang looked at the corner of his mouth twitching. TSK, TSK, TSK. Cheerful art how much he favors Zhang Feng. This is pulling half of cheerful art to give him a boost. He just counted them down. More than a dozen artists came out in a half-hour broadcast. With all this fanfare, it would be funny if the album didn't catch on. Suchi lightly hummed. It's not certain who is holding up who. It's just a mutual benefit. Host Xian looked at the time. Families, only 20 minutes left until 12. In 20 minutes, Zhang Feng's new album will meet his fans. Zhang Feng compares hearts to the camera. Thank you for watching Zhang Feng live. I hope you can support my music more. Thank you. Xian applauded. Next, let's talk to Zhang Feng about current hot topics. Zhang Feng, recently on the internet, there's a very hot one called Gu Chang. May I ask if you've heard any of his songs? Zhang Feng's smile remained unchanged, but displeasure flashed under his eyes. If he hadn't been on the air, he would have thrown his face on the spot. This host is so unprofessional. I'm afraid I'm not just trying to get on his bad side. Zhang Feng sucked in a dark breath and casually found an excuse to put it off. I've been busy working on my new album this month, so I haven't paid much attention to what's going on in the outside world. I'm not at liberty to judge what I don't know. How about we change the subject? Although Zhang Feng didn't directly change his face, his aura of steeply turning cold was still detected by Xian. She didn't know which point she had offended Zhang Feng, but she knew that this topic couldn't continue, so she smartly changed the subject. In that case, let's talk about the new album. Xian was filled with anticipation. Zhang Feng, what kind of surprises will you bring to your fans with your new album? Zhang Feng changed into a warm smile and introduced with a fluttering brow. My new album focuses on the folk style, which is very different from my previous style, and it's the first time I've made such a big attempt. Lu Hongguang narrowed his eyes, not missing the displeasure in Zhang Feng's eyes just now. Have you guys noticed? Zhang Feng obviously changed his face when the host asked him about Gu Chang just now. Gu Chang said indifferently, it's not strange, is it? Music promoters, naturally, don't want to talk about anything other than their own music. In fact, Zhang Feng has already been courteous enough not to turn his face away. Lu Hongguang shook his head. I always felt that the video wasn't that simple. Team Zhang Feng pinched the right time, 12 o'clock sharp. In the midst of a million fans, Zhang Feng released his new album on time. Su Dick also purchased an album on the spot. Lu Hongguang had long been impatient. Su Chi, play the hit song directly. Su7 nodded her head as Free Winds was played live. The intro is okay and doesn't sound out of place. The problem comes when you get to the main song. It sounds similar at first glance, but the melodies between the bars don't exactly overlap. Getting to the chorus, familiarity lay directly on the surface. Gu Chang even heard the overlapping melodies a few times. Hear this. He could conclude that Zhang Feng's new song was indeed plagiarized. Gu Chang purposely read through it. Lyrics and music Su Banshan. Singing Zhang Feng. Other than that there is no more. There are no notes to draw on, or words of homage. The whole song is about 5 minutes long. One song to go. The three men looked at each other in unison. Lu Hongguang was the first to speak. Gu Chang, what do you think? Gu Chang pondered for a moment. Although the entire song lyrics are different, the tone is different, and the harmony melody is also slightly different, and even the song travels at a different speed. But the song, it does have a lot of ordinary road in it. Lu Hongguang turned his head to look at Su Qi. So Dick, what do you think? Su Qi's eyebrows frowned slightly. If I have to describe it in one sentence, then Free Me is a slower version of Ordinary Road. So Zhang Feng really copied Gu Chang? Lu Hongguang slammed the table and was furious. This song is so hot that it dares to blatantly plagiarize. Zhang Feng is too rampant. I can't believe I just said something about not having heard Gu Chang's song. No way. I'm going to sue him. If I don't sue this kid. Gu Chang lightly poured cold water on him. Su Hanshan's plagiarizing tactics are so brilliant that it's hard to prove that he plagiarized. There are no clear boundaries for music plagiarism. Determining plagiarism takes into account a number of aspects. Is the style similar and the meaning of the lyrics including the title and orchestration the same? There are also the starting notes of the music, the starting phrases, the rhythm of the weak starts, the direction of the melody, the repetitive imitation of the phrases and the combination of the words and the music, and so on. There are many aspects to start with. Empty or copying does not convince the masses. In the live room, Zhang Feng was still selling the album. Album sales are blowing up like crazy. Lu Hongguang looked furious, pulling at his chest and gasping violently. So what do you say? I feel sick just looking at his face right now. Gu Chang walked over to the computer. Lu Ji, don't be in a hurry. I'll organize the 5-line scores of the 2 songs first and take a look. Gu Chang was busy at the same time. Su Qi and Lu Hongguang weren't idle either. They decided to listen to the rest of the album to see if Zhang Feng had any more plagiarized songs. The new album consists of 10 songs, and except for the lead single Free Winds, which is rather stunning, the rest of the songs are just flow songs customized to the public's taste, with easy-to-remember melodic lyrics and moderate quality. Su Dick objectively commented. Except for the title track, there were no traces of plagiarism found in the rest of the songs. Lu Hongguang opened the music platform with a sullen face and checked the real-time sales data. Since the launch of Different Me, the number of plays on Cool Music has broken over 3 million, and it has topped both the new songs chart and the real-time hot songs chart. Tap into the comments section. Most of the comments at the top are all kinds of fancy compliments. Maple's new album is really so good. It's scheduled to be the best album of the year. Maple is fantastic. It's not a bad idea to get into the new album. Zhang Feng's quality of this album is quite high. Especially this song Free Me. It sounds so good. Brother's new song is so good. I've looped it a billion times. The large number of positive reviews is occasionally mixed with skepticism. Why do I feel that this song, Free Winds, is very familiar and feels like I've heard it before? Crap. Is this a plagiarized version of Ordinary Road? A different me? It's clearly a plagiarized version of me. I can't say it's irrelevant. I can only say it's exactly the same. Paying for hard times. I actually heard plagiarized songs. Is there a return channel please? The comments are all mostly bragging, but there are still discerning people in the audience. Lu Hongguang said with some relief. That's because Gu Chang's hotness is high, and netizens still remember Ordinary Road relatively well, so they can tell that the songs are similar. Su Qi remembered something and then said, Old Lu, there's something I forgot to tell you. Gu Chang has accumulated quite a few roadie fans over this period of time. And yesterday there were even fans who were talking in superlatives and crowdfunding to help Gu Chang with his songs. Lu Hongguang staggered. Really? Su Qi nodded. More than 100,000 amounts have been raised in less than a day. What about now? Lu Hongguang pursued. Su 7 went into hypertext to check. It's more than that now. It's gone up to over 230,000. Lu Hongguang looked sideways at Gu Chang, who was focused on organizing the pentatonic score, his eyes in a bit of a trance. Strictly speaking, it's only been a week since we were lucky enough to be invited on stage at the concert, and now the internet has exploded. It's amazing that Gu Chang has amassed such a high level of popularity. It's more than God's reward. It's almost like God is chasing after the food. Okay, it's the kid who won't go out on a limb. Gu Chang is fast. In less than half an hour, the 5-line scores for both songs were organized. You guys come and look. Gu Chang pulled up the page. The main and the spin here, and the 6 bars of the chorus. These parts all clearly overlap. The more Su Qi looked at it, the tighter his brows knitted. Su Banshan's plagiarism. This is also too high and subtle. Wasia defines whether a musical work is plagiarized, generally using contact plus substantial similarity to define. There are 2 cases of contact. One is the possibility of being found guilty of plagiarism if the song has been widely distributed and other similar works appear, or if the song itself has not been publicly released, but the work has been entered. Then the judges and the audience will be deemed to have been exposed to the musical work. Substantial similarity refers to a large number of melodic similarities. such as more than 8 consecutive bars of the same, or the entire musical accompaniment of the main chord is basically the same. Chord similarity is excessive, can also be judged plagiarism. Su Hansan was worthy of being a professional sewing tinkerer, and he was very clever in circumventing the rules. He only copied 6 bars, and with the spin overlap, it added up to maybe 30%. Lu Hongguang was so angry that he directly cursed his mother. This dog, it stuck with the rules plagiarized. Gu Chang looked at the two men's ugly faces and knew that the situation was not optimistic. Isn't plagiarism hard to define? Su Qi nodded helplessly. Music infringement in the law is not like trademarks or patents. There are quantitative standards. It's more on the judge's freedom to decide. Free ruling? Isn't that subjective? Gu Chang frowned. In that case, wouldn't you be the only one who knows whether to copy or not? In his previous life, Gu Chang had heard a joke in the circle. A music student, unable to arrange a piece, copied Stravinsky's The Rite of Spring upside down and submitted it to his teacher, who praised him for it. It sounds ridiculous, but it's an honest reflection of the state of the music industry. As long as you do not blatantly copy, slightly modified to incorporate their own content, the industry basically do not bother to pursue you in the end, copied or not. And copied who? Gu Chang didn't realize that the world was still like that. Su Qi let out a long sigh. Much of the difficulty of originality lies in the fact that plagiarizers proliferate, and it is exceptionally difficult to defend your rights. A lot of copy dogs are very good at rubbing it in, and the listener is easily fooled. The industry has a bad culture, with multiple indulgences from agencies, fans and music platforms, so much so that music resident bugs like Su Hansan are living it up. Lu Hongguang slapped the table. No way. I'll get some friends to ask. I don't believe I can't catch him plagiarizing. Gu Chang while they were thinking about countermeasures. The internet has long been in an uproar. Zhang Feng's song went live shortly after. Iron fans then began to take to various social media platforms, sharing the experience of trying out new songs and promoting their idols in the process. Weibo, Super Talk, Beans and a Half and other platforms, all of them are buzzing about the new song. Music critics have also begun posting music reviews across the web, in the complimentary passages throughout. And yet such an out-of-place, plagiarism questioning tweet appeared. Music review blogger, North and South Head, publicly accused Zhang Feng of alleged plagiarism in a lengthy Weibo post about his new song. As soon as Zhang Feng's new album went online today, I was the first to buy it, and to be honest the album is actually of good quality, but I was very disappointed. The title track is so similar to Ordinary Road, which I analyzed on my last tweet. Today is the age of self-media and the internet spreads fast. Good ideas and creativity are just unveiled when they are taken by others to be decorated and modified, and become someone else's in name only. But for the original creators, plagiarism is undoubtedly the biggest blow to them. The tweet ended with 2 audio clips. It's a musical fragment where the melodies of the 2 songs highly overlap. Because of the rush of time, I'm only going to put up 2 audio clips here. 6 bars from the chorus of Free Winds and Ordinary Road, which are almost identical. I'm sure everyone will have their own conclusion in their mind after listening to the audio as to whether or not Free Winds was plagiarized. South Hilltop ended the tweet with this quote: "Respect originality. Plagiarism is shameful. Expect every singer to create their own work, and even if you borrow to pay homage to your predecessor's work, please communicate with the original creator beforehand and mark it clearly in your work." When the tweet came out, the whole internet was abuzz. I said, why is this new song so familiar? So it's copied from Ordinary Road. I was going to support Zhang Feng, but after reading the blogger's music review, I was successfully discouraged. Actually plagiarizing our Zhengcheng Art Academy song God. Support the blogger. Visualize that a large number of water armies are about to attack. Hold on Nan. Sure enough the tweet didn't take long to post. Zhang fans who received the news quickly flocked to the bottom of the microblogging crazy tirade. What are you? A small blogger also dares to make up a brother. Curse you for having a son without a skinny swallow. I'll fully support my brother even if he plagiarizes. It's your honor to have your work copied by him. Don't be ungrateful. Kaniji once said that stealing books can't be considered stealing. Can what a scholar does be called stealing? Support Zhang Feng. Even if my brother does plagiarize, I'll still support it as always. You can't dismiss an entire song just because it's similar in style, and plagiarism aside, Free Winds is really a great piece of work. This microblogging certification is paid for, right? How dare you call yourself a music critic at this level? Most importantly, what is the road to ordinary? Garbage like Gu Cheng doesn't even deserve to be mentioned in my brother's shoes. Understand? Seeing as the comments section was overrun by waterbenders, North and South Head were not to be trifled with. Direct Twitter hard steel waterman. I believe that the eyes of the public are bright, and everyone can hear if it's plagiarized or not. Attacking Europe and America from afar, and Japan and Korea from near. In the past, Taylor still knew how to copy foreign countries, but now they are actually backtracking on the idea of local singers, just like leaks in the ground. A crop is not as good as a crop. In the end, I hope every singer will be able to do their own music honestly and return the music world to a clean place. The two songs have raised suspicions of plagiarism. Netizens express their own views and argue endlessly as the storm intensifies. When Chen Wenchuan managed to get through to Su Hansan on the phone, he was in a large bed with a young female model, workshopping musical poses. "Where are you? It's Chen Ji. Looking for me in such a hurry? Are you looking for me to open a box to celebrate?" Su Hansan wrapped his arms around the woman, his big hands still making non-stop mischief on her body. The female model giggled. "Ouch! Yuck!" Hearing the commotion of the scuffle, Chen Wenchuan's accumulated anger poured out. "Su Hansan, do you still have the heart to play with women? Weibo has exploded. Do you know that?" Su Hansan didn't realize the seriousness of the matter. "What explosion? Did Zhang Feng's album sell out? I told you, this song will definitely make Zhang Feng." Chen Wenchuan angrily interrupted him. "Explode your head. It's plagiarism. The new song has been exploded for plagiarism." "Plagiarism?" Su Hansan pushed away the woman in his arms and said with a sullen face, "How come so fast? Which media is it?" Chen Wenchuan rubbed his temples. "Neither. The music review North and South heads openly accused you of plagiarism on Weibo, and now it's on the 10th Weibo hot search, and your Weibo is under siege." "A music review? I thought it was Wahoo Entertainment that made the move." Su Hansan relaxed again. "Chen Ji, you don't need me to teach you this matter of guiding public opinion, do you? It's time to buy water armies to buy water armies, and it's time to buy circulars to buy circulars. Things aren't as simple as you think." The sales of Zhang Feng's new album are now on a downward trend. Chen Wenchuan's head was about to explode. "On the company's side, I hope you'll release a statement on Weibo as soon as possible, no matter if it's made up or faked. In short, you must control the public opinion in favor of us and put the incident to rest as soon as possible." "Don't worry, I'm going now." Su Banchan boarded Weibo and righteously sent out a tweet. "Picasso once said that a good artist imitates, a great artist steals. Not to mention I didn't plagiarize at all. The reason why the two songs clashed with each other is because of the similarity in style. This song, Free Winds, was inspired by something that came to me while I was out traveling 3 months ago, only to be released now. Technically I wrote this song before Gu Cheng did, spilling over 500 words. The tweet is accompanied below by a lengthy account of the creative experience, as well as a couple of manuscript drawings. Said his work predates Gu Cheng, implying that the netizens have yet to come to a conclusion as to who plagiarized. Isn't this a blatant attempt to fool the internet? Netflix popped up even more. Crap, this copy of the treadmill is shameless. Is this a backhanded accusation of plagiarism against Gu Cheng? Kaoskin, I have no grudge against Taylor Su. Why is your excellency rubbing my intellect against the ground? Su Hansan is Taylor Su in the industry, specializing in mending for 30 years. Which is the best sewing skill? Cheerful Arts Serenity Shang. Put. What a load of nonsense. Let's not scold Taylor Su. After all, if you tell lies too much, you'll believe them yourself. Seeing that the netizens didn't buy it, Su Hansan was so angry that his chest ached. Started to dislike each other madly on the internet with the netizens, and even made a big fuss on the microblogging to sue the netizens. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, seeing that Su Hansan not only failed to stabilize the situation, but instead allowed the storm to intensify, Cheerful Arts Media finally came down and released a statement on Weibo denying the alleged plagiarism of its artist Zhang Feng's new song Free Wind. Huani Company solemnly declares that the song Free Wind was originally produced by its producer Su Banchan 3 months ago, and there is no plagiarism at all. If there is any further deliberate fabrication of facts, malicious vilification of Cheerful Arts and its singer Zhang Feng, an infringement of Cheerful Arts and Zhang Feng's right to reputation, Cheerful Arts will reserve the right to pursue its legal responsibility. The tweet was accompanied by a comparison of the short scores of the two songs. Several attorney culprits were attached. Lawyer Han is warning music review bloggers North and South Head, as well as fans of Gucci. Zhang Feng retweeted the microblog at the first time. Don't believe in rumors and don't spread rumors. Thank you fans for your support along the way. Because of your support, I can smile at all. The tweets were followed by a sea of heartache plus encouragement. Brother is too aggrieved. It's not easy to release a new album, but he's actually being touched. I feel sorry for you. I told you that Zhang Feng couldn't have plagiarized. It's just a similar style. Music is only 12 tones in total. How can 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 all touch together? What's there to copy or not to copy? Support Zhang Feng. Even though so people say that my brother plagiarized, as long as my brother didn't admit it, I believe that my brother didn't plagiarize. It's so heartbreaking. I'd rather save my money and buy 10 albums to support my brother. Once the statement was issued, The fans are being led by the nose again. Sales of the new album are starting to warm up and rise again. Lu Hongwan was directly exasperated by Huan Yi's shamelessness. Is this a thief crying out for evil? You're still posting sheet music? If you're capable of sending 5-line scores. Su Qi coldly laughed. Huan Yi, this is for the sake of profit. Even don't want to lose face. It was because of Huan Yi's defense behind the scenes that plagiarizing dogs like Su Hansan could be emboldened. Gu Cheng frowned. In fact, regarding the fact that he was plagiarized, he was not as angry as Su Qi and the others before. These songs, after all, were also transported by Gu Cheng from another world. That's why Gu Cheng didn't look very hard at these songs. But Huan Yi's attitude like this really disgusted Gu Cheng. Even if it's blatant plagiarism, he's actually backpedaling and suing his fans. Gu Cheng couldn't stand it even with his good temper. He looked to Lu Hongwan. Given today's situation, whoever dominates public opinion dominates. We've lost our head start and must reverse the disadvantage in one fell swoop. I'll re-register a personal Twitter account and respond to this on Twitter. Su Qi took the opportunity to propose. Gu Cheng, why don't we use the company's name? The repercussions of being a vegetarian are too small. No need. Gu Cheng shook his head. After the success of the microblogging authentication, you can use the official blog to interact with my microblogging. There are interactions that are just as likely to get the attention of the internet and quickly take sides. Gu Cheng turned his head to remind Lu Hongwan. Lu Ji, please find the company's legal affairs and help me draw up a prosecution agreement as fast as possible, regardless of whether or not plagiarism can be defined. I have to put up an attitude first. Lu Hongwan nodded. Okay, I'll go now. Half an hour later, Gu Cheng re-registered for a microblog. Hello everyone, I'm Gu Cheng. First timer, please pay attention. Su Qi Studio was the first to pay attention and retweeted Gu Cheng's microblog with the initial photo of the same frame at the concert. Welcome at Gu Cheng to Weibo. Thanks for meeting. This interaction was quickly noticed by Su Qi's fans. Crap, Gu Cheng actually opened a microblog? Welcome little brother. When will you debut? Little brother? Into Twitter at this point to dispel rumors? Front row. Small bench ready for melon. So is Gu Cheng forgetful or not? Little brother. You've been plagiarized. Followed. Squat plagiarism follow-up. The comments section exploded. The comment was just posted and was overwritten by a new one. The number of fans is also rising like crazy. Gu Cheng began to post a second tweet. This time, a screenshot of the super commentary was dumped directly. Thank you very much for all the love for Gu Cheng. I've received all your thoughts. To give back to you, I've decided to release studio-ready versions of all 3 songs for 3 days and make them free to listen to and download at no charge. Let's start with the first song, The Intersection of Phoenix Blossoms, a first release of my loving collaboration with my alma mater, at Jiangqing Art College. The microblog ended with an Jiang Yi official blog and a link to the MV of The Intersection of Phoenix Blossoms. Jiang Yi's official blog retweeted the tweet in seconds. Thanks to Gu Cheng's support for his alma mater, all the staff of Jiang Yi wish the students across the country a happy graduation. Welcome all students to visit the school for enrollment. Another bombshell hit the net and the internet was blown away. Last tweet. Gu Cheng went straight to the point. I've been informed of the plagiarism story that's been making the rounds on the internet through a friend. By comparing the scores, it was found that the 2 songs do have similar melodies in parts and highly integrated chords. With the help of my friends, I have submitted all the collected information to professional organizations for identification, and I reserve the right to defend the copyright of my musical works by all legal means. The tweet was accompanied by a pentameter comparison. There is also a stamped charging document. Another 3 tweets in a row. It's like an entertainment nuke, blowing Twitter straight to paralysis. Crap, you don't charge for originality, but you charge for plagiarism instead? What do you mean by pattern? It's called a pattern. White Johns make me happy. Just for these free songs, I'm firmly on Gu Cheng's side. Watch the music video. Simple school footage, but it put sand in my eyes. Gu Cheng's 3 tweets directly hit Huan Yi off guard. Chen Wenxuan was completely unprepared. Gu Cheng does not respond as already. A response is such a big battle. Prosecution papers were even issued. Unlike the lawyerly culvert warnings issued by Cheerful Arts, the lawyer's letter is nothing more than a statement of Huan Yi's position on the current events, and a warning document for public relations, and has no clear legal effect. However, indictment is a legal instrument in which the prosecutor's office files an indictment against a criminal defendant and requests the court to try the criminal defendant on the merits. The 2 meanings are worlds apart, clearly nothing more than a vegetarian. Yet it's as if there's a team effort behind the maneuver, and each move hits the point straight on. The incident even directly alarmed the top management of Cheer Arts. The phone call from the big boss went straight to Chen Wenxuan. Chen Wenxuan, I don't care if this Gu Cheng has a background or not. I want this storm to calm down as soon as possible. Yes. Okay, Chen Wenxuan smiled apologetically. Don't worry boss. I will never let public opinion fester any further. After hanging up with the big boss, Chen Wenxuan immediately hoofed it and called around. Public Relations Department? I don't care what methods you use. I want public opinion to favor Jiang Feng's side. Hello, is this Mr. Wang? There's something I need to trouble you about. It's about that hot search on the internet. There's just been a move on the cheerful arts side. Lu Hongwan then immediately noticed. Crap, Huan Yi is in a hurry, right? To actually spend money to remove the hotspot so quickly? The heat, which had been rising steadily, sank steeply. Less than 10 minutes. Guqing's hot search then fell out of the top 10 on Twitter. You can't even see the related topics without clicking into the leaderboard. And the hot comments in favor of Gucci have either disappeared or been overwritten. In its place were remarks touting Zhang Feng as well as defending him. Su Qi, old Lu, do we counterattack now? There's no rush yet. Let's see how things develop. Gu Cheng said calmly. Lu Hongwan nodded. I agree. Maybe there's a reversal behind it. Since we're not in a hurry to fight back, let's fill our stomachs. Su Qi rubbed her stomach. It's 6 o'clock. You're all hungry, right? How about I order a takeaway? Gu Cheng frowned slightly as he got up and walked towards the kitchen. It's not good to eat too much takeout. And with so many ingredients in the fridge, I'll go down some noodles for dinner. Su Qi chased after him. Then I'll help with the dishes. In between Gu Cheng's noodle cooking, the comments section has quietly changed. It was fine when it wasn't removed from the hotspot. Most netizens were in a wait-and-see mode. After all, the news, like cereals, is reversed every day, so netizens are in no hurry to take sides. But as soon as this hot search was withdrawn, the netizens jumped on it. I'll go. Where's Gu Cheng's hot search? It's gone in the time it took to eat a meal? How come the comments are all watered down? Is it unplayable? How much is a strip of floor washing? Can you take me with you? The power of capital is too strong. Brother Xing, hold on. Don't be afraid of ghosts knocking on the door if you don't do anything wrong. This hot search always feels so weak to withdraw. The other side. Gu Cheng suddenly received a call from Lin Huiru. Sister Lin? Elementary school brother. Didn't you say you'd call your senior sister when you're free? I've been waiting for a few days here. Lin Huiru spoke in a delicate tone. Gu Cheng smiled. Sorry senior sister. I'm quite busy these days. Elementary school brother. I saw what happened on Twitter. Do you need help from your school sister? Lin Huiru has been following the Twitter movement. After realizing that something was wrong, she thought about it and decided to call Gu Cheng. Gu Cheng gave a start and half-smiled to remind her. Senior Lin. The other party is Huan Yi. Are you sure you want to wade through this mess? Cheer Art is not a small company. This is a situation where normal people basically choose to keep their heads above water. Lin Huiru's silver bell-like laughter came over. Aren't we alumni? And you did get plagiarized. It's totally fine to support your junior as a schoolmate. After going back that night, Lin Huiru always had a question. Who the hell is that familiar woman? It wasn't until she saw Su Qi and Gu Cheng's interactions on Weibo that she confirmed the suspicions in her mind. She is Su Dick. Lin Huiru is not stupid. Su Qi and Gu Cheng obviously had a great relationship. To reach out and help Gu Cheng at this time, one was to sell Su Qi's face, and the other was to take a favor. Gu Cheng naturally understood. I appreciate senior sister Lin's feelings. I can solve this matter myself. When this bout of busyness is over, I'll treat senior sister to dinner again. Junior, what's the point of being polite to your sister? It's a deal. Let's eat together some other day. After hanging up, Lin Huiru retweeted Gu Cheng's tweet. Support originality. Reject plagiarism. After Lin Huiru retweeted the tweet, Wang Xian followed suit and clearly sided with Gu Cheng. As a creator, originality is the bottom line that must be maintained. And the general public is not deaf. Support originality. Reject plagiarism. Go at Gu Cheng. Unlike netizens, Wang Xian, as a well-known music producer, the lyricist of the Queen of Heaven royalty, he has one label attached to him, professional. The heat on Gu Cheng has skyrocketed once again. Plagiarism has become a hot topic, and everyone is involved. When the storm gets worse, a statement jumped out silently, dug up by eager netizens and sent to the hot seat. This is a vegetarian blogger. He openly cited Su Hansan on Twitter for plagiarizing his work. My name is Zhang Shang, and I testify under my real name that Su Hanshan's arrangement and lyrics of Free Wind plagiarized my emotional quotes from my early years. I am survived by my parents and all insults bounce back. Please see the color palette comparison below for more details. The palette is a careful listing of his quotes from the past and a comparison of the lyrics to Free Winds. It's easy to see if it's plagiarized or not. If the intro plagiarism is only the beginning, the lyrics plagiarism is almost heavenly. Netizens, digging down Zhang Shang's tweets, unexpectedly found that Zhang Shang was just like a free supplier of lyrics to Su Hansan. In addition to Free Wind, The lyrics of Su Hanshan's earlier work Love in the Bottom of the Heart and his previous breakout masterpiece My Heart Remains the Same are also suspected to be plagiarized from Zhang Sheng's emotional quotes. There are thousands of plagiarisms, but Su Hanshan accounts for half of them. Where is this plagiarism? It's clearly copy and paste, isn't it? Hello everyone. My name is Taylor Su and I'm a music mover. This is not plagiarism. It's theft. Su Hanshan's old music tailor has been sewing for another 3 years. Apologize. Must apologize. Netizens frantically flooded Su Hanshan's microblog to troll. Various segments and internet red words are frequent. It directly made Lu Hongguang look happy. Ha ha ha. Netizens are also too talented. That said, this Zhang Sheng is also unlucky. This Su Hanshan totally caught him a sheep to weed. Suchi looked at Zhang Sheng's palette. Can't say it's unrelated. Only identical. This level is basically the real deal. The corner of Suchi's mouth flicked in disdain. I thought Su Banshan only applied Gu Cheng's melody. Well, at least he had a few strengths. But I didn't realize that the lyrics were copied as well. Lu Hongguang hemmed and hawed. A sleepy head comes with a pillow. Originally I was worried about how to prove Su Hanshan's plagiarism. With Zhang Sheng's assist, this song going off the shelves is basically a nail in the coffin. Gu Cheng thought about it and followed Zhang Sheng's Weibo and sent him a private message. 8 o'clock in the evening. Gu Cheng joined Zhang Sheng in a crusade against Su Banshan, suing Huan Yi Su Banshan for plagiarizing and stealing his original work, and demanding that Huan Yi apologize and take down Free Me. The tweet went straight to number 1 on the Hot 100. Seeing that the plagiarism was actualized, Su Banshan, however, was still sophomoric, even speaking out of turn. I'm not plagiarizing, I'm just taking what I can from great work and reinventing it from there. Su Hanshan's shamelessness shocked Su Chi's 3 views. Su Banshan, don't you even have any cheek? What a disgrace to our music producers. Gu Cheng narrowed his eyes. For this matter of plagiarism, Su Banshan is afraid that he has already seen it all before in the music industry, and he is unlikely to admit his mistake until the last step. It's a good thing that the internet is so helpful. Crazy flooded into Su Hanshan's microblogging tirade, directly scolding him until he closed the comments. The netizens didn't let him off the hook for that. Not only was Huan Yi's official blog taken down, Zhang Feng's microblog was not spared either. At Cheerful Arts Media, please give originality a chance. My brother actually sang a plagiarized track. Pink turned black. Too disappointing. Zhang Feng would actually perform a plagiarized track. Countless netizens ran to the major music platforms, calling for a boycott of Su Banshan and the shelving of Zhang Feng's new album. At the same time, the network suddenly broke out a large number of black information about Zhang Feng, as well as to the fans' past. Fans have taken off. Zhang Feng crazy drop. To Gu Cheng's surprise, Huan Yi didn't even post a response until Li Meng had brought Anrun home. Just when Gu Cheng thought that he couldn't wait for Huan Yi's apology statement today, the official blog of the Huaxia Music Association suddenly published an article on Weibo calling for it. Star as a public figure. Take a high salary to enjoy the fan following. To lead by example is the most basic. If the bottom line of morality cannot be guarded, in the end, cannot go far. We are all practitioners of Chinese music. We call for severe crackdown and punishment of singers and producers who have plagiarized illegally. Media platforms should promote the positive spirit of the times. More publicity for moral and artistic artists. Do not give a stage to plagiarizers, and banish them from the public media. This time Huan Yi couldn't bear it, and he pushed Su Banshan out of the fire to take up the public's anger. At Gu Cheng, at Zhang Sheng, I solemnly apologize for the harm I've caused you. Very sorry. I also want to apologize to the public, to all original music producers and to the hard-won creative environment in China. I'm sorry for the very bad demonstration and I'm willing to take all the legal consequences. Decided to quit the music industry and take down all works under my name. Please take me as a warning. Refuse plagiarism and respect originality. Finally, once again, I apologize to everyone. Netflix is dropping like crazy. Why don't you just? And voluntary retirement? I think Taylor Su was fired from Huan Yi. Clearly blocked. Lu Hongguang looked at the hearts too quickly. Ha ha, Su Hanshan has finally admitted to plagiarizing. Su Chi snorted coldly. Huan Yi is abandoning Su Banshan and protecting Zhang Feng? Lu Hongguang, Zhang Feng is the first brother of Cheerful Arts. Cheerful Arts naturally wants to protect him with all its might. Gu Cheng had expected this, so he wasn't surprised. Strictly speaking, the one who plagiarized was Su Hanshan, and it was easy for Zhang Feng to wash his hands of it, without prior knowledge. Hilarious Arts has yet to issue an apology? Not at the moment, but presumably soon. Gu Cheng raised his eyebrows. As one of the top 3 giants in China, this PR speed of Huan Yi is too slow. The walls are falling down. After Su Banshan released an apology statement, Yao Yao, a millionaire netizen, suddenly jumped out to expose herself. having been suborned by Su Banshan, and is now in deep depression. Yo-Yo also popped a shocking melon. Su Hansan often used his status to subterfuge, liked to roleplay, and was not afraid of men and women. And she was far from the only victim. A stone has stirred up 1,000 waves. The netizens, who are eating the melon, have turned their attention to the artists who have worked with Su Hansan. For a while, the whole internet was posting rumors. 10 o'clock sharp, Cheerful Arts Media finally microblogged an apology statement, admitting that its artist Su Hansan plagiarized. The company's supervision was not effective, and apologized to all those involved. It stated that it would take down all of Su Banshan's works and terminate all contracts with Su Banshan. Zhang Feng retweeted the official blog of Huani at the first time and apologized for his inappropriate behavior of singing plagiarized tracks. I'm very sorry. I'm very sorry for letting down the fans' expectations when something like this happened with the new song. I also sincerely apologize to the other original creator. I accept all criticisms and accusations and am willing to take responsibility and compensation. I have commissioned the company to coordinate with the music platforms to take it down and apologize again to all parties involved. The comments section is abuzz. Why did you take down your brother's album? Brother is too unlucky. The accident is indeed Zhang Feng's work, but he was not the one involved in the plagiarism. It's all the responsibility of Huani's lax auditing, so I hope that everyone won't hold on to Zhang Feng. Why do we need the police to apologize? A line about poor supervision and we're dismissed? If it weren't for the hotbed provided by Cheerful Arts, Su Hanshan's plagiarism would never have been so unscrupulous. Why did you take down your brother's album? What's wrong with plagiarizing when the songs are good? There are so many singers who have plagiarized. Why are they only holding on to Zhang Feng? When plagiarism becomes psoriasis in the music industry, there is nothing sadder than fans willing to pay for plagiarism. These demented remarks made Lu Hongwan so angry that his teeth hurt. Are they all filled with mush in their heads? Gu Cheng said calmly, the more they bounce around, the more the passers-by resent it. Even the best singers can't carry such a ruined roadie. Other celebrity fans who had suffered attacks from Zhang Feng's fans in the past united in the rice circle. They began to rally under Zhang Feng's endorsed brand, demanding that the brand change its endorser. Perhaps shocked by the rage of the internet, the new endorsement of Zhang Feng, which should have been officially announced today, has temporarily taken all the products endorsed by Zhang Feng off the shelves. Thank you for your attention to indie. Zhang Feng indie brand is not compatible with Zhang Feng's philosophy and has decided to terminate the cooperation. Other brands he worked with, one after another, terminated their cooperation with him. Effective immediately, Qingyang terminates all brand partnerships with Zhang Feng. Support originality. Reject plagiarism. Thank you for your interest in the Nivea brand. Our cooperation with Zhang Feng has expired and ended. This plagiarism incident hit Zhang Feng very hard. The lead time for the album would have been long. As soon as the new album was shelved, the return plan was completely disrupted. Not to mention the huge loss of endorsements being pulled. Even the newcomer group led by Qinwen, which was set to debut, was temporarily replaced by the TV station. Chen Wenquan accompanied a smiling face when he called around to maneuver. An assistant came running in a panic. Chen Ji, something big has happened. Chen Wenquan was already busy, and seeing his assistant's demeanor made his scalp tighten again. He rubbed his temples. Panic. What happened again? The well-known luxury brand Longines called and said they want to cancel our contract. Longqin? Weren't they going to sign a 3-year contract with Zhang Feng, right? Chen Wenquan roared. Longchamp is an international brand. In order to get this endorsement, Chen Wenquan behind the scenes have not less maneuvering. The phone rings again. Chen Wenquan was busy picking it up. Hello? What? You guys are going to cancel the endorsement too? But Zhang Feng's contract still has 1 year left. Wait. Before Chen Wenquan could finish his sentence, the other party directly replied back. Zhang Feng doesn't fit our brand image. Please talk to our company's legal affairs if you have any problems. And then just hung up. Doesn't match? That's not what the signing said at first. Chen Wenquan only felt that his head was 2 sizes too big, and his temples were pounding. The assistant stood behind Chen Wenquan forbidding as if he was chilling. The house is leaking. In the first half of the year, in order to prepare for his album, Zhang Feng put off several reality show invitations, and now only 2 resident variety shows remain on him. One is the reality outdoor program Extreme Men and the other is the talent show Singing Youth. The program team suddenly sent a message over, saying that Zhang Feng's side of the variety show, first suspend the recording, and then notify the subsequent changes. Just under half an hour, Zhang Feng was withdrawn from 10 endorsements. The variety show all suspended off, but also have to compensate the brand liquidated damages. Chen Wenquan directly angry myocardial infarction. The plagiarism incident, which was a big deal, ended up with Su Banshan being blocked and Zhang Feng losing his endorsement. Zhang Feng's fans were dissatisfied with the loss of their idol's endorsement and ran under Gu Cheng's account to scream. The comments section is a mess. Interestingly, the harder the comments section scolds Gu Cheng, the faster the fan base rises. The microblogging was opened only half a day ago, and it gained more than 500,000 fans. Gu Cheng thought about it and called Zhang Sheng. Brother Zhang, did Huan Yi contact you just now? Zhang Sheng nodded. Yes, they called me twice. The first time, they said they would give me $500,000 to take down the microblog. I didn't agree. Gu Cheng was surprised. Just $500,000? Is Cheerful Arts paying this hush money to send out a beggar? That's right. Zhang Sheng's tone was full of disdain. He just asked me to publicly defend Zhang Feng on Weibo again, saying that he didn't participate in the plagiarism without knowing it, and this time the price went up to $1 million. Gu Cheng raised his eyebrows. They didn't threaten you? He tried to threaten, but I didn't give him a chance. I hung up the phone. Zhang Sheng doesn't mix with the entertainment industry and is not afraid at all. Gu Cheng, I really thank you so much for this matter. Zhang Sheng's voice was light. If it weren't for you, it would have been difficult for me personally to fight against Capital, even if the plagiarism charge was proven. This is not the first time Zhang Sheng has defended his rights. It's not the first time his emotional quotes have been copied and borrowed. But the cost of rights defense is extremely high and time-consuming and laborious. Zhang Sheng cannot afford to pay the high lawyer's fee. Rights defense in the end either helpless to give up, or sinking into the sea. If it wasn't for Gu Cheng this time, things wouldn't have gone so smoothly. Speaking of which, I have to thank Brother Zhang. If it weren't for you, this song wouldn't have dropped so quickly. Gu Cheng reminded Zhang Sheng. Brother Zhang, your account is expected to be exposed to the net during this period of time. The counter event has ended here, so you should not log on to Weibo for the time being. Okay, I'll listen to you. Zhang Sheng agreed without hesitation. I'll get busy then. You can contact me if you have any follow-up questions. The plagiarism incident ended successfully, and Lu Hongguang was in a good mood. He raided a bottle of reserve champagne from Su Seven's cellar, fixed a couple of highball glasses, and planned to celebrate with some champagne. Gu Cheng, come on, have some champagne to weigh you down. Thank you, Lu Ji. Gu Cheng took the champagne and did not taste it. There was still a doubt lingering in his mind. Lu Ji, behind this Zhang Feng matter, is there a black hand behind the scenes that is stirring up trouble? Lu Hongguang comfortably paralyzed on the sofa and crossed his legs. Why do you ask? Gu Cheng frowned. I am watching the developments step by step. I always feel that Zhang Feng's accident until now is too fast. He made a point of Googling it this afternoon. With the entertainment industry in China today, not to mention singing plagiarized tracks, even if the actual hammer plagiarism is still alive and kicking, there are a lot of people. How come the same thing falls on Zhang Feng and it's close to closure? Su Dick laughed softly, shaking his goblet. Gu Cheng, then who do you think is behind this? Gu Cheng mused. If I'm not wrong, Brother Media as well as Star Emperor Entertainment are involved behind the scenes. Why do you suspect these two companies? Because these two benefited the most after Zhang Feng was blocked. Zhang Feng lost a total of 12 endorsements, several of which were well-known brand endorsements that fell into the hands of Brother Media's artists. As for Zhang Feng's resident program, it was also taken over by Shao Qi from Zhang Feng's opposite family, Star Emperor Entertainment. Lu Hongguang asked again. Then do you think Zhang Feng is innocent? Gu Cheng shook his head. He is unlucky but not innocent at all. It can only be said that he is raising a tiger. From the moment Zhang Feng sang the plagiarized track and acquiesced to the fan network's explosion of Gu Cheng, he was no longer innocent. It was supposed to have a large fan base and a young average age without much self-awareness. Zhang Feng had only focused on enjoying the dividends of his fans without utilizing his influence to guide them, and that's what had backfired. Su Qi grunted. Water can carry a boat and it can also cover a boat. Zhang Feng has today are caused by himself. The rice circle is a double-edged sword. Over the years, Zhang Feng's fans have been too defeated, either attacking this, or pulling the pedal to belittle that, thinking that they are charging for the idol, but do not know that no line in the black to Zhang Feng tree enemies. So much so that not many passers-by supported Zhang Feng when the incident fermented. It can only be said that Huan Yi has been too comfortable over the years, and its crisis public relations has been handled completely untimely, which is why it has been seized the opportunity to strike with precision. Lu Hongguang tone sighs. In the beginning, Zhang Feng was Cheerful Arts' way of bringing him up to the position of Heavenly King by buying hot searches, buying marketing numbers, and buying water armies. Then by the same token, his opponents could naturally apply the same tactics to pull Zhang Feng down. When the actual hammer plagiarism, Huan Yi only thought of withdrawing the hot search to buy water army to control public opinion, instead of apologizing in the first place. The best PR moment was missed. Star Emperor Entertainment as well as Brothers Media saw the opportunity and struck with a vengeance. The water army, hot search, Marketing number followed step by step. Did not give Hwani half a moment of respite at all. Gu Chang stroked his chin. Then does Zhang Feng still have a chance to turn over? Lu Hongguang sighed. It's hard to say at the moment. Don't look at Zhang Feng as he is now. But Hwani is after all an old entertainment company. When this matter passes the limelight, and with some more resources and connections, it's still possible for Zhang Feng to return to the public eye. Zhang Feng's fan base isn't small, and what he committed isn't a mistake of principle. So Hwani definitely won't just give up on this chess piece. Gu Chang lapsed into silence. The showbiz cake is that big and stars keep popping up like flies. Behind the rise of every top stream is a bloodbath. But even if it's hard to get in, there are still a lot of people who break their heads to get in. Before Lu Hongguang left, Gu Chang called out to him. Lu Ji, I'm going to record a song tomorrow, so I'll send you the 5-line score later, and you can help me find a band to record the accompaniment. Gu Chang is as good as his word. Since the fans were promised a studio version, then it has to be arranged. The intersection of Phoenix Blossoms has been uploaded to the River Arts website. 2 songs remain, Ordinary Road as well as The Wind Rises. Gu Chang knows how to play a musical instrument himself though, but he only has one hand and there's no way he can juggle multiple instruments at once, so he might as well leave it to the band. Having a recording studio of your own is probably the dream of all singers. It was too late the day before yesterday, and Gu Chang had only taken a hasty look at the recording studio, only knowing that the decoration was very moody. A look at it today reveals just how luxurious this recording studio really is. Waba looked around the room. Guitar, piano, cello, guzheng, a wide variety of expensive customized instruments, as well as music electronics imported from Europe and the United States. Even the tiny microphone was specially customized. Gu Chang roughly estimated that this recording studio was feared to cost no less than $10 million. Suchi's eyes flowed and she laughed lightly. Feel free to mention it if you need help. Gu Chang wasn't polite with her either. Suchi, you are more professional than me. Help me listen to the accompaniment and see if there are those details that need to be improved? Suchi nodded. No problem. I'm good at this. That would be a pleasure. Gu Chang opened the accompanying USB flash drive, and the two of them bowed their heads to study together. Half a dozen times. Everything is ready. Su Seven Eyes asks Gu Chang if he can start. Gu Chang raised his hand in an OK gesture. The music plays. Gu Chang covered his headphones tightly, and his clear, magnetic voice rang out in the recording studio. It's been a long walk. Follow the traces of a young man's drift. The moment you step out of the station. I'm a little hesitant. Can't help but laugh at this nearness. So awesome. Lu Hongguang stared intently at the committed Gu Chang, his eyes filled with shock and surprise. It was the first time he had ever watched Gu Chang sing The Wind Rises live. It's almost like your scalp is numb and your goosebumps are in sheets. The song live, far more shocking and explosive than the video viewing. Singing requires emotion as well as form, and even top singers have to record a song several times before they can find their form. But as soon as Gu Chang opened his voice, he got right into it. The tone is ethereal and the singing warm. The voice, as well as the singing, is not at all comparable to the average person. Gu Chang is in great shape. The studio assignments were top-notch and there were no unforeseen circumstances during the recording process. Gu Chang was very involved and enjoyed the recording very much. I finally returned my youth to her. With the summer popping out of your fingertips, the heart goes where the wind takes it. In the name of love, will you still do it? With the last line of the song, sung in the lip cavity, the first recording went off without a hitch. Gu Chang took off his headphones and looked at the two people who were staring at him in silent disbelief. The corners of his mouth lifted lightly. Well, although Suchi had heard Gu Chang sing live before, she was still deeply shocked by him today. She took a deep breath and handed Gu Chang a bottle of warm water to wet her throat. I think it worked very well. Lu Hongguang directly sang Gu Chang to his knees. He said excitedly, Gu Chang, you sang so well just now. It was perfect. Not a single flaw. It was simply heavenly. Gu Chang shook his head and lost his smile. Lu Ji, you're acting a bit too pompous. What act? Lu Hongguang gave him a blank look and stretched out his arm to point to Gu Chang. Would you look at this? Goosebumps. My scalp was tingling the whole time from the moment you started singing and I'm still in shock. Those playing and singing videos circulating on the internet are not at all 1/10 of the shock that Gu Chang's live singing carries. That feeling of basking in warmth. It's really all about who's listening. Gu Chang smiled. Since you all think it's good, then this version should be used directly without sound modification? Lu Hongguang gave him a blank look. What sound repair? It's so perfect. Where's the need to fix the sound? If every singer had Gu Chang's level of singing, tuners would be out of a job. Gu Chang turned his head sideways. Su Chi, what do you say? I don't think there's a problem. Su Chi smiled and nodded, her almond eyes slightly bright. While we're in good shape, why don't we record Ordinary Road as well? Gu Chang thought it was okay, Then try it. Need a mood adjustment? Gu Chang put the headphones back on. No, just go straight on. Everything is ready. Gu Chang gestured towards Su Chi and started the second recording. Wandering on the road of the. Are you leaving via via? The songs The Ordinary Road and The Wind Rises have different moods, but Gu Chang's feelings switch freely. He sang with great dedication, sang online the entire time, and radiated from his body. Su Chi looked at his focused brows and eyes, looking at his warm and resolute silhouette a bit out of focus. This man can hold the onlooker's attention when he sings, and he's really charismatic. An indescribable emotion was quietly brewing in the bottom of Su Chi's heart. A few minutes later, The Road to Ordinary ended its taping successfully. Gu Chang himself felt quite satisfied, but he still very humbly sought Su Chi's opinion. How about this time? Su Chi did not reply as she stared Gu Chang up and down. Gu Chang was furious at her look. Why are you looking at me like that? Su Chi gazed oddly. Gu Chang, tell me honestly, what kind of music monster are you? How did you manage to pass both times in one go? Although this recording studio is not open to the public, she often lends it to some friends in the industry to record, including some old-timers in the music industry. No matter old or new singers, they always have to do all kinds of preparations before recording, and they have to start all over again if they sing a wrong note halfway through the song, and then they have to fix their voices and make adjustments and so on in the post. It's not uncommon for a song to take at least half a day, if not 3 or 5, to record, and Gu Chang looked relaxed and came up to record directly. During the recording, it was very natural and smooth, without any flaws, and incredibly perfect. Recorded the perfect version in just one pass. The two songs were recorded in a combined total of only 10 minutes. This may not be possible even for top singers. Gu Chang smiled lightly and responded with a very high level of emotion. It's probably because your equipment here is so good and the experience is so great that I'm enjoying myself more when I'm recording. So I'm in better shape than usual. Actually, these are practiced. The company's recording studio cannot be used casually. You have to wait for the big names and colleagues to line up to compete, also have to card time. The better recording studios out there charge ridiculously expensive fees again, and he has to calculate his spending every time. So then he sets strict requirements for himself. As soon as you pick up the microphone you have to focus and be worthy of being a singer. In order to get into the scene for a second when you sing, he often wears a mask to go to public places, observing pedestrians, watching their looks and even experiencing their lives. Over time, this focus as well as dedication is practiced. Of course, Gu Chang could not play so well without the original owner's excellent voice and singing talent. Lu Hongguang hemmed and hawed. The studio side is almost renovated now. The recording studio there will be bigger and better than here in the future. I'll take you there tomorrow. Gu Chang nodded. Okay. After coming to the imperial capital, he had been at Su Chi's house and had yet to go out for a stroll. He did want to get out there. Su Chi suddenly remembered something. Gu Chang, tomorrow I want to take you to meet an old friend of mine. A while ago, he listened to your Road to Ordinary and appreciated it quite a bit. Tomorrow he happens to be free, so I'll take you there to get to know him. Su Chi has been in the industry for 10 years, and has received a lot of guidance from seniors and met many people to take care of him. Without them, Su Chi wouldn't have made it this far. Her heart was always grateful. No problem. Gu Chang nodded. He knew that Su Chi was introducing himself to human resources. Okay, end of small talk. Lu Hongguan looked at the time. Since you've recorded the song, when did you plan to upload it? Gu Chang, right now. I'll sign up for an account and try it out first. There are a lot of music forums in this world, but there are only a few big music platforms, and the rest are small, uninspiring sites. Sky Music, Netflix, Cool Music and also Shrimp Music. These 4 sites are the largest music platforms in China at present. Even the relatively taught small Shrimp Music, there are tens of millions of human traffic every day, as well as resident users. Su Chi analyzed it for Gu Chang. What platform are you going to publish on? Gu Chang mused. Since it's free, let's release it on all these platforms. Gu Chang first in the Daily Music, registered his music account. After authentication, Gu Chang started uploading songs. New songs still need to be reviewed after uploading. Su Chi was afraid that Gu Chang would be anxious and explained to him. It takes at least half a day to upload and review the audio song, so users who want to hear the song will have to wait for the night. Gu Chang was calm as could be. It's okay, I'm not in a hurry. In the traditional music market, the time it takes to plan, produce, promote and release a song may take years. The internet has changed the music carrier and disrupted the industrial chain of the record industry era, greatly improving efficiency. Compared to that era, from the recording to the release of the song, Gu Chang only took an hour, which was simply too fast. Anyway, there's time now. Gu Chang opened other music software, intending to register and upload a brain. The other side, Gu Chang's new song had just been uploaded, and the staff at the Backstage of Daily Music noticed it immediately, because Gu Chang said yesterday in the microblogging that he was going to release the smooth version, so the senior management has long explained that we should always keep an eye on the background. The staff did not dare to delay and reported it at the first notice. Mr. Wang, Gu Chang just uploaded The Wind Rises in the background. Don't move. I'll be right down. When Wang Yaoqing received the news, he immediately suspended the meeting and rushed over without stopping. Quick, play it out for me. The staff nods and presses play. When the melody comes together, it takes in everyone's mind. The song's instrumental, as well as its arrangement, perfectly restores the warm Japanese melody. The crowd was instantly pulled into the wonderful mood of summer. Then came Gu Chang's clear and ethereal singing. It's been a long walk, following the trail of teenage drift. Scratch your ears, straight to the soul. Everyone was blown away. Gu Chang's tone is so magnetic and his vocals are warm and clear. The sound quality is cleaner and more ethereal than the smooth version circulating on the internet. With the addition of the full backing track, the whole thing goes straight up more than a degree and is a real feast for the ears. A song to listen to. Everyone stayed quiet for a long time, soaking in the afterglow of the music. Hurry! Wang Yanyan was the first to return to his senses. Find Gu Chang's contact information. The music industry is seriously imploding right now. In order to attract traffic, almost every good song that comes out, the major platforms will be the first to contact the singer and compete for the exclusive rights. As the largest original music platform in China, Tian Music has built a perfect support system for musicians. This year, the platform is building a hurricane program. Explosive creators plus potential newcomers plus gold medal producers plus cool music's top team equals hurricane explosive songs. Gu Chang's talent is there for all to see and the heat is on, making him the most promising internet sensation of the moment. Wang Yaoqing feels that with Gu Chang's potential, coupled with the platform's massive resources to promote, the pop-up will come. Gu Chang had just finished uploading the song to several major platforms when he received the call. Hello, is this Gu Chang? Wang Yaoqing was very enthusiastic. Gu Chang, you are? I'm on the side of Daily Music. Everyday Music? Gu Chang paused and exchanged a glance with Su Qi and the others. Lu Hongguang signaled him to turn on the speakerphone. Yes, I'm Wang Yaoqing, the manager of Daily Music's promotion and distribution department. You just uploaded The Wind Rises on our platform, right? Gu Chang frowned slightly. Is there something wrong with my song? There's absolutely nothing wrong with the song. The main thing is that I really appreciate the song and think it has a lot of potential, and would like to buy the exclusive rights to the song from you. Gu Chang secretly sighed. Daily Music reaction quite fast. Well, I'm sorry, but this is a song that I've said on Twitter before that it's free, so it's going to be released on all the major platforms. Wang Yaoqing looked regretful. That's really too bad. If this song was properly promoted, it would definitely become a phenomenal song. This Gu Chang acknowledged. The song Wind Up was a breakout single on the short video platform in its previous life. It would have swept the internet in this world as well. Sky Music has a pretty long-term vision. Over here, Wang Yaoqing suddenly changed his words. Mr. Gu, may I ask if you've signed with an agency? Gu Chang raised his eyebrows, playing with the flavor. You guys want to work with me? Our platform is now building a hurricane program to support newcomers with potential, focusing on young singers with potential and focusing on injecting fresh blood into the pop music market. And we think you're very talented and have unlimited potential. Lu Hongguang narrowed his eyes. This Wang Yaoqing, actually digging Gu Chang in front of him? Gu Chang politely declined. Thank you very much for Manager Wang's appreciation of me, but I'm very sorry. I currently have no thoughts of signing to any music platform. When he read it, his bite was deliberately heavier. Wang Yaoqing is also a smart person, knowing that the other party is clearly telling him that it's not that he won't sign Daily Music, it's that all platforms won't sign. That's too bad. When Mr. Gu changes his mind, remember to contact us first. After hanging up, the Backstage then suggests that The Wind Rises has been reviewed and approved. Gu Chang logged on to Twitter, intending to make an official announcement. Su Qi raised her eyebrows. Gu Chang, Weibo has lit up the golden V for you. Gu Chang froze, and he really realized that he had already obtained the Weibo certification Gold V. Gu Chang, microblogging certification, singer, music producer, representative works of Ordinary Road. The wind has risen, the intersection of the phoenix blossom. Without the V, you're a person's name. With the V, you're a celebrity. Golden V stands for popularity and it's not that easy to get. Some bloggers may not get it even if they go through a lot of trouble. Gu Chang's eyes suddenly became odd. Lu Ji, you guys filled up my membership for me? Lu Hongguang and Su Qi looked at each other. No. Gu Chang nudged his mouth toward the screen. So who charged my membership? And renewed it to 114 years. 114 years. Jagged Wave doesn't go out of business, and Gucheng himself is in the ground. Suchi thought for a moment. Look at the comments section. Maybe it's a fan who filled it for you. Gucheng pulled the page down. The comments section is hot. In addition to the Jiang Water army that was still hopping around, there was a top comment that was very conspicuous. With 200,000 plus likes. Tears. The god of songs sings for free, but members can't afford to charge. I'll charge you for 10 years. No thanks. After the comments were liked and topped by fans, more and more fans got involved and renewed Gucheng's subscription. Pick up the renewal for 3 years and just ask your little brother's single to be released as soon as possible. Relay renewed for a year. Begging Gucheng to flip it. Laugh your ass off. The member is charged up to 100 years old. Suchi lightly laughed and teased. Your fans are quite pampered. Not only crowdfunding your songs, but also renewing your membership. Gucheng cried and laughed a little. I didn't think so. Such an alternative treatment of powder favor. Even in his previous life, Gucheng had never encountered it. Lu Hongguang patted his shoulder and said in a serious tone, Gucheng, I have absolute confidence that you will definitely be able to dominate the music scene and lead the Hualu in the future. Lu Hongguang felt that he was really too lucky. He met Su Qi at a time when the music industry was in the doldrums and accompanied her from newcomer to diva step by step, and her career has also reached its peak. Now he discovered Gucheng when the Chinese music scene was waning and in the doldrums, and witnessed the miracle of him topping the Hot 100 several times before his debut. If there were no accidents, relying on these two genius backers, his own identity as a gold medal producer in this life was secure. Lu Ji, you're going too far with this cudgel. Gucheng wouldn't dare to be. Technically he's just standing on the shoulders of giants and picking up the pieces. Gucheng tweeted, today is a day to be spoiled by fans. No words to thank you, except to give away a free blast of The Wind Rises for anyone interested in downloading and listening. As soon as the tweet came out, the comments section exploded. Crap, blew the main guy out? Finally waiting for The Wind Rises. Going to download it immediately. Withdraw. Listen to the song. The Wind Rises has just gone online and met with a frenzy of downloads from netizens. Just stood out from the crowd and got the new song pop-up recommendation spot. With thousands of new songs entered into the new songs chart in a day. It's not an easy task to make it to the top of this list, especially if it's still hanging in the most prominent position on the homepage. Within half an hour of its official launch, The Wind Rises had taken over the top 3 charts of daily music. Number 1 on the soaring chart, number 2 on the Hot 100, and number 2 on the new songs chart. The airplay went straight past the 5 million mark. Downloads have reached a staggering 300,000 plus. The hot review numbers are up to 30,000 plus and the heat is still climbing. Is this song something you can listen to for no money? It simply kills the paid songs. Heavenly music. It's so good. Scalp. Tears. Crap. Is this speed on the list a rocket? Bullskin. Topping the charts right on the line. Who else? Only third on the new songs chart? This is simply a slaughter of the list. Come on. Come on. Let the storm come harder. Send The Wind Rises to the top of the list one. As a graduate of the same Jiangcheng Art Academy, I must support the god of song for one. Let's go. I'm from Jiangcheng University of Science and Technology. I'm graduating in a few days, and I'm planning to perform this song at the party. It's graduation season. The Wind Rises is hot all over the internet. In addition to daily music, the song has been equally successful on other music platforms. The ratings are still very high, although there are a lot of malicious one-star users. Almost a rave review across the net. This song really sings to the heart. Miss that summer with her. That smile brighter than the morning sun. Broken defense. Goosebumps falling all over the place. It's hard for God to forgive Gucheng if he's not red. Really tearful. May you go away for half a lifetime and return as a teenager. Impermanence rises like the wind. Life cannot be abandoned. Never thought I'd ever be moved by a song and cry like a baby. Finished. Can't listen to anyone else's songs after hearing this one. Kneel down and beg your little brother to come out. I'm already looking forward to Ordinary Road. Charging for crap songs, but a great song like this is free. The conscience of the industry. By 8 o'clock in the evening, the total number of plays on all major music platforms combined has reached more than 30 million, with more than 8 million cumulative favorites and shares, and 200,000 plus hot comments. The song has only been online for just half a day. There are just such counterintuitive numbers and the rise is getting more and more aggressive. The singer is even nothing more than a vegan with no name, but both lyrically and vocally, it hangs over a bunch of singers. The entire music scene was shocked. Major media outlets have been reporting on it. Hashtag The Wind Rises is slaughtering the charts on all platforms. Hashtag The Wind Rises kills the madness. Hashtag what to say about Gucheng and his single The Wind is Gathering. Hashtag hot search, wisdom, hypertalk. The topic of The Wind Rises and Guchang is fermenting and flooding all over the internet. At the same time, the song has also become popular on platforms such as Doja and BStation, and has been used by major bloggers as a background sound for short videos. The wind-up is starting to take the internet by storm, while confidence in The Wind rises. However, seeing that this song had slaughtered the charts all the way to the top, with an amazing record, and even with a momentum that far exceeded that of Jiang Feng before, Guchang still had some different feelings in his heart. Such popularity was basically close to his peak in his previous life. I wonder how much money this would make if it were a paid song. Lu Hongguang was really a bit of a pity. At the rate the song is hot today, it will create at least hundreds of millions of dollars. Even the subsequent royalties would not be a problem to make $10 million at a conservative estimate. Guchang looked at him with a face of flesh pain and pacified him. Lu Ji will be here for a long time to come, and there will be many more opportunities to make money in the future. It's just that the songs are free to listen to, and there's still an additional charge if copyrights are involved. Guchang doesn't worry much about money anymore. The songs, in a way, tested the market for him. Music is the universal language of mankind. A good song always has an audience that buys it. And Guchang doesn't only have music, he has tons of civic resources in his head, like pop-up web novels. My son Wang Tang has the stature of a great emperor. We are guardians and wretches who are always fighting danger and madness. Heaven did not give birth to me. Li Chun Gang. The way of the sword is as long as the night. God of War returns. Finds his own daughter living in a doghouse. Aben's high school grades weren't great. Although these novels Guchang did not remember as much as the music, he remembered the general plot direction, and the classic as well as regrettable episodes particularly well. Not to say that the domination of the net, but write the results he is still very confident. In addition to this there are various movies and TV shows. What? Immortal Sword and Sorcery. Legend of Jin Huan. In the Name of the People. Luanjia List. The foreign ones are Game of Thrones, The Big Bang Theory, and so on. There are also classic animations, movies and more. As long as Guchang wants to, playing in the entertainment industry is not a problem at all. A small hand pulled Guchang. Guchang looked back and met a pair of brilliant starry eyes. The little girl rubbed her stomach. Uncle, what are you thinking about so fascinated? I'm hungry. I've been calling you for half a day. Guchang sighed silently. Come on, Uncle will cook you noodles. Star Emperor Entertainment. Li Mei swiped her tablet. Her brow furrowed. The wind is picking up too much momentum. The best part is that the song is free, so you probably don't have a chance to get back to the top of the charts. Zhang Xiaoling muttered her red lips. Annoyed as hell. Boring. Which company is this Guchang from anyway? Her new song Love's Luck has been hanging on the charts for a month, and yesterday Jiang Feng's new song went online and cut off all the charts. I had thought that I would all be suppressed by Jiang Feng after that. Who knows the peak? Jiang Feng was exposed plagiarism, the new album off the shelves of the whole network. Before Zhang Xiaoling could be happy, another Guchang appeared. She was crushed again, and it was coming on strong, more than one level more perverted than Jiang Feng. The exact company is unclear at the moment, but it should have nothing to do with China Entertainment, or Su Qi. Li Mei was also furious and depressed. Guchang, a character I hadn't even heard of half a month ago, after being extracted on stage to sing the chorus at Su Dix's concert, he suddenly exploded all over the internet with his song Ordinary Road. Then it became a hot topic regular. Not only did the heat come suddenly, but it also gained momentum. With Li Mei's years of experience in the entertainment industry, Gucci is either favored by the entertainment gods or there is a push behind the marketing. Li Mei preferred the latter. She felt that it was all an arrangement and hype by Hua Entertainment. Thinking of this, Li Mei looked to see the elongated figure on the couch. Shao Qi, who has been on the road for 7 years, is a triple threat in film, television and song, and is the first brother of Star Emperor Entertainment. It is also the most promising and highly regarded artist under Li Mei's hand. Shao Qi, this Guchang has unlimited potential. If he really develops towards the entertainment industry, it is highly likely that he will become your formidable enemy in the future. Before Shao Qi could say anything, Zhang Xiaoling was unhappy first. Sister Li, why are you helping an outsider? That Guchang is just a rookie with no reputation. Senior brother Shao is already an entertainment heavenly king. So what qualifications do you have to compare with senior brother? Guchang's musical prowess is still good. Shao Qi warned softly. Junior sister, don't say this outside in the future. No one in the entertainment industry is in the limelight for long. The wind and water take turns. The people you look down on today may be climbing over you someday. Zhang Xiaoling's eyebrows were disdainful. I admit that he does have a few strengths, but have there been fewer people in the entertainment industry who are stunningly talented over the years? How many of them are still active in the industry, without background and capital? It's just a flash in the pan. She bristled and turned toward Shao Qi to pout. Senior brother Xiao, I can't sell any of my new songs right now, so you should help little sister. The voice was dainty and cute. Xiao Qi frowned. Didn't I already help you publicize it on Weibo before? Publicizing it once more won't have much effect. Zhang Xiaoling winked playfully and said sweetly, Senior brother Xiao, aren't you taking over Zhang Feng's program now? I heard that singing youth talent show is going to include popular star pushers to help with the selection process. How about you discuss it with your director and let me go? That's quite a calculation you're making. Xiao Qi cast a sidelong glance at her, and his index finger made a firm point towards her forehead. You think I'm that powerful? That I can sway the guests of the show? Zhang Xiaoling grabbed Xiao Qi's hand and shook it lightly with a pout. You communicate more with the director. With your popularity, the director will definitely consider it. Xiao Qi was half-hearted. Junior sister, don't shake. This is something that senior brother really can't do anything about. Li Mei relieved him in time. Alright, Xiaoling, stop arguing. Xiao Qi has a big event tomorrow. Xiao Qi, we're going to meet director Zhao tomorrow. Are you all set? Xiao Qi nodded. I'm all set. This big production movie of director Zhao is going to take it to Hollywood. Li Mei intoned. As long as you can take the theme song, then you'll have a chance to break out of the country and climb to new heights in your career. Xiao Qi's blood boiled at the words. Sister Li, you've heard this song before, jingoistic and hot-blooded. Director Zhao will definitely be satisfied. I hope so. Li Mei turned her head to look at Zhang Xiaoling. Xiaoling, since losing to Gu Chang is a foregone conclusion, later on, why don't you just send out a microblog, generously publicize him, and by the way, create your loving persona? Zhang Xiaoling reluctantly away. 8 o'clock the following day, the three sat in front of the dining room eating breakfast. Sister 7, yesterday Mo took me to eat Haagen-Dazs, strawberry and vanilla with nuts. It was delicious. Guanren held up a small spoon and chatted with Su Qi. Su Qi raised her eyebrows and smiled lightly. Really? Next time my sister will take you to a treasure dessert. I guarantee you will like it. Guanren's eyes lit up. Sister Qi, you're so nice. I'll bring you a small gift next time I go out with Sister Meng Meng. Gu Chang surveyed the two people talking and laughing across the room and felt that the sandwich in his hand suddenly didn't smell good anymore. This isn't the first time he's been relegated to the background. Before coming to the imperial capital, Gu Chang was most worried that Guanren would not be able to adapt, but from what I've seen so far, the little girl is obviously adapting quite well. However, Su Qi was also really good to her. Even though he hadn't been able to leave the house for a few days, he had bought half a dozen things for his little girl. The pink modified cheongsam on the little girl is the same model as the light green cheongsam on Su Qi. This was the second time Gu Chang saw Su Qi wearing a cheongsam. The results are even more stunning than last time. The cheongsam perfectly outlined Su Qi's exquisite curves, and the light green color set off her glowing white complexion. Coupled with the fresh and elegant makeup, it was like a classical goddess coming out of a painting's corridor bridge, showing the oriental charm. But you can't rob a little girl if you're any more beautiful. Looks like it's time to move out soon. Stay a few more days. There's no uncle in the little girl's eyes. Gu Chang swallowed the last bite of his breakfast and then coughed heavily twice. Ahem. A large and a small one looked over at the same time. Gu Chang drew up a tissue and wiped his mouth. I'm done eating. I'm going to go ahead and upload Path of the Ordinary. Su Qi froze, her vermilion lips slightly opened. So fast? Gu Chang nodded and stroked Anren's head. Take your time to eat. Uncle is busy first. Gu Anren gave an oh-so-quiet, milky voice. Uncle. Then hurry up and get busy. Turning his head, he began to share yesterday's funny story with Su Qi again. Gu Chang sighed silently and turned around to go to the study. Booting up and logging into the major music platforms, he stopped by to check the data for The Wind Rises. One night passed. The entire network of The Wind Rises has already surpassed 80 million views since its release yesterday, and will probably break 100 million by noon. It was quite a bit higher than the numbers he had expected. Gu Chang inserted the USB drive and started uploading The Road to Ordinary. Within 3 minutes of uploading, the song showed that it was approved. Hey, the review was pretty fast today. Gu Chang exited the music interface and logged into Weibo instead. To his surprise, the Twitter followers have risen to over 3 million. This rate of powder increase really surprised Gu Chang. The comments section is hot. The netizens are either arguing or online hyping. Gu Chang began to edit the post. Thank you for your support of The Wind Rises. The Road to Ordinary is online as promised, and if you like it, you can listen and download it on all major platforms. Thanks. The tweet just went out. The comments shot right up to 99 plus. Front row. Beg Brother Xing to flip the card. Sofa. Brother Xing, I want to have a monkey with you. Finally. The Road to Ordinary. Tears. The Wind Rises is so good. Kneel down and beg Gu Chang to come out. Su Qi knocked on the door. Is the upload ready yet? Gu Chang looked up. only to realize that she was fully armed. Going to leave? Su Dik hooned softly. Rats already in the parking lot. In a minute. Gu Chang exited Weibo and got up by turning off his computer. Then pick up the hat mask on the table. Go! Su Chi's studio is located in the third ring of the imperial capital. A single villa, covering an area of roughly 400 square feet, with a nice environment, and only about 10 minutes away from China Entertainment's head office. Lu Hongguang wasn't there, and Li Hao led them through a layer-by-layer introduction. I'm in charge of following up on all the renovations here, with a reception hall, fitness area, costume room, exercise room and recording studio to name a few. The floor areas are well planned and coordinated. The decoration style overall is Chinese mixed style, simple but not lack of mood, very artistic. Gu Chang's studio was across the street from Su Chi, Chinese style with gray and white tones, elegant and without losing personality. To Gu Chang's surprise, the studio was also equipped with a separate lounge and washroom. If you are working late, you can simply take a short break here. Su Chi, because the progress is too rushed, may not be installed very well. You want to have any requirements despite put forward. I let people help you change. Gu Chang felt quite satisfied. This will do. No need to change. Su Chi sighed in relief, then slipped Gu Chang a document. Gu Chang, take a closer look. Gu Chang took it, and at first glance, there were 4 big words. This is the script for the Battle of Red Cliff? Su Chi nodded. This is just the initial script. The friend I'm going to take you to meet this afternoon is director Zhao Ida. Even if it's the initial script, it's not a big deal for Su Chi to get it. Gu Chang couldn't wait to turn it over. The Battle of Red Cliff was a battle in which the allied forces of Sun Quan and Liu Bei defeated Cao Cao's army along the Red Cliff of the Yangtze River in the 13th year of Jianan in the late Eastern Han Dynasty. It is not only one of the famous battles in Chinese history in which the few won over the many and the weak won over the strong, but also one of the most famous of the 3 battles in the Three Kingdoms period. And it is also the first large-scale river battle in the Yangtze River basin in Chinese history. This war has been adapted countless times, both in previous generations and now, in the original owner's memory. This movie is a billion-dollar production and has a great cast. Not only is it directed by famous director Zhao Ida, with many movie stars and actresses leading the lead roles, as well as many veteran actors joining in, but it also employs a Hollywood special effects team. The movie was ready to shoot 2 years ago, and it wasn't finished when Gu Chang crossed over. Su Chi, this movie was already finalized last month, and it was scheduled for the end of the year, but the movie soundtrack still has a theme, and director Zhao delayed finalizing it because he wasn't satisfied with it. Gu Chang instantly understood. You want me to try? Su Chi nodded. Director Zhao had asked me to help before, but when I received the invitation, I was preparing for the concert. Plus I'm not good at this, so I gave it a gentle push. Gu Chang, this movie has a huge investment and will be released overseas in the future. It's director Zhao's intention to use it to hit Hollywood, so the competition is very fierce, and since it's going to be released at the end of the year, the soundtrack ones can't be delayed any longer. They'll be out in half a month at the latest, so time is running out as well. Big production, Hollywood. These words come together and this is certainly an opportunity to break out and make a name for yourself. Thinking on your toes, you know how rare the opportunity is and how competitive it is. Perhaps it was because he knew that these conditions were a bit difficult for Gu Chang at the moment. Su Chi added softly, it's a rare opportunity, that's why I want you to try it. But don't be too pressured. This time we're going over there mainly to catch up with director Zhao. Gu Chang fell silent. A good soundtrack can determine the realm or even level of a movie, especially war movies. The highly combustible soundtrack can raise the battle value directly to the highest segment, rendering epic and grand scenes. And there's really no shortage of war songs. Gu Chang, Victory, Starsky, I Dorado, Battle Hymn of the Seven Swords. These epic war songs of God lying in his collection. Either one of these songs renders the bold and grandiose war scenes in the best possible light. Let a person listen to the blood boiling, feel their own heavy responsibility, hate to pick up the sword, rush to the battlefield to fight in blood. Most importantly, Gu Chang was too familiar with these BGMs. There were a few war songs that he had even taken apart note by note and studied. Gu Chang's hand squeezing the script tightened unconsciously. He snapped his head up, his instantaneous light bright as a star. Su Dik. Su Chi gave a start, startled by the fire in Gu Chang's eyes. What's wrong? Gu Chang took a deep breath. Su Chi, I do have a soundtrack here that matches the theme of director Zhao's movie, but I can't play it alone to get that feeling. I must find a team to work with. Su Chi tried. You mean the band? There's one over at China Entertainment. Gu Chang shook his head and stared at her. I don't want a regular band. I want a professional level large symphony orchestra. Su Dik froze for a moment. Su Chi hadn't returned to his senses. Gu Chang made 3 more conditions. This symphony orchestra, at the very least, has to have the top level of playing in the country, preferably a permanent orchestra with frequent performances or recordings that maintains collaborations with different conductors and soloists. The band has to specialize in a style, preferably something more rigid, and the band has to have something to hold. Suchi bit her lip, and all of a sudden she was in trouble. Symphony orchestras aren't hard to find. The hard part is finding music studios that produce top-notch symphonies. A music studio is not the same as an entertainment company. Studios that specialize in music not only charge exorbitant fees, but also require appointments for collaborations and whatnot. And what they lack most is time. Suchi stared and tried to discuss with Gu Chang. Gu Chang, there aren't many professional large-scale symphony orchestras in China. And with such a tight schedule and the orchestra having to be in the imperial city, it's a bit of a difficult condition. Gu Chang nodded. I know the difficulties, but there are many instruments to be used for this battle song, including piano, cello, violin, drums, sha and so on, so it has to be a professional large symphony orchestra to present the grandeur of the tune. Gu Chang intends to play the war song God Song Victory. Upon its release, the war song Victory swept the globe with its fervent and majestic tune, and was hailed as the world's epic war song. The song does deserve to be epic, too, with a compelling grandeur and an atmospheric, spectacular style that is powerful yet subtle. The stunning female voices in chorus, the stirring melody, the staccato rhythm, and the fearless heroism that shakes the heart and makes the blood boil at all times. Even after dozens of single song loops, you can still feel the surging momentum and unstoppable sharpness. The female vocal accompaniment in this music is just right for Seven-Su to handle, and all the conditions he puts forward are well thought out. Gu Chang knows how explosive BGM in his hands can be. That's why the bands he works with have to be professional enough to achieve the shock effect he wants in a short period of time. Suchi bit her lip. This was the first time she had seen Gu Chang look so serious and grave. Gu Chang, are you sure this song can really impress Director Zhao? Gu Chang smiled confidently. Suchi, which time do you think I've let you down? Yeah, so far. Every time Gu Chang brings himself, he surprises himself, and she always had a wonderful feeling in the bottom of her heart, as if she could trust Gu Chang forever. Okay, I'll listen to you. I'll call old Lu right now and see what bands are in the empire. It was not easy for Suchi to find the contact information of the owner of the best symphony orchestra team in China, the Philharmonic Orchestra. The moment the call was answered, Suchi's tone was respectful and humble. Hello, is this boss Yang Dingkuan Yang? I'm Yang Dingkuan, and you are? Suchi smiled lightly. Hello boss Yang, I'm Suchi from Hua Entertainment. It's like this. She gave a succinct explanation of her coming. The caller was silent for a moment as he listened. Ms. Su, what you just said is that you want us to play the soundtrack for the newcomers under your banner to campaign for the soundtrack of the Battle of Red Cliff? Suchi nodded. Yes. Yang Dingkuan didn't know whether to laugh at Suchi's naivety or whimsy. As the country's top symphony orchestra, the Philharmonic doesn't just take jobs when they come along. They had to work together not only depending on the status of the other party, but also on the repertoire played as well as the occasion. If it's Suchi, Yang Dingkuan will still consider it, but if it's a newcomer under her banner, well, even if he himself agreed, the conductor as well as the members of the orchestra would not, so he made a random excuse to get out of it. Ms. Su, you also know that symphony orchestra cooperation are to be booked. This list to be too urgent. The commission is a bit too rush. Suchi hurriedly said. I can negotiate with Director Zhao on my side first. We can postpone the recording of the tune until tomorrow. Suchi didn't die and lowered his stance. Mr. Yang, we really want you bands to work together. Why don't I bring the tunes over to you to go over them and you can think about it? Yang Dingkuan refused outright this time. Ms. Su, I'm sorry. Our band picked up a gig for the Mid-Autumn Festival abroad and had to step up rehearsals, so we haven't had time to pick up any of these lately. The smile on Suchi's face, a little bit of cold down. Although Yang Dingkuan didn't say it explicitly, the meaning revealed in his words was that they couldn't see this cooperation. Half a dozen times, Suchi hung up the phone with a sullen face. Gu Chang took a glance. Hit a wall? The corner of Suchi's mouth lightly skimmed, coldly humming. It's probably because we don't have enough curiosity in people's eyes, so Yang Dingkuan can't see it. Since we can't see it, we'll just change the house. Gu Chang doesn't matter. Anyway, in the future, the Philharmonic Orchestra is bound to regret all the decisions made today. Suchi pinched his cell phone tightly, but old Lu said that there are only 2 symphony orchestras currently in the Imperial City, and besides the Philharmonic there's only the Freedom Orchestra left. If the Free Orchestra, the members of the orchestra are not from professional colleges, they are trained later, and if the playing level is good, I haven't heard of it, but it's said to be okay. Gu Chang googled the Freedom Orchestra. The Freedom Orchestra, a symphony orchestra founded by Song Jiang 10 years ago, is said to be as good as a recording for live renditions, even under extreme conditions, such as tiredness from traveling, lack of rehearsal, poor stage sound and other external factors. They are able to maintain their normal standard and call themselves mobile recording studios. The band's style is more rigid, and the pieces often include windy, thunderous and all-hoarse melodies that give the audience a hearty sense of pleasure. In this day and age, the cost of running a symphony orchestra organization is not low, so the demands on orchestra members are extremely high, and they need to have excellent musical qualities. But the Freedom Orchestra's rules for joining the group are a bit strange. Many of their group members had not systematically studied music before joining the group, and many others were judged to have no musical talent. Song Jiang himself compared to other master conductors. Character is more fierce. The audience order is not good will be directly angry, and rehearsals are extremely strict. Not up to his requirements will not stop row. As a result, the ticket prices for the Liberty Orchestra's performances are quite a bit lower than those of an orchestra of the same caliber. But even then, the band didn't fold and instead made some name for itself in the industry over the past 2 years. After reading the introduction, Gu Chang was instantly interested in this orchestra. This Freedom Orchestra looks pretty good. Call and ask. Suchi nodded and dialed Song Jiang's number. Master Song? I'm Suchi from Hua Entertainment. It's this way. Suchi explained his intentions to the opposite party as he had done before. I didn't expect the other party to let them go over as soon as they heard it was Suchi. Really? That's great. Suchi hung up the phone and looked at Gu Chang excitedly. Song Jiang agreed. And the Freedom Orchestra is only an hour or so away from the studio. It's 11 o'clock in the morning. The appointment with Director Zhao was at 5 p.m. It's just in time if you move fast. It's not too late. Let's go now. Gu Chang sharply closed his laptop. Suchi pinched her cell phone and turned around. Then I'll go find Rat. Gu Anren came in holding the snacks that had been given to him by his older siblings. Uncle, you're going out? Gu Chang got up with his laptop in hand, not forgetting to exhort in a warm voice. Uncle has to go out for something, so be good and play with Sister Meng Meng. Nanny's car. Gu Chang puts together the complete score. A little bit from memory. Suchi was watching from the sidelines and was greatly shocked. Is Gucci's brain a musical computer? How come you're so familiar with sheet music? But seeing that Gu Chang looked serious, she didn't dare to interrupt. An hour or so later, the nanny van arrived at the Freedom Orchestra's studio. Find Song Jiang in the lobby of the theater, led by the staff. Song Jiang is about 40 years old, tall and elegant looking, without the stereotypical impression of a conductor, and exudes an air of spontaneity and nonchalance. You're here. Hello Master Song, I've heard a lot about you. Song Jiang nodded and skipped over Suchi to look at Gu Chang. You're Gu Chang who's been on fire on the internet lately, aren't you? You sing well. Gu Chang smiled modestly. You are too kind, Master Song. Knowing that they were short on time, Song Jiang didn't talk nonsense. Did you bring the tune? Gu Chang nodded. In the notebook. Go to my office first. After entering Song Jiang's office, Gu Chang printed out 2 copies of the sheet music in the first place. Master Song, this is the piece you'll be playing later. The moment they got the sheet music, Suchi and Song Jiang were directly shocked to the point where their scalps went numb. The further you look, the more shocking it becomes. War immediacy. That's right. It's the war immediacy. It was not an exaggeration at all. The current Suchi was getting goosebumps all over her body. She hadn't expected it at all. It's amazing that Gu Chang could compose such a stirring war song. Just reading the score had made her blood boil. Her mind had even painted a sad and magnificent scene. A magnificent picture of standing on the top of a high mountain, looking down on 2 armies at war drums sounding, generals charging into battle, holding the determination of certain death to win the victory. Song Jiang was even more directly excited to the point of trembling, even unconsciously clenched his fists, blood boiling, began to imagine himself carrying a steel gun, defending the country's grand scene, breathing in a continuous rapid acceleration. Such a divine song is Song Jiang's lifelong pursuit. He can't wait to play the tune. Song Jiang's eyes surged with excitement. Gu Chang, what is the name of this song? Gu Chang whispered. Victory, victory, victory. Song Jiang gazed at Gu Chang with a fiery gaze. Gu Chang, since I was introduced to symphony orchestras at the age of 10, I've been dealing with symphony orchestras for more than 30 years, and yet, I've never seen such a mind-blowing war song as Victory. You're solid with this song, not to mention winning Director Zhao, even competing for a Grammy. Gu Chang smiled. Thank you, Master Song. It's too much to call Master Song. Song Jiang smiled brightly. I've met you at first sight today. Why don't we make a friend? How about we call each other brothers? Gu Chang also greatly admired Song Jiang's character. Then I'll call you Big Brother Song from now on. Song Jiang went along with the trend. Gu Chang, since you're all called brother, Can you sell the rights to use the copyright of this song to our band? The terms are at your disposal. Song Jiang knew the commercial value of the song. He doesn't dare to hope for the copyright, but only wants to have the right to use the copyright so that he can play the song to his heart's content on stage in the future. Brother Song, we can discuss the matter of cooperation in detail afterward. Gu Cheng curled his right hand up and tapped the table. Time is running out. The main reason I'm here this time is to proof this song and then take it to compete for the theme song of the movie, The Battle of Red Cliff. I almost forgot to record a proof. Song Jiang took a deep breath to calm his excitement. What time do you guys want it? Su Chi interjected. I made an appointment with Director Zhao to meet him at 5 o'clock at the Mountain Moon residence. And the fastest distance from here to the Mountain Moon residence is 2 hours. She glanced at the time. So we now have less than 3 hours left. Gu Chan looked at Song Jiang. Brother Song, is your band sure to play in such a short period of time? Song Jiang smiled. A sprightly, confident smile. You guys don't worry about this. Although our Freedom Orchestra is not from a professional background, our troupe members are no worse than those from the science class. Gu Cheng pondered for a moment. Brother Song, there's no time to lose. You go and gather all the members of the troupe here now, and I'll explain the music score to them. Song Jiang immediately got up. I'm on my way. Song Jiang is fast. 5 minutes later, all the members of the group were gathered. Su Seven distributed the sheet music to the group members. After reading the score, everyone looked at each other in disbelief. Both saw shock in each other's eyes. Gu Cheng didn't care what they had in mind. He cleared his throat twice, drawing everyone's attention to him. I'm sure Master Song told you all before you came here just now that the sheet music in your hands, Victory, is the battle song you'll be playing later. Time is running out. I won't bullshit you. I'll just explain the score to you. Gu Cheng projected the score onto the big screen, opening with cello leading, accompanied by violin as well as light drumming. In 15 seconds, on top of the intro, I'll add a synthesized piano sound to add a slight sense of mystery. Su Chi questioned. Wouldn't it be better to just use the piano to play? No way. Gu Cheng directly refused. The synthesizer part of this track is the finishing touch. Just the orchestration alone is too soft. Add synthesizer tones for the effect to blow up. Song Jiang spoke up. It's okay, we're very good at synthesizers. We used to have quite a few electro productions that often added synthesizer tones. Gu Cheng nodded and continued to explain. When you get to this bar, the drums should drop heavy, and then the rhythm kicks in, with the drums accompanied by the ticking of the hour bells to give the scene urgency. The war drums must be heavy and fierce enough to have the kind of inspiration that lifts millions of warriors, and the morale is strong enough to swallow mountains and rivers. Gu Cheng explained in great detail what instruments to use where, when to stop, and when to add new instruments. All listened with great attention. To avoid forgetting, the crowd did not forget to mark the sheet music. Gu Cheng would wait for them to memorize it before he started to explain it down the line. Here it is. It's starting to come into focus. And here it's time for you to play. Gu Cheng looked at Su Chi. Su Chi, you have no lyrics, only a simple chant. How to play depends on your own understanding. Anyway, to the injustice of the war, the sadness of the emotions, with your voice interpretation release. Su Chi nodded solemnly. Okay, I'll do my best. Gu Cheng nodded and looked at the crowd. When Su Chi's chanting is over, he shall articulate the oaths sworn by the generals. And these oaths must be powerful. Gu Cheng was like a general before a battle, explaining the strategy to the generals under his command until the whole score was told. You guys remember one thing. Gu Cheng looked around the circle, his eyes meeting the members of the group one by one. This is no mere tune, but a feverish and impassioned battle of blood and flesh. Blood stains the land of China, and war drums and horns resound through the divine state. You are charged with a heavy responsibility. Even if you know you will lose the battle, you still go forward with courage and vow not to retreat until the enemy is annihilated. If we fight, we will fight with gold and steel. If we die, we will be buried on horseback. Victory will be ours alone. Snap, snap, snap. Applause thundered. Everyone gazed at Gu Cheng, their blood boiling in their hearts. Gu Cheng, you explained it so well. Song Jiang patted Gu Cheng's shoulder and half-joked. Do you want to join our band? The more Song Jiang looked at Gu Cheng, the more satisfied he became. He's just too talented. It's not just the arrangements that are amazing. Even his coordination of the orchestra was a breeze. Gu Cheng laughed. We'll talk about this later. Let's just rehearse first. Song Jiang also knew that time was running out, and raised his voice. You guys grab yourselves now and familiarize yourselves with the music score, and meet up at the theater later. As a member of a first-rate symphony orchestra, sight reading and playing are all basic skills. While they worked on the score, Gu Cheng synthesized electric sounds with the band members. Half an hour later, everything is ready. Song Jiang looked to the stage. There was only one person in the large audience. Gu Cheng nodded to Song Jiang. Song Jiang took a deep breath, turned around and started swinging the baton. Exciting music began to resonate throughout the arena. At first it was a large army that was coming to the city. Then the war drums rose and all hands were on deck. The variety rises from singularity to intersection in an orderly rhythm to a crescendo. Then came the soulful chanting of Su Qi, and the generals were inspired, shouting and swearing to defend their country. Build up your energy for the final burst. Boom! The Great War broke out completely. The enemy fought a bloody battle, and the valor of all the troops broke the enemy by 1,000 miles. At last the goddess of victory sounded. The enemy was defeated, and the generals celebrated. The momentum builds and builds, one section more exciting than the next, until the last section slowly returns to calm. End of first rehearsal. Everyone was still immersed in what they had just played. Nice! Gu Chang stood up and applauded. There were quite a few flaws, but you guys worked together better than I thought you would. Song Jiang said bluntly. Gu Chang, you can just point out what's not in place. Let's grab a few more rehearsals while there's still time. Good. Then I'm welcome. Gu Chang jumped straight onto the stage. The drums just now weren't rousing enough, and the electric sound of the intro could have been beefed up a bit. Time is of the essence. Everyone is scrambling. The Freedom Orchestra rehearsed 5 or 6 times under Gu Chang's direction, until 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Finally rehearsed a version that works well. While this version still has a number of flaws, it's enough for Ku to take to compete with the Battle of Red Cliffs. Song Jiang handed the flash drive to Gu Chang, then patted his shoulder to cheer him up. Go for it, brother, and good luck with your horse. Gu Chang nodded his head and said, borrow Big Brother Song's good advice. Su Qi laughed lightly. Big Brother Song, we'll leave first. Let's eat together some other day. Song Jiang laughed out loud. It's a deal. Li Hao has been standing by in the nanny van. Seeing Gu Chang and the others walking out together, he immediately got out of the car and pulled the door open. Gu Chang gentlemanly protected the roof of the car with his hand. You go first. Su Qi smiled and nodded. Thank you. She buckled her seatbelt. Rat, go to the Mountain Moon House. The voice was a little hoarse. High-pitched chanting for hours on end is extremely exhausting on the voice. She just wanted to find water to moisten her throat when Gu Chang had already unscrewed a bottle of water and handed it over. It's been hard work. Have some water to ease the pain. A warm current crossed Su Qi's heart. Thank you. Li Hao glanced in the rearview mirror. Master Dick and Brother Chang, sit tight. I'm leaving. Li Hao started the car and stepped on the gas. Mountain Moon Residence. Zhao Ida was leaning back in a mahogany chair, his eyes closed as he listened to Shao Qi's work. The Battle of Red Cliff. The piece opens with low, muffled horns, followed by a heavy beating of war drums. Gongs and war drums intertwine with each other in a solemn and grand atmosphere, immediately followed by the drums and trumpets, coupled with the powerful shouts of the warriors. The image of a large army pressing down on them spread out. Then a mellifluous piece of Shao interspersed, followed by Shao Qi's singing with righteousness. On both sides of the Yangtze River, a river full of warships and waves, Zhao Ida's demeanor didn't change much, except that his fingers would rise and fall slightly to the rhythm. Shao Qi's gaze could not help but sink. According to the rumor he got, the previous works that others had entered, after Zhao Ida had heard them, those that were not satisfied were basically returned on sight. And this song was customized by Shao Qi for the Battle of Red Cliff, which had been prepared for half a year, and could be said to be the best work he could come up with in the past few years. But right now, look at Zhao Ida's flat reaction. Shao Qi was worried that he wouldn't make it through the rounds either. His gaze moved slightly, and he exchanged uneasy glances with Li Mei. Li Mei gave him a calming look, signaling him to be at ease. The end of the song. Zhao Ida slowly opened his eyes. The tune is shockingly majestic, and with the intensive drumming embellishment, it very much has the feeling of a jingoistic battlefield. Your voice is thick and the lyrics are atmospheric. It's a good song. Shao Qi and Li Mei glanced at each other, and both of them had ecstasy in their eyes, especially Shao Qi, who had even lost hope in his heart. The surprise came too suddenly. He excitedly stepped forward. Thank you, Director Zhao, for your appreciation. Zhao Ida nodded. I have things to do on my side later. The tune stays with me for now. I'll take it to test match with the movie, and I'll let you know when there's a result. Although they were not directly requisitioned, Li Mei and Shao Qi were already satisfied to have the opportunity to stay for the trial match. Director Zhao, then you go ahead and get busy. We won't bother you anymore. Zhao Ida looked at his granddaughter standing behind him. See you. Help Grandpa see them off. Zhao Siyu got up obediently. Aha! When a few people left, Zhao Ida looked out the window in a daze. Music is a very evocative presence in movies because movies can't say everything. There is so much that the audience associates with it. A movie without a soundtrack, even if the picture is impeccable and the plot is sincere and moving, will leave the audience with something to be desired. A good movie soundtrack is an essential element in making a classic movie. Most soundtracks become involved when the film is shot, synchronized with the picture editing. Almost all European and American films, the soundtrack will be specifically made into a soundtrack disc, rushed to the film before the release of the shelves for sale, both to achieve promotional effects and increase the value of derivatives. The soundtrack and the theme of the film are highly compatible. The film as well as the music to produce a win-win effect, can be enhanced through the soundtrack to enhance the sense of immersion in the film, to assist the plot picture, mobilize the audience's emotions, rendering the atmosphere of the scene. But Zhao Ida had been looking for a soundtrack that would fit the movie's theme from the very beginning of the movie's production, but had come up empty-handed. The movie, The Battle of Red Cliff. To prepare for the movie, he started conceptualizing the script 10 years ago, then pulled an investment and surveyed the location, before and after. It took nearly 10 years and was the brainchild of Zhao Ida. With a piece like this, he had to find a movie soundtrack that would rock the world. Half a dozen times, Zhao Siyu came in with a cheerful broken step. "Grandpa, you're making tea again?" People sent away? Zhao Ida's movements were fluid and flowing, and the aroma of tea drifted in midair along with the rising steam. "Well, go!" Zhao Siyu shrugged her nose and walked straight to sit across from Zhao Ida, then ambled over to the desk to watch him pour the tea. There were no outsiders in the house at the moment, and she no longer cared. "Grandpa, Xiao Qi's work just now. It seems to me that you're not too satisfied with it?" Zhao Ida poured tea without stopping. "You think this song is good?" Zhao Siyu nodded. "It's okay, the lyrics and music are of good quality, majestic, and in line with the theme of the movie. Moderate, I guess. It's okay to make do. It's still not enough to use to impact Hollywood." The year before, Zhao Ida was invited to attend the Cannes Film Festival. The foreign media mocked China for not being able to make good movies, saying that the money is used to hire traffic stars, not willing to invest more money in movie production, and even the soundtracks are rough and bad. Zhao Ida admitted that Hollywood movies are indeed very good when it comes to soundtracks, but Huaxia has equally good soundtrack artists, and Huaxia's movies, equally good soundtracks. With The Battle of Red Cliff, Zhao Ida wanted to hit Hollywood's sour faces hard. Xiao Qi's work was still too far from his expectations. Zhao Ida sighed. "We are a great country in China, with a total of over 1 billion people. How can there be 1 million people who do music? How come I can't find someone who can give me a movie soundtrack?" Zhao Siyu said. "Grandpa, the ship will naturally straighten out when it reaches the bridge. Maybe this person, the next moment, will appear." Zhao Ida handed over a cup of tea. "If there really was such a person, I'd definitely offer him up as my royal dubber." The grandparents and grandchildren were just chattering away, until the doorbell rang outside the house. "Grandpa, I'll get the door." Zhao Siyu rubbed her feet. Gucheng didn't think about it. The ancient moon residence is an old-fashioned courtyard house. What does a courtyard mean in the imperial capital? That's a status symbol. Being able to own such a courtyard house in the second ring road of the imperial capital is not just something that can be done with money. The gate eeped open. A woman with a cool and beautiful face and a tall figure appeared behind the wooden door. "See you? Didn't you go to shoot the Aurora Borealis? When did you come back?" Seeing Zhao Siyu, Su Qi was very surprised. Zhao Siyu laughed lightly, her cool brows softening. "Just got back 2 days ago. Come in first." "Wait, I brought a friend." Su Qi staggered a step, revealing Gu Chang behind him. "Gu Chang, this is Director Zhao's granddaughter." "Zhao Siyu, Siyu, this is my friend Gu Chang." It was only then that Zhao Siyu realized Gu Chang's presence, and her eyes lit up at once. "Gu Chang? Tian. Su Qi, you brought him too?" Gu Chang pulled off his mask and took the initiative to greet him. "Hello." Zhao Siyu looked excited. "Hello, I'm a fan of yours, and I've been infinitely looping your songs a lot lately." Gu Chang could only smile and nod. "Thanks for the support. You guys come in first." Led by Zhao Siyu, Gu Chang walked into this ancient and elegant courtyard. From the outside, it is not obvious, but when you walk in, it is a world of its own, and every brick and tile exudes a simple and strong flavor of life. "Grandpa, Su Qi is here." Su Dick smiled sweetly and walked indoors. "Director Zhao, it's been a long time since we've seen each other. Why do I feel that your body is getting younger and stiffer?" Zhao Ida held up the gold-framed glasses at the corner of his eyes and greeted. "Xiao Qi, you're here. Come over and have some tea." Su Qi sweetly smiled and nodded. "Not only am I here, I also brought you a surprise today." Zhao Ida laughed softly. "What surprise?" "I'll tell you about the surprise later." Su Qi sold the story and pulled Gu Chang in front of him. "Director Zhao, didn't you tell CU 2 days ago that the road to ordinary was good? I've brought you someone today." Gu Chang politely greeted. "Hello Director Zhao. My name is Gu Chang." The old man in front of him was dressed in ordinary clothes, but Gu Chang admired him from the bottom of his heart. Because Zhao Ida he has made countless word-of-mouth masterpieces and is passionate about spreading Chinese culture. He is truly an artist from the people. Zhao Ida looked Gu Cheng up and down. Did you really create the Road to Ordinary? Gu Cheng cheekily admitted. I composed it. Zhao Ida nodded his head. To be able to write such a song at such a young age. Young man, you have good perception. Gu Cheng smiled modestly. Thank you, Director Zhao, for the compliment. Zhao Siyu's beautiful eyes brightened slightly, her eyes staring straight at Gu Cheng. Su Qi, Gu Cheng wouldn't be the surprise you were talking about, right? Su Qi smiled mysteriously. Director Zhao, haven't you been giving the Battle of Red Cliffs, looking for a suitable dub? I have a musical composition here that fits the theme of your movie perfectly, and for safekeeping you'll be absolutely blown away when you hear it. Oh, Zhao Ida's interest was piqued. 7. You didn't lie to me? Gu Cheng stepped forward and took out the flash drive. Director Zhao, this tune is called Victory. It's 5 minutes and 20 seconds in total, divided into 10 sections, and every 32 seconds the style of the song takes a sudden turn, with the emotions progressing layer by layer, one section being more exciting than the other, until the last section slowly returns to calm. Zhao Ida came down with interest. Oh, I'll have to listen to that. Zhao Siyu inserted the flash drive into the stereo. The jade hand gently pressed the play button. The stirring and majestic melody belonging to Victory then begins to flow through the room. Cellos, violins, and light drumming with a rousing and powerful rhythmic feel give a direct sense of a big battle on the horizon. The opening is straight up King Bomb. Zhao Siyu was shaken, goosebumps burning all over her body. She looked at Gu Cheng in surprise. The beautiful eyes were thick with amazement and shock, immediately followed by a hammering of the war drums. The war song rang out, and the majestic momentum was spread out in an instant. Zippy electric current, running through the air into the heavenly linkap. A trembling sensation ran from the hair to the soles of the feet, spreading over every nerve of Zhao Ida. Zhao Ida's pupils shook and his hunched back instantly straightened. The thunderous war drums sounded intensively. Each heavy hammer blow was like a blow to Zhao Ida's heart, and his breathing unconsciously became rapid. Elegant and atmospheric female vocals with a high flame entrance. The magnificent and tragic scene then broke through the air. This is the original soundtrack that he searched so hard for and that would rock the world. Zhao Ida shivered his lips and spoke out excitedly. This is the feeling. This is the feeling. The high-octane scenes of the Battle of Red Cliffs blend with the music in a matter of moments. A magnificent picture of the trenches has been spread before his eyes. The dark night is in the air, and the wind is rising from the southeast. Cao Cao's warships coalesce like a fortress in Wulin on the north bank, while Zhou Yu's ships docked at Red Cliff on the south bank, and the two sides faced each other across the Yangtze River. The battle flag flies in the darkness of the night. The firelight roared out, illuminating the dark sea level, and the fireboat flew forward like an arrow, crashing into the Chao army's warship fortress. Boom! In an instant, the smoke and fire, covering the sky and the sun. The Red Cliff was turned into a monstrous sea of fire. The warriors began to shout the oath. In a faraway place, deep in the mountains, in the blood-colored night, in a haze of sleep, the army is fighting, for country and home. Zhao Ida's eyes were hot, and his rapidly beating heart felt as if it was about to jump out of his chest. His body was boiling with hot blood. The moment. Zhao Ida seems to have shed his aged shell and transformed into a valiant warrior, clutching his lance and fighting the enemy in a bloody battle in the midst of a vast fire. Kill! 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 Zhao Ida hissed as he bathed in blood. He was on a mission and vowed to annihilate all enemy forces. Enemies, comrades in arms. One by one the soldiers fell in the flames. One general falls, and thousands more take his place. The generals went forward and drank blood until their bodies became one with the ship and were buried in the fire. The high female voice, gradually becoming sad, seemed to soothe the departed souls. The voice fades away to pay tribute to the strong man. Surviving. Zhao Ida's eyes were red, looking at the fallen enemies and comrades, standing alone in the sea of fire in a depression. At this moment, he didn't feel any sense of victory. War is brutal. For soldiers, there are no winners. May the world be free of war. The tune is long over. The crowd was still basking in the afterglow of the battle cry. Zhao Ida's eyes were moist and he clenched his handles for a long time. Gu Cheng didn't say anything either. Zhao Ida and the others were just enjoying the tune while Gu Cheng was recognizing as well as thinking. Time is really too tight. There are a lot of synthesized sounds that Gu Cheng doesn't perfectly recreate. So much so that there are several places in the track where there's not enough explosiveness. In order to better integrate the background of the Battle of Red Cliffs, Gu Cheng made slight changes without affecting the entire piece. For example, the oath sworn by the generals. Gu Cheng changed it to a Chinese version so that Zhao Ida could better substitute the background. These Chinese lyrics, there is still room for improvement. Half a dozen times. It was only then that Zhao Ida woke up like a dream. He looked Gu Cheng up and down, his wise eyes full of inquiry. How on earth does someone who looks to be about the same age as Siyu create such a shocking battle song? Gu Cheng, What did you just say the song was called? Victory. Chinese name Victory. Gu Chang whispered back. Victory. Victory. Zhao Ida murmured and repeated. Good name. Good tune. He took a deep breath. This song? You really composed it? Original? It's my original. Gu Chang nodded. Zhao Siyu marveled. Gu Chang, you're amazing. How could you create such a shocking battle song? This track really burns. The entire track, from intro to outro, burns every second. Zhao Siyu's blood, which was still churning to this day, could not be stopped at all. Su Qi looked at Zhao Ida and tentatively inquired. Director Zhao, what do you think of this song? Zhao Ida nodded with satisfaction. The tune is magnificent and majestic. The style is atmospheric and spectacular. From the arrangement to the mood, it's mind-blowing. Gu Chang humbly smiled. Thank you Director Zhao for the compliment. The background beats of this track all average over 140, which will resonate with the heart in response to the drums, thus getting the blood pumping. Medical science says that a heartbeat of more than 120 beats is associated with a feeling of nervousness and excitement. So when you listen to this song the blood flow speeds up and you unconsciously get hyped up to the beat. Zhao Siyu looked at Su Qi, the female voice in there. It's you chanting, right? Su Qi gave a soft Hear that? Zhao Siyu's beautiful eyes lightly trembled as she couldn't help but praise. Awesome. Su Qi, the moment your voice just came out, it was really shocking. It made my ears pregnant. Su Qi playfully laughed lightly, deliberately flirting. Siyu, I've known you for so long, how come I didn't know you had a uterus growing inside your ear? Reverse. I haven't seen you in a few months, and you've learned to make fun of me. Look at my invincible claws. Zhou reached out, pretending to make a beeline for her waist. Su Qi dodged with a delicate smile. Siyu, I'm just kidding. Zhao Siyu withdrew her hand, and the look on her face returned to seriousness. Gu Chang, this song isn't just a mere expression of victory, is it? To the ears of Zhao Siyu, the song starts out impassioned before the march. Halfway through is the grandeur of the war being fought, and later is the victory of the war in a moment of silence for the dead. Looking back on the second half now, Zhao Siyu could feel the sadness and helplessness in it. She was even able to brainstorm an image. After the war was won, the ground was full of corpses, rivers of blood, and the smoke of war, in which the angels chanted feebly. Gu Chang said softly, music has 1,000 faces, and everyone who listens to it will have a different understanding. Zhao Ida sighed. This is what is called a general success. We can look away from the sadness of the battlefield, but we should never long for war. Zhao Ida looked at Gu Chang without beating around the bush. Gu Chang, I want the rights to the song. How much? Name your price. The 1990s was the golden age of Chinese cinema. The era was full of talent, and there were many great music producers, and classic soundtracks, which are still popular today. But all these years, the Chinese movie market is gradually declining, and it's been a long time since we've had a rocking movie or TV show dub. It's a war song that really burns, and it's unbelievably fitting for a scene from the Battle of Red Cliffs. If it could be used as the original soundtrack of the movie, it would definitely rock the world and madly punch the foreign media dogs in the face. Zhao Ida can't wait for the song clip to be incorporated into the movie. In the face of director Zhao's directness, Gu Chang just shook his head lightly. Director Zhao, I'm sorry, I'll only cooperate and not sell the copyright of this song. Zhao Ida frowned. Not selling the rights? Why? Gu Chang softly explained at all the songs I created. I only collaborate and don't sell the copyrights. Gu Chang had long-term plans for the song Victory. In his previous life, Victory, as an epic battle song God song, not only exploded on the extranet, but was also a god-sealing BGM in China, sweeping the short video platforms all over the internet. Open any random music platform in China, and there are hundreds of thousands of comments underneath this song. Gu Chang even clearly remembers the godly reviews on Netflix. Hot take number 1, I can't guarantee that each of you will survive, but the world needs you. Hot take number 2, my dog listened too, and I could see in his eyes that he wanted to ride me into battle. Both comments have upwards of 700,000 likes. Footnote, the popularity of Victory. Gu Chang wanted to use this song as a touchstone for the European and American music markets. Although Zhao Ida felt pity, he could understand. No one would be willing to sell the rights to such a war song. In that case, let's talk about the rights to use the song. Director Zhao, wait first. Gu Chang interrupted him with a smile. Before we work together, there's one thing to declare to you. This track was actually recorded at noon, and was only just barely finished before 3 o'clock. Because of the rush, what you've just heard is just a preliminary sample, and there are a lot of details that aren't in place. Zhao Ida sniffed and sucked in his breath. Gu Chang, did you just say that this song is just a demo? That's right. Gu Chang nodded. Zhao Siyu covered her mouth in disbelief. Small samples are so shocked to hear that That genuine product must be awesome. Like what? Is it just a wave of listening? Some of the bars are not explosive enough. And the General's Oath chorus was originally in English, which I temporarily changed to Chinese. And there is still much to be perfected. And so on. Zhao Ida was surprised. Gu Chang, what you just meant is that there is an English version of this song? Gu Chang smiled and nodded. To be precise, the composition of the song Victory was originally written in English. The surprise came so suddenly. Zhao Ida laughed out loud. So, when promoting the release overseas, the tune can just be the English version? Gu Chang nodded. That's right. When I get the finished product out in the next couple days, I'll bring you both versions of the tune. Then, Europeans and Americans are xenophobic themselves, plus they can't understand the meaning of the lyrics, so they are quite repulsed by Chinese songs. If there is an overseas version, with the majesty of this song, it will definitely increase the exposure of the movie, and the publicity effect will definitely increase drastically by that time. Zhao Ida was in a good mood. Gu Chang, then let's talk about the contract now. Gu Chang looked at Su Qi. This involves a favor, so the two of them discussed before coming here, and left the cooperation to Su Qi to talk about. Su Qi nodded wordlessly. Director Zhao, let's the two of us talk about the cooperation. Zhao Ida's eyes flicked over the two of them and nodded thoughtfully. Okay, both are fine. After talking about cooperation, it was already 6 in the afternoon. Zhao Ida offered to let them eat here. Gu Chang politely declined Zhao Ida's invitation to dinner, considering that the little girl was waiting for him. Make plans to meet for dinner when the finished product is delivered. Before leaving, Su Qi said she had to go to the toilet, so Gu Chang waited for her in the courtyard. Wait for Su Dick to come out. Gu Chang was standing under the porch teasing the painted eyebrows. Behind him was the golden red sunset. His upright and slender figure was pulled out a narrow dark shadow by the setting sun. It was as if the clouds had been lifted, and heaven and earth were radiant, as if something had inadvertently stunned time. Many years later, Su Qi hadn't been able to forget the stunning moment. Gu Chang's features were already handsome, and at this moment, with his warm smile, the whole person was even more warm. Even Su Qi, who was used to seeing handsome men, was a bit stunned. Gu Chang had long heard the movement behind him. Why don't you come over? What's wrong with you? The little girl should be waiting. Su Qi took a dark breath and calmed his mind. Go. On the way back, Su Qi asked the doubts in his heart. Gu Chang, the song Victory, are you planning to collaborate with the Freedom Orchestra afterward? Gu Chang looked sideways. You mean copyright usage rights? Su Qi nodded. Aha! Gu Chang didn't deny it. There is indeed this intention. And don't you think this orchestra is interesting? This collaboration allowed Gu Chang to see the potential of the Freedom Orchestra. Song Jiang, as the chief conductor, not only has very high musical attainments, but also specializes in breaking with tradition. You can tell Song Jiang is a very thoughtful artist by the fact that he picks his band members out of the box. This made Gu Chang think of, in his previous life, the famous Portsmouth Symphony Orchestra. But compare that to the Killing Crew, known for slaughtering classical music, who were able to lift the coffin boards off of Tchaikovsky, Beethoven, and a host of other greats. The Freedom Orchestra is obviously much more serious. Song Jian founded the Freedom Orchestra with the intention of allowing everyone to find their place in the arts. The members of the band are of different geographic regions, different ages, and different cultures, but what is the same is that they all have a heart for music. Whether or not the music they played was good is not in the foreground. What is important is that they were having fun and both themselves and their listeners were enjoying themselves immensely. Gu Chang has always been friends do not look at the family only to see the character. Get along with do not look at the money only to see the heart. Song Jiang, a person. Gu Chang first saw that there is an I. Get along with the realization that he is also worth deep friendship. Gu Chang had a lot of godly songs such as Victory in his hands. You need to work together anyway, so surely you should pick someone you can trust to work with. Thinking of this, Gu Chang looked at Su Qi. For your new album, isn't Invisible Wings the only one left with no music video yet? Su Dick nodded. What's wrong? Yesterday, after Gu Chang finished recording his own songs, he stopped by to help Su Qi work on the new album together. Originally, Gu Chang wanted to add 2 songs for Su Qi, then time was too tight. In the end, it was decided that from Su Qi's own stock of songs, 9 songs of the best quality were selected from them, and together with Invisible Wings, there were a total of 10 songs to produce the new album. Gu Chang pondered for a moment. Too much to do next. Tomorrow we'll divide up the work. You take the time to shoot the music video for the new album. I'll record the synths and the remixes of Victory. And the day after tomorrow you'll come with me to the Freedom Orchestra rehearsal. Su Qi nodded. Okay, no problem. Backstage at Singing Youth. Tonight is Xiao Qi's first appearance since he took over Zhang Feng's show, and he's checking out the contestants' profiles in order to get up to speed. Li Mei sat on the couch with her head down and swiped at Twitter. The posts were all over the place, full of Gu Chang's fluff. The further down the brush, the more grave Li Mei's expression became. This Gu Chang's momentum is too strong. Since the release of The Road to Ordinary, the network-wide airplay has exceeded 100 million, and The Wind Rises has even broken 200 million. Xiao Qi was shocked. How come so fast? Li Mei frowned slightly. It was only 80 million in the morning, and in less than 2 days it broke 200 million. At this rate of growth, I'm afraid we'll reach 300 million by tomorrow morning. A sense of crisis welled up in Li Mei's heart. It's free, but it's an achievement that even a diva might not be able to achieve. The phone suddenly rang. As soon as she saw the caller ID, Li Mei's heart thumped and a sense of foreboding rose in her heart. Xiao Qi saw that she didn't move and curiously said, "Whose call is it?" Li Mei squeezed her cell phone tightly. "It's from Director Zhao." Xiao Qi's eyes lit up as he excitedly said, "It can't be that the work passed, right? Sister Li, hurry up and pick it up." Li Mei wasn't as optimistic as he was. She took a deep breath and answered with a smile, "Hello, Director Zhao? Not appropriate, is it?" Hearing this, the excited Xiao Qi's heart instantly cooled by half. "It's okay. I hope there will be another chance to work with Director Zhao in the future." As soon as the phone hung up, the smile on Li Mei's face instantly tightened. Xiao Qi spoke anxiously, "How is it?" Li Mei shook her head helplessly. Director Zhao's side said that the work is not suitable. Is there still a chance to change it? Xiao Qi pursued undeterred. Li Mei cruelly shattered his hopes. There's no chance. Director Zhao's side says they've already found a suitable OST. The energy in Xiao Qi's body gave out at once. Weren't you happy with it in the afternoon? Why are you suddenly saying it's not suitable? Who on earth cut it off? Li Mei sighed long and hard. Director Zhao didn't go into detail. He only said that we'll know when the time comes. Xiao Qi clenched his fists and was filled with resentment. I've been preparing this song for half a year, and it's a rare piece of national music. So should I just give up? Xiao Qi was a trainee debutante, and in the past 2 years began to transform from an idol to a powerhouse. Although popularity has been good and album sales have been okay, but a big bang sealing the deal is still missing from being a true diva. The Battle of Red Cliffs is Xiao Qi's best work in years, and it's a shame to give it up for nothing. Li Mei thought for a moment. I'll talk to the company later and see if we can release a single. Xiao Qi frowned. Release a single? Li Mei nodded. The Battle of Red Cliffs will be released at the end of the year. So let's grab the release and see if we can rub off on the heat and eat the wave of dividends. 8 o'clock the following morning. The three sat around the table eating in a harmonious atmosphere. Gu Chang gave Anran a bowl of porridge to cool. Anran, I'm going to the theater later. Are you going with Uncle later? Or are you going with Sister Seven to shoot the music video? The little girl looked around and stared at her eyebrows for a moment before making up her mind. I'll go with Uncle. Su Chi tore the bread with her hands and teased her. Anran, isn't it fun to follow your sister? Gu Anran hurriedly shook her head, carefully explaining. No, I'm afraid of disturbing Sister Dick's work. That's why I'm not going. Su Chi snorted a laugh. I was just teasing you. Hurry up and eat. After breakfast, the three of them went downstairs together. Li Hao was already waiting in the parking lot. But Su Chi is going to China Entertainment today, so she has to drive herself. Before you get in the car. Su Chi suddenly remembered something. Gu Chang, old Lu called me this morning and said that he found an apartment near the studio and said that he would bring you there to take a look when you're free. Gu Chang nodded. Wait until we come back tonight. Okay, I'll go first then. China Entertainment headquarters. Su Chi notified the props team in advance yesterday, and the scenery was modified and built overnight. Lu Hongguang was waiting on the set early. Seeing Su Chi, who had not applied any powder and was only wearing a simple white dress, appearing at the shooting site, she almost didn't drop her jaw in shock. He directly stepped forward and tugged on Su Chi's arm. Ouch, my little ancestor. You're not planning to go into battle with an elemental face, are you? Su Chi nodded. Gu Chang said that this is an inspirational and warm song, and said that the cleaner and simpler it is, the better it will be, so I simply put on my face. Lu Hongguang powerless forehead. How simple that is also on camera. You cannot really face on the battle. Actresses in front of the camera will be extremely hard to maintain their own makeup image. Into the water and sweat or not take off the makeup. Some of the exaggerated actresses, filming scenes like beggars fleeing, even had white makeup. At worst, it has to be pseudo-vegetarian, with a bit of thin wear underneath. But Su Chi is obviously a vegetarian. Not even smearing lipstick. You should put on some thin makeup foundation before we start shooting. Lu Hongguang is not optimistic. Who knows that the director is bright? Wait. The director looked Su Chi up and down and nodded with satisfaction. Su Chi's plain face is clean and pure, which happens to match the background of today's theme. So I think it's totally worth a try, and it can be used as a selling point for publicity when the time comes. Thank you, director. In fact, this is also the first time Suchi was photographed in plain face, and she had no bottom in her heart. With these words from the director, Suchi breathed a sigh of relief. In that case, let's get right to it. The other side. Gu Chang held Guanren's hand and walked through the theater to find Song Jiang at the back door. Good morning, brother Song. Gu Chang, you're here. Song Jiang excitedly greeted him and froze for a moment when he saw Guanren. Where is this little angel from? Gu Chang patted Guanren's shoulder and introduced him. This is my niece Guanren. Anren, call Uncle Song. The little girl smiled sweetly, revealing 2 cute tiger teeth. Hello Uncle Song. The killing power of Guanren's smile has always belonged to an indiscriminate attack, regardless of gender. Song Jiang was captured with just one glance. That's a good boy. It's your first time at our theater, isn't it? Guanren nodded her head obediently. Well, I haven't been to a place like this before. Song Jiang sniffed and took her hand and headed for the theater. Come on, Uncle will take you to the theater and get you something delicious on the way. Thank you Uncle. Gu Chang shook his head and followed helplessly. The traditional rock trio has been turning to electronic and synthesizer music for decades. Synthesizers are frequency synthesizers of sound that can produce a variety of sounds and change a variety of timbres. There is also a sampling synthesizer, which is used to capture the timbre of a certain sound and then replay it over the entire range, with the ability to change the key, tempo, and timbre when replaying. Synthesizers can solve a significant portion of the singing and ballroom accompaniment problems. There are 2 musicians in the Freedom Orchestra who are primarily responsible for electronic synthesizers. One is called Guo Jiayin, used to be a high bar DJ, only joined the band 2 years ago. Another is the youngest in the band, Wang Chen, who dropped out of school to join the band straight away because of his love for electro music and his poor studies. While Gu Chang was synthesizing the soundtrack, these 2 were studying next to him. The more the 2 looked, the more shocked they became. Brother Xing, look at your skillful maneuver. You didn't learn to play electronic sounds before, did you? I'm afraid that Xing has been playing with this technique for more than 10 years, right? Synthesizer tone control and MIDI control are all exercises that require precise functioning, and picking tones and practicing techniques all take time. But he watched Gu Chang's movements, skillful and quick. It's not something you can get on board with in a short time. Gu Chang smiled. It's okay. There was a time in the past when I was obsessed with electro music, so I followed and learned a bit. Gu Chang's electroacoustic initiation was the Cloud Palace Swift Sound by Journey to the West. When I got into the business later on, I was exposed to more electric music. For example, Fade, something just like this, Feed, You, PDD Flood and many more. All these electric sounds. Gu Chang hadn't studied much. A lot of people say the most important thing about being a singer is having a good voice. It was felt that a singer could just sing, stand on stage and just do the singing, not play the piano and drums. Gu Chang, however, believed that professional singers, more or less, should know how to play an instrument. For this reason he sacrificed almost all of his spare time to study various instruments and learned a lot of musical skills from his predecessors in the music industry. Success is never an accident. The reason why Gu Chang exploded in the entertainment industry in his previous life was actually not entirely luck, but more of a musical accumulation. 3 hours later, all synthesized sounds are produced. Gu Chang began directing the orchestra, rehearsing over and over again from the altered score. Su Dic's music video style focuses on warmth and simplicity. There was no need for a gorgeous set, no need for complicated modeling, and only Su Chi entered the country alone. The director also knew that the biggest selling point of the music video was Su Chi's plain face, so shoot around Su Dic's face in all directions. The good thing is that Su Chi's vegan face is resistant to beatings. No matter what angle it is taken out, it is beautiful. Even the camera dislikes the shot without a dead angle. The more the director shot, the more satisfied he was with the process, and the shoot went extremely smoothly and quickly came to a close. Under the warm sun, music flows gently through the room. Su Chi stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window and hummed. The window veil danced lightly, and her ink hair fluttered in the wind. The camera pans out. The reflection in the house manifested a pair of wings. Su Chi smiled back, a pure and clean smile, with eyes brimming with perseverance and bravery. In the next moment, Su Dic rose up in the air with the help of the Wii. Cut. Awesome. The director is very satisfied with Su Chi's performance, especially the last look back, which is very infectious and tense, giving people the feeling of endless hope. When you cut out the wyvern in post and add some special effects into it, the picture instantly comes to life. The director picked up the loudspeaker. Shooting is over. Everyone has worked hard. The crowd cheered. The staff quickly stepped forward and assisted Su Chi to get down from the wigwam. Su Dic bent down to thank all the staff. Thank you, director. Thank you all for your hard work. Su Dic. Su Chi turned his head. only to realize that there was a familiar round figure standing among the staff. The one who came was none other than the owner of What Entertainment, Yang Liyong. Don't look like he's out of shape and deformed now. 20 years ago, Yang Liyong was the pioneer of Chinese rock groups, making a 180-degree change in impact on Chinese rock culture. After the group disbanded, Yang Liyong founded China Entertainment Media, which has trained many famous singers and actors until now. Yang Liyong is very optimistic about Suu Kyi and has been promoting her since her debut, and the company's resources are tilted in her favor. Since Suu Kyi's first album, she has collaborated with famous producers and big-name designers in Europe and America. Not to mention musically, not only has she never interfered with her musical path, but she has been given absolute creative freedom. Suu Kyi's success today is due to Yang Liyong's cultivation and trust. That's why she's willing to stay with What Entertainment. Suu Kyi pursed her lips and smiled. Mr. Yang, what brings you here? I heard that you're filming your new album MV today, so I came over to visit. Yang Liyong said back. Lu Hongguang reminded. Suu Kyi, don't be quick to thank Mr. Yang. He specially prepared a support food truck for you. Suu Kyi's heart warmed up and smiled. Thank you, Mr. Yang, for letting you break the bank. Yang Liyong looked Suu Kyi up and down. You're going all vegan on this? Suu Kyi nodded. Gu Chang said it's an inspirational song. The music video doesn't need to be all fancy. Gu Chang? Yang Liyong is no stranger to that name these days, because 9 out of 10 of the calls made to him in the past few days were inquiring about Gu Chang. Sue Dick, this song Invisible Wings is also his work? It was customized for me by Gu Chang based on my voice. Suu Kyi looked at Yang Liyong. Mr. Yang, you are more professional than me. What do you think of this song? Yang Liyong nodded his head. Even though I only listened to the latter part of the clip just now, I found the song to be very stunning. This song gives hope, warmth and stability, both in its melody and lyrics, and you have an incredibly penetrating voice. And with your rendition, the tune sounds straight from the heart and more hopeful. There's a lot of potential. The entertainment industry has not been peaceful in the past 6 months, with numerous incidents of drug abuse, cheating, plagiarism and other illegal and unethical behavior, affecting the physical and mental health of young people. The winds of the entertainment industry are beginning to shift quietly. According to the information Yang Liyong got, the entertainment industry will clean up the bad atmosphere in the second half of the year and promote more positive energy. Invisible Wings is right up the wind as an inspirational song. Yang Liyong had a hunch. When this song comes out, it will absolutely take the internet by storm with the invisible push of policy. Suu Kyi, we haven't seen each other for a long time. Since the music video has finished filming, why don't we go for a meal together? Suu Kyi smiled apologetically. I'm afraid that's not possible. I have to rush to record the song later. Yang Liyong froze. What other songs are going to be recorded? Suu Kyi glanced around and sold a story. Mr. Yang, it's crowded here. Let's talk somewhere else. Lu Hongguang suggested. Go to the lounge next door. Yang Liyong narrowed his eyes. His curiosity piqued. After entering the lounge, he then couldn't wait to speak. Hey, now can we talk? Suu Dick lowered his voice. We took the OST for the Battle of Red Cliff. Yang Liyong sucked in a breath at his words, suspecting that he had heard wrong. The Battle of Red Cliff? The movie directed by Zhao Ida? Lu Hongguang hemmed and hawed. Besides this, is there another Battle of Red Cliff? Yang Liyong still couldn't believe it. When did this happen? Suu Kyi explained. What happened last night? I was going to wait for the end of the shooting to tell you about it. And then Mr. Yang, you happened to come to visit the class. What's the name of this song? Yang Liyong pursued. Suu Kyi said softly. Victory. Chinese Victory. An epic battle song. Yang Liyong still believed in Suu Kyi's vision. Since she dared to describe it as an epic battle song, I'm sure it's got to be something. Yang Liyong stared at Suu Kyi. Do you have an audio source here? Suu Kyi shook his head. What was recorded yesterday was just a small sample. The real thing hasn't been recorded yet, but I can reveal to you that the tune absolutely rocks. Sample? Yang Liyong was in a bit of a trance. In the past, due to the influence of the times, the internet was not popularized. The development of popular songs is very much dependent on movies and TV shows. Singers are read, and most of them are only read in their fan circles. But a movie or TV show is a different story. If a movie or TV show that is popular with many people catches on, the theme song or episode song will follow and become a popular pop music. So in Yang Liyong's day, there were many elders who couldn't speak Mandarin well but could hum Cantonese songs, even in the age of traffic. The market for movie and TV show theme songs remains hot for singers. Some singers often cut their own pay or simply sing for free in order to perform the OST. Zhao Ida's movie was financed with $1 billion, the largest investment ever made in China. Taking the OST of this movie is like opening up the European and American markets. Singers and producers in the music industry have explicitly and implicitly grabbed this theme song. What Entertainment alone has sent over hundreds of compositions. The results were invariably returned on the spot. How much of a wizard is this Guang? I can't believe that they beat the entire music scene by capturing the heart of Zhou Yiduk with just a small sample. Yang Liang narrowed his eyes, igniting a strong interest in Guang. Su Qi, you've really picked up a treasure this time. Su Qi lightly smiled and nodded, very much in agreement. I think so. Yang Liang sighed long and hard. If it weren't for the fact that I have things to do later, I really want to go with you guys to meet this Guang. Lu Hongwan, Mr. Yang. There's always a chance in the future. After half a dozen hours of small talk, Yang Liang was then called away by phone. Su Qi sent a Weibo message to Guang. Guang, how's it going over there? When Guang received the message, it happened to be a gap in the break, so the message came back fast. The score has been revised and is now being rehearsed with the orchestra. How's the shooting of your music video going? Su Qi, the MV shoot is done. Now I'm ready to come over to you. Guang, then drive carefully on the road. We'll rehearse first. Bye. Before leaving, Su Qi casually took a side selfie and then sent a tweet to publicize it. The music video for Invisible Wings has been filmed, and this time I made a bold attempt to go vegan. Stay tuned. The comments section was abuzz as soon as the tweet went out. Blow up Su Dick's veiled face straight away. Crap. No beauty face. No filter. It's purely vegan. When's the new album coming out? Can't wait. No one will object when I say this is a light-faced ceiling. Will they? Have you guys noticed? The goddess didn't even trim her eyebrows. This crescent arc. It matches the brow bone just right. Master Dick's face must have been carefully fabricated by Nuwa. And in contrast, we're just clay dots flung by a cane. Before he came here, Lu Hongwan did not understand why Guang had to employ a symphony orchestra to record his music. He understood it immediately upon arrival. Nima. The symphony is just more atmospheric than the orchestra. You can visualize this image. The theater door pulls open. Stirring melodies, fervent rhythms, the crowd will make a solemn oath to you. Battlefield immediacy is all over the place. Listening to such powerful music, Lu Hongwan, who was holding a briefcase, instantly had his blood boiling. It had the feeling of carrying a bomb bag in his hand and about to go deep into an enemy warship and die with the enemy. The end of the tune. Lu Hongwan applauded enthusiastically. Great, great. Lu Hongwan walked quickly towards Guang, so excited that his expletives spilled out. Guang, this tune is so damn energizing. I've never heard such an explosive war song in my life. I thought I was in a battlefield. No wonder Su Dick said it was an epic battle song. This song deserves it. Guang smiled. When did you guys arrive? Su Qi's almond eyes blinked lightly. Just arrived not long ago. Seeing her, the corners of Guanren's mouth grinned behind his ears. Sister 7, you're here. Su Qi stroked her head. Was the theater fun? Fun. Guanren's eyes were as bright as stars. With her lovely face and innocent smile, Guanren successfully captured the hearts of the orchestra crowd. In less than a day, you've become the band's favorite. The members of the group not only let her touch the instruments as much as she wanted, but also taught her a lot about the music. Song Jiang walked off the stage and laughed loudly. Su Qi, you don't know how musically talented the little girl is. Not only does she have a strong sense of music and range, her tone is also very clear. Song Jiang has traveled all over the world over the years and has seen countless musicians. The little girl was a rare musical talent for him. Lu Hongwan nodded his head in agreement. That's what I told Guang before, telling him to cultivate him while he's young. But he always says there's no rush. Guang smiled lightly. Anren is still young. Wait until she knows what she really wants. Learning music can be a long and grueling process. Guang believed that the prerequisite for the little girl to learn music was that she was really interested in it, not that he was forcing her to cultivate it. Guang didn't expect the little girl to achieve much in music in the future, and only hoped that she would grow up carefree under his wings. He turned to get the new sheet music and handed it to Su Qi. This is the new sheet music. The changes are marked in red pen, so familiarize yourself with it. Let's see. Su Qi took the sheet music and scrutinized it. The melody is virtually unchanged. It's the lyrics that have been tweaked slightly. A few minutes later, Su Qi nodded. It's okay. Guang nodded. Then let's start rehearsing. The crowd regained their footing. Su Dick is in good form today. Perhaps because they had already worked together yesterday. Today's rehearsal was significantly more in tune than yesterday's. The results are better one at a time. Finally, both the English and Chinese versions were recorded a couple times. Guang picked 2 more perfect versions from each of them and planned to send them over to director Zhao tomorrow. Hard day of recording. From the nearby hotel, Song Jiang had specially ordered a few tables of good food to entertain Guang and the others, and also to treat the members of the troupe. After eating and drinking, the collaboration was on the agenda. After taking out the treasured tea and pouring a cup for each person, Song Jiang took the open door. Gu Chang. I told you yesterday that I wanted to use the copyright of Victory, so feel free to mention any conditions. I'll try my best to fulfill them if I can. Gu Chang pondered for a moment. Brother Song, do you only want this one-time cooperation? Or a long-term cooperation? Song Jiang narrowed his eyes. What do you mean by that? Gu Chang knocked on the table. If it's just a one-time cooperation, then we'll only talk about the right to use Victory. A long-lasting cooperation would be my technology into the stock. And that's something to talk about carefully. You don't have to ask. Any fool knows what to choose. Song Jiang replied without hesitation. It must be a long-lasting cooperation. Gu Chang nodded his head in satisfaction. It's too bad that the Freedom Orchestra is only a symphony orchestra. I think we can diversify and do commercial performances, and at the same time, we can try to move towards film and theater music. Lu Hongwan was very surprised. Gu Chang, you mean, letting the Freedom Orchestra enter film and television music production? That's right. There is no large team in China that composes, arranges, and records all aspects of a song to the extreme. I think it's a big market. Gu Chang pointed to his mind. There's a lot of classic explosive compositional music here besides Victory. You have an excellent team. I have enough talent. Together we can work together. And Liberty Orchestra can definitely become a first-class film and television music studio in China. Since he was a child, Gu Chang has enjoyed studying the soundtracks of movies and TV dramas. Soundtracks are, at times, more memorable than the movie or TV show itself. He used to study a lot of movie and TV show soundtracks. The ending song of Journey to the West, Love of a Lifetime. The theme song of Goodfellas, Years of Friendship. The eponymous theme song of City in the Sky. The theme song of The Godfather, Speak Softly Love. Some soundtracks even hold up the entire movie, like Quentin's Kill Bill, and are straight up amazing. Many viewers will buy tickets to a movie specifically because of a song. Especially in the era of streaming media, the application of movie music is not only diversified, but also highly communicative, which can bring great influence to the movie box office in conjunction with planning and marketing. Although not all film and television music is influential, through marketing tools as well as promotional channels, it can also enable the movie to reach its target audience at multiple levels through online fermentation during the promotional period and help boost the box office. Gu Chang wants to free the orchestra and move towards a specialized film and TV drama soundtrack production company, focusing more on film and TV music production and rights, paired with a stable distribution channel. Song Jiang wasn't very confident and frowned. But today, the country doesn't emphasize the film and television soundtrack market. As we all know, the film and television industry is larger and has a more complete industrial chain compared to the music industry. Compared to the box office market, which is up to hundreds of billions of dollars, movie and television music is obviously not yet on a large scale. Europe and the United States can invest up to 5 to 10% of the total investment in soundtrack production, but only 1% in China. And once filming overruns, the budget left for the soundtrack is even lower. Hollywood has long had an assembly line mode of operation, but the Chinese soundtrack industry is bleak. Not only is there no specialized agency to help soundtrack artists promote and take orders, but there is also no team dedicated to subsequent distribution, so that domestic soundtrack artists are small teams working on their own. Lu Hongwan also interjected, Gu Chang, the domestic specialized film and television soundtrack industry, now basically are small workshops, not only make less money, piracy is more difficult to protect the rights. You think clearly? According to Lu Hongwan understanding, a slightly volume of the movie, the publicity and distribution fee is normally between 50 million to 200 million yuan. For example, last year's explosive commercial film Catch a Demon, the promotion and distribution costs up to 200 million. Compared to the high cost of promotion and distribution, the capital budget of movie and TV drama soundtracks is like a drop in the bucket. The normal offer for a good soundtrack artist for a domestic movie or TV drama is just 1 million RMB. Even for a top curiosity like Su Qi, the offer limit is only 5 million, and there is basically not much copyright income to follow. Most importantly, there are fewer ways to cash in on movie and TV drama music. Plus piracy is rampant and rights protection is difficult. If it's not for popularity and developing music for film and theater, it's better to release 2 more albums to get money quickly. Gu Chang sighed softly. Domestic film and television soundtracks are indeed not mature enough, and the copyright mechanism is not perfect enough. At that, he smiled confidently. But that situation will soon change. Gu Chang looked up the information. European and American producers pay as much attention to the soundtrack as they do to the movie or TV show itself, and the soundtrack may even precede the opening of the movie. In contrast, domestic movie and TV dramas apparently don't pay enough attention to the soundtrack. The investor values only the returns, the producer values only the screenplay, and the director values the actors and the picture. So much so that most filmmakers don't seek out a soundtrack artist to produce a soundtrack until the work is well established. At this point, there is usually only a month or two left before the film is released in theaters. Even if it's only a 10-day situation, the quality of the soundtrack, rushed out in this way, is predictable. But nowadays, the film industry is growing rapidly and the importance of the soundtrack industry is gradually being realized by the industry. The world is bustling with profit. In Europe and the United States, soundtrack artists are able to capitalize on forms of renewal, such as soundtrack discs and concerts, decades after the airing of their films and TV shows. This time with Ida, Guang saw a business opportunity in it. He had great expectations for the war song Victory. As soon as the song wins a Hollywood Original Music Award, or opens up enough awareness overseas, then in the future the Freedom Orchestra will be able to use the fame of the work to tour the world. At that time, it will surely drive the domestic market. Song Jiang was in deep thought. The movie market in China is getting bigger and bigger day by day. If the environment of the soundtrack industry can be improved, then there is really a lot of potential to enter the movie soundtrack. Anyway, there was Guang on the creative side, and he only needed to manage the team and do a good job of recording as well as performing. With a flash of light in his eyes, Song Jiang clapped his hands and decided, "Good, Guang, I'll work with you." Guang nodded his head in satisfaction. "Brother Song, since we're going to enter the movie and TV drama soundtrack market, the orchestra had better recruit some more movie soundtrack people." Song Jiang looked embarrassed. "Guang, there's such a dearth of talents who know both music and movies. I'm afraid it's a bit hard to find. A film scribe has to be a filmmaker first and foremost, and must know enough about film to be involved in film music composition, and few domestic composers are willing to sink their teeth into learning about movie scoring after graduation." Guang pondered for a moment. When the orchestra's fame is out, people will come forward. As for this period of time then, let's first look for interested and talented troupe members to train within the troupe. On foreign websites, there are a lot of specialized courses on film music in colleges and universities explained, and then consult some lecturers with frontline production experience. Anyway, there's no rush, just take your time. Song Jiang nodded. "Okay, I'll get a meeting with the troupe members tomorrow to discuss it. The cooperation agreement is simple. Guang technology into the Freedom Orchestra. The copyright of the work belongs to Guang. The copyright-related income belongs to Guang. The income of the work outside the copyright, such as performances, recordings, and so on, is divided into 50-50. After all, with a huge orchestra overhead, venue rental and such a large group, a 50-50th split is acceptable to both parties." After signing the contract, Song Jiang patted Guang's shoulder. "Have fun working together." Guang smiled. "Happy cooperation." Song Jiang nodded and suddenly remembered something. "By the way Guang, you just said you still have the symphony piece in your hand, right?" Guang looked sideways. "What's wrong?" Song Jiang cleared his throat. "Here's the deal. The 18th World Symphony Competition is ready to begin. It's a world-class symphony orchestra competition, held every 2 years, and there's only half a month left before the deadline for preliminary submissions." Suchi frowned slightly. "Master Song, it seems that there is currently no symphony orchestra in the country that has won honors in this competition, right?" Song Jiang sighed. "The best result in China so far is that the Imperial City's Philharmonic Orchestra got a preliminary slot in the previous year's competition, but was eliminated in the first round of the rematch." Suchi nodded. "After all, this kind of international event, there are as many as several hundred orchestras that go to the competition every year, and winning is not that easy. Symphony orchestras have been developed in Europe for more than 500 years, but they have really emerged in China for only a few decades. The standard of domestic symphony orchestra is still a long way from the world-famous orchestra." Hearing this, Guang had understood Song Jiang's meaning. "You want me to write a piece for the band to take to the competition?" Song Jiang nodded his head and smiled heatedly. "Originally I was going to choose one of the band's original compositions to submit, but now that the band has you it's only natural to resubmit it. With the strength of the Freedom Orchestra in this kind of world-class competition, Song Jiang would not dare to hope for a prize. He also signed up for the competition only in response to a call from the National Symphony Association." Guang narrowed his eyes. "Where was the competition?" "In the City of Music, Vienna." Song Jiang returned. Guang lapsed into silence. The Golden Hall in Vienna is a sacred place for all musicians. If the orchestra can take a certain place in such a world event, then the fame of the Freedom Orchestra will be a global hit. The orchestra's value went straight up. By that time, not to mention undertaking movie and TV drama soundtracks, it would not be a problem to tour the world. Guang pondered for a moment. "Leave this matter to me. As for what works to use, I have to go back and think carefully." Song Jiang looked grateful and said excitedly, "Thank you, Guang." With Guang's words, his heart was half relieved. Song Jiang was very clear. With Gu Cheng's creative strength, whether or not to win the award is not to mention. Through the preliminary selection, Song Jiang think it is completely no problem. Just get past the primary. Song Jiang was then able to lead the troupe to perform abroad and see the world in the process. Brother Song, you're welcome. We're all partners. I can benefit along with the orchestra if it's good. Gu Cheng looked at the time and got up with a smile. During this period of time, except for the scheduled performances, the orchestra should not rush to arrange performances for the time being, and rehearse more of Victory when you have time. And I'll let you know when there's news from director Zhao's side. Song Jiang had no opinion. Okay, I'll listen to you, because there's a house tour to catch up on. Gu Cheng exchanged a few pleasantries before driving away with Su Qi and the others. The house Lu Hongguan was looking for was located in the third ring, less than half an hour's drive from Su Qi's studio. The neighborhood is nice and the security is okay. Lu Hongguan took them all the way to the top floor in the elevator. Here it is. This is the suite. He turned on all the lights. Feel free to look around. Gu Cheng walked in and took a closer look. The house is finely decorated. Simple and atmospheric modern design style. All appliances, clean and tidy. Turnkey ready to move in. A total of 3 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms. A master bedroom, a second bedroom, and a large den. The living room is fairly spacious, airy inside and out, with simple, smooth lines. Lu Hongguan followed behind and introduced. This place was previously my friend's house. He is also a music lover. So the soundproofing of this house is done very well. You write songs and compose songs and whatnot during the weekdays. You don't have to worry about being affected at all. Gu Cheng sat down on the sofa and unexpectedly found that the sofa was very soft and serviceable, and it was extremely comfortable to lean on it. He sighed tersely, a feeling of exhaustion sweeping away. Su Qi followed and sat down. Gu Cheng, what do you think of the house? Very nice. Gu Cheng nodded and looked at Lu Hongguan. Lu Ji, this house isn't cheap, is it? It's not expensive. My friend, he's not bad. Lu Hongguan smiled and added. He originally didn't intend to rent out this house, but later on he learned that I was the one who was looking for a house for you, and that he liked your songs very much, and then agreed without saying a word. The place is very nice, both in terms of decor and environment. The key is that it's not far from the studio and the theater. Gu Cheng felt quite satisfied, but he still had to ask the little girl's opinion. He shouted, Enron, uncle, I'm here. Gu Cheng raised his eyebrows and got up to walk to the second bedroom. I didn't realize that the second bedroom was actually a pink rustic princess style, which is both dreamy and not tacky. Gu Anren was curiously looking around the room curiously. Uncle, this room is beautiful. Gu Cheng stroked her head. Do you like it? The little girl nodded busily. Love it. Gu Cheng nodded and looked at Lu Hongguan. Lu Ji, here it is then. 11:30. Su Qi lay on the bed, slow to sleep. She thought back over recent events. There's an unwritten rule in the music industry. Those godly voices and power singers will basically not possess any songwriting talent. Gu Cheng, however, is one of the rare singers in the music industry who has both songwriting talent and singing ability. From Ordinary Road in Concert to Victory recorded in the theater today, Gu Cheng's works are very different in style, but the first one is a masterpiece. Such a godly talent could be said to be fed by an ancestor. Su Qi bit her lip and couldn't help but think of Gu Cheng's warm smiling face. Since Gu Cheng and the others had moved in, there had been more laughter in the usually dull home. Wake up to a hot breakfast every day. The daytime was pleasant and plentiful with Enron, the happy man. By the end of the evening, the three of them were watching a show and talking together in the living room. Pleasant and cozy. It's just a pity that Gu Cheng is moving out tomorrow. Think about it. Su Qi sighed, suddenly upset. She climbed to her feet in a single bound. Decided to go downstairs and have some red wine to help me sleep. Pulling a white shirt on, Su Qi opened the door and went downstairs. Downstairs in the living room, the lights are dim. Gu Cheng was hugging his laptop and sitting on the sofa to look up information. For the orchestra this game, Gu Cheng is still very important. This international event is not limited to classical music. Participating symphony orchestras submit their compositions, and after passing the preliminary audition, they have the opportunity to travel to Vienna to play live in the re-audition competition. Gu Cheng is considering whether to just use Victory for his entry, or to use another entry. There are many pieces in the Gucci library that are suitable for symphony orchestra. There are countless shot classics under the two-step Escape from Hell banner alone. Speaking of which, Gu Cheng discovered something arcane. In his previous life, he already had an exceptional memory and could hardly forget anything. I don't know what the principle is even after crossing. The memories of his previous life, which had originally faded somewhat, actually began to gradually become clearer and clearer after crossing over, and his memorization about his previous life became more and more profound. The songs that I've heard, the sheet music that I've read, and even the unfamiliar faces that I've passed at some intersection. As long as Gu Cheng thought about it deliberately, he could remember it clearly. With something as outrageous as soul walking through a parallel world being able to happen, the whole memory getting stronger thing doesn't seem to be a surprise. The sound of tiny footsteps came from the stairway. Hearing the movement, Gu Cheng looked sideways. Into the eye was a pair of long legs that went nowhere, straight and slender in the dim light. The loose, half-open shirt shows off the luscious figure to its best advantage. Slightly disheveled hair, delicate rosy little face, almond eyes gleaming. A wind of goddess pure lust washed over me. Gu Cheng's line of sight slightly paused. Su Qi, why aren't you sleeping at this late hour? Su Qi walked down the stairs. Couldn't sleep. Didn't you stay up too? Gu Cheng patted the computer. I was checking the information, and I was thinking about the orchestra competition in the meantime. Su Qi bent closer from behind the sofa and squinted at the screen. You're checking out the competition? The moment Su Qi approached, a few strands of hair fell onto Gu Cheng. The womanly fragrance mixed with shampoo burrowed between Gu Cheng's nostrils. Gu Cheng's breath caught and he stepped back half a body without any trace. I'm going to use victory to enter the competition, which will serve to promote the movie overseas. But I'll have to ask Director Zhao's opinion tomorrow for the specifics. Is it okay if it's not a traditional symphony? The competition doesn't specify the type of work, only that it be an original piece performed by the orchestra. Gu Cheng had inquired about it, and most of the people in the past competitions had submitted symphonies, concertos, fantasies, and the like. And victory is imposing. The style is atmospheric and spectacular, powerful and yet subtle. Symphony orchestra plus electroacoustic orchestra plus chorus. It's definitely refreshing to see such a combination out there. In that case, let's see what Director Zhao's side says. Su Qi sidestepped his head, and only then did he realize that the two were very close. She blushed slightly and stood up straight as if nothing had happened. Gu Cheng, why don't you join us for a drink? Gu Cheng raised his eyebrows. Okay. Su Qi turned to the wine cellar and took a bottle of red wine, and 2 highball glasses. This is my friend from France to send back the wine, said what the estate's collector's edition, but also specially selected with me a year. I do not know if it is good to drink. Su Qi found a corkscrew and opened the red wine, pouring a glass for herself and Gu Cheng. Here, taste how it tastes. Thanks. Gu Cheng dragged up the bottom of the cup and shook it lightly, and the red liquid stung like blood. Then approach the mouth of the glass and take a deep breath to feel the unique aroma of aged red wine. Finally, take a sip. Hold the wine and stir it gently with your tongue, feeling the wine lingering between your lips and teeth, before slowly swallowing. Su Qi looked at him expectantly. Well, not bad. Gu Cheng nodded his head with a light smile. The entrance is round, the taste is comfortable, and the mouth will still retain a delicate and elegant mellow flavor after swallowing. You're still great. Su Qi spat out her tongue. In my eyes, wines all taste pretty much the same, and old Lu always makes fun of me for having no taste. Gu Cheng laughed a little. Drinking is about having fun. As long as you're happy, what does it matter if it's wine or grape juice that you drink in? Su Qi nodded approvingly. That's right. Come on. Cheers. Cheers. The two chatted as they drank. Without realizing it, a bottle of aged red wine was discretionary for a little over half of the bottle. Su Dick doesn't really drink very well. It's one of those dishes and addictions. By now her face was flushed with color and her eyes were beginning to drift. Through the light, Su Qi looked at Gu Cheng's side face. Ghost asked. Gu Cheng, why did you like Qinwen in the first place? Gu Cheng lightly grunted and laughed to himself. Blind. Su Qi puffed and laughed, looking at him with both sympathy and some gloating. You should be glad now that you've broken up with her. Su Qi looked Gu Cheng up and down. Why don't I introduce you to someone someday? Gu Cheng looked at her strangely. Don't agencies normally not allow artists to fall in love? Why are you introducing me to someone instead? Because I'm an enlightened boss, and besides, you're a behind-the-scenes singer. It's not like a relationship would interfere with your work. Su Qi squeezed his eyebrows and laughed lightly. How about this? After this village there is no more store. Do you want me to introduce you to one? Gu Cheng looked at her. You're single yourself. Why are you pushing me into the fire? The betrayal by his girlfriend in his previous life was still fresh in Gu Cheng's mind. So he's in a state of respect for relationships right now. Me. Su Qi hummed lightly. I'd rather have a partner who is like-minded and will stay with me until I'm old. It is Su Qi's view of love that she would rather have nothing than nothing. She has been surrounded by suitors but has never had a heartbeat. Falling in love for the sake of falling in love was not what Su Qi wanted. Either you don't start or you're in for life. Su Qi sighed. They all say I'm too idealistic, and I don't know if it's right or wrong to hold on like this. That's fine. Gu Cheng took a sip of wine and then said, how to live is your own choice. There is no need to care about the eyes of others. Having lived 2 lives, Gu Cheng has long since seen through the feelings. Marriage is not about finding just anyone and getting married. It's about meeting the one who matches your perceptions and outlook. Because of the momentary loneliness and loneliness, make do to solve the problem of singles. Big chance will be because of the incompatibility, leading to conflicts and difficult to grind. Is like drinking hemlock to quench the thirst. Not only love. Make friends also need to recognize each other's views. Otherwise the deeper the relationship, the closer to alienation. Suchi raised his cup. Come, a toast to singleness. Wine glasses clinked lightly. Gucheng laughed lightly. Long live being single. The cell phone screen lit up. Gucheng fished over to see that it was Zhao Chang's WeChat. Gu, are you asleep? Gucheng lowered his head and replied. You looked for me in the middle of the night just to ask me if I'm sleeping? Ha ha, ready to meet me yet? Gucheng blacked out. Speak human. I'm ready to come to you guys. Booked a flight for the morning after tomorrow. Uncle sighed. You're done? I made a deal with my dad. If I don't make a name for myself in the entertainment industry in 3 years, I have to get the hell home and inherit the family fortune. Zhao Chong sent a string of bawling emojis. Old Gu, I'm counting on you from now on. Gucheng returned only one word. Get out. Oh, feelings fade. I get it. Followed by a pathetic emoji. Just chilling back and forth for a few minutes. When Gucheng put down his cell phone, he raised his eyes. Suchi has already been drunk and slightly intoxicated. Her face flushed red, like a ripe and juicy peach. She held her chin in one hand and looked at him in a daze. Talking to who? Zhao Chong. He said to come over the day after tomorrow. Gucheng swept the desktop. In a few minutes of work, the red wine had already been drank to the bottom by Suchi. Red wine is not exciting to drink, but it can have a big aftertaste. Gucheng frowned. You drank all the red wine? Aha! Suchi's chin tapped. If you still want to drink, why don't we open another bottle? Still drinking? Gucheng looked at her drunken eyes and said helplessly. You're all drunk now. Suchi blinked and murmured, am I drunk? She let out a light breath into midair, then shrugged her nose. Does it smell like alcohol? No. Gucheng did not expect the drunken diva to be like this, and for a while he was a bit teary-eyed. It's late, and I have to meet director Zhao tomorrow, so you should go back and rest. Su Dick can't drink, but he's a good drinker. You don't make a scene when you're drunk. You just do what you're told. Okay. She stumbled up and winked playfully at Gucheng. Gucheng. Late. Before the words left her mouth, her petite body swayed and she looked like she was about to fall. Look out. Gucheng's quick eyes and hands held her up. His hand was warm and soft, and a faint fragrance mixed with the smell of wine scurried into his nostrils. The waist is so thin, as if it could be pinched off with a slap. Suchi stared at the handsome face that was as close as she could get, her head getting more and more confused. This face is quite handsome. Gucheng saw that she looked stunned and said with concern, Suchi, are you alright? Suchi, who had returned to her senses, had hot air rushing straight to her head. She straightened up and stood still. It's fine. Thanks. Gucheng looked at her skeptically. Do you want me to help you back? No. Su Dick forced himself to turn around. That, and I'm going back to bed. Good night. Gucheng looked at Suchi who had somewhat fled and let out a low laugh from his throat. This light laugh let Suchi's scalp blasted, ears buzzing. The pace of going upstairs directly accelerated. 9 o'clock the next day. Gucheng was packing his bags, and Li Hao was helping to play along. Su Dick's voice came from behind him. Li Hao, why are you up here? Li Hao turned his head to look. I came to help Brother Chang with his luggage. Master Dick, why are you up so late today? I was so tired last night. I slept a little longer. Suchi looked at Gucheng. Why are you in such a hurry to move there? Anyway, it's on the way, so I won't have to come back specially to get my luggage then. Gucheng said back, and if we don't go, I'm afraid I'll have to buy another suitcase. Gucheng zipped up the suitcase and locked it. Been here only a few days though, but the things Suchi had bought for Guanren were already as much as a suitcase. Thank you for taking care of me during this time. I'll treat you to dinner some other time. Suchi smiled. You're welcome. The two of them tacitly agreed not to mention last night's incident. Had breakfast. Li Hao drove them to the ancient moon residence as promised. Zhao Ida had been waiting for a long time. 7 in Gucheng. You're finally here. Suchi looked around. Director Zhao, why don't we see you? Zhao Ida sighed. In these 2 years, isn't National Geographic planning to make a documentary, Beautiful China? Beautiful China is the first large-scale TV documentary in China that shows the wildlife and natural and humanistic landscapes of China. This Suchi had heard Zhao Siyu speak about it. Is it a shot of the Great Wall set? Zhao Ida nodded. Don't mention that, girl. A documentary filmmaker is busier than I am even making a movie. Out of sight every day. He looked at Gucheng. Is the OST recorded? Gucheng nodded and took out 2 flash drives. Director Zhao, this is the full version of the original soundtrack. one in English and one in Chinese. Zhao Ida excitedly took the flash drive and played it for acceptance on the spot. Victory thrums like a torrent of steel pouring out. After the two versions of the OST were played, Zhao Ida nodded in satisfaction. Nice. Not bad. This version is really more shocking than the last one. Not only the rhythm has been strengthened and the momentum is more magnificent, but also the English version is surprisingly perfect. Su Qi smiled. How is it? This $6 million is worth spending, right? Zhao Ida nodded vigorously. Worth it. It's so worth it. The quality of the tunes alone is much more than 6 million. Not to mention the fact that it's a dual version in English and Chinese. Such explosive battle songs surely add to the movie. Guchan laughed softly. Director Zhao, there is something I want to talk to you about. He gave a short talk about working with the Freedom Orchestra and preparing for the competition. Although I have other entries that I can enter, I think I can promote the movie better if I take the English version of Victory. Joey sidled her head. When is the match? Half a month later. Hollywood often has cases of theme songs that go on sale before the movie to promote it. It's a little early, though, with 6 months until the movie comes out. But the chance to preview the event at such an international event is indeed a rare publicity opportunity. If it wins an award, it will definitely achieve unexpected publicity for the movie. Zhao Ida pondered for a moment. The Freedom Orchestra, right? You tell them to train well. And all the expenses for going to the competition will be sponsored by us. When you guys get past the preliminary audition and play in Vienna, I'll drop the first version of the teaser trailer at home and abroad to go along with the publicity. Gu Cheng didn't expect such a surprise. Not bad for an international director with vision and drive. Then on behalf of the Freedom Orchestra, I'd like to thank Director Zhao in advance. Zhao Ida looked Gu Cheng up and down. Handsome features, clear contours. There is a Chinese Ingchi but does not have offensive. Standing in the crowd as if a crane in the crowd, such as the stars of the darkness of the night is eye-catching. Paradoxically, however, Gu Cheng carries a calm, even slightly vicissitudinal air that does not fit his years. It makes the public feel good at first glance and creates a halo effect. As a veteran director, Zhao Ida understands that this is what is known as audience appeal. Audience karma, it's very subtle stuff. It can directly target the audience's favorites and close the psychological distance with them. Gu Cheng, are you interested in making a movie? Director Zhao, you're kidding, right? Gu Cheng was somewhat flattered. As one of the few international directors in China to break out of Hollywood, Zhao Ida has produced countless movie stars and actresses. How many actors have fought and bled to be in his movies? I didn't think he'd actually throw an olive branch at him. The acting white boy. Zhao Ida smiled. I think you're a diamond in the rough. Carve it well and you'll be great in the future. You're too flattering to me. Director Zhao. Gu Cheng humbly replied back. I'm just a regular guy and have no idea about acting at the moment. Gu Cheng's words changed. But if Director Zhao or your friends need a movie soundtrack, just look me up. I promise I'll do my best. And I'll give you the best discount. Zhao Ida nodded cheerfully. It's a deal. As soon as you come out of the ancient moon residence. Gu Cheng then called Song Jiang. Brother Song, I've communicated with Director Zhao's side that the English version of Victory will be used for the entry, so we can promote the movie in the meantime. Song Jiang couldn't believe it. Gu Cheng, are you telling the truth? Originally, Song Jiang favored Victory. After all, this epic battle song can be played in the Golden Hall of Vienna? Must be super shocking, but as a movie OST, the song must have signed a non-disclosure agreement with the producers. That's why he's always felt sorry for it. Now that Victory is available for entry, Song Jiang feels that taking the award is a nail in the coffin. Naturally, it's true. Gu Cheng laughed lightly and gave him another piece of good news. And Director Zhao has decided to sponsor all of our expenses for this competition. Airfare, costumes, accommodations, etc. can add up to a lot of money when a group performs overseas. For a moment, Song Jiang couldn't help but be ecstatic. Gu Cheng, don't worry. I will definitely lead the regiment in training properly and never let you down. Hanging up the phone, Gu Cheng turned around and got into the car. Li Hao glanced at the rearview mirror. Shiro, should we go straight back to the office now or? Gu Cheng zipped up his seatbelt. First go to the company to pick up Anren. Then we'll go home together later. Okay. Li Hao started the car. Gu Cheng looked sideways at Su Qi. Your new album is out July 2nd? Aha! Su Qi softly hummed. There's just a week left. So the new album is pretty much all worked out, right? It's just the cover of the new album that hasn't been shot, and I'll leave the promotional ones to old Lu. Gu Cheng nodded. Since that's the case, then if you're free during this period of time, can you go to the theater and rehearse with Brother Song and the others there? There's only half a month until the race. This is a war song where the female vocals are the soul of the whole song. Su Dick must have enough understanding with the band to ensure that he can play better on the field. Su Qi nodded. No problem. By the way, just now old Lu sent me a message that director Zhao's side has already made a payment to the company's account. Gu Chang raised his eyebrows. So soon? Su Qi nodded. I've already talked to the finance. The money will be settled to your card later along with the other wages. Just pay attention to checking it later. Su Qi knew that Gu Chang was short of money right now, so as soon as the money arrived, arrangements were immediately made for the financial settlement. With a $6 million payout, and a studio split after taxes, you should still get over $3 million. This is a real song entry for Ku. Can't help but be in a good mood. So Dick. Thank you. Su Qi smiled wanly. A word of thanks and I'm dismissed? You don't have to treat me to dinner? Gu Chang answered with his mouth full. Please. Definitely please. However, my house is still messy today. Let's do it tomorrow night. How about you guys call up Lu Ji and the others and come to my house together for a hot pot? Tomorrow it just so happens that Zhao Chong will be arriving, both to welcome him and to warm up his new home. Having a group of people together for a hot pot is the easiest and most convenient, and it's lively too. Su Qi laughed. Then I'm going to realize Wagyu beef and Mawashi freedom. Gu Chang was not ambiguous and said generously, okay, arrange. Where do I put my luggage? Shiro? Just put it in the living room. Li Hao put his luggage down. Is there anything else I can help you with? I'll do the rest myself. Thanks for the hard work. Li Hao nodded. Brother Chang, then I'll leave first. Gu Chang patted his shoulder. Remember to come over for dinner tomorrow afternoon. Close the door. Gu Chang looked at Guanren. One of the first things the little girl did when she moved to her new home was to take out the family pictures and put them up, rambling and talking to Mom. Mom, I moved with my uncle. The Imperial City is very prosperous, and this home is beautiful, but I still like River City the best, and that little house of ours. Mom, Sister Suchi is very nice to us. Gu Chang looked at the photo. Sister, we have a brief place to settle down in the imperial capital. I will take good care of Anren in the future. Gu Anren tilted her head to look at him. Uncle, will this be our home from now on? Gu Chang stroked her head. We should all live here until Uncle buys a house. The price of housing in the imperial capital is too high. Gu Chang expects to stay here for a while at least. Uncle, so what do we do now? Gu Chang looked around the circle. In terms of hygiene, Lu Hongwang asked the housekeeping to come to the door to clean it. It's just that the house is still a little empty. Anrun, let's go to the nearby supermarket to buy some necessities. The two grabbed their wallets and cell phones and headed straight for the nearest mall. Sheets, bedding, daily necessities. Gu Chang picks the ones that are of good quality. Gu Anrun looked at the price and was filled with heartache. Uncle, you work so hard to earn money. Let's save some money. We don't need to buy such expensive ones. Gu Chang's heart softened and touched her head. Uncle is rich now. Anrun can buy whatever she likes. No need to save money for Uncle. The little girl was skeptical. Really? Gu Chang nodded. What other people have? We, and Ran, will also have. Uncle will definitely let you live a life where you don't have to worry about money in the future. Gu Anren cracked a smile. Aha! I believe Uncle. There were a bit too many things to buy, and Gu Chang had no way to carry them back, so he could only have the supermarket deliver them to his door. Not having a car is inconvenient in the end. Still need to get a replacement car sometime. The mall is fast. It didn't take long for Gu Chang to arrive home and deliver, put up greenery, fill the fridge, and get new sheets and covers. The nephew and uncle worked together for half a day, and the whole home was refreshed, made warm and full of life. The completion of the new home also meant that Gu Chang had officially put down roots in the imperial capital. The evening hours. Gu Chang opened his computer and logged into Weibo. A few days have passed since the release of the song, and Gu Chang's hotness has increased rather than decreased. The number of Weibo followers has already surpassed 10 million. Gu Chang clicked on the comments section. Zhang Feng's water army was half less compared to the previous days. The comments section is a lot cleaner. One of the most liked comments was a knee-jerk plea for Gu Chang to come out. This comment actually has a whopping 500,000 plus likes. Gu Chang was still somewhat touched. This class of netizens is still adorable. After browsing through the hotspots, Gu Chang exited Weibo. It's still early. Not time to go to bed. Sit in front of the computer. Gu Chang suddenly felt a little bored. In his previous life, in addition to music, he occasionally watched novels and movies and dramas for pleasure, and played games to pass the time in his free time. Gu Chang downloaded the Top 3, a shooting game called Winner Takes All. Signed up to play for less than half an hour. Gu Chang gave a straight talk out. What the hell? The picture quality is not bad, but the competitiveness is so bad. The equipment system is so trashy, and the character roles are so few, but it's still so hot. When the users are stupid and have too much money? Gu Chang spat madly, and so on. If such a trashy game can be ranked in the top 3, wouldn't it be a straight-up crusher if you could reproduce the game from your previous life? League of Legends, Honor of Kings, World of Warcraft, Peace Elite, Fantasy Westward Journey, My World, these games that are popular all over the internet. If you just reproduce one of them, wouldn't you make a fortune? Gu Cheng's blood boiled, but the excitement lasted no more than 3 seconds before the fire went out with a poof. Game planners, artists and programmers are all essential to the development of a game. In addition, project management, post-production polishing and distribution, etc., are also very important in the overall production process of the game. And Gu Cheng only has game planning. To reproduce these games perfectly, Gu Cheng still needs huge amount of money and excellent team. And he only had a little over $3 million in startup capital. $3 million to develop a good game is a pipe dream. Gu Cheng sighed helplessly. We can only wait until we make money later. Then we can think about developing games. Since the game is this way, it won't work for a while. Gu Cheng decided to give it a go. No cost fiction. The interlining of lines is like a mountain. Writing a novel surely can't open a book blindly. He decided to scan the lists. Take a look at the hot list and see what type of novels are on it. It's a time for all to read and all to create. Gu Cheng checked the official data. The online literature market in this world is so huge that last year alone it generated a cumulative revenue of $65.09 billion. One of the biggest leading sites is called Levin. There are as many as 200 million users, with more than 10 million daily active users. Gujarat points into the 24-hour hot list. The Crossing of the Ancient Gods and Demons, The Eternal Life Journal of the Tricky Path, The Rise of the Flunky, The Mother's Fetus Cultivates Immortality, I Pissed the Female Emperor into Premature Labor, The Strongest Father-in-Law in History, and the Female President's 24-hour Personal Mail Secretary. There is a wide variety of subjects, including fantasy, fairy tale, new media, and so on. Gu Cheng raised his eyebrows. In the top 50, there's actually not a single entertainment text? Luckily, he thought that entertainment was prevalent in this world, and that entertainment literature could have a certain market in the online literature world. Turns out you can't even squeeze into the top 50. In a situation like this, whoever the fuck writes entertainment is a fool. Sure enough, no matter what the industry is, it's all about market economy. In online literature, the closer the work is to market demand, the more the author can get paid. Gu Cheng analyzes the subject matter of the hot list. Immortal cultivation, metaphysical fantasy as well as urban take the cake. After half a dozen readings, he finally decided to write an immortal novel. What would be good to write? Gu Cheng curled his fingers and tapped them on the desktop as he began to recall the evolution of the immortal novels from his previous life. Back then, a novel called Misty Journey came out of nowhere, and after leading the immortal novel to punch Shinfeng, kick fantasy, and crash through the limitations of martial arts, China ushered in a period of great outbreaks of immortal novels. Since then, excellent immortal novels have emerged like a river of carp, although immortal masterpieces such as Covering the Sky, The Legend of Mortal Immortality, and The Immortal Reversal could definitely crush and dominate the charts when they were carried over. The word counts, which were often in the millions, were really too long for Gu Cheng. Writing novels is, after all, only a side project, and word-length works are too time-consuming for Gu Cheng today. After thinking about it, Gu Cheng decides to transcribe the godly immortal exorcism, which is not a long word count, but is known as the Sealing of Immortal Novels, as a landmark work of immortal novels. When Xiaoting's Exorcism of the Immortals was serialized and published, it was a time of Luoyang paper, popular throughout the whole of China, and it was called the post-Jinyang era of immortal. The whole work is skillfully conceived and magnificent, with a unique charm of the Oriental fairy legend overhead world. People hit the knuckles long sigh, cannot bear to release the volume. There are 80,000 words in the world, but only the word love kills the most. The word love runs through the entire text of The Immortal Punisher. Burning Stick teenager Zhang Xiaofan and Lu Sueki, Baguio's life and death love, 20 years to earn enough tears of countless teenage girls. In addition to love, the novel also has Tianyi Xiaofan's master-disciple love, the brotherly love of Shocking Feather and Zhang Shushu to Xiaofan, and so on. It can be described as a great way to bring out the feelings of immortality. In his previous life, Gu Cheng also purchased a complete set of physical signed copies of The Exorcist. He was once haunted by Baguio's death, and had trouble sleeping at night for Sueki's not being allowed. Short-guarded Tian Yenyu, amusing Zhang Shushu, infatuated beast god, extreme Tsang Song. For every character, Gu Cheng can write an answer. This is a novel that Gu Cheng has read over and over again no less than 10 times. The plot and details of the novel, he still remembers it clearly. Not to say that completely mimeographed and copied, but 8 or 9 is still not difficult. Gu Cheng first followed the requirements, applied for a registered account, and split his name into a pen name, Tu Cheng. The backend is quick to review pen names. After the pen name was approved, Gu Cheng created a new book in the Immortal and Chivalry category. Gu Cheng took a deep breath and began to recall and organize the plot in his mind. After clearing his mind, he struck the prologue on the keyboard with both hands. Heaven and earth are unkind and take all things as ruminants. There is no fairy in this world, but since ancient times, human eyes around the world, all sorts of strange things, lightning and thunder, and natural and man-made disasters, countless casualties, grief, never humanly possible for. Gu Cheng in his previous life had used a small number in the online platform, registered a music public number. From time to time, he would share music on his public profile, posting musical insights as well as tips and practicing the hand speed of a tentacle monster. His coding speed wasn't slow, his normal speed was 5,000 per hour, and when he was in good shape he could even reach 7,000 per hour. The book The Immortal Punisher was Gu Cheng's entry into the Immortal Chivalry, and the plot had long been deeply imprinted in his mind. Because he didn't have to conceptualize, Gu Cheng's words flowed smoothly. In less than 10 minutes, the prologue was knocked out. After writing it, Gu Cheng rechecked it again. This prologue paragraph seems a bit long. After all, it's not like a published paperback. With today's Netflix novels, users mostly use their leisure time to watch them on their phones. The paragraphs are so long that the reader is directly discouraged. So Gu Cheng breaks up the passages into smaller ones more suitable for cell phone viewing without affecting the plot. After making sure there was no problem, he began to hoof it and code the body again. The Qingyun mountain range is towering, a tiger perched on the central plains, with the great river Hongchuan at the shade of the mountain, and the town of Heiyang City at Shanyang, holding the world's throat, making the geographic location very important. 2 hours later, Gu Cheng coded 5 chapters in one breath. After checking once to make sure that it was comparable to the original, and that the fluency, writing, and everything else was online, Gu Cheng left 2 chapters of the manuscript, and uploaded the prologue plus 3 chapters of the main body on top of the website. New books still need to be reviewed after they are released. It's now 12:30 in the morning. Audit is long off duty and not online. So after Gu Cheng finished uploading the chapters, he exited the background of Levin and directly shut down his computer to sleep. The next day, Gu Cheng woke up as soon as the sky would break, because the deal was to treat everyone to fondue. In order to have a good meal, Gu Cheng left early in the morning to buy fresh ingredients at the nearby food market. Beef, tripe, meatballs, prawns, goose intestines, there were all kinds of hot pot ingredients, and Gu Cheng bought a whole bunch of them. And of course, I didn't forget the Wagyu beef that 7 Su ordered. It was only 9 o'clock when I got back from grocery shopping. After putting things in the fridge for now, Gu Cheng logged into Levin's author Backstage, and then found 2 station shorts. The first message suggests that the work, The Exorcist, has been reviewed and approved and has received editorial attention, so please continue to keep it updated. The second one is that the work has been reviewed and has reached the signing standard, and you can contact the editor for signing if you are interested. A link to the signing was attached to the short message, with contact information for the editor-in-chief as well as the signing editor. The signing station short came pretty quickly. Editor-in-chief Tiandi? This editor is quite discerning. The signing of the station short came so quickly that it was completely expected by Gu Cheng. As a fairy novel ceiling level of existence, the beginning of The Exorcist seems to be bland, but a careful reading will find the details of the King of the Bomb. The editor's wise eye is more than normal. Gu Cheng followed the link and clicked on the signing contract. Reading the terms and conditions is straight up disgusting. That's not a signed contract. It's a hegemony clause. In the first clause, the work is contracted to license all copyrights to Levin until 30 years after the author's death. What? The child you worked so hard to produce doesn't belong to you until 30 years after your death? Number 2. It's written in black and white in the contract that the relationship between the author and the platform is one of employment. Although Levin hired the author, there is no labor or employment relationship between the two parties, and Party B is not entitled to holiday allowances or statutory benefits such as 5 insurance and 1 pension. Thirdly, Levin can terminate the contract at any time on the grounds that the work does not meet the requirements of the website. Finish the book early or commission a gunman to continue writing the work. It means that the platform can interfere with the plot direction of the work, and the author can't create it the way he or she wants. The fourth contract also provides for the priority of new works, forcing authors to continue to publish only on Levin with huge liquidated damages and compensation. Gu Cheng looked sick. This platform's eating too hard. By signing this contract, Gu Cheng went directly from being a writer to a gunman, which was equal to working for the platform. Copying The Immortal Punisher, Gu Cheng was not counting on subscriptions and fees, but the huge IP value behind the novel. The Exorcist is not the traditional cultivation of monsters and upgrades. The supporting characters in the novel are very delicate, and each character has flesh and blood, a position and an independent personality. In his previous life, When The Exorcist was unfinished, he sold the rights to adapt the game to Perfect World, then set off a wave of universal exorcism. Until Gu Chang accident, all kinds of exorcism game is still in development. The Exorcist is arguably the most successful game adaptation of a web novel, bar none. In addition to this, the novel has been adapted into a manga as well as a movie and television series. With an IP work of such great potential, it's unlikely that Gu ceded the rights. Besides, the copyright is supposed to be the author's, and a contract takes away the author's rights completely. He who is covered with silk is not a silk breeder, and his fingers are not touched by mud, and his scales live in a building. Sure enough, capital is a vampire. Gu Chung frowned. No, I have to ask the chief editor to see if the copyright can still be negotiated. He added the QQ of the editor in charge according to the contact information left by the station short. Heaven and Earth just happened to be online and came straight back through in seconds. Hello, editor. I'm oversigning a new person into. I want to inquire about the signing contract. Gu Chang also sent an emoticon of a hand holding a melon to honor the editor in charge. Compared to his humility, Tiandi's attitude was clearly a bit high-strung. Ask. Seeing that the editor-in-chief had a cold attitude, Gu Chang went straight to the point. Tian Di. After a novel is signed, all the copyrights will be taken care of by the platform? That's what the contract says, right? Heaven and Earth replied. Gu Chang frowned. But the term of this contract is too long, isn't it? 30 years after death. Doesn't that mean the author doesn't have any copyright autonomy? Tiandi, all contracted authors on the platform sign the same contract. If you think the copyright term is too long, you can consider the platform's B version of the license contract. Gu Chang was silent. The so-called version B license agreement has more pitfalls. The basic contract terms are the same as version A. The difference is that the copyright license has been changed to 20 years after the completion of the work, and the platform can provide resource recommendations, but there is no guarantee that they will be provided. The implication is that there is no recommendation, but we still have to wait for Levin to give us a handout. Gu Chang actually knew. If you want to enjoy the traffic of the platform, then some of the copyrights must be licensed out, such as electronic copyrights, or the platform is unlikely to help promote them. But the core copyrights of anime, games, and movies and television, he still wants to hold firmly in his hands. Gu Chang pondered for a moment and pursued the question undeterred. Tian Di. Isn't there any room for negotiation on copyrights? For example, the author retains the rights to games, movie and television adaptations, or something like that. The Great God contract can negotiate copyrights. It's only open for Great God Platinum. Newcomers don't have that qualification. Heaven and Earth replied. The copyright thing is something that 99.9% of authors can't use, and it's hard to even make pocket change on their work, let alone copyright it. After all, how many newcomers throw out a beginning and then take a break, or ejaculate halfway through? For that matter, newcomers still always feel that the platform is ugly, and find ways to cut the author's leak. But in Tiandi's view, it's not about food and morality, it's a game of business. Gu Chung frowned. So, the only way for me to get on the platform is to sign a contract? That's right in theory. Perhaps looking at Gu Chang's newcomer, Heaven and Earth added another sentence. If you want to have copyright ownership, you can only write on the platform for free, but without signing up. There are no recommendations, no subscriptions, no traffic and naturally no income. Isn't this just a standalone, for the love of power? Gu Chung thought about it and decided not to sign for the time being. Tiandi did. I still want to hold the copyright in my own hands. I'll reconsider about the signing, and contact you again if I have any interest. Regardless of the platform, the terms of the contract are pretty much the same. So if you change your mind within a month, contact me again to sign. Exiting the chat interface, Heaven and Earth couldn't help but snort out a laugh. Another whimsical newcomer, the veteran editor next door, Green Dust, looked sideways. Tiandi, what's wrong? Tian skimmed his lips and spat. Newcomers nowadays are getting more and more unrealistic. The novel hasn't even been written for a few words yet, and you start fantasizing about sealing God with one book and then selling the rights to get rich and famous. It's a pity about this novel. In Heaven and Earth's many years of editing experience, there's no point or value in talking about copyrights until the new guy is hot. Writing a novel is like hatching an egg. Authors need traffic from platforms, channels to promote them, to have a chance to hatch their chicks out. If the author starts out fearing that the eggs will hatch and be raised, the chicken will lay eggs, lest he or she will be taken advantage of by someone else. Well, 99.9% of this egg will not hatch. Each year, the market capacity is limited. There are too many monks and too few porridge. How many of the copyrights of the works of the great gods are rotting in the hands, where there is still a chance for newcomers to emerge? The two were both veteran editors of the Levin Immortals 2 group, and had a fairly cordial relationship. idle and bored. Qingduan curiously asked one more question. How's this newbie novel coming along? The beginning is quite innovative. Different from the traditional crossing over to upgrade and fight, this novel has the shadow of martial arts without losing the mystery of metaphysics. The writing is a bit biting, but it is quite fluent. Heaven and Earth casually recommended the novel to him. Just read it. Anyway, with nothing in hand right now, Qingduan directly clicked on it. The Exorcist? Nice title for a book. Today's online writing world is popular for fast food cool books with gimmicky titles. What? The villainous master is resurrected and the female emperor's disciple is in tears. My 9 masters are magnificent. Born with a sword bone. I have a billion points of poison. The 2 streamlined words The Exorcist seem refreshing compared to those lengthy titles. Introduction. There is no fairy in this world, but since ancient times, human eyes around the world, all kinds of strange things, lightning and thunder, storms and rain, and natural and man-made disasters, countless casualties. The synopsis was stale, or a copy of the beginning of the prologue, and Cyan Dust didn't see the highlights in the synopsis, much less create any sense of anticipation. Seeing this, Qingduan had already lost half of his interest, but rushing to the title of the book, he patiently continued to read. The story begins with the background of the Green Cloud sect. As a large sect with great strength, the Qingyan sect has now become the leader of the righteous sect. After a few minutes, Heaven and Earth asked, well, it does have shades of traditional martial arts, with gimmicks and gold fingers that aren't fully apparent at the moment, but the writing is streamlined and smooth without dragging. Finally, Qingduan added a sharp commentary, overall middle of the road. If you're lucky you'll get 500 subscriptions to mix it up with a full-time job. But there's no hope for a boutique hit or anything. Heaven and Earth nodded. That's what I thought. A book with 500 subscriptions at the top brings no performance to Heaven and Earth, and he doesn't bother to pay too much attention to it. Just in time for a new email to come in. Heaven and Earth turned their heads and started working on other things. Guchan looked backstage. Levin's novels. New book entry has a recommendation portal and is ranked according to your update time. The book has been released so far. The new book collection 140. Recommended votes 50. Book reviews are mixed. Finally, it's not a clear-cut pretend upgrade text. The novel is good. Author greatly cheers. Biting and chewing on words, as if writing a literary text? What's the age? Can't we get some of that young world stuff? It's too short. Bookmark it to fatten it up before you read it. A martial arts style is spreading. Is this heck of a cultivation? Gucci understands the reader's tirade. This world's immortal novels are popular for pretending and upgrading cool articles, and Immortal Punisher is not the mainstream style. It's only 3 chapters now, and as the plot unfolds, Gu Cheng believes that the charm of the exorcism will be completely revealed. Signing is off the table for now. Gu Cheng pondered for a while, but decided to code a few more chapters and send them out to see how the readers of this world would react to the Immortal Punisher. Back in the day, he planned to ask Lu Hongguang to help him take a look. After all, he had been in the entertainment industry for many years and had a wide range of contacts and everything, so he might know friends in the literary circle as well. Say it and do it. Gu Cheng directly locked himself into a small darkroom and began to enter the state of coding. While coding, he recalled the plot of the book. Zhang Xiaofan does not have superior talent, nor does he have a deep background. And under the arrangement of fate, after experiencing the tragedy of slaughtering the village, he was transferred to the Qingyun sect. At the beginning of the sect master and all the chiefs, they saw through Zhang Xiaofan's mediocre qualifications, and Tian is not easy to accept. The disciple is also extremely reluctant. After all, the Green Cloud sect was filled with geniuses, and it would be good to accept a child with ordinary talent as a disciple and not be held back by him. There is no interference in the small dark room. Anren also knew better than to come over and argue with him. Gu Cheng rode like a god. His hand speed slipped up, and the 5 chapters of the main body of the text were coded out without a little lag. I was just about to check when the doorbell rang. Gu Cheng then realized with a shock that it was already noon. The door opens. Zhao Chong then grinned a mouthful of white teeth and came towards Gu Cheng in a bear hug. Old Gu, I've missed you so much. 2 big men. Are you meaty? Gu Cheng smiled and pushed him away, sidling up to let Li Hao in. Li Hao, come in and sit down. Gu Cheng looked around and frowned. Zhao Chong, where is your luggage? The two had previously discussed that Zhao Chong would first live with him when he came over. At the office, Zhao Chong sighed. Lu Ji said that he would arrange for me to go to China Entertainment tomorrow afternoon, for a period of special training, so my luggage stayed at the company. So fast? Gu Cheng was surprised. Lu Ji said there's a war drama next month, and he wants me to audition for a supporting role then, so I need to learn the basics, Zhao Chong said as he pounced on Gu Anren, who was sprawled out on the sofa, grinning. Anren, little baby, brother misses you. Gu Anren giggled. Brother Zhao, Anren misses you too. Gu Cheng shook his head and lost his smile as he turned around and went back to his study to start checking the manuscript. Code too fast and there are still typos. Catch the bugs if you have them, and fix them if you need to. It didn't take long for Zhao Chong to curiously come over. Gu, what are you doing? Gu Cheng didn't raise his head. Writing a novel. Old Gu, when did you learn to write novels? Zhao Chong said with a skeptical face. I just wrote that too. Exorcism? Let's see. Zhao Chong leaned down behind Gu Cheng to read, and the more he read, the more surprised he became. The style is original. The writing and plotting are smooth. And the characters are handled so well that it doesn't seem like a newcomer wrote it at all. Okay, Lao Gu. I can't see that you're still a good writer. I wrote it. How could it be bad? Zhao Chong slapped him on the back. Call you fat and you're still wheezing. Gu Cheng glanced at him coldly. If the novel is movie or televisionized someday, don't beg me to let you play the lead role at that time. Not to mention, Zhao Cheng's temperament is quite suitable for playing Zhang Xiaofan. Zhao Chong was completely unconvinced, rightly dismissing Gu Cheng as a fool's errand. You're a newcomer. You're lucky to have your novel signed and on the shelves, and you expect an adaptation? What if we do adapt it? Zhao Chong blurted out. If this novel is really adapted, I'll call you Dad. Okay? You remember what you said today. Gu Cheng uploaded 2 chapters and then set the rest of the chapters to be posted on a timer. Then he turned it off and got up and headed for the kitchen. Make a date with the crowd for 4 p.m. ingredients and all that have to be prepared in advance. After all, there are too many people to just eat fondue. Gu Cheng also planned to prepare some extra marinated vegetables, cold phoenix claws, and things like fruit salads. Zhao Chong, come over here and help me fight. At 3 o'clock the doorbell was rung. Gu Cheng carried a spatula to the door. Hi. Suchi held a large cardboard box and smiled brightly at Gu Cheng. Gu Cheng opened his body sideways and let her in. Suchi, have you finished shooting the cover of your new album? It was shot in the morning. Su Dick put the cardboard box on the coffee table. Zhao Chong curiously came over. Mr. Dick, what did you buy? Such a big carton. Smart coffee maker. Su Dick replied as he unpacked. During the days when they lived together, Suchi noticed that Gu Cheng liked to drink hand-ground coffee. So after the cover shoot today, I made a special trip to the mall to buy him the same coffee maker he has at home. Gu Cheng frowned. Just come. Why are you guys bringing gifts? This coffee maker is espresso smart, with top-notch texture and great features, but it's not cheap. What's a warm house without a gift? Suchi laughed lightly. Is there anything you need help with? Gu Cheng shook his head. With Zhao Chong and Li Hao around, you can just wait with Anren and eat. Suchi showed her teeth and smiled. That I'll work hard for you guys. Half an hour later, Song Jiang and Li Meng arrived back and forth. Song Jiang brought a couple of limited edition nightlights, with random bits of irregular or embedded in the lamps, adjustable brightness and darkness, and an instant sense of ambience when you turn them on at night. Li Meng sent a set of creative cat cups brought back from abroad. A set of 4, when not in use, can be stacked into a cat, placed on the island table or sideboard for decoration, are very chic. These gifts look like they were carefully chosen. Gu Cheng was very touched. Thank you. We're all brothers. What's the point of being polite? Song Jiang looked around. Where's Lu Ji? Why isn't he here yet? Li Meng interjected. Lu Ji said he still has to pick up a friend. He should come over later, when everything is ready. It was only then that Lu Hongguang arrived late with his friend. Old Lu, you finally arrived. Just waiting for you. Sorry we're late. Lu Hongguang took the initiative to introduce the crowd. Gu Cheng, this is Zhang Zhongtian, and this is his daughter Zhang Ruyan. Zhang Zhongtian is about 30 years old. His features are rough and upright, and his body is full of tendon meat, revealing the rigid and thick temperament of a mature man. Zhang Ruyan is about the same age as Anren's short-haired little girl, looking well-behaved and watery. The little girl was very polite and offered to say hello. Hello uncle, my name is Ruyan. Gu Cheng stroked her head. Ruyan is so good. My name is Gu Cheng. Zhang Zhongtian laughed. Gu Cheng, I've always heard old Lu mention you, and this time I finally have a chance to get to know you. Lu Hongguang interjected from the sidelines. Gu Cheng, the house you're living in now is his. Gu Cheng froze, daring to be the landlord. Hurrying to extend his hand, he said, Brother Zhang, nice to meet you. We'll all be friends from now on. Zhongtian Zhang returned the handshake and handed him the limited edition collector's wine he was carrying in his hand. I came in a hurry and didn't have time to buy a gift, so I brought a couple bottles of red wine from home. So don't be offended. Gu Cheng could tell at a glance that the red wine was worth a lot of money. Brother Zhang, thank you. Su Qi and Zhang Zhongtian also knew each other, and greeted. Brother Zhang, Ru Yen, the hot pots are open. Come over to eat first. Right this way. The steaming hot and aromatic mandarin duck hot pot base and the fresh and clean ingredients are mouth-watering and appetizing. With hot pot, It's natural to have cold beer, as well as cold drinks. Gu Chang was the first to raise his cup. Thank you all very much for taking care of Anren and I during this period of time. Everyone eat well and drink well. If there is any hospitality that is not well received, please bear with us. Gu Chang, you're too polite. Come on, everybody, cheers. It's been said that there's nothing that can't be solved with one hot pot, and if not then two. We know each other well and have similar interests. There was a lively atmosphere at the table as everyone ate and chatted. Halfway through the fondue, Gu Chan looked at Lu Hongguang. Lu Ji, do you know any friends in the literary circle? Lu Hongguang's chopsticks lurched. Gu Chang, what are you doing looking for someone from the literary circle? Gu Chang explained. It's like this. I've been writing a novel lately, and I'd like to seek some advice from my friends in the industry. Suchi looked at Gu Chang in surprise. You can still write novels? I've just started writing it, and I originally wanted to sign with Levin, but Levin copyright pinches are too rigid, so I wanted to get advice from a friend who knows what they're doing. Lu Hongguan smiled. I'm not very familiar with people in the literary circle. Then the words changed. But I know someone who deals with the literary world on a regular basis. Gu Chang's instantaneous light shone. Lu Ji, is it convenient to introduce me to him? Far away, but near. Lu Hongguan patted Zhang Zhongjuan's shoulder. Gu Chang, you don't know, do you? This one is from the children of the compound. Gu Chang looked at Zhang Zhongjuan in surprise. Brother Zhang, you're from the capital circle? Zhang Zhongjuan nodded his head and said gently, my parents were both in the civilian corps before they retired. Zhang Zhongjuan spoke easily, but Gu Chang did not dare to underestimate it. The entertainment industry will hold and draw circles based on geography, and there are countless bifurcations from circle to circle. Those coming out of the imperial capital are called the capital circle. The Beijing circle is subdivided into People's Art, Children of the Great House, and the Northern Film Festival. The children of the compound are the group of people who make big TV dramas and commercial movies based on cultural troupes and film studios. The cultural and industrial core is subordinate to the army, and we all live together in a courtyard, gradually forming a complex social circle and human relations. Most of their descendants are in business, and investing in movies and TV dramas is one of the most familiar channels for them to make money. Zhang Zhongjuan looked unobtrusive, did not expect that the background was actually so deep. Chapter Nakekuan. Gu Chang, are you trying to keep the rights to your novel? Yes. Gu Chang nodded. I want to hold the core copyright of the novel in my own hands. All platforms know the value of IP and are holding the copyright side of things close to the vest. After the author's book caught fire, investors, platforms, intermediaries, and second-tier middlemen are all making a killing. The authors who work the hardest and put in the most labor are the ones who can only split their subscriptions 50-50 with the platform. Zhong Tianzhang pondered for a moment. I'll provide you with a few paths, so you can see how to choose. Gu Chang listened intently. Big brother Zhang. You say, Zhang Zhongtian said without hesitation. The first one. You set up your own company and distribute it to all the websites. You don't need to sign up with a separate platform, so that you can retain all the copyrights. The second. Sign with a publisher and let the publisher go to the platform to release it. The third. Self-publishing platforms. You publish on Jihu, Weibo or WeChat. Gu Chang analyzed it carefully. None of these three paths are quite right for my current self. Is there no other way? Zhong Tianzhang thought for a moment. There's one more. There's a website where they have a version of a contract that allows you to sign only the electronic rights, and the rest of the movie and TV rights, game rights, etc. all go to the author. The e-rights revenue is split 50-50 between the author and the platform. They sign the book and not the person, and they don't have to worry about the pen name being taken away from the site. Which website is it? Gu Chang hurriedly pursued. Nakayoshi. Zhonghong? Lu Hongguang frowned. Isn't this the great god retirement home? How does a newcomer like Gu Chang have a chance to make a name for himself? There's no way around it. The only platform in the industry that's willing to concede on copyrights is currently the only one that's a little more reliable in the middle of the spectrum. Brother Zhang, how's the flow of traffic in the center cross? Zhang Zhongtian smothered a glass of wine before he slowly said, Zhonghong's traffic on this site isn't too good right now, but there are quite a few channel resources, so if you're confident in your own work, you can give it a try. Quality of this? Gu Chang has full confidence in The Exorcist. I'll see about that tonight. I have a familiar friend who's the editor-in-chief at Zhonghong, and it just so happens to be in charge of Immortal Fantasy. So if you want to go, I can introduce you guys. Gu Chang was grateful. Brother Zhang, thank you so much then. A little something. So much food. Everyone keep eating. Come on. Drink, drink, drink. The crowd resumed their lively drinking and fondue eating. Played until after 9. After cleaning up all the mess, it was already 10 o'clock at night. Go take a shower first. 10 minutes later. Guchang walked out all fresh. He turned on his computer and logged into Levin's author back office. The comments section remained mixed, but 7 or 8 readers left messages urging more work. Guchang was somewhat relieved. Favorites 427. Recommendations 265. Doesn't seem too bad. Exiting the Backstage, Guchang went online and looked up information on Zhongheng. 10 years ago Nakanishi was also the number 2 in the industry, as it scooped up a multitude of greats and fought directly against what is now Levin. It's just a shame that Zhongheng has been going downhill. And now, in terms of the comprehensive content library, mobile traffic and PC weight, Zhongheng can only barely rank 15 in the industry, but the rest of the windfall in the middle cross is pretty good. At least there hasn't been any furor about manuscript fee embezzlement, massive book closures for self-censorship, copyrights, or anything like that. A skinny camel is bigger than a horse. Although there is not much traffic on this site, as a veteran site channel resources have a lot. Newcomers are hard to kill though, but it's amazing when it doesn't explode. Guchang felt that The Exorcist was no worse than the so-called Great God's works, and it also fit the platform style. Following the account number given by Zhongping Zhang, he added the editor's QQ. The other person happened to be online and the friend went straight through. Hello editor OE, I'm Shizi. Hello, big brother, old chapter has greeted me, so send the manuscript over first and take a look. Okay, you wait a moment. Guchang organized all the chapters into a document and sent it over. Honestly, Omi had no expectations for Guchang. After all, Zhang Zhongtian told him that the other party is just a newcomer. Let him sign on the face. When the time comes to give some appropriate recommendations on the line. As expected, Omi was slightly disappointed after seeing the synopsis of the manuscript. The synopsis serves as the central point of the unseen. A good synopsis can make a work go up 50%, and The Exorcist is clearly lacking in highlights as well as anticipation. However, after reading the prologue, the lazy look on Omi's face started to become serious. He studied it carefully down the line. First of all, the beginning of the novel is not the so-called golden 3 chapters, the diamond chapter, and the writing is lacking, but the flaws don't cover it. The novel's characters are vividly characterized, and the plot is tight without dragging at all. From the opening rainy night, to the shocking change in the village of Samyao under the Qingyun Gate, many ambushes and suspense are laid. Can the fusion of Buddhism and Taoism, which Master Puji pursued until his death, break the rules and seek immortality? Who was this mysterious senior who practiced evil arts under the Qingyun sect, the number 1 sect of the world's righteousness, and came to snatch the blood-devouring pearl? Who was the one who massacred the village of Samyao? The fate of the most important protagonist. Being an ordinary person, he was tragically killed overnight and went up to the mountain to seek Taoism with the Buddhist teachings of Tian'an Temple in his heart. Oe was initiated in martial arts novels when he was young. The internet was not yet prevalent, and a physical book would circulate among the boys. Afraid of getting beaten up, Oe would hide under the quilt and stay up late to read it with a flashlight, warming up to the book's fastidiousness. It's just a shame that by the time he made editor, martial arts was long gone. It had also been a long time since he had been moved by a novel. This book is filled with martial arts style between the lines, and again evokes buried memories of Omi. Is this really your first time writing a novel? Yes. If there's any problem, you, Zhang De, feel free to instruct me. The novel is well written, with a world structure and story logic, complete with main and secondary threads, and vividly fleshed out characters. After praising it, Omi also pointed out the shortcomings. Pay a little attention to the writing. Don't write in a way that is so drawn out and cumbersome that it tends to cause reading fatigue. Guchang also knew that the most criticized thing about The Exorcist, besides the lousy follow-up, was the writing. Times are different. The writing in The Exorcist was one of the best of its kind at the time, but the youth of today can't be still. The heavy-handed writing really detracts from the reading experience. Thank you, Zhang De, for pointing it out. I'll pay more attention in the future. In the end, he cherished his talent, and Omi couldn't help but instruct a few more words. In the online writing world, the moment you release a book, the war begins to be fought, so your synopsis there, revise it if you can. It's best to get readers high just by reading the synopsis. Omi's attitude was obviously much more patient than Tiandi's. He also gave Guchang a lot of pointers on the essentials of writing. Guchang very vainly just accepted it. Zhang De, I've posted on the Levin platform before, but I didn't sign up, so it doesn't affect the signing of Zhongheng, right? It's okay if you're not signed. Just contact me after you've sent the book for inclusion. Thank you, Zhang De. Busy day and drinking. It would be sleepy, and Guchang was a bit unable to carry on. After chatting with De Jiang for a few moments, Guchang turned off the computer and went back to his room to sleep. The next day, after making breakfast for Guanren, Guchang nestled back into the study. He rewrote the synopsis and made slight changes in the body of the text without affecting the storyline. After revising, Guang applied for a pen name in the background and published 10 chapters in one go. Zhang De, the new book has been published. Pay attention to check it. A minute later, Omi sent over an electronic contract. Read the signing contract and ask me if you don't understand anything. Guang scrutinized it. Focus on copyright terms. The author's electronic copyrights as well as audio copyrights are fully authorized to the platform agent during the contract period, and the authorization period is 20 years after the completion of the novel, while other copyrights such as film and television dramas and game copyrights belong to the author. The platform signs books and not people, and the platform will give recommendations according to different situations if the works are not updated. Other perks and benefits, such as full-time allowances and the like, are not comparable to Lovin's in the middle cross. Guang read it a few times over and felt that there was nothing wrong with it, so he followed the procedure and uploaded his ID card to sign the contract. Zhang De, the contract has been sent. Hold on, I'll verify. Omi goes into the background. When he saw the ID card, Omi was so shocked that his eyes fell out. It was a face he knew all too well, because Omi loved listening to Guang's songs so much that he cycled through the single song countless times a day. So Shirshu is the word for city split and then the word for earth reversed? Omi hurriedly sent QQ for confirmation. You're Guang? The Guang who sang The Road to Ordinary? It's me. The idol suddenly became a subordinate, and the Omi people were directly numb. After taking a deep breath, he reviewed the contract, confirmed that there are no problems and approved it directly. The contract has been reviewed and passed. Next, keep updating steadily. Recommendations I will help you arrange as soon as possible. After 100,000 words on the channel. Thank you Zhang De. I'll update it properly. Download and save the electronic contract. Guang then went straight into the small dark room and started coding. Midway through the day, I simply used yesterday's leftover fondue and dealt with it. Yard work continued again in the afternoon. Then writing 5 chapters, averaging 4 or 5,000 words a chapter. Guang uploaded 3 chapters and left 2 saved. Then checked the platform data in passing. There is no traffic portal for new Levin books to be added to Nakayoshi. Only the new book list. Gucci just released his book in the morning and is currently ranked number 219, but collection is only 38. The recommendation is 21, and there is a 1,000 gold coin reward. Book reviews are good so far. Well written. Go Dada. Blind guess that Tian Linger is the female lead. Bet a pack of spicy noodles. Hyperventilating. Go for it. The novel is so much to my liking. The reward is offered. It's not a great collection, but the reader response has been good. There's also quite a bit of interaction in the chapter comments section. The mini climax is getting ready to come, and I'm sure the numbers will explode as the plot unfolds. After all, The Exorcist is a tried and true classic. Guang skimmed through the rankings of Nakayoshi in passing. I originally thought the platform was ranked 15 in the industry and traffic to this site would be dismal. But there are millions and millions of fan traffic for the bestseller list's great books. The newcomer list is cool, but not so cool that it's outrageous. There are still quite a few comments to go along with the interaction. Obviously better than a certain vertical in a previous life. Not too much. Also, Guang also discovered something else. That's in a world where new media platforms as well as free platforms have yet to take hold. New media is a kind of delivery method. Web content delivery is just one kind of new media delivery, which refers to the delivery of web content to WeChat, short videos and other platforms. New media is initially unknown and many authors don't even understand it. Later, in just 1 year, it swept through the entire online literature circle with horrifying traffic and income, causing great shock. When Guang first wrote The Music Public, he often saw advertisements for new media. The God of War returned and found his own daughter living in a dog kennel, and with a command, 100,000 Chinese warriors came running and also built a dog kennel for the God of War. Class reunion, 50,000 a year, 100,000 a table. The flunky came but asked, a billion sit where? The ads are full of that sort of thing. There is no shortage of new media giants, and no shortage of god books that make millions, if not millions, a month. More typical are urban themes like Urban Warrior and Flunky. As for free platforms, there are only a few small ones, with little traffic not to mention an unstable market, and the daily activity of a certain cat in a previous life, adding up to directly occupy half of the mountain. Guang checked the industry data yesterday. Now that paid platforms are clearly bottlenecked, the reading market has been exploited to the hilt. It's highly likely that free platforms will rise rapidly over the next year or two. Guang pondered. When you have the money, make sure you invest in new media as well as free platforms in time while they are still weak. Thinking of this, Guang let out a long sigh. Still too poor after all. It may seem like a few $1 million for a single BGM, but when it comes down to it, It's still too little. During this period of time, Guang was not writing songs and taking jobs. Besides waiting for the studio to open, he was also waiting for the right time. Opportunities like the Battle of Red Cliff can't be beat. In the music industry, an unknown music producer who writes a great song will sell millions at best. Only the name of Oblivion has made a complete mark on the music scene. Songs are the only way to bargain. Guang is waiting for the release of Sue Dick's new album, and also waiting for the free orchestra to rise in Vienna. Until then, it was when Guang branched out. The next days, Guang then stayed busy coding and saving the manuscript. When he had time, he took Guanran with him and went to the theater to watch Song Jiang and Suchi rehearse with them. Time rushes by. The Empire welcomes the fiery month of July. As the plot slowly unfolds, the Punisher's numbers begin to rise steadily. Favorites, testimonials, it's going up every day. And the chapter reviews are rewarded every day. Especially yesterday, when The Exorcist wrote that Zhang Xiaofan, with the help of a burning stick, made a big splash at the Seven Veins martial arts, impressing the entire Qing Yun sect. The readers were like chicken blood, frantically rewarding Guang. 7 allies rewarded, directly sending the ranking of Immortal Punisher to the top 5 of the newcomer list of immortals and 20 of the overall list. When the rankings went up, so did the collection. There are hundreds of favorites every day, and the comments section is buzzing with activity every day. Omi is catching up on the writing every day and has high hopes for The Exorcist. The recent plot is well written. If you stabilize it, a boutique hit is not a problem. And in a couple of days I'll arrange a PC strong push for you. Thank you Jiangda. Do you have any more copies of this book in stock? There's 80, 000 to 90, 000 saved up. Guang replied. Omi was shocked. Tentacle monsters he'd seen plenty of. But there aren't many quality and quantity authors out there. The book, The Immortal Punisher. Although more quickly, but the plot writing all online. Are you really a newbie? Posting 12,000 a day and still have so much saved up? I've been cooped up at home coding lately with nothing much going on. Plus I have an outline in my head. So I'm coding faster. The Exorcist originally had a chapter that was often 5,000 large. And Guang has now learned to break the chapter at a stuck point. Basically, each chapter is controlled at 3,000 a chapter. And then a steady 4 chapters a day updated at 10 p.m., 12,000 a day. Because there was a complete plot in his head, Guang had no pressure to code every day. Besides, he learned to voice code yesterday. Yardage 50,000 a day and only post 12,000 a day. Over the course of a few days, I've saved up 80,000 or 90,000 words of saved manuscripts without realizing it. Jiangde, on the recommendation, is it going to explode more? You've now updated 12,000 per day. When you go on the recommendation you can update 2 chapters appropriately, so that the income will rise faster, and you can also try to impact the battle list. I know. The studio will be official tomorrow. Sue Dick's new album is also on a 24-hour countdown. After the release of the new album, Guang is going to be busy. Guang intends to stock more today. The day the studio opened, the wind and the sun were shining. Suchi is low-key in nature. No friends from the circle were invited to come over to cut the ribbon, nor were the media invited to promote the event. But there are still a lot of media as well as friends in the circle, sending opening flower baskets. Yang Liyong, the boss of China Entertainment Media, also brought the top management of China Entertainment to the venue to cut the ribbon for Suchi's studio in person. In order to entertain Lu Hongguang specially invited the hotel chef, set up a running buffet in the first floor hall, to entertain friends who came to congratulate. Today, Suchi was wearing a white competent suit, just like an aura queen, confidently wandering among the guests. Lu Hongguang as well as Zhao Chong followed. Guang didn't move forward, just hung up his assistant's work tag and hid in the corner with Guanran in a low-key way to eat the buffet. After following Suchi through a round of toasts, Zhao Chong looked for him, exhausted. Face is killing me with smiles. Before these guests, Zhao Chong was just a newcomer junior, so he toasted the entire time. Not one less. Guang gave him a sympathetic look. Where are Su Dick and Lu Ji and the others? Zhao Chong brought in a cake and began to wolf it down. Went to a meeting with Mr. Yang. Said he was discussing the new album later. The new album is scheduled to be a 12 o'clock release across the board. Guang nodded. Zhao Chong, how is the training these days? It's too much work. In addition to taking a crash course in professional acting, form, etiquette, receiving, etc., I had to train in all of these as well. Speaking of training, Zhao Chong couldn't help but spit out his grievances. I had to go back at night and catch up on the original story in order to get the audition, so I didn't have time to play the game. Guang gave him a blank look. Just be happy. It shows that Mr. Dick and the others value you. Mr. Dick does have nothing to say to me. Zhao Chong couldn't refute this point. Otherwise, he wouldn't have led him around among the guests the entire time just now and introduced him to them one by one. So spiteful as he was, Zhao Chong was clearly enjoying himself between his words. 11:30. Su Chi's studio official blog released a tweet. The new album July and Anson will be online at 12 o'clock. May all of you have a pair of invisible wings and fly bravely towards your dreams. Thank you at Forgotten River. The tweet was accompanied by the cover of the new album. Su Chi's pure face, a white dress, her eyes filled with the light of hope, as if she had fallen into the mortal world of the elves. The comments section exploded at once. Moving, finally a new album. Master 7 is so beautiful in her plain face. Looking forward to the new album. Can't wait to hear the songs. 12 o'clock. Fans have been waiting for a long time for the new album, July and Anson, to officially meet with fans. Hua Entertainment and the studio are very important to this album, and have already used the maximum marketing and promotion in the early stage. Tweets, short videos, etc. have all been previewed with advanced circulars. That's why the new album drew huge traffic as soon as it was released. July and Anson, on all major music platforms, is getting a huge following, especially the hit song Invisible Wings from it. All strong in their wandering and loneliness. Every time, even if I'm hurt, I don't cry. I know, I've always had invisible wings. Take me fly through despair. Just after the intro, the warm melody moved countless netizens, not only because of the inspirational lyrics, but also because of Su Chi's healing and explosive voice, which brings a different kind of power in her interpretation. I finally saw all my dreams blossom, chasing the young. How loud and clear the song is. I'm finally flying. Gaze with your heart and don't be afraid. Fly as far as the wind will take you. Even if you don't have a beautiful sun, your dreams will bloom beautifully if you have hope and faith in your heart. Whether it's the melody or the meaning of the lyrics, this song gives hope for warmth and stability. I finally soar. Gaze with your heart and don't be afraid. Fly as far as the wind will take you. Invisible wings make dreams last longer than the sky. Leave a wish to your imagination. Although our lives cannot always be sunny, solid actions can have a power that cannot be underestimated. Invisible Wings sings the fighting spirit, infinite power and immortal dreams in the hearts of people, especially teenagers. This folk-inspired inspirational song touches the softest corners of one's heart. All of them were greatly shocked after listening to it for the first time, and subconsciously turned on the infinite loop mode. Meanwhile, fans are frantically settling in on all social media platforms. This song is full of positive energy and Master Dick's voice is so healing. Broken Defense. From the beginning of the debut of the Powder Master Dick, a whole decade of youth Master Dick accompanied me step by step to grow up and never disappointed me. Wish we all had a pair of invisible wings. I've never seen Los Angeles at 4 a.m., but I've seen an empty hospital hallway at 3:30 a.m. Hearing this song while lying in my hospital bed makes me believe that I will be okay in the future. I'm going to be brave and face everything with a strong will to overcome my illness. Failed the college entrance exam. Thinking about the future makes me feel tired and confused. I broke down in tears after listening to this song, and my heart regained its courage. I literally sobbed when I heard this song. Life is heavy. The future is bright. Come on. We'll try to get better. Get up. All of you. You're crushing my invisible wings. Su 7 is a simultaneous physical and digital album this time around. The digital album is priced at $10 and is available all over the internet. The physical album, priced at $58, comes with a lyrics book and a beautiful summer portrait of Su 7, and takes the form of an online pre-order. Open your cell phone. Microblogging, short videos, friend circles are everywhere. Su Chi, Forgetting the River, Invisible Wings. The new album July and Anson is sweeping the internet at an extremely terrifying pace. In the meantime, the crowd gathered in Su Chi's conference room. Looking at the crazily soaring data, his face was both shocked and delighted. The new album has surpassed 5 million purchases across the web. Cool music is killing it. New songs, hot songs, and soaring, #1 on all 3 charts. Everyday Music and Netsuke Cloud Music also dominated the charts. The physical album, half an hour after it went live, has surpassed 200,000 pre-sales. Invisible Wings has been online for an hour, and has surpassed the 10 million mark in terms of network-wide airplay. As the shortcuts continue to come in, surprise and excitement spread across the faces of the crowd. While congratulating Su Chi, they were also discussing the next marketing program. Yang Liang had wanted to meet Gu Chang for a long time. 10 years of grinding a sword. Other music producers may not be able to create a gold song if they hold it back for 10 or 8 years. And Gu Chang acted as if there was no creative bottleneck, bubbling out one song at a time, creating 5 golden songs in less than a month. And each track has a different style. Gu Chang is undoubtedly a musical wizard. This kid has a great future ahead of him. Hua Entertainment's singers. If they have Gu Cheng to manipulate and help them, Hua Entertainment's performance at the end of the year will surely be able to go to the next level. Thinking of this, Yang Liyang's sight could not help but look at the man in the corner who buried his head in crackling typing. Gu Cheng. Gu Cheng was too involved in writing to hear it. Today there was a true fan who rewarded 5 allies in a row to push for more. $1,000 for an ally. And Gu Cheng and the platform could still get $500 by splitting it in half. Since the release of the book, the bounties for The Exorcist have added up to more than $50,000 in cash. With the love and care of these readers, The Exorcist has jumped into the top 3 in the new book list. With this trend, the top spot is just around the corner. Gu Cheng decided to add 2 more chapters today to give back to the fans who have rewarded him during this period of time. Yang Liyang increased the volume and walked away shouting once, "Gu Cheng!" Everyone stopped their discussion. Seeing this, Zhao Chong hurriedly patted Gu Cheng's shoulder. "Gu Cheng, Mr. Yang is calling you." Gu Cheng looked up, only to realize that everyone's eyes were focused on him. "Mr. Yang?" Yang Liyang smiled cordially. "Gu Cheng, you are so young and have such high attainments in music composition. You have a promising future." Mr. Yang is polite. Gu Cheng had heard of Yang Liyang's great name. The man who went from being a rocker to one of the 3 giants of inner entertainment is a legendary presence in the music industry. Yang Liyang coughed twice and invited songs on the spot. "Gu Cheng, when will you write a few songs for my company's artists as well?" Gu Cheng pondered for a moment. $6 million. Yang Liyang was stunned. "What? $6 million a song? The copyright belongs to me, and the singer only has a lifetime right to use the copyright." When these words came out, the people at the top of Hua Entertainment were all a bit dumbfounded. Yang Liyang has not yet spoken. Together with the Zhang Tao first cannot resist choking. $6 million for a money grab? Zhang Tao is the manager of Hua Entertainment's newest little diva. Zhang Yi and Lu Hongguan used to be more or less at odds with each other. Lu Hongguan naturally did not spoil him. "What do you mean by robbing money? Zhang Tao, speak with respect." Zhang Tao snorted coldly. $6 million a song. Even the top producers in the music industry may not dare to offer this price. The Chinese music scene is not like the European and American markets. Only the top music producers, and excellent work at that, are likely to ask for more than $5 million a song. Mid-tier music producers top out at just over $1 million. As for the music producers at the bottom, it's hard to raise a family. Su Qi laughed softly, but the laughter was less than the bottom of her eyes. 2 days ago, the official announcement of director Zhao's Battle of Red Cliff set the theme song. Do you know who took it? Zhang Tao mesmerized his eyes. Su Qi, you don't mean to say that the mysterious person is Gu Cheng, right? Su Qi nodded vigorously. That's right, it's Gu Cheng. The room is full of shock. The theme song of the Battle of Red Cliff. How many singers and producers in the music industry squeezed their heads to get this opportunity? 2 days ago the producers made a sudden official announcement that the soundtrack had been finalized, but it was never revealed who had picked up the soundtrack. The entire music world was speculating about who this mysterious person was, not realizing that it was actually Gu Cheng. Su Qi lightly added, on director Zhao's side, we opened a friendship price of $6 million, so it's reasonable to open this price now. The implication is that $6 million is just a friendly price. If a different company and a different person had come to the table, it would have been more than that. The crowd fell silent for a moment. Yang Liyang directly agreed. I don't see any problem with $6 million, but I need to deliver the manuscript within a month. No problem. General Manager Yang, have the people underneath you compile a singer's profile and give it to me? I can write the song, but who I give it to must be up to me. Gu Cheng doesn't care who is read or not. His songs are only meant for the right people. Yang Liyang frowned. $6 million a song isn't cheap, so it's natural to maximize the benefits. So naturally he has his own little agenda. He tried to negotiate. Can you designate someone? Gu Cheng shook his head. Mr. Yang, you should know that music is the art of pursuing inspiration and sparks, and a good song can only burst into flower and fire when it meets the right singer. All I can guarantee is that the quality of the work delivered is absolutely worth every penny. Gu Cheng was old and calm, not at all worried that Yang Liyang would not agree. Okay. Yang Liyang clapped his hands in agreement, then added, but one song isn't enough. $30 million for 5 songs. How's that? It's not without reason that Yang Liyang was able to take Y Entertainment from a humble studio to the heights of today's inner entertainment trio. His pattern is not the usual one. Since people were quick, Gu Cheng was not ambiguous. Mr. Yang, so when do you plan to have it? The implication is that you can chew on this big bone. Yang Liyang narrowed his eyes and tried. Is it okay to submit the manuscript at the end of the year? Gu Cheng nodded cheerfully. Deal. Yang Liyang, why don't you bargain at all? Is it possible that original songs have become as easy as wholesale cabbage these days? Gu Cheng could see his concern. Mr. Yang, don't worry. I definitely won't be indiscriminate. And I definitely won't let China Entertainment suffer. After everyone's gone, Zhang Wei, however, quietly stayed to the end. Mr. Zhang. Su Qi was about to ask when Zhang Wei walked straight to Gu Cheng. Gu Cheng, I'm willing to pay $6 million. Can you write a song for me? Gu Cheng froze and looked at Su Qi. Su Qi introduced him. This is Mr. Zhang Wei. He took good care of me before at China Entertainment. Zhang Wei? Gu Cheng thought back for a moment, and then remembered that Zhang Wei came from musical theater and had very strong musical skills, but he rarely came out for events these years. Mr. Zhang, do you mean you want to buy a song from me alone? Zhang Wei nodded his head. The company has too many artists, and since I've already set up a studio long ago, it's impossible for the company to give me the resources. Next month, the new season of Mango Channel's I Am a Singer is going to be recorded and opened, and I've been punting for a long time to get this opportunity. Every single one of the contestants in this competition is a powerhouse singer, and I need a song that's shocking enough to make a nice turnaround. Zhang Wei, all these years he's been eating his words. It's been almost 5 years since he's produced any good work. The music industry is changing so fast, and if no more good works come out, there will be no more Zhang Wei in the Chinese music industry. Gu Cheng's creative talent is obvious to all, as long as he can turn himself red, not to mention 6 million, even if it is 8 million, 10 million, Zhang Wei smashed pots and pans to put together. Gu Cheng laughed lightly. Teacher Zhang, you believe me? I believe it. Zhang Yi looked at Gu Cheng and nodded his head decisively. Gu Cheng, you're the only one who has a chance to make me a hit on the show these days. Gu Cheng recalled something. Zhang Yi had once sung a small section of Peking opera on a stage interview and won a full house of applause. Mr. Zhang, did you study Peking opera? Although he did not know why Gu Cheng asked this, Zhang Yi did not hide it. I have always been interested in the traditional Chinese culture, so I know as some friends of Peking opera. There is not much opportunity to perform in the past few years, so I learned Peking opera with my friends. As he spoke, his tone took on more of a sigh. Gu Cheng mesmerized his eyes and looked Zhang Yi up and down. Born in musical theater, studied drama, and is full of artistry, with superior body, looks, and singing skills. This instantly reminded Gu Cheng of Mr. Li Yugang, and his famous song Drunken Drunkenness of the New Noble Concubine. This song is the famous musician Hu Li, tailor-made for Mr. Li Yugang, a combination of classical, drama and pop songs, and Zhang Yi obviously fits the song perfectly. Gu Cheng tried. Mr. Zhang, can you adopt the Peking opera Chinese operatic accent to reverse the female voice? Zhang Yi froze and said in surprise, a female voice in reverse? And it's still a counter voice in an opera accent? Gu Cheng nodded his head and looked straight into Zhang Yi's eyes. I have a song made up of a clever combination of Peking opera and pop music about the drunken princess. The middle part of the song would have to be an operatic reverse female voice, using dual vocals, to perfectly portray the relationship. Zhang Yi's brows subconsciously furrowed. Although I've studied Peking opera Qingyi, I've never tried the reverse female voice. Gu Cheng encouraged. Ms. Zhang, your vocal line is actually quite suitable for a female countertenor. Or you can also sing in a falsetto. I do think it's feasible. Su Qi concurred. Mr. Zhang, as far as I know, there are no songs on the market with reverse female vocals. Once you do it, the stage effect will naturally be shocking. Zhao Chong was a bit skeptical. Lao Gu, again, a mix of male and female voices and an opera accent. Would it be confusing and weird to mix it in a song? You guys wait, I'll get the sheet music out for you. Gu Cheng knew that the situation at hand was unintelligible. He saved the manuscript, exited the page to open Word, and tapped right into the pentameter. Compose the music first, then the lyrics. The whole thing flows without a pause. The three looked at each other in disbelief. 10 minutes later, a complete song fresh out of the box. Zhao Chong, who witnessed the whole process, was dumbstruck and so surprised that his jaws couldn't even close. The eyes can see, but the brain is wasted. Did mankind evolve and forget to bring him again? Gu Cheng, damn you, are there musical notes in your head? How come original songs, they're just like cabbages? This song has been written before. Gu Cheng casually prevaricated, then printed out 2 copies of the sheet music. Teacher Zhang, Su Qi, take a look. Gu Cheng handed them the sheet music. Mr. Zhang, this song is called New Noble Princess Drunk, and the female voice in the middle of the song is sung in the style of an opera green coat. Zhang Yi pinched the freshly printed sheet music. The paper was still warm from the printing, and this warmth spread directly into his heart along his fingertips, one that made him shudder. As a professional singer, you get the sheet music and subconsciously audition for the song. The year the snowflakes fell and the plum blossoms bloomed on the branches. That year's watching pond left too much sorrow. Don't say who's right and who's wrong or right. Just want to dream about getting drunk with you again. Suchi looked at Gu Chang in surprise. The quality of the song, both in terms of arrangement and lyrics, is superb. If I hadn't seen it at the top of the Jade Mountain, I would have met it under the moon at Yao Tai. That year in Lushan Revolt, Guifei with the Tang Xuanzong exile in Sichuan, through the Maui Rebellion was given to death. A ride on the red dust consort laughs. No one knows is lychee to her. Look back smile 100 Mei Shang. 6 palace powder no color is her. Later, Wan turn moth eyebrow horse before death. Flower tin no one to accept or her. Guifei's beauty I do not know how many men moved the heart, but ran into Li Longji. It was the turn of the female voice. Based on the advice given by Gu Chang earlier, Zhang Yi adopted a pseudo voice falsetto singing style to tentatively reverse the female voice. Love and hate are just a moment away. Raise your glass to the moon. Love and hate are at a loss. I wonder when I'll fall in love. Chrysanthemum terrace reflection of the bright moon. The effect is stunning. When the female voice rang out, the crowd's scalp literally tingled and goosebumps rose wildly. Even Gu Chang was a bit surprised. Although Zhang Yi's counterpoint is not very stable, his theater accent is really good, and it is obvious that he has made real efforts to learn it on weekdays. Chrysanthemum terrace reflection of the bright moon. Who knows that my love is cold in her heart, drunk in the arms of the king, dreaming of the great Tang love. After the song was over, the crowd remained engrossed. Half a dozen times, Zhao Chong rubbed the goosebumps on his arms. Old Gu, I take back what I just said. I apologize for my ignorance. This song should only be found in heaven. Where on earth can I find it? This song is really too good. Suchi also gazed deeply at Gu Chang, her beautiful eyes flashing with adoration. Gu Chang, how did you come up with the idea of theater fused with modern style to make such a bold attempt? The words are full of connotations of classical Chinese culture, coupled with the melody of modern music, reflecting both the popular elements of the song and the profundity of the national essence. The love tragedy between Li Longji and Yang Guifei is sung with a lingering and distinctive flavor. Gu Chang brought her surprises again and again. Su Qi had even begun to take it for granted. Gu Chang brazenly babbled. I happened to read the Song of Long Hate that day, and then I had a dream in which a tall man instructed me. Su Dick. Gu Chang hemmed and hawed and turned his head to look at Zhang Yi. Mr. Zhang, do you find this song satisfactory? Zhang Yi had long since moved, and he spoke uncertainly. Gu Chang, are you sure you want to sell me this new noble princess drunk? Buy only the rights to use the copyright. Gu Chang solemnly emphasized. The ownership of the song is still under my name, and you'll still have to give me a share of the royalties later. Thank you, Gu Chang. Zhang Yi's blood boiled and he felt that this season's singer was 9 out of 10. It's as if the song was made for him, perfectly illustrating his voice and bringing out the best in his vocals. Zhang Yi knew very well what this song meant to him. Singers who have even one song in their career that fits their work end up with a hit that will stay in the memory of a generation. Thinking of this, Zhang Yi coldly opened his mouth. Gu Chang, isn't $6 million too little for such a golden song? Why don't I add more? Gu Chang couldn't help it. Mr. Zhang, this is the first time I've seen a price that's been negotiated and rises on its own. Zhang Yi nodded his head and stated in a serious manner. Gu Chang, in my eyes this golden song not to mention won $6 million. Even $2, even $3 $6 million it is worth it. Gu Chang likes money, but he also talks about principles. I'm going to be around for a long time to come, so let's just make friends. Teacher Zhang, if you say 6 million, it's 6 million, and if you sing this song well and fire it up, that's the biggest recognition for me. Gu Chang, don't worry, I will not let you down. Zhang Yi held the sheet music in his arms, treating it like a treasure. This season, he is bound to wow the audience. 8 o'clock in the evening. July and Anson surpassed 30 million plays in 230,000 plus hot reviews across the web. The physical album has surpassed 500,000 copies. Almost instantly the physical album passed 500,000 sales. The major media as well as public organizations then issued press releases one after another. Congratulations to Su Qi. The sales pre-sale of her new album July Moon and Anson exceeded 500,000 copies, breaking the spell of the physical album slump. Su Dick has created a miracle in the music industry. Diva Su 7. With the enthusiastic coverage from major media outlets, the album July and Anson has been a huge hit across the internet, loved by both men and women, no more than Europe and America as well as Japan and Korea. Under the impact of streaming, the physical album market in China is constantly going backwards. After all, physical albums are expensive and not easy to carry around, whereas listening to a streamer plugs in your headphones and you're good to go. Add to that the rise of Spotify, iTunes over the years, and the lack of sound quality is far less important to the average person than convenience. All these years, sales of physical albums have been declining every day. Most artists have given up on this CD market, and have moved on to specialize in digital albums, and USB albums. And it's only been half a day since Suu Kyi's physical album was sold 500,000 copies. The war record is impressive. Such a sales miracle that it's directly on top of the hot list. A lot of bloggers are starting to rub it in. With the review of Gu Chang, hard just Jiang Feng crazy fans of the blogger North and South Head. Just like the microblogging the most popular music review blogger. This time, he similarly set his sights on Suu Dic's new album. In the industry, a diva is judged on several criteria: record sales, concert appeal, song popularity, national popularity, and to be labeled by the Times, having influenced a generation. Currently, the only ones who had reached the above conditions were Wang Yunfei, Zhang Huimei, and Suu Kyi. Wang Yunfei used to be the champion of record sales, set many sales records, and even applied for the Guinness Book of World Records for record sales. Jaime Chang tops the charts on Treasure Island for the second year in a row, breaking the record of 1 million copies sold. On the other hand, Suu Kyi has won many times the female champion of sales in the Chinese language area and has organized sold-out concerts. All three are the best of the best from all eras of the music industry. The girls have been influencing generations of fans with their superb catchiness and timelessness of their work. Time has passed and Wang Yunfei and Zhang Huimei are in semi-retirement. The one that is really calling the shots at the moment and is still active is not Suu 7. There's no doubt that July and Anson is another gold record. One of the most amazing is the theme song Invisible Wings. This folk-inspired inspirational song offers hope, warmth and stability, both in its melody and in the meaning of its lyrics. It's worth mentioning that the song's lyricist, Oblivion, is actually a newcomer to the industry, and is really young and talented. Genius meets genius in the collision of talents that led to the success of Invisible Wings. Suu Kyi's clear and penetrating voice, coupled with Forgotten River's warm and inspirational lyrics, creates the ultimate resonance, giving the listener unwavering strength. The ocean was full of compliments for Suu Kyi, and incidentally, Gu Chang was complimented. The comments section exploded. Invisible Wings is really full of positive energy. Even the Komsomol has retweeted it. A commie forward? No way. Forgetfulness and Gu Chang are equally talented. Are these two people really not related? I'd rather have none. Two geniuses are better than one. There's a saying that North and South Head have let themselves go since last week. I can't believe he said there's only one true diva in the music industry. I'm afraid he's not trying to start a war. Where does that put the other divas? I, Zhang Yi, express my displeasure. Pull back. Yi Jiang is far worse. She can't wear out the concert at the stadium alone. The main Suu Kyi didn't care about the flurry of disturbances on the internet. At the moment, they are hosting a small celebration at the company. Congratulations to Mr. 7 on his new album selling well. Thank you all. Suu Kyi stood up and smiled coquettishly. You've been busy with the studio and the new album during this period of time. You've all worked hard. I toast you all. Cheers. Cheers. Li Meng's eyes rolled and he spoke with a smile. Mr. Dick, the album is a big seller. Will the bonus at the end of the month be doubled? Suu Kyi coolly glanced at her and lightly hummed. What? Meng, have I treated you poorly on a regular basis? In the entertainment circle, Suu Kyi is famous for her beauty and kindness. Whether it's in terms of charity or treating the people and employees around him, he has always been generous. Employees working under her hand were given various gifts and subsidies for holidays, and Suu Kyi would organize them to go out for travel and vacation every year at her own expense. Li Meng hurriedly denied. No. It's not like I just got my driver's license and I'm trying to save up for a car. Suu Kyi looked at the crowd. Don't worry, as long as the new album can break through 1 million, not to mention the dividends at the end of the month, the company will reward you with a month's paid vacation at the end of the year. The crowd instantly boiled and cheered. Thank you, Mr. 7. Suu Kyi looked at Gu Chang with a watery gaze. Gu Chang, thank you. This album could not have sold so well without your credit. Gu Chang did not dare to take the credit and hurriedly said modestly, Sister Kyi, you are exaggerating. The fact that the new album has such an achievement is all the result of your own efforts. All in all. Thank you. Suu Kyi laughed. The Invisible Wings single was purchased by far more users than the entire album. It's enough to see how much the song contributes to the new album. She smiled. Gu Chang, I see you've been coding today. How's the novel coming along? Gu Chang shrugged. The data is pretty good right now, so we'll start arranging recommendations tomorrow. He had a saved manuscript and an outline in his head. With all the orders taken today, funds are not a concern at the moment. If no one develops the Punisher IP, Kuching then decided to find his own company to develop it. All in all, Gu Chang was not panicking at all. The crossover of July and the Freshman rocked the internet. The netizens are looking at how good Suu Dic sings, how inspirational Invisible Wings is, and how awesome the new album numbers are. What the peers were more concerned about was the mysterious man behind Suchi. The biggest contributor to a song in terms of artistic value is the songwriter because that's the source. After all, singers who can sing great songs abound, but there are only a handful of music producers who can write great songs. Prior to the release of the new album, the public was quite skeptical of forgettable songwriting skills, but with Invisible Wings, it exploded all over the internet. In the face of absolute strength, all the doubts of the earth popped up. A top music producer can create a music superstar with just one song. Brothers Media, Hwani Entertainment, Star Emperor Entertainment and so on. All the major media companies were paying attention to Suchi and at the same time, they were also inquiring about the news of Forgetting River. Zhang Xiaoling swiped through Weibo, and the more she looked at her small face, the more angry and depressed she became. A Guchang just ran out not long ago, and now a forgettable river has been killed. Is the music world preparing for a change in the sky? Zhang Xiaoling initially started out with the title of Little Su Dick. It's been a desperate attempt to release songs over the years, trying to pull in the distance from Su Dick. Su Dick's new album This Blast. Not to mention the distance drawn in. Zhang Xiaoling was directly thrown 18 blocks away. Xiao Qi frowned. Sisterly. Still can't find out the identity of Forgetting River? Li Mei shook her head. Today Su Qi's studio opened. The media didn't photograph that forgetfulness, and presumably didn't show up. There's a righteous young man, Zhao Chong, but this one is heading towards movie and TV dramas, so it shouldn't be Forgotten River. Xiao Qi stared. The quality of this song Invisible Wings is too strong. I think it's going to be a big hit next. This song is a rare inspirational song, full of positive energy. Even the Komsomol has named it and forwarded it. Speaking of which, Li Mei remembered something. By the way, Xiao Qi, when the company executives held their shareholders meeting today, they decided to let you release the single for The Battle of Red Cliff. Xiao Qi was stunned. Zhang Xiaoling blurted out, Sisterly, didn't you say that we should wait until the movie is almost released and send out the previews? Li Mei nodded. It did originally plan to be nice that way, but recently, there's a document from the Broadcasting Authority that says we need to promote more positive energy, such as national ancient style or inspirational stuff. Your song happens to be in the category of old style, so the executives decided to release it on that style and eat a wave of traffic. Xiao Qi pursued. Sisterly, then when are we going to release it? Li Mei thought for a moment. Wait until Su Qi's heat drops a bit. After a night of fermentation, Su Qi's new album has not seen any decline in popularity, but has rocketed up. The phrase genius music producer Oblivion has also risen rapidly, fueled by Watt Entertainment and major marketing numbers. Oblivion's Twitter followers were originally just over 500,000. This time, Invisible Wings came out of nowhere, and Forgotten River gained more than 3 million fans overnight. Interestingly, the account has been quiet except for a retweet of the studio's official announcement tweet when the microblog was launched. Even when Su Qi released her new album, the account didn't say anything. Tap on the homepage and it's still blank. Eaters simply can't stand it. All the stars in the entertainment industry are rubbing off on each other. This Oblivion actually didn't say a word after stirring up the music scene. It's a bit too Buddhist, isn't it? Little brother. Online for business. Why is it still a back picture? At least give me a side view. Begging for a picture of little brother. Ugly so you don't dare to show your real face, right? The vast number of netizens strongly requested to forget the explosion of photos. The highest one of the explosion of photo reviews, likes up to 100,000 plus. Guchang roughly skimmed through it, noticed that the comments have rarely associated Forgotten River with Guchang. There were and are just a few sporadic comments. There will also be an unsolicited rebuttal from a fan below. As this goes on, the true identity can be better hidden. Satisfied, Guchang got off the line and turned to log into the backstage of the CCTV writers. Today is the first time The Punisher has been recommended. How new books rise, to a large extent, is to rely on the recommended rounds of exposure to attract traffic. Only in the same period recommended to enter the top 3, only to have the opportunity to advance into the next round of killing. If it gets wasted at the test push, the book has little chance of subsequent exposure. That's why many authors choose to swipe books or run small ads in order to advance. After all, stats make the difference between life and death. Writers Backstage just logged in and a 99 plus message popped up. The numbers for The Exorcist have skyrocketed. In addition to receiving numerous rewards, the collection for the first time in a single day broke 1,000. The chapter review is directly doubled. Guchang was startled. What the hell? Aren't recommendations on at 12? Curious, he clicked on the comments section. In the past, the comments section was either a punchline to urge more work and discuss the plot, or the author was advertising for a return visit. There's something decidedly peculiar about the picture in the comments section today. Catechized from the Octopus Brothers chapter push. I came to see when this book was milked to death by Squidward. Crap. Gathering the power of the three major poisonous milks of Zhongheng, the exorcist is in danger. Whether or not the exorcist can survive this calamity, it all depends on your fellow Taoists to protect it. Reward in vote away. 10,000 gold coins are offered to give support to the immortal exorcist. Greatly don't eunuch the rotten end. Gu Chang looked confused. The three poisonous milks of Zhongheng? Follow the comments section for answers. In a previous life at some point there were three major poisonous milks. The big eyeballs, the milk riders and the graveyard weeds. The center cross of this world also has the three main poisonous milk octopuskuns, the lighthouse, and Gushu Bailey. These three gods have a huge fanbase and likewise like to give newcomers friendly chapter pushes. But unfortunately basically anyone they've milked is either eunuchs or crappy. And whoever they milk dies. Poisoned milk has a reputation. Gu Chang curiosity. Along the review to touch a few big poisonous milk book to go. Sure enough, I found a couple of gods that gave the exorcist chapter pushes before and after. One of the poisonous milk originator octopus gentleman, but also directly open a single chapter push. This time it's not a friendly recommendation. Rather, it's a sincere recommendation for an immortal novel. Immortal Punisher, by Shi Chang. I read this book last night from cover to cover, word for word, and couldn't sleep at night afterward. Nowadays, novels are pretending to be a constant companion. The novel The Immortal Punisher is not a fast food text that is purely for pleasure, but belongs to the martial arts path of the old times. His protagonist, Zhang Xiaofan, is not a traditional genius, but an ordinary person such as myself. Every character in the novel is written with flesh and blood, and the plot flows smoothly without dragging at all, so everyone can consume it with complete confidence. The comments section was completely ungrateful. How many books has Squidward milked? Or should I say books that he's milked to death? Dog head. Brother Octopus, change your name to Brother Advertisement. How much money is he charging for giving recommendations to newcomers twice in 3 days? Outrageous. Squidward actually opened a single chapter recommendation this time? Although Squidward's novel is good, I still want to say, Squidward be a man. Give the newcomers a way to live. Hey, Squidward can't go a day without advertising. Crap. Eating melon to Immortal Punisher. I've been chasing this book. I don't want to be milked to death by Brother Octopus you. Please Brother Octopus delete it. Finished. A book that's been milked by Squidward is probably going to break in less than 3 days. Broken shift? Gu Chang couldn't help but sneer when he saw this. It's even more impossible to break a shift. He went straight into the background and posted 10 saved chapters in one breath. A chapter of about 3,000 words. Almost 30,000 words. This operation directly sent the exorcist to the top of the explosive shift list. After the update, Gu Chang directly exited the background. Lock myself in a small dark room and start coding. Recommendations have a week to go, and then they have to hit the shelves after that. And Gu Chang is going to be busy next week, so naturally he's going to save as much as he can during this time. What Gu Chang doesn't know is this. The Exorcist was recommended on and also sent to the book depository plaza by a fan, so the numbers are spiking in spurts. Favorites, clicks, and even rewards. The Immortal Punisher crushed the new book of the same period of the big gods. It only took less than an hour for the newcomer list ranking to jump from third to the top. Middle Finger Club. It's a group of midverse bigots with big touches running rampant, long contracts all over the place, and as many gems as dogs. At this moment, several fine gods were feverishly discussing The Exorcist. It's really just that The Exorcist has so much momentum. It only took a week to rush to the top of the newcomer list, and it rushed to the top 3 of the heat list and the first of the explosive shift list, drying out the juju of several gods one after another. Tyrant couldn't help but explode. Who is this Shi Chang? He meowed and crushed all the way through, bursting my asshole. Tyrant often dislikes readers in the book review section. With the mantra come on, here's your pen. You write, or love to read it. Don't read it and get out. His new book, Mythical 3 Kingdoms, was originally at number 1 on the new books list, now directly by the name of the notorious exorcism, pressed under the friction. Naturally cannot help but grumpy. Didn't this milk god guy say last week that he was starting a new book? Is this his new vest? The Big Eagle Munchkin, who was familiar with Tyrant, spoke up. Big Eagle Mo's famous work, Master's Mistress Please Respect Yourself, had been reported by hundreds of people, alarming the top management of Point Crossing and shaking the entire audit department. But in the end, it was all over the place. Nope, this guy is definitely not the milk god. The milk god pussy is writing about little countryside widows. How could he possibly write such a decent text? Tyrant had to question. This kid isn't supposed to be a big brush, is he? I've asked the editor. The book wasn't swiped. The data is all true. And Shi Chang is indeed a newcomer. Tyrant once again exploded into foul language. What the hell? Isn't Zhongheng a newcomer's grave? Where did the dark horse come from? Gusu Barkeep. I think his stats are so good that yesterday me, Octopus June and Lighthouse gave him chapter pushes at the same time. The Gusu Bearer, also known as the Poisonous Milk Gusu Bailey, the Middle Horizontal Reading Disciplinary Committee, the Spraying Emperor, and the strange man who aspires to live his life as a paragraph. Crap. Wouldn't it be the end of this newcomer after being milked by you guys? Su Sanchue couldn't help but risk his head. That's not necessarily true. I've read the book Immortal Punishment. It's really well written. If the follow-up doesn't collapse, it might be another fine book with 10,000 subscriptions. Su Sanchue used to be called Suishang because he updated once a day, one chapter at a time. Later called Su Sanchue, 3 chapters of water per day. Although the water, but readers still do not leave. Is the middle cross the top 10 unanswered questions? The Big Eagle Munchkin suggested, should we pull this newcomer in for a chat? Ask your editors to find out which editor this newcomer is under, and drag him straight in for a whipping. No. Whip him. Agreed. Waiting for Guchang to come out from the small darkroom after coding 20,000 words. I was about to look at the referral data when I saw the friend request in the QQ backend. When I clicked on it, it was actually a group of bigots from the center cross. Guchang was looking to exchange more writing experience with more writers, so he passed without much thought. Who knew I'd see strange drawings when I first entered the group? The results are good JB poor. Only a week to break 10,000 bookings. No heart to code. Let's fight the landlord. Come. The new editions crashed today. Only 10,000. Why don't you fight the landlord to soothe your mood? Tentacle Monster messed in, hey, fight the landlord? I don't have any inspiration today. I only have 10,000 words. I'll also fight a hand to find inspiration. There are still 20,000 words today. What kind of landlord fight? Look at the milky white Yukiko. Then there was a string of moving pictures. That's called a white wave rolling in. Just joined the group Guchang. What kind of weird group is this? Is he in the wrong group? The sharp-eyed Su Sanchue saw the newcomer enter the group at a glance. Is the newcomer a man or a woman? Pop a picture if you're a loli. Report your circumference if you're a young woman. Learn together. Welcome to Chat About S. Another bigot in the group. Group status -1. Munchkin Shizai reports. Please take care of yourselves. Guchang changed the note to a pen name, which instantly attracted the whole group to watch. The Gushu Barkeep was shocked. Crap. You're sure Chang? You wrote the Immortal Punisher? Moonshine Shizai, I wrote it. Is the one upstairs the great god Gusu Bailey? What big god? I'm just a little puffer who gets blasted and abused by the big gods in the group every day. The Gusu Barkeep said in a self-hacking manner. Guchang blacked out. Thanks for the Big Brother chapter push. I will definitely code well and won't let Big Brother down. The Gusu Barkeep was silent. What the hell is it to be inexplicably a bit vain? At Tyrant, Shizai has joined the group. Su Sanchue made a scene. Brother Shi Chang. You're so awesome that you actually crushed Tyrant's book. Guchang was dumbfounded. Which great god is Tyrant? Su Sanchue hemmed and hawed. The author of Mythical 3 Kingdoms is Tyrant. Isn't Mythical 3 at the top of the newcomer list? So the Exorcist is on top of the list? Guchang didn't expect that after he had coded 20,000 words of work, the Immortal Exorcist's ranking was on top. Su Sanchue gossiped, Brother Shi Chang, is Immortal Punishment your first book? Or do you have other vests on other platforms? No. The Exorcist was my first novel. The Big Eagle Munchkin exclaimed. A book seals a god. How fortunate I am to witness the rise of a great god with my own eyes. Su Sanchue, a book seals a god. How fortunate I am to witness the rise of a great god with my own eyes. I love Black Sea, a book seals the deal. How fortunate I am to witness the rise of a great god. It seems that the Big Brother group is basically painted in the same style as any other group, with teen shapes formed at every turn. Guchang is a first-time author and would like to ask for recommendation data. Before the questioning, he was very on the ball and sent out 3 big red envelopes in a row. First-timers, please give me some advice. Tyrant, who had been 8 in, grabbed a red herring with a quick eye. Gillies amounted to $88. Still hands down the best. Tyrannosaurus beautifully posted an emoticon of a knee-jerk thank you to the big guy. Su Sanchue, who had grabbed the least amount, soured. Crap, Tyrant actually has the best hand. Only grabbed a single digit. I love Black Sea began to arch fire. Shurchung brother. Tyrant said before that you robbed him of the top of the newcomer list. He wants to flog you. And he said he wanted a little pie whip. It took Tyrant a moment to realize that the red packet was from Shizai. Take the shorthand. Roll. Who in the group doesn't know that I, Tyrant, am a united and loving senior, and that it's myself that the little pie whips? Tyrant, you've changed. .88 just sold your chastity fucking. Nope. Modesty. You buckle searching Su Sanchue. I've been in the group for so long. I've never seen you give out red packets. Susanchue shamelessly replied. It's fine to want my feelings and my body, but don't think about wanting my money. Gu Chang sent a big smiley face and then started asking questions. How many favorites do test pushes go up normally? Big wigs? I don't know. Anyway, I'm up only 10,000 favorites in a big wind. Tired of not loving it. Wow. Envy the big wind blowing big brother. Small puffer only limited free push. Envious of the big guy with recommendations. Naked little puffer can't hurt. Groups accept my guy's Gu Chang. If I remember correctly, this ID I love Black Sea, who calls himself Little Puffer, is a big player on the bestseller list in the center cross. His books hang firmly in the top 20 of the bestseller lists. These days, the big boys like to pretend to pummel and abuse the newbies, while Gu Chang was blowing off steam with the big man. Su 7 is taking a short break from the theater. The song Victory is actually quite vocally taxing. Every few rehearsals, Su Chi had to take some time off to let her voice rest and recover. In addition to music, Su Chi passes the time by brushing up on dramas and reading novels in his spare time. Gu Chang's novel seems to be on recommendations today, right? Su Dick downloaded a Center Cross app. When I opened the homepage, I saw The Exorcist hanging on the newcomer recommendation list. Su Chi was just holding the idea of casually looking at it at first, but she didn't expect that only after reading 2 chapters, her beautiful eyes lit up. Then it was all the way to the final competition on the 7 Veins martial arts. Gu Chang pinched the point very well, and it happened that the chapter ended abruptly when Zhang Xiaofan and Lu Sueki were competing. Su Chi blinked, unable to finish watching. I didn't realize that besides being able to write songs, Gu Chang also writes novels so well. It's just that the word count is too low. The novel's numbers look good, and readers don't forget to frantically press for more at the end of chapters as they speculate about who is winning and who is losing between Zhang Xiaofan and Lu Sueki. Su Dick tapped on the fan list. It was discovered that the progress of Gu Chang's 100 allies had already been half completed. Is the word count too low? How come there's not a single supreme being? Su Chi was very upset looking at this data. She went directly into the background and registered an account called Su Family Has a Daughter. Then in one breath, he recharged $100,000 and chose the reward function without hesitation. A daughter of the Su family rewarded the Immortal Punisher with 1 million gold coins. A daughter of the Su family rewarded the Immortal Punisher with 1 million gold coins. A daughter of the Su family rewarded the Immortal Punisher with 1 million gold coins. The same pop-up window scrolled across the center crossing homepage 10 times in a row. 10 million gold coin rewards in a row, adding up to 10 million gold coins, equivalent to 100,000 soft sister coins. Crap, what kind of new book is the Immortal Punisher? Such a big reward? I counted 10 whole pop-ups. That means it adds up to a total of 100,000 soft currency rewards. What the hell is The Exorcist? Never even heard of it. The Su family has a daughter? This young lady is really powerful and domineering. Is this swiping the list? Beware of blood money. 1 supreme is 10,000 soft coins, and 10 supreme is 100,000 soft coins. After Su Chi's large handful of 10 supreme beings, coupled with the new book recommendations and the fans' strong recommendations at the Book Desert Plaza, the data of The Exorcist is like a volcano that has been building up for a long time and has been completely detonated. The rankings climb straight to the top of the Hot 100. Keep in mind that The Exorcist is only a new book by a newcomer. After only a week, this kind of achievement before even hitting the shelves is already something that only a true god can achieve. The CCHS forums blew up. The bigwigs at the club naturally got the message. Crap, brighten my titanium dog alloy eyes. Brother Shi Chang, you've been adopted by a rich woman. No, you've been rewarded by a rich woman with 10 supremacies. Gu Chang froze. Great God Su, did you read it wrong? My novel only has allies and no supreme beings. Fresh out of the oven. 10 whole supreme beings. The pop-up window scrolled 10 times. Just look at the backstage for yourself. Susanchue couldn't help but sour. Envy and jealousy have made me disfigured, ugly in body and mind, and separated from the mass wall. Squidward, envy and jealousy have made me disfigured, physically and mentally ugly, and separated my plasmic walls. Gushu Barkeep, envy and jealousy have made me disfigured, physically and mentally ugly, and separated my mass from my walls. Big Eagle Munchkin, envy and jealousy have made me disfigured, physically and mentally ugly, and separated my plasmic walls. I'll withdraw and ask the big boys for advice some other time. Gu Chang exited the chat group. I just clicked into the Nakanishi homepage and the reward pop-up popped up. A daughter of the Su family rewarded the Immortal Punisher with 1 million gold coins. 10 whole pop-up windows scrolling the same thing. The homepage scrolls down. At the top of the best-selling new book recommendations is the dominating cover of The Exorcist. The slogan of the top recommendation of the book shortage list is also the infatuation spell of the Immortal Punisher. The 9 spectraline spirits, the gods and demons of the heavens. With my blood, I offer myself as a sacrifice. 3 lifetimes, 7 lives, and an eternity in Hades, only for the sake of love. Though I die, I will not regret it. This spell of infatuation Guang wrote into the introduction. I did not expect to be extracted by readers, put into the book's square publicity. There was a link to The Exorcist hanging at the bottom, and the real-time conversion data really shocked Guang. More than 5,000 people in half a day? The flow of the book Wasteland Square is as terrifying as it is. The traffic pileup from the book dump, plus the exposure from the supreme rewards. The Exorcist was launched in less than 3 hours and directly exploded with more than 20,000 favorites. Together with the favorites accumulated before, The Exorcist has now accumulated 30,000 favorites in about 100,000 words. This statistic is already an anticlimactic achievement for a newcomer. Not to mention the supreme bounty will roll for 3 days straight. Within these 3 days, any user who logs on to the homepage will see a reward pop up, which means that the collection will soar next. The Su family has a daughter? Newly registered number? Guang narrowed his eyes and directly took out his cell phone to send a Weibo message to Suchi. Sister 7. You gave me a reward for my novel? Suchi softly hummed. It says in the comments section that rewarding can boost your stats, and I saw that you don't have a supreme, so I rewarded. Guang was touched. Thank you. What's there to be thankful for? Suchi laughed. I was thinking of waiting for the evening to help you with another reward wave. Silver bell-like laughter came through the cell phone, and Guang followed suit and hooked his lips. There's no need to break the bank so much. The reward money platform still has to share. It's not cost-effective. 100,000 50-50. The site to take half and then deduct taxes. Guang hands only 40,000 less than. Wine is not afraid of the deep alley. Guang felt that with the quality of the immortal Punisher, there was absolutely no need for a reward to rush the list. Okay. Suchi couldn't help but praise. Guang, I originally thought you wrote novels for fun, but I didn't expect you to write really well. Much more interesting than the ones I used to read. Not bad. Guang changed the topic. How are the numbers for the new album today? Suchi's voice was light and quick. Not bad. The physical album presale has exceeded 800,000 copies. Guang raised his eyebrows. Sales are good. The market has been declining year after year, and the crowd originally predicted that the album would sell 200,000 copies at best. Looking at the current sales trend, it's only a matter of time before we break 1 million. If it had been a little more aggressive, the album sales would have topped 2 million. Then Su Dick will be a god in the music industry. Suchi couldn't help but be grateful. Speaking of which, I have to thank you. You still remember your slogan, right? Give you a CD from the past? Yes. It's full of sentiment. And the internet was instantly vintage and drove album sales. Suchi curiously asked after him. Guang, how did you come up with this slogan? The tagline. From a duet love song. Because of love. Love song duet? Su Dick's interest was instantly aroused. Hey, Guang, you can still write love songs? Guang hummed lightly. Don't say love songs. I can handle any style. But it's not that easy to sing when the song starts in a high key. Because of Love is a love song that travels through memories and is the first chorus between the king of the world, Eason Chan, and the queen of the world, Fei Wong. The diva's voice is ethereal and gentle, while the king's is relatively high-pitched and warm, and the chorus has both youthful sentiments and a sense of age. When Fei Wong first got this one, she said outright that she couldn't sing it, and several times she sang it live and flipped the car. So it's obvious how difficult this song is to sing. But Suchi obviously didn't believe it. Start tuning up? I wouldn't be interested if it was too easy. So write the song someday and give it a try for me. Guang lost his smile. Okay, then it'll be a few days. I'll code and save the manuscript for these few days. Good. Master Song called me. I'll go rehearse first. Bye. After hanging up, Guang clicked on the comments section. New readers have been mostly positive about The Exorcist, but there are plenty of readers with bad reviews hitting 1 star. As the saying goes, there are people who don't like a well-written novel, and controversy is a normal phenomenon. But it's not enough for a novel to just suck up volume. It has to retain volume as well. Otherwise it will affect subsequent recommendations and exposure. So Guang asked the editor anyway. Zhang De, I see a lot of bad reviews. How's the retention of the novel? Don't panic. Sanlia's numbers are good. So go ahead and let go of the writing. Don't worry about the recommendations. I'll get you 2 more recommendations in a couple days. Thank you, Zhang De. Guang sighed in relief. After hearing that the numbers were okay, he began to bury his head in the code again to save the manuscript. Finally, immortal on the recommendation of the first day, a total of 50,000 plus collection, killed into the newcomers list. The explosion of more list monthly votes list and the heat list of the top 4 list. No one could have imagined that this one talented newcomer's work would rise strongly after only a week. Guang felt relieved, but when you say to be shocked or surprised, there wasn't really much. As the ceiling of the early Immortal novels, the explosion of the Immortal Punisher had always been within Guang's expectations. The next days, Guang takes time to code 50,000 words every day, uploading about 20,000 words a day on average, and saving 30,000 for the shelves to explode more. The Exorcist sits firmly on the major lists in the center and across the board, and the collection is going through the roof. The next day, the collection was about the same, again 50,000 plus. On the third day, the pop-up effect began to decline and the collection was only 40,000 plus. On the fourth day, Guang broke the rules to give the Immortal Punisher trumpet recommendation as well as editorial force recommendation. The collection data began to rise again. The punishment of the Immortals was completely on fire on the Zhongheng forum. Above the forums, almost all of the threads were discussing The Exorcist. There are skeptical authors brushing data. There are also suspected that there are shady behind the scenes. More are in a wait-and-see state, watching the rise of the Immortal Exorcist. The explosion of The Exorcist has not only dazzled readers, but has also become an object of discussion among the editors of CCHN. Metro editor Yan Fei was envious. I originally thought that Tyrant's mythical Three Kingdoms was already invincible, but I didn't expect a Punisher to come out halfway. Whose ministry is this? So brave? Omi ventured triumphantly. This is a newcomer I just signed a week ago, and this is his first book. Metaphysical editor Nameless commented, this newcomer can place, not to mention the daily more 20,000. The plot is also the whole online. The quality does not even bring a decline. The quality is good even if it sucks up the volume. Before the monthly votes are even on the shelves it has accumulated more than 5,000 votes. This rise is too ferocious. Metro editor Wei Lao makes a bold prediction. At this rate, I'm afraid that The Exorcist is going to hit the Middle Crossing Rookie of the Year, right? Nameless smacked his lips. A new king of the Middle Crossing? Old Wei, you really dare to think that? The title of King of Newcomers has not been taken by a newcomer since the site was founded 20 years ago. The most valuable, gold-rich, and hard-to-earn crowning achievement for newcomers in the online writing world is the Middle Crossing Newcomer King. The Mid-Cross Rookie King is even harder to get than the 11-12 Kings. Nakayoshi has various lists though, and the lists are full of genre-breaking works. Taking the award for King of Newcomers basically represents a step up to taking the Nakanishi Zashinyo. There are only 2 simple and brash requirements to win the Mid-Cross Rookie King. 1. This is the author's first book. And 2. This book is going to win the first monthly vote of the year for CSC. 20 years ago, when the Zhongheng website first operated, everyone was a hot-blooded youngster who peeked right out of the gate, and fought each other back and forth on various lists. If you really want to pull a new king, I'm guessing the editors will do it before the authors and fans can react. Then when the site matured, it started the scene of the gods mixing it up, with newcomers pressed without a single chance to make a name for themselves. That's why the newcomer king hasn't been taken by anyone since the creation of the Center Cross. Omi naturally didn't dare to hope. It's too early to talk about those now that The Exorcist is just starting out and not yet on the shelves. So I just hope the book holds steady and doesn't fall apart. Nameless kindly reminded. A newcomer with a daily shift of 20,000. The plot can fall apart if you're not careful. Guang, you have to be more of a gatekeeper. Omi hemmed and hawed and couldn't help but show off another wave. No panic. He has 50,000 daily updates, 20,000 uploads, and 30,000 deposits, and now has almost 200,000 or so deposits. So there's no crash situation. Crap. A newbie doing 50,000 a day? Those lazy bastards under me have to be pushed to 4,000 per day. Old Wei cursed. Yan Fei's teeth soured. With the current plot of this writing, as well as the data analysis in the background, there are 10,000 bookings for the lowest shelves of the Immortal Exorcist. Guang knew this only in the middle of the year on the booking of the explosive. Really he meow lucky. I was also introduced to him by a friend who was originally going to sign with Lovin before he bounced around and signed with Mid-Cross because of rights issues. And I got the chance to pick up the pieces. Omi was in a soothing mood. With a phenomenal pop-up book under his hand, Omi will be able to pick up a new car by the end of the year. Nameless couldn't help but gloat. Levin personally let go of a pop-up book. I'm afraid he'll regret it this time. Between reading platforms, big data is largely open and transparent. Whichever platform has any windfall, the other platforms will basically be the first to notice. The explosion of The Exorcist has naturally attracted the attention of Levin's editors. Light novel editor Pang Lai lamented, The speed of the rise of this immortal exorcism book by Zhang Heng is also too outrageous. It's only 100,000 or so words, and the collection has actually broken 200,000. Pity. This book was originally submitted to this site, but I didn't expect it to be intercepted by Zhang Heng. Ching Dust interjected. Heaven and Earth let out a long sigh. I was concerned when this book was posted in the background on the first day it was released, still almost signed. Pang Lai wondered. Then how did it get cut off by Nakayoko? The novel was just over 10,000 words when I followed it, and Green Dust and I looked at it and thought it was only 500 subscriptions at best. And that Shizai is a newcomer. He didn't sign up for the site when he wanted the rights to his novel, and I didn't pay attention to it after that. Heaven and Earth tone size. A week ago. He was completely unpredictable. As the plot unfolds, The Exorcist will explode to such great potential. By the time he received the news, the book had already risen strongly in the middle crossing. Qingduan regretfully said, "This is all a matter of timing and fate. With Levin's signing regulations, even if the novel was written in a shocking manner, the editor would never be able to make an exception for a newcomer at the beginning of the signing process. Let's just say that Levin had no luck with The Exorcist. Are you guys giving The Exorcist too much credit?" Flyer, the other editor of the Metaphysical Group, takes a completely different view. How can it be so easy to seal a book? Over the years, have there been fewer novels that started high and ended low? This immortal Punisher is not martial or immortal, and the writing isn't that stunning, so it might just bloody up on the shelves. Fei Yang is right. Pang Lai chimed in. Heaven and Earth. Relax. Newcomers are always unstable, so maybe one day they'll break shift and suck. Heaven and Earth laughed bitterly and didn't say anything. Judging by the current sustained upward data, it is unlikely that The Exorcist will have a bloodbath. And looking at the trend of this data, there may be a subsequent pop. It's just a shame that this is a book that Heaven and Earth regretfully missed out on after all. We'll just have to see if we get a chance to work together next time. In addition to taking care of Guanren, Gu Chang spends his days nestled in his study coding and saving manuscripts. Time just passes without a hitch. July 8th at noon that day, Star Emperor Entertainment suddenly, without warning, made an explosive official announcement. Zoki is going to release the single Battle of Red Cliff all over the internet on July 8th at 8 p.m. Zoki also performed a small intro to a new song on the noon live variety show. That stirring melody and hot-blooded lyrics quickly sparked national attention. Major media outlets followed, with all sorts of speculative tomfoolery flying around. Netizens are speculating whether this new song by Xiaoqi is the movie's theme song of the same name. It even ran to the movie producers of the Battle of Red Cliffs and left a message asking about it. However, neither the movie producers, nor the officials of Star Emperor Entertainment have given any response to the matter at this point of time. Lu Hongwan urgently convened a meeting. Li Meng wondered, what's going on with Star Emperor? How can you suddenly announce that you're going to release a single without a hint of wind? The higher-ups say they want to rectify the bad culture in the entertainment industry, so that the major media companies can promote more positive energy. Lu Hongwan snorted coldly. Star Emperor Entertainment probably saw that Invisible Wings was noticed by the Spring Festival Gala and got stupid. Because of the policy, Invisible Wings has not only been retweeted as well as liked by the Communist Youth League, but it has also gained the favor of the Central Father, and has been put on the shortlist of the Spring Festival Gala program, and has a high level of support. If nothing else, Invisible Wings will make its debut on the stage of this year's Spring Gala. Su Qi, I've asked director Zhao Side. Xiao Qi's single is based on the movie, a tailor-made theme song. The single was sent to the campaign a little before us, but then the Xiaoqi song was brushed off because Victory was so amazing. Lu Hongwan raised an eyebrow. So, the quality of this song is good? Su Qi nodded. Although it can't be compared to Gu Chang's, Siyu said that it is considered to be a quality national-style work. Is this Star Emperor rubbing off on the movie now? It's fine. He doesn't affect us by sending out songs. Gu Chan looked calm. No matter how good Xiao Qi's single is, there's no way to compare it to Victory. Otherwise it wouldn't have fallen short. Lu Hongwan looked at Gu Chang. It's been so long. Have you sent your works to the competition yet? Gu Chang nodded. Song Jiang already mailed the vinyl record of Victory to the organizers of the symphony competition 2 days ago. When the primaries are over in 3 days, the results will be out. Lu Hongwan hemmed and hawed. I don't know if you guys saw the interview with the Tudor Philharmonic Orchestra 2 days ago. Gu Chang hadn't really paid attention to these messages as he was so focused on coding. Lu Ji, what did they say? Yang Dingkuan revealed in the interview that the band started preparing for this competition 2 years ago, saying something about how they will definitely fight for their country this time and will definitely gain fame in the competition. Lu Hongwan gazed expectantly. Don't fail to pass even the preliminary selection by then. That would be hilarious. Gu Chang hummed lightly. The song Victory, we originally wanted to collaborate with their band, But I didn't realize that their master Yang couldn't see me. But it's a good thing they can't see it. So we have a chance to work with Liberty Orchestra. He shifted to a more comfortable position. His long legs crossed and stretched out. Su Chi's line of sight involuntarily slid all the way up from her long legs and landed on Gu Cheng's waist. Summer's thin clothing, Gu Cheng's posture, just to reveal the hidden contours of the abdominal muscles. Su Chi's gaze choked. Subconsciously, he shook his head and averted his eyes, letting out a dark breath where no one had noticed. Food and color also. I don't think that's much of an LSP when she just did that, is it? But then again, Su Dick felt strange. When she used to sing dance music, she also worked with many male models, and she was unimpressed by their blood-pumping muscles at that time. Why are you suddenly interested in Gu Cheng's abs today? Su Chi? Gu Cheng's face was puzzled. Ah, what? Lu Hongguang Blackline. Ask what else you have to explain. Su Chi snapped back to her senses, and only then did she realize that she had just actually dawdled in the meeting. She ruffled her hair lightly and changed the subject as if nothing had happened. Gu Cheng, didn't you promise to say you'd write 5 songs on the Hua Entertainment side? Gu Cheng turned his head sideways. What? Did Hua Entertainment rush the song over there? That's not true. Su Chi drew out a thick document and handed it over. This is the singer's information that Hua Entertainment has put together. And there's also a voice singer recording. I've already emailed you that recording document. Let's see. Gu Cheng took it and flipped through it casually. Hua Entertainment had been established for 20 years and had countless artists under its banner. At the forefront were naturally the current artists of China Entertainment. Sexy flower girl Su Ziqing, sweet song godmother Zhao Mengmeng, newly promoted small lung queen Jiang Yi, and a film and song triple amputee all-rounder Lin Zhan. Down the line were the company's second-tier artists, potential newcomers, and veterans, with the trainee profiles at the bottom of the list. Gu Chen closed the information and gazed at Su Chi. Sister Dicky, are there any artists inside China Entertainment that you don't like? Su Chi hooked her lips and smiled. What? You won't write a song for her if I don't like it? Gu Cheng nodded rightfully. If Sister Dicky doesn't like it, it's naturally impossible for me to work with them. Su Chi's heart warmed. With a company as big as Hua Entertainment and a large number of artists under its umbrella, it is natural that private rivalries are inevitable. But Su Chi is the cash cow of China Entertainment. Yang Liyong has always taken good care of her. Those small frictions never really affected her interests, so naturally they could be ignored. It's okay. You just write as you please. They are all the company's seniors and juniors. That little friction is nothing to be concerned about. Gu Cheng nodded. Since there isn't any, then I'll go back and look at writing a song. Lu Hongguang propped his hands on the desktop. Gu Cheng, you were talking about cooperation with Mr. Yang the other day, and you haven't talked about subsequent copyrights yet, right? Music copyrights are mainly categorized into lyric copyrights and sound recording copyrights. Lyrics are copyrighted by the songwriters, and recording copyrights benefit parties including record labels, singers, lyricists and arrangers. Gu Cheng's previous statement of $6 million a song was only the right to use the song, and there were follow-up rights that had not been negotiated. Gu Cheng pondered for a moment. Sister 7, those songs of yours in the past, how did it work out with China Entertainment? Su Chi sighed. When I first started in the industry, I encountered a big wave of copyright sales and purchases. The song copyrights were all owned by the company, and the company usually sold them in packages. This was something Gu Cheng knew. The copyright component of a song is very complex, with more rights and interests involved behind the scenes, and the price varies depending on the method of licensing, the use, the scope, and the number of years. Music platform to buy authorization. For the poor quality of the lyrics and music copyright, basically packaged sales. Unified price. How much money per song to use the term of a few years so? There is also a 50-50 split between the music platform and the song's copyright holder. Of the half of the song's copyright holder's share, it is then singled out for individual settlement with singers, songwriters, etc., on a pro-rata basis, and music producers get limited revenue. Given the market conditions that Gu Cheng understands, the current copyright income for songwriters is roughly between 2% and 8%. And what about the rights to those songs now? Still in the hands of China Entertainment? Su Chi smiled and shook her head. A few years ago, General Manager Yang returned the copyrights of most of the songs to me in order for me to renew my contract. And the copyrights of the ones published in the back belong to me as well. That's more like it. Gu Chen looked at Lu Hongguang. Lu Ji, my follow-up copyrights for those. You guys watch and help me talk to China Entertainment. Try to get more than 5%. I'll open a separate account when the time comes, and you'll all be credited to that card for subsequent royalties. When I save up a certain amount, I'll use it to set up a charitable organization to do good. Lu Hongguang was puzzled. If you want to do charity, why are you so troublesome? Just donate directly to a professional organization to do it? Suchi also chimed in. Gu Chang, running a charitable organization isn't that simple. You have to think carefully. Gu Chang nodded. I know, but there are some things I still want to be personally involved in myself. After Gu Chang burst into popularity in his previous life, he had also attended a charity dinner, and at that time, he thought of donating $1 million to the cause. When it came time to donate later, the agent asked him to just fill in the numbers and go through the motions. Gu Chang subconsciously felt that something was wrong. The agent gave him a blank look. Everyone in the entertainment industry is like that. As usual, fame and fortune. Despite some hesitation, Gu Chang finally followed his agent's advice and reported 1 million. In the end, Gu Chang didn't score a single point, but still got an honor for nothing. Perhaps the fraudulent donation is weak. That night when interviewed, the always eloquent Gu Chang became stuttering. At that time, he was in the period of bursting into the limelight, young and vigorous, and then buried in his work in music. He did not pay attention to those in the neighborhood, let alone charity. During that time, Gu Chang had been indifferent to charity. It wasn't until something happened later that Gu Chang completely changed his mind. Until his accident, he was passionately committed to the cause. Because he had been personally involved, Gu Chang knew how deep the inner workings of the situation were. There are many public service organizations, but like any other industry, there will inevitably be those who sell their names, fish in troubled waters, or even stir up shit. Therefore, Gu Chang still preferred to set up a charitable organization when he was in a position to do so. At least he would be able to know whether the charity money had been implemented into the hands of the people in need. In short, doing charity work is not something that happens overnight, but rather a long and persistent process. Everything needs to be considered in the long run. Star Emperor Entertainment this time for Shao Qi's single, The Early Stage, although quietly, but close to the release of a few hours but under the dead force to marketing and promotion. Before it was officially released, Shao Qi's new single appeared on the front page of all major music platforms to preview it. At the same time, Star Emperor also used all kinds of contacts and spent a lot of money to invite up masters and marketing numbers to publicize and build momentum for Shao Qi's new song. Weibo, B Station, Qihoo, all major short video platforms. Open up any social media app and the lead-in ads for Battle of Red Cliffs are pervasive. With such multi-party momentum, it only took a few hours for the heat generated by the Battle of Red Cliff to ignite the major music platforms. 8 o'clock at night. The Battle of Red Cliff by Zoki is available online. The low, muffled sound of horns, gongs and war drums intertwined with each other in a solemn and grand atmosphere. On both sides of the Yangtze River, a river full of warships and waves, the impassioned and urgent tune, the fervent lyrics, coupled with Shao Qi's resounding voice. An ancient-style song was interpreted by him in a fervent manner. Netizens were blown away by the wariness embedded in the song. Crap, it's burning. No, I'm going to go brush up on my history. Shao Qi's new song this time has improved quite a bit from the past. This song was made for the movie. Ancient-style battle song. Majestic. Brother's new song this time is fantastic. It's been a month of one great song after another in the music industry. Is this triggering the mechanism? After listening to one song, Suchi felt quite surprised. The lyrics and music are of good quality, and Shao Qi's voice is more than suitable for such a national style. So overall it's considered a superior piece. Lu Hongguang, however, spat slightly. I think this song is nothing more than a middle-of-the-road song. Suchi couldn't help but blank him. That's because you've heard better. That's true. It's natural not to feel amazing when the pearl is in front of you. Anyway, this song in victory. There is no comparison at all. Lu Hongguang hummed indifferently and got up. I'm going back. Do you two want to go together? Right away. Suchi looked at Gu Chang. Gu Chang, why don't I send you guys back? Gu Chang shook his head. I want to stay at the company tonight and see if I can write 2 songs to give to China Entertainment. Lu Hongguang hemmed and hawed and walked over to pat his shoulder. Wasn't it delivered by the end of the year? What are you in such a hurry for? Gu Chang sighed softly. I'm recently short of cash flow. Right. Lu Ji, there's one more thing I need to trouble you with. What is it? Gu Chang cleared his throat. Lu Ji, you have a wide range of contacts. Help me inquire if there are any game development companies or studios in the imperial capital that are just on the verge of bankruptcy or are not doing well? Lu Hongguang couldn't help but narrow his eyes. What are you inquiring about this for a good reason? I want to acquire a game development company. Gu Chang confessed, but I'm currently short of funds, so I can only set my sights on small and medium-sized companies. His current startup capital is only a few $1,000,000. After deducting taxes on that 30 million share from China Entertainment's side, Gu Chang was left with just over 10 million in his hands. That means the money he can use in his hand is simply less than $20 million. How much budget is needed to develop a game from development to launch? Gu Chang has no idea. but he knew that if he wanted to develop Fantasy Exorcist on the market, this amount of money would definitely not be enough. Gu Chang, why are you thinking one way or the other lately? Su Chi's eyebrows frowned slightly as she began to break her fingers and count with him. First I worked with Song Jiang on the AV studio, then I wrote a novel, then I planned a charity, and now I'm planning to develop a game. The first few are fine, but what the hell were you thinking with this one of the game? Gu Chang hemmed and hawed and said hesitantly, my editor told me in the morning that the audiobook site is negotiating for the audiobook rights of The Exorcist. I pondered that the value of the novel's IP was not small, and instead of handing it over to someone else I wanted to develop it myself. So I wanted to start by developing a handheld game of the same name for the immortal Exorcist. Gu Chang, the game market is not doing well right now. Lu Hongguang had to remind him. I heard from my friend that the game market is all about product value. Only the top 10 that do well have money to make. The rest of the game will either tie or lose money until they die. Have you thought it through? Gu Chang nodded. Don't worry Lu Ji. The big deal is that if I lose money by then, I'll just write a few more songs. Lu Hongguang. Surprisingly, he couldn't find the words to retort for a moment. After all, Gu Chang writes songs like wholesale, with no bottlenecks at all. $6 million for one song is a real loss. After washing up, Gu Chang turned on his computer. First, I logged into the center cross and checked the backend data. 32,000 added? There's still more than 2 hours to go. I don't think we'll be able to break 40,000 favorites tonight. Setting the new chapters to be released at regular intervals, Gu Chang exited the platform and logged into his email instead. This month Gu Chang was only going to deliver 2 songs first, postponing the remaining 3 to a later date, when the symphony competition was over. Since this was the first time they worked together and Yang Liang was so bold, Gu Chang naturally had to deliver a satisfactory answer. There must be at least 2 out of the 5 songs, which are given to top-tier Chinese artists, and the song must match the singer perfectly. Gu Chang began to scrutinize the singer's profile. Su Ziqing is known as the sexy diva, referring not only to her figure and appearance, but also her silky and charming timbre. She is not the kind of vulgarity that scratches her head, but high-class sexiness with an ancient Chinese flavor. Su Ziqing, like Huang Ling, possesses a voice to be mosaicked. Zhao Mengmeng went for the soft and cute lowly style, except that this sweetness of hers was more of a disguise, in the point of voice. In fact, Zhao Mengmeng was not even close to Jiang Yi's senior sister Lin Huiru, but Zhao Mengmeng has a great persona, and she's good at highlighting her strengths and knows how to hold her fans. As for Lin Zhang's old family is from Guangfu. He speaks a mouthful of Cantonese with a thief's ness, but his Mandarin is a bit hot. He was a serious singer in his early years and released a number of Cantonese albums, but in the past 2 years he has been a bit out of touch and started to move into film and TV dramas. Last but not least, I have to mention the little giant lung, Yi Chang. After Su Chi set up her studio, China Entertainment did not intend to bring up a real diva from the 2 pseudo-divas, Su Ziqing and Zhang Yi. Instead, they chose to support a better-behaved, more powerful new Tennyson, so that they could maintain a check and balance relationship between them. Since he was Su Chi's successor, he naturally had strength and talent. Zhang Yi's voice is thick, her vocals are very steady and slightly nasal. It's amazing to hear her sing cleanly. You can hear that she has a very thick foundation. She can handle soprano, Americana, and Americana. Gu Chang raised his eyebrows. This little giant lung, Zhang Yi, is simply not too similar to Goldfish Chespa, and Yang Liang vision is poisonous. Its artists each have their own characteristics. 4 people style are not with collision type. This made it a bit difficult for Gu Chang to choose who to pick. He went back through the 4 men's profiles. The final decision was to go with Little Big Lung Chang Yi. Gu Chang was too lazy to toss it. Zhang Yi's words would be perfect for singing Bubble. That year, Chespa was on I Am a Singer, with the song Foam skillfully surprised the audience and overwhelmed the crowd. Just speaks volumes about the song. One of the songs has a place. There's one left. 2 songs Gu Chang had long ago figured out how to arrange. Since he wanted to show off his abilities, Gu Chang planned to give the rest of that song to a newcomer to sing. Wait! Gu Chang's pupils lit up, suddenly remembering the words Lu Hongguang mentioned in the meeting today. Since the entertainment industry is promoting positive energy, wouldn't it be better to just have a positive song? Positive energy bursts of songs. Gu Chang's song library in his mind could drop 2 songs with a couple of random picks. Some of the longer ones are Joe Dong's Listen to Your Mother, Chasing Dreams with a Red Heart, Red Sun, My Future is Not a Dream, Sunshine Always Comes After the Wind and Rain, and Sea and Sky, Closer to Home. There's Lone Survivor, Star Ocean, 10,000 Borders, Me on the Backside of Time, Your Answer, and Guardian of My Light. Any song here is a positive song that can be turned into the state. Gu Chang directly flipped to the bottom half of the profile and began to check out the newcomer's information. This Su Jia is actually less than 15 years old? Gu Chang looked down and was directly surprised. That's quite a resume. Not only are you a national junior competition champion, but you're also a school teacher? This Su Jia is really young and talented. Although he joined the circle early but did not waste his studies, Gu Chang's favorite is a talented child. He found a recording of Su Jia's clean singing. The voice is not bad, clean and gentle, clear and penetrating and shocking in the high notes, and lingering and moving in the low notes. It's quite similar to Zhang Jia. Teenagers, positive energy. Gu Chang snapped his fingers, and inspiration came at once. Early the next morning, Gu Chang was in the studio burying his head in words. There was a knock on the door. Gu Anren was wearing two cute loose braids and fluttered towards Gu Chang as lightly as a butterfly. Good morning, uncle. Gu Chang pushed the swivel chair away with a little bit of force on his toes, picked the little girl up, and said in a soft voice, "Have you eaten breakfast yet? Sister Seven took me to eat." The little girl smiled and nodded, her voice soft and cute. Gu Chang raised his eyes and looked at Su Chi, who had entered immediately after him. Sister Seven, thank you for helping me take care of Anren last night. What's there to be thankful for? Anren is loved by everyone. Look, which one in the company doesn't want to put her in a sack and take her home? Su Chi stepped on her crisp high heels and handed a courier document to Gu Chang. When I came over just now, the receptionist asked me to bring it to you. It seems to have been sent from Jiangcheng, River City? Gu Chang unwrapped the documents and two red books appeared inside. At the signing of the contract that day, Seven Su said that she might travel or work abroad a lot after that. So before Gu Chang came, he took Anren to take the time to go to the relevant unit to apply for a passport. Su Chi raised her eyebrows. Gu Chang, this passport of yours came just in time. Yeah, it'll come in handy when we go to Vienna. Gu Anren's small face was confused. Uncle, are we going to Vienna? Gu Chang nodded. If it goes well, Uncle can take you to Vienna for a concert in a few days, and take you to play in Europe for a few days on the way. Really? The little girl's pupils instantly dilated and glowed with an eye-catching radiance. Gu Chang couldn't help himself. When has Uncle ever lied to you? During this recent period, he had been busy with his coding and his work, and had neglected his little girl a bit. Even when she stayed at the studio last night, it was Su Chi who brought her home to take care of her. Gu Chang had been thinking that when he was done with this period of time, he would take the time to take his little girl out to play. Gu Anren was so touched that she stood on her tiptoes and gave Gu Chang a kiss on the cheek. Uncle, Anren loves you. Lu Hongguang came in just in time to see the scene. I've had two children in my own family, but they're both mongrels. What's so cute about a sweet-smelling, soft little girl? For a moment he couldn't help but come over cheekily too, blatantly inviting a kiss. Anren, Uncle wants a kiss too. Where would Gu Chang let him have his way? Holding Gu Anren in his arms, he instantly moved two positions directly after. Go home and ho your own. Gu Anren covered the corners of her mouth and giggled. Lu Hongguang gave Gu Chang a blank look. If my family wants to have a daughter, do we still need to covet yours? Gu Chang didn't bother to pay attention to him and lowered his head to instruct Gu Anren. Anren, be good. You go play with Sister Meng Meng. Uncle has to work. Bye, Uncle. When Gu Anren went out, Gu Chang's demeanor was complete as he took out the sheet music that he had written overnight last night and handed it to Su Chi. Sister Seven, these two scores are newly written out by me last night. Take a look at them. As soon as she heard that Gu Chang had written another new song, and two at once, Lu Hongguang was immediately filled with surprise and couldn't help but burst out. Holy shit! Gu Chang, you wrote two songs so quickly? Gu Chang nodded. If there's nothing wrong with the sheet music, we'll send it to China Entertainment later. Let's see first. Su Chi walked to the sofa and sat down, began to read the score carefully. The song at the top is Bubbles. As soon as this song was in his hands, Su Chi's eyes flashed with brilliance and he immediately realized that this song was extraordinary. Foam is colored in the sunlight. Like being lied to, I'm happy. What's right and wrong? Your lies are based on the fact that you still love me. A beautiful bubble, though a flash of flame. All your promises are too fragile though. After trying to sing a few lines, Su Chi's pupils gradually dilated, and her eyes were filled with amazement. As the lyrics suggest, love is fleeting and illusory, as beautiful as a bubble, but with a gentle poke of the hand will burst, cannot stand the test. With depressing lyrics and a heartbreaking arrangement, the song speaks to the fragility of love and commitment in a subdued whisper, as well as seeing through the bubble of love to break out of the cocoon. This song is so well written. Before he could finish the whole song, Su Chi blurted out. Lu Hongguang had already had his scalp numb long ago. He gave Gu Chang a deep look and couldn't help but once again say that line that he was almost tired of saying. Gu Chang, you really are too talented. It's not him who has the talent. It's Chesba who was able to write Bubbles at the age of 19. He's nothing more than a civic mover. Gu Chang didn't oblige, but changed the subject. This is a song I want to sing for Jiang Yi. What do you guys think? Su Chi nodded. I don't think it's a problem. Jiang Yi's voice has penetrating power. It's perfect to sing this song. Bubbles isn't really easy to sing. The song spans a huge range, with a very high treble part and a very low bass part, which must be mastered by a strong vocalist. Chang Yi has a very distinctive timbre and not bad vocals, and can perform the song better. Isn't there another song? Gu Chang nodded. The next song, Teenagers Speak. I'm going to give it to newcomer Su Jie to sing. Junior said is a song composed by Liang Chicho and Ersui, composed by Su Song, and sung by Zhang Jie in classical chanting. Zhang Jie gave people the initial impression of leap earth and rely on his wife to get to the top, but after tireless efforts, he has quietly morphed into, up to the state, a singer. The song Teen Talk swept the short video and took the streets by storm when it was released back in the day. Su Jie is in his prime, and it's only fitting that he should be the one to sing it. Teenagers Say? Great song title. Lu Hongguang couldn't wait to urge. Su Chi, quickly see how the tune is. Su Chi nodded and began to look at the next sheet of music. Initially there was a choral recitation section. When the young are wise, the nation is wise. When the young are rich, the nation is rich. If the young are strong, the nation will be strong. Idiom, if the young are strong, the nation will be strong. A free youth makes a free nation. Su Dick's first reaction was classical beauty. A kind of 9-track beauty. Obviously modern antique compositions with a melody close to the classical Chinese kind of feeling. The melody itself is soft, but it has compatibility with the hard, and the whole piece has a coherent and smooth beginning and end. The most amazing thing is the lyrics that follow. The red sun rises and its path is bright. The river flows out of the volcano into the ocean. The dragon soars into the abyss with scales and claws flying. The beasts of the valley are terrified. A young man has his own way of being wild. Let one's body like a mountain and its backbone stand tall. Idiom, figure upright and courageous. Dare to measure the sun and the moon again. I'm the only young man in the world today. I dare you to test your mettle against heaven and earth. Cloak and dagger, who can stop? The lyrics are bold, with a large selection of ancient or sacred objects, names or allusions, and the chorus is even more powerful and vast. The entire arrangement of static and dynamic appropriate, beautiful but with the atmosphere, seems to highlight the great country and the inheritance of thousands of years of the Chinese civilization of the temperament of the time-honored new. Lu Hongguang was shaken, directly brought into the teenage memories, brought in that lost Xiaohua. The young man has his own youthful madness. His body is like a mountain and a river, and he dares to measure the sun and the moon again. A few short lines of lyrics make Lu Hongguang's blood boil and his body full of power. Who has not had the vision and fervor of holding a 3-foot blade, making a worldly achievement, reading 10,000 volumes of poetry, and opening up a world of peace during his youth? What's more, men are teenagers until they die. Lu Hongguang looked deeply at Gu Chang, his gaze surging. Gu Chang, are you sure you want to give these two songs to China Entertainment? Gu Chang saw through what was going on in his mind with a glance. What? Lu Ji, you can't give up? Lu Hongguang nodded heavily. Sheesh, these two songs are too excellent. I especially love the song Teenagers Speak in the back so much. The positive lyrics are straight out of the box. A song like this could be a breakout gold hit with a couple of pushes in today's market. Singing for Hua Entertainment is something he genuinely can't afford to give up. Su Chi only said lightly, we're the only two singers in the studio right now. Can anyone else sing? Lu Hongguang choked. No, but then he looked at Gu Chang with undying interest. Gu Chang, what do you say we keep this song and I'll go recruit new people right away? Gu Chang shook his head. By the time you've recruited someone, the yellow flowers will be cold. I can't wait that long. Lu Hongguang regretted, if I had known that there would be today, I should have recruited a few more new people before. Gu Chang was dumbfounded. Lu Ji, in fact, you don't have to be heartbroken. I can write you as many songs of this type as you want. Lu Hongguang was instantly full of blood. Then I'll start recruiting new people tomorrow. Whether it's seniority or strength, I'm just a newcomer in the music industry. China Entertainment Headquarters. When Su Chi and Gu Chang arrived downstairs, they met an unexpected person. Mo Shangdong, Director of Music, China Entertainment. Su Chi's eyebrows rose, and she smiled in her words. What wind has blown you down? Superintendent Mo? I came down here specifically to get you guys. Su Chi shook the folder in her hand and poked him with a smile. I think you can't wait to see the new song. Director Mo? Hua Entertainment. Su Chi has stayed for 10 years. How can you need to pick it up when you can walk with your eyes closed? All the same. Mo Shandong looked at Gu Chang. A smile piled on his face. This is Gu Chang, right? I've heard a lot about you. Hello, Superintendent Mo. Gu Chang was calm on the surface, but inwardly he was somewhat flattered. Mo Yajun, the god of spraying in the music industry, is known for his poisonous tongue as well as his ghost talent. Whether on the program or in private, he has always been unsmiling. And every day he is either spraying people or spraying people on the road. Gu Chang did not expect the spray god, but actually smiled at himself with a pleasing face. Mo Shangdong was already a bit impatient. Let's go up first. Mo Shangdong's office is on the top floor. Gu Chang stepped into the elevator and was ready to close the door when he was suddenly stopped by a petite voice. Wait! A woman with a pretty face and a flattering figure walked into the elevator. Gu Chang froze slightly. The beauty who came in before her eyes happened to be Hua Entertainment's giant lung diva, Zhang Yi. Up close, Zhang Yi is still a bit different from her profile. Her facial features are not considered exquisite in the entertainment industry, but her pair of electric eyes are flavorful and highly recognizable. Zhang Yi was equally surprised to see Su Qi in the elevator. Superintendent Mo, Sister Su Qi, how are you? Su Qi lightly laughed. Such a coincidence? Yeah, I just came back from shooting a circular outside and I didn't expect to meet you guys here. Zhang Yi's eyes were flooded with little stars in excitement. Sister Su Qi, congratulations on the sale of your new album. Zhang Yi's agent, Zhang Tao, and Lu Hongguang, have some minor friction because of their work, but Zhang Yi is Su Qi's fangirl. Even her signing up with China Entertainment was partly because she wanted to meet Su Qi. Thanks. Su Qi laughed lightly. I heard from old Lu that you recently took over the mentor notice for Music's Got Talent. Congratulations. Zhang Yi smiled shyly. Thank you, Sister Su Qi. Gu Chang was a bit surprised. Music Talent Show is the most popular civilian talent show in China, which has been held for 3 seasons now. Ordinary people show off their musical talents through this stage, and those who advance to the end will not only win huge prizes, but also have the chance to get a direct signature from Goose Factory. To be able to take the mentor of this program shows that Zhang Yi's singing strength has been highly recognized in the industry. While Gu Chang was sizing up Zhang Yi out of the corner of his eye, the other party was likewise secretly sizing him up. With Zhang Yi's current curiosity, she naturally knew that Gu Chang was Forgotten River, as well as Yang Liyong's heavy invitation to write a song. She also envisions that she will have the opportunity to sing Gu Chang's works. After all, every one of Gu Chang's works to date has been a pop hit. If he is lucky enough to sing Gu Chang's songs, his singing career will surely climb to another peak. Zhang Yi was hesitating to get close to Gu Chang when the elevator door opened with a ding. Zhang Yi sighed darkly. Superintendent Mo, Sister Su Qi, I'm leaving first. Wait. Su Qi called out to her. Zhang Yi's heart jumped heavily as she looked at Su Qi expectantly. Sister Seven Su, what is it? Su Qi let out a light laugh. If you don't have anything to do, come along. There's a song here that needs you to audition for it later. Mo Shangdong instantly understood. Since that's the case, Zhang Yi, you can follow along and come here. The surprise came as a surprise. Zhang Yi's beautiful eyes rubbed brightly as she busily nodded her head in agreement. Yes. As soon as he entered the office, Su Qi handed him the draft of the song in his hand. Superintendent Mo, there are a total of 2 songs here. Take a look. Let's see. Mo Shangdong excitedly took the sheet music. As the music production director of China Entertainment, Mo Shangdong's professional ability was naturally not bad. 2 tracks. One a sentimental love song and the other a positive and inspirational song. 2 songs that are impeccably perfect from word to song. Mo Shangdong's hand holding the sheet music was trembling a little with excitement. He knew very well that whichever of these 2 songs, as long as the operation was marketed well, it could definitely become a phenomenal hit gold song. Su Qi, Director Mo, what do you think of these 2 songs? Good. Yes. Mo Shangdong used 3 good in a row to express his satisfaction with the 2 songs. These 2 songs are really well written. There are no flaws whatsoever. Mo Shangdong patted Gu Chang's shoulder. Gu Chang, you really are too talented. I am ashamed of myself. Ask the music industry if there's anyone who has a classic and a hit song. Only Gu Chang. The most important thing is that Gu Chang is only 22 years old. At the age of 22, he has already reached heights that no one else, in their entire life, could reach. Mo Shangdong is convinced. In time, Gu Chang will surely become half of the music industry. Gu Chang smiled modestly. Director Mo, you are too self-effacing. Who doesn't know that you are a wizard in the music industry? I don't know how many classic masterpieces you have created over the years. Mo Shangdong sighed helplessly. I'm already old. The Chinese music scene will rely on you young people to hold it up in the future. Gu Chang wouldn't dare to be. Director Mo, cupping is the same as killing with a stick. Whether it's seniority or strength, I'm just a newcomer in the music industry. There's still a lot to learn from you in the future. Su Qi couldn't help but interject with a laugh. You two stop blowing each other commercially. Is still waiting here. Mo Shangdong laughed and handed the foam in his hand to Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi, play well and this song will be yours. Zhang Yi received it reverently. Yes, Director Mo. Gu Chang opened his mouth to remind her. Zhang Yi. This song is very difficult to sing, with high notes, low notes, true and false notes. However, I believe that with your strength you can manage it. You familiarize yourself with the tune first, and then you can just audition for it if you think it's okay. Yes. After getting the sheet music, Zhang Yi was directly amazed with just one glance. The quality of this song, both in terms of melody and lyrics, is, well, not at all comparable to those traffic songs on the market. Most importantly, it's almost as if the song was made for her, and it brings out the character of her voice perfectly. The moral of the song is probably a woman who has fallen out of love, and after being touched by her feelings, her heart begins to rebel and struggle for self-redemption. But the feeling of loneliness lingers. Zhang Yi has also fallen out of love. When she was young, she had an ignorant and beautiful first love. The other party had also given her a mountain of oaths. She was also full of heart and eyes for each other. But after the two become estranged, the relationship slowly becomes distant with time and distance, until she saw, with her own eyes, that the other man had another woman in his arms. All that was good came to an abrupt end. Zhang Yi subconsciously followed the sheet music and opened her mouth to sing. Foam in the sun. It's colored, like being lied to. I am happy. In just the first two lines, the images are laid out. Beautiful bubbles float in the sunlight and shatter at their most glorious. A beautiful bubble, though a flash of flame. All your promises are too fragile, but love is like a bubble if you can see through it. What's sad? Yi Chang's voice is deep, with highs and lows that rise and fall in pitch. When she sang, perhaps she was empathetic. Zhang Yi was already in tears without realizing it. Gu Chang raised his eyebrows. Very stunning. There's no denying that Zhang Yi's talent in the field of singing is amazing, as well as her heightened mastery of relationships is spot on. She has a solid rhythm control on this song. The layering, vocal vitality and tension are better than Gu Chang could have imagined. Very rich and surging, singing the musical essence of Bubbles. The melody of Bubbles blossomed instantly with her explosive rendition. Bubbles under the rain burst at the touch of a button. The heart that was so hot has long since sunk. Say you love me if you lie to me. I'd rather you were silent. When the song was closed, the crowd felt the afterglow, and their minds could not be calmed for a long time. The Mountain Alliance and the Sea Oath, in the end, can't defeat the erosion of time, because she had loved so hard. She would remember the way he had betrayed her. Zhang Yi wiped away the tears in the corner of her eyes and looked at the three people in embarrassment. Su 7 was the first to comment. Your thick voice is just right for this song, and you sing it with more feeling than I do. Zhang Yi's face was delighted. Thank you Sister Su Chi. Mo Shandong was also very satisfied. The singing was really good. The emotions were expressed very well. Very explosive. Music is a way to convey feelings. The lyrics of the song Bubble are very ear-catching in themselves, and when coupled with Zhang Yi's penetrating voice, it hits the listener right in the soul and quickly resonates with people. With Mo Shandong's professional vision, this song is extremely explosive and can definitely become a hit in the music industry. Although very satisfied, Mo Shandong still had to listen to Gu Chang's opinion. After all, it's the songwriter who has the most say in how well the song is sung. Gu Chang, what do you think? Superintendent Mo? I'll say what I have to say. Gu Chang coughed twice and began to comment. Some of the bass wasn't in place. There was noticeable breathlessness when transitioning the high notes, and the true falsetto wasn't handled perfectly. But Zhang Yi, you are very devoted when you sight sing, and the emotional part of the song is very well controlled. Especially, it's your vibrato that amazes me and leaves a lingering aftertaste. The men can sing onions, the women can sing bubbles, and both are technically speaking accomplished singers. The song has three spans, leading from the front chest to the nasal resonance, transitioning from rim vibrato singing instantly 2 octaves higher, to the final resonance of the soprano head. It's a difficult song for the average person to handle, and if it's sung by a guy it has to be down 2 or 3 keys, and a girl basically has to be down 1 key, so a lot of covers fail miserably. It has been very good to achieve this for the first time in sight reading. Gu Chang gives his final conclusion. Flawed and well sung overall. Zhang Yi's lifted heart finally fell. Thanks. Director Mo nodded with satisfaction. In that case, this song will be given to you. To sing. Zhang Yi nodded excitedly. Thank you Director Mo. At that moment, there was a soft knock on the office door. Excuse me, Superintendent Mo, was it you who called me? The crowd looked sideways. A small, sunny boy with a straight, lean, sword-browed face stood in the doorway without being condescending. Mo Shandong was in the right mood and waved with rare cordiality. Su Jia, come here. Su Jia smiled coyly and greeted everyone one by one. Superintendent Mo, Sister Su Chi, Sister Yi. Finally the eyes fell on Gu Chang, and adoration flashed in his starry eyes. "Excuse me, are you Gu Chang?" Gu Chang nodded. "Hello." Su Jie's expression instantly turned into excitement, his tone excited. "Brother Xing, I'm a fan of yours. I love your songs so much that I sing every single one of them. I didn't realize that Hua Entertainment had its own fanboys." Guoba guffawed. "Yes? Thank you for your support." Mo Shangdong coughed twice and handed Su Jie a copy of the music score. "Su Jie, this time I've called you over. Mainly because I want you to come and try out this song for me." As soon as the sheet music entered his hand, Su Jie was shocked. The lyrics are combustible and uplifting. The great Chinese a skimmer is a spine. The divine land of thought are the future. The vast 9 states a texted ink are the sun. Su Jie, as a son of China, also has the clanking backbone of China's forefathers. Be strong as a pillar of strength and live up to your youth. He looked at Gu Chang with a burning gaze. "Xing, is this a new song you've written?" Gu Chang nodded with a faint smile. "This song is written for the growing Chinese teenagers, and it is also for the rising teenage China. You familiarize yourself with the score and then sing it as you understand it." "Yes." Su Jie nodded heavily. For a newcomer, the opportunity to record a song demo is very rare, and some trainees even stay up for a few years without qualifying to meet with the executives. And it's only been less than a year since Su Jie entered China Entertainment. That's why this opportunity to audition for a song was invaluable to Su Jie. He secretly told himself that he must play well and bring out his true strength. Su Jie didn't dare to hope that the song would fall to him, but only hoped that he could impress director Mo and get more opportunities in the future. After a few minutes, Su Jie looked up. "I'm ready, is it now?" Gu Chang nodded his head and patted his shoulder encouragingly. "There's no need to be restrained. It's just an audition. Just go with your heart." "Aha!" Su Jie nodded his head, and after taking a deep breath, he began to recite in earnest, "If a young man is wise, the country is wise." As soon as Su Jie opened his mouth, everyone was shocked. He was in excellent shape for the audition. In those 10 minutes just now, Su Jie had already memorized the lyrics in passing, in addition to familiarizing himself with the score. That's why he sings without reading the lyrics at all, instead concentrating on finding the emotion in the song. The red sun rises, its path is bright. The river flows out of the ambush and floods the ocean. The dragon is in the abyss. The scales and claws are flying. The tiger roars in the valley, and all the beasts are terrified. A young man's got it. A young man's got it. The body is like a mountain and the backbone is like a river. Dare to measure the sun and the moon again. I'm the only one who's a teenager today. Dare to ask the sky and the earth to test its edge. Who can stop them? The world laughs at me, but I'm strong. Live up to your ears. Voice impassioned, words resounding. Majestic momentum as the rising sun reflecting the 4 directions, constantly attacked the hearts of the crowd. Gu Chang's gaze surged. Su Jie was filled with a sense of clarity and youthfulness that was unique to his age. A young man said. He sang out of the Chinese future like the sea. The future is long of the magnificent future, but also sang out of the Chinese youth body like the mountains and rivers to stand up the backbone of the vigor and today only my young man, and the spirit of struggle. The beauty of my young Huaxia, and the sky does not grow old, the strength of my young Huaxia, and the earth with the desert. The songs and singers collide intensely and then blossom into dazzling sparks that can make people empathize and their emotions unconsciously tumble with the lyrics. This is the feeling that Gu Chang is looking for. Be a pillar of strength. Live up to your youth. After Su Jie finished singing, he looked at the crowd with an apprehensive gaze. Yes, the always strict director Mo nodded with satisfaction, rarely praising a newcomer. Emotional and full of hope in his voice, paired with sunny, inspirational lyrics, the positive energy is instant. He patted Su Jie's shoulder with relief. Su Jie, you're very good. Having gotten the affirmation, Su Jie couldn't help his eyes from reddening. Thank you Superintendent Mo for the compliment. Mo Xiangdong was very optimistic about Su Jie. Shaoqi that song Battle of Red Cliff. Online after the whole network storm blowing what the national wind. To promote the Chinese culture. Mo Xiangdong just wanted to This song, Teenagers Speak, is more than a few dimensions above the Battle of Red Cliffs. In terms of lyrics or moral. Gu Chang, is Su Jie okay? How could there be a problem with his own choice of candidate? Gu Chang nodded his head. Su Jie compliments the song and sings the feeling I'm looking for. There's no problem giving this song to him. Su Jie froze for a moment. Sing to him. Is it what he thinks it is? A huge surprise instantly overwhelmed Su Jie. Again, he quickly dismissed it. It should be that he misheard. After all, how could such a great song be sung by a newcomer like him? He hasn't even made a public debut yet. I think he misheard me. Seeing that his complexion changed in a few turns, Su Qi couldn't help it. This newcomer, Su Jie, is truly a godsend. It's only been a year since he came to China Entertainment and he's gotten such great resources. What about the whole $6 million gold song? No surprises. After that the company will fully support him to the top. Su Jie was so lucky to have met Gu Chang. Su Jie, this song Teenagers Speak was customized for you by Gu Chang. Why don't you hurry up and thank him? Su Jie looked at Gu Chang with disbelief. And then at Mo Shandong. Director Mo. Isn't it just an audition? It's the audition that's good. Mo Shandong nodded. But this song was really written for you. And if you pass the audition, the song belongs to you. So, he's ready to debut? Su Jie was ecstatic. Thank you Director Mo. Thank you Brother Chang. I'll definitely sing this song well. Gu Chang was very optimistic about Su Jie. This teenager's talent wasn't low, and if he didn't go astray in the future, he would definitely have a straight path. It was rare for him to mention a few words. Su Jie, you're still young now. The road is still long. After you have made a name for yourself in the future, don't touch anything illegal or criminal at any time. And don't ruin your happy ending. Don't forget the beginning. And you'll always get it. Su Jie nodded heavily. Brother Chang, don't worry. I will definitely keep your instructions in mind and resolutely refrain from doing anything illegal or criminal. The song Bubbles, which ended up as a single for Zhang Yi, will be released across the internet in 10 days. As for Teenagers Speak, Mo Shandong had originally planned to publish it the day before the start of the school year. Later, considering that the release of the new song has to be publicized on the pass, it will affect Su Jie's studies. The crowd deliberated and decided to reschedule the debut for the end of July. After the song was successfully adopted, Gu Chang and Su Qi didn't stay too long at Hua Entertainment. The day after tomorrow was the day of the symphony competition, when the preliminary results are announced. So as soon as they left China Entertainment, the two of them hoofed it to the Liberty Orchestra to rehearse. Just get in the nanny van. Su Qi then gave Gu Chang the good news. The finance said that the money for those two songs has already been settled to the company's account by China Entertainment. Gu Chang hemmed and hawed. Hua Entertainment is pretty fast. After the two songs split and tax deductions, Gu Chang will get nearly $7 million in cash. Counting the $3 million or so in the card, Gu Chang's account added up to a balance of $10 million. Thinking of this, Gu Chang was instantly motivated. He opened his laptop, intending to upload the latest chapters of The Exorcist in his car. Ever since Su Qi gave the novel a reward to the Supreme, Immortal Exorcist was like a nail in the coffin, firmly occupying the top of the homepage reward list. Other than that, all the novel's numbers are exploding, and the collection is already up to 300,000 plus before it even hits the shelves. Such a proud achievement that The Exorcist has already created shockwaves in the online literature circle even before it was released on the channel. Nowadays, when you click on the comments section, there are much fewer skeptical voices, mostly discussing the plot as well as hyping up the clock. Readers are divided into three main female camps: Bagio, Lu Sueki, and Tian Linger, each with their own loyal followers. Gu Chang opened the background and started uploading chapters. Considering the novel's small word count, he resumed daily shifts of 10,000 for the past few days, and then resumed bursts of shifts when it hit the shelves. The novel has now been updated to include the plot of Zhang Xiaofan and Bagio in the blood-dripping cave. After the chapter was uploaded, Gu Chang sent a message to the editor. De Jiang, Jiang De, how's the data on channel promotion? After the novel filled 100,000 words, Da Jiang immediately arranged for channel promotion. It's now exactly 1 week since the first round of data from the channel stations should have come back. Omi replied straight back in seconds. Trial pushed data from all major channel stations with good feedback. When it first hit the channel, The Exorcist had a mediocre response in terms of numbers. But as readers read deeper and accept the plot characters in the novels, reader stickiness starts to rise and retention goes all the way up. The novel's rapid fan circle has also made The Exorcist kill the list of various channels. But in just 3 days, The Immortal Exorcist was at the top of the major lists at the channel station, riding high among the works of the same period. Because the numbers for The Exorcist were so combustible, Oe followed suit and drifted a bit. He saw in Gu Chang the possibility of a new king of the middle crossing. Gu Chang, cheer up. You must be stable in the later stages. Don't fall apart. Thank you, Jiang De, for mentioning it. Hearing the overwhelming response from the channel, Gu Chang was in a good mood. Jiang De, have you negotiated the rights for that audiobook yet? The negotiation fell through because the other side gave too low a price. Omi then added. However, you shouldn't be disappointed. The company is recently looking into entering the audiobook market. So when the time comes to have your own platform, you'll be able to gain even more benefits. Got it, Jiang De. You go ahead and get busy. We'll contact you if anything happens. Gu Chang exits the chat. Su Qi asked curiously, Gu Chang, how is your novel now? Various numbers are good so far, but we'll have to wait for everything to hit the shelves. Gu Cheng hemmed and hawed and changed the subject. Sister 7. When will Zhao Chang's new drama start shooting? The producer said it starts at the end of the month. Su Qi returned. Not much time left then. Gu Cheng smiled and raised an eyebrow. I don't know how well this kid has learned the dialect. The historical trajectory of this world is basically the same as that of the previous world, and major historical changes were once similarly staged in this land. The new drama that Zhao Chong is starring in this time is based on the real anti-Ri War. No, Kawasaki is not an army. Bashu, as the capital of heaven, was a great province for wartime soldiers in either era. An inch of mountains and rivers, an inch of blood, 100,000 youths and 100,000 soldiers. The Bashu people were all soldiers in the war, and tens of thousands of soldiers of the Sichuan army sacrificed their lives for their country. Zhao Chong got the role in the new drama as a new recruit from Sichuan. For the first role in his life, he takes it extremely seriously. In order to get closer to his character, Zhao Chong traveled to Bashu to learn the local dialect. Su Qi was naturally fully supportive of this, and gave him an accompanying assistant. Assistant Wang said he learned it very carefully and now he has that flavor in his mouth. The two just, you and I talked all the way to the theater. Brother Song. Seeing them, Song Jiang smiled brightly. You're just in time to help me test the results of our recent rehearsals. Su Qi smiled. Then I'll come too. Gu Cheng sat in the first row position of the audience and gazed at the stage. The musicians had long since gathered in place, awaiting Song Jiang's command. With Song Jiang's hands raised, there is no need for extra communication. The instrument is their medium of communication. Nearly 100 people stood by, and a vast aura filled the entire theater. In a trance, Song Jiang became a pre-war general. Under his command, the members of the regiment are transformed into warriors on the battlefield, and musical instruments are transformed into deadly weapons in their hands. They worked together and performed an impassioned battle song with their lives. Gu Cheng was really blown away by the performance. In order to perform better, Song Jian recently went to the Conservatory of Music and recruited a group of newcomers. During this half-month, Song Jiang led the troupe in serious rehearsals every day. He used all of his contacts to hire a professional instrument teacher to give one-on-one lessons and training to some of the members of the group. In just half a month, the overall strength of the Freedom Orchestra has improved by a step. From the initial cacophony of noise, it has transformed into a beautiful melody. In less than half a month's time, everyone was desperately grinding under Song Jiang's one command, polishing their respective edges and striving to work together to the ultimate perfection. This time, from them, Gu Cheng saw victory. As the symphony competition approaches, all the major symphony orchestras have been interviewed by the media. Only the Freedom Orchestra, lackluster. Because the Freedom Orchestra had no prior experience in international tournaments, it was not well received. And the top caller is the Philharmonic Orchestra. The full name of the Philharmonic Orchestra is the Imperial Philharmonic Orchestra, which, along with the National Symphony Orchestra, is a national symphony orchestra established by the government or an extension of the government. Empire Philharmonic Theater, state-level music hall. The size of a palace is magnificent and brilliant. Lu Rongcheng, the orchestra's chief commander, is on stage conducting the group's rehearsals. A song rehearsal is over. Lu Rongcheng walked off the stage. You're here, Director Yang. Yang Dingquan nodded in satisfaction. The results of the preliminary election will come out tomorrow. It's been a hard time for Master Lu. The sea is navigated by the helmsman. With a master conductor like Lu Rongcheng, Philharmonic will surely kill it and win a place in the competition. Lu Rongcheng looked at Yang Dingquan with a deep gaze. Director Yang, it seems like the Freedom Orchestra is competing with a new piece this time? Yang Dingquan shook his head. The Freedom Orchestra is a new song composed only half a month ago, and it's still a newcomer to the music scene. What's it called? By the way, Forgotten River composed it. As soon as the artwork was finished, Song Jiang mailed it directly to the organizers, so I didn't get a chance to see it. Lu Rongcheng subconsciously frowned. What's going on with Song Jiang? How can such an important international event easily choose the work of a newcomer? Yang Ding snorted softly in a cold voice. What's this? There are even more outrageous ones. I've heard that since Song Jiang recruited that Oblivion, the Freedom Orchestra has suddenly begun to undertake film and television drama soundtracks for the public. Said something about following Hollywood's example and creating a professional audiovisual studio. Lu Rongwei was surprised. Movie soundtrack? Did they get an order? We do get approached, but the charges are said to be extremely high, so we're not really taking orders at the moment. Yang Dingquan's tone was contemptuous. Pop music and symphony music are two different things. Besides, this Oblivion is just a newcomer in the music industry. How much he weighs is still unknown. There is also a chain of contempt in the music business. Music genres despised: classical, jazz, rock, folk, electro, pop, rap. Music majors despised, composition, conducting, orchestration, folk music, voice, music education, musicology. In the industry, classical and pop are calling each other stupid. Like when rock and roll was born, it was time for Beethoven to fuck off. Yang Dingkuan actually despises pop music at heart. For Song Jiang's behavior of turning a free orchestra into a music studio, which in his eyes belonged to self-degradation, Yang Dingkuan's heart was extremely contemptuous. Lu Rongcheng, however, had no such idea. In his eyes music has no boundaries or highs or lows. Superintendent Yang, you can't say that. After all, Song Jiang was known as a ghost conductor when he joined the profession. Although Song Jiang is not very old, he already has 10 years of experience as a symphony conductor. With 10 years of musical precipitation, Song Jiang possesses not only composure and thoughtfulness, but also the fierceness, innovation, and fear of failure that have endeared him to the older generation of conductors. So what if Song Jiang is talented? Yang Dingkuan smiled disdainfully. Being dragged around by such an orchestra, it won't be able to become big after all. It is important to realize that Philharmonic has been preparing for this competition for 2 whole years, and the Freedom Orchestra took just half a month. What good work can be delivered with such hasty preparation? In short, Yang Dingkuan didn't take the Freedom Orchestra as a competitor at all. Master Lu, looking at the current strength of orchestras in China, the only one that truly has the strength to kill in the competition is our Imperial Capital Philharmonic Orchestra. Yang Dingkuan slightly raised his chin, his face full of certainty. Only the Imperial Philharmonic can give glory to China's orchestras and support the future of China's symphony. Although the outside world did not look favorably on the Freedom Orchestra, the members of the group did not let that affect their morale. In the opinion of the group members, the addition of Gu Chang injected strong fresh blood into the orchestra, and in addition to the band having Gu Chang sitting in on them, they also have Song Jiang to stabilize the military. Therefore, the members of the group remained motivated and trained hard for the competition. The goal of the Freedom Orchestra is no longer just to get through the preliminary rounds, but to look forward to killing the finals and making it to the bigger stage to receive the award in that hallowed ground of dreams. 4 o'clock in the afternoon of the following day, the organizers of the contest are at the tubes, announcing the number of spots for the orchestras that made it through the preliminary rounds. Surprisingly, there are 2 preliminary advancement spots in China. One is the Imperial Philharmonic Orchestra, and there's the Dark Horse Freedom Orchestra that killed it. The moment the news traveled back to China, the whole symphonic world was in an uproar. What kind of piece did Song Jiang turn in anyway? It actually broke through the preliminary round? Where does Freedom Orchestra have any power? Why did the Freedom Band win? There's definitely something fishy going on here. Song Jiang is, after all, a conductor known for his ghostly talents. So perhaps, I think it's great. One more spot in the competition and more chances of winning a prize at home. The moment the preliminary results were announced, Suchi Studio immediately released a new tweet. Congratulations to Freedom Orchestra, which has won the preliminary round of the World Symphony Competition. We'll see you in Vienna's Golden Hall in 3 days. Liberty Orchestra immediately retweeted their support. All encounters are a beautiful encounter. Thank you Suchi for infusing ours with soul. Thank you. 2 tweets that quickly sent an earthquake through the entertainment industry. Su Dick actually participated in a world-class symphony competition together as a singer in a free orchestra. What? Did I disconnect the internet? Since when did Su Dick start playing classical music? Did you guys notice that the Freedom Orchestra's composition was created by Forgetting River, an artist under the Suchi Studio? Are all the newcomers so awesome nowadays? Let me give you some information. This time Suchi is participating in a world-class symphony competition. We have participated in this competition several times in China, but unfortunately we haven't gotten a good ranking so far, and the best we've gotten is breaking into the rematch. Just when the whole internet was buzzing, the producers of the Battle of Red Cliffs, without warning, have released a 1-minute advance teaser trailer. In the opening scene, a bloody Chow flag flutters in the wind, accompanied by the words "When will the East Wind come?" and "Heaven's secret cannot be revealed," and "Heaven's secrets must not be revealed." The movie kicks off with 2 heavy voiceovers and war drums. In the dark, a roar of "Light the Fire," followed by a dense number of rockets, shot into the air sailing ship. The fire roared and burned the red cliff into a sea of fire. Atmospheric battle song BGM victory. Various high-flame cutscenes, interspersed with exciting exchanges between movie stars and movie queens, until the end, when a rocket breaks into the air towards the camera and the screen goes crimson. The roaring flames finally resolving into a few lines. The Battle of Red Cliffs. We'll see you on January 1st. The second tweet ate the Freedom Orchestra as well as So7 Studios. Congratulations to the Freedom Orchestra, which passed the preliminary selection for the World Symphonies competition. I wish the movie theme score victory and the English victory will win a good place in Vienna. The whole internet was instantly abuzz. Crap. Crap. This movie trailer is too lit. Never thought that one day I'd be kneeling for a preview. The trailer rocks and explodes. Goosebumps. The Three Kingdoms is the worst period in history, with 9 out of 10 rooms empty. On a final note, the BGM is good. It's just a clip, but the BGM really shakes the heart and cleanses the soul. It's simply an epic battle song. Shao Qi's song was directly reduced to dregs. This BGM is competing in Vienna, right? Is it too late for me to buy a plane ticket? Blow up trailer. Shocking BGM. The Battle of Red Cliffs instantly set the internet on fire. The trailer flooded the internet with incredible speed, and was accompanied by various passionate texts by netizens. I was making a delivery and swiped on this teaser and instantly felt like I was delivering uranium fuel to the country. Listening to this BGM, I feel like I'm not writing a math problem, but I'm tapping out the data for an atomic bomb. Mud. I'm a welder and I feel like I'm welding a starship. The two dragons fight to the death, and the red cliff buildings and ships are swept away. Zhou Yu broke Chao Gong here. What a great battle of red cliffs. What a great song. Victory. Star Emperor Entertainment executives were furious. Shao Qi's new song this time is heading for the Gold Song of the Year. So Star Emperor can be said to have invested heavily in marketing to build momentum. Shao Qi also lived up to expectations. The single was released, sales will squeeze down. Su Qi topped the major music charts. Individual platforms once faced a collapse. The Star Emperor even shamelessly bought a good Shao Qi power pressing Su Qi's fluff piece. After various bundles of marketing, Star Royal's stock price went way up. As a result, the news that the Freedom Orchestra, with Victory, had passed the preliminary rounds of the international tournament was suddenly officially announced worldwide. Star Emperor was caught off guard. In less than 10 minutes, Shao Qi's topic fell out of the top 5 of the hot search. The Star Emperor hadn't had time, yet, to come up with a countermeasure to save the day. Another joint statement from Su Qi and the producers of the Red Cliff movie once again sent the entire internet into an uproar. This time the top 20 hot searches, all without Shao Qi's trace. Instead, there are related topics such as Dark Horse Freedom Orchestra, Diva Su Qi, Mysterious Forgetfulness, and the movie The Battle of Red Cliff. After the heat plummeted, Shao Qi's daily sales of new songs fell off a cliff, and Star Emperor's stock price plummeted back down, exasperating the crowd of Star Emperor executives to the point of spitting blood. You think it's over? No. This is just the beginning. The teaser trailer for The Battle of Red Cliffs is a simultaneous official announcement at home and abroad. Set up the 6 dragons, ride the wind, and the 9 lords, and conquer the world. These words not only exploded in China, but also had an equally enthusiastic response overseas. As one of the 4 great masterpieces, Romance of the Three Kingdoms crosses national boundaries and is extremely popular both in Europe, America and Asia. Coupled with the fact that Three Kingdoms games were prevalent overseas a few years ago, there are therefore Three Kingdoms cliques in Europe and the United States as well. Overseas netizens are not only familiar with the names of Cao Cao, Zhang Fei, Zhuge Liang and other characters of the Three Kingdoms, but they can even talk about the stories of the Three Guanches and the straw boat borrowing arrows. Do not seek the same month and the same day, but seek the same year and the same month to die. Guan Yu brush burst the forum was admired by the masses. The blood of the foreign boys fantasize about their own incarnation of the Changshan Zhaozilong, in and out of the Changban slope a couple of times. Various overseas game forums all discuss the Three Kingdoms storyline from time to time, and the world is busy supporting the Han Dynasty. With such a huge fan base, the movie trailer for the overseas version set off the oil tubes as soon as it was released. Tri-state fans couldn't sit still and exclaimed, "Oh ma!" The trailer is short in length, but just 1 hour after it went live, it had a staggering 3 million views on YouTube. A staggering 3 million views. What? Who says Chinese movies are shabby? This special effect is not inferior to Hollywood. The East Wind is not with Zhou Lang, and the Bronze Sparrow locks up Tu Qiao in spring. If a 3rd century Chinese army is pitted against a Roman legion, I'm sorry, but I'm going with China. The trailer is absolutely fantastic. Except, why release a trailer now when it's only in theaters in January? Conquest of the overseas. In addition to the heroics of the trailer and the various grandiose war scenes, the victory of the fighters also ignites the blood of the foreigners. Shocking, impactful and offensive. The bravado goes straight to the top, and it's a hot mess. The BGM's grand, epic, and ironic style, coupled with the mind-blowing female vocals and chorus, as well as the majestic melody, are equally stunning to the eyeballs of discerning overseas netizens. The end of the trailer declares that the movie's theme song Victory will be at the Golden Hall in Vienna for the International Symphony Competition. While the movie is still 6 months away from release, this international match is only a week away. Can't wait for the movie. So why not go ahead and listen to the theme song first to get a taste of what's to come? Regardless of nationality, as long as the fans of the 3 countries are iron, they started pouring into the organizers' official website. following, leaving comments and inquiries. If the foreign network is so powerful, Huaxia can't lose, can it? The Wahhabi netizens applied to go over the wall to fight. The organizers of the tournament managed to see the first crash of the official website system. Song Jiang's phone was busted. Various friends congratulate. Media interviews, media announcements. There were just too many calls, and Song Jiang ended up simply turning off the phone. Phew, finally cleared up. Such an explosive situation was not expected by Song Jiang. It was a mixed bag for a while. Happily, victory was a hit before the race. The worry is that the songs are overcooked. Right now the eyes of the world are on victory, and the attention is far beyond Song Jiang's expectations. It means that the band is not just playing for themselves. Song Jiang expressed a lot of pressure. Although he had faith in the songs and in the band, it was indisputable that he was rushed in his preparation for this competition. Once the show is screwed up, Song Jiang's thick eyebrows were locked, not daring to think further. Gu Chang comfortingly patted his shoulder. Big brother Song, there's no need to be stressed. With the band's current strength, I'm sure you'll be able to pull off the performance and come out on top. Having bonded with the band until now, their performance Gu Chang has always watched. With Song Jiang around, Gu Chang was full of confidence. Seeing his certainty, Song Jiang was also slightly relieved. I hope so. I'll give them a good pep talk before training later. Su Qi interjected. I've put all my next jobs on hold to delay and fully cooperate with the orchestra to train together. Song Jiang nodded. In that case, we'll start training after dinner. Tutor is 7,453.66 kilometers from Vienna and the flight duration is about 7 hours. Because of the movie producer's sponsorship, they don't need to worry about airfare and lodging. The crowd planned to arrive in Vienna a day early. The rest of the time the corps trains fully in preparation for the event. The competition was the first overseas performance by members of the orchestra. Song Jiang is concerned that the individual members are recently trained and have not yet formally performed on stage. Resilience needs to be strengthened for both new and old corps members. Song Jiang could only begin to pump up the group. This is not a mere game, but a battle of honor that is a matter of life and death for the orchestra. We're not just representing the orchestra, we're fighting on behalf of China. So absolutely nothing can go wrong. Do you have the confidence to topple the Golden Square and create a Chinese legend? Overthrow the Golden Square and build a Chinese legend. Overthrow the Golden Square and build a Chinese legend. Under Song Jiang's guidance, the members turned pressure into motivation and were all as exuberant as chicken blood. Song Jiang nodded in satisfaction. Now start training. Seeing that there was nothing more to do, Gu Chang did not linger in the theater, but chose to go home first, because he had a more important thing to do. The Exorcist is hitting the shelves. After experiencing a variety of recommendations, as well as fan self-promotion, the collection of Immortal Punisher reached 500,000. This statistic hangs with a host of greats. The Gods and the Middle Finger Club. From the beginning of the bantering and flirting with the exorcism of the immortal, to the envious pursuit of the midway data crushing, and then later on the silent numbness of the explosion of the channel. The industry mixed to this level. No one is shallow eyes. All are full of hard eyes. Watch the Punisher rise all the way to the top. Heartbroken. They all realized one thing. Sure, Sung really could break the myth of the midcross and become the new king of the midcross. Considering the short length of the Immortal Punisher, Gu Chang decided to put it on the shelves earlier after discussing it with Da Jiang. After returning home, Gu Chang started uploading new chapters. In order to boost subscriptions, he happens to jam a little high tide. There is no long speech to sell misery and beg for the first booking. Gu Chang casually handwrote a simple shelf speech. Stick to the original version and put an end to piracy. The Exorcist is officially on the shelves starting in the wee hours of the morning. The gods said that if there were 90,000 subscriptions, there would be a collective women's black silk. I'm a decent man. I've been familiar with the spring and autumn annals since I was a child. Will I be compelled by a mere black silk? Mainly, it's the close to 4-to-1 subscription ratio that shizzy I can't even think about. Then compromise and reverse the 9 for a 6-9. On the shelves of the guaranteed explosion of 30,000 words. The first booking more than 6,900. Every breakthrough 10,000 subscription plus 10,000. And so on. Finally, thanks to the editors as well as the readers for their support along the way. The book review section instantly fell as soon as this tawdry shelving testimonial came out. Nonsense. What kind of decent person? I think it's clearly a man of nature. The wheels of the car ran over my face. Brothers, you can't spoil him. Book it all. You have to. Subscriptions are impossible to subscribe to. The White War Party is at my command. All retreat to turn to Penshurst. All the way to watch the rise of the Exorcist. Bound to chase until the end. Dare to eunuch. Send razor blades. Understand? Am I the only one who noticed that the author said 10,000 more for every 10,000 000 subscriptions passed? How much of a stockpile is this anyway? The pattern is small. 500. 000 plus collection. High and low must have 100. 000 subscriptions. If data doesn't recognize it, I'll wear a uniform and crawl into bed in the middle of the night. There are 10,000 subscriptions on the sneer. If 100,000 women's live. Dog head. The comments section swipes around down. Gucheng found two obvious facts. The readers who are reading this book are absolutely awesome. The second is that the reader is more of a slut than he, the author, is, although in the shelving testimonials, Gucheng seemed oblivious to subscriptions, but unlike singing, this was at least his first time writing. The mood was inevitably still a little apprehensive. 500,000 favorites. How many zombie fans and white whoring parties are in it? Gucheng cannot estimate. But according to the data displayed in the background, the book is not low on catch-up or retention, either on this site or in the channels, and the hyped bounty is way up. Anyway, 10,000 subscriptions is definitely more than that. Gucheng shook his head. Forget it, don't want to think about it. Code and save first. 10,000 subscriptions plus 10,000 more. If the readers give a 50,000 or 60,000 subscription, their own stock of manuscripts can go down 100,000. He was still planning to spend a few days with Enron in Europe when the time came, thanks to the inexplicably stronger memory after crossing over. Otherwise the quality of this novel would not only be unprotected, but it would probably be a slag shift. Gucheng began to bury his head in words. Except for occasionally playing with Enron in passing and resting, Gucheng was locked up in the small darkroom at all other times. During this time, to celebrate the release of The Exorcist on the shelves, Iron fans also rewarded a few supreme. The publicity campaign is a straightforward one-step process. You can't reserve a release for the first time on the shelf. Gucheng could only keep the time and start uploading chapters at exactly 12 in the morning. Copy, paste. Gucheng directly exploded in a big way. The entire 10 chapters, each with about 3,000 words, totaling about 30,000 words, Gucheng sent out at once. It just hit the shelves and the numbers in the background jumped all over the place. Because the episode where the jam breaks off the chapter coincides with the Black Rock Cave battle, a minor climax. From here, Zhang Xiaofan began to bury the seeds of an unstable Dao heart. Reader subscription sentiment is very high. Subscription numbers that keep refreshing. The Exorcist is stable. This was Gucheng's first thought. Sure enough, it only took less than an hour for the subscriptions to surpass 10,000 subscriptions. Unprecedented. Dajian couldn't hold it down and sent a QQ pop-up to Gucheng. Big brother, have you slept yet? The first booking of The Exorcist has broken 10,000. Omi couldn't stop his tone of excitement. Gucheng was a bit curious. Zhang De, figures like this for Punisher are considered good, right? More than good. Big brother, do you know what the concept of over 10,000 first orders in an hour is? There's no record of that in Zhonghong so far. Omi was too happy to spend. On top of that, it's 1 a.m. late at night. The wee hours of the morning are not the peak of the reader's reading. 23 hours to go, Dajiang boldly predicted. According to this trend, a first booking of 50,000 is out of the question. Even 100,000 is not impossible. If that was true, Omi could brag about it for the rest of his life in the editorial group. The numbers stabilized, and Gucheng relaxed. After a long day of coding, the mind lets go of its tiredness and immediately rushes up. In that case, I'm going to bed. Omi can't sleep. Good night, big brother. I'll keep the data for another period. Early the next morning, Gucheng accompanied Anren to finish breakfast before he opened his computer without any panic. At this point, it's only about 9 o'clock. First booking figures for The Exorcist, already 20,000 plus. I can't believe these readers are so giving. Gucheng hemmed and hawed and honored his promise to post 3 more chapters. Thanks to the support of all brothers, 3 extra ones are presented. The next burst of more or less depends on whether the brothers are hard enough. Readers get excited. It's true that this author can be everywhere. And the inventory is real. Immediately started running around the major forums. Levin editorial team. With the subscription figures for The Exorcist coming in over at Nakasaji, the major editors, just now and then, glanced at the silent world in the corner. I heard that it broke 10,000 subscriptions in less than an hour. Until now the figure is pushing 30,000. Tiendi, are you okay? What do you say? Heaven and Earth let out a bitter laugh. His mood truly unspeakable. In the past few days, he had rewatched The Punisher again. After reading it, Heaven and Earth had to admit that it was an unparalleled immortal masterpiece. I blame myself for looking the other way at the time, and no one else. Qingduan felt a little guilty. Didn't you say later that you would contact him again for the next book? Did you contact him? Heaven and Earth rolled his eyes at him. If you were Zhang Hong, Would you let go of such a heavenly talent? Who in the industry doesn't know that Nakayoko has been ambitious since Bai took over the position? Not only are they attempting to enter the audiobook market, but they are also secretly exploring other new markets, though the wind is currently being kept out of the sails. But no matter what market you're trying to tap into, it's important for Nakanishi to have good enough books that can attract readers to draw in traffic. That's why authors like Shizai will inevitably be retained at all costs by Nakayoshi. The Exorcist is on the shelves, and it's not just Levin's group of editors who are concerned. At this very moment, the entire online writing world has its eyes on the Center Cross. Only an hour after it hit the shelves, it surpassed 10,000 subscriptions. The Exorcist can be a tough act to follow. It's reminiscent of another Netflix sealing, Songyu's Legend of Shushan. Speaking of Songyu, this one is considered a legend in the netbook world. Songyu started out in Levin, taking the 5th tier of authors in his first book, and in his second book he was directly sealed as one of the 12 heavenly kings. The third book, The Legend of Shushan, made the world know, and took the platinum title of Levin in one fell swoop. It is the fastest rising, fastest becoming and most recognizable immortal originator in the last few years. The same immortal theme, but unlike the immortal Punisher, The Legend of Shushan is a product of the peak of online literature. The first booking of 70,000 plus immortal on the shelves of the record, which is still unbroken. The crowd wanted to know, can the Exorcist finish off The Legend of Shushan and lead the way to a mind-blowing pinnacle? Center Crossing Club. The gods in the group kept urging Gu Cheng to send screenshots of his subscription. Gusu Barkeep, Biggie, how many even subscriptions are there? Send an updated screenshot to show off. Gu Cheng goes into the backend and intercepts the latest data. We're now about 3,000 bookings away from breaking 50,000. Crowd. Nima. How can we live with this? Seeing this horrifying data on the screenshot, a group of bigwigs were dumbfounded. Since the founding of Zhongxiong, the bookstore has more than 1 million online novels, with only 800 books exceeding the average order of 3,000, and less than 5,000 books exceeding the average order of 1,000. A work with an average booking of 3,000 would be considered a gem in the online writing world. Many older authors flounder and struggle at this level. As for the average booking of over 10,000, not only in Zhonghong, but also in the entire netizen circle has been the mark of the godhead. Although almost everyone in the group holds the title of Great God, their new books on the shelves are not guaranteed to average over 10,000, and The Exorcist is just under half a day old. The average booking is close to 50,000 already. It's 20,000 short of the 70,000 record for The Legend of Shushan. Is writing as easy as gardening these days? The Big Eagle Munchkin was jealous and envious. Congratulations, Big Brother. A book to seal God. I love Black Sai, 500,000 favorites. 50,000 average bookings. 10-1 numbers. Big Brother is as scary as hell. More than 500,000 collections. Gu Chen corrected. The day before it hit the shelves, Daejang put a guide on Punisher to accurately push the potential audience, coupled with the Big Seal push as well as the book fan's supreme reward, The Exorcism on the eve of the shelves. The collection exceeded 600,000. Su Senchue couldn't help but curse. Brother's word count is 20 times that of yours, but the collection is less than half that of yours. And the collection to subscription ratio is even more dismal. What did Brother say? Water God, you less sell misery. You everyday hydrological slag more and readers buy accounts. Lousy everyday tens of thousands of updates. Monthly vote list once did not take. Tentacle Monster couldn't help but choke, and ended up yelling about closing the book. Fuck. The more I think about it, the sadder I get. Puff the pen and close the book. Go home and beg for food. Puff the pen and seal the deal. Go home and beg for food. Puff the pen and seal the deal. Go home and beg for food. Gu Chang was very sensible and sent 10 big red envelopes. Big Brother grab red packet hand speed half a bit not slower than the code word. The picture of the exchange group instantly changed suddenly. 12 o'clock. When Gu Chang went to have lunch and came back, he saw that the first booking of Immortal Punisher had already exceeded 50,000. First order 51018. Average order 35,042. This figure, it could be said, greatly exceeded Gu Chang's expectations. Originally thought that the first booking of The Exorcist, to reach 40,000, would be a miracle. Right now the time is only half over. The Exorcist broke 50,000 alone. Gu Chang laughed. It seems that the netizens of this world still have something going for them. A chat pop-up from Omi popped up in the bottom right corner. Usually the first few hours of a new book is when subscriptions increase the fastest. The rate of increase in homogeneity will gradually slow down in the following period. However, Punisher's data has been trending upward except for a normal decline in the middle of the night. Omi was simply going crazy with joy. Hurry up and send Gu Cheng a subscription screenshot. The average booking has broken 50,000. Big brother, you're really too awesome. For Immortal Punisher to be able to achieve what it is now, we still have to thank Jiangda for lifting us up along the way, Gu Cheng said sincerely. At the beginning of their acquaintance, Da Jiang taught him a lot of writing skills and gave him recommendation support along the way. Da Jiang is credited with delivering such an eye-opening result for the exorcism. Omi hemmed and hawed. All of this is the result of your own efforts, regardless of the platform. Novels can't explode without recommendations as well as kryptonite, but without sufficiently hardened strength, even kryptonite is just a shot in the dark. After all, the Big River has long been seen over the years. According to this trend, breaking the record of Legend of Shushan is on the cards. Gu Cheng was a little curious. Jiangda, how many first bookings is usually considered passable for a center cross? Is it hard to get 10,000 subscriptions? Nonsense. Not to mention 10,000 orders. Even 1,000 is not easy. This answer, Gu Cheng really did not expect. Is it hard to get 1,000 orders? The business of writing is very much a gift. Omi sent him a long screenshot. You can take a look at the statistics provided by the Middle Crossing favorites list. The last batch of new books that hit the shelves totaled over 300. However, the first booking aspect is a big slide. There are very few new books whose first bookings break 1,000. Gu Cheng frowned. How come the highest first booking is only 6,300 plus? The top of this God's Hero text, the Middle Finger Club had discussed, said that the collection before the shelves have 180,000 plus. I did not expect to collect the book ratio is so poor. Omi sighed. This godly text. Zhonghong has similarly arranged a shelf promotion, and all the figures are good, by all accounts. There's nothing wrong with the first booking breaking 10,000, yet reality snapped in the face. The collection of 180,000 first order only 6,300, average order is only just over 5,000. The data is really cold. There's a saying in the industry, persuade someone to write, and heaven help you. Outsiders always think that the writing industry, there is no threshold. Put pen to paper and you can write. Write and get money. How is writing actually that easy? A monster like Gu Cheng is a once-in-a-century occurrence. Thinking about it, Omi couldn't help but remind. Cheer up, big guy. Don't ever break a shift. Strive to win the mid-yokai newcomer king. Thanks for the encouragement, Jiangde. I'll go ahead and update. Gu Cheng goes into the writer's backstage. According to the agreement with the readers, every first booking that exceeds 10,000 he has to add 10,000 more. Plus he still owed 2,000 words from before, so this time he posted 12,000 and uploaded 4 chapters straight away. Congratulations to the first booking of the Immortal Punisher for successfully exceeding 50,000. Thank you all for your support. Let's look forward to the next, where the limits of Punisher are. Tears. Finally broke 50,000 subscriptions. Charge. So far on the shelves, the update is 70,000 words, right? Suddenly I'm curious about how much stock data still has in his hand. 50,000 orders in half a day? Brush it off, right? What are you brushing? Can't you see the reward pop-ups? This is all real data. Only 50,000 subscribers? Iron Suns, send Punisher on 100,000 subscriptions. The Supreme Being is here. Send the Punisher on 100,000 subscriptions. Supreme dedication. Punisher fans are abuzz. As a newcomer's new book, 50,000 subscriptions is indeed an incredible achievement. But Punisher fans don't think it's enough. Forums, book loop, book groups. To set a record, the reader goes around as a self-promoter. In addition to this, there are also true believers who have started a monthly bonus campaign. With the support of the fans, the monthly votes of The Exorcist are far ahead, dumping the second place 5 times more, and the win crushed a group of big gods. In addition to the sparkling monthly results, the sucker punch is the reader bounty piece. A full 18 supers so far on the shelf, plus many allies large and small. Real money bounties have put Punisher on the top of the bounty list. The Punisher fans have been killing it like crazy. With their tireless efforts, the collection of The Exorcist soared straight towards 700,000, and the subscriptions also went all the way up. First booking breaks 60,000. The first booking broke 70,000 copies. 12 o'clock at the last minute. The first order for The Exorcist finally settled at 863,524, with an average order of 78,258. The moment the data came out, the entire center cross blew up. Gu Cheng let out a long breath. 80,000 plus first orders. 70,000 plus average orders. Sure enough, classics never go out of style. Even with a change of parallel worlds, The Exorcist is still the ceiling-like presence of immortality. The data exploded, and Gu Chang only had to follow up with continuous updates as he remembered in his head. All in all, Gu Chang was quite satisfied with the results of this crossover trial. With so many subscriptions and rewards, I wonder how much money I can get in exchange for subscriptions. Sure, Gu Chang doesn't care about this money for subscription. What he's really looking at is the IP development of The Exorcist. It's just a shame that IP development here is a one-shot deal. This will lead to the quality of the subsequent development, which will not be able to get enough attention. For example, some potential IP is arbitrarily film and television, combined with the popular fresh meat, to earn a wave of traffic on the hasty downfall, wasting the potential value of the existence of many IP. For the Punisher's IP, Gu Chang intends to prioritize the development of rights in anime and games, wait for the IP to appreciate in value and then look for the best resources to adapt it for film and television. After all, a good movie or TV adaptation is the best way to spread IP to the general public. There's no rush on this copyright adaptation thing. It's got to be a long-term thing. Gu Chang stretched his back. He added a total of 70,000 words today, plus 30,000 words at the beginning of the shelf. Gu Chang exploded into a full 100,000 words today. After a whole day in front of the computer, he was long tired. The body is the capital of the revolution. Sleep. What Gu Chang doesn't know is this. At the wee hours of the morning, screenshots of the first order of The Exorcist spread like wildfire in all the major forums. The entire online writing community was shaken. First order 80,000 plus. No doubt about it. The Exorcist is already slated to be the breakout hit of this year's Netflix. People who know the market know that as the plot slowly unfolds, the more words in the immortal, fantasy and other long subjects, the higher the subscription will be later. With the current trend, 100,000 subscriptions to The Exorcist are within reach. What's 100,000 orders? The entire online literature circle average subscription more than 100,000 subscriptions added up, single-handedly counted. 10 years ago, at that time, piracy was rampant and licensed copies were not promoted. The White Whore Party stands on the intellectual high ground and often mocks legitimate book lovers. In this general context, 100,000 average bookings is the ceiling of the existence of all online authors do not even dare to think about. Until a couple of years ago, Levin used to play on the Stalking God book, Sherfu Maiden Please Spare Your Life, to pry open a gap in this ceiling, and then broke through the barrier of 100,000 average bookings. The explosion of The Exorcist announced the dawn of a new era of online literature. Sure enough, the times grind on and never say hello. 80,000 plus first order. Sure, it's not the great Godvest? Master's subscription isn't even a fraction of the exorcism. Cry and lie flat. Dude, you at least have a subscription. I'm still in it for the love of it. Swing for the fences. $1.08 a month and a smile all day long. What's the point of coding? Doesn't it smell good to go into the factory and drive screws? Do you guys think that the first booking of The Exorcist can only go so far? A great god spoke up and woke up a bunch of puffers. That's because the ceiling in the center cross is that high. The crowd of puffers then came to their senses. Isn't there a segment circulating on the internet? You can get 90 points because that's all you can get. And others can get 100 because the paper is just 100 points. Nakayoshi itself has little traffic and far less daily activity than other platforms. There are only so many paying readers. And as well as you write, you can't turn the ceiling. But where the center across ceiling is as high as Levin's, The Exorcist can still climb another level. That's what makes it really scary. So, it's Nakayoshi that's restricting The Exorcist? If this novel were to change to a bigger platform, the first booking would probably break 100,000, right? Wouldn't that be a 7-to-1 subscription ratio? Anyway, you guys remember one thing. The first booking of 80,000 plus is not the real strength of The Exorcist. This wave of descending blows has spurred the puffers hard. Many authors have secretly compared themselves to The Exorcist. Finally, silently, I opened the software, grabbed the keyboard and started updating. The next days, Gu Chang resumed the regularity of 50,000 words per day and 10,000 uploads per day to maintain a steady update. The first 2 days of the game, Gu Chang and the others began to prepare to leave for Vienna. 10 o'clock flight. Li Hao came over early to pick them up and meet them at the theater. Going abroad for the first time, Gu Anren was so excited. The smile at the corners of his mouth never dropped while he was in the car, and his little mouth hummed an unknown ditty from time to time. Uncle, is Vienna beautiful? Pretty. When the game is over, Uncle will take you for a round. As soon as they arrived at the theater, Gu Chang was shocked. All the members of the orchestra held their instruments, and together with the staff and random people, they formed a group of nearly 100 people. It's a big one. The scene was indeed somewhat spectacular. Gu Chang, little Anren, you're here. Song Jiang walked over and frowned at the suitcase in Gu Chang's hand. What's with all the luggage? These are enough. Gu Chang searched through the crowd and didn't see the beautiful figure. Where's Su Dick? Said that for fear of causing a siege. She and Lu Ji took an earlier flight than us, and stopped by the Vienna side to help out in advance. Gu Chang retracted his eyes. Big brother Song, are you all ready? It's been ready for you for a long time. The sponsor's side was very considerate, arranging several buses for transportation. The group arrived at the airport without incident. As soon as the members stepped off the bus, they caused a stir at the airport. The surrounding audience first gasped, then erupted into amazing cheers and screams. Days! The Freedom Orchestra! The Freedom Orchestra! It's really the Freedom Band! Go Freedom Band! For the first time, 2 Chinese orchestras have been shortlisted for the preliminary round of this international music event. Plus, victory was a hit before the race. It led to the heat of this competition, which far exceeded the expectations of the crowd. There was also an ambush in the crowd of media who had gotten wind of the situation. Master Song, why isn't Su Chi traveling with you? Are you guys traveling separately? Master Song, may I ask if you are confident of winning the prize when you set out for Vienna this time? Master Song, please, because of the crowd. Some of the shots even dislike Song Jiang's face directly. In the face of the media and fans chasing after him, Song Jiang always smiled and refused. Sorry, we're not doing interviews before the game for a while. Gu Chang had foresight on this, so there was no option to get off with the main group. Gu Chang touched Enran's head and instructed in a warm voice. Enran, the airport is crowded. Remember to stay close to Uncle later. Got it. Go. Depart. Putting a hat and mask on Anren, Gu Chang lowered his head and escorted her around the crowd into the VIP passage. The capital of music. It really lives up to its name. Walking through the streets of Vienna, Gu Chang can be seen everywhere, a strong shadow of European classical music. Even after the splendor of the Roman and Baroque periods, the remnants of war can still be seen in the weathered Vienna. But for Gu Anren, the scenery along the way was beautiful and dreamy. Uncle, the buildings in Vienna are like castles in a Western fairy tale. So beautiful. She slumped into the window of the car, her almond eyes glazed over, a brilliant gleam reflected in them. Gu Chang stroked her head. Do you like it? Love it. Gu Anren nodded heavily, watching the view out the window go all the way backward, watching people of all colors weave through the streets. The little girl received a violent shock. For the first time, her mind began to yearn for the musical mecca that the crowds were talking about. Considering that the orchestra was performing abroad for the first time, individual members did not speak English. Jawid especially instructed his staff to find a local Chinese agency that specializes in all matters of contact, pick up, hotel drop-off, etc. Gu Chang and the others didn't have to worry about it at all. The organization had taken care of it. We've booked a hotel near the Golden Hall for the convenience of your performance. The one who spoke was called Mo Bin, and was the person from the organization responsible for receiving them this time. Song Jiang nodded his head in acknowledgement. Thank you. Mo Bin smiled. I should. Once inside the hotel lobby, Song Jiang suddenly stopped in his tracks. Gu Chang followed his line of sight and could not help but raise an eyebrow. 2 bands, both Chinese, meet in a hotel lobby in a foreign country. The Philharmonic Orchestra is also booked at this hotel. As a junior, Song Jiang took the initiative to go forward and greet him. Boss Yang, Master Lu. Lu Rongqing nodded, his face showing surprise. Song Jiang, you guys booked this hotel too? Song Jiang smiled and nodded. The sponsor helped book it. I didn't know it was such a coincidence. These words sounded more like bragging in Yang Dingquan's ears. He narrowed his eyes at Song Jiang and suddenly smiled. Song Jiang, how did I hear that your band has transformed into a music studio? Is there some kind of difficulty? The tone was smiling, but it wasn't hard to hear the sneer lurking within. It's good that the Freedom Orchestra is really starting to take on outside work on movie scores now. Not only did Song Jiang not count, but he nodded his head graciously. If Boss Yang has any friends with needs in this area, he can introduce them to me. I'll be sure to break my opponent's bones for the sake of my peers when the time comes. Yang Dingquan choked on his smile. Song Jiang's words were undoubtedly an insinuation that he did not have the love of his peers. He turned to Su Chi and replaced his bright smile again. Ms. Su, I'm really sorry about last time. The band was really busy that time. So, Boss Yang, there's no need to say sorry. Su Chi directly interrupted him, meaning to say, speaking of which, I still have to thank Boss Yang. Yang Dingquan was stunned. What do you mean? What? Didn't I just say that? Su Chi playfully smiled a bright smile. Our track for this competition, Victory, is the track I wanted to get Philharmonic to collaborate on before. It's just a shame that Boss Yang said he wasn't available and put it off. Yang Dingquan's smile turned a little bit colder. His eyes involuntarily searched around the crowd and finally landed on the upright figure behind Suchi. Gucheng graciously allowed him to ogle. Yang Dingquan narrowed his eyes. He was the only one fully armed among so many people. Could this be that mysterious forgotten river of legend? He was about to open his mouth to inquire, but Song Jiang didn't give him a chance. No more chit-chat. I'll take the members to their rooms to rest after a long day of flying. Song Jiang gave a final nod towards Lu Ronqing and led the crowd away. Watch their backs as they leave. The smile on Yang Dingquan's face completely failed to hang on. This symphonic competition has been going on for 17 years and is one of the most prestigious musical competitions in the world. In all, there were more than 40 bands that passed the re-examination, and there were 3 favorites for the championship: Berlin Philharmonic, Philadelphia Symphony, and Chicago Symphony. The Berlin Philharmonic Orchestra is the most vocal of them all, and its technical and expressive skills are absolutely at the top of their game. The importance of virtuosity is unquestionable. Last year's winner didn't show up, and the Berlin Philharmonic was given high expectations. The Philadelphia Symphony Orchestra is also not to be underestimated. The orchestra is not known for its explosive power, but the tone is beautifully balanced and very high-flying goddess-like. The Chicago Symphony Orchestra's initial strength was in brass, and then the strings became progressively more subtle after a change in principal conductor. All 3 bands are equally strong, both on record and in live renditions, and each has its own strengths. In addition to these 3 favorite bands to win the title, the most talked about band was the Dark Horse Freedom Orchestra. And the reason why the Freedom Orchestra is so highly regarded both at home and abroad is because of the song Victory, which is said to be hailed as an epic battle cry. If they hadn't rejected Su Qi in the first place, wouldn't they be the ones in the limelight now? Think about it. Yang Dingquan heart cannot help but mixed feelings. Early the next morning, after Gu Chang and the others finished their breakfast, they started to go to the organizers to go through the formalities for the competition as well as the draw. Because there was no dress rehearsal for this international match, the order of appearance was decided by drawing lots. Participating bands have only 15 minutes to perform, counting from the first note played by the band, and points will be deducted if they exceed the time limit. The Golden Hall is not a standalone building, but one of many concert halls in the Friends of Music Vienna building. The exterior walls are yellow and red in color, and many statues of the goddess of music are erected on the roof, which is quaint and chic. This Golden Hall is actually unremarkable among the clusters of ancient buildings, but that doesn't take away from the fact that Song Jiang has a great love for this gilded musical sanctuary. After all, this is undoubtedly a world-class music hall, and it's an absolute honor for musicians to perform here. Is this the Golden Hall? It's so beautiful. Song Jiang's gaze surged. Every year since the 1960s, this place has invited the Vienna Philharmonic Orchestra to give a New Year's Eve concert here. The next 3 days, top symphony orchestras from around the world will showcase their musical talents and battle it out with their rivals in the concert hall. And he, Song Jiang, will lead the Freedom Orchestra and fight for honor together. Gu Chang looked at the Golden Hall in front of him with an odd expression. The commercial Golden Hall in the previous life. As long as the venue fee is given enough, even if they can all go to the local show, selling out basically by giving away tickets. Brother Song, can we pay our own way to perform here? Before Song Jiang had a chance to reply, there were piercing jeers from behind him. Ha ha ha, the bumpkin from there? This is the Golden Hall, the mecca of music. Do you think it's your town hall? There were 3 men and 1 woman who came. Gu Chang guessed that they should also be musicians participating in the competition. Gu Anren subconsciously moved closer to Gu Chang. Gu Chang lightly patted her shoulder to pacify her. It's fine. The woman was exquisitely made up, nobly dressed, and carried an air of haughty artistry about her. She lifted her chin slightly and surveyed them critically. When he saw Su Qi's delicate little face, a flash of jealousy flashed in his eyes. You're from China? That's right. Song Jiang straightened his back. We are the participating delegation from China. The Chinese delegation? The tall, thin man in the lead was stunned and suddenly spoke. We are the London Philharmonic Orchestra of Y. I am Eric, the principal conductor of the team. London Philharmonic? Gu Cheng narrowed his eyes. As the saying goes, if you know your enemy and know yourself, you will win 100 battles. Last night at the hotel, Gu Cheng and the others had read the information of all the participating bands. The former London Philharmonic Orchestra was founded in 1902, and its predecessor, the Queen's Hall Orchestra, which was founded in 1895, was praised by the Queen as a wonder of the modern world. That year at the Olympics, the London Philharmonic played the theme song from the Oscar-winning musical movie Chariots of Fire. Mr. Bean, who played the electric piano and pressed only one key the whole time, made the whole audience happy. This contrastingly witty and perfectly coordinated performance impressed Gu Chang. The London Philharmonic in this world is also a long-established performing group in Y, but its popularity is not even close to that of the previous world. Eric surveyed them condescendingly. I heard that you Chinese have 2 orchestras on the shortlist this time. Are you from the Imperial Philharmonic or the Liberty Orchestra? We are the Freedom Orchestra of the Imperial Capital of China. And I am Commander Song Jiang, Song Jiang said back. Upon hearing that it was the Freedom Orchestra, several people's expressions instantly turned odd. So you're the Freedom Band? Eric wore a smile, but mentally scoffed. For this contest, the organizers launched a poll for the most popular band in the audience on Tubes. The Royals are just 5th on the official website. And at the top of the list is this free band with no international recognition and little representation to show for it. An amateur third-rate orchestra rubbed their Royal Symphony Orchestra, and the faces of all the symphony orchestras that competed, underfoot. The most ironic thing is, this orchestra, and even most of the musicians, are not from the disciplines. How does this convince Eric, who has always been arrogant? He spoke in a conspiratorial manner. Tina, it seems that China's participation in this competition has not won any awards so far, right? It shouldn't be. I remember that this competition has been participated in by Huaxia since its inception, so how is it possible that it has not won a single prize? Am I remembering it wrong? Tina puffed. You remembered correctly. It's true that Huaxia hasn't won any awards so far. Eric looked to Song Jiang. What? Huaxia didn't think one team running with them was enough, so this time 2 teams came together to partner up in disgrace? The group laughed out loud. Eric, how can you say that? Tina pursed her lips in blatant sarcasm. It's not like they said they were here to get an award. Maybe people are just here to see the world. Song Jiang's crimson eyes. Mocking him was tolerable, but insulting his country was absolutely not. Song Jiang just wanted to teach this group of John Bulls and learn how to behave, but he was yanked by a hand. Gu Cheng signaled him not to be impulsive. Song Jiang gave Eric a hateful look and backed off after all. Eric was even more amused at the sight. It seems you guys have a sense of self-awareness as well. Huaxia is powerful though. However, in the area of classical music, there are still many international masters who have a deep-seated contempt for China. Gu Cheng sank his face, his heart burning with anger. He took a deep breath and suppressed the anger that filled him before opening his mouth to dislike him back. Mr. Eric, don't talk too much. The match hasn't even started yet. It's still unknown who will win or lose. Just you guys? Eric grunted coldly, the contempt in his eyes undisguised. In his eyes, classical music is steeped in the essence of Western civilization, different due to cultural genetics. Euro-Americans don't believe in their bones that a race other than white can perform the essence of classical music. What level of classical music in China is evident worldwide. If you Chinese really win, you should wonder if there's something fishy going on with the organizers. What happened to the level of Chinese music? Gu Cheng gasped and laughed, looking at Eric with eyes full of sympathy. I didn't realize that it's now the 21st century and there are still people who stupidly think that Chinese classical music doesn't work. I really feel sad for you. Eric narrowed his eyes dangerously. What did you say? Can't you understand? I said I feel sorry for you. Gu Cheng switched to fluent English and snapped back once. The principal of the Royal Symphony Orchestra. And such prejudice still exists. Could just anyone be chief of the London Philharmonic? Do you guys know anything about classical music? Eric grunted, full of arrogance. I come from a family of classical musicians, graduated from the Curtis Institute of Music, and am the principal pianist of the Royal Symphony Orchestra. And have you, an amateur orchestra that is not in the top tier of China, ever won any awards internationally? In what capacity and with what qualifications are you questioning me? Gu Cheng nodded his head calmly. It's true that I'm not a graduate of any prestigious school, and I don't have any bullish status, but that doesn't mean that our Chinese classical music doesn't work. Gu Cheng stepped forward and began to make a reasoned rebuttal. The percentage of Asians, especially Chinese, studying piano and violin in the world's major music colleges has been as high as 70%. The live audience at your classical concerts is basically older people, while we in China are mostly young people. The fact that your young people have stopped paying attention to classical music shows that your classical music is declining. Whereas in East Asia in China, classical music is growing in popularity. Pointing at the Golden Hall behind him, Gu Cheng threw his voice. Not only the Golden Hall, but in the future we will go to Carnegie Hall, the Sydney Opera House, and the Bolshoi Theater in Moscow. The future of classical music is in China. The classical music played by our Chinese people is bound to resonate around the world in the future. Pop, pop, pop. The Chinese in the audience applauded Gu Cheng hard in agreement, and there were even quite a few whistles. Well said. That's fantastic. Song Jiang excitedly slapped Gu Cheng, never having been so relieved as now. The future of classical music is in China. Brother, you said it wonderfully. Perhaps Gu Cheng's aura was too much. Eric was dumbfounded by the dislike, seeing that the onlookers were gathering more and more, but he didn't want to leave just like that. He could only drop a sentence towards Gu Cheng unwillingly. May you all still laugh so hard when you lose miserably during a game. Song Jiang quenched at their backs with disdain. Bah! What a thing! It's a disgrace to our musicians. Gu Chang is not surprised. What a sense of Britishness! Gentlemen are nothing more than their manners to women, but they are actually arrogant to the core. The John Bulls considered themselves to be God's chosen people and felt that they were destined to make contributions that no other people could make. It's a pride and sense of superiority that runs deep in their culture. Gu Chang turned his head sideways and coldly met a pair of focused smiling faces. What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? Su Qi gazed deeply at Gu Chang, her beautiful eyes overflowing with adoration and love. What you just did was very handsome. However, you were wrong about one thing just now. Gu Chang was puzzled. Which bit? Su Qi hummed lightly, connotatively. It's really not their fault that young people don't pay attention to classical music. After all, who doesn't know that Y is a twilight country? The three of them looked at each other and burst out laughing at the same time. Gu Anren grinned back and giggled. Su Qi looked down. What is Anren laughing at? Do you know what I just said? I don't know. The little girl shook her head honestly and hemmed and hawed. I saw you all laughing, so I laughed along with you. Gu Chang lost his smile and stroked her head. Let's go. Time to go in and draw lots. When they leave, Takayu in the corner drops his camera and makes an excited noise. The future of classical music is in China. The Freedom Orchestra is really fucking awesome. Yao Yu is an international student here and uses his spare time to photograph the scenery as a travel blogger. This international competition has received more attention at home and abroad than in previous years. And naturally, Yao Yu won't miss out on the traffic. It's just that the Golden Hall has been closed to the public since yesterday, allowing only contestants as well as staff to enter and exit. Only a small portion of the Chinese media were given permission to cover the field. Media without official invitations. Small upvoters like Gao Yu could only wander outside the venue, expecting to catch some hot information. I didn't expect to squat here, but instead, I mistakenly filmed the scene where the conflict just occurred. London Lovejoy was really bullying just now. This time, I will definitely expose their ugly faces. Being discriminated against while studying abroad is a common occurrence for Gao Yu. He has always resented discrimination, but he was alone out there, and he usually pretended not to understand or ignored it in order to put the matter to rest. But just now, the arrogant and haughty faces of those people from London Philharmonic, Gao Yu's blood boiled as he watched, and he simply wanted to go up and tear it apart with his hands, because what these men violated was not his personal dignity, but the dignity of the nation. Think about it. Without hesitation, Zhou Yu uploaded the video he had just shot, in its entirety, to all of his social accounts. As soon as the video was posted, it blew up. Let's not even talk about the self-styled traffic in it, Sue Dick, and the recently popular Freedom Orchestra. When it comes to the arrogant and domineering attitude of the crooked people, the netizens are so angry that they explode on the spot. Crap, this foreigner's sightless face is so disgusting. This gringo is sick, isn't he? I thought the quality of those in the arts would not be too bad. What's the result? Potato Country is very serious and particularly sensitive about class distinctions, and generally only socializes with people of the same class. If you insult my China, you will be executed even though you are far away. The Chinese people carry blood in their bones. They empathize with seeing their own bands, so demeaned and looked down upon abroad. Bloodthirsty as they were, they watched with righteous indignation. Gao Yu's fans began to rise, and it's not just going up a little bit, it's rocketing up at a crazy rate. The pop-ups were even more eruptive, densely blocking the screen. Within 10 minutes, the video had shot to popularity. Meanwhile, the video was reposted and carried and began to spread across all major platforms. It then parachuted into the Hot 100 with lightning speed, sparking national outrage. Is Vienna run by John Bull's family? It's outrageous. When I was traveling in Potato Country, someone made squinty eyes at me, and I was all alone and had to pretend I didn't understand. If it were today, I'd beat him into a squint. Foreigners are just bullies. No matter what kind of discrimination you encounter, don't be a wimp. Take him on head on. There's one thing to say. That little brother is really handsome when he goes head to head. If anything, the Chinese orchestra has been disparaged and discriminated against outside the country, leaving netizens feeling incredibly angry. The way that Gu Chang fought back against those foreigners made the netizens watch and cry out in relief. Chinese children, always straighten your back. If someone takes the initiative to provoke, violate the dignity of my great Chinese nation, I will rise up and return the favor with a straight face. The future of classical music is in China. That's a great saying. Good job, Freedom Orchestra. From today on, I'm a Freedom Orchestra fan. Is this masked little brother from the Freedom Orchestra? So handsome. It's just a shame that the mask seals the face and you can't see what he looks like. Can't stand to see the arrogant face of the London Philharmonic. I hope the Chinese orchestra will fight for their honor and ruthlessly hit this arrogant face. Too bad I can't go to Vienna. No way to support them live. When the day of the Freedom Orchestra competition comes around, I'll be sure to take time off work to support from home, though knowing the heat on the Chinese side, it's festering like crazy. Gu Chang. However, they had no time to be distracted. With the competition just around the corner, the members of the Freedom Orchestra are in an intense state of preparation. Gu Chang wasn't too nervous, taking Enron around Vienna for coffee. In the limelight, the 18th International Competition of the World Symphony Society, which kicked off in the Golden Hall. The Viennese New Year's concert has long been known throughout the world. This time it was not a New Year's Eve concert, but the audience, all over the world, still wanted to get a glimpse of the Golden Hall. Due to the limited space in the Golden Hall, the organizers used a full webcast in order to take care of those who could not watch the game. Although this international tournament is high-end, not many people actually cared about it in previous years. After all, elegant music like a symphony is not as good as a square dance for the general public. But this year the game is getting unprecedented attention at home. That's why the Chinese media was also the first to introduce it, broadcasting it on the network. Symphony competitions are different from normal competitions in that they take longer to prepare and play. That's why the competition is spread over 3 days. As per the pre-match draw, the Tudor Philharmonic was out on the afternoon of the first day, while the Freedom Orchestra was out on the last day. I don't know if it's a coincidence or if it's a special arrangement by the organizers. Coming out ahead of the Freedom Orchestra happened to be this year's title favorite, the Berlin Philharmonic. And coming out behind the Liberty Orchestra happened to be the London Philharmonic, with whom they have a history. Gu Chang deliberately looked at the program. Most of the participating ensembles chose round dances and concertos. In particular, the orchestra in front of Gu Chang played round dances 3 times in a row. The London Philharmonic was different, opting for a march with a strong and robust melody. It's just a shame that ahead of them is the Freedom Orchestra. Gu Chang can already imagine. The judges probably couldn't get into the London Philharmonic's march when they went back to it after hearing victory. Today is the last day of the 18th International Symphony Competition. It was also the day of the Liberty Orchestra competition. There are 15 games today, 8 sessions in the morning and 7 in the afternoon. The Freedom Orchestra was the 5th out in the morning. Each game is almost half an hour or so counting preparation as well as halftime. That means the Freedom Orchestra performs around 10 o'clock. But the netizens of Huaxia began to wait in front of the screen at 8 o'clock, fearing that they would miss the appearance of the Freedom Orchestra. The international broadcasting platform, which didn't have many people online, instantly skyrocketed in popularity. Netizens have left messages of support. So this is the legendary Golden Hall. It's really gorgeous. I studied folk music and my lifelong dream is to stand in the Golden Hall and play traditional Chinese folk music. I'm moved when I listen to pop and doze off when I listen to classical. Could it be that I'm too vulgar? You're not the only one who dozed off. If it weren't for supporting the Freedom Band, I wouldn't be listening to these lullabies if it killed me. So when the hell is the Freedom Band coming out? If they don't come out, I'm going to fall asleep. I look forward to Master Song Jiang and Su Qi leading the Liberty Orchestra to ruthlessly crush the London Philharmonic and win glory for China. In the lounge, the members of the Freedom Orchestra had all changed into brand new black dresses. Approaching the stage, musicians check their instruments, wipe it down, maintain it, turpentine it, or else use what time you have left to review the sheet music. Gu Chang was discussing with Song Jiang the details to take care of before the match. Just then, there was a click and the door to the dressing room was pushed open from the inside. Sister 7 is out. Gu Anren's childish voice attracted everyone's attention. Gu Chang followed the sound. Then his breath hitched, and he couldn't take his eyes off of it anymore. Dimly lit, Su Qi lifted the hem of her skirt and walked straight towards Gu Chang step by step. A silver white, high-fashion fishtail dress wrapped around her pretty curves. Silver silk threads are interspersed throughout the dress skirt, and Swarovski crystals are flowing. The inked hair was pulled back high, revealing a curvaceous back and a delicate swan neck and butterfly valley. Delicate and clean makeup for a flawless look. The whole person is like a high and cold goddess, unattainable. Wow, it's beautiful. Sister Dicky, you're so pretty. Thanks. Su Qi smiled and nodded, taking a step closer to Gu Chang. For some reason the closer she got to Gu Chang, the faster her heart beat. Standing still in front of Gu Chang, Su Qi tilted her head slightly and looked at Gu Chang with a gaze like water. The little girl lightly pulled Gu Chang's sleeve. Uncle, does Sister 7 look good? Gu Chang nodded heartily. Good looking. Su Qi blushed. Thank you. Song Jiang exaggeratedly teased. Su Qi, if you wear this on stage, how can the audience still listen to the music? Their eyes are all on you. Master Song, you're also exaggerating. Su Qi puffed and laughed, helplessly adding, actually, I don't want to wear this outfit either, except that it's the sponsor's clothes. so I can't not wear it. She looked at Gu Chang. That said, it's thanks to you that I got the chance to stand on the Golden Hall stage and sing. Gu Chang smiled. How do you feel? Nervous? How can you be nervous? Su Chi hummed arrogantly. I'm a pop diva who has been in the Chinese music industry for 10 years. How can I still have stage fright? Gu Chang laughed. After today, you won't be a China entertainment diva, but an international pop diva. Su Dick looked around the room. Do you hear me? Whether or not I can become internationally renowned, and whether or not you can become an international symphony orchestra, depends on your performance today. We'll definitely work on that. The crowd laughed. The tension before going on was instantly relaxed. Song Jiang clapped his hands. Back to the point. There's only an hour left until we hit the stage. There's no dress rehearsal for the game, so we absolutely can't make a mistake in every part of the game. The world is now waiting to see us play, and if we slip up, we will surely be reduced to a global laughingstock. Song Jiang raised his voice and questioned, can you afford to lose? Can Huaxia afford to lose? Can't afford to lose. The members of the group responded loudly with red eyes. Seeing this, Gu Chang also stepped forward to offer words of encouragement. Brothers, this time, we're not only fighting for the honor of the band, but also for the dignity of China. In my eyes, you are the best symphony orchestra in the world. I am sure that today you will win Vienna. We're going to prove to the whole world that our Chinese orchestra is no worse than any other orchestra. Let's fight for the honor of the orchestra today. Fight for the dignity of China. The crowd was fired up by the soulful inspiration of Gucci. They repeat excitedly. Fight for the honor of the orchestra. Fight for the dignity of China. Fight for the honor of the orchestra. Fight for the dignity of China. At that moment, a thick voice rang out from behind him. Well said. Only Lu Hongguang, leading two figures that were unexpected to the crowd, came in. Gu Chang, Su Chi, look who's here. Director Zhao. See you? Su Chi greeted her with surprise. Why are you guys here? Zhao Siyu smiled cheekily. You're competing in the Golden Square. Such an important moment. As your good sister, how could I possibly be absent? Gu Chang bowed slightly towards Zhao Ida. Thank you, Director Zhao, for coming over to support the show in person. Hard work. Zhao Ida smiled brightly and looked sideways at Song Jiang. This is Master Song, right? Song Jiang was unusually excited. Director Zhao, you can just call me Song Jiang. Thank you, Director Zhao, for supporting and sponsoring the orchestra. That's an understatement. Zhao Ida did not agree. You guys come to Vienna to compete and kind of promote my movie, and it's only right that I support that. Gu Chang interjected with a smile. This should be called mutual assistance and win-win. Right. Xiao Gu is right. Mutual help and win-win. Zhao Ida looked to the orchestra. It's been a long time, everyone. As a Chinese artist, I know how hard it is for Chinese art to get out of the country, in order to support the classical arts in China. So I've decided that regardless of whether or not you guys can win the competition later, I'll sponsor your orchestra's performances for the next 3 years. Director Zhao is mighty. The surprise came too suddenly. The crowd immediately cheered. Gu Chang and Su Chi looked at each other when they saw this, and both could not help but feel that Zhao Ida was shrewd. Liberty Orchestra will go back in the Golden Hall Gilded whether they win or lose today. The sponsorships that come to your doorstep are only increasing, but it has to be said, the arrival of Zhao Ida gave the Freedom Orchestra a great spiritual boost. With the help of Hua Entertainment diva Su Chi, as well as Song Jiang, who stabilizes the army. For a while, the Liberty Orchestra's confidence grew. Next up is the Freedom Orchestra with the entry victory. With the presenter's introduction, the Freedom Orchestra officially began to take the stage amidst much anticipation. This international symphonic competition is conducted in the preliminary rounds by means of blind audition judging. The finals are scored and highlighted on the spot. Before the Freedom Orchestra was the Berlin Philharmonic. Counting this year, the Berlin Philharmonic is now taking part in this international competition for the 4th time. So the Berlin Philharmonic showed maturity, a light touch in all sections, and a very solid performance overall, shocking the audience with a high-profile, yet elegant performance. It ended up taking a high score of 95, leaving it 3 points out of the top spot with second-place band Chicago for the time being. To take home the gold medal, the Free Orchestra must score 95 points or higher. In the audience, Yang Dingquan and Lu Rongqing sat at the bottom, silently praying for the Freedom Orchestra in their hearts. The Tudor Philharmonic had taken the stage the day before to compete. Although the playing went very well, every orchestra at this year's competition played so well that their performance this time could only be considered moderate. After the Tudor Philharmonic had no hope of winning the prize, Yang Dingquan put down all the stigmas at the bottom of his heart, pinned all of Huaxia's hopes of winning the award on the Freedom Orchestra. Go Song Jiang, the dignity of Chinese classical music depends on you to defend it. In the meantime, The number of people online on the international broadcasting platform began to skyrocket like crazy. In just 10 minutes, countless netizens flooded into the platform, and the pop-ups were clear of people who came to cheer on the Freedom Orchestra. It's not just domestic. Foreign netizens are also very interested in the Freedom Orchestra, setting the most unbelievable ratings record since that race was broadcast live. Coming over from the Battle of Red Cliffs, the movie can't be seen. The BGM is a first listen. I bet it's going to be an amazing audio-visual feast later. Triple Triad fans come out in support. Go Liberty. It's finally time for the Freedom Orchestra to come out. Looking forward to winning the championship. The musicians each took their instruments and walked to their performance positions to begin their pre-game preparations. When Suchi stepped on her hateful feet and walked onto the stage with great generosity, the camera's lens all moved after her. The whole room was in awe. The pop-ups went wild and crazy in the live room. Crap, the goddess is also too beautiful today. Master Dick's aura is so strong. Go goddess. In terms of face value alone, the goddess has won overwhelmingly. Song Jiang was the last one to go on. He stood in the conductor's position and looked to his musicians. I was worried that the members would be nervous and it would affect their performance later on, but it turned out that each of them had anticipation written all over their faces and eyes. Nearly 100 people were dressed in battle robes, as neat and imposing as an army. It's not a race. Instead, it's a war. The musicians are the soldiers who are about to go to the battlefield, and the instruments they hold in their hands are their weapons. Song Jiang's back was straight. He took a deep breath, then nodded his head to signal that he was ready to begin. Lighting, photography, everything is ready. Song Jiang swung the command pole. Stirring music instantly resonated through the Golden Hall. The army is coming to the city. The drums of war are shaking and all hands are on deck. Magnificent momentum. The moment in the Golden Hall spread out. If you compare pop music to a mouth-watering meal, the expressive power of the symphonic timbre, then, is like an exquisite banquet with a wide variety of dishes. When you really get to know the symphony, you'll know. Live symphonic performances have a level of impact that cannot be conveyed in any other form of media, especially since this is the Golden Hall, one of the top concert halls in the world. That acoustics is nothing like any other concert hall. With the rise and fall of Song Jiang's arm, every line Song Jiang swung out could converge into a rousing melody. The performance was accomplished, more perfectly than any previous practice. Then Suchi opened her hands as if she was the goddess of fortune. Chants from the heart that penetrate the souls of all and express the sadness on the war in the best possible way. Then there was a pep talk from all the generals, shouting and swearing to defend the country. From far away, in mountains deep, the night of blood, in twilight sleep, the armies fight. For king and queen, there will be no victory. Boom! The big station erupted with a bang. The generals fought in blood and broke the enemy by 1,000 miles. Stirring layers of momentum echo each other. It's as if fate is a symphony of despair and exuberance. The sadness of the battlefield was perfectly conveyed to all viewers. The sharp ticking sound always follows, as if life is wailing. The audience's scalps were tingling and their blood was boiling. It felt like I wasn't sitting in the venue watching the game, but being led by the music to the battlefield. The audience in front of the screen wasn't much better. Open screen blitz. Headphone party dies in place. It's so shocking. I feel like the air around me is full of blood. Loved it. It's really so mind-blowing. A total feast for the eyes and ears. Just a shame I wasn't there. The whole time my scalp was tingling and my blood was boiling. It was as if 1,000 armies were stepping in front of me. Epic battle song. There isn't one. High energy ahead. Gu Cheng's blood flowed wildly through his body. There are no words to describe that feeling. You imagine, in the gilded concert hall, from the left to the right of the voice, as if the dominoes fall that mercury leaks. Hearty. Not only is it an impact on the sense of hearing, but it's also a feast for the eyes. Every member of the orchestra performed perfectly. There are no blemishes. This was the orchestra's best performance, by far. The show is not over yet though, but Gu Cheng knew. Today's Vienna belongs to the Liberty Orchestra, to the Chinese classical music. Su Chi's high chanting gradually became sad, as if he was soothing the departed souls. The voice fades away to pay tribute to the strong man. As the last note slowly drifted away, Song Jiang cupped his hands to his chest and bowed to acknowledge the curtain. This scene really touched Gu Cheng. It also infected everyone on the scene. Nearly half a minute after the music ended, the room was silent for the entire 30 seconds or so. Slap. The applause boomed like thunder. The audience did not begrudge their applause at all. Applause like waves for a long time. This scene, likewise, made countless netizens in the broadcast room tear up. It's only less than 6 minutes of playing, yet it feels like a lifetime on the battlefield already. Listening to this song, I kicked over the yellow cow beside me and planned to finish plowing 3 acres of land alone. Tearful. There's something about the way Sue Dick's voice rings out that touches the soul straight away. Golden Hall. although the playing is over. But the audience was still immersed in the performance, and the stirring melodies were still ringing in their ears. They stood up excitedly and applauded wildly towards the stage. There were even a few who were moved to tears on the spot. The scene deeply shocked Lu Rongcheng. His voice choked. Dingkuan, the Freedom Orchestra, has succeeded. Yang Dingkuan nodded heavily. Yes, he made it. The two men looked at each other. That's when I realized that each other's eyes were red with excitement. Dingkuan, why are you crying? Yang Dingkuan hemmed and hawed. Old man touched. Shame on you? No. Yang Dingkuan only felt proud. As early as when Su Qi started chanting, he couldn't stop his tears from welling up. The magnificent and tragic battle cry is timeless. The performance opens with a great sense of grandeur of epic images. The various accented instruments move from singular to intersecting in an orderly rhythmic rise to a crescendo. Su Qi's tenor was extremely penetrating, coming straight through like a bullet. Let your mind, body, and soul tremble to the rhythm of the music. The whole thing is imposing and invincible, as if it could dominate everything in the world. That was a fucking awesome performance. Yang Dingkuan was then frantically exploding in his mind. He looked towards Song Jiang on the stage. Master Lu, Song Jiang is better than us. What we couldn't do, he led the Freedom Orchestra to do. This is the first time that the Wachovia Freedom Orchestra has traveled to Vienna, knocking on the door of Western classical art with just one battle cry. Victory! Thinking of this, Yang Dingkuan still couldn't help but sigh regretfully. This song had a chance to be ours. Lu Rongcheng was non-committal. What does it matter who it belongs to? As long as the band standing on stage to receive the award is from China, what does it matter who receives the award? Important. They witnessed, with their own eyes, the ceiling singing of Chinese classical music. The applause lasted a full minute or so. The hosts started to come on stage. After a lot of gabbing and praising, the most exciting part of scoring began. The 3-minute scoring session was met with silence from the entire room. The netizens on the live stream went crazy with prayers. I hope the judges in Vienna don't let me down. If the Freedom Band doesn't win the championship, I'll kill them in Vienna. Win or lose. In the hearts of the Chinese people, the Freedom Orchestra is already a champion. Full marks to go. The members of the Freedom Orchestra looked apprehensively at the judges' table. A month of hard training. Now is the time to accept the results. All the members unconsciously held their breath. Gu Chun understood them completely. Eve of departure. Some people in China mocked, saying that Song Jiang was talentless. Not many in the orchestra had a degree in science, and that to play in Vienna would be to disgrace China. After arriving in Vienna, they were again belittled by others to their faces, saying that the Freedom Orchestra is not famous and that Chinese music is not good. Why can't Huaxia? Huaxia is clearly a land of rituals and music. The Chinese nation has a history of thousands of years and has also created a rich musical culture. A pipa can play the tragic siege of Gaixia. A guzheng can play the tide of the spring river in Lianhai, and an ancient ocarina can play the ghostly thoughts of the rise and fall of 1,000 years. Gu Cheng knew that they were not convinced. That's why the Freedom Orchestra played so well today, because they want to prove themselves with strength. The orchestra overachieved though. However, the judges may have a secret agenda because of their nationality stance. After all, except for the people of Huaxia, no one in the scene is expected to want Huaxia to win the championship. So as long as the scoring is not out, the hearts of the core members hanging in the air cannot fall. Luckily, the judges the organizers had found were professional enough and did not let Gu Cheng down. All 10 judges in the room light up their cards in turn. 10 points, 10 points, 10 points. The room erupted into loud applause with each score, because the score is just too high. Most importantly, the Freedom Orchestra fully deserved this applause. When the last judge finished scoring, the host announced incredulously, "Congratulations to the Chinese Freedom Orchestra. The total score you have earned is 98 points. Let's give a round of applause and congratulations to the Freedom Band. 98 points. It's another 3 points higher than the Berlin Philharmonic's score." The scene was abuzz. Applause accompanied by cheers resounded throughout the Golden Hall. The ratings came out. The members cheered with excitement. Song Jiang was in hot tears. He did not fail Gu Cheng. He did not fail Director Zhao. And he did not fail the people of China. He led the Freedom Orchestra and proved to the world with his strength. Classical music has risen in China. Su Qi smiled brightly and moved, taking the initiative to go forward and embrace Song Jiang. "Congratulations, Master Song." "Thank you, Su Dick." Both of them looked at Gu Cheng at the same time. Gu Cheng gave them a thumbs up. Gu Cheng's affirmation was more moving than a perfect score from the judges. Song Jiang instantly broke into tears. He bowed deeply towards the audience, in Gu Cheng's direction. "Thank you, judges. Thank you all." When Su Dick went up to embrace Song Jiang, the netizens in front of the screen were touched. The pop-ups were dense. "Master Dick YYDS. Freedom Orchestra YYDS. Master Dick is so warm. 98 points. No need to watch the rest of the game. The Liberty Orchestra basically won the championship. Who said the Chinese classical music is no good? Come forward. John Bull got slapped hard in the face, didn't he? The London Philharmonic is bound to lose. London Philharmonic apologizes. London Philharmonic apologizes. Liberty Orchestra after the downfall. The London Philharmonic was next on the bill. At the moment, it's quiet as a chicken backstage. The London Philharmonic musicians looked at each other with mixed feelings. Fear, shock, dismay, flinch, not yet on the field. The morale of the London Philharmonic, 4-1, was in full rout. Eric grimaced and looked at the entrance to the stage without a word, because he was waiting backstage. Eric didn't get to see the Freedom Orchestra play live. His brain, however, automatically filled in all the playing images, although Eric didn't want to admit it. But what the Freedom Orchestra just played was indeed very impressive. An epic performance. Eric's contempt for Chinese classical music has long been deep in his bones. He couldn't understand it. Classical music is clearly the musical soul of Western art. The Big Y Empire is brilliantly populated by big-time composers. Their works, which have endured for thousands of years, shine more and more with the passage of time. And how many years has classical music been developed in China? In Eric's memory, Wasia is nothing but a bunch of country bumpkins who will just chase after their asses and pick up the pieces and eat the leftovers. Wachovia is pressingly untalented when it comes to classical music. But the Freedom Band slapped Eric in the face with a battle cry. Victory! That slap, shattering Eric's arrogance from decades in the business, shattered his prejudice against Wasia. The hit made his brain buzz. Stage. Seeing that the London Philharmonic was slow to come on and get ready, the moderator prodded once more. The musicians looked to the silent Eric, not daring to breathe. Tina stepped forward against the pressure and reminded Eric, it's our turn to play. Eric took a deep breath. Get in the ring. The jewel of victory. The London Philharmonic played a similar style of march and just couldn't wow a live audience anymore. Combined with the musicians' affected state of mind, there were a few glaring errors and a dismal finish of barely 80 points. It can be a total loss. None of the bands that came out after that, regardless of their performance, ended up with scores above 85. The final winner was not in doubt. With a high score of 98, the Liberty Orchestra edged out all the orchestras to take the crown and take home the competition's gold medal. The Berliner Philharmoniker came in second by a slim margin of 3 points, winning the silver medal. The Chicago Symphony, on the other hand, placed third with a score of 90, earning a bronze medal. The Chinese Freedom Orchestra, winning Vienna. The news has sent the world into an uproar. Central Daddy was the first to insert the happy news on the news and show the footage of the Freedom Orchestra playing live. Here's a plug for the good news. The Huaxia Freedom Orchestra joined hands with Chinese female singer Su Qi to fight in Vienna a few days ago, and has just conquered both at home and abroad with a war song called Victory, taking the gold medal of the 18th International Symphony Competition. Victory, written by music producer Oblivion, is the war theme song for the movie The Battle of Red Cliff. Lastly, congratulations again to the Freedom Orchestra, and to Su 7. In the meantime, the Chinese Symphony Association sent out 3 related tweets in a row, celebrating the win of Victory and praising the Freedom Orchestra. Congratulations to Su 7 and at Freedom Orchestra for winning the gold medal at the 18th World Symphony Competition. Light of China. Congratulations to Freedom Orchestra for winning Vienna, the Golden Hall in a single battle. With the epic battle song Victory, Freedom Orchestra announces to the world that Chinese classical music is on the rise. 3 whole tweets all topped. The first tweet, hooked up with a link to the international broadcast platform and put up a short edited video of the live performance. At the bottom of the last tweet, a photo of the Freedom Orchestra and Su Qi holding the gold medal and posing with industry masters at the Golden Hall was put up. 3 tweets parachuted into the Hot 100 in a stunning fashion. The whole internet is in a frenzy. Congratulations to the Freedom Orchestra for winning Vienna. Congratulations to 7 Su for singing in the Golden Hall. Su Dick won an award in Vienna? When did that happen? How come I didn't know? I purposely went over the wall to watch it live. Can you guys understand the feeling of a middle-aged teenager on hearing this song? The melody of this song is just dope. I was taking a leak and I almost didn't go straight to the battlefield with my gun. I'm not going to tell you that after swiping Victory N times, I left work hard carrying my electric bike for 3 stops. At Suji, when will we get to hear the pure music version of Victory? China Entertainment Media is a step slow, but its official announcement surprised all the fans. Congratulations to Atsuchi Studio, becoming the first female singer in China to sing in the Golden Hall and win an award. Congratulations to Freedom Orchestra for winning the gold medal at the 18th International Symphony Competition. In order to give back to the fans, Victory Chinese and English single enjoyable version will be online tomorrow at 12 o'clock on all platforms. Vinyl Records. both at home and abroad simultaneously open for pre-sale. Meanwhile, the love song Bubble, arranged and composed by Oblivion and sung by Jiang Yi, as well as the single Teenager Says, sung by Su Jie, will be synchronized across all platforms at the end of the month. Stay tuned, because Victory is so hot right now. That's why What Entertainment changed its original plan and postponed Bubbles to debut at the same time as Teen Talk. The news of releasing songs one after another blew the internet out of the water. 3 songs in a row? All written by the same person and in different styles? Cow fuck. Is this music producer sure he's new? I don't know if it's new or not. You can be sure it's a zombie blogger. Indeed. More than 20 million Weibo followers and only one lone tweet on the homepage. Mysterious as a batch. Is the blogger still alive? If alive, please squeak. It didn't take long. Sue Dick's studio, as well as the Freedom Orchestra, simultaneously retweeted and authenticated Hua Entertainment's tweets. Thank you, @Forgotten, for the support of the people of China. We will continue to walk hand in hand on the road of musical exploration in the future. Thanks for the support. Strike the iron while it's hot. The producers of the Battle of Red Cliffs movie have taken advantage of the heat by uploading a new 3-minute-long trailer. The trailer premiered simultaneously at home and abroad. Every frame is a featured blockbuster. At the end of the teaser, the producers hit the mark to congratulate Liberty on their win, and the vinyl of the theme song Victory is available for simultaneous presale at home and abroad. When the preview came out, Twitter was once again seismic. The comments section went wild with banter. He's coming. He's coming. The producers are walking in with a teaser. Serves the producers right for a big hit. With such a vision, when the movie comes out, you'll have to support it with all your money. Can't afford to consume vinyl. I'll just wait quietly for the digital album. The main audience for vinyl records is, in fact, the European and American markets. So as soon as the teaser was posted, it instantly exploded on the tube side. God, this song is so lit. I have to order this record. The female voice is so shocking. Who is she? The voice is stunningly beautiful. Whether it's the arrangement or the melody, Victory is impeccably perfect. The record has been ordered and is waiting to be shipped. That's the theme song for the Battle of Red Cliff? Days. It blends perfectly with the movie scenes. I'm already excited for the movie. This song used in a war scene really burns to a crisp. It wasn't just the out-of-towners who reacted violently. Domestic stars, moreover, hate to be directly related to Gu Chang. Celebrities have rubbed off on Gu Chang, one by one, shouting support on Weibo, regardless of familiarity. Click into any platform and you can brush up on related topics. One man pressed on. Other people didn't know that Forgetting River was Gu Chang, but Lin Huiru knew. Starting with the internet-wide hit The Road to Ordinary, Lin Huiru noticed Gu Chang's talent. Junction of the Phoenix Blossoms, The Wind Rises, Invisible Wings, and now The Fire out of the International Victory, the first classic, Curve Pops. Lin Huiru had long been salivating over Gu Chang behind her back. Plus recently Mango Channel is preparing a popular music variety show. This is a perfect opportunity to show her face for Lin Huiru, who is desperate to make the transition, so she couldn't wait for Gu Chang to contact her. Lin Huiru decided to take the initiative. She pressed Gu Chang's phone. The cold electronic voice of customer service poured a bucket of cold water on Lin Huiru. Sorry, the number you have dialed is temporarily unavailable. Please dial again later. Tried it a couple more times and still the same result. Why can't you get through? Lin Huiru was undeterred. Changed to Microsoft Message. Elementary schoolmate. Congratulations on your victory winning the international gold medal. Whenever you see the message, remember to give school sister a call back. I'll be waiting for you. 100-foot pole. This international level of symphonic competition. For Gu Chang, it is a perfect opportunity for classical music exchange and learning. After all, those who were invited to attend the award ceremony were all well-known figures in the classical music circle. Either he is a professor at the XX Higher Conservatory of Music, the principal of a famous orchestra, or a winner of the XX competition. These people have their own unique views on classical music and on art. These masters were impressed once they heard that Gu Chang was the songwriter of Victory. Especially shocked at how old Gucci is. There was a surprising eagerness and friendliness toward him. Just 2 hours of exchange and learning. Gu Chang benefited greatly. The orchestra also received various invitations to perform during this period. What fall concerts, private invitation gigs, second-half tours, appreciation concerts. When Gu Chang saw Lin Huiru's message, it's already 2 hours later. Sister Lin? Gu Chang was stunned, and a sexy figure that was pure and lustful floated in his mind. At Jiang Yi's graduation ceremony, Lin Huiru boldly adopted a song and dance format, adapting the Spring Dream song from The Dream of the Red Chamber, presenting a stunning national style stage. At that time, Gu Chang thought about working with her once in a while when he had the chance. Then the Jiang phone plagiarism incident occurred, and Lin Huira took the initiative to speak out for Gu Chang against the pressure of her company. This favor Gu Chang also always remembered. Only later, when he got busy, Gu Chang forgot about it. Gu Chang called Lin Huira back. Lin Huira answered almost in seconds. Elementary school brother, you finally answered the phone. Congratulations on your win and award. Thank you, Sister Lin. Junior, I watched your performance live. It was an audio-visual feast. Lin Huira sighed regretfully. It's just a shame I couldn't get tickets to see it live in person. This is fine. When the next orchestra performs, I'll send my senior sister a few tickets for you to watch. The second half of the Freedom Orchestra's schedule has several shows booked right now. Gu Chang nothing else. The ticket is still manageable. A few tickets and you want to get rid of me? Lin Huira delicately reminded him. Don't forget, junior brother, you still owe school sister a meal, and school sister is always thinking about it. Gu Chang hurriedly said. Then when I return to China, I will immediately arrange it for my senior sister. There's no hurry about dinner now. School teacher. Lin Huira cut straight to the chase. Elementary school brother, truth be told, school sister here has something to trouble you with, and only you can help. Gu Chang, just say it. Senior sister. Lin Huira cleared her throat. It's like this. Isn't the new season of Mango Channel's I'm a Singer ready to start? You're in? Where would a popular program like this be the turn of a minor celebrity like me? Lin Huira spat out her tongue and laughed at herself. Rather, Blueberry Channel has recently launched a new audio variety, where a singer or idol puts on a mask, removes his or her usual aura, and proves himself or herself with a song while creating a fascinating sense of mystery. The more Gu Chang listened, the more familiar he felt. Masked to sing on stage and let the judges as well as the audience guess the singer. Isn't this the king of masked singer? Elementary brother. This is a jungle rescue. Lin Huira pouted. Whether or not schoolmate can succeed in her transformation, I'm counting on you. Gu Chang didn't eat her. If you want me to write a song, just say so. Don't give me a hi-hat. Senior Lin. Lin Huira also didn't beat around the bush and directly said. Then this favor. Are you going to help schoolmate or not? Help. I naturally have to give face to senior sister Lin. Gu Chang then added. But this will have to wait until I return home. Then when will you return home? Lin Huira pursued. The show doesn't have long to go on the air. There wasn't much time left for her. Gu Chang thought for a moment. Depending on the situation, it won't be more than a week at the latest. Lin Huira sighed in relief. Then it's a deal. When you return to China, school sister will treat you to dinner, and we'll talk to you about cooperation then. Yes. Gu Chang hung up the phone. So Dick, someone asked you to write a song? Gu Chang nodded. Lin Huira wants to make a transition and signed up for Blueberry Channel's new audio variety show, wanting me to help her write songs. Suchi raised her eyebrows. You promise? Gu Chang nodded. Aha! After all, she's a schoolmate, and besides, she's a good businesswoman. I think it's more than that, isn't it? Suchi said meaningfully. I've known Gu Chang for so long. If Qin Wen didn't count, Lin Huira was the woman Suchi had seen who was closer to Gu Chang, and I don't know why. The way Lin Huira looked at Gu Chang made Suchi inexplicably unhappy. Gu Chang wondered, what other reason could there be besides that? Suchi lightly grunted. That's something you have to ask yourself. Lu Hongguang interjected. There's one thing to say. Although this audio variety on Blueberry Channel is a new program, it is after all a counterpart to I Am a Singer. The quality of the program shouldn't be too bad. At the heart of this program, it's about getting the audience to eschew a series of labels such as singer status, credentials, age, looks, etc., to appreciate and judge a contestant's performance. If Lin Huira wants to transform, participating in this program is indeed a good choice. Gu Chang shrugged his shoulders. I only care about writing songs. It's up to senior sister herself whether she can transform or not. At this time, Zhao Siyu brought director Zhao to the door. An ass approached Su Chi. Gu Chang, what are you guys talking about? Nothing, just some work stuff. Zhao Guide looked around and didn't see Song Jiang. Why didn't Master Song come back with you? Su Chi explained. There are still things to talk to him on the organizer's side, so we came back first. Director Zhao nodded. Then 7. You tell Master Song later. We're leaving Vienna tomorrow. Su Chi was stunned. No? Zhao Siyu added. I have an early morning flight tomorrow, so I'm coming over now to say goodbye. Gu Chang frowned. What's the hurry? Zhao Ida explained. I have other things to do on this trip abroad, and my time is rather tight, so I can only leave tomorrow morning. Director Zhao, you're not going to Cannes for a movie festival, are you? Gu Chang boldly predicted. The Cannes Film Festival, in this world, starts in late July. Counting the days, it's the start of these days. Since director Zhao made the Battle of Red Cliffs to hit Hollywood, he certainly won't miss Cannes. Zhao Ida nodded and smiled. I've been invited over to Cannes to be an award presenter, and I'm coming over to promote the movie. Thought I'd come by first to support you guys since it's not far from Vienna. Gu Chang sincerely said. Congratulations Director Zhao. Lu Hongguan gossiped. Director Zhao. This time at the Cannes Film Festival. Are there any Chinese movies on the shortlist? Not a single one. Zhao Ida sighed slightly. How can it be so easy for a Chinese movie to go out of the country? Gu Cheng frowned. Director Zhao. We obviously have so much movie material. Why is it that there are still a lot of bad movies in China? The movie market on the European and American side is more exclusive. And on the other hand we are not competitive enough ourselves. Zhao Ida is actually a bit disappointed with the Chinese movie market. Traffic for money, whitewashing by watermen, and the hereditary of movie stars. Now it has even been reduced to a tool for laundering capital. Directors squander investors' money, flip actresses and rub off on traffic stars. Week after week the leaks are cut. Feed the audience too much shit and the audience naturally turns into a dog. Today's audience only recognizes traffic stars, so movies have to use traffic stars. Coupled with the fact that the best foreign movies can't come in, the domestic market for bad movies gets bigger and bigger. Zhao Ida's tone was sighing. Chinese movies are a lot like the Chinese music scene in some ways, and it's safe to say that the Chinese movie industry is replicating the same old path that the recording industry has taken. Although Gu Chang is not currently stepping into film and television, it doesn't mean he has no interest in it. Nothing else. With the current popularity of The Exorcist, the rights will soon be movie and television. Besides, Gu Chang's mind possessed a vast amount of movie and television resources. I am not the god of medicine. Infernal Affairs, Wandering Earth, Lake Changjin, Journey to the West, Farewell My Concubine. Whether it's peddling vulgarity or elegance, as long as Gu Chang is given time, he can reproduce them all perfectly, mainly because these quality movie and television resources were placed in his mind. Gu Chang was worried that he might just give it a miss. If they were made, not only would they recreate the classics but they would also benefit the public. So on the rare occasion that he had the chance to meet face-to-face with an international director, Gu Chang naturally wanted to seize the opportunity. He squared his face and began to ask for advice with an open mind. Director Zhao, I don't know much about this aspect of film and television. Can you tell me what the gap is between the current movies in China and Hollywood? Hollywood movies have been marketed to capture the audience's spotlight more easily than we can. Seeing that Gu Chang was indeed interested, Director Zhao straightened his back and began to analyze him in detail. Hollywood is really a symbolic word, and in the eyes of those of us in the industry, it's a collection of talent with a lot of experience in filmmaking. The economic foundation determines the superstructure, and the platform of Hollywood has a complete set of movie industry chain after so many years of mapping. Programs, shots, stories, characters, including commercial promotion industry operations, etc. Hollywood almost every aspect of the extreme. This efficiency at present China cannot do. Speaking of which, Zhao Ida couldn't help but feel emotional. When filming Red Cliff, in order to better present the effects of the war, special effects, I was looking for a Hollywood team, and every minute of funding was burning. Since the Battle of Red Cliffs was made to cater to the Hollywood market, the special effects aspect couldn't be too rough. So the most burnt out part of this movie, besides the actors, is the special effects. However, in order to restore the essence of the Three Kingdoms, these funds are essential. Gu Chang understood a bit now. If you want to make a commercial movie, in order to make a high standard, not only do you need the director's directing strength, but you also need a good platform. Just like a sports car, when all its parts are the best in the industry, its performance is impeccable, and its appearance is in line with the public's aesthetics, then it will naturally become a best-selling sports car. When Hollywood makes a good enough movie, it can harvest box office worldwide. The money earned is then used to improve its own system, and the cycle continues, so that it can maintain a high standard of films and a constant flow of output. But Gu Chang is still very optimistic about the future of domestic movies. Huaxia has a long history and a rich cultural heritage. Let's say to take the ancient history of China and make it into the kind of atmospheric style of the Power Game. Come with a professional director, sharp screenwriter, and then find professional actors and special effects team. Gu Chang felt that the shot must feel no worse than a power trip. Besides commercial movies, aren't there still literary movies? Director Zhao, we can't match commercial movies now. What about literary movies? Literary films seldom involve special effects and place more importance on the director and the script. And this Huaxia can always take it, right? Director Zhao laughed. How can I say this about literature and art films? Domestic literature and art films made in the early years, they do have that much standard, and many of them have gone out of the country. It's just that every director has his or her own golden period in their career, and very few people can avoid being at their peak and not going downhill afterwards. Movies used to be about the three elements: plot, humanity, and emotion. What's in the movie now? There's the flow of fresh meat, the stale old storylines, and the bullshit plots. Even Zhao Ida himself, likewise, can't guarantee that his next movie will be heartfelt enough. As harsh as it sounds, it is an indisputable reality. Director Zhao let out a long sigh. As the older generation retires and the newer directors are not convincing enough, the movie industry has entered a state of green and unsustainable. Plus, the market is changing so fast now that we can't keep up. While foreign films are advancing, so our literary films are gradually going down the drain. Lu Hongguang frowned deeply. Director Zhao, is there no movie talent that can take over the baton in the vast China? Director Zhao had yet to speak. Gu Chang, however, suddenly laughed. Our great China is full of talented people. Lu Ji, is it movie talent we lack? The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. Our Chinese movie industry is actually not lacking in talent. What is lacking is something else. Gu Cheng chopped it up. Director Zhao smiled and narrowed his eyes. Xiao Gu, what does that say? Gu Cheng smiled. It's true that, as Director Zhao said, the development of the Chinese movie industry really can't be separated from the platform and environment. But times change, people change too. We can't stay stagnant in China. Chinese audiences can't keep watching 50-cent special effects and eating dark, trashy cuisine. They'll pay for good movies in addition to watching bad ones. Our Chinese language movies will mature day by day, and our platforms and creative environments will get better and better. And when that happens, there will be a natural outpouring of Chinese movie talent. Gu Chang spoke with confidence. In the next 10 years, our Chinese movie industry will definitely move towards the path of reflection, groping and innovation, and then breakthrough. Sooner or later, Chinese language movies will stand shoulder to shoulder with or even surpass Hollywood. These words from Gu Chang, it directly shocked the people in the room. On the way back, Zhao Ida kept thinking back to Gu Chang's words. "Siyu, what kind of person do you think Gu Chang is?" Gu Chang? Zhao Siyu thought for a moment. Lives a very transparent life and is musically talented. More than that, in addition to talent, Zhao Ida felt that there was still wisdom and vision in Gu Chang that did not fit his age. He always felt like he was harboring some secret that called out to people. He's not as simple as you think. Zhao Siyu frowned slightly. As a famous international director in China, she had never seen anyone but others fawning over her grandfather. Yet it was rare to see grandpa think so highly of a young man in his early 20s. Zhao Siyu admitted that Gu Chang was indeed very talented. But in the entertainment industry, how many people have wowed the ages and then gone quiet? Grandpa's such an evergreen tree. In the entertainment industry, that is the existence of a phoenix. And how old is Gu Chang? It's still an open question as to how far it will go. Grandpa, aren't you placing too much importance on Gu Chang? Siyu, you're still young. Director Zhao narrowed his eyes and spoke in a serious tone. Take your time to look back. Gu Chang's future achievements are definitely not limited to music. Gu Chang, why are you suddenly so interested in movies today? Suchi stared into Gu Chang's eyes, her almond eyes dimensional. You're not telling me you want to switch careers to directing, are you? Gu Chang gave a beat. And you really want to go into directing? Lu Hongguang sprayed out a mouthful of water. Think of how Gu Chang says he writes novels and then codes them. And how he says he works on movie and TV soundtracks and then goes into the studio. It's all pretty well done though. But these are not business as usual. Gu Chang, I'm telling you, you can't think one way or the other. Being a director isn't that easy. Lu Hongguang put the water down and bitterly discouraged. A good movie is about atmosphere and detail, and requires pushing and controlling every shot. Gu Chang laughed. Lu Ji, don't be nervous. I don't want to be a director. Lu Hongguang was relieved. Scared me to death. I thought you were going to switch to directing. Gu Chang added with bad intentions. I'm going to be a producer. Lu Hongguang choked for a moment. Seeing that Gu Chang didn't look like he was joking, he couldn't help but frown deeply. Gu Chang, are you serious? Gu Chang nodded. Seriously. Suchi frowned and began to analyze the pros and cons for Gu Chang. Gu Chang, a producer not only needs to be able to come in and make money, but also needs to be able to spend money and know how to create. A movie is a very complex and huge project, from planning to final screening, pre-planning to find investment, find a director, find a screenwriter, save up a crew. Midway through the process you have to control the filming schedule, and post-production you have to think about censorship and so on. These are all things that producers need to follow through on. Suchi's eyes locked onto him, sending out soul tortures. It's time-consuming, labor-intensive, and expensive. And you're sure you're up to the task? Gu Chang, writing a novel is even better. After all, this doesn't take much time. But a producer, he's really different. Gu Chang nodded his head. Sister 7, I know everything you just said. So you still do it? This is writing a novel and being a producer. How else do you have time to write songs? Suchi is still counting on Guchang to lead the Hualu stream. Guchang laughed. Sister Chi, Immortal Punisher is now skyrocketing in popularity. And not long ago someone in the circle approached me to buy the rights to adapt Immortal Punisher's movie and television dramas. Suchi's jaw dropped. I remember The Exorcist was written less than a month ago, right? Pretty much. You were contacted to sell your rights so soon? Guchang nodded. When the novel hit the shelves, someone contacted. 80,000 first booking of online works. The circle 10 years do not come out of a book. I don't know how many pairs of eyes are on this piece of meat. Lu Hongwang asked curiously. How much did the other party offer? Guchang skimmed his mouth. Offered $8 million. I thought it was too low, and I just gave it a refusal. Hongwan Lu, is writing novels this lucrative these days? Is it too late for him to change his profession? Suchi thought about it and proposed a compromise. There's no need to be a producer if you don't want to sell the rights, right? It's okay to be a screenwriter. Guchang shook his head. Screenwriters don't have a say in the crew. Take the simplest example. In the early days of film and television, actresses sought out studio heads to dedicate themselves to their art. Then it evolved into looking for a director to play a glow-in-the-dark script. Then the market economy became more economic, and actresses began to flock to investors and wealthy businessmen to discuss their lives in close proximity. The actress is the only one who hasn't asked the writers to sleep on the extra scenes. From this point in the evolutionary history of actresses accompanying sleeping, it's clear that there's no future for screenwriters. Plus this novel has a huge IP potential. In addition to movie and TV adaptations, there are also game adaptations. Guchang looked at Suchi and said word for word, I don't want to hand it over to someone else to develop, and I don't want to ruin this IP, so I want to do it myself. Suchi reminded him, but Guchang, you have to work on dubbing with Brother Song and be a producer. Where do you have time to write songs? You can rest assured of that. Guchang laughed, writing songs for this, it's a breeze for me. I won't delay the company's work because of other things. Suchi and Lu Hongwan looked at each other. Guchang has put his words into this. What else do they have to say? The next day, when Victory is released, Guchang took the time to join Suchi and took Anran on a trip to the Rhine River. The lakes and mountains on this side of Vienna are like a fairyland. It just wasn't very nice weather. A little bit of drizzle. But the little girl was even more excited. Because there's something else about the smoky streets of Vienna. Especially strolling along the banks of the Rhine with the smog is indescribably romantic. Near noon, Guchang and the others went into a small store and ordered coffee and a dessert. After the waiter left, Gu Anran tugged on Suchi's hand. Sister 7. Look, there's a violin there. More than that, look at the wallpaper. The vases in the ceiling all have musical elements. Why don't we take a picture to commemorate the occasion? Guchang, take a picture. A big one and a small one. Pose quickly. Gucci. Suchi has been calling herself on this journey, as if she is addicted to calling herself. It was polite before. After realizing that he takes good pictures later on, he started being rude. Seeing Guchang not move, Suchi directly slapped his hand and urged in a petulant voice, Guchang, what are you gawking at? Hurry up and take pictures. Guchang bowed his head. Now it's all straight up and grabbing. After the photo shoot, the waiter served 2 chocolate cakes. The little girl exclaimed in a small voice, Sister 7, look at the notes actually painted in chocolate all over the plate. I have mine too. The 2 heads came together again to gab. Guchang, left out in the cold. Women are just easily satisfied. A chocolate jam note can be a surprise to them. At this point, the editor-in-chief sent Guchang a tweet. Big brother, the mid-verse manuscript fee has been sent out. Can you see if it's arrived yet? Let's see. The manuscript fee for Nakasaji has, indeed, arrived. Only 10,000 or so though. Zhang De, the manuscript fee has been received. This month, since you're not on the shelves, you're just being paid for the bounty this time. And when next month's manuscript fee is more than enough, Guchang checked the Backstage. It's only been a little over half a month now, and just the rewards alone translate to over $300,000. By then, with subscriptions and channel fees, it might break $1 million. With this income, Guchang was very satisfied. Thank you, Zhang De, for mentioning it. I haven't thanked you yet. You don't know how much the editorial staff envies me. Omi has really been springing into action lately. Subscriptions have been steadily rising since The Exorcist hit the shelves. In about 10 days, the average order is now close to $90,000. It's getting closer to 100,000 average subscriptions. As an editor, being able to bring out 100,000 average bookings in my lifetime is an achievement that I can really brag about for the rest of my life. Big brother, what are you busy with lately? When do you have time? I'll call old Zhang out and I'll treat you guys to dinner. The old chapter? You mean the landlord? Mr. Zhang Zhongtian? Guchang still really wanted to find him. After all, Zhang Zhongtian is a son of the compound. Familiar with the piece of film and television adaptation, Gu Chang was about to take the opportunity to ask for advice. How can I let Jiang De treat me? If you want to treat, it should be me. But I'm in Vienna now, so I'll treat you to dinner when I get back home. Vienna? Thinking about the incident that was now hanging on the hot search, Omi subconsciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Gu Chang shouldn't be forgetting the river, right? We don't dare to say. We don't dare to ask. Oi disappeared straight away. Then it's a deal. Go ahead big guy and remember not to break your shift. Gu Chang goes into the writer's backstage, because he was afraid that if he got busy, he would miss the update of the novel, so he directly set the timed update. Whenever you go into the background, it's a 99+ message, especially with the recent explosion of fictional drama. It was written that Zhang Xiaofan, in order to save his childhood friend, did not hesitate to expose his secret cultivation of the Defan Prajna True method when Tian Ling'er was about to be killed in the mouth of the Kuainyo. The Buddha's way does not allow it. After his identity was exposed, Zhang Xiaofan was locked up by his master Tianichi for keeping his mouth shut. Bagyo sneaks in and confesses her feelings to Zhang Xiaofan. All in all, the plot is so climactic that the readers simply can't stop reading. In particular, the progress of the relationship between Bagyo and Zhang Xiaofan gave Bagyo's party the hope of a proper palace. The comments section is frantic for more. It's only 3 chapters a day. The donkeys in the production team wouldn't dare to take such a break. The plot is getting more and more exciting. I want to know what Changyan Mountain will do with Zhang Xiaofan. A weak question. Bagyo won't really be the main female character, right? What about Lu Sueki? Children only make choices. Adults naturally want them all. The day of Bagyo Xiaofan's wedding will be the day I reward the Supreme Being. Seeing this, Gu Chang could not help but sympathize with the Bagyo party. Because the next episode is about the Punisher's intentions, Bagyo blocking the Punisher's sword for Zhang Xiaofan. Gu Chang has been predictable. A situation where the Bagyo party sends itself razor blades, fueled by major media outlets. Victory was a hot mess before it went live. Hashtag Chinese diva Su Qi and Freedom Orchestra join forces to create the divine song Victory hashtag. Hashtag Seussical enters classical music and sings in Vienna's Golden Hall hashtag. Hashtag epic battle song Victory dominates the entire internet hashtag. Various topics are firmly in the hot seat. The amount of conversation goes without saying. From the Vienna win to now, in just one day, the Twitter readership of Victory has reached nearly 700 million, and the discussion volume is more than 1.5 million, which is enough to see how popular the song is. 12 o'clock. The Victory is available online in both English and Chinese. The English version is the live version of the Golden Hall competition, and the Chinese version was recorded before we left. Once the song is online, it triggered a universal download frenzy, and several music platforms were overrun, as the sales quotient is just too hot. In just half an hour of being online, the singles play count surpassed the 10 million mark. Click on a random platform and you'll be able to swipe on the Victory soundtrack. The famous leper North and South heads have long mastered the traffic code. However, he didn't miss the chance to rub off on any song related to Su Qi. After listening to the song Victory, the flood of energy in my body had nowhere to go, and I almost didn't pick up my slippers and slap myself twice. Funny. Back to the point. Victory is just pure music, but the melody touches the soul and gives an extremely strong sense of transcendence, and the sense of war is instantly laid on. Wake up early for the alarm and listen to Victory to welcome the morning. Listen to Victory to heal and treat a broken love. Listen to Victory to celebrate a promotion and a raise. And listen to Victory to cheer up for a job interview. No matter what situation you're in or what mood you're in, when you listen to this song, you'll find that it sweeps away the negativity, makes you boil inside and inspires you to fight. The Chinese music scene is really getting better and better with their songs these days. Friendly reminder that it's best not to listen to this song at night to save yourself insomnia at night. The netizens were warmed up by what North and South Head had to say. There was a flurry of retweets with comments underneath the blog post. This song war feelings spread out. Listening to my blood boiling. Cannot wait to carry a lance on the back of the battlefield. War. Jingo and Iron Horse. In death, I'll be wrapped in a horse's hide. Inexplicably. It reminds me of Emperor Qin Shi Huang. I will unite the 6 kingdoms and bring the world to one. Build the Great Wall to suppress the dragon veins of the 9 states. And defend my great Qin and protect my country. I swear here in the name of the first emperor. When I am here, I will guard the land and open up the border to conquer the 4 barbarians and set the foundation of my great Qin for the rest of my life. If I die, I will also become a dragon spirit and bless my China for eternity. The sun and the moon will be my witnesses. Heaven and earth will be my witnesses. And the immortals, demons and gods will be my witnesses. I have mixed feelings when I hear this song, having just signed up for the military a day ago. Aspire to the sea and air, dedicated to national defense. Fly to the sky and patrol the sea. Defend our China. There weren't enough airplanes at the founding ceremony. You said fly twice. The 10 miles of Chang'an Street that was sent to you back then is now 10 miles of prosperity. The mountains and rivers are still there. The country is prosperous and the people are at peace. This prosperous world. As you wish. In this life, I have no regrets for entering China. In the next life, I wish to be in the Chinese family. I should be diligent and hold a book and fight with a sword to shine in China. The first thing I did after hearing the song was to sign up for the military. If it goes well, I'll be picking up a gun to protect her in September. By the way, her house is over 9.63 million square kilometers and her bathroom is over 4.7 million square kilometers. It's not just the media and bloggers who promote it. Even the CCTV arts department personally tweeted their support. The song Victory has a layered musical weave, with grand choruses, large-scale orchestration plus high-quality bass-heavy effects from modern instruments. The tune has a strong, graphic rhythm with excellent oral impact and is worth listening to again and again. The end of the blog post. It also specifically praised Guang by name. In front of you is Guang, and behind you is Forgetting River. Both of you are musicians who have stood the test of both market and art, and are the rare geniuses in the Chinese music industry that you won't find for decades. CCTV's Department of Literature and Art hereby calls on the majority of literary and art workers to cultivate both morality and art, to have a heart of reverence for the arts and a heart of sincerity for the profession, to be upright and do things in a clean manner, and hopes that literary and art workers will learn more from Guang and Forgetting River. The official himself came down to support. Ask who has such a row. It can be seen that the heat of the song Victory in the country, as well as its influence, has been completely unquestionable. Guang once said, Victory was the touchstone he used to crack the European and American music markets. So compared to the domestic market, he's more concerned about the overseas market and the response to the song. It's a good thing the results didn't disappoint Guang. The stunning female vocals in chorus, and the majestic melody of Victory have completely overwhelmed overseas netizens. On YouTube, the largest foreign video website, the number of plays of the video of Victory exceeded 10 million in just one day, directly breaking the record of the fastest breakthrough of 10 million in Chinese video. An Asian song. Not only did it beat the Global Symphony Orchestra to take the Vienna Symphony Gold Medal, but it also continued to occupy the #1 spot on M's Hot 100 list. This is simply unbelievable to overseas netizens. An Asian song at #1 on the US Hot 100? Feels cool. I'm super in love with this song and can't help but single out the bad. I'm probably going crazy but I don't want to be sober at all. God, this song is the best song I've ever heard and I've set it as my ringtone. Victory breaks my prejudice against Huaxia. It's incredible that Huaxia has created such a shocking and majestic song. Epic battle song. Because of this song, I became interested in Chinese movies. There are no lyrics, but the female vocals are really penetrating and cleansed my soul straight away. It's a shame I didn't hear this song played live. If the Freedom Orchestra came to Europe and America for a concert, no matter how much it costs, I'd be there to support them. Hits my soul in this song and I'm crazy about it. Already pre-ordered the vinyl and looking forward to getting the record soon. Can't get enough of it. Any other recommendations for similar songs? There is no doubt that Victory has taken the world by storm. This verified Guang's suspicions. Music knows no boundaries. Despite spanning a parallel world, the public's tastes are all basically the same. Classics flow no matter what. The way things are going, there shouldn't be any cold spots at the Freedom Orchestra's overseas performances. The war song, which was primarily used to tap into the market for movie and TV show soundtracks. Guang is waiting. When the song spreads a little wider and has a little more impact, get those big budget movies and TV shows to pay attention to the real value behind Victory. In time, the Freedom Orchestra's film and television drama scoring studio will be able to fully blossom at home and abroad. The next few days, Song Jiang takes the group and interacts with masters from all over the world. After all, the orchestra now has Guang shares. Lu Hongguang was more on the ball, so follow Song Jiang and help the band with international business. Guang and Su Qi, the two irresponsible ones, took Guanren from morning to night. Originally, I wanted to take my little girl and hit the rest of Europe, but the little girl loved Oland, and was especially enamored of Vienna. Think of all the opportunities to go abroad in the future. Guang just let her be. In the meantime, the plot of The Exorcist takes a big turn. Ghost King, Poison God, etc. led the demonic sect attacked on the Qingyun door. Daoxian sacrificed the immortal execution sword after the two were defeated. Followed by Master Puji killed the grass temple village was exposed. Zhang Xiaofan heart demon tilt. At this point, the rules and the righteous path, honored teachers and close friends, could not give Zhang Xiaofan a sense of security and trust. The only warmth in his heart came from the young girl who was as green as water. Baguio decides to leave Zhang Xiaofan at all costs, and Daoxian sacrifices the immortal execution sword to decapitate Zhang Xiaofan despite his serious injuries. 9 ghosts and nether spirits, the gods and devils of the heavens, with my blood body, served as a sacrifice. 3 lifetimes and 7 lifetimes, forever fall into Yama, only for the sake of love, though death is not regret. Even if I am an evil demon and you are the rightful sect of Changyun, it doesn't stop me from blocking this immortal execution sword for you. Bagyo to their own blood and soul is the cost of catalyzing the spell of infatuation, condensed into a wall of blood for Zhang Xiaofan against the heavens to block the immortal sword fatal blow. The writing of Punisher is just too good. Bagyo character, portrayed with flesh and blood, really belongs to the young girl written to life. Even those readers who sided with Sweki had been impressed by Bagyo, so this plot kills one out. All the Punisher fans are going crazy. Some radical readers began in the comments section, crazy trolling the author shamelessly, said they want to abandon the book. Silly batch of authors. I can't believe I'm using my Bagyo to block the sword. Abandon the book, abandon the book. Say important things 3 times. Is this how the infatuation curse was originally used? Seeing Bagyo blocking the sword made my heart hurt so much that I was about to choke. Big breathless event. I can't believe I wrote the heroine to death. Is there any point in following this book? Too poisonous. Is this writing me, Bagyo, to death in order to correct Lu Sweki? I'm on the side of the fans now faction. But again, I think it's a shame. Guess these are just cheesy plot kills arranged by the author. It's absolutely impossible for Bagyo to die. It will definitely be resurrected later. If it comes back to life, I'll knife the author in the night. Even Omi couldn't help but ask him on WeChat after reading the text. Big brother, if you arrange the plot like this, there's a chance that the subscriptions will plummet. Will Bagyo be resurrected afterward? Gu Cheng didn't hide it. It won't be resurrected until the end. You're going to dissuade a lot of readers if you write like that. Do you want to think about it? Don't worry Jian De, I've already arranged the plot in the back. I have my measure. Gu Cheng knew what Omi was worried about. The character of Bagyo is so successfully portrayed. Even back then, many readers who followed the serialization did so to see Bagyo resurrected. Gu Cheng once had a hard time with this, but the character of Bagyo had a decisive impact on Zhang Xiaofan's growth. Even when it lies down later, it continues to also move the plot of the novel forward. Heaven and earth are unkind, taking everything as ruminants. Technically, all of the storylines revolve around this exorcism sword. Bagyo's death shattered Zhang Xiaofan's heart for the attachment of the Qingyun mountain, but also to break the last line of defense of the faith of the righteous. After Bagyo's death, Zhang Xiaofan truly drew a line in the sand with Qingyun mountain. Thus was born the ghostly knight, and Bagyo's failure to be resurrected just added to her super high popularity, completely immortalizing her beautiful and infatuated image forever. Daichan told Gu Cheng to be prepared. After Bagyo's sword blocking death, there's a chance that the next subscription will drop like crazy. As a result, subscriptions went up instead of down. Straight from an average booking of over 80,000, it exploded to 95,000 in one fell swoop. Posters, forums, and so on, bookworms are frantically discussing the plot of The Exorcism. With such a huge heat shock, the novel's numbers are way up. With the current upward trend, all it needs is a few more big win pushes, and the average booking will break 100,000. Gu Cheng was delighted. That's going to be $1 million this month in no time. Learned that Gu Cheng subscriptions are going up instead of down. The gods of the Middle Finger Club are so jealous that their mass walls are separating. Tyrant Toothache, sure Cheng you damn all right, the female lead to death. Subscription did not fall into the dog, not to say actually skyrocketed. The Gusu Barkeep summarized. This is probably the legendary book without a woman. Subscription natural god. The big eagle munchkin came to her senses. Are readers nowadays so perverted in their tastes? Understood. I'll go change the text. Su Sanchue didn't have the interest of this group of people. He's also a fan of Immortal Exorcist and a loyal Bagyo fan. Bro, dramatize with your buddy. Does Bagyo still have a chance to come back to life? Gu Cheng sold the story. If you want to hear how the story goes, let's listen to the next chapter. Su Sanchue cursed. Brother, I'm telling you, you must resurrect Bagyo. Don't let our Bagyo party get cold feet. I love Blacksea commented. Isn't this writing pretty good? Once Bagyo died, the plot directly rose in place. There's one thing to say. The novel's characters are really well drawn and the sense of immersion is strong. Controversy is what makes heat. Your kid has only been in the industry for a month, and you've figured out the essence of online writing. You deserve to be hot. After all, he is an old man, and he really has a good eye. The crowd just discussed it after a few moments. Suddenly the picture began to change. Brothers, post some thirds. I'm running out of steam with the yards. I need to refuel. I can't keep up with my nutrition when I'm thrashing around all day. Where's inspiration without some spiritual food? Brothers, hurry up and send out your stockpiles. After all these days together, Gu Chang has seen through the character of these authors. All day long, you are either looking at Cerritos or groping the fish and fighting the landlord. There is no one who is serious. Sending a goodbye emoticon, Gu Chang silently exited the group chat. Played in Olan for about a week. Gu Chang and the others finally stepped onto the return flight. Returning home, Gu Chang gave Lin Huiru a call at the first opportunity and asked her to the studio. Elementary brother, this office of yours is big enough and comfortable enough. Lin Huiru looked around and joked. Looks like Su Chi loves you very much. It's okay, Senior Lin. Feel free to sit down. Gu Chang cleared his throat. Sister Lin, do you have any special ideas about transformation? You can say it out and we'll exchange ideas. Lin Huiru sat down opposite Gu Chang. You know all about my persona. Elementary school brother, right? Gu Chang nodded. Got it. Sexy. Because of her proud figure, the company positioned Lin Huiru as sex-sensual. Lin Huiru has also managed this persona very well. In the entertainment industry known as humanoid aphrodisiac, human poison of the sexy name. But she's clearly not content with that label now. Sexiness can be a feature, but if singers were like actors, being labeled as such would limit future growth. After all, sexy has a shelf life. Lin Huiru looked at Gu Chang, her eyes burning. Gu Chang, compared to my body, I actually want people to pay more attention to my voice and my business ability. You know what I mean, right? I'm going to stand on stage with a new look and wow everyone. Different from the past? Gu Chang rubbed his chin, a little embarrassed. He had collected information on Lin Huiru before. First of all, in terms of past styles, Lin Huiru is bound to be sexy out of the pants. She doesn't have many albums and most of them are mostly covers. Most of the singles have a magnetic but not cloying voice, and the lyrics are subtle and provocative, as sexy as a feather ruffle. Recently, Lin Huiru did try to make a transition, tried to diversify, but apparently the results were not obvious. Even the Spring Dream song, which Professor Wang Xinyan helped to adapt, has a predominantly national style without sexiness as its centerpiece. But that song still has a lot of sexy elements, both on stage and in the choreography. In Gu Chang's eyes, a singer's transformation is nothing more than a change of style. As for style, he himself is completely undecided, whether in his past life or in this life. Gu Chang only makes the music he wants to make and goes with the flow. Instead, work within the confines of a style box. But mainstream artists will care more. That's why most idol singers, after accumulating popularity, try to transform into power singers. But Lin Huiru is so desperate to make the transition. Gu Chang was still a bit surprised. Not afraid that you are not capable, but afraid that no one remembers you. If you want to make a name for yourself in the entertainment industry, you must have a strong personality. Vivian Lin has been on the road of sexy singers for a couple of years, raging at breakneck speed, though not among the top-tier divas. But the popularity and recognition in the industry is unmatched by many popular flower girls. Transitioning can be a winding road, and it can be stressful. Gu Chang cleared his throat. Senior Sister Lin, you've come so far with great difficulty. Haven't you ever thought of going all the way to the end of a road and taking sexy to the extreme? Lin Huiru lightly covered her mouth and smiled brightly and delicately. Junior brother, the entertainment industry is never short of fresh blood. Sexy or whatever can wither or be replaced at any time. Sexiness is like a double-edged sword. It brought Lin Huiru into the public eye quickly, but it also made her career very limited. Nowadays, Lin Huiru's notices are mostly reality shows, and musical supporting roles in movies and TV dramas. Music announcements are almost non-existent. Apparently, the producers only valued her body and not her professionalism. You can be an idol when you're young, but what happens when the face fades? Lin Huiru did not want to be like a flash in the pan and decline very quickly. Gu Chang reminded her. Transformation is not something that happens overnight. Have you thought it through, senior sister? Think it through. Lin Huiru nodded her head affirmatively. After all, singers still need to rely on their works to speak. Sister believes in you. She needed a shocking new work to break through the stereotypes. That's all that's been said. Gu Chang naturally had nothing to push back. Senior Sister Lin, do you yourself have a style you want to go for? Lin Huiru nodded. Gu Chang, don't look at elder sister like this. I'm actually a very traditional woman. I love the traditional culture of China. And if I can, I'd like to take the ethnic or national style route. Gu Chang frowned. Ethnic and national style? Lin Huiru nodded, her fox eyes rising. I'm an ethnic minority and initially wanted to go the ethnic route. Except that in the past few years the folk style market has been in the doldrums and the company had little prospects before planning the sexy route. Later on in the transition I tried to move towards a national style, but it didn't work out so well. Gu Chang's right hand curled slightly, his fingertips tapping rhythmically back and forth on the desktop. It was a habitual action when he was thinking. Ethnic style this. Gu Chang had not seen Lin Huira's work in this area. However, when I first saw Lin Huira perform at Jiangyi, she had a good national stage and her opera voice was very flavorful. It reminds Gu Chang of a song called Chilling, but compared to Zhang Yi who really put in the effort to learn opera, Lin Huira's opera voice is still a bit poor overall. Ethnic and national style? Gu Chang's white light flashed, and a person suddenly appeared in his mind. Sa top teacher. As singers like Sa Dingding and Yao Beina who came out of the youth song contest, they were hailed as wizards in the singing world, and their strength hanged over a host of peers. Mr. Sa's bite is neither as wordy as the academics nor as flat as the European and American schools, and is very appropriately held. And her vocal function is very varied. Her voice is like a line, slender, long and silky and resilient, gently weaving in and out of all registers. Solid vocals are a basic requirement for a singer. Lin Huira's words are, after all, from a professional background, or Jiangyi schoolmaster, there is not much of a problem with singing. Her vocals are grainy, with prominent high frequencies, good control of breath, good quality of strong voices, and well-handled weak voices that are soft and bouncy. It is difficult for her to perform Left Finger Moon, but if she sings it well, the result is stunning. Gu Chang stopped his right hand and looked at Lin Huiru. Sister Lin, let's leave the national style aside for now, but you can try the national style. I've got a song here that will wow the crowd right out of the gate, only it's in a very high register. High register? Lin Huira's beautiful eyes lit up, her fox eyes rising. Elementary school brother, don't forget that I'm your senior sister. When I was in Jiangyi I got a plus in all my major classes. Besides, I'm a singer of mountain songs, so I'm not afraid of a high range. Gu Chang opened his computer. Wait for me. I'll write the song for you now. Gu Chang is fast. Lin Huira watched like a monster as he knocked out a song in less than 10 minutes. When did writing songs become so easy? Before she could look back, Gu Chang has printed out the songs. The song is called Left Hand Finger Moon. Sister, you can read it first. The song Left Hand to the Moon is layered with high notes, and there are only a handful of singers who can sing this song without dropping the key. So he cautioned, you try the song first, and if it doesn't work I'll think of something else. Lin Huira took the sheet music. Let's see. Half a dozen times. Lin Huira raised her head in surprise. Little senior brother, you're more than high. You're all pervertedly high. Not just high, but wide. Usually a one-verse body of a song that gives a flat feel doesn't use such a wide range. Because of space constraints it was not possible to stretch the mood with more phrases. And the range is so wide that it's easy to sing in such relatively short phrases with inconsistent registers and a heavier sense of cut-through. But this song's strong vocal articulation is extremely high, while demanding a high-density F5 bite, but it's not at all squishy or stuck. In addition to breath, both strong and weak voices test the singer's control of the muscles of the resonating cavity. Lin Huira pinched the draft of the song and felt like she was going to choke. After Su Dick looked at the opposite door for the nth time in a daze, Lu Hongguang put in the hands of the document snapped closed. Go over there if you want to see it. Su Qi stared blankly. What? Lu Hongguang couldn't help but spit out. Ever since Lin Huiro entered the company, you've been absent-minded. I see you haven't turned a page in this document, but the paper is getting all drawn up. He jerked the gruesomely drawn information out of her hand. What? Worried about Lin Huiro eating Gu Chang? Su Qi gave a beat, dropping the pen in his hand as if nothing had happened. What are you babbling about? I was merely thinking just now. Seeing her eyes dodge, Lu Hongguang skimmed his lips. A dead duck's mouth. The two worked together for 10 years. If you want to ask the person who understands Su Qi the most, no one dares to say the first when Lu Hongguang says the second in the whole company. Probably Su Dick himself didn't even notice. Her eyes always followed Gu Chang intentionally or unintentionally, and admiration as well as worship often showed in her eyes. One look and you can tell it's springtime. In the end, it's the girl you've watched grow up. Lu Hongguang didn't want to break her down and found her a step down. Su Qi, Lin Huiro is at least your junior. People come to the door to seek cooperation. You as the boss should go to see it as a matter of course. Su Qi's vermilion lips pursed, and she wanted to dislike him back. But then he thought of the collective excitement of the male staff when Lin Huiro arrived at the company, and the piercing smile at the corner of Gu Chang's mouth when he met with her. Su Qi's small face stared and she coughed lightly twice. Old Lu, hearing you say that, it does seem inappropriate for me not to go over there. She pretended to get up reluctantly. Then I'll go over to see how Gu Chang's song is being written, and help keep a check on it in the meantime. Hurry up, don't interfere with my work. Lu Hongguang waved his hand impatiently and reopened the file in his hand. He's going to take the time to screen a group of trainees. It hurt him to pick his heart and soul without watching Gu Chang send out one golden song after another. The other side. In order for Lin Huiru to better understand the feelings in Left Hand Finger Moon, Gu Chang directly outlined the whole story's majesty, in words, and then hand-holding. When Su Dick came over, this was the picture he saw. Two people sitting next to each other. Gu Chang explained carefully, paragraph by paragraph, and Lin Huiro learned carefully, sentence by sentence. Both were fully engaged. So much so that he didn't even notice when Su Chi came over. The corners of Su Chi's mouth flickered faintly, and an inexplicable fire was born at the bottom of his heart for no reason. Teaching singing is teaching singing. Why do you have to be so close to each other? Su Chi secretly sucked in a breath and raised her hand to lightly knock twice on the door. Ahem. Not interrupting, are we? No. We're all pretty much done talking. Lin Huira stood up straight and greeted with a coquettish smile. Sister Su Chi, congratulations on your award in Vienna. Su Chi pulled the corners of her mouth. Thank you, but there's no need to call me Sister Seven Su. We're all about the same age, so just call me Seven Su. She lifted her foot and walked over to them, stepping between them as if by accident. Gu Chang, show me the sheet music. Gu Chang handed the sheet music to Su Chi, and at the same time consciously got up and pulled another chair for her. Su Chi naturally sat down next to Gu Chang. What is this song called? Gu Chang, left hand fingers to the moon. Lin Huiro narrowed her eyes meaningfully, her eyes darting between the two. This series of actions by Su Chi Fong was like declaring sovereignty, and like a child protecting his favorite thing. These two are kind of interesting. Lin Huiro hooked her lips and smiled, resumed his seat and pulled away from them slightly. Once the sheet music is in, Su Chi's professionalism came up and she couldn't help but frown deeply. The lyrics are well written, but how come the register is so high, and the range is still wide? The opening range spans as much as 2 octaves. It's a hard song to sing. 2 octaves in music equals 15 degrees. 3 octaves equals 22 degrees. A regular song with a range degree of about 13/4 is already a big song. And the sheet music in hand, with a range spanning up to 20 degrees, is practically Big Brother level, especially for male singers. The falsetto can be as high as B5 even if the conditions are good, and not many falsetto as high as G5 to A5. This is a difficult song for the average singer to handle. Lin Huiro couldn't help but add, even if it's super soprano, this song actually has multiple singing styles, and the soprano has a flowery voice. The florid soprano, with its exuberantly brilliant timbre and staggeringly high ultra-high notes, is the slimmest and most flexible of the lyric soprano voices. The vocal technique it requires must be extremely skillful, and it is itself the most difficult vocal singing technique with unique artistic appeal. There are very few female singers in the entire Chinese music scene who can do the singing flowery voice. Coming up is hellishly difficult. Lin Huiro looked at Gu Chang and said in admiration, Gu Chang, you are the only one in the music industry who can break the mold like this and create such a tune. It's a really difficult song, but it's precisely because it's difficult that it's all the more amazing to present the audience with a stunning audiovisual feast. In Gu Chang's eyes, the song is very Chinese, elegant and grand. Mr. Sa can be said to have come out of the ring with all things born and established himself in the jungle with left-hand finger moon. Almost every time he performs the song on different occasions, he generates buzz, and he has been on the Hot 100 several times with the song. You can see how amazing the song is. On stage, Gu Chang looked at Lin Huiro. Senior sister Lin, the transformation might as well be a direct metamorphosis. We challenged different heights to present the audience with a refreshed Lin Huiro in order to tear off the label on you. I've pretty much told you all the points to look out for in the song. Why don't you try singing it first? Good. Lin Huiro nodded, took a deep breath and started the challenge. Holding the earth in my left hand and the sky in my right hand, the palm cracks out 10 directions of lightning, converting time into years in a hurry. 3,000 lifetimes as if I had never seen it. With a flower in his left hand and a sword in his right. 10,000 years of snow falls on the eyebrow. The song Left Hand to the Moon has the same melody layered throughout all 3 verses. When Ms. Sa first sang, she did not use a pure head voice at the highest notes, retaining her unique timbre and clear bite, and she has top-notch vocal compression, singing with no trace of real or falsetto transitions and a single line running from beginning to end. The entire lyrics are integrated from the song, to the arrangement, to the singing. It gives a strange tangle of fatalism, grief, pity and a sense of seeing through and unrepentance. As for Lin Huira's words, Su Chi and Gu Chang looked at each other and both heard that Lin Huira had sung out of tune. Left hand points to the moon, right hand takes the red line. Grant you and I the love affair we wish for. You and me in the moonlight. The left hand turns into a feather and the right hand into a scale. There were a couple of high notes that Lin Huiru failed to sing on, and there was also a noticeable break in the air as she moved from high to low notes. The transition between true and false sounds felt a bit stiff and didn't come easily. But it is, after all, the first sight reading. It's not bad to be able to sing like that. I pick you up with my left hand and put you down with my right. When you clap your hands, you're all taken back to your heart. One incense burner, ah ah ah. You're me without a second or a third. End of song. Lin Huira looked at Gu Chang and directly apologized without saying anything. I'm sorry, I just missed a lot of points in my audition. The first time I sang it, it was actually pretty good. Gu Chang did not accuse, because he could tell that Lin Huira was trying very hard to sing the song well. The parts of the song that were poorly sung in the beginning were tweaked to the best of her ability by the midway point, and she was already able to pull it back a bit by the end. Senior sister Lin, I'm not going to say anything about this song. I'm sure you yourself know which vocal part is not sung properly. Gu Chang reminded her. The other biggest problem you have, senior sister, is that you focus too much on technique when you sing, thus ignoring the emotion of the song itself. It's a song that's not just about technique, it's about emotion, or you can't sing it with a swagger. Lin Huira nodded heavily. I know, I'll try a couple more times then. Under the dutiful guidance of Gu Chang, Lin Hui practiced like she was possessed. After practicing a dozen times or so, she was able to master most of the middle and high parts of the piece. It was only when Lin Huira's voice finally gave out that she finally agreed to stop. Seven Su commented pertinently. This last singing was significantly better than before. With most of the vocal parts in place, Lin Huira covered her chest and gasped, still somewhat dissatisfied. The high notes were barely there, but I was struggling to sing them and couldn't switch freely. In the past, Lin Huira's songs only pursued melody and were basically not difficult. Left Hand Finger Moon, on the other hand, was an extreme test of the singer's skills, and she was almost at a loss for words when she was given the sheet music. It's a good thing Gu Chang pointed out a lot of singing techniques, otherwise Lin Huira didn't know how long she would have to fumble around. Gu Chang laughed, practice makes perfect. After Sister Lin goes back and practices slowly, she will naturally be able to sing flexibly in the future. Lin Huira's eyes glowed. With this song, this transformation is basically a sure thing if there are no surprises. Even Lin Huira herself didn't believe she could handle this type of difficult singing style. The audience is much less inclined to believe it. As long as we don't run into any royalty in the tournament, then taking the king of song is extremely likely. Thinking of this, Lin Huira reddened her eyes. Elementary school brother, thank you so much indeed. Senior sister owes you a big favor this time. If you need help in the future just mention it. Senior sister will definitely be obliged. Senior sister is polite. Gu Chang smiled and joked. I'm happy to be able to help my senior sister. If you win the competition and need a song, just ask. I can't help you with anything else, but I'm still good at writing songs. Lin Huira's eyebrows lit up and she smiled brightly. Elementary school brother, this is what you said yourself. Don't cheat when the time comes. The game would have gone well into the first public. She definitely needs other songs to keep competing. With Gu Chang's words, Lin Huira's heart instantly settled in half. Do I look like that to you? Gu Chang snickered and laughed. Look, I not only help write songs, but I also teach and teach. Where are you going to find such a service-oriented music producer? Lin Huira puffed and laughed, her fox eyes brimming with light and her eyebrows were full of flavor. After troubling you all day, it's almost dinner time. Why don't I take you out to dinner? How can I let you treat me? Hi, are you? Su Chi, who had been silent all this time, suddenly got up and stood beside Gu Chang. It's a rare trip for you to come here. It's only logical that we should be the hosts, right Gu Chang? Su Chi lightly touched Gu Chang's shoulder and deliberately emphasized the word we. Lin Huira smiled. Who invites is not invited. Gu Chang directly tapped the decision. I'll treat you, elder sister. I said I would treat you to dinner before, so now is the perfect time to make up for it. Su Chi's eyes twinkled and she suggested with a smile. Gu Chang, why don't you take elder sister Lin to eat at that restaurant we always go to? It's members only for privacy. The food is good, and Enron likes it there. Lin Huira nodded. I have no problem with that. In that case, I'll go get Lu Ji and also Anren to join me. Once Gu Chang is gone, the two women looked at each other at the same time. Lin Huira straightened her chest and was the first to break the silence. Why do I get the feeling like you don't like me very much? Su Chi faintly denied. You think too much. The two of them looked at each other with a secret rivalry in their eyes. At this time, Gu Chang came in holding Gu Anren, ready to go. What are you two doing? Gu Chang felt that the atmosphere was a bit strange. Lin Huira denied as if nothing happened. Nothing. Su Chi spread a smile. Has the restaurant been set? Gu Chang nodded. It's booked. Su Chi walked straight over and took Anren's hand. Let's go then. Going home from a dinner party. The manuscript fee for Left Finger Moon was also credited to Gu Chang's card. For this song, he ended up charging a friendly price of $6 million. Together with the songs that he had written earlier, Gu Chang's card now had a balance of more than $16 million. Over 16.85 million. One step closer to the goal. Looking at the balance in the card, Gu Chang's heart was happy, and his body was full of motivation. Code words. Right. Gu Chang turned on his computer and went into the backstage of the center horizontal writer. before it hit the shelves, Guang had more than $400,000 in stock. A couple $100,000 saved sounds like a lot, but I used up $90,000 just to get it on the shelves. Then during the time in Vienna, Guang didn't even have time to code, so now there's not much left in the inventory. We can't keep slacking off. We've got to stump up. Locked into the small darkroom for 2 hours, Guang directly delivered 15,000 out. After updating the chapter, Guang clicked into the subscription background. Subscriptions are still trending up overall. It's just possible that it's nearing its ceiling, and the rise has been significantly slower than before by quite a bit. Guang couldn't help but lament. It's still about 3,000 even. It's 100,000 even booked. Watching the subscriptions inch closer to 100,000 is still very rewarding. Let's see how the comments section goes. When Baguio died, Guang was directly scolded. The comments section is significantly less hostile now than it was a few days ago. Apparently after a few days of reprieve, readers have basically accepted the fact that Baguio blocked the sword. Baguio's party began to carry the flag of resurrection, shouting all day in the comments section and book circle for Guang to bring her back to life. He even built a tall building for the resurrection of Baguio, and crowdfunded rewards every day just to bring Baguio back to life. This shows how popular Baguio is. Seeing Guang update, Dajiang sent Guang a Weibo message. Biggie, are you back? Aha, back. Another company contacted me today, wanting to buy the rights to the game adaptation of The Exorcist from you. The other party has opened the price to $10 million this time, saying that if they are not satisfied, the price can be negotiated face-to-face. Guang directly refused. There's no need for a face-to-face meeting. Zhang De, you reject it for me. Omi was a bit perplexed. Biggie, are you unhappy with the price? Or do you really not want to sell? Guang said bluntly, I don't want to sell. Zhang De, the game rights of exorcism, I want to keep them for my own development. Omi was really surprised this time. You want to keep it for your own development? How do you want to develop it? Find your own game company? Nah, I'm going to start my own company or acquire a ready-made game company. The Omi people are numb. Are all the bigwigs so bossy nowadays? Okay, old Zhang just came back from the field a few days ago. If you're free in the next few days, how about we form a game? Okay, Zhang De, in the future, if there are still such inquiries about copyrights, you can just push it for me. I won't sell the copyrights of Immortal Punisher. After exiting the chat, Guang began to look at the screen in disbelief. It's been half a month since I asked Lu Ji to help me inquire about the game company, and so far there are no results. When the first two Immortal Sealings, Misty and Exorcist, sold the game rights, Misty was sold to Jinyong Chuanchuan Jiguan, and the first installment of Punisher was sold to Perfect World for $1.2 million. As we all know, in the era of online games, almost all of the companies on Treasure Island have been wiped out, and there isn't a single explosive online game, so Pyongyang Games doesn't have a chance to go any further. At the time, Perfect's online game originality was among the top in the industry, and The Punisher was a huge hit as a result, boosting simplified sales. Guang was confident about Punisher. The game of the previous life of the exorcism of the game is extremely tenacious, and even drove the sales cycle of the book of the exorcism of the book, also continued for more than 10 years. I was thinking of calling Zhang Zhongtian tomorrow. As a result, the other party took the initiative to contact him first. Guang, congratulations on your band's Vienna award. Thank you big brother Zhang. Guang smiled. Thank you for taking care of me during this period of time. I was about to call and ask you to have dinner with me sometime. There's no rush to eat or anything. Zhang Zhongtian smiled brightly. Guang, I heard from Dajiang that you want to start your own company to develop the Punisher's game IP? Guchang's mind moved. Brother Zhang, do you know any friends in this area? I have a friend who runs a game company precisely, and he's preparing to hold a bidding meeting these days, and the conditions should fit your needs. Guang was delighted and hurriedly said, What company? Where is it? You take it easy for now. There's some trouble behind this, and I can't talk about it over the phone for a while. Zhongtian Zhang proposed, How about this? Let's find a time to meet and talk about it? Gucheng thought about it. No problem. How about we meet tomorrow? Then it's a deal. Chapter 101, Lightning Games. Gucheng was introduced by Lu Hongguang and found a private restaurant with a good reputation and opened a private room. In addition to Zhang Zhongtian, Gucheng also called on Dajiang. The two arrived together. Dajiang was a middle-aged man in his 40s, with a country face and a very tall figure. Once he entered the box and saw Su Qi, Dajiang directly froze in place. His eyes glazed over. Su Dick? Su Qi smiled and got up, reaching out to greet him. Editor-in-Chief Jiang Wright, nice to see you. Omi excitedly stepped forward, wiping his big hands hard on his pants a few times before he dared to reach back and shake Hello, Su Tianho. Although he knew that Gu Chang and Su Qi had a great relationship, Dajiang could never have imagined that he would have the chance to meet her today. After all, Su Dick is a Mandarin. No, now an international diva. How can a diva meet just anywhere? If he had known that Su Qi would come, he would have brought the album over. Diva Su, our whole family is your fan. Can you sign an autograph for me later? Su Qi smiled and nodded. No problem. Zhang De, you sit first. Seeing that everyone had arrived, Gu Chang beckoned the waiter to serve the food. Between waiting for the food, Zhang Zhongtian casually asked, Gu Chang, how many subscriptions does Punisher have now? 3,000 short of 100,000 even subscriptions. The crowd moved in a lurch. Lu Hongguang even drew a breath backwards. Gu Chang, your novel subscription is actually this high? Gu Chang nodded his head. If there are no surprises, we'll be able to break through 100,000 average bookings by the end of the month. Lu Hongguang staggered. 100,000 average bookings. Good boy. How much manuscript fee does this month have to be? Dajiang said bluntly. It's not a dream to earn $1 million a month. The vast majority of online authors are struggling to make ends meet. The achievement of 100,000 average subscriptions, even the leader, Levin, is currently able to achieve this with only a single handful. The most important thing is that Punisher is completely free of kryptonite and got this achievement with absolute strength. During the serialization period can exceed 100,000 average booking. This achievement is enough to go down in the history of online literature. Dajiang sidled his head. Speaking of which, I have to thank old Zhang. If it wasn't for your introduction, I wouldn't have had the chance to sign this masterpiece. Zhongtian Zhang couldn't help but lament. I didn't expect it myself. Immortal Punishment is a novel that Zhang Zhongtian has been chasing the entire time, and he has also rewarded Gu Chang with a few supremacies. He had never thought at first that a novel written casually by Gu Chang could actually create such a big stir in the online literature world. Gu Chang humbly said, it's all because of the reader's love. The restaurant serves the food in order during the small talk. Gu Chang greeted, let's eat first. Let's eat and talk. Halfway through the wine, Gu Chang then cut to the chase. Brother Zhang, that game company you told me about before, what's its name? Lightning Games. Omi blurted out, didn't this company go out of business? Zhongtian Zhang frowned. Who said it went out of business? Wasn't it all over the news earlier that Lightning's financial chain was broken? At the beginning of the year, several of Lightning's game products were taken off the shelves, and then the media wrote about Lightning's broken financial chain, poor operations, and years of losses. Dajiang thought that this company closed down, and lamented a few words with his colleagues. I hadn't realized that this company was actually still alive and kicking. Those stories are made up by the bad press. Zhongtian Zhang sighed. But Lightning's current situation is basically similar to going out of business. Gu Chang poured him a glass of wine. Brother Zhang, I don't know much about these game companies, so please tell me the real situation of Lightning. Zhongtian Zhang nodded his head. I'm sure you've all heard of the great name of Lightning Games before. In addition to its development of popular games such as Jedi Assault and Escape Room, Lightning is most famous for the Unreal Engine, which was developed and built by its company. About this Gu Chang still knew. Unreal Engine was once one of the most popular game engines for third-party manufacturers, and some of the endgame as well as handheld games currently on the market have been built with Unreal Engine as a selling point to draw traffic. Gu Chang truly did not expect that the one who created this Unreal Engine was actually Lightning Games. The Unreal Engine is extremely easy to use in every way, with a particular focus on data generation and programming, and is easy to use. If this engine is used to develop Punisher, then the art worker needs very little assistance from the programmer to develop as many of the game's data resources as possible in a fully visualized environment. Gu Chang was puzzled. Brother Zhang, since Lightning has the Unreal Engine in hand, how could it be reduced to the brink of bankruptcy? Because the market share is so low. Zhang Zhongtian analyzed him. Big companies each have their own developed engines, and small companies can't afford to use the expensive Unreal Engine, resulting in Lightning obviously having the core technology, but still losing money year after year. Gu Chang understood. Unreal Engine, as a commercial engine, requires a lot of investment as the technology is developed. However, the selling price is high and the sales volume is low, so the company will naturally lose money year after year if the capital cannot be recovered. Zhongtian Zhang then added, there is another thing that really caused Lightning to not be able to support itself. Storm Group has its eyes on Lightning's Unreal Engine. At the beginning of the year, Storm poached Lightning's technical backbone and then utilized the company's resources to prepare for the development of the same engine, which directly led to Lightning's new generation of engines being dead in the water and the situation becoming even more difficult. Omi listened with exasperation. Storm Group is worthy of being a Japanese company, only engaging in the business of digging up people and copying them. Despicable means. Lu Hongguang has seen the strange. Capital is like this. Small companies do not have enough strength, can only be played by large companies. Lightning is currently untenable, and a public bidding session will be held in 3 days to auction off the company's equity. Zhang Zhongtian looked at Gucheng. If you want to develop Punisher on your own, buying Lightning is a good option, but the cost of this may be different from your budget. Gucheng fell into deep thought. What Zhongtian Zhang meant by this was that the capital required to acquire Lightning would obviously be beyond Gucheng's ability, but relatively speaking, Lightning also has a core technology that no other gaming company has, as well as specialized technicians. If Gucheng could successfully acquire Lightning, then the development of the Punisher game, as well as its launch, would be much more efficient than Gucheng had previously anticipated. Now that Immortal Punisher is at the height of its popularity, the speed of IP realization is naturally as fast as possible. Gucheng's biggest problem now is the lack of money. Brother Zhang, how much capital is needed at least if we acquire Lightning? Not low. Zhongtian Zhang said bluntly. Lightning is bidding on this one, and Storm Group is involved. Do you know why? Gucheng frowned and guessed. Because Lightning owns the core technology of the Unreal Engine. Zhongtian Zhang nodded. That's right. The true core technology of the Unreal Engine is still in Lightning's hands. So even if Lightning's capital chain is in trouble, $70 million to $80 million is not going to be missing based on the company's current market capitalization estimates. Gucheng was silent, because he only has $10 million in his hand. The heart is in the right place. Seeing that Gucheng still had real intentions, Lu Hongguang couldn't help but open his mouth. Gucheng, are you crazy? You're not really planning to spend tens of millions of dollars to acquire Lightning, are you? Originally thought that Gucheng acquisition of the game company is only small investment of a few million to test the water to play. But the nature of the acquisition of Lightning right now would be completely different. Just developing a game. It's too risky to drop $70 or $80 million into it. Chapter 102, the next plan. I do want to acquire Lightning. Gucheng chopped it up. He is confident about the Punisher online game. When the exorcism is the hottest time, the whole network hit more than 100 million consecutively. It can be said that the street is known. It was also at this time that the first immortal online game, Exorcist OL, was born in China. The number of online games adapted from online texts is definitely quite a lot, but the one that can be as hot as Punisher is really not one. The perfect world is with this online game, The Exorcism of the Fairy, successfully in the gaming circle to establish a firm foothold and successfully listed. Gucheng had absolute certainty that the online game of Punisher would shine in this world, turning it into one of the phenomenal breakout games. Think about it. Gucheng looked sideways at Su Qi and spoke seriously. Sister Qi, can I get an advance of money from the company first? Perhaps fearing that Su Qi would be embarrassed, Gucheng added one more sentence. I can sign a betting agreement with the company. Gucheng put it this way. Su Qi knew that he genuinely wanted to acquire Lightning. As a game insulator, Su Qi is usually obsessed with music, and the only free time he has is either reading books or gawking. Gucheng's obsession with the game, even going so far as to offer to sign a betting agreement with the company for this reason, was something she couldn't quite understand. Gucheng, money is not a problem, but have you really thought it through? Sister Dicky, I've thought this through a long time ago. Gucheng looked more serious than ever. Acquiring a gaming company was my plan from the beginning, and although Lightning is beyond my capabilities, I have absolute confidence in this project. Lu Hongguang frowned, still a little worried. Gucheng, I don't see you playing games much on weekdays. Do you really know anything about the gaming industry? This is not small money. Don't worry, Lu Ji. Opening a game company is not something I did on a whim. Gucheng gave them a detailed analysis. I've observed the games in China, and what's more popular at the moment are shooting games like The Winner is the King, or else role-playing games like I Am Legend and Heroes of the Three Kingdoms. Ancient-style online games are basically set in martial arts, and the immortal market is still in a vacant stage. So once The Exorcist is successfully launched, it will be the first of its kind, and it will have an absolute advantage in the online game market. Lu Hongguang had nothing to say this time. Omi didn't make any comments, and spent the entire time on the sidelines, silently drying his food. He understands online literature, and he knows about online games, but he really doesn't know anything about adapting online literature into online games, and then there's also the back and forth involved. Zhongtian Zhang is considered to be the one who knows more about the game industry in this group. Seeing Gucheng's resolute attitude, he could not help but speak out to remind him. The evolution and development trend of online gaming is not determined by gamers themselves, but by market demand. Gucheng, there is no market for fairy online games at the moment, and it will definitely be on the market. Gucheng laughed. You guys don't think that I acquired Lightning with the intention of developing only one online game, Immortal Punisher, do you? The crowd froze. Su Qi's almond eyes narrowed. Gu Chang, what do you mean by that? Gu Chang hemmed and hawed. In addition to Punisher, I have other games planned, and all of them are games that have not been developed on the market and are solidly profitable. Lu Hongguang couldn't help himself. What game is still a sure thing? The plan has yet to take shape, so I'll keep the specifics a secret for now. You'll all know later. Gu Chan laughed. Lu Hongguang was so angry that he exploded. Then you say a ball now. Sister 7. You know me best. Gu Chang rarely showed a few hints of pleading. I really don't have enough money on me if I want to acquire lightning. Can the company lend me some first? Su Qi gave him a blank look. In your eyes, am I such an indifferent person? Gu Chang had only been with the company for a month and had helped the company make over $10 million. At this rate of money making, that amount of money is just a matter of time for him. It's only a few tens of millions of dollars. I can lend you this amount of money privately. When it's time to ask for money, just say the word, both in past lives and in this life. This was the first time that someone had spoken so generously to Gu Chang. No wonder there are always people in the world who are happy about eating soft food. It really is a wonderful feeling to be pampered. Gu Chang was greatly touched and couldn't help but say excitedly, "Thank you, Sister Qi. I really love you. In the future, I will definitely sell my life for the company and work well for Sister Qi." Knowing that Gu Chang was only making a symbolic remark, Su Qi still couldn't help but blush with her pretty face. Her eyes rounded and she glared at him hard. "Speak properly. Don't be poor." Gu Chang himself was not used to being cute like this. He straightened his face. "Brother Zhang, you are a businessman. You are more familiar with these processes of acquiring a company. Is it convenient for you to accompany me at that time?" Zhang Zhongtian coughed lightly twice. "Gu Chang, truth be told, I know Xiao Xian, the president of Lightning." This was something Gu Chang had already guessed. Because Zhang Zhongtian knew too much about Lightning, it was basically inside information. Zhongtian Zhang knocked on the table. "If you want to acquire Lightning, I can still maneuver around to help, but I have one request." "What's the request?" "I want to capitalize on it." Gu Chang narrowed his eyes. "Brother Zhang, you want to participate in the shares?" Zhongtian Zhang nodded his head. "I'm more optimistic about Punisher's prospects, plus I believe in your abilities." Gu Chang was silent. In his concept, Lightning would definitely become one of the biggest game companies in the country in the future. Gu Chang wants to take full control if he can. But this is the imperial capital. Gu Chang belonged to the category of single-handedly making his way in the imperial capital nowadays, with no background to speak of. And Zhang Zhongtian is the son of the Beijing Circle compound. The Beijing Circle is the most serious group hugger of all the circles in the entertainment industry. If Gu Chang's company had him as a shareholder, it would be the same as opening up a circle of contacts in the imperial capital. After that, both the company's development and Gu Chang himself would have a much smoother path in the imperial capital. After all, sometimes networking is the easiest shortcut to success in a competitive society. And Gu Chang could tell. Zhang Zhongtian wanted to get into the stock more than profit, but wanted to help him out. It was a favor he had to accept high and low. After half a dozen moments of silence, Gu Chang finally spoke tentatively. "Brother Zhang, Lightning is currently nothing more than a small company. Is a 10% participation acceptable to you?" Zhongtian Zhang shrugged his shoulders. "No problem. Thank you, Brother Zhang." Gu Chang secretly breathed a sigh of relief, then laughed. "But Big Brother Zhang, aren't you afraid that I'll lose the company if you take a stake?" Zhang Zhongtian smiled indifferently. "At the top of the day is only 10 million. Earn all happy, lose is just a pocket money. Right to play." Crowd. Gu Chang laughed. It was true that money was money. Big Brother Zhang is overbearing. "Don't worry, I will definitely not let you down." Gu Chang raised his glass. "Come on, wish us a smooth acquisition. Let's toast. Cheers." Go back after the gathering. Gu Chang returned to the study at the first opportunity. 3 days from now is the day of the flash tender. Although Su Qi had already agreed to lend money to Gu Chang, he still intended to raise as much money as possible in the meantime. $15 million, and it's not even warm in the card, and it's ready to be handed over. Gu Chang couldn't help but sigh deeply. "It's only 2 days. I'll see what I can do to make money." On the Wa Entertainment side, there are still 3 songs owed. If it had been delivered all at once, there would have been about $10 million in the bank. Gu Chang intends to deliver the songs they want tomorrow. By that reckoning, I've written a couple of songs for other people since I've been here. Think about this month. He's all about just writing songs for other people and hasn't put out an album himself yet. After the battle in Vienna, Forgotten River's fame had now hit the fan. Gu Chang pondered when he would also take the time to prepare an album for himself. After all, he's really too short of money right now. Better wait for a while. Let's finish the business at hand first. Chapter 103, 3 Classics. Easily taking down Mo Xiangdong. Why haven't I seen 7? A craft paper document. snap thrown to Lu Hongguang's desk. He was so shocked that he took a mouthful of goji berries and spewed them out. Have you forgotten? The CCTV side arranged a music interview for her, and she went over early this morning. Gu Chang then remembered that with her outstanding musical performance at home and abroad this month, Su Qi was highly favored by CCTV and specially arranged a 10-year interview for her. The platitude of a CCTV interview is not something that anyone can have. Even if Su Qi was more Buddhist, this kind of interview couldn't just be pushed. Lu Hongguang nudged toward the document. What's this? Gu Chang rubbed his temples. Aren't there still 3 songs owed for the songs that he agreed to with Hua Entertainment before? It's all here. 3 heads? Lu Hongguang's pupils were shocked, and the wolfberries could not be bothered to make up for it. Gu Chang, you're not staying up all night to rush it out, are you? As for being so desperate, he couldn't wait to open the file. At first glance was a sheet of Japanese music, and Lu Hongguang's brows furrowed. How is this in Japanese? Gu Chan lifted his eyelids. Oh, that's the Japanese song hit on the flower fire written for Zhao Mengmeng. Zhao Mengmeng is a typical cute Lolita who was very popular in the island. Not long ago, Hua Entertainment asked Gu Chang for the rights to adapt The Wind Rises into a Japanese version of the song for Zhao Mengmeng to sing. The Japanese version of The Wind Rises had just gone online on the island before Gu Chang left for Vienna. It's said to have been well received over there, taking the top spot on several pop charts. So this time Gu Chang simply pitched in and directly gave Zhao Mengmeng a classic Japanese song by Master 8. Since Sister 7 is not here, then Lu Ji will accompany me to One Lei Hua Entertainment later and give these songs to Superintendent Mo for a look over. There's no need to go to Hua Entertainment and go through so much trouble. Director Mo said last time, as long as your song is written, give him a call and he'll be there right away. Lu Hongguang sent a tweet to Mo Xiangdong. Knowing that it was Gu Chang who had written the song out, Mo Xiangdong directly replied in seconds. He's starting to come over now. He'll be here in half an hour, I reckon. Lu Hongguang tucked the sheet music back in and put it away. He can't appreciate anything that has to do with the island, except for the action movies that have taken the world by storm. For the remaining 2 songs, he planned to wait until Mo Xiangdong arrived. After all, when it comes to music, that one is the professional. Gu Chang, how long did it take you to write these 3 songs? Lu Hongguang asked casually as he reset his glass of water. 1 hour. Put. Lu Hongguang directly sprayed. What are you doing, international jokes? This took an hour to write? Gu Chang corrected him. More than half an hour to be exact. But the information on those songs took me a long time to organize. Gucci doesn't just provide a copy of the score. He also has a detailed profile for each song. For example, Hit on the Spark, which is the theme song for the anime movie Sakura by Master Bocce. Gucci took the trouble to outline the plot of the movie into a synopsis just to make it easier for the singer to substitute the emotions in the song and not to bury the classic. After all, carry even if then destroy the classic. Gu Chang really sorry for another world of singers. Lu Hongguang was silent and spat out a sentence after a long time. Gu Chang, I'm afraid you weren't a keyboard in your previous life, were you? Gu Chang black-faced. You're the keyboard. Lu Hongguang straightened out. Not keyboard into a spirit. Then how do you code music without thinking? On this point, Gu Chang was already too lazy to explain. As soon as he turned his head, his line of sight landed on the cup of goji berries. Gu Chang directly clammed the whole thing. Nice guy. 1 cup of water and half a cup of goji berries. This lethal dose. Is it taking your life to fight for your 3rd child? Gu Chang spat breathlessly. Lu Ji, you can drink goji berries without water. Young man, what do you know? Lu Hongguang glared at him, his tone sighing. It's not like he's a reader in the middle of a book, talking about you. Who can fight another 7 or 8 rounds after reading a novel? Each one is gifted. If a man's bottom 3 inches are gone, his life is half gone. Poor people in middle age have no choice but to soak goji berries in a thermos. Gu Chang, by the way, didn't you stay up late last night? I still have goji berries here. Authentic Ningxia sulfur-free ones. Want to make you a whole big cup? Lu Hongguang generously shared his own kidney tonic, a powerful weapon. Gu Chang gave him a blank look. I thank you. My kidneys are too good to use this stuff in this life or the next. Lu Hongguang tone sighing. Young man, when I was more arrogant than you, when your sister-in-law night after night are holding the wall, Gu Chang began to secretly pray that Mo Xiangdong would arrive earlier. The general feeling was that he had heard his heart. Originally a half-hour's journey, it only took Mo Xiangdong 20 minutes to arrive at the studio. Superintendent Mo, you're here. Mo Xiangdong's eyes burned. Where's the score? Lu Hongguang handed him the craft paper. All 3 songs are here. Mo Xiangdong excitedly opened the file bag. There's actually a Japanese song. Was this one written for Zhao Mengmeng's? Gu Chang nodded. Isn't Zhao Mengmeng very popular in the island recently? That's why I'm picking up where I left off and writing another Japanese song for her. Gu Chang, your song has a very healing melody. very much in line with the current mainstream style of the island. Mo Shangdong had to admit that in terms of pop music, Japan and South Korea were too far ahead of China. The island currently has the world's first largest physical music market and the world's second largest total pop music market. China Entertainment started trying to break into the island market a few years back, only it never made much of a splash. It wasn't until a Zhao Mengmeng came out that China Entertainment was barely considered to be in the island market. If this song hit on the Flower Fire explodes, then Hua Entertainment will be able to gain a firm foothold on the island. Mo scrolls down to the east. Where's the lover? Who is it addressed to? That Lin Zhan from your company. Hasn't he released a single in a long time? Gu Chang smiled. Considering Lin Zhan's hot mouth in Mandarin, I arranged the Cantonese song Lover for him based on his voice. Gu Chang, this song is perfect. The more Mo Shangdong looked at it, the more excited he became. And his hand holding the sheet music was constantly trembling. Both the arrangement and the lyrics are flawless. It's a perfect match. How can this song be bad? Gu Chang forced a smile and did not answer. Beyond's Lover has been covered by countless singers. The song is from Beyond's Joy and Fury, a poignant masterpiece by Wang Kakue, and also a scar on the hearts of fans. There are no lovers after Lovers. Among Beyond's few love songs, Lover has a very heavy position, with a very high degree of circulation and great influence, and is a must-sing song for many people's karaoke. In the hearts of the vast majority of fans, it is believed that Lover was written by Kakue for all Beyond fans, whether it is or not. Every time Gu Chang listens to Lover, it's as if he sees Kakue waving goodbye. This farewell is as much to the lover as it is to all. When Gu Chang was trapped in his memories, Mo Shangdong looked toward the next song. Marionette Theater? Who are you going to sing this song for when it also incorporates theater? Gu Chang took a deep breath. Let's have Su Ziqing sing The Drawing of the Silk Opera. Although the three songs were rushed out all at once, but Gu Chang will not easily smash his own sign, in order to make it painful for Hua Entertainment to pay for it. For these three songs, Gu Chang chose to write songs for the three top streamers of Hua Entertainment. Lu Hongwang frowned. Su Ziqing? She has such a seductive voice. Can she sing this style of opera well? Why not? Mo Shangdong did think that he could give it a try. Su Ziqing comes from Jiangnan. Her timbre is lingering, charming but not vulgar. And this song Drawing Silk Play might really collide with sparks. Gu Chang added. There are two versions of the Drawing Silk opera. Superintendent Mo, you should let her sing them both at that time, and just use whichever version you see is better. The Marionette Opera, originally sung by Yin Lin and Aki Ajai, tells the story of an old man who spends his life performing puppet shows with his beautiful puppets, but ends up in a shabby and miserable state. Later, Fantasy Westward Journey invited Huang Ling for Ponzi Cave, sang an adapted version of it, which was played on the B station up to 10 million, and sang and crisped the bones of countless netizens. Each of the two versions had its own characteristics, so Gu Chang simply wrote them both and let China Entertainment decide for itself. So far, there isn't a single song that Gu Chang has put out that isn't a breakout gem. Lu Hongwan looked odd. Gu Chang, what kind of musical ghost talent are you? Ghostwriter? Gu Chang wouldn't dare to admit that he wasn't even a ghost judge. How about director Mo? Are these songs okay? No problem. No problem at all. After watching all three songs, Mo Shangdong's blood was boiling. Gu Chang, these three songs of yours are extremely high in both art and quality. I can't find any fault with them. It's good that director Mo is satisfied. After fixing Mo Shangdong, Gu Chang was relieved. The next step is to wait for the final payment to arrive and then acquire the lightning. Chapter 104, Departure Lightning. Today is the day to go flash bidding. The first time I went back to acquire a company, I didn't realize how many competitors there were. Other than that, at least the momentum has to be right. Suchi specially gave Gu Chang to get a navy blue designer suit. Gu Chang stood primping in front of the mirror and commented with satisfaction. The clothes fit well and the texture is good. A man is only as good as his clothes and his horse is only as good as his saddle. Gu Chang originally had a decent appearance, and after wearing a suit, the whole person was even more upright and hard, and the paradigm of the boss was up at once, especially that perky ass. Su Chi's breath hitched, his eyes crossed the blue-colored tie, and there were a few leaps in his eyes. Gu Chang, why don't I help you with your tie? Gu Chang turned his head sideways with an odd expression. Su 7, does she know what it really means when a woman ties a man's tie? Seeing that she just looked interested, she obviously didn't think much of it. Thinking about his previous life after his debut, the makeup artist or whatever often helped Gu Chang with his tie. I guess Su Dick is used to this kind of thing. Gu Chang simply spread out his hands, with a gesture of letting the king have his way. Sister 7, you do it. Suchi radiantly smiled, and with a pick of her jade hand on the tabletop, she smoothed up her tie. She stood slightly on her tiptoes, tilted her head and lowered her eyes as she carefully tied Gu Chang's tie. Sure about today's acquisition? Gu Chang subconsciously lowered his head to cooperate. With big brother Zhang around, nothing should go wrong. Faint fragrance leaps into the nostrils. Slender fingers, in Gu Chang's chest flipping toss. Titillating and unaware, Gu Chang's throat rolled and subconsciously moved. Su Qi lightly reprimanded. Don't move. Gu Chang didn't dare to move again. Watching her pounding on her chest a little bit, her movements slow and meticulous. Dickie, this is the first time you've ever tied a tie for someone, isn't it? Aha! Su Dick mooned softly. Gu Chang leathery smiled and snickered. Then wouldn't I be honored? Sister Dick's first time was given to. Su Qi raised an eyebrow and pulled harder. Hiss. Sister Dick, are you tying a necktie or murder? Su Qi's beautiful eyes glared at him. What are you talking nonsense about? Although Su Qi's eyes were not much of a deterrent, Gu Chang still had the sense to beg for mercy. Sister Dickie, I was wrong. Next time, I'll rip your head off and kick it for a ball. Su Qi grunted softly and gave him a loose readjustment. Okay. Gu Chang turned around, looked in the mirror in front of him, and nodded his head in satisfaction. Well tied. Su Qi slightly raised her chin. That's natural, and it doesn't depend on who tied it. Thinking of something, she added with a straight face. I've heard that usually when big companies merge and acquire, they will hire a professional organization to do due diligence. Bring the company's finances over later and do a little due diligence around a few of Lightning's dimensions that could help identify some risks. Su Qi had not acquired a company herself, so she inquired about it with her friends. I've heard that online gaming companies are prone to cash flow problems, and peers will cooperate with each other to help recharge whoever is going to merge and increase their capital. Although Su Qi didn't know whether it was true or not, and didn't understand the twists and turns, but the jungle is dangerous, and the interests are present, can't be too careful. On this point, Gu Chang was actually not worried. After all, process risk and whatnot. Zhang Zhongtian to participate in the shares will certainly also be on the heart. However, Gu Chang was still very grateful for Su Qi's kindness. Got it. Thanks 7. Lightning Games. Xiao Xian stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window and looked out. The sun was shining outside the window, but his mind was cloudy. 10 years ago, Lightning is just a small studio less than 50 square meters in size, founded by Xiao Xian and a few like-minded friends. Over the years, they worked together to develop the Unreal Engine, a little bit of Lightning stronger and bigger, and in its heyday was named one of the top 10 most promising game companies in China. Because of the development of the Unreal Engine, Lightning went to glory, and in order to maintain the Unreal Engine, Lightning went to the end. Xiao Xian has been struggling for 6 months. Today the company is no longer able to support itself. After today, he was going to hand over the Lightning he had created with his own hands. The door was knocked softly. Secretary Li pushed the door in holding the documents. Mr. Xiao, why are you standing by the window? Xiao Xian sighed. I still didn't realize until today that the view outside the window is so beautiful, but it's a pity that I won't have the chance to see it in the future. Secretary Li looked at the haggard Xiao Xian and his heart couldn't help but feel a pang of acidity. Mr. Xiao had dedicated the first half of his life to Lightning, even delaying his life's events for the company, only to end up with such a result. Is the bidding company here? Here it is, Secretary Li added. However, several companies that had previously agreed to come and bid on the project didn't show up. Xiao Xian frowned deeply. It's almost 10 o'clock. The bidding is about to start. Why hasn't it arrived yet? Secretary Zhao looked indignant. I called around and asked, and the rumor is that some bidders received a warning from Storm, so they pulled out of the bidding. Storm, Stormwind, Storm again. Xiao Xian couldn't help but burst out. What a fucking bully. Xiao Xian braced his hands on his desk and took a few deep breaths before trying his best to calm down. Secretary Zhao, why don't you take them to the conference room, and I'll be there later. Mr. Shaw, get out. Bring the door. When Secretary Chen left, Xiao Xian could no longer control it. He swept a stream of things off his desk in anger, then it slid to the ground again with a bitter smile. Shedding tears, adult breakdowns are often only a moment away. Xiao Xian is reluctant but has no choice. He can be homeless himself, but he can't let the employees who work for him suffer along with him. 5 minutes later, Xiao Xian rearranged his expression and walked towards the conference room as if nothing had happened. The other side. The atmosphere in the conference room was, however, surprisingly eerie. Gu Chang had thought that with Lightning's strength, there should be quite a few companies that came to bid for the merger. It turned out to be just 2 companies besides them. And there was another company that, after meeting Storm's delegation, simply abstained after a few moments of small talk. Zhongtian Zhang could not help but burst out laughing. Everyone looked sideways at it. The corner of Zhang Zhongtian's mouth bristled. Gu Chang, do you know who the representative of Stormwind on the opposite side is? This is the second shareholder and programmer I told you about earlier, who was poached from Lightning by the Storm Group. Think of the beginning. Xiao Xian to him can be described as when the brotherhood of the place, Chen Chang gambling cheating was arrested, or Xiao Xian ransom him, in the end, but was betrayed. Gu Cheng genuinely did not expect it. Then I've seen a lot today. After all, it's the first time I've seen a living white-eyed wolf. Zhang Zhongtian nodded his head. Why don't they say that if people don't have a face, the world is invincible? Chen Chang was completely unmoved. Mr. Zhang, as far as I know, your Zhang family's business doesn't seem to involve games, right? I don't know what you're up to this time? Don't you dare mention the Zhang family to me. Zhongtian Zhang snorted disdainfully. Because you don't deserve it. Chen Chang became furious. You! An angry shout came from behind him. Chen Chang, you actually have the fucking face to go back to lightning. Xiao Xian gritted his teeth, itching to spit a mouthful of saliva on Chen Chang's face. Chapter 105, Smooth Bidding Success. Times are different now. I'm a representative of Storm MNA now. Why can't I come? Chen Chang shamelessly said. Xiao Xian looked at the suited Chen Chang and only felt incomparably unfamiliar. Chen Chang, Lightning once had a share of you, and you were involved in the entirety of the Unreal Engine. How do you have the face to say this? Xiao Xian pointed at the door and sternly questioned. If you do this, can you stand up to your brothers who used to work overtime and stay up late together? To Unreal, and to Lightning? It's precisely because I don't want to see Unreal disappear from the marketplace that I want Lightning to join Storm. Chen Chang didn't feel that he was wrong in the slightest. Without a huge infusion of money to back it up, Unreal Engine simply can't hit the market. Xiao Xian is too pedantic to be flexible. As long as the Unreal Engine can be successfully developed, what does it matter who Lightning belongs to? Xiao Xian's eyes were red. If it weren't for you, would Lightning be here today? If it wasn't for Chen Chang jumping ship to Storm at the most difficult time for Lightning, taking away part of the core technology of the Unreal Engine, Lightning would at least be able to support it for a while longer. Seeing Xiao Xian explode in anger, Storm's other spectacled male representative, Wang Jiajun, rushed to round off the conversation. Mr. Xiao, calm down. As the saying goes, harmony breeds wealth. Today we, Storm Group, are holding sincerity to cooperate. Personal grudges will be put aside for the time being. Bidding is the main thing today. Xiao Xian took a deep breath and walked into the conference room. When he saw Zhang Zhongtian, his expression finally eased. Mid-heaven, you're here. Zhongtian Zhang shook his head and laughed. The main character today is not me, but my brother Gu Chang. He introduced the two to each other. Gu Chang, this is Lightning founder Xiao Xian. Gu Chang stood up and extended his hand. Hello, Mr. Xiao. Xiao Xian forced a smile and returned the handshake. Hello, I look forward to us reaching a smooth cooperation next. After some pleasantries, the bidding officially began. After confirming the acquisition needs with Gu Chang that day, Zhongtian Zhang began to send people to contact Lightning, and both sides had long since reached a preliminary intention for the acquisition. Gu Chang had previously provided a rough bid, deal structure, preliminary terms, and scope of due diligence. Upon request, Xiao Xian provided relevant company information for Gu Chang and the others to do due diligence in terms of legal, financial and business/technical aspects. While Gu Chang's side of the due diligence was still ongoing, Chen Chang had already begun to go straight to the point. Xiao Xian, there aren't many bidders anyway, so why don't we open up the sky and talk? Xiao Xian looked sideways at Gu Chang. Gu Chang nodded. It's fine. Mr. Xiao can talk to the Storm Group side first. What Chen Chang was afraid of was only Zhang Zhongtian. As for Gu Chang, he did not look at it. Glancing contemptuously at Gu Chang, Chen Chang handed over the merger and acquisition contract. Xiao Xian, this is our Storm Group's acquisition contract. I'm very well aware of the true state of Lightning, and the Unreal Engine, of which you are so proud, does hold great promise if it can be successfully developed and improved. But as it stands, the Unreal game graphics presentation is not considered excellent, not to mention the very serious optimization issues. After I fought very hard with the company, we finally offered this acquisition package. Xiao Xian pinched the contract and flipped through the pages without saying a word. Storm initially bid about 70 million. This time a one-time increase of 20 million. And optimize a number of conditions. The acquisition intention to show very strong. Honestly, this contract basically meets Xiao Xian's mental expectations. Gu Chang saw this and exchanged a glance with Zhang Zhongtian. Before they came, they prepared several scenarios in advance, based on their prognosis. Although Gu Chang wasn't sure how much Storm had bid, the other party had obviously come prepared. After a half-dozen moments of contemplation, he decided to initiate a final set of programs. Mr. Xiao, take a look at our contract before making a decision. Gu Chang raised his hand and the finance handed over a contract in due course. Mr. Xiao, this is Mr. Gu's acquisition contract. If there's anything you're not satisfied with, just mention it and we can renegotiate. I'll look first. Xiao Xian took the contract, and the more he looked down, the more surprised he was. Mr. Gu. Gu Chang smiled. Mr. Xiao. I'm not a businessman, and I'm not used to playing your business bullshit routine. This acquisition plan in your hand, which I stayed up all night for the past 2 days to come up with, is my greatest sincerity to Lightning. Gu Chang's gaze was sincere. I really want to reach a cooperation with your company. I hope Mr. Xiao will consider it well. The two bids, in fact, were bid similarly, but this bid from Gu Chang has a much better arrangement for managing the staff of the original company. There's also a good faith contract of employment and a specific plan for the new company once it's integrated. Among other things, Lightning with Lightning staff is what Xiao Xian is most interested in for this bid. Nothing else to mention. This contract literally poked Xiao Xian in the heart. Chen Chang, who knew Xiao Xian well, had a bad feeling as soon as he saw his gaze loosen. The Unreal Engine has many shortcomings at the moment, but the market potential of the next generation of Unreal is really not low once it is developed. So the acquisition of Lightning is an important part of Storm's plans for the second half of the year. Storm has laid out for half a year, pushing Lightning all the way to this realm, and now that it's about to close, it definitely can't be cut off in the middle. Xiao Xian, you and I both know one thing. Chen Chang's eyes burned. Unreal Engine wouldn't have lasted if it didn't have enough money invested in it. If you sell it to them, you're completely destroying Unreal. Xiao Xian was unmoved. Chen Chang, I think I know better than you where the future of the Unreal Engine really lies. He cleared his throat. I've gone over several of your bids in detail, and I'm going to announce the results next. Gu Cheng's heart was in his throat. Despite the decision to acquire Lightning, he had no business management experience. Zhang Zhongtian saw this and imparted a little to him. For example, how to integrate the company after the transaction is completed, including how to continue the business, the construction of upstream and downstream channels, and what kind of human resources system will be used to manage the new company. Gu Cheng listened to his head, and he couldn't spare so much time to manage it, so he decided to simply find someone trustworthy, capable and knowledgeable enough about Lightning to run the company. Lightning was founded by Xiao Xian, and in a way, this company has been equivalent to his child. So on this bid, Gu Chang added an honest-to-goodness contract after discussing it with Zhongtian Zhang. With 10% of the company's technology shares, Xiao Xian is sincerely employed to be the company's general manager, with a separate salary for the position. Zhang Zhongtian's partnership in the acquisition of Lightning would have taken up 10% of the shares. Su Qi's generosity, and Gu Chang left some for her as well. So 10% of the technical shares was already the greatest sincerity Gu Chang could give at the moment. Good thing the results didn't disappoint him. I declare that Gu Chang wins this bid. Xiao Xian raised his voice. Mr. Gu, happy cooperation. Gu Chang smiled and nodded. Happy cooperation. Zhongtian Zhang directly laughed out loud. Xiao Xian, you really have a vision. Chen Chang was completely unable to accept this result. Xiao Xian, are you really going to sell Lightning to them? Before coming, Chen Chang swore to Storm's top management that he would definitely take Lightning. If the bidding fails, how can he go back? Chen Chang couldn't help but follow up with, is the conditions offered by Stormwind not enough or do you hold a grudge against me? Don't you know me yet? Xiao Xian sneered. I never bring my personal emotions into my work. The reason why I don't choose Storm is purely because of the different business philosophy with Storm. Such an official excuse was not accepted by Chen Chang at all. Xiao Xian, Storm is one of the top game manufacturers in the industry. Are you sure? You want to offend Storm? Gu Cheng coldly snorted with disdain. Threatening when you fail to bid. Is this your company's style? Xiao Xian sent the guest straight away. Chen Chang, the bidding is over. Lightning doesn't welcome you. Please take your people and leave for me. Xiao Xian, sooner or later you will regret your decision today. Chen Chang put down his harsh words and whisked his sleeves away after giving Gu Cheng a fierce glare. Chapter 106, the development plan of the Immortal Punisher online game. Bidding is closed. After the parties had finalized the various details of the contract, the transfer agreement was successfully signed. Immediately after Gu Chang went through a series of formalities related to the handover. It was busy until the afternoon. Gu Chang finally became the largest shareholder of Lightning Games. Zhongtian Zhang patted his shoulder. Congratulations, Gu Chang. Thank you big brother Zhang. The acquisition wouldn't have gone so smoothly without the chapter. Gu Chang silently remembered the favor. Xiao Xian took the initiative to speak. Mr. Gu, let me bring you to know the company and your colleagues. Gu Chang nodded. Trouble Mr. Xiao. Lightning belonged to a small to medium-sized company, and the size of the company was similar to what Gu Chang had imagined. Xiao Xian gathered all the employees, adding up to about 50 people. The company's business situation is well known to the employees. Seeing Xiao Xian appear with Gu Chang, what could the crowd not understand? This is the new boss? Why so young? Why do I feel a bit familiar? It's like I've seen it somewhere before. So handsome. This last one was said by the youngest girl on the team. Gu Cheng coughed lightly twice and said in a low voice, Mr. Xiao, is the entire company here? Xiao Xian nodded his head inside. Mr. Gu, in fact, the company team originally had about 100 people, but in the past 6 months, the company has become more and more depressed, facing the brink of collapse at any time, and has already left several waves of people one after another. Xiao Xian clapped his hands together twice. I'm sure you all know what's going on with the company, and as of today, I'm no longer your boss. This Mr. Gu standing beside me will be the real decision maker of the company from now on, and will lead you in lightning to glory. Let's welcome Mr. Gu with the warmest applause. Welcome Mr. Gu. The crowd now shouted and applauded. Thank you all. Gu Cheng's eyes moved a little bit, memorizing every face here. In Lightning's present situation, those who can still stay and not leave are staff members who are devoted to the company. They were unfailingly devoted to Lightning, and it was only natural for Gu Cheng to remember these people as well. As Gu Cheng sized up the crowd, these people were also observing him. Although Gu Cheng wore formal clothes, that face looked like a fresh graduate. Even the company's youngest artist, Yao Yao, was a few years older than Gu Cheng. Such a little fresh meat. I can't believe they're the top dog in their company. Honestly, the eyes of the crowd were more or less disappointed. It was thought that if the company was sold, there was hope for survival. But how can someone so young run a company? Just keep the company afloat for a while longer. Seeing the questioning gazes of the crowd, the corner of Gu Cheng's mouth hooked up into an arc. He raised his voice and introduced himself. Hello everyone, I'm the new president of the company, Gu Cheng. Everyone is probably very disappointed with my arrival, right? Because I look so young. You guys were worried that I wouldn't be able to lead Lightning out of the woods, right? When he said the last, Gu Cheng's tone was deliberately aggravated. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. Unexpectedly, Gu Cheng directly nailed the crowd. To tell you the truth, I'm in music, not from a professional background, and I have no relevant experience in gaming. But age doesn't mean eyesight, and experience doesn't mean ability. I have a whole set of plans for Lightning's future. Gu Cheng weaved in and out of the employees, his voice thrown strong. I know what China's current online games lack and what the future market is heading towards, and I'm confident that I can lead you out of the country and into the world, and make Lightning the top game company in the industry field. Have to say, Gu Cheng's ability to draw a big picture is no worse than his ability to sing. The crowd was warmed by his words, but there are also sober people. Mr. Gu, then can you tell us about your plans for the second half of the year? Gu Cheng laughed. That's a very good question. Truth be told, Lightning's next plan after integration is to develop the online game of the same name as the immortal novel Immortal Punisher. Programmer Zhang Lei said excitedly. Immortal Punisher? Isn't that the novel that burst into flames in Zhongheng? That's right. It was questioned. This novel is hot all over the internet right now. Will the author agree to sell the rights to such a big IP? We don't even need to buy the rights. Zhengtian Zhang hemmed and hawed. Because the author of this novel is your Mr. Gu. Zhang Lei was shocked. Mr. Gu, you wrote Immortal Punisher? Gu Cheng nodded. Yes, I know all the plot and details of the novel, as well as the detailed planning and design about this immortal online game. There are currently no fairy online games in China. Once we successfully develop and market them, we will have seized the market lead. Gu Cheng's voice penetrated everyone's heart. In the next 3 months, all of us in the company should work together to create an Immortal Conscience online game out of the market that is unparalleled, so that Lightning will be as if it were a real lightning bolt, and give a thunderous blow to the game market in China. The current game market in China is a commodity rather than a work, both for developers and consumers. As a commodity, gameplay will no longer be central to gamers' considerations. Everything is centered on data only. So at the beginning of making the game, the gamers have divided the users into R players and non-R players. The game balance is skewed when there is a distinction in the game's audience. The so-called conscientious game is nothing more than a tilt maintained in a relatively balanced manner. What Lightning couldn't do in his heyday, how could Lightning create today? So with Gu Cheng's words, the crowd had no confidence at all. Xiao Xian stepped forward at the right time. I've seen Mr. Gu's game plan. It's very detailed and perfect. The most shocking plan I've ever seen. I believe that with Mr. Gu's strength, he will definitely be able to lead you all to create a conscientious online game out of it. All you need to do is to follow Mr. Gu's arrangements and go all out to complete the task. Zhengtian Zhang followed suit. Trust your general manager Gu. His talent. Before the meeting was adjourned, Gu Cheng asked, is there anything else you guys want to ask? Yao Yao spoke hesitantly. Mr. Gu, that you are the singer who sang The Road to Ordinary? Gu Cheng nodded. Aha! Yao Yao blurted out. So our company's game music, won't we not have to worry about it in the future? The soundtrack is also an important factor in the game's success. Every popular game has a classic soundtrack. Gu Cheng laughed. The game planning, as well as the game music can be left to me, but the other technical aspects still have to rely on you professionals. Each game production company differs in the details of the division of labor. However, there are three broad categories in terms of job types: game planners, artists and programmers. Game planning is building the keel for the game, the soul of the game, responsible for planning the entire game experience and designing various aspects of the game, such as camera rotation, lottery items, penalties for failure, plot twists, and so on. The artist is the skin of the game, breathing life into the game from another angle. Programmers make the game possible and allow it to run smoothly. Guang is not well versed in such specialized skills as programming and coding. The next thing he could do was to reproduce the game as completely as possible according to his powerful memories, and then make appropriate adjustments accordingly. This game world is then clearly communicated to the artists and programmers, who lead the team towards the envisioned goal of making the game. Chapter 107, Immortal Punisher breaks through 100,000 average bookings. With the size of Lightning's team today, if you make a skin-swapping game, the company has ready-made code modifications to change the UI and characters, so the game will be online within 3 months is not a problem at all. But what Guang is trying to create is the fantasy fairy, The Exorcist, not the kind of single-player game with a very small volume and fewer levels. This also meant that everything, from the underlying code to the character modeling and so on, Guang and the others had to create from scratch. This is certainly a huge undertaking for Lightning at the moment. The good thing is that Guang has a clear goal of the game and a clear planning scheme. After getting hooked on the novel back then, Guang started playing the game since its beta. In an era when a trip to an internet cafe cost $2, the game had over 1 million registrations in just 1 week online. The extent of the fire can be described by the slogan "All the Exorcism" by Yao and the Fox Chi Mountain Palace is a must-hit. The Immortal Exorcist Powder Holy Place, and the Moon-Watching Pavilion that can be pushed down Lu Sweki. Daily team to do quests, the River Yang City Stalls, Qingyun Mountain cutting bamboo and sleepless chatting all night and so on. Guang is still full of stories when he looks back on it. Having experienced numerous versions of the Punisher endgame, Guang has left behind fond memories while also memorizing the vast majority of the game's details. The world of exorcism that Guang wants to create is not to be compared to the 3M masterpieces though. However, relying on excellent artwork as well as the Unreal Engine, coupled with an adaptation that absolutely fits the original, it is absolutely guaranteed to provide players with an excellent fantasy experience. With detailed planning, the next step is to quickly build a game prototype and validate the technology. While getting the game developed in 3 months may not be doable at the moment, we can't afford to put it off for a year or two. Now the novel is in serialization, heat is high, but the novel is only more than 1 million words. Another 3 months or so of serialization. It will be finished. The heat will drop after the novel finishes. We have to get the game online for public testing as fast as possible before the novel's heat dies down. Guang braced his hands on the conference table and looked around the crowd. If you guys have anything you want to say, you can bring it up. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. Xiao Xian asked a key question. Mr. Gu, right now our company's technical team has too few people. If we want to speed up the progress, should we consider expanding the team? Guang directly instructed. From the HR department, you guys will arrange for someone to go to the talent market to recruit later. Roger, Mr. Gu. Personnel returned. Xiao Xian did not forget to remind, try to recruit those with relevant work experience, and freshers can be properly recruited. These are special times. Newcomers don't have the skills to build up, and there's no shortage of potholes they should or shouldn't have stepped in. There are fewer technicians now and no time to bring in new people, and the company will be in disarray if there are too many freshers. Yao exclaimed. Mr. Xiao, don't forget to recruit the artist first. We're most short of people in the art department right now. There's no one for action, original art, or interactive artists, and I'm the only model designer at the moment. There are inexhaustible resources of game UI on the internet if exorcism is just a skin swap, but Punisher wants fine graphics, which means building high molds. Kenko models can take a week to come out with one even for a professional artist, and that's not even counting the more elaborate high molds of that kind. The art department has to bring in talent quickly if they don't want to delay the game's progress. Seeing this, Zhongtian Zhang lightly spoke. I know some headhunters. I can ask them to pay more attention to the technical talents in this area of game artists. Zhongtian's connections. That was naturally without doubt. Guang nodded his head in thanks. Thanks for the hard work, Mr. Zhang. If you guys know any artisans you can refer them as well, and you can take advantage of the pay. The game artist decides to give players the first impression of the exorcism game, is the first bridge between the game world and players. As an immortal online game, the character of Punisher must be floating and agile, and the game skills must be cool enough. All of these need to be rendered by the artist, with heart and skill. Yao thought about it and asked carefully, Mr. Gu, the colleagues who left the company before. Some of them want to come back. Why don't we recruit them all back? Most of the employees who left Lightning did so to make a living. We have experience of working together, and we can work more efficiently with less effort. Guang is not bothered by this. They can come back at any time as long as they are sincere in their desire to return. And Lightning welcomes the return of every technician. Yao Yao was surprised. Thank you, Mr. Gu. The meeting was dismissed and the staff dispersed. Guang said to Xiao Xian, Mr. Xiao, the initial R&D planning of the game, I've already handed it over to you. You can make most of the company's decisions next. You don't have to go through me. Xiao Xian froze and hurriedly pushed back. Mr. Gu, how can this be? I'm just... Now. Guang directly raised his hand to interrupt him. There's nothing wrong with that. As you know, Mr. Xiao, I have other business to attend to besides the company, and I don't have that much time to stay at the company. Xiao Xian subconsciously looked sideways at Zhang Zhongtian. Why are you looking at me? I don't care about my own family's company, and you expect me to? Zhang Zhongtian spread his two hands. It's fine for him to pull investments and contribute money, but don't expect him to come here and manage the company. Xiao Xian. Guang patted Xiao Xian's shoulder and straightened up. We all don't have the time, and we're not familiar with the company's operation, so we'll just have to work hard for Mr. Xiao to take more trouble. After handing over Lightning's job to Xiao Xian, Guang would only need to take the time to come over from time to follow up and supervise the progress of the game's development as well as its direction. After all, he couldn't help with the technical side of things. Then Guang began to think about how to make money. Although Zhongtian Zhang pulled an investment, developing the game really burned money every minute. Guang himself owed Suchi money again. It seems like this new album thing really can't be delayed. There was one other thing that pleased Guang. That is, The Exorcist is 1,000 even short of breaking the ceiling of 100,000 even. From the moment it hit the shelves, this novel has been highly regarded by crossover. In order to make the novel's subscription break through 100,000 all as soon as possible, Zhong Heng could be said to have used all the resources to promote the Immortal Punisher. Omni-channel promotion, not to mention all kinds of advertising. Please push the book blogger amenable to publicity. With the full force of Nakanishi's promotion. July 26th. It was also the day exactly 1 month after the release of The Immortal Punisher that The Immortal Punisher officially surpassed 100,000 average subscriptions. Chapter 108, new album on the agenda. The day The Exorcist broke 100,000 even. The center cross is directly official across the entire site. Congratulations to The Immortal Punisher for reaching the achievement of exceeding 100,000 average bookings a month after the book's release. When the announcement came out, the entire online writing world was shaken. It's been 2 long years since the last 100,000 average subscription on Netflix. As the 5th online novel to reach 100,000 average bookings, The Exorcist took only 1 month from its release, making it the fastest novel ever to reach this achievement. For The Exorcist to be in the 100,000 club this time, it should be considered to be expected by readers. After all, when the novel hit the shelves, the first booking reached 80,000 plus average booking, breaking numerous online records. On top of that, The Punisher creates rare internet-wide heat. Microblogging exorcism hypertext read more than 60 million, posting more than 4 million posts. Related topics read nearly 12 million, becoming a rare net article out of the circle works. Numerous readers have run underneath the novel to watch. Points rubbed off. Let's have a dang big talk. How much is this subscription converted to our megabucks? The highs and lows of the daily collection are breaking into the hundreds of thousands. Congrats to the author Fungus for achieving wealth freedom and tender model freedom. Big brother cow cow cow. This is the tempo to take the mid-yokai newcomer king. This is the only novel I've ever read without skipping chapters and subscribing all the way through. The Exorcist deserves it. A broken record and no more chapters to congratulate you? How many hundreds of fucking chapters is this going to explode? Popping a couple hundred chapters isn't there, but a raise is still necessary. Guang posted 14 chapters in one breath. One of the chapters was a thank you single chapter, which he incidentally used as an opportunity to officially announce the game's adaptation. Uploaded on June 26, The Exorcist officially surpassed 100,000 average subscriptions on July 26. Honestly, it really is more than I ever thought possible for a novel to do this. Thanks to the fans for their support, companionship, and strength along the way. In order to congratulate The Exorcist for exceeding 100,000 average subscriptions, 10 more chapters will be added today. By the way, there's another happy event to share with you. The game rights of The Exorcist have been handed over to Lightning Games for adaptation, and the entire process will be personally supervised and developed by me. So stay tuned. Fans of The Exorcist have collectively blown up. Punisher is actually adapting an online game? What game company is Lightning? Never heard of it. An online book adapted into an online game? There doesn't seem to be a single successful adaptation so far, right? Is this a different way to ring up money? Am I the only one who found the blind spot? The author actually said he personally developed it. So wouldn't he be from Lightning? Readers quickly dug deeper right down that trail, running under Lightning Games' official Twitter account. Congratulations to the immortal novel Immortal Punisher for breaking through 100,000 average bookings. Heaven and earth are unkind, taking all things as ruminants. The immortal online game of the same name adapted from The Immortal Punisher, Fantasy Immortal Punisher, is under hot development, so please look forward to it. Sharp-eyed netizens were quick to realize that Lightning had just gone through a major blood change. The company had just changed its shareholders, and the largest shareholder was actually named Guang. Crap, the shareholder of Lightning Company is actually named Guang. Guang? Is that the Gucheng who sang The Road to Ordinary? A singer and a gamer in completely unrelated fields. Should they just have the same name? Look at the avatar, it's the same guy. Wait, what's the relationship between two people with the pen name Chang, author of The Exorcist? The internet is abuzz. Started to aid Lightning Official blog, or ran under Gucheng's tweets for answers. At Lightning Official, did your boss write The Exorcist? No wonder I haven't seen any sign of him for a while. So he didn't sing the song and ran off to write a novel? Come on, did you write The Exorcist? The heat skyrocketed on topics related to The Exorcist, Lightning, and Goose City. The news hit the hot seat with lightning speed. Twitter is abuzz over there. Guang, however, didn't have time to care because after he finished uploading the chapter, he received a call from Suchi. Guang, I'm downstairs from you. Come down quickly. After going downstairs, Guang then saw that Suchi was leaning against the front of the car, holding the keys and turning around. Instead of her own red supercar, today she was driving a brand new white Mercedes. Guang raised his eyebrows. Sister 7, why did you change your car today? Suchi hooked her lips and smiled. How is it? Do you think it looks good? Not bad. Guang nodded. This car is very much like the Mercedes AMG GT. The AMG GT, on the other hand, is a dream of the highest faith, because not only does this car have a cool exterior and a sophisticated interior, but it also has a superb driving comfort inside. Suchi directly threw the key away from him. Come on, get in and try it. Guang got straight into the car. Where to? Suchi buckled her seatbelt. Go to the studio first. Old Lou has something to find you. It was the first time Guang had driven a car when he came to this world. It doesn't feel too bad. How's it going? Is it a good car? Not bad. Sister Dick, how much is the car? $1 million or so. Over $1 million? That's good value for money. This Mercedes is more than just a name. It's great in terms of space, performance, feel and whatnot. In particular, the engine's outstanding performance is amazing, and it also accelerates to 100 kilometers in just 5 seconds. Upon arriving at the studio, Guang returned the key to Suchi. Suchi didn't take it, pursed her lips and laughed. Why did you give me your car keys? It's a gift from the company. Guang was stunned and surprised. The car is for me? Suchi nodded and smiled playfully. The car has been bought for a while, but it's been delayed until now because it takes a bit of time to get a license plate in the Imperial City. I'm giving it to you today, just as a gift for your Immortal Punisher to break through the 100,000 even bookings. Guang has been busy lately, and originally thought about getting a car for transportation. I didn't expect Suchi to actually give it to himself in advance. Guang could not help but cross a warm current in his heart. Thank you 7. Suchi waved her hand. As long as you like it. Guang suddenly said. Sister 7, I want to release an album. Suchi was stunned and turned around violently. Guang, are you telling the truth? Guang nodded. Since signing into the company, I've been writing songs for other people. I haven't sung a single myself. The songs are definitely not a worry anyway. Put out an album and see what the market does. If the results are hot, he has a place in the Chinese music scene. Suchi continued to pursue. Then what kind of album are you planning to release? Do you have the songs yet? Suchi's current mood could be described as excited. If she had known that if she bought Guang a car, he would be willing to release a new album, then she would have definitely bought Guang one a long time ago. From the first day of signing, Suchi wanted Guang to release an album, especially after the publicity over the past month or so. Gucheng's popularity in the Chinese music industry has been completely unmatched by any popular singer. Now that the album is out, there is absolutely no worry about sales. Guang nodded his head affirmatively. The songs are naturally there. Suchi thought about it. Other people need talent as well as inspiration to write a song, and it may take a year and a half of planting to write one. Gu Chang writes songs just like the market wholesales cabbages, throwing them out in a big basket. Anyway, whoever is missing songs, Gu Chang is not missing is. She grabbed Gu Chang's hand. So what are we waiting for? We're going to the studio to record now. Chapter 109, Munchkin Lolita Lemoz. Gu Chang simply cried and laughed. On weekdays, Su Chi's nature was as lazy as a cat. Lazily as if she couldn't be interested in anything. Once music is involved, the whole temperament of the person changed. Do everything especially positive and energetic? Delicate body seems to be able to burst out of a huge energy. The hand that grabbed him was half as strong. Sister Dick. Not today. I haven't figured out exactly what songs I want for the album. Besides today I have an appointment with Brother Song to go to the theater this afternoon. Su Chi's eyebrows knitted slightly. Isn't the theater still under renovation? What's the point of going there? Gu Chang withdrew his hand. Now that the decoration is almost done, Big Brother Song asked me to go over and see where else is not in place. Lu Hongwang followed the sound and looked for it. What are you guys doing here? I've been waiting in the office for half a day and I don't see you guys coming over? Su Chi slapped his forehead and apologized. Old Lu, just now Gu Chang said he was going to release an album, and in my excitement I forgot that you were still waiting for me. Gu Chang, you're releasing an album? Lu Hongwang was so pleasantly surprised that he burst out. Crap, you kid finally willing to do something serious. IT mom thought that you just focus on the side business. Music are thrown aside. How can it be? It's not building up popularity in the early stages. Gu Chang smiled and changed the topic. This matter of the album will be left aside for the time being. Lu Ji, what's the urgent matter you're looking for me for? Lu Hongwang stabilized his tone before saying, among the company's recently recruited trainees, there's a newcomer with good talent that I want you to help bring along. Gu Chang froze. Bringing in new people? Lu Hongwang handed him the information in his hand. Take a look at her information first. I'll go call her over. Gu Chang flipped through the information. Lu Hongwang said this trainee Lemoz, just turned 22 years old, is a network cover singer main body, because just entered the profession soon popularity is not very high, at present also does not have any representative works. This time she was supposed to accompany a friend to the interview. She ended up being stumbled upon by the recording engineer while out on the phone and then highly recommended that she get in for an interview, then all the way through, and finally killed off the competition, becoming another newcomer besides Zhao Chong after the studio was established. The profile states that this girl has an outstanding tone and possesses a naturally sweet voice. A few minutes later, Lu Hongwang walked in with a girl with a fair complexion and a small, delicate look. Upon seeing Gu Chang, she blushed and greeted her with a coy informal greeting. Mr. Dick, Mr. Gu, you, hello, my name is Lemoz. Gu Chang. To be honest, this Lemoz was not outstanding in looks, but the good thing was that she possessed a pair of large black and white eyes that were sparkling and very soulful. The face value in the ordinary people as a whole is considered medium high, but in the entertainment industry, where beautiful women are everywhere, it is like a cloud. Gu Chang cleared his throat and softened his voice as much as possible. Foamy Lee, right. No need to be nervous. Sing a few lines for us, just anything. Lemoz raised her eyes to glance at Lu Hongwang, and after seeing him nod, she sang a few lines of Invisible Wings in a clear voice. All strong in their wanderings and loneliness, every time, even if it hurts. And no tears. I know, I've always had invisible wings. Take me flying through despair. Lu Hongwang looked at Gu Chang. How is it? Gu Chang nodded with satisfaction. The tone is indeed good. If God closes a door for you, he must open a window for you. Although Lemoz was a bit worse in terms of face value, her voice was a very rare natural lowly voice. Unlike the slimy energy of a child, this voice of an adult is just an extraordinarily sweet and crunchy vocalization of the vocal cords. Realize that the Lolita voice kills men. In the past, Gu Chang had a friend who knew a loli, and after hearing the opposite side of the shouting little brother, shouting father, he directly lost his head in color. Net love within 6 months. Before and after the other party transferred more than $100,000. Each time the other party is only voice. Send photos, dead different opinions face. Finally noticed something wrong, alarmed the police, only to realize that the other side is stingy man. Friends on the spot, social death. But also the formation of a lifetime of shadows, and a lowly voice like Lee Morris. It's not at all like the fudged, deliberate, throaty, clipped sound. It is also with its uniquely bright tone. It was only through the layers of selection that Lemoz was able to stand out from the crowd of trainees. Gu Chang, although Foamy has an outstanding tone, she hasn't had any systematic training, and her singing skills are a bit worse than the professional ones. Although Lemoz has good talent, but in the end is a newcomer. Want to get traffic and attention, or rely on works as well as strength to speak. Lu Hongwang patted Gu Chang's shoulder. See if you can think of a way to make her grow up as fast as possible. Before coming to see Gu Chang, Li Mozi was then repeatedly instructed by Lu Hongguang that Gu Chang was born a ghost, so she should take advantage of the opportunity and take the initiative to express herself. This voice used to be very agonizing for Morris Lee. She never dared to turn on the mic when she played a game, or it would no longer be just a game. Even when she got a sales call, the person on the other end would ask her, "Hey kid, is your dad home? Good boy, put him on the phone." Her friends would occasionally poke fun and laugh at her on purpose, saying that they were being sweetened out of diabetes by watching her every day. Little did she realize that one day this voice would become her specialty. And not only did she get a chance to debut because of it, but she also had the opportunity to be taught by her idol. Morris Lee is actually a Gu Chang fan. She sang along with all of Gu Chang's compositions, but the more she practiced, the more she realized how great Gu Chang's vocals were and how talented he was. "Mr. Gu, please take me. I will work hard and study hard. I will never let you down." Gu Chang didn't answer and just looked at her quietly. After looking at Li Fomi's heart with apprehension, only then did Gu Chang finally speak faintly. "You find a seat first." Then he went straight to his desk, copied a pen and began to write furiously. Su Qi and Lu Hongguang looked at each other, then came together. Fomi Li was left alone to hang out to dry. She didn't dare move a muscle during this time, much less make a sound to interrupt. A few minutes later, Gu Chang stopped writing and handed her a piece of manuscript paper. Li Fomi hung her head and immediately stared in disbelief. It turned out that in just a few minutes, Gu Chang had already written a small piece of sheet music out. "Mr. Gu, this..." Seeing the nervousness and the embarrassment of Li Mozi, Gu Chang slowed down his tone. "As a cover singer, you should know how to sight sing, right? Sing it, I'll see how it works." The paper is even warm from the songs written by the idol himself. Li Mozi's heart suddenly gave birth to infinite courage. She took a deep breath, releasing all her nervousness. Super Idol's smile, "Not as sweet as yours. August noon sun, not as bright as you. I love you at 105 degrees Celsius. Drops of pure distilled water." Super Idol's smile, "Not as sweet as yours. August noon sun, not as bright as you. I love you at 105 degrees Celsius. Drops of pure distilled water." Have to say, this sweet lowly voice of Li Mozi is really very powerful and killing. This explosive commercial song, which was played out in Shake-in in her previous life, is sweet but not greasy in her sweet rendition, which makes people feel very uptight as soon as they listen to it as the summer air spreads out. The song is finished. Li Mozi's voice conquered the three people present. Lu Hongguang directly revealed his aunt's smile. "It's so beautifully sung. Sweet and fresh and damn catchy." God knows, Lu Hongguang only listened to it once. The melody just started to swirl and jump around in his head and he felt like he could hum it live. Su Qi also nodded her head in recognition. "It's very sweet singing. I can't sing like that anyway." "Thanks." Li Mozi smiled coyly as she looked at Gu Chang apprehensively. "Beautifully sung. With a sweet, but not cloying, voice that has a way of brightening up the room and is very refreshing and brainwashing." Lu Hongguang curiously said, "Gu Chang, why does this song feel so short? Is it not finished?" "That's all the song is." Gu Chang shamelessly made it up. "It was a sudden flash of inspiration when I happened to drink distilled water." Distilled water? Lu Hongguang suddenly realized. No wonder the lyrics say something like 105 degrees. So it's like this. Gu Chang suggested, "If you guys think this song is good, you can find a brand name for distilled water and have Li Mozi sing for endorsement." The highlight of this track is the electronica-inspired arrangement and remix, which is ear-catching from the first second. Love 105 Degrees You and Honeymoon Ice City Sweet Honey, two songs that fit the positioning of the commercial song very well and can bring a considerable branding effect. Now Gu Chang has a better understanding of music. Because of his self-consciousness about having a voice, he was very much rejecting flow songs before. While reminiscing about the classic songs of China's past, "I despise the flow of the songs here and find them unpleasant to listen to. But existence is justified." Gu Chang has now thrown off his sense of superiority and is more tolerant of the world of music. Waiting for Fomi Li to go out, only then did Su Qi ask Gu Chang for his honest opinion. "Gu Chang, what do you think of Li Mozi's potential? Is it worth cultivating?" Gu Chang nodded his head. Her voice does shine, and she has some talent for singing. As for the singing skills, these can be slowly refined later in life. Lu Hongguang sighed. "Unfortunately, it's just that the looks are a bit worse. It's hard to get ahead in the entertainment industry if you're not photogenic. Nowadays, the entertainment industry is a time to look at the face." Gu Chang thought carefully and suggested, "You can save up her popularity first, and let her start with live broadcasting, where she only sings and doesn't show her face." Although Li Mozi can't be described as ugly, Li Mozi clearly has a more dominant voice than a face. It's the ones you can't see through the haze that are the most beautiful. A girl with a sweet voice like Morris Lee would be best served by a veil to keep the mystery alive. Through a sweet voice, it creates a beautiful association that is both more appealing and has its own stylistic identity. Hearing Gu Cheng's suggestion, Lu Hongguang instantly brightened up. That's a good idea. I'll take the time to talk to Fomi Li about it. Got my own car. Gu Cheng didn't even let Li Hao pick him up and drop him off at the theater this time, but drove there himself. Since winning gold in Vienna, the Freedom Orchestra has skyrocketed in value, taking on a total of a dozen major shows at home and abroad. The second half of the orchestra's schedule is basically packed. In order to present a better audiovisual effect to the listener, Song Jiang waved his hand and decided to replace all kinds of old equipment of the troupe with new ones, and refurbished the theater in the meantime. He led Gu Cheng around to introduce him a little bit, with a look of pride and triumph. Well, the theater's a lot different now, isn't it? Gu Cheng nodded his head in satisfaction. Overall it's all good. You're putting in the blood, aren't you? It can't be helped. You can't save on these costs. Song Jiang said helplessly. Gu Cheng remembered something. By the way, has the soprano in the troupe been recruited yet? After all, Suchi didn't belong to the orchestra and couldn't possibly follow the orchestra around. So the first thing Song did when he returned home was to recruit a soprano for the orchestra. Song Jiang nodded. I've recruited one. My teacher introduced me to one. I'll introduce you to him later tonight. Gu Cheng shook his head. Next time. I have to go back later. Song Jiang was stunned. What's so urgent? Gu Cheng laughed. I'm going back to work on my new album, so I'll be a bit busy for a while. Just call me again if the band has something to do. The thought of putting out an album. Various classic tracks from Gu Cheng's memory instantly came rushing out. Glory Days, Porcelain, Jiangnan, Red Sun, Because of Love, 10 Years, Listen to the Sea, When the Years Flow with the Wheel of Time. Looking back, Gu Cheng realized that there was one thing hidden behind the long drama of time. Behind every song and melody, there is a scene of the past buried in the depths of memory. The internet wasn't widespread back then. When Gu Cheng was a child, the only ways to listen to songs were radio, television, MP3s, and street speakers that played everywhere. Then it went through piracy, digitization of music, until later on when I went down the path of music on my own. The happiest moment Gu Cheng ever had was the moment he bought his favorite album and carefully unwrapped it, then heard the music wafting out of the speakers. It is not the old songs that Gu Cheng remembers, but his lost youth. 10 songs on one album. Gu Cheng wanted to put out a memory-killing album to pay tribute to his youth, and the times he couldn't go back to. It has been said that Kung Fu in the movie world and Nocturne in the music world are both award-winning works. Their last name is Chow. You can't get tired of his movies. His songs are classics any way you listen to them. The first album Chow definitely has a place. When it comes to Zhou Dong, it's inevitable that you can't leave out Green Porcelain. Tsinghua Porcelain is the culmination of the Kakufu collection, the pinnacle of the Kakufu song's popularity. The song won 3 awards at the Baodao Golden Melody Awards that year, simultaneously winning the Best Song of the Year award, the Best Composer award, and the Best Lyricist award. Porcelain is the most accomplished song among all of Chow's musical works. I'm afraid this is an unparalleled good result in the entire history of the Golden Melody Awards. Many of the so-called heavenly kings and queens in the media's mouth can't win 3 Golden Melody Awards in their lifetime. And Zhou Dong won 3 awards just for the song Blue and White Porcelain. Think about what kind of concept is this? This superb gold song, which has truly been recognized by the country, by authoritative awards, and by the public, was the first song Gu Cheng decided to put on the album. In addition to Porcelain, Gu Cheng also remembers the 5 Kills of the Night song, which is popular among fans. There was a famous scene at the '06 Global Chinese Music Chart Awards. Chow won 5 awards in one night, and the song Nocturne was played each time he received an award. These 5 awards include Male Vocalist of the Year, Favorite Male Vocalist, Best Songwriter, Song of the Year, and MV of the Year. This is why the album, November Chopin, has been nicknamed November Arrogance by fans. On the status of the industry in the Chinese music industry, Zhou Dong has been the leader of the Chinese music scene since he came out of nowhere, and the fault line has ruled for 20 years, and no one has been able to shake it yet. His influence has long transcended the music itself, becoming a cultural symbol of the times. Except for Chow Dong, Gu Cheng also had a crucial idol, H. Ka Kuei, who was the reason why he embarked on his musical path. The music of Beyond has similarly influenced generations. They are the nostalgia of the 70s, the classics of the 80s, the regrets of the 90s, and the faith inherited by the aughts. The media has called Beyond, El Zongxing, and El Dio all unique musical wizards. They use music as a medium and seal in their own sensibilities. When the first note is played, your mind reads the sensation, and those memory images associated with it come to the surface. The reason why Gucci misses Beyond. not simply because of how good the songs are. Rather, in an era when it was all about covers, Beyond was a breath of fresh air in the entertainment industry. The best thing about them is that they do their best to expand the breadth of the songs while keeping the depth of the songs as well as the delivery. This is especially valuable in the entertainment industry where wealth and honor are readily available. Chasing Freedom Sea and Sky, Calling for Peace Amani, Honoring Mandela Glory Days, Heartfelt Family and Mountains The Great Wall, Celebrating Motherhood Really Love You. Behind every song is a heart for music. You probably don't speak Cantonese, but surely you've heard the song Sea to Sky. After Kakue's accident back then, the whole world remembered him with this song. The resonance and memories are all in this song. The song is infectious, with a clear bass and sad treble that conveys disappointment, sadness and determination, especially the uninhibited and determined, which not only speaks of Kakue's own journey, but also condenses the band's 10 years of struggles and cries. Guang wanted to sing a song called Sea and Sky to wave goodbye to the dark and depraved days of his former life. He picked up a pen and jotted down the song titles one by one on his sketchpad. Celadone, Nocturne, and this one, Sea and Sky, are already 3 songs short of 7. When it comes to sentimentality, the 80s were truly divine. God of Songs X Guanjie, Sage of Songs T Wingluan, Brother Immortal Z Guorong, Singer of Songs M Yen Fong, Queen of Songs X Xiaofeng. It's just a shame that by the time Guang was born, these 80s superstars had already begun to fade into obscurity. This was followed by the Big Four who began to take over the baton succession. Guang's favorite is fugitive nemesis Zhang Shuio. When I was young, I didn't listen to Scar's friends, but when I did, I was already in prison. The man who makes fugitives go to his concerts even though they know it's dangerous, and who dances sexually sensual provocative flirtatious dances, still manages to trigger bursts of screams from young men and women. That year, with the song Kiss Goodbye, Scarface sold more than 4 million copies annually, breaking the album sales record in the Chinese music industry and encompassing numerous music awards. There was a popular saying in China at the time, wherever there is wind blowing, there is Zhang Shuio's music echoing. The movie star, who was delayed from acting by singing, has won more than 260 trophies in total since his debut. The musical accomplishments gained by just one person are unimaginable by the 100 or so top streamers nowadays put together. So naturally, the song Kiss Goodbye was also filled out on Guang's draft paper. Guang sighed. It's really not easy. It's only 4 songs that were chosen, but yet all of them are classics. Although only 4 songs were chosen, Guang spent more than 2 hours, because he was remembering these singers. You can't help but have one golden oldie after another playing in your head, over and over again. Sometimes you can't even hold back the tears and choke on them. The 5th song hasn't been chosen yet. The door lock then clicked, and Li Meng pushed the door in holding Guanren. Uncle, I'm back. Shiro. Guang nodded. Li Meng, you go back first. Just come back tomorrow morning to pick up Anren. I'll go first then. As soon as Li Meng left, Guanren came up to Guang, her big eyes blinking. Uncle, what are you doing? Guang picked her up. Uncle is busy with the new album, choosing songs. In September, the little girl will be starting 1st grade. Lu Hongguang found her a private elementary school in the neighborhood. This elementary school has excellent teachers, environment and other aspects, but the enrollment quota is a bit difficult to get. You can't get in just by having money. Later on, it was only with Zhang Zhongtian's connections that the little girl's enrollment was taken care of, in order for her to adapt to the rhythm of elementary school in advance. After discussing with the little girl, Guang sent her to a preschool training class a month early. Today is the first day. Anren, how did you feel on your first day of class? The little girl nodded with excitement in her eyes. The school is beautiful. The teachers are and the kids are all very nice to me. I've made several friends in there and they even said they wanted to give me presents. Guang sniffed in relief. So is Anren hungry yet? The little girl rubbed her stomach. I've been hungry for a long time. Uncle, will you cook for me tonight? I haven't eaten Uncle's cooking for a long time. After coming to the imperial capital, many of the meals that could often be eaten in Jiangchang, I hadn't seen my uncle cook much. Plus my uncle has been very busy for a while now and hasn't cooked in a while. The little girl was beginning to miss Guang's handiwork. Guang nodded his head dotingly. Okay, then Uncle will cook you a few specialties tonight. The little girl grinned and pulled Guang's hand to go. Then we're going to the grocery store now. The uncle and nephew went to the supermarket and bought a bunch of groceries and made a whole table of food. After dinner, we went downstairs together again for a walk to cool off. After coming back and taking a shower, Guang began to sit at his desk again, getting a headache over the tracks for his new album. 10 years out of a Chen Yisan, 100 years out of a Lin Shi, 1,000 years hard to meet Zhang Guorong. The world no longer Huang Kakue. Post 05. The Hong Kong music scene is gradually going downhill. Almost all of the resources for male singers were reserved for two singers, Koo Joo-gi and Eason Chan. The latter is even 80%. The times make the heroes. Eason took over most of the hopes of this sect of Hong Kong's music and was the gatekeeper of an era. He has excellent pitch, a wide range, and a mellow tone. He was born to sing, and God rewarded him. It is often said that Guang is one of the pioneers of the Hong Kong music scene. Jackie Chung is the pop king of the Hong Kong music scene during its most prosperous period, and Eason Chan was a mainstay of the Hong Kong music scene when it was in decline. He is recognized by the media as well as his predecessors in the music industry as the god of songs. Gu Cheng's favorite thing about Eason is not only his singing ability, but also his dedication as well as seriousness, and he doesn't have the slightest bit of a star's frame for people. It was Gu Cheng's cover of 10 Years that gave him the opportunity to cross over into showbiz back in the day. 10 Years means a lot to Gu Cheng, so it's not a bad song to have on the album. Gu Cheng began to make a mistake. After thinking about it for half a day, there are only 5 songs. That's still 5 songs short. I thought I had the musical treasures of the whole of China, and that an album was just a matter of snapping my fingers. It ended up taking hours just to choose the songs. If that's watering down the word count, it's watering down to 000 words. I don't blame Gu Cheng. There are so many good singers and classic tracks from China. Gu Cheng had a really hard time choosing between them for a moment, even though he was just a mover and shaker. It was ultimately the first album and he really didn't want to just deal with it. It's better to just pick a couple more songs based on your voice. Originally, Gu Cheng had considered adding diva songs, such as Listen to the Sea, Courage, Meet and so on. It's not like these songs are actually impossible for Gucci to sing. But in the end, I was limited by my voice, and I couldn't sing the flavor I wanted to remember. After much weighing, in the end, Gu Cheng ended up choosing 5 songs: Zhongnan, Red Sun, Dusk, Stubborn and Because of Love. The last of these is a choral love song, because we had discussed it before in the company. The two of them, Gu Cheng and Su Chi, sang a song together in the new album. This will drive traffic to promote the new album and make up for the lack of a chorus at the initial meeting. For a male-female chorus, naturally, love songs are preferred. The song Because of Love, a collaboration between singer-songwriter Eason Chan and diva Fei Wong, became Gu Cheng's first choice. After the tracks for the new album were finalized, Gu Cheng contacted Su Chi on WeChat. 7. Are you asleep? Su Chi directly returned in seconds. Not yet. Why? A playful rolling emoji was also posted under the message. Gu Cheng guffawed. I want to discuss the new album with you. Have the tracks for the new album been finalized? Gu Cheng tapped the draft paper and sent it over. These are the songs from the new album. 10 songs in total, in Mandarin and Cantonese, and the last one is the love song we're going to work on together. Su Dick sent a received emoticon. Gu Cheng, are you going to shoot a music video for this album? Naturally, I'm going to shoot it, and I'm going to shoot it myself. There's no way that so many breakout hits are gold that it's only going to be a digital album. A song without a music video always feels like it's missing something. Shoot yourself? And are you planning to leave the country? Gu Cheng shook his head. There is no such plan at the moment. We'll talk about the specifics when the time comes. Record the songs first. Tomorrow you find me a professional band and I'll go to the studio tomorrow and start recording. That's no problem. I'll get in touch later. After talking about the new album, Su Chi began to chat with Gu Cheng. Has the novel been updated? Updated at noon and added 10 more chapters. Speaking of exorcism, Gu Cheng remembered something. Sister Dicky, you've seen Punisher too. Do you have any favorite character roles? Definitely. I love Baguio. In Su Chi's eyes, Lu Sueki and Baguio's personalities are completely different. Lu Sueki expresses her love in a more introverted way, while Baguio is more passionate. Both are rare and good girls. But from the moment Baguio held the umbrella for Zhang Xiaofan, Su Chi began to favor this character. When Baguio blocked the sword for the male lead, Su Chi couldn't help but feel heartbroken for Baguio. But she wouldn't specifically seek out Gu Cheng to question him because of a fictional character. But why are you asking me that? Gu Cheng explained to her. Sister Chi, in order to thank you for helping me before, for the character modeling of the immortal Punisher, I thought of using your image as a character reference. Su Chi was stunned. Then her beautiful eyes lit up. Can anyone? Baguio too? It's naturally possible. If you don't have a problem with it, I'll discuss it with the company side tomorrow. Su Chi didn't forget to remind. Make that character of mine look good. If it's too ugly, I won't give you an endorsement even if you pay me. Gu Cheng lost his smile. Sister Chi, you can rest assured that the visual effect of the online game of Immortal Punisher is absolutely not bad. Su Chi remembered something. That Twitter of yours is all over the place. Readers have already guessed that you are the author of the novel. Sooner or later, we'll find out. Gu Cheng was ready for this before he made the announcement. Fiction is not like showbiz. although readers send razor blades to urge for more work on a daily basis. I haven't seen any readers actually come to my door. It's late. Good night 7. You too. You have to record your album tomorrow. Remember to go to bed early. Good night. Before bedtime, Guang still decided to enter the backstage of Zhonghong to take a look. The comments section is hot and heavy. Fans of the book have reacted very enthusiastically to the fact that The Exorcist is being adapted into an online game. A fairy online game? Sounds hopeless. Lightning is too small of a company. Why do I get the feeling that it's not too reliable to have them adapt The Exorcist? Adaptation or disorganization, who knows? I'm just afraid it'll ruin the Baguio in my heart. The author developed it himself, so it's not a haphazard adaptation, is it? I'm still looking forward to the fairy online game. I hope it doesn't disappoint. Such a crappy company. 2 or 3 years may not be able to develop it, and what is barely made is probably a rough and crappy production. Whether it's a mule or a horse, we'll know when it's time to take it out for a spin. Guang has done market research before. Game adaptations of online novel IPs have long been nothing new in this world. Throughout the domestic gaming circle, there are quite a few online games adapted from online literature IP. Only the vast majority are set with a variety of martial arts skin to do fast food games, basically just borrowing the name of the novel. Speculation IP gold-sucking leaks. Too many examples of this blip. So even if Guang himself develops the online game, fans still don't have expectations. Guang didn't publish anything. After all, the Lightning Company's current scale is really small. Readers do not trust is a very normal thing. Can only be later and then hit the face hard with absolute strength. The process of releasing an album is a pain in the ass. It starts with the musicians, songwriters, and producers, including the lyrics and then the song arrangements. The singers, as well as the musicians, work together on the recordings. And finally the songs have to be retouched and mixed again, mastered for post-processing, and then synthesized into a master disc. Then you have to register the copyright on the album, take the work to trial, get permission to distribute it and then register it for tax purposes. Carrying out these operations is accompanied by simultaneous album promotion. For example, we promote the album's title track, music video and album cover poster on online platforms, invite platform managers to write and publish press releases, and conduct media interviews and special reports. Or, we can conduct landing activities, all kinds of commercial performances with publicity, benefit performances, fan meetings all over the world, and song club activities, and so on. Of course, these publicity and distribution work, there are companies and Lu Hongguang began to arrange. Guang completely do not have to worry about, but the arrangement and lyrics for all the tunes, as well as the music production were all Guang's own, and he had to do everything himself. So just recording the song was enough to keep Guang busy, not to mention the subsequent shooting of the music video. Guang hated to break himself into pieces. Fortunately, the band that Su Qi had found for Guang was an experienced veteran musician from China Entertainment, and everyone was very dedicated as well as serious. This saved Guang a lot of effort. In the meantime, the entire music world got wind of Forgettable's intention to release a new album. No record label, or musician in the biz, would dare ignore this album. Although in terms of seniority Forgotten River was only a newcomer in the music industry, no one dared to deny his strength. In less than 2 months, with his own strength, Forgotten River has made the entire Chinese music world witness his talent as well as his brilliance. One time, everyone realizes that the Chinese music scene is about to be hit by an unprecedented musical storm. As capable as Guang is, doing a teamwork alone is much less efficient as well as quality. This is because the procedure from arranging and synthesizing to recording the song is both tedious and meticulous. To speed up the album, Guang still decided to follow Su Qi's advice and find a professional music production team. With teamwork, Guang doesn't have to do everything himself. All he had to do was write the score and throw it to the team, and then instruct them to follow his ideas for the piece. However, the person that Su Qi had found had really surprised Guang. He scrambled to put down his headphones and got up to greet him. Director Mo, what brings you here? Su Qi's beautiful eyes blinked lightly and laughed. Director Mo is experienced. I specially asked him to come over to help. Any of Mo Xiangdong's resume in the Chinese music industry is enough to talk about for half a lifetime. With him at the helm, Guang's album will be even more golden. As soon as I heard Su Qi say she was helping you with your new album, I immediately dropped what I was doing and rushed over. Mo Xiangdong hemmed and hawed. If this were anyone else, I wouldn't even come if I was paid to invite them. Guang hurriedly complimented. It's really an honor for you, Director Mo, to come and help. Lu Hongguang interjected. Director Mo, how is Mr. Yang willing to let you come over? Zhang Yi and Su Jie's single will be online in 2 more days. The internet is now littered with promotional fluff for the songs Bubbles and Teen Talk. It's clear that Watt Entertainment highly values these 2 singles. Logically, Mo Shangdong, the music director, should be very busy. Mo Shangdong smiled brightly. The company side of things are pretty much dealt with. Just throw the rest to the people below to deal with. He looked around and realized the musicians were ready to record. I'm not late, am I? Gucheng shook the headphones in his hand. Just finished practicing. Just about to start. Then what are we waiting for? Let's start straight away. Mo Shangdong said excitedly. He had long been impressed by Gucheng's talent and couldn't help but want to hear it first. The album totaled 10 songs, and Gucheng intended to record 2 to 3 songs per day. The first day started with the recording of Sea to Sky as well as Red Sun. Both of these Cantonese songs are classic inspirational songs that have been covered and interpreted by countless singers, though neither of them can sing like the originals, especially Sea to Sky, a song that in itself transcends the realm of what music is supposed to be and reverberates and resonates in the hearts of countless people. It's easy to imitate. It's much harder to recreate a classic. After there was nothing wrong with the audition, Gucheng gave an okay sign towards the crowd. The recording has officially begun. Today I watched the snow drift by on a cold night, drifting far away with a cooled heart, chasing in the wind and rain, unable to distinguish in the fog, the sky and the sea when I can change. Gucheng opened his voice. Everyone in the studio was shocked. It's because Gucheng Cantonese is really too good, and there's no rawness to it at all. Sea to Sky is recognized by fans as a very difficult song to perform. Not only is it difficult in terms of emotion, but also high pitch. The song reaches a high A2 in many places and is repeated back to back, making it difficult to carry the song off smoothly without some vocal skill. Even during the time of the Three Sons, they had to drop from F to the key of E when they sang this song, or they couldn't sing it at all. It's a good thing that Gucheng has a wider range in this life, so whether it's a low or high song, he can handle it with ease. Gucheng covered his headphones and went all in. He crumbles emotions, memories, and his own experiences all together and releases them in a song of remembrance. Forgive me for my life of uninhibited indulgence and love of freedom. I'm afraid that one day I'll fall. Oh, no. Anyone can turn their back on their ideals. Which will be afraid of the day when only you share me. Mo Shangdong shuddered. Having been in the industry for decades, he has witnessed the rise and fall of the music industry. It wasn't as if he hadn't seen a good singing diva before, but that huge driving force in Gucheng was something Mo Shangdong had never seen in any other singer. Gucheng is not just singing with his voice, but he is exporting his dantian qi and emotions together, with all his temperament and power lingering between the melody and lyrics, especially when listening through headphones. The feeling is most direct. You can't even think about it. You're just deeply affected and empathized by the song. Mo Shangdong said without exaggeration. This stunning experience of listening to the songs is clearly an echo that touches the soul. Lu Hongguang and Su Qi's situation was similarly no better. It wasn't the first time they had watched Gucheng sing, but each time they couldn't help but be shocked as well as thoughtful. Gucheng, how on earth did he compose these divine songs? The recording ended and the room was silent. Gucheng removed the headphones. How was it? Su Qi's gaze surged as she complimented. Gucheng, you sang so well. Both the high notes of the chorus and the treatment of the vibrato at the end are perfect, heavenly and ethereal without being harsh at all. Gucheng laughed. Was it sung that well? Director Mo. What do you think? Mo Shangwang nodded his head. Your soprano voice is very penetrating. Not only is it mellow and stable but it also comes with a metallic nature. So your singing just now was very magnetic. Words to the ear. Sentences to the heart. Thank you, Director Mo, for the compliment, but I don't think I sang well enough just now. Gucheng knew that Su Qi and the others hadn't heard the original song, which was why they held their singing in such high esteem. The technique is spot on. The emotion is still lacking a bit. Some details aren't in place. I'll keep recording a few more times. Gucci went back into recording. It took 7 or 8 iterations before he recorded a satisfactory version. We all ate at noon and took a break. By 2 in the afternoon, Gucheng was back into practicing as well as recording Red Sun. He had been busy until 5 p.m. before Gucheng finally finished recording the 2 Cantonese songs. Mo Shangdong really felt a lot today. Gucheng, whether it's that last song Lover or this one Sea and Sky and Red Sun, the arrangements as well as the lyrics of these Cantonese songs are written from the heart. And when they go live, I bet they'll set off a Cantonese song frenzy. Cantonese songs usually make compromises when filling in the lyrics to fit the tune. The words in songs are not accommodating yet compromising with each other, creating a delicate balance. This inexplicable harmony is a realm that Mandarin songs rarely achieve. It's been a long time since Mo Shangdong has seen such a well-produced Cantonese single in the Chinese music scene. Gucheng laughed. Superintendent Mo, this has to wait until it's online. It's too early to say this now. Su Qi was curious. Aren't you from Jiangcheng? Why do you speak Cantonese so smoothly? It's not enough that you know Cantonese, but you can sing the high notes with such ease, and your breath doesn't even float. Lu Hongwan couldn't help but burst out with emotion. This singing is just like an old cow sitting on an airplane. Bull boom boom. Su Chi's almond eyes narrowed slightly. As we all know, Cantonese has 9 tones and 6 keys, while Mandarin has only 4 tones. Cantonese songs are more difficult to sing than Mandarin songs because of the difference in language environment, coupled with the fact that Cantonese has a smaller range of cavity transitions than Mandarin. The changes in resonance pointing are also more complex, requiring a more precise state of the singer's bite. Mandarin can be aided in vocalization by biting and clouding the words to better manipulate the laryngeal position and maintain the sound quality without serious audibility problems. And for Gu Cheng to sing a restricted language like Cantonese and still perform so perfectly, his vocals can be described as the peak of excellence. Gu Cheng, are you hiding something from us? Gu Cheng gave a beat and casually found a mouthful of excuses to put it off. I just used to watch a lot of Hong Kong movies when I was a kid, and then I was more interested in Cantonese, and it came naturally with more practice. Su Chi will be skeptical. That's it? Gu Cheng opened his eyes and said, that's it. With the first day of collaboration, Gu Cheng and the band started to work well together. Recording the album began to pick up speed. The next day Gu Cheng recorded the songs Changhua Porcelain, Nocturne, and Jiang Nan. On the third day the songs 10 Years, Stubborn and Dusk were recorded. Kiss Me Goodbye and Because of Love, 2 songs that are extremely difficult to sing, were saved for the last day of recording. It was hard to record the soprano's Kiss Goodbye. Gu Cheng was left with only Because of Love, which he was going to sing with Su Chi. Where's 7? Lu Hongwan nudged toward the corner. Moisten your voice there. Gu Cheng turned his head sideways and saw Su Chi nestled in the corner, frowning as she pinched the sheet music. He smiled, copied a bottle of mineral water and unscrewed it and handed it over. Sister Dicky, drink some water. Thanks. Su Chi smiled and took it, tilting his head and filling a few mouthfuls. Gu Cheng unconsciously softened his voice. How is Sister Dick practicing? Are you sure? The starting key is so high that I can easily sing out of tune. Su Chi sighed slightly. She remembered that Gu Cheng had told her earlier that the song Because of Love had a high starting key and was very difficult to sing. At the time, she didn't know better than to say she wanted a challenge. It wasn't until she got the sheet music that Su Chi realized that Gu Cheng hadn't lied to her half the time. Gu Cheng understands this very well. There were actually 3 versions of this song originally. Wang Fei ruled out the male-female middle key outright, a key that, while easier to navigate for both parties, is not enjoyable for the listener. The rest is male high and female low, and female high and male low. In order to accommodate her partner Isin Chan, Wang Fei chose to sing a difficult high note, because it is not in their comfort zone. So that year's Spring Festival gala Wang Fei singing although barely maintained the breath, but the voice is still shaking obviously. A few times or close to breaking the sound, was mocked car accident scene. A song that could be difficult for a diva was naturally not easy for Su Chi, especially since practice time is so tight. Gu Cheng cleared his throat and proposed, Sister 7, let's record it first and just fix the sound when we're done singing. Inside, Su Dick didn't accept the idea. Since her debut, she has never recorded a song without fixing her voice. If you can't do it once then do it twice, until it is recorded to your satisfaction. But it's a very difficult song indeed. Su Chi got the sheet music until now. She practiced for a day, still couldn't manage the song easily. I'll try it before I say anything. Mo Xiangdong patted the 2 on the shoulder and encouraged. Go for it. Enter the recording studio. The 2 men looked at each other. Gu Cheng nodded at her encouragingly, and Su Chi hooked her lips and smiled in response. Both men simultaneously both signaled okay. A soothing and beautiful melody began to slowly flow through the ears. Gu Cheng sings softly, here's a CD from the past. Listen to our love then. Sometimes I suddenly forget that I'm still in love with you. Su Dick articulated it appropriately. Can't sing like that again. You'll blush when you hear it. Although I often forget that I still love you, because love doesn't grieve easily. Gucci, so everything is in the mold of happiness. Gu Cheng played as consistent as ever. During the performance, his eyes were on Su Chi the entire time. The eyes were deep and gentle. Su Chi, however, did not respond in the slightest, because just soaring the high notes alone used up all of her mind. She couldn't care less about exchanging glances with Gu Cheng. Dick so, because love is in that place. Gucci, there are still people wandering around. Chorus, people come and go. A good song to record. Su Chi took off the headphones and immediately took a long breath. Gu Cheng laughed and immediately began to encourage. 7, you sang well. You sang better than I thought you would. It didn't break, but the breath was so unsteady that the sound felt like it was about to shatter, ruining the beauty of the song. Su Chi's eyebrows were knitted, and she was very dissatisfied with her performance. Gu Cheng, I was so bad in this chorus. Let's record a few more times. Mo Xiangdong consoled her. This starts at such a high key. It's good that you can sing like this. Su Chi shook her head. Gu Cheng plays so steadily. I can't be too much of a drag. Gu Chang knew that Su Chi had always pursued perfection when it came to music. Sister Dicky, then we'll record a few more times. But watch your voice. You'll have to take a break for one song. Su Chi nodded. The two just recorded and tweaked it over and over again until dark. They recorded the song Because of Love no less than 10 times in total. But Su Chi always. There is a little bit of singing with unsteady breath. In the end it just didn't work out. You can only select a version from the recorded tracks that both parties played relatively consistently, and then do post-processing to fix the sound. Su Chi was a bit depressed. This was her first collaboration with Gu Chang, but his own performance was less than stellar, leaving this stirring love song flawed. This was the first time since Su Chi became famous that she felt a little frustrated in front of her proud singing career. Gu Chang, I'm sorry. Hearing her obviously frustrated tone, Gu Chang hurriedly comforted. Sister Dicky, it's because when I wrote the song, I made up the key of the female voice too high, and you've only been practicing for a day, and singing it like this is already overplaying. Su Chi shook her head, pursed her vermilion lips and blamed herself. No, the words and music of this song are good. It's just that I didn't sing it well. Seeing this, Mo Xiangdong couldn't help but feel relieved. Su Chi, but if any other female singer works with Gu Chang today, I bet they generally have to drop key. He squeezes his fingers to show A, and you just have that little bit of unstable breath. Not a professional press simply cannot tell. When I later give you voice repair, to ensure that there is no trace, can voice modification mean the same thing to a singer? Su Chi raised her head and gazed deeply at Gu Chang, her tone firm. Gu Chang, if we have a chance to sing live in the future, this is a song that I promise will never have an unstable breath. Gu Chang smiled. Sister 7. This I believe. If it wasn't for the sake of catching up with the album schedule, with Su Chi's strength, this song would have been completely manageable for her. All the songs on the album have been recorded today. The next step was to shoot the album video as well as the cover. Gu Chang turned to Lu Hongguang. Lu Ji, wait, you send out a microblog to solicit sweet image videos of couples from all over the internet. Lu Hongguang was puzzled. What's the point of enlisting this? Gu Chang explained to him. The love stories of these couples. I'm going to edit them into a music video for Because of Love. Lu Hongguang nodded. Okay, I'll use the official blog to send out a microblog later, and organize a collection. Mo Xiangdong's heart fluttered as he narrowed his eyes and wrapped his arms around Gu Chang's shoulders. Gu Chang, you're going to shoot the music video yourself? Gu Chang dodged and pulled away with a stoop while shaking his shoulders. Superintendent Mo, just say what you have to say. Don't smile like that. It's losing. Mo Xiangdong stopped beating around the bush and said bluntly. Gu Chang, when you shoot the music video, can you use artists from China Entertainment? Gu Chang sniffed in relief. That's it. He thought it was something. These days Mo Xiangdong was helping to record the album and was busy until the early hours of the morning every day. Gu Chang also remembered this favor of his. Superintendent Mo, it's okay for me to pick anyone, right? Mo Xiangdong directly clapped and nodded. As long as it's an artist from Hua Entertainment. No matter if it's a flow flower or a diva. It's your choice. After the last few days of recording, Mo Xiangdong knew how high the artistic standard of Gu Chang's album really was. Each song is both artistic and visceral, and all have a presence that could be used as an album's lead single. This album is definitely a god album that shocked the Chinese music world. It would definitely be a great appearance to build up your popularity if you could make an appearance in the album's music video. Gu Chang pondered for a moment and felt that this cooperation was considered a mutually beneficial and win-win initiative for each other. Director Mo, when I go back to think about what to shoot for the music video, I'll come back to you for people then. Mo Xiangdong was overjoyed. Then it's a deal. For the music video shoot to go smoothly, Gu Chang had to come up with a detailed and perfect shooting plan. In the entire company, only Su Chi had the right to speak in this aspect of shooting MVs. Su Chi suggested, if you want to speed things up, you can focus on the exterior shots first and leave the indoor ones for the end. Gu Chang nodded. I think so too. First go to Jingdezhen to shoot Celadon and then find an ancient town in Jiangnan to shoot Jiangnan as well. Lu Hongguang hurriedly interjected and reminded. Gu Chang, if you go to Jiangnan, you can have Zhao Chong be the MV male lead then. Fertilizers don't flow to outsiders. Zhao Chong is a Zhang Shaoshang, and his image perfectly fits the male lead of the ancient-style music video. Gu Chang was perfectly fine with this. But I heard that Zhao Chong is a good actor, and the director even added a scene for him, so I don't know if there's time for that. Sister 7, is Zhao Chang's shooting schedule tight? Can he come out to shoot the music video? He's in a supporting role. Taking a few days off doesn't hurt. Su Chi said blandly. When the time comes, I'll just talk to the director. Gu Chang nodded. Then there's no problem. At this time, Gu Chang's phone suddenly rang, and the caller was Lin Huiru. Since the last time I wrote Left Finger Moon for her, the two have often discussed how to perform the song in private. However, a few days ago, there was no contact with Lin Hwiru after she went to record a variety show. Gu Chang had just pressed answer when Lin Hwiru's sweet and soft voice came over. What are you doing, Junior? Gu Chang raised his eyebrows. Senior sister Lin, why are you calling me all of a sudden? Lin Hwiru? Suchi slightly stared, subconsciously erecting her snowy ears. I'm calling to share the joy with you. Lin Hwiru's voice was light with joy. The recording of the first installment of King of Masked Singer has ended, and sister has successfully entered the rematch. But the first installment is a duet, so I'm not singing Left Finger Moon for a while. Gu Chang was a bit puzzled. Senior sister Lin, I wanted to ask you last time, when you go on a show like this, don't you usually do covers? How come you get to sing a new single? Sure. Lin Hwiru gave Gu Chang a general explanation of the rules related to the program. The show is a ring system. Catch teams kill each other. Gu Chang understood. The King of Masked Singer here is slightly different from the previous life in the country, but similar to the rules of H country. The first round is in the form of a duet, with the 16 masked singers drawing lots for a 2x2 showdown. In the second round of the repechage, 8 contestants went 2 for 2 and soloed their way into the repechage. In the third semi-final round, 4 players competed for the semi-finals. In the fourth round of the final, 2 contestants PK live on air and the one with the highest score will walk onto the stage to become the King of Glory and wait for the next round of King of Song PK. On a weekly schedule, there is a generation of songwriters in January. Week after week, Lin Hwiru, the program is now in the pilot stage, so there are no hard and fast rules about what songs to sing at the moment, only that the style is subversive to the past. Gu Chang nodded. Senior sister, I still say the same thing. If you need help at that time, just contact me by phone. Lin Hwiru snickered. Don't worry, I'll make you as much as I want. By the way, I heard you're releasing an album? How's it going? The song has been recorded and is ready to start shooting the music video. Shooting a music video? Lin Hwiru's eyes lit up. A sleepy head came with a pillow. She was worried about how to return Gu Chang's favor lately. Do you need a guest appearance in the music video from schoolmates? Gu Chang hooked his lips and smiled. Senior sister Lin, don't you have to be busy recording the program? Any busier to record a music video for you? Schoolmarm still has time. Lin Hui has a combined total of 30 million followers across the internet, and she's got a good call to action. Helping to record a music video does draw a lot of traffic. The main thing is that Lin Hwiru is the goddess Xiao Chong. This kid could be so excited if he knew he had a chance to work with her. So Gu Chang didn't reject Lin Hwiru's kindness. Then thank you so much. Senior sister Lin, what kind of relationship do we have? And you're being polite to me? Senior sister, I have things to do here, so we'll talk again on that day. Gu Chang smiled and hung up the phone. He looked up only to meet a pair of imploring almond eyes. Gu Chang gave a beat. Sister 7, why are you looking at me like that? Su Chi narrowed her eyes. You seem to be particularly enthusiastic about Lin Hwiru. You shouldn't like her too, right? Gu Chang was speechless. Sister 7, you're overthinking it. I'm just an ordinary friend with her. Su Chi lightly hummed. I thought you were like them. You also like Lin Hwiru's type of woman. As far as she knows, Lin Hwiru was the openly ideal type of many male stars in the circle. Gu Chang shook his head and denied. I really don't have that kind of meaning towards her. Su Chi quietly sighed in relief and changed the topic. I heard what you just said. She's going to help you with your music video too? Aha! Gu Chang nodded. I'm going to let her shoot the music video for Porcelain with Xiao Chong. Gu Chang had seen Lin Hwiru's ancient costume styling, and although she went for the sex-sensual style, her ancient costume was unexpectedly good. Lu Hongwan couldn't help but sigh with emotion. There's one thing to be said for this album of yours, Gu Chang. Not to mention anything else, the lineup for the music video shoot alone is very powerful, with Lin Hwiru's cameo, and the little flower over at Hua Entertainment being used casually. If Su Chi helped out a little more, it would really be a collection of beautiful women. The MV candidate is no longer a worry, but one thing is still up in the air. Su Chi looked at Gu Chang. Have you thought about the name of the album or not? I've mulled over a few before, but I vetoed them all because I didn't feel too happy about them. Gu Chang looked at her as if begging for help. Dickie, you've been releasing a lot of albums. Do you have a good opinion? So what style do you want? Is it literary or dominant? It's alright. It just fits the theme of the album. Lu Hongguan had a flash of insight. The music on this album is of such a high caliber, and every song is so perfect. Why don't we just call the album Heirloom Gold? Gu Chang cried and laughed. Passing on the golden song? Isn't this too high profile? Is there a more grounded name? He's a newcomer in the industry after all. Gu Chang is afraid that the album has not even been released yet, and it's already being mocked all over the internet. Lu Hongguang muttered. Where's the high profile of Transmigration Gold song? Turnip meeting is grounded, but can you use it as an album title? Suchi glared at him breathlessly. Old Lu. Guchang meant grounding, not letting you pick up the earth. Guchang thought for a moment. Let's call it the golden years. Lu Hongguang nodded in satisfaction. This is good, literary and nostalgic. Enough about that, let's move on to making a shooting schedule. After roughly formulating a shooting plan, Guchang went to lightning. I've been so busy recording my new album these past few days that I haven't had time to come over from the company side, so I came over to check it out. Upon entering the office, people greeted each other. Hello, Mr. Gu. You guys are busy. Don't mind me. Guchang went straight to Xiao Xian's office and did not expect Zhang Zhongtian to be there. Brother Zhang, you're there too? Zhongtian Zhang handed him a cup of tea. A friend is better at game art, so I had him come over here to help. Guchang looked at Xiao Xian. Mr. Xiao, why do I feel that there are so many more people in the company after not coming for a few days? It's true that there's more. It's all the effect brought about by the high level of Punisher heat, Xiao Xian explained. Ever since that day when the company made the official announcement that it was going to develop an online game for The Exorcist, the company's popularity had skyrocketed. A few short days, the company's staff has doubled in size straight away and now employs over 90 people. Zhongtian Zhang looked at Guchang. How's your album? The album is done recording, and we're getting ready to shoot the music video starting tomorrow. Guchang sighed. I'm not experienced enough in this aspect of filming, so I can only learn as I go. In his previous life, he started out as a cover singer, often posting videos on self-publishing, and only knew some basic filming as well as editing. But shooting an album video is no small feat. Guchang not only has to know the technical hard indicators of lighting, photography as well as acting and so on, but also has to be skilled in the language of the camera to be as in tune with the fans as well as the market as possible. Zhongtian Zhang was puzzled. Why don't you just give it to a professional? Only I know what kind of content I want to present to the audience, Guchang explained. The development of the online game, The Exorcist, is progressing gradually, and the plot of the novel has developed to 2/5. The reason why I wanted to shoot the music video myself, besides wanting to better restore the classic, I also took the opportunity to understand how movie and TV dramas are shot. Zhongtian Zhang looked at his tired face. I have a friend who's in the directing department. He's experienced in that aspect of filming, so I can introduce you guys to each other if you need. When the time comes, I'll have him assist you on the shoot and coach you on some more crash course techniques. The Beijing Circle is the 890th S. A group of military compounds read 2 or 3 generations of people engaged in literature and art to form a circle. These people are enlisted for their business as well as their artistic aspirations. Some are good with words, some specialize in photography, and some can pull in investments. So this friend of Zhang Zhongtian's, naturally, was not simple. It's naturally better to have someone to guide you. Guchang hesitated slightly. That's it. Will it be too much trouble for the other side? What's the trouble? Zhang Zhongtian rightfully said. We are all brothers. No need to be polite. Guchang smiled. Then thank you, brother Zhang. The weather forecast is for light rain in Kingston for the next 2 days. Zhao Chang's crew is located along the lower reaches of Jiangnan. After confirming his schedule with Lin Huiru, Guchang rushed to Jingdezhen with his filming team the next day. A month of war scenes were filmed on the set. Zhao Chong darkened a lot, but the spirit is very full. Ancient-style dress special show heroic dashing. Senior Lin, I didn't think I'd have the chance to shoot a music video with you, or work as a couple. Seeing Lin Huiru, Zhao Chong was excited. Probably too deep into the drama though, with a mouthful of Trump. It made Sister Lin laugh gently. I also didn't expect that the one I'd be working with would be schoolmate Zhao. He. If this were to let Zhou Yi know, he'd have to envy me to death. Zhao Chang's eyebrows flew up. It was a rare opportunity to have a scene opposite a goddess, and he couldn't wait. Guchang, when will the music video be shot? How is it going to be filmed? Guchang handed them the script. It's an emotional affair about past lives and present lives that centers around a superb Celadon. The general idea is that the beautiful woman played by Sister is taken by the villain, and the warrior played by Zhao Chong wants to save his beloved woman, and must take a rare treasure, the blue and white porcelain. In exchange, the villain gets the item and defaults, and Shifu dies in Zhao Chang's arms. Time and space flow. Senior Sister in this life is the villain's woman. You met in the modern antique auction house. Bidding for the blue and white porcelain Chen Shong gave up to Senior Sister. Your private rendezvous was discovered by the villain. Once again embedded a tragedy. Zhao Chang's back teeth soured as he listened. Guchang, this MV is too dog-blooded, isn't it? Guchang laughed. You're all just supporting characters. The theme of the shoot is Qinghua porcelain. Zhao Chong. Okay. Lin Huiro didn't care about the content of the shoot. She only cared about one thing. Shoot whatever you want. Junior, just make me look beautiful. Gucheng lost his smile. Guaranteed to make senior sister look as beautiful as heaven. Then I'll go ahead and put on my makeup and change. Wait for Lin Huiru to leave. Zhao Chong lightly bumped Gu Cheng's shoulder with his shoulder. Old Gu, do you know who I saw on the set? Gu Cheng carefully fiddled with the lens and said without looking up. Who? Zhao Chong looked around and whispered. Xin Wen. Gu Cheng moved. Xin Wen? Zhao Chong nodded. She's playing a female supporting medic in our crew. And even though she came in through the back door, she can really endure hardship. That time to shoot the demolition of the scene. A large piece of explosive debris accidentally inserted into her thigh. She hard to endure the shooting before going to deal with it. Acting is also much more decent than those flow of small flowers. Gu Cheng was not surprised. Qin Wen has always been ambitious. For the past 2 months, he hadn't heard any news of Qin Wen's debut. I think it should be because Jiang Feng's plagiarism had a big impact on Huani in the first place, and it spilled over into Qin Wen's group debut. With Qin Wen's ambition, since she can't make a debut from the singing world for the time being, turning to movies and TV dramas is also like her style. She's like a new person now. All her arrogance is gone. Zhao Chong sighed, and even took the initiative to find me to apologize, saying something about how she was the one who didn't know better in the past, and asked me to say sorry to you on her behalf. Actually, strictly speaking, she doesn't owe me anything, Gu Cheng said blandly, although he didn't agree with it. He understood what Qin Wen had done. Everyone has their own way of living. Qin Wen was merely being a bit paranoid in her tactics for the sake of a better life. It's too hot to wear a costume in this damn weather. Zhao Chong rolled up his sleeves and looked for a fan to cool off. Old Gu, that director friend you were talking about, when exactly is he coming? Gu Cheng raised his hand and looked at his watch. Should be almost there. I sent him the location an hour ago, so are we waiting for him to get here before we start filming? Gu Cheng looked around to see that the prop set had almost been built. Let's not wait, let's shoot the cipher first. There is a folk saying that a family's wealth is not as good as a piece of wood china. In order to promote the traditional Chinese culture and present the audience with the true artistic beauty of Celadon porcelain, Gu Cheng specially found Mr. Wang Jihong, a non-hereditary inheritor of Celadon porcelain, to make a guest appearance, and rented an ancient Wang-style mansion for the shooting of the music video. Mr. Wang Jihong also lent Gu Cheng his most satisfactory Chai-kiln Celadon work to photograph. After the rain, the clouds break. This color for the future. Gu Cheng wanted to present the texture, beauty and history of Celadon itself perfectly through the MV. However, Gu Cheng tried several times, but it did not present the exquisite sense of Chinese artwork that was present in Celadon. A voice suddenly interjected from the rear. You should shoot with a 90mm lens or you'll distort the porcelain like that. A man wearing a black sports suit and carrying a hiking backpack walked straight towards Gu Cheng. Gu Cheng didn't have time to react. Zhao Chong was the first to exclaim. Director Su Jing. Hello guys. Su Jing grinned, revealing a mouthful of neat white teeth. You're Gu Cheng, right? Old Zhang said you don't have much experience in shooting music videos, so he asked me to come over and help you. Gu Cheng was shocked. Director Su? He completely did not expect that the director that Zhong Tianzhang had introduced to him was actually Su Jing. If Zhao Ida is the respected master director, then Su Jing is the most idiosyncratic and gifted director. The movies that Su Jing makes are relatively niche, either literary films or documentaries, and although none of them are very high at the box office, they haven't won many awards both at home and abroad. But what Gu Cheng wants to say is this: it's only the album video he's making, not a big screen movie. Isn't it a big deal to have a talented director give him direction? Gu Cheng expressed a lot of pressure. Su Jing, however, was more easygoing than Gu Cheng thought, and in just a few minutes of work, he had gotten acquainted with Gu Cheng. When photographing art, use a medium to long length 90 to 120mm lens, which gives a more accurate representation of the porcelain vessel type. You've got a short focal length lens and a close-up shot. It'll make the mouth and belly of the Celadon look bigger. Gu Cheng came to a realization. No wonder no matter how I shoot, I can't get the flavor of Celadon. Also when photographing monochrome porcelain, to show its glossy, crystalline texture, don't use bright colors for the background or the colors will reflect off the porcelain. Following Su Jing's instructions, Gu Cheng changed the background and then the filming equipment, and then readjusted the lens. Reshoot the effect. It not only perfectly presents the unique brightness and elegance of blue and white porcelain, but also incorporates the essence of Chinese ink painting. Also, Su Jing will also guide Gu Cheng on how to capture the micro-expressions of the characters and how to better present the Jiangnan mood of the sky is green and waiting for the smoky rain. In addition to basic shooting skills, Su Jing will also teach Gu Cheng how to portray characters, how to shape the scene, how to put his own ideas, crushed in the camera to convey to the audience. Under the careful guidance of Su Jing, what was supposed to be a 2-day music video shoot ended in just 1 day. The effect of the MV shot by Celadon was very beautiful and atmospheric, completely exceeding Gu Cheng's expectations. At this rate of shooting, Gu Cheng expected that it would only take half a month to complete the music video shoot for the entire album. July 31st. Today is the day that Zhang Yi's Foam as well as Sujie's Teenagers Speak are synchronized across all platforms. As the popularity of Victory at Home and Abroad continues to climb, along with the two new songs, the heat is also skyrocketing like crazy. Before the song is even online, the new song preview has grabbed the front page recommendation position on all major music platforms. Plus, as a first-tier media company, China Entertainment is practically perfect at the song marketing game. Not only did they arrange for the two singers to participate in various activities to increase exposure, but they also spent a lot of money to invite many music bloggers as well as marketing numbers to promote the new song. Hashtag 100 Years of Dialogue. A song the young man speaks in conversation with Mr. Liang Qichao. Hashtag Shocked Basilisks for Life. Bubbles actually sings. Hashtag the whole nation is waiting for a new song from a generation of musical geniuses who have conquered Vienna. Hashtag numerous trending topics are flooding various social media platforms. Under a huge traffic shock, Bubbles, as well as Teen Talk, were not out before they were. 12 o'clock. Bubbles as well as Teenage Sayings were synchronized across all major music platforms. As soon as the new song went online, it immediately triggered a wave of fan clicks and downloads across the internet. The first thing that got the attention of netizens was the song Bubbles sung by the giant Lung Zhang Yi. The song begins with a high single note from the piano, creating an ambient sense of sharpness with a tear in it. The mood is rendered in place. Zhang's ear-catching bass cuts right into. Foam is colored in the sunlight. Like being lied to, I'm happy. Pursue what's right and wrong with your lies. Based on the fact that you still love me. Open up and kneel. In the dead silence and depressing piano sound, Zhang Yi's very recognizable as well as penetrating voice sings out a sense of hard struggle with fate. The song is completely tailor-made for Zhang, and is extremely well suited to her vocal range as well as her singing style. As the music cascades, the listener is pulled into a depressing realm, feeling the emotional torment with the song. Like before a storm, the kind of dark clouds bring a sense of suffocation, the heart unconsciously tighter and tighter. Everyone is waiting for the moment when the storm pours down. When the song is most of the way through and the listener is overwhelmed to the core, Zhang Yi finally exerted her torrential strength. It's all a bubble, though for a moment the flowers blossom. All your promises are too fragile, and your silhouette blames me for not seeing through it. That's why it's so sad. Boom! The storm that had been brewing for so long finally came pouring down with a crack of thunder. All the repression was released in this moment. Hearty, the vocals, the melody, and the lyrics fit perfectly with the theme of the song. Netizens were completely bowled over by Zhang Yi's iron lung. Crap, that high note, it really blows. Tearjerker, already conquered by the iron lung. My mom asked me why I was on my knees listening to the song. Zhang Yi, this is the legendary natural electric sound, right? This song is practically customized for Zhang Yi. If you don't like bitter songs, that's okay. There's an inspirational song called Teenagers Speak waiting for you. It opens with a neat and powerful recitation set to the sound of solemn drums. When the young are wise, the nation is wise. When the young are rich, the nation is rich. When the young are strong, the nation is strong. A free youth makes a free nation. The voice of a child celebrates the aspirations of a young man. The vibrant and atmospheric tone thus kicks off the program. And it's a mind-blowing experience. This is followed by Su Jie's clean and crisp singing. The red sun rises and its path is bright. A young man has his own way of being wild. Lit, one's body like a mountain and its backbone stand tall. Idiom, figure upright and courageous. Dare to measure the sun and the moon again. I'm the only young man in the world today. I dare you to test your mettle against heaven and earth. Who can stop the thorns and thistles? The world laughs at me, but I am strong. Live up to your ears. The voice is stirring and the words are resounding. The gentle, watery melody contrasts sharply with the rigid hardness of the chorus. The stirring and atmospheric lyrics, coupled with Su Jie's precise and sharp bites and clear and bold singing, complement the theme of the song and give people a feeling of upward mobility and vigor. And then there's the highly combustible group chorus. A young man's got his own youth. The heart is like the blazing sun. It shines like 1,000 suns. I'll go for it. I'm the only young man in the world today. The sky is high. The sea is wide. 10,000 miles long. The youth of China are full of vigor. Angry determination to become a pillar of strength. Idiom, determined to do better. Live up to your youth. Deafening. The song's emotion is appropriate and progressive. From beginning to end, highlighting the young man's ambition. The eagerness to devote themselves to the country's strength and prosperity. Netflix listened with fervor. Like, download, share. All kinds of fancy pop-ups spewed out as if they were hot lava. The body is like a mountain and a river with a backbone. daring to measure the sun and the moon again, daring to ask heaven and earth to test their edge. And who can block the thorns and the thorns? It's really too domineering. The sky is high and the sea is 10,000 miles long. And the youth of China is full of vigor. We were born under the red flag and grew up in the spring breeze. And wherever we look, it's all for China. And the 5 stars shine for our faith. It made my blood boil to hear it. And I immediately got up and took out 10 rolls. This is the kind of song teenagers should listen to. Remembering Mr. Liang Qichao. It would be really appropriate to sing this song at the Pledge of Allegiance. Don't forget about Commencement. The 2 singles, which are very different in style, have been met with rave reviews across the internet. First, there were 2 explosive hit songs, Invisible Wings and Victory to Pave the Way. Plus now Bubbles as well as Teenager Says to amaze the whole internet. The name of forgettable ghost talent music producer completely resounded through the Chinese music world. Countless netizens are wondering, who was this Oblivion? Who was only in his 20s and had such horrifying musical attainments? This Oblivion lyrical ability is really too strong. Every song is written to my soul. Treasure musician. Fancied by little brother's strength. I'm now crazily looking forward to Oblivion's solo album. I wonder just what kind of heirloom music it is. If China had a few more talented musicians like Forgettable, Hallyu would really be on the rise. We, the Chinese music scene, have been pressed and crushed by Europe, America, Japan and South Korea for more than a decade. And one day we will loudly tell the world that Hallyu is the most hung. Yang Liang was mad with joy. As soon as the 2 new songs went online, they topped the top 3 of the newcomer chart, Hot Songs chart and real-time sales chart on all major platforms with the momentum of a hurricane. And of the top 5, 4 were written by Forgettable. And down the list are the free songs that Gu Cheng himself performed. In other words, the works created by Gu Cheng in the past 2 months have occupied the top 10 of almost all the lists. Scary as hell. When Yang Liang used $30 million, he bought 5 songs from Gu Cheng in one go. If those 3 remaining songs had been a hit like the 2 songs that are here now, then Hua Entertainment's performance at the end of the year might as well turn over directly. Now Yang Liang is simply invincible to admire his own foresight. Xiangdong, Gu Cheng deserves to be a musical genius. Hang on. Mo Xiangdong nodded his head in agreement. You really don't say, Mr. Yang. Gu Cheng does have the potential to lead the Hualu. I helped him produce his album the other day, and with my many years of career, I predict that this Golden Years by Gu Cheng will most likely become a diamond record. Yang Liang was surprised. Diamond records? Xiangdong, aren't you exaggerating?